The man was walking down the street, flanked by two women. One wore tight leather pants and walked briskly. The other wore glasses and looked quiet and refined. Suddenly, he reached out and patted the woman in the leather pants on the buttocks. Her tight leather pants instantly shattered into shreds, replaced by heavy metal armor. Her legs transformed into tracks, her arms into twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns, and rocket thrusters rose from her back. Her entire body instantly transformed into a fully armored steel chariot. The man opened his mouth to explain, but then an idea struck him. He turned sharply to look at the woman with glasses and patted her head gently. The woman blinked softly, and a faint blue light shone from her body. Her long hair moved without a breeze, and she slowly floated up. Then, her body began to expand and extend rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge interstellar battleship. Radar, guns, and decks took shape one after another, and 4 large characters appeared on the hull. Wrath of the Star Destroyer. Because of the rampant beasts on the Blue Water planet, women can only unlock their mecha forms by signing a contract with a male commander. However, after traveling to this alien world, where women outnumber men, Lin Fan unexpectedly awakened an SSR-level commander system. Not only can he see the hidden attributes of mecha girls and break through level limits, but he can also gradually unlock the upper limit of his contract as his level increases. Squeak! The sudden, piercing scream made Lin Fan's scalp explode. He turned around and saw a giant rat the size of a golden retriever swooping out of an abandoned bungalow, its crimson eyes fixed on him with astonishing speed. Come on! Lin Fan gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, but stumbled over the gravel beneath his feet. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground, his mouth and nose filled with dust. He raised his head in despair, the giant rat's sharp fangs rapidly enlarging in his pupils. It's over! I'm really done for this time! Lin Fan closed his eyes helplessly. The sharp sound of brakes and the smell of burning tires hit almost simultaneously. When the expected excruciating pain didn't arrive, Lin Fan finally opened his eyes. An all-terrain vehicle, with a swerving attitude, came to a halt between him and the giant rat. Before the smoke and dust had completely cleared, the driver's and passengers' windows rolled down simultaneously, revealing 2 stunning faces. Male! Male! 2 piercing screams nearly shattered Lin Fan's eardrums. Lin Fan was about to open his mouth to warn him when the fiery, silver-haired lady in the passenger seat flashed before him like a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and her voice trembled. Really a man? My name is Bai Mingji. Why are you alone in the desert? Where are your mecha escorts? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately patrolled the area with vigilance. Lin Fan's thoughts were swirling with questions, but he was interrupted by a giant beast leaping high into the sky. He was speechless, and raised his hand to poke at Bai Mingji's back. Bai Mingji smiled at him and soothed him softly. Don't be nervous, I saw it. It's just a D-level wild rat. She didn't even move a step, but slowly pulled out a short metal whip that shone silver from the outside of her slender thigh wrapped in black silk. Bai Mingji flicked her wrist, and with a crisp sound, the ferocious rat in midair was instantly split in half, its corpse splattering all over the ground along with a sticky liquid. Lin Fan stared at the metal whip and swallowed hard. This girl is so powerful. Subconsciously, he launched an insight scan on Bai Mingji. Name, Bai Mingji, age, 28, unit, Assault Type B+, Upgrade 0/3, Comprehensive Combat Power, Heavy Motorcycle Form, 25, Exoskeleton Form, 60, Glazed Armor Form, Contract Opened, Equipped Weapons, Light Machine Gun, 73 Standard Long Sword, Secret Information, 99 New Slightly Worn, Driving this unit to kill a wild beast. The wild value gain plus 100%. A robot girl, she was actually a robot girl. Lin Fan's eyes welled with tears. Why, aren't you talking? Are you hurt? Bai Mingji saw him stunned, wanting to help but not daring to, at a loss for what to do. My name is Lin Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him. 3 days of accumulated weakness, coupled with the intense fluctuations brought by the golden finger, completely frayed Lin Fan's nerves. His vision gradually blurred, and Bai Mingji's concerned face kept swaying and overlapping before his eyes. Finally, his head tilted, and without warning, he collapsed into a pair of incredibly soft, surprisingly plump 30-60 breasts. So soft, smells like buns. In a daze, he seemed to smell the aroma of meat buns from the breakfast shop downstairs. Water, food. Before he could finish his sentence, he completely passed out. Lin! Commander Lin, are you okay? Bai Mingji exclaimed, frantically hugging Lin Fan. Xiao Wei! Contact the Dean quickly! Tell her to prepare food within half an hour and notify the Academy's medical team. Lu Wei, the young woman in the driver's seat, also jumped out. She carefully examined the skin on Lin Fan's left wrist, then glanced around at the deadly, desolate area. As she approached Bai Mingji, she lowered her voice and said, Bai! Teacher Bai, he doesn't have the contract mark. How about you take this opportunity to kill him? Perhaps his mecha girl has already perished. You saved his life, he probably won't blame you. Lu Wei's voice trailed off. Bai Mingji's delicate body shuddered, and her eyes unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan's left wrist. As expected, there was no contract mark, either a soul contract nor a normal contract. Absolutely nothing. How is this possible? Her chest heaved violently. But the next second, she bit her tongue hard, her expression becoming resolute again. She looked at Lu Wei sternly. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. I'm just a B-class machine, how can I be qualified? If you say anything nonsense again, I'll put you in solitary confinement. Taking a deep breath, Bai Mingji suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Then, she decisively activated the mechanization program, gently enveloping Lin Fan's body within the machine. The next moment, a streamlined, silver-white heavy motorcycle suddenly appeared in the same spot. Ugh! Bai Mingji groaned softly at the sudden touch. She felt as if a feather had gently brushed her spine, and a strange and intense shudder rushed straight into her head, causing her breathing to quicken. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. It was clearly just a ride. She forced down her strange emotions and said to Lu Wei in a deep voice, Xiao Wei! Hurry up, let's go! Buzz! Buzz! The silver-white motorcycle and the black off-road vehicle sped off like arrows, heading towards the distant IS Academy, sending dust flying and stirring the wasteland. Sunlight streamed into the ward through the windowsill, and the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his heart pounding. Strange. He instinctively stood up, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. What he saw before him weren't broken walls or ruins. He was saved. He gasped, looking around, his gaze resting on the bedside, and he froze. Standing neatly against the wall were a dozen or so women, each with their own distinct styles and stunning looks. The silver-haired lady was among them. However, their gazes weren't of ordinary concern. They were more like a group of hungry beasts fixated on their prey. More precisely, they were a group of monsters that had been starving for 100 years, fixated on the naked Tang monk. A light cough interrupted Lin Fan's concentration. A mature woman in a formal dress and pearl necklace slowly walked out from the other side. Commander Lin, you're finally awake. That's great. She introduced herself. I'm Su Yun, the Dean of the IS Battle Girl Academy. Su Yun pointed to the medical examination report beside her and said softly, There's nothing wrong with your body. You just had a little shock, and you haven't eaten for several days. At this point, she changed the subject, and there was a hint of imperceptible tension in her expression. Commander Lin, there aren't any contracted mecha escorts yet, right? She pointed at the row of beautiful women. These are our academy's finest teachers and students. Seeing Lin Fan didn't respond, Su Yun's smile froze, and she bit her lip. The next second, she bent down sharply and bowed deeply. I beg you, in consideration of teacher Bai Mingji saving you, could you please give us a spot on a regular contract? Although there are only 2 S-class machines here, but please. Please! The women behind her also bowed 90 degrees in unison, the scene awe-inspiring. Lin Fan's face was filled with questions, his mind filled with confusion. What was going on? He had just narrowly escaped death, so why was such a grand ceremony necessary? The dean, along with a group of teachers and students, was paying him such respects? Are all the men in this world extinct? And why does this so-called ordinary contract not sound like a soul contract? Countless questions flashed through his mind. However, recalling his previous experience, he realized that he should indeed have a mecha girl bodyguard. He scanned the group. Most of them had similar attributes, with A-class being the majority. The only one marked as S-Class was the short woman at the front of the line. But Su-Yun had clearly mentioned that there were 2 S-Class mechas? Lin Fan's gaze finally fell back on Su-Yun, his expression slightly stiff. Name, Su-Yun, age 36, unit, Tower Defense Type S, Upgrade 0/30, Comprehensive Combat Power, Sentry Tower, 51, Exoskeleton, 85, Mecha, Contract opened, Equipped weapons, Heavy machine gun, mortar, Standard shield, Secret information, has a violent driving mode. In this state the commander gains plus 30% operational experience. Lin Fan's heart fluttered, but he quickly made up his mind. He gently cleared his throat. Ahem! The ward fell into a dead silence, and all the intense gazes fell on Lin Fan. He raised his hand and pointed at a figure in the corner. Dean Su, you don't have to be so polite. My soul contract quota will be given to Teacher Bai. After all, she saved me. Soul contract? Su-Yun's eyes widened instantly, and she shouted out in disbelief. The beauties behind him seemed to be petrified. The anticipation on their faces froze instantly, then turned to shock, and finally to deep jealousy and disappointment. Oh my God! It's a soul contract. For Teacher Bai? She's only a B-class machine. Commander Lin. I'm a breeding type, so I'm the most compatible with the cockpit. Commander Lin. I'm a reconnaissance type. Commander Lin. Shut up! Su-Yun shouted angrily. She swayed slightly, forcibly suppressing the noise of the women, and bowing deeply again. Her voice trembled slightly. Lin. Commander Lin, then we will not disturb you anymore. She turned to look at Bai Mingji, her tone almost incoherent. Bai. Teacher Bai, quickly thank Commander Lin. No, thank your master. Everyone except Teacher Bai, leave immediately. The ward area is under maximum martial law. Anyone who trespasses will be treated as a traitor. The beauties, all with complicated expressions, retreated like a tide, and the ward instantly fell silent, leaving Bai Mingji standing there in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Fan's voice rang softly. Teacher Bai? Bai Mingji shuddered. Lin Ji. Master. She seemed to have just woken up from a dream, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'll go tidy it up. This way it will be more compatible. She rushed into the private bathroom like a frightened deer. Half an hour later, a refreshed Bai Mingji walked to the bedside, her cheeks flushed, her eyes remarkably devout. She took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and extended a slightly trembling hand. Master, my unit is only B rank. A normal contract will suffice. Lin Fan didn't respond, simply grasping the cool, delicate hand. The quality of the machine? That might be the metric others were most concerned about. But Lin Fan only cared about the machine's hidden attributes. Buzz! A surge of warmth suddenly washed over Lin Fan from the point where their palms clasped. At the same time, the image of a streamlined silver motorcycle surfaced in his mind. Curiously, he reached out to touch the body of the motorcycle. He didn't feel the coldness, but instead saw the mecha mode option next to it. Ultimately, he decisively chose Soul Contract. Boom! Lin Fan's perspective instantly shifted to a soft cockpit. Before he could react, a thick liquid slowly seeped out from the surroundings. Master, don't be nervous. This is the cockpit's buffer. Bai Mingji's voice trembled with a hint of shyness. During combat, there will be strong shock waves. This can absorb shock waves and protect your body. It is also a medium for absorbing your energy, allowing me to maintain my armor form longer. Lin Fan then realized that the buffer had no effect on his movements. He tried pressing the start switch next to him. Ugh! Outside, Bai Mingji's body suddenly arched up, screaming in pain. Her silver hair moved without a breeze, and a terrifying energy wave swept across the ward. Lin Fan felt a strong pull on his body, a certain energy being frantically drained away. He tried to resist, but ultimately chose to let go completely. Operational experience +1. +1. 5 minutes later. Lin Fan withdrew from the contract and looked at Bai Mingji, who had collapsed to the ground. Name, Bai Mingji, Mech, Assault Type B+, upgraded 1/3, Comprehensive Combat Power, Motorcycle Mode, 2550, Exoskeleton Mode, 60, Glazed Armor Mode, 150300, Energy, Mech's independent kinetic energy storage for 30 minutes, status, soul contract, loyalty 100%, driving mode combat power bonus 100%. Teacher Bai? Are you okay? Lin Fan asked tentatively. Bai Mingji tried her best to steady her breathing. Master, call me Mingji. I'm fine. I just have an extra energy in my body. She licked her cracked lips, her eyes filled with fanaticism and admiration. Master, can you perform the mecha matching mode again? The energy isn't full yet. The second interaction with the mecha was several times more intense than the previous one. After a full 30 minutes, Lin Fan, panting heavily, finally completed guiding the surging energy torrent and slowly exited the control channel. He gently caressed Bai Mingji in his arms, then his gaze fell on his stats panel. Operation level, LV0, 35/50ths. A smile curled up Lin Fan's lips. So, this is how you gain operation experience. He looked down at Bai Mingji. Mingji, I'll give you another 100 million energy points. Bai Mingji was still dazed at the moment, but she suddenly woke up after hearing these words. She waved her hands repeatedly, her voice tearful. Ugh! Master, I can't do this. The energy storage is full. The mecha core is about to overload. It's going to break. But Lin Fan ignored all this, completely ignoring it. He pushed his mind forward once again. He had finally reached the upgrade threshold. Today, at level 1, he had to break through no matter what. The new feature was about to be unlocked. Buzz! Ah! Bai Mingji screamed, and the energy transmission channel suddenly tightened. Congratulations to the host's operation level increased to LV18/100, combat power 46 unlock basic mecha operation, the pilot's combat power plus 10. The mall is now open, and you can exchange items with Wild Point's first upgrade reward. Assault type exclusive combat skill Explosive Flash has been issued. Explosive Flash, status skill, all attributes plus 50 for a short period of time, attacks with explosive damage effect. I don't know how much time passed. Bai Mingji hummed softly with satisfaction. She rolled over lazily, a hint of inexplicable satisfaction still lingering on her rosy cheeks. Seeing Lin Fan's figure, her eyes instantly softened like spring water, and she immediately clung to him like a koala. Master, I really enjoyed it just now. She blinked, a hint of doubt in her eyes. But haven't you received any systematic commander training? You seemed so clumsy in your operation. Lin Fan's cheeks flushed. He could still manage Chinese, math, and English, but if Bai Mingji hadn't been there to guide him, even maintaining basic balance, let alone mastering the challenging mecha controls, would have left him sweating profusely. Let's not talk about that for now. Let me install a big treasure for you first. Without waiting for Bai Mingji to react, Lin Fan's palms slowly reached into the operating module. Explosion of energy. Transmission. Ah! Bai Mingji's delicate body trembled violently, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. This is a combat technique? After signing the soul contract, even without the aid of the scanner, she could clearly feel the surge in her combat power. And now, even rare combat skills. She reluctantly stood up and whispered, Master, I'll get you some food. Eat a little. Lin Fan smiled and stretched. No, we'll go together later. Before that, I have some questions to ask you. With the 100% loyalty guarantee in the soul contract, Lin Fan knew that he must now obtain more valuable information from Bai Mingji. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Lin Fan finally changed his clothes and led the radiant Bai Mingji out through the door. Teacher Bai! Commander Lin! The moment Su Yun saw the door open, she lost her usual composure and leaped straight from the first floor up. She grabbed Bai Mingji's arm and said, Teacher Bai, what took so long? Did the soul contract fail? The blush on Bai Mingji's face hadn't faded yet, but her eyes were filled with pride and shyness. Dean, it worked! Very, very successfully! It's just that Master. She glanced at Lin Fan. Hasn't received any systematic commander training, so it took a while to get used to it. Never learned anything? Su Yun was stunned, then her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Great! No, I mean, Commander Lin, join the IS Academy. I'll definitely get you the highest level of benefits. Lin Fan was about to speak when a teacher stumbled over. Dean! The freshman combat area has been attacked by an A-level wild beast. Su Yun's expression suddenly became serious, and he cast his gaze westward. Notify the available commander and contact the rescue team. The rescue team has already set off immediately, but Lin Fan instantly grasped crucial information. According to Bai Mingji, the Academy's main combat mechas were currently working their way through the depths of the wilderness, earning credits. The rescue team, however, were merely ordinary mecha girls equipped with rocket launchers, completely vulnerable to the A-rank Desolate Beasts. A-rank Desolate Beasts require at least an S-rank auxiliary mecha to contend with, and they can also cause serious damage to the mecha, naturally leading to the current dilemma. However, isn't this a good opportunity to test Bai Mingji's combat prowess? Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned to look at Bai Mingji beside him. Mingji, take me over to have a look. Commander Lin, no! Teacher Bai is only a B-class machine. Su Yun quickly spoke up to stop him. Yes, master! Bai Mingji didn't hesitate at all. Buzz! An even more dazzling silver light burst forth, and a heavy motorcycle, its body faintly gleaming with energy patterns, instantly appeared, enveloping Lin Fan. The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, and the motorcycle transformed into a streak of silver lightning, speeding away at a starting speed of 200 yards. Is that Mr. Bai's heavy machine form? Su Yun subconsciously raised the scanner on her wrist and pointed it in the direction of the disappearing silver light. On the scanner screen, the combat power value jumped wildly: 5, 10, 20, 42, 51. Finally, it settled on a number that made her pupils tremble violently. How can it be so high? No! A-level? Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away, the new combat zone had already become a bloody slaughterhouse. The cries and pleas for help mingled in a shimmering, numbing cacophony. Blood had already stained the scorched earth red, and broken mechanical limbs lay scattered across the ground like violently torn toys. Several new mecha girls had already collapsed on the ground in fear, pale golden lubricating oil gushing out from the cracks in their armor. Even more panicked trainees bumped into each other, falling heavily to the ground unconscious. Several 4-meter-tall steel rhinos were trampling and charging recklessly. Their crimson eyes locked onto their target, their thick horns capable of easily piercing and shredding any mecha girl's body. Everyone, scatter! Run! Don't look back! Xiao Shifu's roar echoed through the car's speakers, echoing across the battlefield. She had transformed into a transport vehicle, the machine guns on top of the vehicle blasting out flames. Da-da-da-da! Bullets rained down on the leading rhino's shoulder armor, but only a few sparks flew. She could only desperately shoot at its eyes, trying to disrupt the vision of these killing machines. Jiao Jiao! Wait for me! I can't run anymore! A mecha girl stretched out her hand in despair, but her companion had already disappeared. Shifei! Xiao Xiaofu rushed forward with the engine roaring. Teacher Xiao! Help! Ugh! Puff! The blood-red rhino horn instantly pierced Wang Shifei's back. The giant rhino swung its head and bit her, snapping her in half with a loud crack. No! In just 10 minutes, the radar signals of hundreds of students had been extinguished by most. She was about to turn the car around to rescue another terrified student when she saw a blood-red rhino horn rapidly approaching in the rearview mirror. It's dead! Xiao Xiaofu closed her eyes in despair. Boom, boom, boom! The explosion was deafening, and thick smoke and dust instantly engulfed the ferocious A-rank giant rhino. Over a dozen dark shadows roared from the direction of the academy, accompanied by the roar of rocket launchers. Exoskeleton mecha girls, all carrying bazookas, launched a fierce bombardment at the 5 wild beasts. Everyone, retreat immediately! An order came over the same radio channel. It's the rescue team! We're saved! Teacher Xiao, let's go! Shouts of survivors rang out from the transport vehicle. Xiao Shifu slammed her foot down and was about to turn the car around when suddenly, a thick black lightning bolt shot out from the smoke and accurately struck the rescue mech in midair. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as the 2 mecha girls, unable to dodge in time, were instantly reduced to charcoal and plummeted from the sky. The smoke was dispersed by the violent air currents, and the A-rank iron giant rhino swung its massive head, its eyes blazing with a blinding red light. Roar! It rose to its feet, its massive alloy hoofs stomping fiercely into the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded, sending the transport vehicle Xiao Xiaofu was driven flying like a toy, tumbling to the ground. Help! Teacher Xiao! Hurry! I'm dying! The car was filled with cries and shouts. At this critical moment, a streak of silver light ripped through the air, suddenly reaching the edge of the battlefield. Lin Fan, we've arrived! With Bai Mingji's utmost coordination, he arrived at the scene in just 8 minutes. Master, 1A rank giant rhino for B rank ones. Bai Mingji's voice reached his ears clearly. Lin Fan's gaze locked onto his target. Iron giant rhino, rank A-, combat power 220, weak abdominal armor, attack modes, ram, trample, death ray. A few hundred meters passed in an instant. With terrifying kinetic energy, the rear wheel of the heavy motorcycle swung in an exaggerated bunny hop, slamming into the giant rhino's massive alloy face. Bang! The dull blow tilted the giant rhino's head slightly. Meng Ji! Start the mecha and beat it up! Lin Fan roared. A dazzling silver light erupted from the heavy machine in midair. A 10-meter-tall, humanoid mecha, its entire body gleaming with the sheen of glass, landed heavily with a dazzling backflip. The ground shook violently. Even the car Xiao Xiaofu had just straightened was shaken and jumped up. Teacher Bai! You signed a contract! Xiao Xiaofu's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Who is in charge? But Lin Fan ignored him. He controlled the mecha and with a backhand drew the Type 73 long sword from his back. He casually swung it twice, the sound of it piercing the air sharp and piercing. TSK, a little short, and too light. Lin Fan complained with a hint of disdain, but he didn't stop. Amid the roar of the mecha's engines, he grasped the blade with both hands, transforming into a streak of silver lightning as he slashed directly at the connection between the armor plates on the rhino's waist. Clang! Snap! With a crisp sound, half of the blade spun high into the air. Inside the cockpit, Lin Fan gazed at the shadowy, half-broken hilt in his hand, and fell silent for a fraction of a second. Bai Mingji's weak, tearful voice echoed. Master! Master! I'm sorry. I usually use this knife with my exoskeleton. I'm fine with it. Roar! The giant rhino's fatal collision was imminent. Master, be careful! Bai Mingji screamed. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, using the half-handle of his sword as a hidden weapon to smash into the giant rhino's eyes. The mecha then followed with an extreme sideways slide, barely avoiding the fatal collision. Dare to confront me? I'll give you a chance! Lin Fan's eyes flashed fiercely. Boom! The engine power instantly surged, and the ground beneath the mecha exploded. As everyone watched in horror, the glazed mecha transformed into a beam of light and landed precisely in front of the giant rhino. The mecha's palm suddenly grasped the giant rhino's hard alloy horn. Roar! The giant rhino seemed stunned. For the first time, its bull-like eyes clearly reflected the terrifying mecha. I'm yelling at you, sixth uncle! Lin Fan's roar echoed through the mecha's external speakers, resonating throughout the battlefield. The next moment, the mecha's waist and leg engines unleashed their maximum torque. A standard shoulder throw. The nearly 20-ton steel rhino, its massive, mountain-like form, was lifted from the ground by Lin Fan's powerful swing. Give it to me! Smash it! The earth shook, smoke and dust billowed into the sky. The giant rhino smashed into the ground like a broken sack, embedding itself deeply into a huge crater. This fall completely exposed its most vulnerable armor, its abdomen, to the air. Now! Lin Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The glazed mech brought its arms together like blades, energy highly compressed at its fingertips. Rip! The alloy hand blade pierced the giant rhino's white armor without resistance, piercing deep into it. Die! Lin Fan controlled the mecha and yanked it hard. With a crashing sound, handfuls of sparking parts were forcibly torn out of the giant rhino's abdomen and thrown to the ground like garbage. Roar! Ooh! The giant rhino's massive body convulsed violently several times before collapsing, completely silent. Successfully killed the A-rank wild beast, the iron giant rhino. Gained wild beast points 5100. This notification sound was audible only to Lin Fan. All the mecha girls stared at this scene in shock. Oh, holy shit! Someone cursed. The next moment, all the mecha girls erupted in thunderous cheers. Teacher Bai is so strong! Goddess! Haha, this is too cool! Tearing an A-rank wild beast apart with bare hands, who would believe this? Not even novels dare to write about it. The teachers at the academy are so fierce? Isn't IS a third-rate war girl academy? Lin Fan didn't even glance at the pile of scrap metal. His glazed mech spun around, his gaze fixed on the 4 remaining, terrified B-rank rhinos. You little bastards, it's your turn! At the same time, in the IS Academy's monitoring room, in front of the combat zone radar, the A-level red dots had disappeared, and the B-level red dots also went out one by one. Finally, only a lone mecha energy response remained. Su Yun's hands trembled as she clutched Bai Mingji's information. Ever since Lin Fan's admission, she'd had the medical team secretly test his energy activity, and it was high level. Normally, a soul contract combined with high-level activity would only increase a mecha girl's combat power by 75 at most. But Bai Mingji's improvement was over 100. And then there were the mecha upgrades. Did she use an evolutionary core, but how could such a thing possibly exist in the Zhejiang mountain area? Lin Fan, who are you? Su Yun was still recovering from the shock. Suddenly, a faint blue dot of light suddenly appeared on the edge of the radar, rapidly approaching the battlefield. Blue, blue! Su Yun's voice suddenly split. Apostle of the Abyss! She practically screamed as she connected to Bai Mingji's communication. Teacher Bai! Take Commander Lin and evacuate immediately! Quick! Gun smoke still hung over the battle zone, and the air was thick with the smell of burnt metal. The moment Bai Mingji issued the warning, the mecha girls, like frightened hares, abandoned the carcasses of the wild beasts and retreated without even a glance back. On the empty battlefield, only a single mech, gleaming like glass, stood upright, towering over the surroundings like a god of war. Lin Fan's voice rang out from within the mech. Mingji, what is that abyssal apostle? Bai Mingji's voice trembled slightly. Master, I've only seen them briefly in textbooks. They have bizarre forms and a terrifying rate of evolution. If they weren't more interested in wild beasts, Blue Water Planet would have been lost long ago. Moreover, their combat power is several times greater than that of wild beasts of the same level. It is said that the strongest ones can even transform into human form and have equivalent intelligence. Before he finished speaking, dust flew up in the distance in Lin Fan's vision, and a sudden roar was heard. With the vibration, a giant metal spider, weighing 100 tons, suddenly leaped out at astonishing speed. It instantly pounced on the corpse of a nearby mechanical rhino, its massive jaws opening as if it were biting tofu, easily shattering the thick armor. A prompt popped up on the panel. Spider Apostle, level, A-level, combat power, 420. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. 420 combat power? More than twice that of the Iron Rhino. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead of burning desire wild value, this was all he saw. Normally, Bai Mingji would double the reward for killing an A-rank wild beast to 100 wild points. Those tempting blueprints and powerful combat skills in the system mall were all priced astronomically. This guy in front of me looked like a piece of fat meat, no matter how I looked at him. Mingji, activate explosive flash mode. Understood, Master. Bai Mingji's tone became excited, her previous fear having long been dispelled by Lin Fan's determination. The next second, a dazzling crimson energy wave erupted from the entire body of the glazed mech, as if it were covered in a layer of burning blood flames. The combat power data on the system panel also skyrocketed, soaring from 330 to 495. Lin Fan curled his lips. Not bad, 50% explosive bonus, quite interesting. Mingji, let's do it! The thrusters on the back of the glazed mech suddenly fired, and a huge tail flame cut through the air, instantly sending Lin Fan to the side of the Spider Apostle. He did not use any weapons, but instead controlled the mech's huge mechanical arm to firmly grasp one of the spider's metal legs. Get up! Lin Fan roared, and the mecha swung the massive monster around with all its might, spinning it like a giant spinning top. The speed of the spin increased, and the spider's leg bones finally gave way, snapping with a resounding sound as they were torn apart. The Abyss Apostle, losing his balance, was flung back like a broken sack, slamming heavily into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Fan sneered. Is that all you can do? The mecha fired again, and Lin Fan quickly followed. At that moment, the Spider Apostle, trapped in the pit, was like a crab out of control, its 7 legs flailing frantically, disoriented. It began spewing thick acid, corroding the ground into pits and filling the air with a pungent odor. Unfortunately, in Lin Fan's eyes, this struggle posed no threat at all. "I'm still missing a handy weapon," Lin Fan muttered to himself. He controlled the mech, charging forward, and leaped into the air. "Meng Ji, focus all your energy on your right leg." "Yes, sir." In an instant, the mech's right leg was completely enveloped in crimson energy, and like a force to shatter the heavens, it stomped down fiercely at the spider apostle. "Die!" A resounding roar echoed, shaking the entire battlefield. The spider's shell cracked like porcelain, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread across its body. Then, a muffled thud, boom! The entire spider exploded on the spot, disintegrating into a sky full of flying metal fragments. The scene was extremely shocking. When the smoke cleared, a dark, glowing piece of metal tumbled to the ground. It was about the size of a basketball, emitting a deep, shimmering luster. Lin Fan deactivated his mecha, trotted over, and picked up the metal, his face filled with satisfaction. Killed an A-rank apostle, wild points plus 400-800, obtained rare material, 35 kilograms of obsidian alloy. "I've made a fortune." He waved happily at Meng Ji while holding the metal block. "Meng Ji, can you take this thing?" Meng Ji trotted over and handed over a ring-like space device. "Master, this is a dimensional ring. The space is not very large." But the next second, she froze. Such a large piece of obsidian alloy?" Lin Fan observed her exaggerated expression and teased. "Pay attention to your image. Girls opening their mouths too wide can easily lead to misunderstandings." Joking aside, he noticed that his experience points were increasing unusually slowly. "Strange, why are the experience points so low?" Lin Fan frowned. Logically speaking, such a strong battle should have yielded considerable gains, but the increase was pitifully small. At this moment, Suyun called in, her tone urgent. "Why did you deactivate your mecha?" Hold on for another minute, Commander Wang will be here soon," Bai Mingji replied calmly. "Dean, the Apostle of the Abyss has been killed." "What? You said he was killed?" "Yes, if you are in the monitoring room, the radar will show it soon." "Okay, that's great, we must protect Commander Lin. Villa number 1 of the Academy is still vacant, we can arrange for him to stay there." After the call was disconnected, Su-Yun rushed to the radar screen, staring intently at the last blue dot. Her heart seemed to beat in unison with the flickering light. Beep! With a beep, the blue dot disappeared, signaling the Apostle's signal had completely ended. "Is it over?" She quickly dialed another number. "Dean Wang, the Apostle has retreated, mission accomplished." "Yes, the credits will be assigned to Wang Mang, sorry for the trouble." After hanging up, she breathed a sigh of relief. As the Dean of IS Academy, she understood the significance of Lin Fan's potential. A gifted individual capable of killing an A-rank abyssal apostle at the same level must be firmly bound to the Academy. She even saw the future. IS Academy had the potential to rank among the top 3 in the region. Lin Fan was still young, with endless potential. However, at this thought, her eyes suddenly dimmed. In the empty monitoring room, she whispered to herself, "Why didn't he choose me in the first place?" Lin Fan drove his incredibly impressive heavy motorcycle slowly into the IS Academy's main campus. This time, he didn't rush as fast as he had when he first set out. Instead, he leisurely entered this high-tech world after the energy gate opened. The scene that greeted my eyes didn't resemble a traditional college, but rather a futuristic steel metropolis. Skyscrapers rose in rows, reaching up into the sky as if piercing the heavens. A giant holographic advertisement floated in the air, constantly flashing promotional images of mecha components and mechagirl models, drawing the eye. Mechagirls streamed along the streets and through the skywalks, as if this were their own private paradise. Just as Lin Fan was still immersed in the visual impact of the futuristic city, Bai Mingji switched back to her girlish form and reminded him with a smile. "Master, we're home! Welcome to the main campus of IS Academy." As she introduced herself, she pointed to the milky white circular building in the distance. "That's the online arena. Except there and in very rare emergency situations, subsequent deployments are not allowed elsewhere." She pointed to the tallest and shiniest tower in the city center and said, "That's the Nirvana Tower. The Dean's office, the command center, and the core facilities are all concentrated there." Lin Fan walked slowly forward, looking left and right, like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city for the first time, his eyes full of novelty and curiosity. This scene was even more shocking than any VR game he'd ever played. But he soon realized something was amiss. He slowed down the car, glanced around, and his confusion grew. Why were there only girls on the street? Whether it was passers-by, the upstairs balconies, or the figures walking in the corridors, they were all female mecha girls. They walked in groups or alone, and from time to time they cast curious glances in Lin Fan's direction, and some even whispered about him. Occasionally, a few boys would be seen, but they were always surrounded by a large group of robot girls as guards, making the scene quite exaggerated. Lin Fan couldn't help but tilt his head and whispered to Bai Mingji, "Are boys so rare in our academy?" Bai Mingji answered seriously, "Master, men are already very scarce on planet Aquamarine. Furthermore, only breeding mechas can reproduce, so male resources are extremely valuable." She deliberately lowered her voice and leaned close to Lin Fan's ear to continue. "Given the scale of our academy, being able to recruit over 100 commanders is already the result of Dean Su's utmost effort." Lin Fan's mouth twitched as he listened. Looking at the thousands of mecha girls around him, he couldn't help but think, "This is simply the legendary Super Harem Academy." Lin Fan, led by Bai Mingji, journeyed through the steel jungle until the setting sun cast a golden-red glow over the entire city. Finally, they arrived at a residential area surrounded by greenery. This area stood in stark contrast to the metallic city they had been in, like two completely different worlds. Finally, the two stopped in front of a single-family villa with the house number 01. Behind the villa was a lush bamboo forest, and in front of it faced a sparkling artificial lake. The environment was quiet and elegant. The oversized floor-to-ceiling windows cover almost the entire wall, comparable to an IMAX screen. There is also a private helipad and a huge mecha hangar next to it, which is astonishingly grand. Bai Mingji said proudly, "Master, this is Villa number 1 that Dean Su specially prepared for you. In the past, only top professors or federal VIPs were qualified to live here." Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the luxury inside. The 3-story space, nearly 1,000 square meters, was decorated with the utmost luxury, and the smart home system operated silently, exuding a sense of luxury everywhere. The huge living room seemed to be prepared for a dance party, and the staircase was wide enough for more than a dozen people to pass side by side. The panoramic view of the lake from the floor-to-ceiling windows was refreshing. Lin Fan plopped down on the sofa, his body instantly sinking into it. He sighed. "'Tis corruption, too much corruption." Then he closed his eyes contentedly. "But I like it." Just as he was enjoying himself, the doorbell suddenly rang. Bai Mingji hurried to open the door. Standing outside was none other than the dean of the IS Academy, Suyun. She was wearing a smart dark uniform, with exquisite makeup and outstanding temperament. But the look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan was filled with not only shock but also an unconcealable eagerness. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb your rest," Suyun said in a particularly gentle tone. "Are you satisfied with this villa?" Lin Fan immediately sat up and politely replied, "Dean, you're so kind. I'm truly flattered by this treatment." Suyun smiled and nodded. At Lin Fan's gesture, she sat down across from him and got straight to the point. "Today's crisis in the combat zone is truly thanks to you and Teacher Bai." She paused, then said solemnly, "Student Lin, on behalf of IS College, I formally invite you to join us and become a core member of the college." As she spoke, she stretched out her fingers and listed the conditions that the college was willing to offer to Lin Fan. "First, you have priority access to all top-quality materials in the Academy's treasury. Anything you need will be provided without any objection. Second, all access to the Nirvana Tower is open to you, available 24/7. Third, all Mecha Girls files are available to you, including their mecha parameters and potential data, allowing you to easily form your own personal escort team. Fourth, I will personally serve as your exclusive consultant, on call around the clock, ready to serve you at any time, no matter what." With each sentence she said, Bai Mingji's expression became more excited, and in the end she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Lin Fan's heart was filled with joy, but his face remained pensive, feigning hesitation. "Dean, you're too kind to me. Now that I'm here, I naturally consider myself a member of the Academy." He patted his chest. I'll repay the Academy the way they've treated me. Su-Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, her smile softening. Mr. Lin, I'm relieved to hear you say that. After the two chatted for a while, Su-Yun took out a gold card and bracelet and placed them on the coffee table. This is your permission card. The information on the bracelet has been updated. Teacher Bai knows how to use it. Teacher Bai, your other tasks will be taken over by others. Your primary responsibility now is to take good care of your master. Understood. Dean! Bai Mingji immediately stood at attention. After seeing Su-Yun off and the door closing, Lin Fan's true form was immediately revealed. He slumped back onto the sofa, a smug smile plastered across his face. Bai Mingji's eyes were full of stars. Master! You are so amazing! This treatment is unprecedented! She danced with excitement. I can't help showing off. Then she slapped her forehead as if remembering something. Oh right, I have to hurry and prepare dinner for you. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. Calm down, there are plenty of things like this. He said nothing more, but quietly opened his own system store, a sharp glint in his eyes. The Academy resources are secured. Now there's only one thing left, the wasteland value, waiting for me to harvest it. Late at night, Lin Fan lay in bed, his stomach bloated and uncomfortable. He practically collapsed on the mattress, his eyes vacant as he stared at the starlight projections overhead. Beside him, Bai Mingji was half kneeling, her fingers deftly rubbing his stomach, as if to soothe him. She asked softly, Master, is this massage comfortable? Her tone was as light as the wind. The light was dim, and she was wearing a tight skirt. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her cheeks were slightly flushed with shame. Lin Fan glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look again, and her movements became more gentle. Lin Fan felt a little helpless. What's going on in this atmosphere? Why is it a bit hot? He pulled at his collar to let some air in and casually ordered. Yes, turn off the lights. Yes, master. Friendly reminder, there are thousands of roads, but you must be disciplined when driving. An electronic sound suddenly rang out. Shut up! Lin Fan and Bai Mingji shouted almost in unison. The moment the lights went out, the entire bedroom fell silent, and darkness enveloped him like water. The next day, sunlight slanted in through the gaps in the curtains, causing Lin Fan to frown slightly. He had just opened his eyes when he heard the door open softly. Bai Mingji pushed the door open and walked in, cup of coffee in hand and wearing only an exaggeratedly short apron. She smiled and said, Master, are you awake? Lunch will have to wait a while, so have some coffee first. Lin Fan took the coffee, took a sip, and the aftertaste of sweetness and bitterness in his mouth calmed him down a little. Bai Mingji turned and left, her apron fluttering gently, revealing her smooth back. What made Lin Fan laugh even more was that the faint pink fabric that was visible was not hiding anything at all. Lin Fan nearly choked on his second sip of coffee and quickly covered his mouth, watching her walk out the door with a complicated expression. He shook his head and muttered softly, Is this woman trying to flirt with me on purpose? He glanced down at the black metal ring on his wrist. It was a smart bracelet issued by the IS Academy. It not only communicated but also had a 50 cubic meter storage capacity. Lin Fan tapped his fingertips, and a holographic projection popped up. He opened the icon and saw rows of information on weapons and equipment, standard combat swords, energy wristbands, alloy round shields, everything. But he curled his lips, looking uninterested. With a thought, he called up a more advanced system panel. Particle annihilation cannons, dark matter sniper rifles, force field shields. Each one looked incredibly cool. He tooted, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. These are the real stuff, but unfortunately I can't afford them. Although the blueprints were good, they required wild points to redeem them. Lin Fan had all the skills but no wild points to spare. If he had enough wild points, he would have opened an equipment manufacturing plant long ago, and wouldn't have bothered with this. Just as he was about to close the interface, a new icon suddenly popped up. Federal Materials Library? Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on it. As the interface unfolded, a variety of rare materials were clearly visible: titanium alloy ceramics, void crystals, and S-grade crystal cores, all filed down by category. He sat up in excitement, quickly opening the blueprints he'd collected to confirm his needs. AEX-01 Judgment Sword Combat Backpack Components, priced at 900 wild values. NIM Alloy Gamma, available. S-Rank Wild Beast Core, also available. Void Crystal 5, also available. High Energy Module 100 units, everything. Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. God is so kind to me. Isn't it all complete now? He threw on his clothes excitedly and rushed downstairs like the wind, his face full of, "I'm going to grab the benefits." Bai Mingji popped out of the kitchen holding a spatula. "Master, the meal will be ready soon, you eat. I have to go out for something urgent." Lin Fan's voice floated from outside the door, but the person had disappeared. He fought his way to the Nirvana Tower, where the elevator stopped on the 29th floor. As the door opened, Lin Fan saw a young man in black clothes and short hair pacing in front of the door, sighing from time to time, looking very troubled. Lin Fan casually asked, "Is the door broken?" The other person was startled, then turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you new here? First time here? My name is Lu Ming. It's not that the door is broken, it's that the administrator probably got the lubricant stuck again. I've been waiting for 2 hours." At the end of his speech, he punched the alloy door. "So annoying! The person outside, please do not damage public facilities, otherwise the Federation will punish you." The access control system issued a cold warning. Lin Fan was stunned. Isn't this too strict? Too lazy to wait, he simply pulled a gold card from his pocket and pressed it against the sensor. Ding ding. Identity verified. Commander Lin, the highest authority holder in the IS, welcomes you. As the electronic chime faded, the door quietly opened, revealing a deep metal passage. Lin Fan shrugged at Lu Ming and walked in without looking back. Lu Ming's eyes widened, his mouth almost unable to close. The highest authority? Besides the enigmatic dean, who else could have such privileges? Even the dean's own son couldn't necessarily swipe his card to enter the Federal Materials Vault. He quickly ducked in before the door closed completely. At the end of the corridor, the administrator, a machine girl in a Federation uniform, was boredly peeling her fingernails. Without even looking up, she asked, "What are you doing here? Do you have the order number and approval documents ready?" Lu Ming hurried forward and placed the stamped documents on the table. "Senior, please, I need titanium flame alloy urgently." The robot girl glanced at it and said calmly, "Wait, the robot arm is under maintenance and will be ready for use in half an hour." Lu Ming collapsed on the spot. "I've been waiting for 3 hours." At this moment, Lin Fan walked forward slowly, flicked his fingers, and slammed the gold card onto the table. With a crisp snap, the machine girl frowned and was about to lose her temper, but when she saw the color of the card, she suddenly stood up as if she had been shocked. Her expression drastically changed. She immediately bent down, picked up the card, and scurried over to Lin Fan, her face full of flattery. "Hello, Commander Lin! You're finally here. The Dean specifically instructed that any requests you have must be met immediately by our materials library. How about adding my number? If you need materials in the future, I'll have them delivered directly to you." Lu Ming stood nearby, his face vacant, like a frozen program. He'd been to the materials warehouse countless times, but this was the first time he'd seen the administrator smile so sweetly. Lin Fan calmly named the material. 100 kilograms of NIM alloy gamma S grade. As soon as he finished speaking, the warehouse's robotics manager responded instantly, returning to the console like lightning, her fingers dancing across the control panel. A sudden roar echoed from the console, and the robotic arm sprang into action, frantically grabbing and moving materials from the warehouse. Lin Fan casually tapped the table, curled his lips at the motionless Lu Ming beside him, and said lazily, "By the way, take out his piece of titanium flame alloy as well, so that this guy won't bang on the door and make a fuss later. It's quite noisy." The administrator immediately understood, smiling warmly and politely, but his actions didn't slow down at all. "Okay, student, please wait a moment. Your titanium flame alloy will be ready soon." 3 minutes later, Lu Ming, clutching the coveted metal block, stood motionless at the doorway, as still as a log. He watched Lin Fan store the material box in his dimensional ring, and then stroll leisurely toward the elevator. Lu Ming glanced down at the titanium alloy in his arms, his mind pounding with only one thought. Who the hell is this guy? Lin Fan trotted back to his villa, completely ignoring the scrutinizing glances along the way. His heart was beating fast, because the sword-fighting backpack he was about to build was what truly excited him. He pushed open the door of the villa's mecha hangar and shouted excitedly, "Meng-Ji! Come out to work!" After that, he poured the materials onto the workbench, like a child waiting to open a present. Bai Ming-Ji heard the noise and ran over. Her face flushed red upon seeing the pile of rare materials. Master, these materials can only be forged by a specialized engineering-type mecha girl. I'm only an assault type, the kind used for fighting." Lin Fan didn't reply, instead pulling out the blueprint for the AEX-01 Judgment Sword Combat Backpack. He flipped through the blueprint, scratching his head. "How do I even make this thing?" Before he could finish his words, the familiar system notification chime sounded. "Drawings confirmed, materials meet requirements, manufacturing process commencing. Estimated time, 3 minutes." As soon as the words fell, the blueprint immediately shot out a series of energy beams, enveloping all the materials. What happened next almost made Bai Ming-Ji drop her jaw. Those hard alloys actually began to melt under the beams. The materials seemed to transform into butter, rapidly deforming and melting, then condensing into the vague outline of a giant sword. 3 minutes later, all the light instantly dissipated, and a silver-white sword-shaped backpack hovered in midair, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. The temperature of the entire mecha hangar seemed to drop with it. Bai Ming-Ji couldn't help swallowing. Is this a weapon? AEX-01 Judgment Sword Combat Backpack. Manufacturing completed. Level, S-grade. Quality, perfect. Please specify the compatible mecha girl. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the result, and he rubbed his hands together in laughter. "Ming-Ji, come on, try it!" Bai Ming-Ji took a deep breath, suppressed her shock, and then switched into her glazed armor form, standing firmly in front of the sword bag. With a humming sound, the backpack suddenly expanded, and an energy connection belt emerged from behind, precisely connecting to the port on her back. Neural connection successful, adaptation detection in progress. Adaptation, 98%, combat power bonus, 115. Bai Ming-Ji's body trembled slightly, and she felt a powerful force surge into her body. She quickly checked her weapon panel. 98%? This is impossible! She couldn't help but scream, and her voice echoed throughout the mecha hangar. Generally speaking, even if it's built by a top-tier engineering girl herself, the compatibility is only 70% to 80%. 98% compatibility? It's practically a miracle. Lin Fan was also extremely excited and immediately checked Bai Ming-Ji's new attributes. Name, Bai Ming-Ji. Uniform, glazed armor, combat power, 415. Equipped weapons, light machine gun, AEX-01 Judgment Sword, special skill, explosive flash, energy, sustainable combat for 90 minutes, special effect, plus 100% wild value gained after killing a wild beast. This backpack is not only suitable for the glass form, but can also be used in the exoskeleton state. Ming-Ji, come, draw your sword and see! Bai Ming-Ji nodded slightly, reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword, and pulled it hard. Clang! A giant sword radiating a faint blue arc ripped from her backpack, a cold light flashing everywhere. She locked onto the test target, fully activated the power system, and slashed fiercely. The half-meter-thick high-strength alloy pillar was instantly severed in half, the broken surface still glowing red. With a loud bang, the alloy block hit the ground, shaking it. Lin Fan looked at the scene before him, grinning from ear to ear, unable to help but laugh out loud. What a difference a day makes! From an ordinary mecha girl to someone capable of wielding a giant sword and splitting mountains and rocks, Bai Ming-Ji's upgrades were like a cheat. Lin Fan began to wonder, at this rate, could I really be the savior? He looked down at his attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level Almighty Commander. Unique, combat power, 6. Operation level, LV1, 69/100. Sole contract position, 1/1. Skills, operation enhancement, insight scan. Lin Fan looked at his experience bar with disdain. TSK, only 69 experience points. Regular commanders have multiple contract slots, but an SSR-level commander like me only has one. Isn't that a bit of a loss? As he thought about it, he began to plan. Later, he would contract a defensive mecha girl to stand guard in battle, while he himself stayed in the cockpit, sipping a drink and enjoying the scenery, while also grinding up his wildness points. Just thinking about this life made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. In fact, Lin Fan had also learned a lot of information when chatting with Meng Ji a few days ago. The essence of the War Girl Academy was actually more like a large frontline base, providing logistics and support for commanders. The key to a mecha girl's strength lies in the commander's ability to develop her, coupled with weapons, training, and the mecha's inherent qualities. A mecha girl's rank determines her minimum combat power, while her true upper limit depends on the commander's financial resources and wisdom. Not to mention, this area is in no short supply of wild beasts. For example, the horn of an A-rank iron giant rhino can fetch tens of thousands of Federation coins. And the materials for this Judgment Sword backpack, if calculated at market value, would cost at least $1 million. Thinking of this, Lin Fan recalled the numerous permissions Dean Su Yun had granted him. While it felt good to take advantage of them, he also knew that if he continued like this, even the best relationships wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of manipulation. He scratched his nose, a small sense of guilt rising in his heart. But the next moment, he saw Bai Mingji standing before him, her aura radiating. Her lightsaber gleamed with a cold gleam. On the attribute panel, the incredible effect of gain plus 100% after killing a desolate beast also glowed silently. Lin Fan instantly perked up again, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Bang, bang, bang! He patted Meng Ji's armored shoulder. Meng Ji, stop posing there. It's time to eat. After dinner, Lin Fan was in a good mood, humming a little tune as he leisurely walked out of the villa area with Bai Mingji. After a few steps, a few slovenly-looking guys on a bench on the roadside spotted them. One of the blonde guys, named Huang Tianyi, looked at Bai Mingji with unscrupulous eyes. His gaze was very frivolous. A lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, isn't this the famous teacher Bai from the academy? You have such a great figure, did you do something to her?" Huang Tianyi wasn't idle. He'd come today specifically to cause trouble for Lin Fan, just to give him a head start. Another henchman joined in the fun, jokingly saying, "Hey, if the contract position wasn't so valuable, who wouldn't want to try it? What a shame, a newcomer got away with it." He finished, then glanced at Lin Fan provocatively, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Huang Tianyi laughed even louder, and barked at Lin Fan. "Brother, take my advice and kill her. Wait until the 30-day cooldown is over and find someone stronger, otherwise you'll be doomed." The female mechas nearby couldn't help but smirk, their eyes filled with mockery and superiority. In their eyes, a commander contracting a B-rank mecha girl was a sheer waste of resources, and she was incredibly foolish. As for Bai Mingji's former status as a teacher? With the privileges of a commander, who would care? Wang Mang, sitting in the middle, folded his arms, watching the spectacle unfold before him, his face etched with pride. He admitted that Lin Fan's appearance was passable, but his brains weren't. He had originally had little interest in a B-class mecha like Bai Mingji, but seeing Lin Fan being publicly humiliated, his frustrations subsided considerably. The son of the vice dean, he was actually called a loser by his father in front of the entire hospital last night, all because of this Lin Fan. He couldn't swallow this. Listening to these taunts, the smile on Lin Fan's face had long since disappeared, and he looked at those people with cold eyes. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a trembling voice rang out. Commander Huang, don't go too far. This is the academy, and Teacher Bai is now a contracted mecha girl. You can't talk about her like that." Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a chubby little girl mustering up the courage to stand next to Bai Mingji, her face pale with fear. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Wasn't this one of the people who had saved him before? This girl looked weak, but she was quite brave. She dared to stand up even though she knew she was afraid. Huang Tianyi's face darkened and he pointed at the girl's nose and cursed. "Lu Wei? You, a waste from the rescue team, dare to speak too much? Believe it or not, I will make you disappear from the academy." Lin Fan said nothing, walked towards the bench with an expressionless face, at a leisurely pace. Huang Tianyi became even more arrogant when he saw that he didn't talk back. He raised his head and laughed wildly. "Kneel down and admit your mistake now if you know what's best for you. Kowtow, and forget about this matter today, otherwise dash." Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan's figure flashed, and the next second, a slap resounded through the air. Bang! Huang Tianyi was sent flying, spinning half a circle before landing hard on the concrete floor. His cheeks swelled up instantly, and several teeth, mixed with blood, fell to the ground. Only groans remained. "Commander Huang!" His female pilots reacted and rushed over to support him. Lu Wei covered her mouth in surprise, staring at Lin Fan's back in disbelief. Even the passers-by were stunned, the air frozen for a moment. He really did it? This commander, so decisive, is he crazy? Private fighting is forbidden in the academy. Lin Fan simply shook his wrist and muttered, "Tisk, how shameless! My hand's numb." He turned and walked back to Lu Wei. "Your name is Lu Wei? We're going to the deserted area. Do you want to come with us?" Lu Wei was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Go to the deserted area? Leave now? Commander Lin, you're in big trouble. Fighting in the academy is a serious crime. And Huang Tianyi has deep ties to the school, he won't let this go. Lin Fan, however, wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I have someone above me. Let's go. We're just in need of someone to collect materials. One more person will improve efficiency. Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice came from behind. Stop! You want to leave after hitting someone? Wang Meng, who had been silent the entire time, finally stood up. Although he wasn't tall, his muscles bulged, stretching his uniform tight and creating a rather oppressive feeling. He looked at Lin Fan sternly. Huang Tianyi was just joking, and you attacked him? This behavior is incredibly rude. I, Wang Meng, officially challenge you to a mecha duel. Lin Fan sneered, remaining silent. It was a typical posturing, lines he could even recite. He had long since realized that the SS class, short-skirted mecha girl behind Wang Meng was his true trump card. But with that little fighting power, he considered it nothing more than a child's play. A real fight would be pointless. Not interested. He turned away, not bothering to pay attention. Ha ha ha, you're a coward! Huang Tianyi struggled to his feet, pointing at Lin Fan and laughing shrilly. According to the rules, if you refuse the challenge, your robot girl will have to stand guard at the door for 3 days. A hint of pride flashed across Wang Meng's face, and he held up 3 fingers. Lin Fan, I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Within 3 days, as long as you have Bai Mingji kowed out to Huang Tianyi and admit she's worthless, this matter will be over. His voice suddenly darkened. Otherwise, a student like Lu Wei, without support, would have a hard time getting anywhere in the academy. Oh, and I heard Teacher Bai has family in District 5? Things haven't been peaceful there lately. Lin Fan suddenly stopped, slowly turned, and stared at Wang Meng intently. His gaze was as sharp as an icy blade, causing Wang Meng's heart to tighten and a cold sweat to break out on his back. He forced himself to remain calm and snapped his fingers together. This isn't a threat, just a reminder to you to see reality clearly. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Lin Fan sneered, clenching his fist and flicking his middle finger. All right, not 3 days, tomorrow at noon in the arena. Bet 10 million federal coins, or you can sign a life or death duel. I'll take care of you. Now, get out of my way of getting rich. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Bai Mingji by the hand and Lu Wei, who was still in a daze, with the other, and turned to leave. What he didn't see was that Wang Meng, with a sullen face, hid in a corner and whispered to the communicator. Lu Haojiang, I need you to take care of something. Only after the 3 men had completely left did the crowd of onlookers become lively again. Oh my god, he really accepted the life or death duel? You must be kidding. Teacher Bai is only B rank, how can he beat an SS? 10 million Federation coins? That's enough to become a minor noble in the safe zone. A black SUV raced along, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust as it hurtled deeper into the wasteland. From time to time, surrounding wild beasts poked their heads out from behind the ruins, growling hoarsely, as if they were quite displeased with the intruder. Lu Wei, sitting in the driver's seat, kept her hands on the steering wheel, but she kept glancing at the rearview mirror, her gaze fixed on the young man in the back seat. Lin Fan was staring at the car's radar device with great interest. A green light flickered across the screen, occasionally showing a few red dots. Bai Mingji, standing beside him, quietly explained that the red dots were merely C and D rank desolate beasts, and that they hadn't encountered any stronger targets yet. She patted Lu Wei's chair and gently said, Don't be nervous. Lin Fan is different from other commanders. Lu Wei seemed to have been touched by her emotions, and she relaxed instantly, leaning back in her chair and letting out a long breath. She complained about how Wang Mang's group had almost caught up with her and scared her to death, and mentioned that a commander had been surrounded and killed by them in the deserted area before. In an unregulated place like this, if something goes wrong, no one can protect you. Lu Wei broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Lin Fan, on the other hand, remained calm. He had long been accustomed to this kind of survival of the fittest. In a place like this, the survival of the fittest is the truth. However, if Wang Mang and the others had really caught up, perhaps they could have earned a few more points, which was a bit of a shame. He casually launched an insight scan on Lu Wei, and a string of information immediately unfolded before his eyes. Lu Wei's rank wasn't high, a C-class reconnaissance machine. Its firepower was decent, but its perception was surprisingly good. He finally realized that his previous escape was thanks to the early warning capabilities of this little radar. But Lin Fan soon noticed that the car was not going fast enough, and his brows immediately frowned. He turned around and asked, "Meng Ji, is there a speed limit in this deserted area?" As soon as he said this, Lu Wei immediately sat up straight as if her tail was stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed of the car instantly soared to 150 miles per hour. Bai Mingji, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fan's successful prank. The atmosphere in the car finally relaxed a bit. 2 hours later, the car stopped at the edge of a ruined area. Ahead lay a derelict city, swallowed by nature. "Commander Lin, we can't go any further." Lu Wei pointed at the ruins nervously. "This is the Lingda ruins. Rumor has it that there are A-level wild beasts." Lin Fan jumped out of the car and glanced into the distance. Amidst the shattered walls, several tall buildings had long since collapsed. Vines and mutated plants crawled across the ruins, as if nature had devoured all traces of civilization. From the depths, terrifying roars echoed from time to time, accompanied by ground tremors and billowing smoke and dust, giving people a sense of the danger within. Lin Fan, however, showed a look of satisfaction on his face. This kind of place was the best choice for gaining wasteland value. He was pressed for time, so he naturally didn't intend to continue the detour. He immediately snapped his fingers and gave Bai Mingji the order to attack. Lu Wei tried to persuade him, but before she could finish her words, she saw Lin Fan had already entered the glazed mech and was charging towards the ruins entrance. She stamped her feet anxiously, shouting that the target was a C-rank desolate beast, not that he should provoke an A-rank territory. But it was too late. Lin Fan, piloting his mecha, charged forward, and a newly awakened, ferocious bull was cleaved in two by a single blow of his sword before it could even fully open its eyes. The entire movement was so clean and precise that before even a scream could be uttered, the massive body collapsed into the rubble. System prompts continued to ring in Lin Fan's head, and various wild values accumulated rapidly, with the prompt sound almost every second. In less than 2 minutes, his panel had already exceeded the 100-point mark, with astonishing efficiency. He controlled the mecha to sweep across the entire entrance area, easily slaying several wild beasts that attempted to counterattack. Turning back, he saw Lu Wei still standing there in a daze. Lin Fan curled his lips and commanded the mecha to eject a small stone, dropping it at her feet. "Hey, little radar! What are you daydreaming about?" he teased. "Don't you know best which parts are valuable? Why don't you go and pick up materials?" Lu Wei came to her senses, immediately screamed, and excitedly pounced on the corpses of the wild beasts, with gold coin symbols almost appearing in her eyes. Deep within the ruins of Lingda, inside a barely remaining high-rise, a man with tattooed arms crouched in a corner, his face irritated. He had come here to hunt, but had just dispatched 2 wild beasts when the surroundings suddenly became restless, forcing him to flee. Beside him, a sexy mecha girl in a latex suit licked his arm with a forked tongue, her voice soft and coquettish. Her name was CK, an S-class mecha girl. Her specialty was making her presence felt, especially in a dangerous situation like this. But the man didn't appreciate it. He was a seasoned hunter, not interested in such pretentious flirting. Besides, the main mecha was under repair, and while the CK was S-rank, it was only a standard contract model, and might not be reliable in a critical moment. He grew increasingly agitated, sensing something was amiss in the deserted area, as if something had changed, but he couldn't quite place it. Frustrated, he shoved CK's head away and ordered her to go see what was happening and come back within a minute. Sika didn't dare to delay and immediately jumped out of the windowsill, but as soon as she landed, she quickly turned back, her expression nervous. She pointed to the corner of the ruins in the distance, and whispered to the man to pay attention. A girl who looked like a student was seen diligently chopping off a desolate beast's claws and throwing them into a ring. She then leaped towards another desolate beast corpse, her movements so skillful that it didn't seem like this was her first time in the desolate area. The man narrowed his eyes, pulled out his scanner, and scanned it. The result brought a greedy smile to his lips. A C-rank mecha girl, from the IS Academy? That 9th-ranked academy, coming to the Lingda ruins? This was a resource delivered right to his doorstep. Furthermore, she didn't seem to have any high-level guards around her, and there wasn't even a trace of a mecha. He swallowed, his eyes completely cold, and whispered to CK. Go, bring her back alive! Lin Fan's judgment sword slashed through the last of the giant steel rhinoceros, sending it crashing to the ground. The battle finally came to an end. He scanned the surroundings, and the ground was littered with the remains of desolate beasts, blood mixed with mechanical debris. The scene was as horrific as hell on earth. His once gleaming, glazed armor was now splattered with blood, making it look even more ferocious and domineering. Lin Fan raised his sword, examined it carefully, and then, satisfied, sheathed it into the battle bag on his back. In that hour, he had slain nearly every single one of the Lingda ruins, eliminating at least 100 wild beasts. The wildness value on his dashboard had soared to 3,200 points, a figure that was both dazzling and exciting. 3,200 points! Lin Fan was delighted. Now I can exchange it for 3 S-level blueprints, and my combat power will skyrocket. He sighed and was glad that he had chosen Bai Mingji as his partner. With hidden attributes, it was like adding wings to the wasteland value. Master, would you like to prepare a gift for Dean Su? Bai Mingji's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Fan nodded gently, already making a plan. Yes, I'll give her an A-class mecha as a thank you gift when I get back. After all, Dean Su had provided him with many benefits, so he had to be proactive when it came time to maintain the relationship. Relying on freeloaders wouldn't last long, and if he really took advantage of her without giving anything in return, she might just eat him whole. But the strange thing is that the news of the battle should have reached Dean Su's ears long ago, but she never took the initiative to contact her. I hope she can make a wise decision. Lin Fan looked at the pile of corpses on the ground, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he thought of something and glanced around. Where's that girl Lu Wei? Why isn't she even actively picking up money? Master, she must still be working hard. Bai Mingji explained, but then asked with a hint of doubt. She looks quite sloppy. What does more you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumble erupted from the center of the ruins, sending dust flying as a large section of buildings collapsed. Lin Fan's expression changed, and he quickly activated his mecha and rushed towards the explosion. Mingji, we were just walking from that direction, weren't we? Oh no, something's happened! Elsewhere, deep within the ruins, Lu Wei, nimble as a rabbit, was weaving through the ruins in her exoskeleton armor. She was cutting materials when she suddenly sensed a strong murderous intent, and, without a second thought, turned and fled. But she couldn't shake him off. He clung to her like a dogskin plaster. Even with his rockets at full blast, he was still being pushed closer and closer. Damn hunter! She gritted her teeth, her heart filled with panic and helplessness. Behind her, a massive mechanical python was destroying the ruins, its icy eyes fixed on her position. The oppressive feeling was like the approach of death, and she felt a sense of despair, but she still refused to ask for help. S-class mechas. Commander Lin and the others are just going to die. She bit her lip, trying not to press the distress button. Suddenly, an icy blue energy bomb flew past, freezing the nearby tall building into ice. It then collapsed with a loud bang, blocking her escape route. Damn it! She was forced to turn sharply, her speed plummeting. In that moment of pause, a beam of icy energy struck her thrusters. With a crackling sound, the thrusters were instantly covered in ice crystals. Lu Wei spun uncontrollably in the air, plummeting heavily into a dilapidated building. Dust billowed, and before she could even rise, a massive black shadow had already descended upon her. The mechanical python burst through the wall, gazing down at her coldly. What's the rank of the most powerful mecha in your academy? A deep voice rang out from the snake. SSS level! Lu Wei roared, cursing hoarsely. You stinky snake, one day you will die miserably! You're looking for death! The enemy was furious, and the mechanical snake tongue suddenly stabbed out, piercing through her right shoulder. The intense pain nearly knocked Lu Wei unconscious. She gritted her teeth, furious but powerless. One last chance? If you say it wrong, you'll die. The python's voice echoed again, beginning the countdown. 3, 2. Before she could even count to 1, a beam of glazed light descended from the sky with a crashing thud. The ground shook violently, and dust billowed. When the smoke and dust cleared, a glazed mecha, like a divine weapon, appeared before Lu Wei. Lin Fan stared coldly across at the enemy, anger blazing within him. Lu Wei, don't be afraid. We're here. Commander Lin, move on! He's S rank, you're no match for him! Lu Wei cried out in agony, pleading with Lin Fan to retreat. Lin Fan calmly turned around, slowly drawing his judgment sword and pointing it forward. His voice came through the speaker, low and cold. S rank? So what? You're tired of living if you touch my brothers and sisters. As soon as he finished speaking, the glazed mech detonated at full power, a storm of red energy sweeping across it. With astonishing speed and force, the judgment sword pierced the python mech's cockpit like lightning. Ding! The sword's tip collided with the snake's armor, but it didn't stop. Lin Fan roared. Die! The engine roared, and the mecha unleashed a terrifying thrust, pushing the massive mechanical snake head forward like a bulldozer. Buildings collapsed along the way, dust flew up, and a long gully appeared in the ruins. The enemies in the mechas were shocked, watching their S-class mechas being pushed away like dead dogs. Don't kill me! I surrender! Spare your men! He didn't finish his words. Crack! The cockpit's main control screen suddenly shattered, and all lights went out. The enemy screamed in terror. Aren't you an A-class mecha? You are a monster! The next moment, the sword flashed like a flash of lightning, piercing the mechanical python's head fiercely. Boom! The snake's head exploded, flames shooting into the sky, and finally fell to the ground like a meteorite. Lu Wei slumped to the ground, limp and with a buzzing head, a look of bewilderment and shock washed over her. She muttered, Those were hunters, desperate criminals. How could they be dispatched by Commander Lin with a single strike? She couldn't believe what she was seeing, and rubbed her eyes fiercely, as if to confirm that she hadn't seen it wrong. In the firelight, the glass-colored mecha strode towards her with heavy steps, and the oppressive feeling almost suffocated her. When the mech extended its hand, Lu Wei finally woke up from her dream. She quickly stood up and stumbled into the mech's palm. As soon as she stood firm, the cool mech instantly transformed into a stream of light, revealing the figures of Lin Fan and Bai Mingji. Without a word, Lin Fan raised his hand and delivered a resounding smack to Lu Wei's forehead. It hurts, it hurts! Lu Wei exclaimed, but before she could react, Lin Fan, hands on his hips, began to scold her. How many times have I told you? Call someone if you need help. Are you afraid of dying? Despite appearing serious, Lin Fan had already cursed her hundreds of times in his heart. If he had been a step later, this girl would have died in the deserted area. The consequences were simply unimaginable. At this time, Bai Mingji walked over and ripped open Lu Wei's combat uniform with a quick and decisive move. A hideous wound was visible on her shoulder, with blood flowing out, almost penetrating her entire arm. Lu Wei was sweating profusely from the pain. She gritted her teeth and feigned a casual air as she handed over the medicine in gauze. Sorry to bother you, Teacher Bai. I need to go collect the materials after I'm done bandaging. You're not going to collect any, Lin Fan said impatiently, plopped down on a nearby rock. Just stay put. Bai Mingji didn't say much, but took the medicine and quickly treated the wound with professional and skillful techniques. But as soon as Lu Wei touched the powder, she screamed in pain and couldn't stop crying. A few minutes later, Bai Mingji skillfully wrapped the bandage, leaving Lu Wei's arm looking like a dumpling. However, the wound was too deep, and blood soon seeped out, staining the gauze scarlet. Bai Mingji frowned and turned to look at Lin Fan, her tone tinged with worry. Master, I'll go collect them. Xiao Wei's injury really means she can't move. Lin Fan stood up, dusted off his pants, and shook his head decisively. What are you collecting? Go home! He pointed at Lu Wei and said. Those scraps she picked up before can be used as medical expenses. It can also be regarded as repaying the favor of saving my life. Although he spoke harshly, Lin Fan was not the kind of person who would let a seriously injured teammate continue to take risks. It was already late, and the return trip would take another 2 hours. He didn't care about these low-grade materials at all. Lu Wei's eyes reddened and her voice choked slightly. Materials were the most important source of income for newcomers like them. Bai Mingji softly consoled her, rubbing Lu Wei's head. Be obedient, let's go home. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes unconsciously filled with admiration, her voice tinged with relief. I told you, Master is different from other commanders. The three chatted as they walked through the dilapidated ruins. Occasionally, when they came across the carcasses of wild beasts on the road, Bai Mingji would harvest their valuable parts with great efficiency. After walking for about half an hour, they finally returned to the parked SUV. Lu Wei had just reached the vehicle, still mumbling something, when her expression suddenly changed and she shouted, Be careful! Swoosh! Snap! A metal object the size of a fingernail pressed against the car door, a red light flickering at the rear. Yes! Before she could finish her cry, Lin Fan reacted even faster, kicking Lu Wei in the side and sending her flying. He instantly rushed into the cockpit and gave the car a vicious kick. Boom! The SUV rolled for several hundred meters like a tin can, then exploded into a fireball, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. Lin Fan's back was covered in cold sweat. He delayed the detonation of the device. Fortunately, Lu Wei reacted in time. He just turned his head when Bai Mingji said coldly, Master, it's a homing bomb. Enemy position, 2 points, approximately 1,000 meters away, sniper model is an S-class machine. The screen immediately projected an image of a distant skyscraper. A mecha girl with strange antennas on her head leisurely ate potato chips, while another aimed a gun at them, the sniper scope faintly glowing. A young man standing in the middle seemed to notice their gazes. He slowly reached out from his trouser pocket and made a threatening shooting gesture. You really deserve to be punished. Lin Fan was furious, his blood pressure soaring. He glanced at the screen and confirmed that the enemy was an SS-class flying machine equipped with an S-class sniper, with extremely high firepower. Lu Wei, find cover and hide, Lin Fan said, immediately opening the system store. At standpoint, 2000 can resist physical and mental damage, continuously consumes the commander's energy. Bye. Lin Fan watched with distress as his wild value balance plummeted instantly, but he still gritted his teeth and poured his skills into Bai Mingji. Mingji, go all out. Once the position is loaded, kill them at full speed. Understood, Master. Bai Mingji responded immediately, then frowned. Master, activating 2 skills at the same time, your body. Lin Fan did not reply, his eyes fixed on the opponent's sniper. This distance was too advantageous for ranged units. He had to close the distance, otherwise he would be passively attacked. Meanwhile, atop a tall building 1,000 meters away, Lu Haojiang stretched lazily, his expression brimming with pride. He had arrived immediately after receiving Wang Meng's order. With Feier's signal jamming, the enemy couldn't call for support. While his resources weren't as abundant as his father's, killing a commander was something he loved the most. Shi Jie, fire live ammunition. Remember not to kill them. Leave it to Prince Wang to finish them off. Yes, Master. Shi Jie moved quickly, switching ammunition. But something's wrong. The opponent is an A-class mecha. Their combat power is outrageous. Lu Haojiang sneered. A-class can overturn the sky? It's not like you haven't seen it before. He grumbled casually, but when he put on his tactical goggles and got a clear view of the blood-red mecha, his face froze. Fuck you! His voice changed tone. The opponent's combat index on the dashboard skyrocketed, almost approaching SS level, a level completely beyond the reach of A level. How could this be a new commander? He was a hidden mastermind. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and Lu Haojiang cursed Wang Meng inwardly for his treachery. Feier, retreat! He hugged the girl eating potato chips, and a small fighter jet quickly appeared. Shi Jie also immediately transformed into an exoskeleton and grabbed the tow chain at the rear of the fuselage. The fighter plane screamed into the sky, fleeing deep into the desert. Almost the moment they disappeared, Lin Fan's communication bracelet chimed. Dean Suyun requests a call. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, a string of data from the dashboard surfacing in his mind. Chapter 13 IS Strongman, Suja. Student Lin, you finally answered the call. Where are you? Su Yun's anxious voice came. I've already called for backup regarding Wang Mang's situation, don't worry. Dean Su, I was attacked in the deserted area. Meng Ji has already passed the information to you. Please help me check it out. The rest will be available when I return to the academy. What? Were we attacked by surprise? Su Yun's tone was filled with murderous intent. I have received the message. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Hang up the call. Lin Fan opened the communication records and found that for more than 3 hours, Su Yun's series of life-threatening calls were densely packed. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Master, that should have been a signal-blocking device. Bai Mingji's voice sounded at the right time. Is the signal blocked? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the attacker fled. Come prepared? Wang Mang is such a bold guy. When his threat fails, he dares to send people to ambush? Never mind. Tomorrow will be here soon anyway. I can just send him to see his grandmother then. Lin Fan took off his mecha and looked at Lu Wei, who was still cosplaying as an ostrich on the ground. He couldn't help but slap her. Oh my! Lu Wei, why are you still lying on the ground? Get up and go back to the academy. On the other side, the IS Academy commander's villa. Vice President Wang Jing was sitting on the sofa with a beer belly, roaring into the communicator. His son Wang Mang knelt on the ground and trembled like a shrunken quail. Okay, I get it. You better hide well for the next few days. Don't show up, tell me if you need anything. Wang Jing hung up the phone angrily, turned around and glared at Wang Mang, his eyes almost spitting fire. Dad? Wang Mang was about to speak. Bang! There was a loud bang. Wang Jing kicked his own son into the decorative cabinet, and the ornaments shattered to the ground. Dad, I was wrong. Wang Mang crawled out in a hurry, not caring about the broken glass on the ground, and knelt down again. He was waiting for good news from his father's subordinate Lu Haojiang, but instead of the good news, he got his own father's murderous intent. What was even worse was that Lu Haojiang was beaten up as soon as he got through. Who the hell gave you the guts to use my people? Wang Jing pointed at his nose and yelled. Lu Haojiang is a scumbag. Do you want to kill your father? Dad, isn't he just a lousy new commander? It's not like it hasn't happened before. Wang Mang muttered softly, not realizing the seriousness of the matter. Bang! Wang Jing picked up a piece of alloy and smashed it on the head. The new commander? If Lu Haojiang hadn't run fast, he would have died. How is this possible? Wang Mang was completely stunned. He didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face, shaking his head frantically. No. Impossible, isn't Lin Fan just a rookie? Wang Jing was so angry that he laughed at his stupid son. How could I give birth to a pig-brained person like you? The more he watched, the angrier he became. He picked up a metal baseball bat and swung it at Wang Mang. Rookie? Bang! Try to improve the quality of my body. Bang! Increase your combat power by 100%. Bang! Just try to live in Villa Number 1. Bang! That woman Su Yun is as cunning as a fox. Who would you, a fool, want to mess with if she likes someone? Bang! Bang! Hoo! Wang Jing panted, threw away the baseball bat that had been bent to 90 degrees, and held on to the sofa to stand firmly. He was still frightened. Lin Fan's information has been kept top secret by Su Yinsu, and even he can't find it. He only knew that this kid could improve the quality of his body, increase his combat power ridiculously, and even lived in Villa Number 1. There are only a few monsters of this level, not to mention the IS Academy in their Z9 zone. Even the Griffin Academy in Z1 can't find many. Even if this kind of person is killed, the Federation will turn a blind eye. Just then. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound of the engine, the entire villa shook violently. Crash! Half of the roof and the wall were knocked away by a robotic arm, and debris fell like rain. Amidst the smoke and dust, a bald man with a cigar in his mouth and wearing a scarlet cloak was walking towards him step by step. Behind him were two hot mecha girls, one holding a huge metal umbrella to block all the falling debris for him. When Wang Jing saw who was coming, his pupils shrank suddenly. Deputy Dean Su, Deputy Dean Su? Aren't you deep in the wilderness? Why, are you back now? Su Zhe, Su Yun's biological brother, is also the Academy's only SSS-level commander, nicknamed Human Disaster. Su Zhe brushed away the dust with disdain, glancing over it like he was looking at garbage. He took a puff of smoke and slowly exhaled. Isn't it because Dean Wang has been too active recently? My sister insisted that I come back. You even dared to send people to kill the Academy's treasure? You're quite brave. He took a step forward and said, It just so happens that the wasteland is short of people recently. Dean Wang, please come with me to the deep wasteland to set up camp. Wang Jing's face turned pale instantly. Deep in the wilderness? He is a vice president who got to his position through scheming. What's the difference between him going there and delivering food rations? But can he say no? The next second after he refused, he and his stupid son would become human murals on the wall. He was furious and forced out a flattering smile that was uglier than crying. Deputy Dean Su, look! I'll go get ready right away. No rush, Su Zhe said slowly. The friend you just spoke to, what was his name, Lu? My memory isn't very good. Wang Jing suffered a cardiac arrest. How did Su Zhe know? A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. It's Lu Haojiang, an ignorant subordinate. I've already severely reprimanded him. Reprimand? Su Zhe raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wang Mang beside him. He raised his hand and pressed the alloy wall beside him in midair. The wall was instantly squeezed into a ball by a huge force. Wang Mang, as for your business, just do whatever Yun arranges. As for Dean Wang, when you report to me, remember to bring the head of your subordinate with you. Otherwise, I will pretend that you two are father and son and want to test the strength of my Su Zhe. After saying that, Su Zhe turned and left, the roar of the engine disappearing into the night. Not until the terrifying sound completely disappeared did Wang Jing collapse to the ground with a thud. He looked at the ruined villa and then at his son, who was also terrified. He rushed over angrily and kicked Wang Mang in the face. I'm so unlucky to have a son like you. What are you still standing there for? Come with me to somewhere. The night deepens. The wind in the wilderness blew sand and gravel across the hull of the off-road vehicle. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Wei in the back seat, then boredly stretched his hand out of the window, feeling the cool breeze passing through his wrist. Boom! A streak of light was rushing from the direction of the Academy straight into the depths of the wasteland, its tail flame cutting through the night sky, and its speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Master, that's Vice President Su Zhe. Bai Mingji's tone was filled with a hint of pride. The patron saint of the IS Academy. His mecha is equipped with a precious air-braking engine. There are no more than 5 such mechas in the entire Zhishan district. Lin Fan stared at the streak of light disappearing into the sky and suddenly touched his chin. Aerial engine? It's time to consider flight equipment. The virtual screen expanded instantly, densely packed drawings filled the field of vision, and the material library on the bracelet expanded synchronously. Lin Fan slid his fingers across a bunch of fancy and unaffordable items, and finally stopped at a drawing marked S-level. FA-0 light-wing flying vehicle, focusing on movement speed and suspension function. That's it, there are still 1,200 points of wasteland value left. He flipped through a few more pages and his eyes fell on a blueprint of an A-level Aurora pulse cannon. Dean Su has helped so much, this cannon should be just right for her. Lin Fan pointed his finger, and the list of materials was sent directly to the materials manager. He leaned back in his chair and looked at the wilderness passing by outside the window. Bai Mingji, but she is becoming more and more awesome. Chapter 14 Selection, Second Mecha. After a bumpy journey, Lin Fan finally sent Lu Wei to the college hospital. It was already late at night when he returned to his luxurious villa. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a woman in work clothes standing at the door with a metal box half a person's height at her feet. The moment the robot girl saw Lin Fan, she bowed 90 degrees and said, Commander Lin, the materials you requested have arrived. Her hands were shaking as she handed over the receipt for signature. Would you like to check the list? Lin Fan glanced at the list casually and said, Okay, no problem. He pressed the bracelet against the metal box and put it in. Thanks. I'm sorry to have asked you to come here so late at night. No. It's no trouble. I won't disturb your rest. The construction machinery lady bowed again in panic, turned around and trotted away. Why are you running so fast? Lin Fan muttered as he entered the villa. The smart lights automatically turned on, illuminating the living room with warmth. He kicked off his shoes and headed straight for the bathroom. Mingji, I'm going to take a shower first and then study the equipment later. The hot water poured down, washing away the dust and fatigue. Lin Fan was humming a little tune while playing with bubbles. I love taking a bath. My skin feels so good, oh. Click. The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Mingji's figure was looming in the steam. The tight-fitting silk nightgown she changed into was soon half soaked through by the hot water. There was a barely perceptible blush on her cold face, and her eyes were wet, making her look completely different from when she went out. Master, do you need help rubbing my back? Seeing this, Lin Fan's hand slipped and the bath ball fell to the ground with a plop. He looked at Bai Mingji, who was approaching step by step, and shrugged helplessly. You are acting first and asking for permission later. Bai Mingji chuckled and picked up the bath ball. The voice was especially soft amidst the sound of water. Master, you've worked hard in the desert today. Let me take over. After saying that, Bai Mingji seemed to have seen something. Her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head and moved closer. The warm water mixed with an ambiguous atmosphere instantly caused the temperature in the bathroom to soar. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan wrapped himself in a bath towel and collapsed on the big bed in the bedroom. All the bones in his body seemed to have been taken apart and reassembled, but he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Bai Mingji curled up in his arms like a kitten, and her long hair, which had not yet dried, rubbed his chest, making it itchy. He pinched her soft cheeks and then looked at the system message. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his operation level to LV2, 2/150, Combat Power 68. Basic Mecha Operation upgrade to intermediate level, Mecha Girl's combat power increased by 20%. Insight Skin upgrade, you can preview the mecha form in advance. Number of soul contracts +1, currently available Mecha Girls, 1/2. The number of soul contracts has indeed increased. Lin Fan almost laughed out loud and began to calculate in his mind. In other words, all the Mecha Girls he contracts from now on will have 100% combat power, plus the 20% combat power bonus given to the Mecha Girls by their operation level. Who else? Lin Fan really wanted to rush to the balcony and howl at the moon, but after looking at Bai Mingji, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, he quietly held it back. However, we have to hurry up and choose a new machine girl. The upgrade of insight scanning also solved the urgent problem. Thinking of this, he decisively dialed Su Yun's number. Mr. Lin? What do you need? Su Yun's voice was a little confused, as if she had just woken up, but it also contained a hint of barely perceptible joy. Lin Fan lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Dean Su, to bother you so late. I've been troubling you so much lately, so I prepared a small gift. Also, I want to pick another Mecha Girl. Is that okay with you? Although the Academy's Mecha Girl files contain detailed data, the hidden information he needs most can only be seen face to face. Anyway, I have to meet Suyun tomorrow, so it would be much more convenient if I could choose something on the way. On the other end of the phone, Suyun suddenly gasped. She didn't care about the little gifts at all. The important point was that Lin Fan was going to contract a new Mecha Girl. According to Bai Mingji's terrifying improvement, even Lin Fan's ordinary contract was stronger than most commanders' soul contracts. Her voice instantly cleared up. Mr. Lin, may I ask what kind of machine you're interested in? I'll take the elite students from the academy there tomorrow morning. Lin Fan thought for a moment. I'm not sure if he'll die yet, so it depends on my liking. But it would be best if he could take some damage. I'll bring you the gift tomorrow, and you can choose a girl for me at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After saying this, he changed the subject. By the way, Dean Su, tomorrow's duel with that guy Wang Mang. Su Yun's voice also turned serious. Student Lin, what are your thoughts? Whether you want to cancel or continue, I will fully cooperate with you. Keep going. You must keep going. Lin Fan's lips curled up in a confident arc. With the support of the FA-0 light-wing flying vehicle, he really didn't know how he could lose. After a few more polite words, Lin Fan hung up the phone. He looked at Bai Mingji, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, then glanced at the number of soul contracts on the system panel and yawned happily. After delivering the gifts tomorrow, I'll choose the girl and then push Wang Mang to the ground and rub him. Perfect. The next morning, it was just dawn. The mecha warehouse in Villa No. 1 became bustling. Hundreds of mecha girls stood straight with dark circles under their eyes, yawning but not daring to make a sound. An emergency meeting so early in the morning, is this a surprise test? A short-haired mecha girl muttered while rubbing her eyes. TSK, your news is too late. The girl with the high ponytail next to him lowered her voice and looked excited. I heard there's an incredibly awesome commander coming to select a mecha girl. See? Even the usually elusive teachers are here, numbering over a dozen. She puffed out her chest, a hint of pride on her face. Although she is not as capable as the other teachers, she is young. Among the many students, she is the best in terms of both aircraft model and ability. Even if she couldn't sign the contract at that time, as long as she could become the commander's backup mecha girl, her life trajectory would be greatly improved. More than 2 hours passed like this. The tightly closed door of the warehouse slowly opened. In the morning light, a man and a woman walked in one after another. The young man in front was tall and handsome, with a lazy smile on his face. All the mecha girls looked at the young man with burning eyes. The woman behind him had waist-length silver hair and also had a powerful aura. Hey, isn't that Teacher Bai? Why did she come in with the commander? At the same time, many of the trainees who knew the inside story cast envious glances at Bai Mingji, who had a curvy figure. Lin Fan was a little confused by the scene. He scratched his head and asked Bai Mingji in a low voice. Are these the ones that Dean Su mentioned? Bai Mingji suppressed her laughter and whispered. Master is now the key training target of the academy. They all want to make a contract with you. Lin Fan looked up and saw Su Yun waving at him through the glass on the second floor of the mecha warehouse. Come on, Mingji, let's go say hello to the dean first. Chapter 15, Selection, Contract Second Mecha. Lin Fan led by Mingji and rushed to the modification room on the second floor under the gaze of a group of melon-eating robot girls. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Su Yun was actually going for a pure and sexy style today? A white corseted dress perfectly outlines her mature figure. Compared with the young and green female trainees queuing downstairs, she looked like a peach that was about to overflow with juice. Dean Su, this is a small gift for you. Lin Fan slapped the long metal box on the table and unlocked it with a click. In an instant, an invisible energy wave spread out. The A-level Aurora pulse cannon lay quietly in the box, with a cold and dim light flowing through the cannon body, and a low and pleasant humming sound was emitted as soon as it came into contact with the air. Su Yun's pupils suddenly shrank, and her fingers couldn't help but gently brush across the cannon, feeling the shock brought to her by the patterns on the pulse cannon. This is the energy resonance of perfect grade equipment. Mr. Lin, is this the little gift you mentioned? Lin Fan laughed and said, I just like to tinker with these things. I just made them casually. I hope you don't mind, Dean. You made this by yourself? Su Yun felt her legs go weak and she sat down on the table in a panic. You should know that the equipment that can be carried from the second form onwards requires a mecha girl with specific talents to make. He had never heard of any commander who had the talent to manufacture equipment, and he could just make it casually? Student Lin, this is not a surprise, it's a shock. Su Yun took a deep breath and closed the box carefully. No wonder you've been collecting materials lately. Are you building this perfect grade pulse cannon? After she calmed down, she pointed to the mecha girl students who were waiting eagerly downstairs. The following are all carefully selected by me. They include close combat, long-range heavy artillery, auxiliary reconnaissance, a wide range of types. Take a look and see if you see anything you like. Lin Fan strolled downstairs, and hundreds of burning gazes instantly focused on him. He shuttled among the mecha girls, with all kinds of fragrance wafting in his nose. The system panel refreshed in front of his eyes, and the ones with hidden attributes only accounted for about 1/10 of it. until a girl wearing a nurse-style uniform and with a timid look appeared in the field of vision. Name Yushiya. Age 18. Unit, Healing Type D, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Medical Vehicle Form, 11, Exoskeleton Form, 24, Combat Medical Composite Mecha, 55. Equipped Weapons, Medical Box, Light Machine Gun. Secret Information, Dual Energy Absorption Channels, light aircraft should not be driven for long periods of time, healing and repair skills plus 100% effectiveness. Oh wow! Lin Fan's footsteps were instantly nailed to the spot. The only nurse in the audience was a super nurse with the attribute of doubling the milk volume, and also had maintenance skills. Found a treasure. It's you. Lin Fan pointed at Yushiya and then added. But I can't sign a contract for now. You have to be a reserve player first. I don't know if you're willing. I do. I absolutely do. Yushiya was stunned for a second, then stood at attention and saluted, with excitement shining in her eyes. She was originally a logistics-type mecha girl, and she was secretly happy to be chosen by the commander as a reserve. Su Yun was standing aside and was a little anxious, so he ordered a D-level logistics. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't look at the other mecha girls, she couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lin, are you not satisfied with the others? Don't worry, I'll apply to the Federation for an S-rank or higher mecha girl file. Su Yun looked at Lin Fan and was about to continue talking about the application, but found that Lin Fan was staring at her blankly with a conflicted look on his face. Mr. Lin? Su Yun sighed helplessly, then gave orders to everyone. Everyone dismissed. Yushiya, follow Teacher Bai to familiarize yourself with the villa first, and then wait for Lin's arrangements. After a while, there were only 2 people left in the crowded mecha warehouse. Lin Fan didn't listen to Su Yun at all. He just stared at the data panel in front of him. His mind was in a tizzy. Fuck, damn it, how do I even start this? Name, Su Yun. Unit, Tower Defense Type S, Upgrade 0/30. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Sentry Tower Form, 51, Exoskeleton Form, 85, Fortress Mecha Form, 200. Secret Information, Violent Driving Mode is available. In this state, the commander's operational experience increases by 30%. The Sentry Tower form can certainly be used to mount artillery from a distance, and the Fortress form can even be used as a mobile fortress, and it also has a hidden feature of experience bonus. It was tailor-made for him, but she is the head of a hospital. No matter what, when Su Yun said she would help choose a girl for the machine, she didn't say to exclude her. Opportunity is fleeting, once lost, it will never come back. Eat enough shamelessly, go to her. Lin Fan took a deep breath and spoke with a brave face. Dean Su, excuse me, have you ever considered the contract? Seeing Su Yun stunned, he quickly added. I mean, soul contract. A hint of ecstasy first flashed across Su Yun's face, but her heart sank when she heard the second half of the sentence. There is only one spot available for the soul contract, so Lin Fan can only inquire for others. If it were the remaining commanders in the academy, she would rather not activate the 3rd form. Student Lin, which classmate are you asking this for? I can help him submit the report. As for me, she smiled bitterly, with a hint of self-mockery. It's not someone else, it's me. Lin Fan quickly interrupted and pointed at his nose. I want to sign a soul contract with you. The warehouse suddenly became so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat. Soul contract? Hadn't he already signed it with Bai Mingji? Slip of the tongue? Wait, even if it's not a soul contract, she can still have an ordinary contract. Su Yun was completely confused. Her mind was in a mess, and she was no longer as calm as usual. Bai Mingji's terrifying improvement that was visible to the naked eye, the perfect equipment that Lin Fan had effortlessly created, all of this was tempting her madly. Just an ordinary contract, right? Su Yun's legs were shaking. If you cancel the soul contract, Teacher Bai will. It's a soul contract. I have 2 soul contract slots. Seeing that her CPU looked overloaded, Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot and began to analyze the situation seriously. Look, you have great combat prowess, can set up artillery and serve as a fortress, making you the perfect person to protect me. My increase in combat power is definitely beyond your imagination. Of course. If it really delays your becoming the dean, then forget it. It doesn't count! Su-Yun almost screamed. What majesty of the dean, what reserve and steadiness, all go to hell. How many years had she waited for this moment? In order to prevent wear and tear on her body, she usually equips herself with high-quality buffers and never uses other forms easily. Even the driver's seat is meticulously groomed every few days. But her inherent pride made her look down on those commanders with low energy reactions, and those commanders with high energy reactions, which one of them didn't only focus on SSS-level machines. She was left alone like this, and has been wasting her life till now. Even if her brother came today, she would have signed the contract. Thinking of this, she knelt on one knee, her raised right hand trembling uncontrollably. Master, Su-Yun, I'm absolutely willing. Chapter 16 Su-Yun, Violent Driving Mode. Su-Yun, just call me by my name from now on. Lin Fan grinned and stretched out his hand carelessly. The moment their fingertips touched, Lin Fan chose the sole contract option with ease because of his experience with Bai Mingji. Buzz. As soon as Lin Fan connected to the virtual cockpit, the sticky buffer solution gushed out uncontrollably, instantly enveloping him. Master! Lin Fan, the energy channel has been connected. Can I absorb it? Su-Yun's voice was trembling with uncontrollable excitement. Lin Fan said nothing, but just stroked the smooth driver's seat curiously and poked the ignition switch hard. Boom! Unlike Bai Mingji's slender and agile body, Su-Yun's steel fortress crashed into the simulation field with the momentum of a landslide and tsunami as soon as it appeared. On the fortress mecha, countless deep missile launch holes opened at the same time, and countless missiles bombarded towards the distance. No! How can a soul contract? Lin Fan, do you really need to use so much force? Won't this damage the engine? Su-Yun's worried scream concealed a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. How could this be? His current energy output is less than half of what it was when he was driving Bai Mingji. What's more, Su-Yun's machine also has a violent driving mode. Ability to bear? No need to consider it at all. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he pushed the joystick all the way to the bottom. Boom! 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 On the fortress's armor, the firing holes that had just retracted appeared again, and another round of even more violent volleys was launched. Lin Fan! I can't take it anymore. I need to increase my energy absorption. Su-Yun's voice suddenly rose. Then he shouted excitedly. Wow! Hee hee hee! Is this a soul contract? What a powerful fighting power! Unknowingly, Su-Yun's violent driving state has been activated. As Su-Yun finished speaking, the concentration of the buffer solution rose again, and his energy was being drawn out frantically. Lin Fan? He watched the missiles from the fortress flying around like they were drunk, and his whole body felt numb. Lin Fan could hardly hold down the joystick. Even he, the commander, seems unable to control this violent driving state. After endless artillery fire roared, the launch port slowly closed again. Lin Fan then exited the contract mode, and his level was raised to LV2, 45/150. Name, Su-Yun. Age 36. Unit, Tower Defense Type S Upgrade 2/30. Comprehensive Combat Power, Sentry Tower, 51102, Exoskeleton, 85, Fortress Mecha, 200400. Energy Storage, 60 minute. Equipped Weapons, Heavy Machine Gun, Mortar, Standard Protective Shield. Secret Information, Loyalty 100%, Violent Driving Mode, Commander Operation Experience plus 30%. He looked at the changes in Su-Yun's attributes with satisfaction. Even without being equipped with system weapons, his combat power was almost catching up with Bai Mingji, who was equipped with the Judgment Sword bag. Moreover, there is no rush to upgrade Bai Mingji's body. At this stage, the main focus should be on improving the operating level first. At this moment, Su-Yun was holding her chest, which was heaving violently, and her whole body felt a little hot. It really was a 100% increase in combat power. Even under Lin Fan's control just now, the peak had reached a terrifying 120%. Only by witnessing this terrifying increase in person can one truly appreciate its shock. She looked up at Lin Fan, and there was no longer any dignity of a dean in her eyes, only unconcealable dependence and a hint of shyness. It's too big. This gap is really too big. Lin Fan, please give me your guidance from now on. Lin Fan's heart trembled at the sudden tone of voice and he quickly waved his hands. Okay, we'll be family from now on. Remember to equip the Aurora Pulse Cannon later. Let's go back to the villa first. Villa lobby. Lin Fan sprawled out on the sofa, humming with comfort. Su Yunza stood aside a little awkwardly, not knowing where to put his hands, and there was no trace of the authority of a dean. Bai Mingji and Yu Xia heard the noise and walked over. When they saw the scene in front of them, their faces couldn't help but look a little strange. Dean Su? Hello? Yu Xia was tongue-tied and almost hid behind Bai Mingji. Bai Mingji's eyes swept across the contract mark on Lin Fan's wrist, her brows slightly raised, and a hint of understanding flashed in her cold eyes. Lin Fan, where do you think I should live now? Su Yun nodded at Bai Mingji before asking. She paused, trying to find an excuse. Villa number 1 is quite large. As your contracted mecha girl, it would be convenient for me to be your personal guard. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that her reason was a bit harsh, and her ears turned red instantly. Lin Fan could see through her little thoughts and said seriously, There are plenty of rooms in the villa. You can come any time. He turned to the other two and said, Formally introduce, Su Yun is now my contracted mecha girl. She will live here from now on and will also provide guidance and training. He winked at Bai Mingji. It's more fun when there are more people, right, Mingji? Bai Mingji raised the corner of her mouth almost imperceptibly. Well, I'll go clean up the room later. Su, Dean Su, Chi. Yu Xia on the side just started to talk nonsense. Just call me Su Yun from now on. We are all our sisters. Su Yun gritted her teeth and blended into the atmosphere. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel emotional as he looked at the 3 beautiful mecha girls who had very different styles but were all surrounding him. What is a surprise? What the hell? It's called a surprise. At lunchtime, Lin Fan was gnawing on a chicken leg when he suddenly remembered something important. By the way, what time is the life and death fight with that Wang Meng at noon? Su Yun immediately put down her chopsticks and brought up the bracelet screen. Online arena, 2 p.m., still an hour. Wang Meng's contract is with the SS-class assault-type mecha girl Chia, and he also brought 2 S-class defensive heavy mountain shields. The configuration is very high. Before his father went deep into the wasteland, he seemed to have taken him to the Nirvana workshop. SS level plus SS? Yu Xia was so scared that she dropped her chopsticks. Commander Lin, how about we don't go? Lin Fan knocked her on the head with his chopsticks. Why are you so scared? Meng Ji is here. You two will just shout 666 at noon and watch the show. Bai Mingji nodded calmly. Yes. A trace of worry flashed across Su Yun's eyes. Don't be careless. Wang Meng's Chia Ji is very strong. Even my current fortress form is not entirely sure if I can match her. Forget about Yu Xia not having a mecha form. When the time comes, I'll use the fortress form to take the damage head-on, and you control Meng Ji to find an opportunity to cut in from the flank. That way, we can be absolutely sure. She looked at Lin Fan. With your operational experience, you should be able to keep up with the pace. Lin Fan put down the chicken leg in his hand, looked around mysteriously, and then cleared his throat. Ahem, you guys. You haven't seen Meng Ji's full form yet, right? At this moment in the online arena, Wang Meng was sitting in the center of the arena, with 3 fully armed mecha girls standing behind him. He looked at the packed auditorium, his back teeth creaking, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. His current strength is comparable to SSS level. Less than an hour! Damn you, Lin Fan! I'll make you pay! Chapter 17 Etiquette. Bang bang bang. 1:45 p.m. At this time, the online arena was already packed. The circular auditorium from the first floor to the 4th floor was packed, and even the aisles were filled with people. An energy shield slowly rose around the arena, isolating the stadium from the audience seats. Have you heard? Commander Wang is serious for the first time today. Needless to say, I heard his father even offended Su Tianzai because of this. But this configuration is too bullying, isn't it? The opponent is said to have only contracted a B-class mecha. This is clearly a plan for public execution. Discussions surged like a tide, and countless eyes were focused on the center of the arena. Wang Mang has entered the cockpit of Chia Ji, and the blood-red humanoid mecha is glowing with a cold light. The huge beast head is carried on the torso, and the hands have turned into sharp blades with cold light. Just standing there makes people inexplicably nervous. On the left and right of Chiaji stood a heavy mecha, each holding a 5-meter-high metal shield. Where's Lin Fan? Did he come? Did he get scared? Here it comes! Over there at the entrance. The crowd suddenly became agitated and turned to look at the entrance. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely in front. Bai Mingji followed beside him, dressed in spotless white. Next to her was Yu Xiuya, whose face turned pale with nervousness. Su Yunza was wearing an elegant dress, with her hands folded in front of her chest, walking slowly at the end. Isn't that nurse a new recruit? Why is she with Commander Lin? The one next to her is Bai Mingji. I've taken her class before. Is it really her? Hush, look at the last one, a mecha duel with backers, how embarrassing. The mocking sounds continued one after another, and even the rescue team members responsible for the safety of the site were whispering to each other. Prepare the emergency room. I bet Lin Fan's mecha will be scrapped in 3 minutes. Why do you say that? A clear female voice suddenly sounded. Lu Wei stood beside the rescue team, her cheeks flushed with anger. Commander Lin Fan is very strong. He doesn't rely on luck. The rescue team leader scoffed. Xiao Wei, you don't understand. What's the concept of Red Fang Princess under the command of King? In actual combat records, she has never lasted more than 10 minutes against an opponent. You! Lu Wei wanted to argue, but was drowned out by the laughter around her. She stopped arguing and just locked her gaze with him, clenching her fists tightly. As soon as Lin Fan reached the edge of the arena, Chiaji suddenly took a step forward, raising the sharp claws of her mecha. Lin Fan! You actually dare to come here! Today I will not only destroy your robot girl, but also make you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. Princess Chia suddenly let out a sharp roar, scaring the audience in the front row so much that they leaned back. Hey, this dog is barking happily. Lin Fan scratched his ears and turned to blink at Bai Mingji. Mingji, be gentle later and don't tear down the stage, or your sister Yun will ask you for compensation. Bai Mingji retracted her cold gaze and smiled sweetly at Lin Fan. I will do as you say, master. Su Yun couldn't help but remind him. You really don't need me to play? Really, that's not necessary. Just follow the plan and you two will be responsible for refueling. This light-hearted conversation sounded like a pretense before death to the nearby audience. What a waste of such a handsome face. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. But with the dean here, Wang Mang will at least give her some respect. Lin Fan ignored the surrounding discussions and turned to the referee-like figure. Teacher, can we start now? I'm in a hurry. The referee was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He pushed his glasses and glanced at the information on his wristband. The hospital has received a 10 million bet from both parties. Now let me announce the rules. If the mecha core is destroyed or the player voluntarily surrenders, they lose. Attacking the opposing commander is prohibited, and the audience is prohibited. He paused and raised his hand. Count down 10 seconds. The sound in the audience disappeared instantly, and everyone held their breath, staring at the arena. 9, 8, 7. Wang Mang's knuckles turned white from clenching his fists, his eyes filled with madness. Chia Ji, prepare to tear them apart. Lin Fan yawned and then entered the glazed mecha. Mengji, feel the difference of fighting against wild beasts. 3, 2, 1, go! As soon as the referee finished speaking, Wang Mang roared. Chia, assault mode! Ouch! The thrusters on Chiaji's legs suddenly sprayed out red flames, and the entire mecha turned into a red shadow, rushing forward at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The scarlet energy on the claws tore through the air, leaving a trail of afterimage in the air. So fast! I can't react at this speed! There was a cry of surprise from the audience. Even the rescue team tightly gripped the handle of the first aid kit, and Lu Wei was so nervous that she covered her mouth. Wang Mang grinned. I'm going to torture you to death slowly. Just when Chia's claws were less than 3 meters away from the Lily mecha, Lin Fan suddenly said calmly, Meng Ji, move 3 steps to the left and swing it from behind. The movements of the glazed mecha were almost synchronized, sliding to the left like a ghost. While dodging the attack, a heavy punch from the mecha hit Chiaji's lower back. The huge impact force made Chiaji stagger. The whole place was dead silent. At that moment just now, everyone thought that the Lily mecha would be torn to pieces, but it actually dodged it easily and even launched a counterattack? Impossible! Wang Mang suddenly operated. Chia Ji, strangle her with your bloody claws! Chiaji's claws suddenly split into 5 sharp blades, and pounced on Bai Mengji again like a rotating saw. At the same time, the missile bay on the shoulder opened, and 3 miniature tracking missiles whizzed out, blocking all evasive routes. Mengji, open the stance! Boom, boom, boom! The 3 tracking bullets exploded in midair before they even touched the Lily mecha. I'll be in control next. Watch my special move, the etiquette. Lin Fan's voice was filled with a smile. The glass mecha tapped the ground with its toes and suddenly took off into the air. Then, Lin Fan used the inertia of falling to grab Chia Ji's shoulder with his left hand, and quickly hit her head 3 times with his right hand. Bang! 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 3 clear echoes caused the originally silent audience to explode. It's not very aggressive, but it's extremely insulting. When did Mr. Bai become an A-class machine? Isn't this combat power too strong? It's unbelievable that they can suppress an SS-class mecha. Who said Commander Lin was incompetent just now? Stand up and take the beating! Lu Wei jumped up excitedly, regardless of her wounds that could burst at any time. The members of the rescue team also looked at each other and silently put down the first aid kit. Wang Mang was so angry that he almost went crazy, and shouted frantically. Are you 2 dead? Come on! 2 mechas as big as iron towers, holding 3-meter-high heavy mountain shields, immediately stepped forward, forcing the Lily mecha back from the left and right, and protecting Chiaji behind them. Wang Mang looked at the rumbling audience seats, then looked at the glass mecha not far away, and suddenly let out a hysterical roar. Overclocking mode! Turn on the fucking overclocking mode! Chapter 18 Genius? 1 kick! Is Wang Mang crazy? Overclocking mode will permanently damage the machine! The audience exploded. In order to win, you even ignored the girl's health? Amidst the voices of doubt, Chiaji's eyes on the arena suddenly turned blood red, and her combat power reading instantly soared by 40%. The other 2 heavy mountain shields also glowed red at the same time. The originally 5-meter-high giant shield shrank into the size of round shields, attached to the arms of the mecha, and took an offensive posture. Go! Wang Mang roared from the cockpit. Kill him! Chiaji's speed was twice as fast as before. She crashed into the Lily mecha like an out-of-control cannonball, and her sharp claws flashed with cold light as she went straight for the cockpit. Lin Fan's relaxed expression faded. Tisk, so you can't afford to play so you flipped the table? His eyes flashed, and he pulled the judgment sword out of his sword bag. Meng Ji, let's stop playing. Let's kill that loser in an instant. I understand. Bai Mingji's voice suddenly turned cold, and blood-red energy fluctuations suddenly burst out from the body of the Lily mecha. What's that? Overclocking mode again? Bullshit. This is a combat skill. A status-based combat skill. The audience went into an uproar. The referee stood up suddenly, his glasses almost slipping to the tip of his nose, and he fumbled to hold the frame. The next moment, the figure of the glazed mecha left an afterimage at the original place, and when it reappeared, it had jumped above Chiaji's head. The judgment sword gathered dazzling light and pierced towards Chiaji's most vulnerable neck joint like a falling meteor. No! Wang Mang screamed in despair in the cockpit, but he could only watch the sword fall. Swish! Electric sparks exploded like fireworks. Chiaji's huge body shook, and with a bang, her knees fell heavily to the ground, completely shutting down. The 2 heavy mountain shield mechas wanted to move forward, but the glazed mecha raised its judgment sword horizontally, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at them. Lin Fan's cold voice echoed throughout the room. "If you move again, I'll tear both of you apart." The Chongshan shield mecha hesitated for a moment, then obediently cancelled the overclocking mode and shrank next to Chiyaji, not daring to move. The whole audience was silent for 3 seconds. Then there was a deafening cheer. "Instant kill! Commander Lin is awesome! I'm going to give you a life force!" How could Wang Mang be so weak? His face is bruised after being slapped. Who said Lin Fan relied on luck? Come out and get beaten! Wang Mang slumped in the cockpit, his face as pale as paper, muttering to himself. Impossible! How could I lose? I'm a genius! No one can defeat me! He suddenly looked up. Looking at the jeers and flashes of light from the audience, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly took out a black energy ball emitting an ominous aura from his bracelet and slammed it into Chiyaji's core interface. Ah, Master! What is this? No! Chiyaji only had time to let out a shrill scream before she fell completely silent. Wang Mang appeared at Chiyaji's feet like a madman, his voice distorted by madness. Why do you look down on me? I am a genius commander! He pointed at the audience and laughed wildly. Let's die together! It's worth it to drag so many people to be buried with me! Ha ha! As he laughed maniacally, black smoke began to come out of Chiyaji's alloy shell, and signs of melting appeared on the surface. The black energy fluctuations surged and spread like a substance. Su Yun's expression suddenly changed, and she frantically yelled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan! Retreat! That's a dark matter bomb! The SS-class machine explodes, and a 2-kilometer radius will be annihilated. Retreat! Lin Fan used the insight scan with a serious expression. Dark matter bomb. SS Mecha's internal core detonates. Explosion range 2.7 kilometers. Countdown 30 seconds. 29 seconds. You can't stand losing, so you resort to self-destruction? What a lunatic! Lin Fan complained speechlessly, but he didn't stop his actions. 30 seconds, that's enough! Meng Ji, full power, accompany me to the sky to set off a big firework. Buzz! A violent energy roared and exploded. A pair of dazzling colorful energy wings suddenly burst out from the back shoulder blades of the glass mecha, and a powerful energy turbulence instantly swept across the entire venue. Su Yun, who had just rushed into the arena, had her dress skirt blown wildly by the turbulence. She managed to stand firmly, and followed the arm that was covering her body. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What kind of armor is this? Wang Mang in the field was thrown by the air current like a rolling gourd. He struggled to look up, only to see the glass mecha rushing towards him. Lin Fan! It's useless! Everyone must die! Everyone must! Wang Mang cursed hysterically. Shut up! Lin Fan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. The huge mechanical palm of the Lily mecha accurately grasped the back of Chiyaji's neck, and its left foot took a clean and decisive step. Puff! Wang Mang instantly turned into a pool of spurting ketchup, stuck on the cold alloy ground, without even uttering a scream. The next second, Lin Fan controlled the mecha to bend its knees and squat, and its colorful wings burst into brilliant light. Boom! The Luli mecha dragged the remains of Chiyaji, which was constantly emitting black smoke, straight into the sky, leaving a red trail in the air. The chaotic arena was instantly paused. Tens of thousands of spectators tilted their heads back with their mouths opened into O shapes. Oh shit! Flying? Are there any flying vehicles like this? Su Yun's heart was in her throat. Lin Fan must come back safely. 10,000 meters in the sky, the glazed mecha hovered. The body of the Chiyaji in his hand was as thick as ink, and the surface of the body was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The countdown is still ticking like crazy. 9, 8. This distance should be enough. Lin Fan's eyes focused, and the mechanical arm burst out with terrifying force, throwing it fiercely towards the uninhabited wasteland in the distance. Chiyaji fell rapidly at an angle like a meteorite. Meng Ji, hurry up! Lin Fan said without hesitation. I understand. Bai Mingji's voice was filled with a rare hint of nervousness. The colorful wings flapped with all their might, and the glazed mecha turned around and ran away. However, boom! A terrifying loud noise exploded in the sky. A pitch-black mushroom cloud expanded instantly, and an extremely violent dark matter shock wave swept wildly in all directions at the speed of light. Master, the AT position seems unable to defend against the dark matter wave, Bai Mingji shouted anxiously. The AT fields around the Luli mecha shattered instantly, and the mecha armor was torn apart crazily by the shock wave, making a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting. What the hell? What the hell is this bomb? Lin Fan felt a blockage in his chest and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to control the mecha, but found it extremely difficult. Master, power! Before Bai Mingji finished her words, the light in the cockpit suddenly began to flicker. Mingji? Are you okay? No response. Lin Fan looked around and saw the balloon-like cushioning layer that was constantly expanding above the academy. Mengji, please hold on. He muttered to himself, controlling the mecha with all his strength to adjust the angle towards the buffer layer. Chapter 19 Landing, an unexpected surprise. Rescue team! Follow the landing point! Hurry! Su Yun's voice was filled with unprecedented fear and anger. Medical department! If you don't see an ambulance within 30 seconds, everyone, pack up and leave! The attention of the entire academy was drawn to that desperate trajectory. Tens of thousands of people held their breath, and the air was so thick that it was suffocating. Boom! The loud noise of the glass mecha crashing into the cushion shook the ground and sent smoke and dust billowing into the sky. Charge! Su Yun almost shouted, his exoskeleton thrusters spewing out flames, and he was the first to rush towards the smoke-filled crash site. Lin Fan, please don't let anything happen to you. She frantically scanned the contract mark on her wrist. The contract was still there and the person was still alive. Captain? Go faster! Lu Wei and a group of rescue team members, collectively carrying the heavy emergency cabin, rushed forward. It's moving! The mecha is moving! Teacher Bai is fine! Someone with sharp eyes shouted in surprise. In the dense smoke and dust, the glazed mecha turned into a streak of light and dissipated. Lin Fan landed safely while holding Bai Mingji. Just before hitting the ground, he forcibly activated the air control operation of the light-wing flying armor, thus reducing most of the fatal impact force. I almost died as soon as I landed on the ground. Lin Fan's adrenaline was still surging, but his hands moved very gently. Mengji? Wake up! It's time to clock out! He lowered his head and called softly, his fingers wiping the thin dust on her cheek. Bai Mingji's eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Lin Fan's face, filled with worry, came into view, with blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, but the concern in his eyes instantly melted her cold heart. Lord! Her voice was a little weak. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lin Fan glanced at the virtual panel. Bai Mingji status. Minor injury. With system authentication, there will definitely not be any big problems. No. That's not right. What the hell is that 6,100-point wasteland value on this panel? Is it the big bomb that was dropped on the wasteland before? I'm glad you're okay. Lin Fan tried to keep his voice calm. This time, you have made a great contribution. As he spoke, he easily picked up Bai Mingji and carried her sideways in a standard princess carry. Bai Mingji obediently hugged his neck and buried her face in his chest. Lin Fan! Su Yun suddenly stopped in front of the two of them in midair. She glanced at the two of them and then breathed a sigh of relief. The medical vehicle will be here soon. Don't worry, Su Yun. Lin Fan made a gesture to her. Mengji and I are fine. Don't we have a top-of-the-line treatment cabin in our villa? I know Mengji's condition. She's just suffering from minor injuries and shock. She'll be fine after 2 days of lying down. Hurry up and deal with this situation at the academy. I think the scene is about to explode. With such a big incident happening, Dean Su Yun will probably be very busy. Okay. Su Yun didn't hesitate at all, as if she had absolute trust in Lin Fan's judgment. She turned and looked at Wang Meng, who had just arrived. Assistant Wang, arrange a car to take Commander Lin and Teacher Bai back to Villa Number 1. Also, notify the security team. Martial law is in place within a 1-kilometer radius of the villa. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Yes. Dean! Wang Meng accepted the order. He appeared calm on the surface, but there was a storm in his heart. What's going on? When did the Dean become so obedient? Still allowing others to call you by your full name? She watched Lin Fan holding Bai Mingji and waving at the car, leaving herself disheveled in the wind. Su Yun turned around and instantly regained the aura of the iron-blooded Dean. Logistics will handle the scene. The rescue team will set out to investigate the impact point of the dark matter bomb. Inside Villa Number 1. Lin Fan carefully placed Bai Mingji into the treatment cabin. Be good, take a good sleep, and you'll be in full shape when you wake up. He pinched Bai Mingji's cold little hand until the hatch was completely closed. Finally safe. He breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, great ecstasy came again. 6,100 o'clock. If Bai Mingji hadn't been equipped with light wings today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You can only become stronger by spending money, so you must quickly create new products. With the previous level upgrade, it seems that a lot of new things have been refreshed in the mall. Lin Fan walked out of the treatment room while flipping through the blueprints, but heard a giggling voice coming from the corner. Hee hee! I'm so jealous of you guys. Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yu Xia curled up in a chair in the corner of the corridor, grinning foolishly at the virtual light screen. Her fingers danced on the virtual keyboard, leaving after images, as if she was discussing something with someone else. Lin Fan curiously leaned over and glanced at the 300-plus member IS Mecha Girl gossip group. The messages were flooding the screen at an insane rate. Xia! Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Commander Lin is a great hero of the Academy, you are so lucky. By the way, have you heard? There seems to be a riot deep in the wasteland because of the dark matter bomb. Xia, did you take drugs? Please give me the link Sai Nabla Sai. Xia. 5 credits for handsome photos of Commander Lin, 25 credits for nude photos. How dare I take pictures? I'm such a weakling that I'm getting so panicked at the moment. I feel like I'm going to be kicked out at any moment. Unexpectedly, the usually timid Yu Xia has such a lively side. Lin Fan couldn't help but cough lightly. Commander Lin! Yu Xia was so scared that she almost jumped up from her chair. She hurriedly turned off the screen, like a frightened rabbit. Relax, relax. Lin Fan waved his hand. Yu Xiaoya's expression suddenly changed, and she asked mysteriously. Commander Lin, you've been at the Academy, not long, right? Is it obvious? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Yu Xia nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I was just in the group, gathering information. Have you heard of Vice President Suja? I've heard of him. He's the big boss of the Academy? What's the matter? Lin Fan asked in some confusion. Yu Xiaoya's expression grew even more tense, as if she were about to share a shocking secret. Commander Lin, the point isn't knowing, it's... Deputy Dean Su is obsessed with demolishing buildings. Not to mention our college, he's even demolished the federal building, and he's also demolished people. What's the big deal? We didn't mess with him, so we just stay away from him. You can't hide, Yu Xia said anxiously. Because... She took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. He is Dean Su Yun's biological brother. Lin Fan. And, Yu Xia continued, just last month, he broke the leg of a mid-level commander who was relentlessly pursuing Dean Su Yun. Lin Fan. You've just signed the contract. Yu Xia muttered softly. Stop! Stop it! Stop talking nonsense! Lin Fan quickly reached out to stop her, but saw the hairs on his arms standing up. Broke your legs just by pursuing it? Thank you for the generous gift. Then wouldn't it be that the person who was eating and reloading at the same time would be physically liberated? Chapter 20. The whole district is in a state of shock, and everyone is focused on the situation. While Lin Fan was still assessing the degree of danger, his deeds had already spread throughout the entire Zhujiang mountain area. Griffin Conference Room, Zhujiang District First College. Dean Gung Baishan sat in the main seat, tapping his fingers on the conference table. None of the school leaders and top teachers in the room said a word, all their eyes were fixed on the big screen. In the picture, the Luli mecha stabbed Chiyaji's neck with a sword, then spread its colorful energy wings and flew into the sky. It wasn't until the scene froze on the explosion of the dark matter bomb that the conference room exploded. I didn't expect that the IS Academy, which is almost at the bottom of the list, has such a secret weapon. They're just better equipped than us. As for their skills, they're nowhere near as good as those brats in our yard. Where did this equipment come from? Does the IS Academy have this technology? Found it. The commander's information has been deciphered. A technical teacher jumped up suddenly and projected the information onto the big screen. On the screen was Lin Fan's handsome face. Lin Fan, 20 years old, high-level energy reaction detected in the body. Contract the B-class machine by Mingji to upgrade it to A-class. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps at the scene. When Gung Baishan saw the end, his hand stopped moving abruptly. Advanced energy reaction was within his expectations. But those perfect-level mecha technologies have always been in the hands of the top 3 academies. And that damn method of body evolution, Evolution Core? Gung Baishan shook his head. Even if he had such a precious thing, he would definitely not use it on a B-class machine. I'm afraid this isn't some gimmick from that little fox Su-yun. She's just trying to attract the commander with this wave of traffic. Gung Baishan expressed his judgment. His eyes sharpened as he looked at the charming lady in Cheongsam standing next to him. Deputy Dean Ran, go to IS. Take this kid's underwear off for me. Such a scene was happening simultaneously in several other top-ranked war academies. IS College, top floor of Nirvana Tower. Su-yun stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly calmly overlooking the frenzy in the square below. Countless electronic screens played Lin Fan's highlights and all kinds of outrageous gossip in a loop. A rank defeats SS rank. Commander Lin Fan wipes out the powerful enemy with the snap of a finger. Exclusive news. The Forest God's secret techniques and mysterious flying vehicles, Night in the Bamboo Grove, the story I have to tell with the Forest God. Manufacturer in urgent contact. Pre-sale now open for the same 1:1 mecha filter plug as Lin Shin. The mecha girl students on the street are even more outrageous. Many of them have changed into t-shirts printed with various silly Q version emoticons of Lin Fan. These girls, are they crazy? And that mecha filter plug, does the discipline department want to quit working? Even if she used all her strength to block the news at the first moment. But the terrifying speed of the spread made even her, the dean, feel powerless. Su-yun's fingertips unconsciously brushed across the glass, but her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Villa Number 1. A barely perceptible blush crept up her fair neck. Thinking back to the contract, Lin Fan's forced composure, his cocky expression, and the domineering aura he displayed when manipulating the mecha. The corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. Dean! Wang Meng rushed into the office in a hurry, gasping for breath. Applications for visits to the top 3 war girl academies have all been submitted. Su-yun raised an eyebrow when she heard that. Sure enough, these old foxes came here after smelling the scent. In previous years, she was the only one who submitted applications, so there was no case of senior colleges coming to her. However, Lin Fan's true terror was probably far beyond their expectations. I have to find out what Lin Fan has to say tonight. Arrange it for tomorrow at noon, and raise the alert level in the villa area to the maximum. A cunning look appeared on the corner of her mouth. Spread the news that each college is organizing a group to watch ISIS. This will cool down those jealous people online. Ding! Ding! The communication rang, interrupting Su-yun's arrangements. Seeing her brother's portrait flickering on the screen, Su-yun felt a sudden pang in her heart. As soon as the call was connected, her brother's signature loud voice came from the other end. Yuner! That little bastard Lin Fan, keep a close eye on him. I'll be back soon after I finish what I'm doing. I left in a hurry last time, so I have to have a good meeting with this guy this time. Oh, by the way, when the time comes, go grab him a high-level machine. Advanced energy reactions combined with an A-level machine won't be a problem. Su-yun glanced at Wang Meng beside her guiltily, and quickly signaled her to leave. Only when she was the only one left in the office did Suyun timidly lower her voice. Brother, no. No need. Huh? Why? Suja was stunned. Because I also have a contract with Lin Fan. Suyun's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. There was 2 seconds of silence on the other end of the line, and then, fuck you! Suyun hurriedly explained. Brother, don't worry. It's a sole contract, and Lin Fan's improvement on the body is very strong. Huh? Oh. That's not what I'm talking about. This kid isn't wronging you. Although you are my biological sister, I still condemn your behavior of taking advantage of the young. Get lost. Baldy Sue! Don't let me see you again! Suyun was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and she cut off the communication fiercely. Night Falls, Villa No. 1. Lin Fan was completely unaware of the turbulent waves in the outside world. At this moment, he had a serious expression on his face, staring at Yushiya, who was wearing a nurse's uniform and had a very suggestive posture in front of him. Yushiya's face was flush red from holding it in, and she looked at him pitifully. Lin! Commander Lin, am I not holding it tight enough? But it's really too big. Lin Fan smacked his head against her smooth forehead in annoyance. TSK. Don't move, it will be done soon. If you destroy it, I'll kick you out. Yushiya let out an aggrieved, oh, and quickly concentrated her attention, staring at the silver-gray metal rod between her hands. Lin Fan ignored Yushiya and stared intently at the progress bar on the system panel. Silver Snake Energy Stick charging, 96%, 98%, 100%. Charging completed. Mark target, Yushiya, activate mecha form for 30 minutes. Operation experience improvement, current LV2, 47/150. Ha, done! Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After the level increased, a lot of good things appeared in the system mall, and the Silver Snake Energy Stick was one of them. Lin Fan patted the back of Yushiya's hand and hooked his finger at him. Okay, you can give it to me. Yushiya placed the sweat-soaked metal stick in Lin Fan's palm. Lin Fan wiped it with a tissue in disdain, then looked at the treasure worth 100 wild points again and again. This is a good thing. Master, what good stuff? Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Mingji, who had recovered as before, and waved the Silver Snake Energy Stick at her. Suyun is going to bleed a lot this time. Come on, you two, follow me to the mecha hangar. Chapter 21. This is simply a miracle. Lin Fan stretched lazily and pushed open the door, and was startled by the scene in the distance. The lights outside the security zone were on and the place was packed with people. Countless mecha girls were holding up signs that read, Linshin YYDS, and screaming loudly. The forest god is out. Ask for a contract. Linshin! Look at me, look at me! Linshin, when will your filter plug be online? Urgent! Lin Fan ignored Bai Mingji, who also looked confused, and turned to look at Yushiya. What's going on? Yushiya was so excited that she jumped up and down. Commander Lin! Don't you know? You're famous! They're all here to watch your fans. She pointed at the enthusiastic crowd outside and said with sparkling eyes, Look, even your cute t-shirts are selling out. Fans? Lin Fan held his forehead helplessly. At that time, he just wanted to defeat Chia Ji and throw the bomb outside the academy. Who knew it would cause such a big commotion? Now, the peaceful days are probably gone forever. Okay, got it. Lin Fan waved his hand and tossed the Silver Snake Energy Stick to Yushiya. Here, your toy. Yushiya caught it in a hurry, her little face full of confusion and suspicion. Although Commander Lin is very capable, this statement goes against common sense. Commander Lin, can this thing really activate my mecha form? She played with the metal stick in her hand curiously. I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. The third form has always been accessible only to the commander. She looked at Lin Fan in confusion. I don't want to hear similar words a second time. Bai Mingji's cold voice suddenly interrupted, startling Yushiya so much that her neck shrank. Mingji, don't bother with the little brat. Lin Fan pointed at the Silver Snake Energy Stick. Just try it and you'll know. I guarantee your jaw will drop. Yu Xia immediately stood up and saluted. Yes. I promise there won't be a next time. It will definitely work. What's the third form? Just as the three of them entered the mecha warehouse, a curious voice suddenly came from behind them. Lin Fan turned around and saw Su Yun standing there, staring at him intently. Hello, Dean! Yu Xia lowered her head instantly. Su Yun nodded slightly, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, and her tone was inexplicably sour. What's going on with the third form you mentioned? Are you planning to contract Yu Xia? Lin Fan didn't waste any words and gave orders to Yu Xia directly. Xia, hold up the energy stick and yell Henshin. Oh no, thinking about activating mecha mode. Oh. Yu Xia took the silver snake energy stick and trotted to the center of the mecha hangar. He closed his eyes, clenched the silver snake energy stick in his hands, and silently chanted in his heart, Activate mecha mode. Activate mecha mode. Henshin! Heck. Buzz. Before Yu Xia's laughter died down, the snake-like relief on the surface of the energy stick sprang out like a living snake. Countless streams of silver energy enveloped her entire body. In the light, the petite nurse girl disappeared. Instead, there was a 3-meter-tall, completely white humanoid mecha. The joints of the mecha are dotted with light green fluorescent lines, and a red cross mark is lit on the chest. Although it was small in size, the real mecha form did appear in front of everyone. Success? Yu Xia's shocked voice came from inside the mecha. Oh my god! I really turned into a mecha? I feel so powerful! This is incredible! Su Yun was completely petrified. Her beautiful face, which was always calm and composed, was now filled with deep doubts. She even rubbed her eyes subconsciously, wondering if she was hallucinating because of the recent stress. A mecha girl, using only a metal stick a dozen centimeters long to activate the mecha form? This was completely beyond her theoretical framework. This is simply a miracle. Lin Fan looked at Su Yun, who was stunned, and snapped his fingers in front of her. How is it? This thing is awesome! But the downside is that it only lasts 30 minutes, and it doesn't have the commander's combat power bonus. Also, the production process is quite complicated, so mass production is not possible for the time being. Su Yun took a deep breath, and the huge surprise hit her heart like a tsunami. Before unlocking the third form, all shortcomings are not shortcomings. If most of the combat type and even support type mecha girls at IS Academy could activate this temporary third form. What does that mean? This means that IS will have a force that can unleash a terrifying force far beyond that of other academies at any time. IS will have a subversive advantage. Kill points, Su Yun muttered to herself. She suddenly looked at Lin Fan, her tone filled with unprecedented excitement. Lin Fan! Do you know the kill score? Killing points? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. It sounded unsafe when he heard this thing. The points earned from killing wild beasts will be automatically recorded on the bracelet. They are related to the qualification to enter the wild cave. The desolate caves are a massive ruins complex left over from the cataclysm. They are filled with powerful desolate beasts, but they also contain unimaginable wealth. She paused and emphasized. Only the top 50 commanders are eligible to enter the deserted caves in the Zhishan area. The quota will be automatically reset if someone enters on the 5th of each month. If we can mass-produce this energy bar, we can get another spot. Lin Fan couldn't help but ponder. Killing wild beasts gave him points, so wouldn't that mean wild value? Su Yun, with your current level of mechanical ability, after entering the desolate cave. Su Yun was a little embarrassed, but a strong fighting spirit burned in his eyes. It would be difficult for me alone, but with Bai Mingji, there will definitely be no problem. Lin Fan looked at the excited Su Yun and couldn't help but ask. Su Yun, RIS's previous kill ranking, wasn't it pretty dismal? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Su Yun's face. Even with the combined efforts of the entire academy, we could only secure one spot at most. Wang Meng, who died at your hands, had been in there twice. Oh? Lin Fan called up the kill ranking in the bracelet, his smile full of confidence and excitement to make trouble. There are still 10 days left. Do you want to go into the deserted cave and take a look? Su-Yun looked at the confident light in Lin Fan's eyes, and her heart beat faster. She knew that the earth-shaking moment for IS Academy would come much sooner than she expected. This little man with whom she had a sole contract is eager to stir up the whole Jishan district. Yes, Su-Yun said without any hesitation. I'll hand over my work in the next 2 days, and then I'll go to the wasteland with you. Oh, right. Lin Fan seemed to remember something and moved closer to Su-Yun. Look at my energy stick technology. How much resources are it worth? Do I need to ask the Academy for some special subsidies? Su-Yun gave Lin Fan a speechless look. We've already signed a contract. My Federation account is linked to your card. You can just use Federation points to purchase it. Also, someone from another academy is going to come and poach you tomorrow. The conditions they offer, maybe. Although she is the Dean of IS, she cannot use public resources at will. However, with the wealth she had accumulated in recent years, she was still confident that she could buy some grade A materials. Her only concern was the generous conditions offered by other colleges. Chapter 22 Top Colleges Come to Recruit Talents. No way! Lin Fan refused directly. He had already looked up relevant information long before. Although other colleges are strong, the situation is complicated. Who is he, Lin Fan? There is a system. Such a powerful existence. Wouldn't it be great to be a local emperor in IS? And with this system, it is only a matter of time before IS's status is raised to the top. I've finished my research. Let's go. It's so late. If I don't sleep now, I'll become a night owl. Lin Fan glanced at the medical mecha that was still posing. Yushia, there are only 20 minutes left. If you play with the stick any longer, the energy in it will be gone. The next day. The sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a beam of light across Lin Fan's bedroom. The air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, mixed with some indescribable scent. Su-Yun lay on her side amidst the messy bedding, a few strands of hair stuck to her flushed cheeks. The thin blanket only covered her waist, revealing the graceful lines of her back, which disappeared under the sheets all the way down. Su-Yun turned over and slowly opened her eyes, her voice lazily filled with sleepiness. Lin Fan, you woke up so early. Lin Fan pointed helplessly at the beam of light. It seems, it's not that early yet, the sun is almost setting. Last night, Su-Yun's amazing flexibility and explosive power still impressed him. His operating level has reached LV2, 117/150, but it will take several days before Su-Yun's body is upgraded. What time is it now? Su-Yun murmured. I used to think reviewing documents was the most tiring thing, but now I realize. As the two were talking, Su-Yun's bracelet suddenly started to vibrate. She reached out and groped. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Dean! Where are you? Wang Meng's anxious voice exploded. Dean Ran of Griffin, Director Ji of Lei Luo, and Dean Huang of Irwin, these are the top 3 senior executives of the college. I've been waiting in the reception room for almost half an hour. What? Su-Yun sat up suddenly, not even caring about the quilt sliding down. She looked at the clock on the bedside in horror. 12:50. I'll be there right away. Just tell them that Lin Fan and I are debugging the new equipment, and it will be ready soon. Su-Yun gave the instructions quickly and hung up the phone. It's over, it's over. Su-Yun frantically searched for her clothes on the ground. This is the first time in my life that I've skipped work, and in such a critical situation. Lin Fan slowly got out of bed and deliberately teased. Do you want to further debug the mecha synchronization next time? I don't want to take the blame for being late. Su-Yun's face flushed even more. That's academic research. She hurriedly put on her jumpsuit, and stamped her feet in frustration because the zipper was stuck at the back and couldn't be closed. Stop joking and help me. It's really too late. The other side. The atmosphere in the IS Academy reception room was already tense. Bang. Wang Meng had just finished adding tea when she was startled by Ji Feng's slamming of the table. The admissions director of Lei Luo College had a grim face and drummed his fingers on the table. How long have we been waiting? From yesterday until now. What on earth is ISIS up to? Just because Lin Fan appeared, you're already looking down on everyone? Ran Qingyu, who was sitting opposite him, had a dark green cheongsam wrapped around her plump figure and a smile that was both elegant and prickly. Director Ji, your temper is still so hot. I've already flown 3,000 kilometers, and this is all I need? But honestly, it would be a waste of Lin Fan's talent to stay in IS. Only our Griffin resource pool is suitable for him. Resources are shit. Ji Feng immediately got furious. His core is equipment research and development. Only Lei Luo can assign him a dedicated team. This is what we call a professional match. Huang Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the two of them. His tone was calm but with a sense of dominance. Just keep your mouth shut. Is it proper to make a scene on someone else's property? She looked at Wang Meng and said, Tell Su Yun to wait for her for another half an hour, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Wang Meng felt a panic in her heart. Just as she was thinking about how to save the situation, she heard the sound of hurried high heels outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 times. Su Yun hurriedly dragged Lin Fan in. President Huang, President Ran, Director Ji, I'm sorry we're late. Wang Meng's eyes widened instantly. Is this the Dean Su Yun she knew? Her hair was a bit messy, she hadn't even put on her usual delicate makeup, and she was still wearing the same dress from yesterday. Could it be? Wang Meng swallowed his saliva like a melon eater, and his eyes unconsciously looked at Lin Fan beside him, trying to find some clues. Lin Fan, let me introduce you. This is from Griffin War Girl Academy, this. Hello, leaders. Lin Fan cooperated in the acting. On the way here, Su Yun had already introduced him the information of several people and their colleges. If Su Yun hadn't said that he couldn't refuse, he wouldn't have bothered to get involved in this mess. The #1 Griffin Academy has many inherited combat skills and the best mecha girls, and the commanders generally have the strongest combat power. The second place Lei Luo Academy has the strongest equipment manufacturing technology, focusing on the equipment installed on various mechas. The third-ranked Elvin Academy places great emphasis on tactical systems, and usually pairs a capable commander with several commanders of ordinary talents to form a team. Monsoon from Lei Luo College stood up and walked forward with a warm expression. He extended his broad palm directly. Student Lin Fan, I've long heard of your name. Heroes truly emerge from youth. Nice to meet you. Lin Fan returned the handshake flattered and blinked his eyes. Director Ji, you are too happy too early. I mean, how long have you been looking up to me? I'm such a nobody, and you still think of me. I'm honored. Ji Feng's smile froze instantly. Puchi. Ran Qingyu on the side couldn't help laughing. Her beautiful eyes moved around, looking up and down at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin is such a joker. I'll just get straight to the point. I've seen your combat footage. Do you have any thoughts on transferring to another hospital? Griffin can give you 5 times the resources of IS. 5 times? Lin Fan praised sincerely. Griffin is really rich. Ran Qingyu saw that Lin Fan was interested and continued to increase the bet. Our academy still has many SS-level uncontracted mecha girls. We can arrange one for you right away. Cough. Huang Feng spoke at this time. She elegantly picked up the teacup on the table and spoke slowly. After all, it's just an external thing. Our Owen's tactical system comes first. As a good commander, you must have teammates who know how to cooperate. I can select 3 commanders and customize a team of mecha tactical assistants based on your abilities. Ji Feng only then reacted and hurriedly added. Lei Luo's equipment is of the highest quality. Commander Lin Fan, the best is what suits you. After saying that, the 3 of them looked at Lin Fan intently, expecting his reply. Su Yun quietly clenched her fists. She knew how tempting the conditions of these 3 companies were, and IS could not compare at all. After knowing the other party's bargaining chips, will he still maintain the attitude of yesterday? Lin Fan suddenly scratched his head and grinned at the 3 of them, revealing a row of white teeth. That's what I came here to talk about today. Thank you all for your support. IS is pretty good. It provides food, accommodation, and after-sales service. I have no plans to change jobs for the time being. Chapter 23. You're the one with the foul mouth. Start spitting. Everyone was stunned by the word job hopping. Lin Fan smiled frankly. Don't guess, everyone. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in IS. Ran Qingyu from Griffin was the first to lose his patience. Commander Lin, maybe you didn't hear clearly? Griffin is undoubtedly the top university in Zhujiang Mountain District. It's where you can fully display your talents. As for IS. She glanced at the somewhat simple reception room and smiled contemptuously. As long as you nod, Griffin will upgrade the contract authority to SSS level mecha girl. Tisk! Lei Luo's Ji Feng interrupted again. Dean Ran is right. Lin Fan's core value lies in his brilliant ideas and his talent in equipment. Lin Fan, if you only let me see your robot builder, I'll get your S-rank light wings up to SS rank in 1 year. After the two finished speaking, Rowan's Huang Feng slowly spoke. Lin boy, we are optimistic about your potential. You can't fight wild beasts alone. Think about it carefully. Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged. Thank you all for your kindness, I really won't move. SS level light wings? There are good sets of blueprints in the system mall. As long as there is wild value, this thing can be done in minutes, right? 1 more year. Seeing that he was unmoved, Ran Qingyu suddenly put his hands on the table and continued to increase the bet. Lin Fan, talent shines everywhere. How about this? Griffin Academy promises you 4 more chances to enter the desolate caverns each year. This opportunity is something others can only ask for, so how about it? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, but Ji Feng beside him exploded first. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Lin Fan's nose and cursed. Do you understand the market situation? What can this lousy place of IS give you? What the hell can you accomplish here? You must have lost your mind. Su Yun's face darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Lin Fan gently held her hand. He took a half step forward and said in a playful tone, AUV, you little G! What's a lousy admissions director trying to act so high and mighty with the deans? So what if IS is at the bottom? They were at the bottom last year, so can't they make a comeback this year? Lin Fan raised his chin. In IS I can do whatever I want. Do you guys in Lei Luo have such a vision? You! Ji Feng's face flushed red and he was choked and speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Fan opened fire at full force. Hey, your mouth is slipping? It seems your mouth and brain are not connected. Is there a bug? Do you want me to restart your system for you? Lin Fan finished off the enemy in a servile manner. He was too lazy to look at Ji Feng's liver-colored face and turned to Ran Qingyu, who was smiling sweetly. Dean Ran, I, Lin Fan, don't need to rely on others' platforms to prove myself. IS's resources are not as good as Griffin's right now, but... He pointed at his temple. I am the greatest resource. As for the deserted cave, I can fight my way in on my own. Finally, looking at Huang Feng, Lin Fan's tone softened a little. Thank you for your kindness, Dean Huang. However, I really don't plan to move for the time being. IS is quiet, and the Dean is doing well. As he said this, he deliberately glanced at Su Yun, who was pretending to be calm. This obvious difference in treatment made Ji Feng's face turn pale and blue in an instant. Lin Fan! Don't be so shameless! He was so angry that he kicked over the stool with a gloomy look in his eyes. Without top resources, how long do you think you can survive? I'm putting it this way. In less than 3 months, even if you beg me to take you in, there's no way I'll take you in. Well, let's wait and see. Lin Fan refused to give in and nudged Su Yun with his elbow. Hey, Dean Su, didn't you say that Vice Dean Suzhou would help me get a body? I think I should go to Lei Luo College. They have SSS. Then tell Vice Dean Suzhou exactly what Xiaoji said. Su Yun's eyes lit up and she immediately cooperated with the performance. He put on a standard official smile, but his tone was a little helpless. Commander Lin and I appreciate your kindness. But since Commander Lin has chosen ISIS, we will do our utmost to protect him. ISIS's hardware may not be as good as yours for now, but they are not pushovers. She changed the subject, looking as if she had a headache. Alas, you all know my brother's violent temper. I'll just listen to what I said, but if he heard it, I don't know what he might do. As soon as the word Suzhou came out, Ji Feng's expression changed. Everyone knows that the IS vice president, Suzhou, is a ruthless and crazy person who dared to demolish the federal building. He was targeted by this plague god. Ji Feng felt a chill on his back. He had been so angry that he had forgotten about this. Humph! Just wait and see. I don't have time to waste with you. Ji Feng roared in a timid manner. He turned around and almost ran away. Ran Qingyu couldn't hold it in any longer. Her elegant smile froze a little, and she quickly took out a black business card and put it on the table. Well, since Commander Lin has made up his mind, I won't force you. This is my private account, and the door of Griffin is always open to you. After saying that, he quickly left. Huang Feng looked at the backs of the two people and couldn't help but smile, giving Su Yun a thumbs up. Dean Su, that's great! She turned around and handed Lin Fan a golden token. I'll keep Irwin's special pass and resource permissions for you. Feel free to contact me when you figure it out. Lin Fan took the token and grinned. Thank you, Dean Huang. Take care. I won't see you off. Huang Feng nodded and looked at Lin Fan meaningfully. I look forward to seeing you next time. I hope you can make IS shock everyone. After saying that, he slowly walked away. In a flash. In the reception room where the big guys were gathered just now, only Lin Fan, Su Yun and Wang Meng, who had been trying hard to reduce his presence, were left. Only then did Wang Meng dare to come over and said, Dean, Commander Lin, you guys just scared me to death. If we confront him like this, will he? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. He only dares to yell. He's just a crappy admissions director. What can he do? Didn't they make their fortune by manufacturing equipment? Sooner or later they'll be bankrupt. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Su Yun and found that the side of her face was a little pale, and he couldn't help laughing. Dean Su, we work together really well. Su Yun rolled her eyes in annoyance. You must have enjoyed cursing so much that you almost poked the sky apart. If the three academies work together to put pressure on ISIS, it will be really difficult. Having said that, there was a hint of a relieved smile deep in her eyes. Although I was frightened by Lin Fan's crazy move just now, but it was really satisfying. IS Academy, how long has it been since you felt so proud? Dean's office. Lin Fan ate the food that Wang Meng packed for him. Chew, chew, chew. Lin Fan was eating happily when he looked up and found Su Yun had moved her chopsticks a few times. Dean Su, is this all you're eating? Lin Fan muttered incoherently with his mouth full of rice. You have such a curvy figure, and you eat so little, where do you get that fat? You're a talented athlete. Su Yun's face flushed red, and she patted his arm. Eating can't stop you from talking. Lin Fan chuckled twice, finished the last bite of rice, and his eyes became serious. No kidding, Su Yun, I've already boasted about how awesome you are. Only 9 days left. We have to hurry up and prepare for a protracted war in the deserted area. Chapter 24, Prepare for the Wasteland, Crazy Krypton Gold. As soon as Lin Fan finished his last bite of rice, Su Yun stood up in a hurry. Lin Fan, we need to go to the wasteland early. I have to hold an emergency meeting to arrange some things. Lin Fan waved goodbye and slumped down on the sofa contentedly, but his eyes didn't show any of the laziness from earlier. He stroked his chin and muttered, After thinking about it, I still don't have enough firepower. Start spending! His fingers slid across the light screen quickly, and the interface of the Federal Materials Library scrolled rapidly, and materials were added to the shopping cart one by one. Starry Quicksand Granules, Grade A, add. High Purity GN Particle Biomass, Grade A. Plus. 0 Degree Crystal, S Level, Plus. High Energy Module, A plus S Grade. Plus. The order amount jumped wildly, finally settling on an astronomical figure. Is it that huge? Lin Fan's left eyebrow twitched wildly as he looked at the federal currency in his account, which had been reduced by more than half. Now Su Yun is really going to be snatched away by me. It doesn't matter, she didn't have it in the first place. After we go to the wasteland, we can earn it back. Place your order. Lin Fan chuckled, then pulled out the equipment blueprint he had selected long ago and started exchanging it. Mica Tracking Missile, 700 damage, A-level, Group Lock Attack. CNM Cannon, 1300 damage, S-level, One-Way Range Bombardment. Fortress Full Shield, 1,700 damage points, S level, covers the entire body, provides high defense. Combined with the A-level Aurora Pulse Cannon I gave Suyun earlier, her long-range firepower is now fully utilized. But under this kind of firepower, I guess a full shield won't be needed. Anyway, I've already bought the materials. GN Particle Gun, 900 damage, A-level, kill/heal mode switch. This gun is just right for you, Shuya. With the Silver Snake energy stick to activate the form, it not only has the ability to heal, but also has some self-protection means. Assault MX-20 Beam Shield, 1200 damage, S rank, lightweight energy defense shield. Bai Mingji now has a beam shield, which makes her more secure when attacking. After a series of fierce operations, Lin Fan looked at the wild value again. There were only a pitiful 238 points left. So poor. Lin Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. An hour later. Knock, knock, knock! There was a knock on the door. Come in. As the door opened, Zhou Ming, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in with a smile on his face, followed by two fully armed mecha girls. After they took out a few specially sealed boxes, they quickly retreated. Commander Lin, nice to meet you. I'm Zhou Ming, the general manager of the Federal Materials Depot. The materials you requested have arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Administrator Zhou. Lin Fan nodded and prepared to see the guest off. Zhou Ming seemed not to understand the hint, but stepped forward and handed over a gold-stamped business card. He had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Fan in the past few days. He hurried over when he heard that the other party had placed an order. If she is really a big shot, if he holds on tightly now, the difference in price that slips through the other person's fingers in the future will be enough for him to enjoy the good life. If you have any materials you want to sell in the future, please feel free to contact me. I will personally pay 20% more than the federal recycling price. He paused and pointed to the sealed box beside him. There are some high-grade materials here that the Nirvana factory can't process. If you need to find the relevant staff, I can help contact them. Zhou Ming watched Lin Fan put away the business card, and his eyes narrowed into a line or two. Equipment manufacturing is a very advanced technology. If you can't even handle the raw materials, no experiments will be able to be carried out. It's rumored that this commander has contracted a mysterious mecha girl, but the Nirvana workshop can't even perform the most basic smelting of several high-end materials. Thinking of this, he became even more confident. Not for now, thank you, Administrator Zhou. Okay, I'll help you contact. Zhou Hai answered subconsciously, and only realized what he was saying halfway through. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Zhou Ming's composure quickly returned to normal, and he was about to turn around. Wait! Lin Fan suddenly spoke and blinked at the stunned Zhou Ming. The purchase price you just mentioned, can you increase it a little bit? Zhou Ming was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay. That's 30% then. If he resells it privately, the maximum profit he can make is 35%. If he cuts it again, it will hit his main artery. You can't add me anymore. Please contact me anytime in the future. He looked at Lin Fan, who was about to bargain again, said something hurriedly, and almost fled the office. Lin Fan ignored Zhou Ming, who was fleeing in panic, and couldn't wait to open the sealed boxes. After he sorted the materials and drawings into categories, the office was instantly flooded with colorful lights. Miniature preview equipment pieces slowly rose into the air. Done! Lin Fan put the equipment back into the bracelet and sent a message to Suyun, asking her to meet him at the villa after she was done with her work. He walked out of the office leisurely and headed towards the Nirvana Tower. But before he even left the hall, Lin Fan felt something was wrong. Quiet, too quiet. The hall, which was bustling with people just now seemed to be paused. All the mecha girls stopped their actions at once, staring at him with eyes like hungry wolves seeing meat. Hello classmates, how are you? Lin Fan raised his hand tentatively and greeted them. No one responded. He subconsciously took a step back. Swish! The girls took a step forward in unison. Lin Fan's scalp was tingling. He called out to the mecha girls in front of him. Hey, can you let me pass? The mecha girls moved forward in unison once again, and the air was filled with the breath of life. Just when Lin Fan was about to be exposed. Buzz! The roar of the engine came from far away, and a silver heavy motorcycle rushed to the entrance of Nirvana Tower. The tall figure switched from the motorcycle form. It was Bai Mingji. She strode through the wall of machine girls and stood in front of Lin Fan with precision, bowing her head slightly. Master, Suyun asked me to take you back. Finished. Bai Mingji glanced around coldly. Disobeying the commander's wishes, with ill intentions, and trying to force contact. According to Article 7 of the IS Academy's wartime regulations. She paused deliberately. Wow. The hall that was packed just now was reduced to a few afterimages in the blink of an eye, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Bai Mingji chuckled and then began to explain. Master, with your current fame, it's not appropriate for you to go out alone. For your safety, Suyun gave you a privilege. If you want to go there next time, remember to call me. You never know, some crazy student might drag you into an alley. As Bai Mingji finished speaking, the silver heavy motorcycle appeared again. Is it safe? Lin Fan gently stroked the body of the motorcycle and stared blankly at the street scene outside. Ever since he was picked up and brought back to IS Academy, his life has been like a clockwork, killing monsters, beating people, and collecting equipment, never having a moment's rest. Oh, and there are upgrades. He also wants to have a good rest. But on this dangerous blue water planet, under the dual pressure of wild beasts and apostles, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands were pushing him forward. After all, it's not strong enough. Lin Fan sighed. Only with absolute strength can you enjoy the beauty of life. At this stage, I can only upgrade desperately. Lin Fan took a deep breath and disappeared into the silver motorcycle. Let's go! Mingji! Villain number 1! Go try out the new equipment prepared for you! Boom! The silver heavy motorcycle turned into a stream of light and roared into the distance. All that was left were screams raised by the violent air waves and skirts fluttering in all directions. Chapter 25. Krypton Gold is in place, Suyun's output doubles. Lin Fan, Bai Mingji and Yushia tinkered around in the mecha warehouse for an hour before Suyun hurried back. Lin Fan, what's the urgent matter? Suyun asked anxiously. She sniffed slightly and asked in confusion. Why is there a strange smell in the warehouse? Hello, Dean! Yushia stood at attention, her little face flushed, but with an excitement that could not be concealed. Master, Yushia and I will go prepare supplies for the wasteland first. Lu Wei is already on her way here. Bai Mingji nodded to Suyun, then carried the still excited Yushia out of the warehouse. There were only 2 people left in the mecha warehouse. Lin Fan's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He quickly took out equipment from the bracelet space as if he was presenting treasures. He said in a smug tone, Have you brought the Aurora Pulse Cannon I gave you last time? It'll cost you a little money this time, but it's definitely worth it. Lin Fan pointed towards the air. It was a metallic cloak, thin as a cicada's wing, pitch black, yet ripples of frightening energy flowed across its surface. It took a lot of hard work to get this done. Suyun was stunned again. She stared at the floating metal cloak and the 2 other cannon-shaped weapons next to it that were also fluctuating. Perfect level. 3 pieces. All perfect. As early as when her account was shrinking rapidly, she guessed that it was Lin Fan who was buying materials. He also knew his ability to build an A-level Aurora Pulse Cannon. But in just 1 hour, 3 pieces of perfect equipment? That terrifying energy fluctuation was even from S-level equipment. You know, even if she emptied her family's savings, the most she could buy was a perfect A-grade item. For S-level, if you can buy a matching superior level 1, you are already making a profit. Her eyes began to turn slightly red. She had always been strong-willed. She lowered her head and took out the Aurora Pulse Cannon that Lin Fan had given her last time. Her heart seemed to be filled with something. She didn't say anything, but just engraved this kindness into her heart, which was hotter and deeper than the mark of the soul contract. Lin Fan looked at Suyun, who was standing there in a daze, and directly covered her with his hand. What are you daydreaming about? Equip your weapons first, and remember to turn on simulation mode. He complained with lingering fear. Don't be like that girl Yushia, She almost set my warehouse on fire just now. The next second, Lin Fan skillfully entered Su Yun's cockpit. As expected, your cockpit is more comfortable, and the buffer is responsive. Lin Fan felt the familiar touch comfortably, and couldn't wait to click on the metal cloak in the air. Buzz! The mini cloak instantly disintegrated and turned into countless black metal threads, quickly wrapping up the huge fortress mecha. A moment later, a layer of black metallic mesh film tightly wraps around the entire body of the mecha. Neural sync link, binding successful. Fortress full shield, exclusive mecha girl, Su Yun. Compatibility test, 10%, 30%, 60%, 95%, 97%, combat power bonus, 120. Su Yun's low moan carried an indescribable sense of impact. Awesome! Lin Fan was delighted and kept moving, clicking on the other 3 pieces of equipment. Mica tracking missile compatibility test, 10%, 30%, 60%, 88%, combat power bonus, 54. Aurora pulse cannon compatibility test, 10%, 31%, 62%, 93%, combat power bonus, 69. CNM cannon compatibility test, 13%, 35%, 66%, 99% combat power bonus, 96. What is this? I feel like my body is going to explode. Several surges of energy instantly poured into Su Yun's nerves from various parts of the mecha. The unprecedented shock made her mind go blank and she almost lost the ability to think. Buzz! CNM cannon, expanded and deformed, firmly embedding into the clavicle of the mecha. Hiss! Su Yun took a breath of cold air. The intense pain was followed by a numbness that penetrated deep into her bones. Mica tracking missiles followed closely, and the 9 launch devices split instantly and embedded themselves into the gaps along the spine of the mecha. Lin Fan! Will I die? The intense pain caused the entire fortress mecha to tremble wildly. The cockpit was also spinning. Lin Fan steadied himself and shouted urgently. Su Yun, feel my control and activate the simulation mode. Don't blow up your academy. Seeing the familiar virtual scene unfold, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. All equipment loaded onto the machine will behave like this. Relax. The S-level loading will only take 30 seconds. The process will be a bit painful, so just bear with it. Lin Fan stared at the equipment loading bar, comforting Su Yun who was about to go berserk. Click! A crisp sound of fitting was heard. A black energy wave swept across the entire cockpit, and the originally smooth cockpit suddenly appeared with grid-like metal patterns out of thin air. Lin Fan curiously stroked the metallic lines and felt a cool sensation. Click, click, click. After several crisp sounds, all weapons were loaded. Inhale, exhale, inhale. In the cockpit, the only sound was Su Yun's heavy breathing. Just as Lin Fan was about to ask, he felt a crazy absorption force burst out from the buffer. Boom! 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 The 3 powerful weapons that had just been installed, together with the existing mortars, suddenly let out earth-shaking roars at the same time. Oh shit! Here we go again! Lin Fan exclaimed unexpectedly. 2 days. Just 2 days. This is the 3rd time Su Yun has actively engaged in aggressive driving. Do you really think I'm a perpetual motion machine? Looking at the devastating artillery fire outside, Lin Fan's unwillingness to admit defeat surged up again. Damn it! How can you control me, a commander? He hardened his heart and chose to go all out. He also wanted to see how abnormal Su Yun, who was equipped with several perfect-level weapons, would be when he opened fire at full power. An hour later, Lin Fan was half supported and half carried by Su Yun back to Villa No. 1. Dean Su, Commander Lin, what happened? Yu Shiya stopped what she was doing and asked Su Yun with a worried look on her face. Commander Lin, is it because he's too tired to fix the wall I broke? That's why it's like this. This is the first time I see Commander Lin looking so weak. She lowered her head guiltily, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers. Su Yun originally wanted to lecture Yu Shiya on some basic common sense about the Mecha Girl contract. But remembering his embarrassment when he first signed the contract, his tone couldn't help but soften. Don't overthink it. You'll understand, naturally, later. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes, which were originally slightly narrowed, suddenly opened. My sofa? He seemed to have seen his savior. He fell straight onto the sofa and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Hee. Lin Fan, sunken in the sofa, looked at the radiant Suyun beside him, and could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Fierce. It's so fierce. Spend enough money. Double your output. Name, Suyun. Age 36. Unit, Tower Defense Type S, Upgrade 7/30. Comprehensive Combat Power, Tower Form 102222, Exoskeleton Form 85205, Fortress Mecha Form 400769. Energy Storage 60 minute. Equipped Weapons, Fortress Full Shield, CNM Cannon, Mica Tracking Missile, Aurora Pulse Cannon, Mortar. Secret Information, Loyalty 100%, Violent Driving Mode, Commander Operation Experience plus 30%. The Sentry Tower form and exoskeleton cannot use those weapons, so the improvement is slightly smaller. Oh, I think I heard the upgrade prompt just now. Chapter 26 Commander Armor, Little Tony. Lin Fan felt as if he had been hollowed out, and even his legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Drive and cherish. He rolled over with a grin, his eyes involuntarily drifting to the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat strength, 810. Operation level, LV3, 29/200. Commander armor has been unlocked. Derived from the contracted Mecha Girl, it can be repaired by consuming wild points after being damaged in battle. Below the panel, 2 armor icons, one silver and one black, were quietly suspended, emitting a cold metallic luster. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Armor? Same style as Tony. Although his combat effectiveness has improved recently, he feels that his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. But any Mecha Girl who activates her exoskeleton can pin him to the ground and rub him repeatedly. But now, this commander's armor is simply a tailor-made patch for his shortcomings. He couldn't wait to click on the silver armor icon. On her left wrist, the mark representing Bai Mingji's contract suddenly burst out with a dazzling energy wave. The next second, a silver-white streamlined battle armor appeared out of thin air in front of him. Just as Lin Fan was about to reach out and touch it, something strange happened. The armor disintegrated into countless pieces with a crack, flying towards him like guided missiles. What the hell? What the hell? There was no time to dodge. In a flash, the cold metal parts covered his entire body. He lay straight in the middle of the sofa like a model forced into armor. All that remained in the field of vision was a slowly climbing progress bar, neural link synchronizing, 5%, 10%. Move, can't move? Lin Fan was confused. Such an awesome thing has a startup animation? This is ridiculous. At the same time, outside the gate of Villa Number 1, Lu Wei followed behind Bai Mingji and asked for the nth time. Teacher Bai, are you sure? Commander Lin Fan specifically asked me to join? Her heart was in turmoil, and she felt like she was dreaming. Not to mention what she had seen with her own eyes, everyone in the academy had spread the rumor that Lin Fan was a god of war. How could such a big shot be interested in a nobody like her? Bai Mingji kept walking. You can ask yourself when the time comes. As the villa got closer, Lu Wei became more and more nervous. Sudden buzz! A strong mecha energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the villa. It was like a real shock wave, shaking the two of them. Mecha energy? Bai Mingji's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, she instantly transformed into an exoskeleton and slammed into the tightly closed solid wooden door. Crack! The sturdy door shattered into wood chips all over the sky. The moment Bai Mingji rushed into the hall, a small sword of judgment appeared in her hand, and a cold murderous aura filled the air. However, the expected enemy did not appear. In the hall, Su Yun and Yu Shuya stood there in a daze, their eyes fixed on the sofa. There, lying quietly, was a humanoid mecha? The silver-white streamlined armor exudes the same energy fluctuations as Bai Mingji. Bai Mingji instantly released her exoskeleton form, shock once again showing on her cold face. Master! Master? Suyun also came back to her senses from the shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Fan? Is that you? Her mind raced. Commander combat uniform? But this is clearly a battle armor. Commander Lin. Commander Lin Fan? Lu Wei, who had just rushed in, looked at the mecha in front of her and her head buzzed. Her three views were shattered again. At this moment, Lin Fan was heartbroken. He had heard the loud noise of the gate being violently demolished, but his body was still unable to move. The damn progress bar in front of me has just reached 75%. Don't shoot! We're on the same side! Lin Fan didn't care whether the sisters outside could hear him or not, he just shouted at the top of his voice. Time passes by every second. Activation successful. Bai Mingji's derivative armor is now bound. Combat power increased by 20% of the mecha form. Comprehensive combat strength, 10-115. The pleasant system prompt tone finally sounded. Lin Fan felt his body lighten, the feeling of being restrained disappeared, and his vision instantly returned. 20% of the mecha form? In other words, it will increase as the combat power of the body increases. If I use Suyun's armor, wouldn't it be possible to reach level 160? You know, Bai Mingji, who just unlocked the mecha form, only has a combat power of 150. This means that he can already fight a B-class mecha with his bare hands. Thinking of this, Lin Fan slowly stood up. What caught my eye was Bai Mingji's shocked face, and Lu Wei standing at the door with a dazed look on her face. Wow! Lu Wei! Why are you tearing down my door? Lin Fan's voice came through the armor, carrying a hint of metallic doubt. Only then did he realize it and look down, seeing his arm covered with silver-white armor. Lin Fan! Suyun stepped forward quickly, and gently stroked the armor with trembling hands. What's going on with this armor? Is it a new combat uniform? Her tone was full of disbelief. Ah? Are you talking about this? Lin Fan finally reacted and his mind moved. Swish! The silver-white armor retreated quickly like the tide, turning into a stream of light and returning to the contract mark. Hee, this is a limited edition exclusive skin that I just researched recently. Is it handsome? Hiss. The pretense lasted only 3 seconds. As the armor faded away, the feeling of weakness from being hollowed out came back again. Lin Fan collapsed back onto the sofa. Bai Mingji quickly supported him and whispered, Master, I broke the door. I'll call someone to fix it. Then he massaged his shoulders without saying a word. Oh, I was just joking. Lin Fan waved at Lu Wei in the distance. Come on, let me ask you something. Lu Wei nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. As it was almost dinner time, Lu Wei and Yu Xiuya took over the responsibility of preparing dinner and ran to the kitchen happily. Lin Fan called Suyun and Bai Mingji and hurried upstairs. Lin Fan still had a lot of questions about the unfamiliar wasteland and had to catch up quickly. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. The scorching sun poured in, filling the room. When Lin Fan finished washing up and went downstairs, he saw Lu Wei and Yu Xiuya sitting listlessly on the sofa with dark circles under their eyes. What's going on with you two? Are you all excited to go to the wasteland? Lin Fan jokingly picked up the orange juice on the table and took 3 big gulps. Lu Wei cried. Commander Lin, a wild cat broke into the villa last night. They kept making noise until the middle of the night, and we didn't get any sleep at all. Wild cat? Lin Fan was stunned. What wild cat? In the academy? Bai Mingji's voice came from the stairs. After a while, the slim figures of Bai Mingji and Suyun walked out simultaneously. One black and one white tights, tightly fitting on their bodies. The plump curves outline an eye-catching arc, with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and even the legs have a somewhat well-proportioned fleshiness. The two of them put on combat jackets almost at the same time, covering up their seductive charm. The child is sleepwalking. Snap! Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Let's go! Chapter 27, Wild Area Frenzy, First Night. The roar of the engine tore through the silence of the wilderness, and amid the roar of armored vehicles rolling over gravel, a silver heavy motorcycle led the way ahead. Woohoo! Take off! Lin Fan shouted excitedly. The surge of adrenaline made him feel extremely happy. You can't even feel the wind pressure inside the motorcycle, leaving only the pure pleasure of driving. Commander Lin, half a kilometer in the 10 o'clock direction, the highest A-level wild beast energy reaction, the number is 8. Lu Wei's voice sounded on the communication channel, with a hint of nervousness. Got it! Got it! Lin Fan gently pushed the handlebar to the right, and the heavy motorcycle under him responded instantly, drifting close to the ground and rushing towards the left front. Hung Hing! 8 giant wild beasts shaped like wild boars and covered with hard metallic bristles discovered their target, and let out deafening roars. Amidst the flashes of silver light, the glazed mecha descended like a goddess. Judgment, behead! Next second, the judgment sword hummed and unfolded a blade of energy light, cutting into the herd like the scythe of the god of death. Puff! Puff! As the energy blade shuttled back and forth, the giant wild boar's body was precisely split in two, or its vital parts were cut off, causing it to fall to the ground with a bang. The whole process takes less than 15 seconds. Successfully killed the A-rank wild beast, the crackling claw steel mane. Gained wild points 5100. Successfully killed the B-rank wild beast crackling claw steel mane. Gained wild points 3060. Successfully killed. Lin Fan smiled slightly. As he gradually went deeper into the wasteland value he had killed along the way had reached 1,200 points. Let's go deeper and find an abandoned city with many wild beasts, so Suyun can have some fun. He and Bai Mingji reappeared, and the armored vehicle hurried over. Yu Xiuya hurriedly got out of the car, her mouth opening into an O shape again. Although they had encountered some wild beasts before, these were 8 wild beasts, and most of them were A-level. Even chopping melons and vegetables is not this fast. Don't just stand there, let's get to work. Lin Fan pouted angrily at the beast's corpse. Same old rules. Only A-grade materials, dig out the most valuable parts. Ah? Yes. Lu Wei and Yu Xia finally woke up from their dream, took out special collection tools and rushed towards the corpse. As Yu Xia deftly cut open the chest of a hyena, she couldn't help but mutter. Besides the claws, those bristles are also very valuable. Little money grubber. Lin Fan's voice was full of sarcasm. Our core goal is to gain kill points. Oh. Yu Xiuya stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Wei, who was standing by, patted her on the shoulder, her face showing the vicissitudes of life of a person who had experienced it. Xia, believe me, you will feel the pain. When you're so tired at night that you can't even straighten your back, you'll know what pain is. She puffed out her chest meaningfully, as she had seen the exaggerated harvesting mode of the glazed mecha with her own eyes. Lin Fan looked at the 2 busy people and smiled without saying a word. Even if 5 people work together, it will take at least an hour or 2 to deal with the mane of the split claw steel mane. It would be better to kill more wild beasts, and use the wild beast value to exchange for weapons and sell them for federal coins. In a few minutes, all the claws were collected and the convoy continued to move deeper into the wasteland. Inside the armored vehicle, Yu Xiuya sat in the passenger seat, looking at the cool silhouette of the heavy motorcycle in front of her, and couldn't help but move closer to Lu Wei and whisper in her ear. Sister Wei Wei, isn't Teacher Bai too strong? And Commander Lin? In the past few hours there have been battles of all sizes. How did he still have the energy to supply Teacher Bai? Lu Wei also looked ahead with admiration, and only after confirming that the communication channel was closed did she dare to speak in a low voice. I'm wondering too. Linshin's waist. No, isn't Linshin's energy so strong? Otherwise, why don't you ask the dean? Back seat. Suyun naturally heard their conversation, but she didn't even raise her eyelids as she was operating the data on her bracelet. You too, which teacher taught you? Basic energy science for robot girls. The first form of the mecha girl's normal actions do not require the commander's energy supply at all. Today, Bai Mingji's total mecha combat time is less than half an hour. This consumption For Lin Fan, this isn't even a warm-up. It's far from his limit. At the end of her words, a barely noticeable blush suddenly appeared on Su-Yun's fair cheeks. The pair of long, round legs wrapped in tight combat pants also subconsciously rubbed together. I understand. Lu Wei and Yu Xiuyan nodded frantically, looking at the motorcycle with even more awe and curiosity. The convoy continued to advance. All the wild beasts encountered along the way, regardless of size, were ruthlessly harvested by the Liuli Mecha. The two people in the armored vehicle have completely become reporting machines for the Didi beasts, and ruthless tools for digging materials. Before anyone knew it, night had completely enveloped the wasteland. The team set up camp in a relatively hidden depression in the rock wall. Several portable energy barriers rose up, blocking out most of the dangerous aura and prying eyes from the outside world. Huh! I can finally take a break! Lu Wei took the energy bar and water handed to her by Yu Xiuyan and sat down on the ground. The high intensity driving along the way made him feel like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Yu Xiuyan was even worse off. The bloody scenes along the way and the stimulation of the wild beast corpses made her, a newbie who had just arrived in the wilderness, exhausted both physically and mentally. Su-Yun also rubbed his brows, with a tired look on his face, and used the light board to enter today's wild beast data. Only Bai Mingji was still standing upright at the edge of the camp, on guard. Lin Fan held the energy bar in his mouth and curiously turned the package in his hand. This thing is only slightly better than compressed biscuits. Commander Lin, you and Teacher Bai, are you really not tired at all? Yu Xiuyan panted and asked in confusion as she looked at Lin Fan's relaxed expression. Tired? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. He looked at Bai Mingji innocently and said, You'll have to ask Mingji. I'm the only passenger today, so I'll be responsible for shouting 666. Bai Mingji didn't notice anything unusual outside and returned to the group. The combat intensity is slightly higher than that of daily patrols, but with the stable and efficient energy support of the master, the condition is good. Yu Xiuyan. She sighed to the sky, turned her grief and anger into appetite, and bit the energy bar in her hand fiercely. At this time, Lu Wei took off her blood-stained combat jacket while complaining. Oh, this wild beast's blood is sticky and disgusting. She was only wearing a tight black sports vest, with a strange black tattoo running down her abdomen and into her waist. A cold wind blew by, and she couldn't help shivering and hugging herself with her arms. Hiss! This damn place is no place for humans to stay at night. You should take a good rest and recover your strength. Su-Yun put away the bracelet light curtain. It was also her first time to go so deep, but compared to others, it was indeed a lot easier. Today is my freest day. I'll be on first shift. It'll take 2 more days to reach the operations headquarters base deep inside. Stay alert. After the decision was made, no one talked anymore. After each of them took out a blanket, wrapped themselves in it, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 28. Crush, a round of killing. The next morning, after waking up, everyone continued to move deeper into the wilderness. After speeding all the way, we finally entered the central part of the wasteland at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting late, keep an eye out for a place to stay. Lin Fan shouted in the communication. At night in the wilderness, the risk factor skyrockets. Lin Fan, the central part of the wasteland is where A-level wild beasts love to build their nests. Do you want to stay there for 2 more days? Su-Yun suggested. The number of wild beasts here is far less than that in the depths, so the killing value will be less. Bai Mingji added in time. Just then, Lu Wei, who was resting with her eyes closed in the passenger seat, seemed to sense something and turned the armored vehicle's detection radar to the maximum range. Commander Lin, something strange at 10 kilometers at 1 o'clock. The radar didn't detect it, but I'm still feeling uneasy. Should we take a detour? Oh? Lin Fan's eyes lit up and he instantly became alert. Is Lu Wei's little radar going to be useful again? He instantly recalled the happy times when he was farming wasteland value in the Lingda ruins. Go for broke. Target, 10 kilometers at 1 o'clock. Lin Fan gave the order decisively. Kill 1 more wave before dark. Today's KPI depends on it. Everyone has long been immune to the strange words that come out of Lin Fan's mouth. Without hesitation, the convoy turned slightly and sped towards the direction Lu Wei indicated. Soon, the outline of a huge ruin came into view. The high-rise buildings collapsed, countless twisted steel bars were exposed, and the whole city was filled with a dead silence and a desolate atmosphere. However, when the convoy approached the outskirts of the city, the atmosphere became a little weird. The expected swarm of wild beasts did not appear. Only a few scattered B-level armored hyenas wandered around the edge of the ruins. After Bai Mingji easily killed the enemy with a few shots, the entire outer area became quiet in an instant. Something's wrong. Lu Wei frowned and scanned her surroundings vigilantly. It's so quiet. In such a large abandoned city in the middle of the wasteland, there shouldn't be only these few low-level beasts. A strong sense of uneasiness lingered in her heart. Yu Xiuya also hugged her arms nervously. Sister Wei, I'm a little scared. Just as the convoy turned into a relatively intact main road, something strange happened. Roar! After a deafening roar, a huge black shadow swooped down from the half-collapsed roof of a shopping mall. The ferocious claws tore through the air and went straight for the leading heavy motorcycle. It turned out to be a ferocious A+ grade wild beast, the Skullcracker. Be careful! Lu Wei exclaimed. But her reminder was obviously unnecessary. A flash of silver light. A slash of energy struck from behind, arriving first. The ferocious skull splitter was still in midair when its hideous head exploded, and a foul-smelling rain of blood and red and white objects splashed onto the charred road surface. However, the death of this A-level wild beast was like pressing a terrifying switch. Boom! 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 In the shadows of the buildings on both sides of the main road, pairs of scarlet animal eyes suddenly lit up. The heavy footsteps made the ground shake. Immediately afterwards, 5 even larger tiger-shaped beasts covered with dark red bone armor slowly walked out, completely blocking the road ahead. The violent thunder energy was like real chains, wrapped around their huge bodies. S-level. And there are 5 S-level wild beasts. Jaluo! How could this appear in the central area? Yu Xiuya was so scared that her soul was about to be cut off, and the knuckles of her fingers holding the steering wheel turned white. Commander Lin! Let's retreat quickly. We can't win. Lu Wei was also frightened and her face turned pale. Fizzello, no wonder the radar couldn't detect it. It was a wild beast that was infinitely close to SS. No matter how strong Teacher Bai is, he can't withstand a beating from 5 of them. However, what came from the communication channel was Lin Fan's unusually calm voice, even with a hint of excitement. Why are you panicking? They're just 5 S-rank ones. They're perfect targets for Suyun to practice on. Vajra. Level S+. Combat power, 550. No special weaknesses, attack mode, collision, release strong electric shock. Lin Fan's eyes swept over the data scanned by the system. With Bai Mingji's strength, she could easily kill one, but dealing with 3 might be a bit difficult. But with Su Yun's combat power of 769, and that terrifying firepower coverage, hee. The door of the armored vehicle slid open, and a long leg with perfect lines and wearing tactical boots landed gracefully on the ground. Is it finally my turn? Lin Fan, do you want to take over the control? Su Yun's voice sounded with a hint of expectation. Of course I must. As Lin Fan finished speaking, the heavy motorcycle nimbly retreated to Su Yun's side, and Lin Fan took advantage of the situation to put his arm around Su Yun's shoulder. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying wave of black energy, an oppressive steel fortress crashed into the ruins beside it. Commander Lin, Teacher Bai has a soul contract and the ability to leapfrog. Dean Su only has an ordinary contract. How can he deal with S-rank wild beasts? Not to mention 5 of them. Lu Wei couldn't help but shout. She couldn't understand this kind of suicide-style calmness. In the driver's seat, Lin Fan's lips curled up in a mysterious arc, and his eyes flashed. Little Wei, you're too small. The pattern is small. Who told you, Su Yun doesn't have the ability to kill opponents above his level? He gently stroked the metal grid inside the cockpit and said, My Dean Su, are you ready? Su Yun's cockpit trembled violently, as if welcoming Lin Fan's entry. Click. A crack appeared in the center of the fortress, and a futuristic black cannon slowly emerged from it. As the CNM cannons were positioned, the silos on the fort's shoulders and upper body were deployed simultaneously. Countless gun barrels lit up with dazzling milky white light at the same time. The 5 Vajras seemed to have sensed the fatal threat and let out anxious growls. Their huge feet trampled the ground like 5 moving mountains, and crashed into the steel fortress with violent momentum. Now! Fire! A sharp light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and at the same time, he injected a huge amount of pure energy into the depths of Su Yun's core through the buffer solution. Boom! Several beams of light with a diameter of several meters roared out first, followed by tracking missiles pouring out like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom! Countless beams of light hit the 3-headed Vajra head-on. The dark golden bone armor that was usually strong enough to withstand missile bombardment could not last even for a second and was vaporized instantly. The 2 heads on the left and right sides that were slightly affected had half of their bodies erased as if by an eraser, revealing charred internal organs and bones. Under the huge inertia, he staggered forward a few steps before falling to the ground with endless pain and fear. 1 round. Just 1 round of bombardment. 3 of the 5 S-class wild beasts that were enough to wipe out an elite mecha team disappeared, and 2 were paralyzed. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the main road. Only the huge molten crater left by the beam of light hitting the ground proved the devastating power of the previous attack. Lu Wei and Yu Xia were completely petrified, their minds were blank, and they just stared at the huge pit for a long time without being able to come back to their senses. Successfully killed the S-rank wild beast Fazeluo. Gained 800 wild value points. Successfully killed the S-rank wild beast Fazeluo. Gained 900 wild value points. Successfully killed. TSK. This firepower. Lin Fan showed a satisfied smile on his face. He looked at the gun muzzles on the fortress that were slowly retracting and couldn't help but whistle. Lin Fan, you must charge slowly next time. If you charge too quickly, I will. Su Yun's voice rang out slowly, and the feeling of fullness deep in her core made her tremble, and indulge in it. Chapter 29 Night Talk, by Mingji's Feelings. Is this over? Lu Wei finally came back to her senses, but her voice was still floating. That's the 5-headed Vajra. Was he directly evaporated by a volley of fire from President Su? Yu Xia looked at the dark red slurry that was still sizzling at the edge of the molten pit and subconsciously patted her chest. She sighed. Dean Su's firepower. I feel like it can even catch up with the defense artillery of the Federation's main city, right? Commander Lin's combat power bonus is too terrifying. At this time, Su Yun's voice came through the communication. The weapons equipped in the Federation's main city security zone are capable of forcing back SSS-level Abyss Apostles. My current firepower, including Lin Fan's bonus, can barely even break through the defenses of an SSS-level Desolate Beast. But it's more than enough to deal with Vajra. Her voice was slightly excited. A few days ago, she was still the Dean sitting in the back and had not even activated her 3rd form. Now, he has the ability to kill S-level wild beasts. Everything is so incredible. Lin Fan listened to the voice on the communication line. His mind was not on Su Yun's popular science at all. Instead, he looked at the panel with some melancholy. Wild value, 9,600. Kill points, 17520. The increases in both were far less than expected. If I remember correctly, the guy ranked 50th has over 300,000. I wonder how much he's earned in the past few days. Damn! Too much! Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. Since there is no signal in the deep wilderness, the bracelet cannot display data in real time, so he can only place his hopes in the deep wilderness. The other side. Lu Wei and Yu Xia finally plucked up the courage and went to the half of the wreckage of the Fazila. Lu Wei squatted down and carefully touched the smooth, cut surface with her fingers, feeling heartbroken. Oh my god! A complete Vajra armor would probably sell for tens of millions of federal coins. Commander Lin, those few shots you fired destroyed several large villas. As soon as Lin Fan walked over, he heard Lu Wei's wailing, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The destructive power is too strong, so the completeness of the loot is naturally a bit low. Alright, stop howling. Hurry up and clean up and find a safe place to rest. Lin Fan stretched, and all the bones in his body crackled. Commander Lin! Let's stay there tonight, Yushirya said, pointing to a square area not far away. The view from the square is great, and that 2-story building can block the wind. It's too cold outside. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Lin Fan, let's do it there. Suyun's voice rang out. There's still some traces of Vajra's presence here, so it's a pretty safe zone. After dealing with the corpse, the 5 people carefully moved towards the square. No one can guarantee that something will suddenly emerge from these seemingly peaceful ruins. Soon, an open square paved with broken tiles appeared before our eyes. Lin Fan looked around. There is a 2-story building similar to a library on the edge of the square, which is more than 1,000 meters away from the buildings outside the square, so there is enough time to react. That's it, Mingji, check this library first. Yes. Bai Mingji quickly unfolded her exoskeleton and rushed in with Yushirya and Lu Wei. Lin Fan looked at Suyun beside him and asked the question in his mind. By the way, Suyun, after that volley just now, I felt like the energy in my body seemed to be less. Suyun explained with a hint of sarcasm. This is because of the mecha form. Bai Mingji is a melee assault type, and her attack method requires little energy. In other words, if you have a freak physique, change your commander, contract a machine model like mine, and with so many perfect-grade weapons, it would be great if you can last 3 minutes. Judging from your energy feedback, it can last at least half an hour. But don't worry, I still have 60 minutes of energy reserve, it's just that without your operation bonus, the firepower will be slightly weaker. Ahem. I understand. Lin Fan's face turned red, and he subconsciously glanced at Suyun's proud body curves. Commander Lin! Safe! Yushirya poked her little head out of a broken window on the 2nd floor and waved at them vigorously. The night deepens. The crackling bonfire on the 1st floor of the library dispelled some of the chill. This strawberry cream-flavored energy bar is amazing. Yushirya squinted her eyes in satisfaction, her little mouth stuffed full. She asked vaguely, taking a big sip of the cream in the energy bar. Commander Lin, at this rate, we can reach the depths of the wasteland tomorrow, right? I don't think it's as dangerous as the textbooks say. Lu Wei on the side rolled her eyes, and without saying a word, she tore open an energy bar and stuffed it into Yushirya's mouth. Not dangerous? Why don't you try going it alone? Ever since she entered the center of the wasteland, the faint sense of oppression coming from all around her almost suffocated her. The combat base deep in the wilderness is the front line in the fight against the wild beasts. It is a battlefield that all students from various colleges must go through, and it is also the place where they are most likely to serve after graduation. It is known as the burial ground of commander meat grinders. Thinking of this, Lu Wei slapped her cheeks hard. Lin Fan looked at the 2 people playing around, and bought 4 silver snake energy sticks from the system mall, throwing 2 to each of them. Then, we're going deep into the depths tomorrow, so just in case, remember to charge up. Wow! Silver snake energy stick! Long live Commander Lin! Yushirya's eyes lit up. Lu Wei even stroked the snake-shaped pattern on it with trembling hands, and started charging it with full concentration. Tap tap tap, footsteps were heard. Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Mingji walking towards him, draped over a beige towel and rubbing her wet silver hair. She was only wearing a loose white shirt with watermarks still on it. The fabric fit her curves tightly and was slightly transparent. Especially those 2 subtle raised contours. Master, you should go and wash yourself too. There is plenty of water available. There was a rare laziness in her voice. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. After 2 days of tossing and turning, his whole body felt a little sticky. After you finish eating, you can rest. I will keep watch tonight. When Lin Fan came back refreshed, the 3 of them were already fast asleep wrapped in blankets beside the campfire. Only Bai Mingji still sat upright, looking at Lin Fan with gentle eyes. Lin Fan approached quietly, made a hush gesture to Bai Mingji, and pointed towards the door. He walked around the 3 sleeping people and walked out the door. Outside the door, A faint moon hung in the sky, unable to illuminate the deep ruins of the square. In the distance, the roar of wild beasts could be heard faintly, adding a sense of desolation. Lin Fan easily jumped onto a huge rock. There were footsteps behind her, and Bai Mingji followed out. "Mingji, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Lin Fan asked. With a thought, his right arm was instantly covered with silver-white armor. He shook his head towards Bai Mingji, with a little pride in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'm no longer the little rookie who needed your protection." Bai Mingji just stared blankly at Lin Fan in the moonlight, with complex and unspeakable emotions surging in her heart. It had only been a week, and the boy who had been chased by D-rank rats had actually become her contracted commander. And she? He also transformed from a mediocre college instructor into an outstanding soldier who could fight deep into the wilderness. Chapter 30: Speedy Rescue. The next day at noon. The appearance of the wasteland has changed, and the dark purple land is filled with floating mist. "Is this the deep desert area you mentioned?" Lin Fan felt the tightness in his chest. "The number of wild beasts here is far greater than in the central region. How far are we from the operations department base?" Not long after entering the wilderness, Lin Fan and his party were attacked by several waves of wild beasts. Su Yun's face was also filled with fatigue, and sweat soaked the strands of hair on her forehead. Her tone was slightly serious. "Just now it was just a buffer zone, now it has completely entered. Based on the time calculation, this place should be more than 100 kilometers away from the base." Lin Fan looked up and saw nothing on the horizon except the thick fog that could not be dispersed. "Stop!" As Lu Wei shouted, the armored vehicle and the heavy motorcycle braked suddenly. After a while, "Whispering sound!" A high-pitched roar exploded from the sky. A terrifying shadow as big as a fighter jet roared past at low altitude, carrying a powerful aura. The bloodthirsty beast's eyes glanced at the ant-like convoy and then turned their gaze back. "Sure. Don't move, it's an S-level apostle of the abyss." Su Yun's voice was very low. Lin Fan also looked nervously at the huge figure going away. This abyss apostle, who is only an S-level one, actually has a combat power of nearly 1500. Fortunately, it has no interest in his group. Is this the depths of the wasteland? It seems that he had underestimated the danger of the wasteland before. "Keep moving forward, Lu Wei, pay close attention." Lin Fan continued to give orders. But at this moment, a series of dull and dense explosions suddenly came from the depths of the thick fog. "Lu Wei! What's going on?" The heavy motorcycle quickly approached the armored vehicle. Lu Wei, who was responsible for monitoring the vehicle-mounted detection radar, moved her fingers quickly. "Countless A-level wild beasts, and 3 S-level ones. Wait, mecha signal!" On the radar screen, a few faint spots of light flashed by, and in the blink of an eye they were submerged among a sea of red dots. 10 kilometers away, the sky was filled with countless flying wild beasts, Layu. Their upper bodies are huge, creepy single-eyed creatures, their lower bodies are like balls, and they have propeller-like mechanical devices sticking out of their backs. Burning fireballs were gathering from outside the giant eye and raining down on the 3 mechas on the ground. 2 giant shield mechas stood in front and behind, tightly protecting the melee mecha in the middle, and the giant metal shields were hit and sparks flew. "Lord Ming! There are too many Layu, we can't handle it!" The panicked voice of the red shield mecha sounded. Lu Ming looked at the dark cloud-like group of Lei beasts on the screen, and his heart sank to the bottom. The Lei group's hatred has locked onto them, but with their current movement speed, these monsters would tear them apart 800 times before they could get back to base. He opened the emergency channel again and yelled, 35.687N, 139.667E. Encountered a large group of Leu. Requesting support from nearby advanced mechas. Repeat. 35.687N, 139.67E. Request. Boom! Sizzle! The sharp explosion interrupted Lu Ming's words. The left leg joint of the mecha next to him was hit by a huge fireball. The small energy shield was destroyed instantly, and the entire mechanical leg was paralyzed. Xiaoying! Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and he controlled the mecha to swing his sword and chop down a Layu that was rushing towards him. Jingjing! Take Master Ming away quickly! A resolute cry came from the blue mecha. Overclocking mode, activate! Buzz! Its huge shield instantly deformed, turning into a hideous metal spike that stabbed into its core. Then, the blue mecha looked around with nostalgia, energy gushed out from its back, and it rushed into the sky. The violent explosion cleared a large area in an instant. Xiaoying, ah! I'm going to fight you! Lu Ming shouted madly. With red eyes, he controlled the mecha and raised the battle blade, chopping down another Liu that was swooping down. Sudden. A young voice cut into the public channel. No matter who you are. Hold on, support will arrive in 10 seconds. The other side. Bai Mingji looked at the shocking explosion in front of her, her voice tense. Lin Fan, a mecha, exploded. This is the last resort in desperation. Meng Ji, full speed! Lin Fan's voice was cold and murderous. He injected the energy in his body into the glass mecha without restriction. In an instant, colorful light flowed, and the huge light wings behind the mecha instantly unfolded. Boom! A sonic boom exploded. The glazed fuselage transformed into a rainbow of light and headed straight for the battlefield in the distance. Master, this is a mecha registered with the Academy. From a distance, Bai Mingji transmitted the information of the two mechas to the command screen. Lu Ming? Lin Fan was stunned, he had some impression of him. In the blink of an eye, the Liuli mecha had arrived above the battlefield. Judgment, start! Lin Fan controlled the mecha to dive down, pulled out the judgment sword from the sword bag, and plunged into the black torrent in front. Boom, boom, boom! A streak of fire that stretched for thousands of meters exploded in the air along the flight path of the glazed mecha, creating a giant whip of fire. The flocks of Leia beasts in the sky were blasted into charred pieces that fell from the sky. On the ground, Lu Ming, who was holding up his sword and ready to fight to the death, froze completely. What the hell, what the hell? His mind was blank. He only saw a streak of light pierce the herd of wild beasts, and then, the sky brightened. What is that? Jingjing, send me the image data. Master Ming! It's the glazed mecha! It's the forest god who has arrived! Lin Xin? Which Lin? Damn! Is it him? The photo that appeared on the screen shocked Lu Ming. He is so fierce? At this moment, a fireball with a diameter of several meters roared towards Lu Ming's mecha. Be careful! Lin Fan's voice came through the channel. The Liuli mecha landed with a gorgeous spin, its huge body blocking the front of Lu Ming's mecha. The judgment sword swung back in its hand and easily split the fireball into two halves. Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw the wild beast still covering the sky on the screen, the ecstasy that had just risen in his heart was instantly extinguished by cold despair. No! There are too many! No matter how strong he is. He screamed into the public channel. Lin Fan! Leave us alone! Take your mecha girl and retreat! We can get out on our own. With your talent, you can't die here! He hadn't finished speaking. Boom! 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 One after another, terrifying beams of light as thick as buckets, like spears of divine punishment, slammed into the airspace where the Liu group was most densely populated. As far as the eye could see, groups of Liu were vaporized in an instant without even being able to scream. TSK, TSK! The remaining Leia beasts roared in fear, turned around and fled for their lives into the depths of the thick fog. The only thing left in the air was the pungent smell of burning and ashes floating all over the sky. The battlefield instantly fell into silence, leaving only the mess on the ground and the glass mecha that looked like a god of war. Not far from the scene, an armored vehicle was roaring towards. Chapter 31. Arriving at the base, daily routine of the operations department. As soon as the armored vehicle stopped, Suyun pushed open the door and jumped out. She ignored Lu Ming standing beside her and looked up at the glass mecha, examining it from head to toe, anxiously confirming. Lin Fan, is everything all right? Dean? Only then did Lu Ming see clearly who was coming. Why did you go deep into the wilderness? Lu Ming stretched his neck to peek into the armored vehicle, but only saw two cute new mecha girls. He looked around, but there was no one else there. Su Yun turned to Lu Ming and nodded slightly. Commander Lu, are there any other commanders here? Gone, gone! Lu Ming then looked at the wreckage of the mecha in the distance, his eyes slightly red. Dean Su, I was attacked by a large group of Lei. Xiaoying activated an overclock self-destruction to protect me. My condolences. Su Yun's voice was low for a moment, then regained its decisiveness. It's not safe here, let's go back to the base first. We'll talk about the rest on the way. There was no time to be sad. The 4 cars lined up in a row and sped towards the base. Meng Ji, you take control. I need to check some information. Lin Fan handed over the control of the heavy motorcycle to Bai Mingji, and he immersed himself in the system panel with ecstasy in his eyes. Now it's stable. Host Lin Fan. Comprehensive combat power, 10. Operation level, LV3, 66/200. Derived armor, Bai style armor plus 115, Su style armor plus 154. Skills, Insight Scan Basic Mecha Operation plus 20%. Waste value, 59,025. Yesterday he was still worried that the killing value was increasing slowly, but today he harvested a full 47,000 killing value in just this wave. Deserted cave quota? There are still 6 days left to brush up your scores, and it's only 300,000. I'll just give myself an 82, and the rest, hee. But he couldn't be too cocky. Thinking of the Apostle of the Abyss he had encountered before, Lin Fan couldn't help but shrink his neck. At this stage, low-key development is the way to go. It's a pity that the mecha activated by the Silver Snake energy stick does not count as a wild value bonus, otherwise it would be a big one. Lin Fan smacked his lips with a hint of regret. An hour later, an isolated steel city appeared on the horizon. Base number 9 is the Federation's nail deeply buried in the Z9 wasteland. The IS Academy's operations department is being established here, which is an important source of income for the Academy's survival. Click! Data. The heavy alloy gates slowly opened and the convoy entered one after another. The transparent circular domes separated the fog, and the entire base was brightly lit. In the streets, various functional mechas were constantly shuttling back and forth, and sparks were flying in the area that looked like a maintenance area. There was a tense and efficient atmosphere in the air. A huge display screen at the entrance continuously scrolls through various tasks. Mission 1: Collect the horns of an A-level giant steel rhinoceros, with no limit on the quantity. Reward, 30 credits, or 30,000 Federation coins. Mission 2: Provide any information about church personnel. Minimum reward, 100 credits, or 100,000 Federation coins. Mission 3: Material delivery. Requires 2 SS rank or higher commanders to accept. Reward, 1,000 credits, or 1 million Federation coins. Mission 4. Tasks are constantly being completed or new ones are being added, and various prompt sounds are heard everywhere. This is the Federal Mission System. Su Yun's voice rang in Lin Fan's ears. Most of them are tasks of collecting materials, but the purchase price here is much lower than that at the Academy. All commanders from the Academy will choose to settle their accounts with credits. This is also a way to assess the Academy's overall strength. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. No wonder there are not many men in the Academy. It seems that all the strong men are fighting for their lives on the front lines. Earn credits here, equip your own mecha, and continuously improve your abilities through the trials of life and death. Led by Lu Ming, the convoy slowly drove into the exclusive area of IS Academy. After parking the only armored vehicle, everyone walked into several buildings that looked like high-end hotels. The main building lobby and the central rest area were bustling with people. On the huge screen, the top 100 kill score rankings and the commander's affiliated academy were scrolling in real time. A dozen commanders sat in groups of 2 or 3, surrounded by several times the number of beautiful mecha girls of different styles. Several mecha girls wearing cool short skirt, maid outfits were moving flexibly among the crowd. Pa! A dirty hand slapped the buttocks of a maid. Shaoli, give me 3 glasses of grade A rum, quickly. The maid who was attacked on the buttocks was not annoyed at all. Instead, she twisted her waist coquettishly. Commanderly, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. This scene caused laughter and whistles from all around. A slightly younger commander spoke up at this time. It seems that our academy will be shaved bald again this month. Hey! Did you hear? That idiot Lu Ming ran into La Yuhai and almost wiped out the whole team. La Yuhai? How can you come back alive after encountering that thing? Wait. Holy shit. Look. Isn't that Dean Su? Why is that loser Lu Ming here too? Hiss. Could it be that the guy who was escorting Dean Su grabbed him? He saved his life. Hey, look at that guy at the edge. Does he look like the Lin Fan that's been all over the news in the academy lately? Lin Fan leaned to the far right of the team, automatically blocking out the discussions. He looked around curiously. The atmosphere of this operations department seems quite different from what he imagined the atmosphere on the front line to be. Oh, it would be nice if there was Bing Luo. He glanced at the merchandise column on the side and glanced at the mecha girls who were being hugged. Looking back at his own team, he just caught a glimpse of anger that flashed across Su Yun's brows. Lu Ming reported cautiously. Dean Su, the base conditions are limited and there are no single-family villas. But most of the rooms on the 9th floor where Vice Dean Su lives are still empty. Shall I take you there? Su Yun responded coldly, having already sentenced her brother to death in her heart. You are so good, Su Guangtou. In the past, reporting videos were either about training or tactical discussions, presenting a thriving scene. What happened? It's only what time now? 1/3 of the commanders were drinking and having fun in the hall. How many of them were left to go to the battlefield? At the same time, deep in the wasteland thousands of miles away from the base. A narrow pass surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Roar, roar! Countless wild beasts were like a black tide, madly attacking the only entrance. At the entrance, a heavy-duty mecha stood alone at the forefront, like a mountain. Every violent swing of the mecha arm can force back large groups of wild beasts. The dense ranged attacks landed on its thick armor and energy shield, causing only ripples. Bang! Bang! Deep in the pass, a sniper-type mecha carries an exaggerated heavy sniper rifle. Each bullet tore through the air with precision, turning the wild beast's most vulnerable eyes into a bloody mist. Different from the devastating scene outside. In the cockpit of the sniper mecha, Luo Ziyuan's eyes were already bloodshot. Even though he had turned the cockpit cooling system to 16 degrees, beads of sweat the size of beans continued to drip down his chin. He wanted to take advantage of Suja's absence to take a break, but he hasn't slept a wink since he was caught in this damn place 2 days ago. The continuous fighting made his consciousness a little blurred. Dean Su, Dean Su. He patted his legs that were shaking badly. This perfect grade destruction sniper consumes too much energy. I really can't handle it. Inside the heavy mecha, Suja rubbed his bald head irritably. Tis, can you do it, kid? Didn't I just let you rest for half an hour? Don't mention your broken fire stick to me. How many wild beast defenses can that thing break? Suja couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about Su Yun arriving at the base in a few days. Qin Yuan! Stop attracting monsters! He ordered decisively. I estimate that Lin Fan should be here in a day or 2. Go back to the base first, and tell those little bastards to keep a low profile. Don't let my sister catch anything. Then he yelled into the communicator. Luo Ziyuan! Even if you die in the cockpit, you have to clear out this wave of wild beasts for me. I've only been gone a few days and you're already slacking off. Don't you know how valuable these last few days are? You're not even in the top 100 right now, how are you going to break into the top 50? Did you hear me? Stop playing dead! Suja angrily cut off the communication. If your brother-in-law's basic score wasn't so low right now, you wouldn't have gotten the chance to do such a good thing. Chapter 32, Power Bank Tactics, The Shock Caused. Ding dee. Ugh. Lin Fan used his wristband to swipe open the door of room 903. The curtains slid open automatically, revealing the steel jungle of the base. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Fan opened the door with confusion. Su Yun and Bai Mingji stood at the door, one with a serious expression and the other just looking down at her toes. Are you two going to do a ward round together? Do some washing together? No one responded, and Lin Fan, confused, stepped aside to make way. Suyun walked straight to the window and looked at the base outside without saying a word. Bai Mingji closed the door and stood motionless at the door. Lin Fan looked at the two strange people and asked in confusion, "What's going on with you two? Are you performing a pantomime here?" After a long silence, Suyun finally spoke. "Lin Fan, what do you think of our operations department?" "View?" The scene in the hall flashed through Lin Fan's mind. He grinned and said deliberately, "If you want to hear a lie, then it's thriving and morale is high. The impact on the First Academy is just around the corner. If you want to hear the truth." Lin Fan paused, then began to analyze seriously. Lu Ming's fighting ability is considered to be at the bottom among the group just now. He was fighting for his life outside the base, while those who had contracted with more powerful mecha girls were drinking, flirting and chatting here. Although I don't know for sure, there are serious problems with the operations department's operating system. Lin Fan's needles drew blood. Since he had signed a contract with Suyun, he had already included the IS Academy in his sphere of influence, which naturally included the combat base in front of him. Suyun's 100% loyalty left him with no worries. With every word Lin Fan spoke, Suyun's knuckles tightened a little. Every sentence hits the pain point. What surprised Suyun was that in addition to Lin Fan's exceptional combat talent as a commander, he also had such a sharp eye for management. The few suggestions he added later made her eyes light up. Suyun slowly turned around, and when she looked at Lin Fan again, her eyes were filled with unprecedented hope. "I will completely overhaul it. I didn't know the exact situation here before. When the time comes, I will definitely come to you for advice." She took a deep breath and got to the point. "But this time I called Mingji because I have a plan regarding killing points, and I want to hear your opinion." "Hey, why are you being so polite to me?" Lin Fan waved his hands carelessly while changing his slippers. "You're not an outsider, just say what you want to say. The plan is, Lu Wei and I will form a team, while Bai Mingji will act alone. We will split up and attack to maximize harvesting efficiency. And you, stay at the base. This will also ensure your safety." Lin Fan was stunned, rubbing his chin unconsciously with his fingers. "It sounds good. But the risk is too great. Suyun's weak mobility is a fatal flaw. Even if she is equipped with a small radar, if she encounters any emergency, there will be no regrets." "Master, no," Bai Mingji quickly added. "Exoskeleton form only consumes physical strength. Only mecha combat consumes energy reserves." Like the previous Puyu group, Suyun only opened it for 1 minute. "Furthermore, our area of activity will not stray too far from the base's firepower coverage, and I have the support advantage of speed." "Oh no? I forgot about base firepower. By sacrificing your command bonus in exchange for dual-line operation, the speed of harvesting wasteland value can indeed soar. It seems that it is not impossible." Lin Fan was about to nod, but he saw Suyun's state rotate 360 degrees and turned into a rare blushing mode. Wrong. In a flash, Lin Fan suddenly grasped the key point that he had overlooked. The two women fight on separate fronts. He stays at the base. It's safe, but how do they replenish their energy? The cockpit has no power supply from him, and only relies on the mecha's own endurance. Shit! Then wouldn't he just be a pure power bank, the kind that's always on standby? Although this method can quickly improve his operation level, the process. I always feel like I'm being treated as a charging station. Lin Fan, it's settled! Before Lin Fan could finish his complaint, Suyun had already walked towards the door. Let's talk about everything after we get a spot in the desolate cave. Then, if you're dissatisfied with anything, I'll let you deal with it. While it's still early, I'm leaving first. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed to the door, leaving behind only a slightly flustered back. Lin Fan. Master, I'm leaving too. Bai Mingji couldn't stay any longer. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly pulled a small box out of her pocket and threw it onto the bed. I don't know how long it will take. Whether it will be useful or not, this is for you as a backup. Just leave the errands to Yu Xianya. After she said that, she slammed the door and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Lin Fan held his forehead speechlessly, shook his head, walked to the bed, and picked up the things Bai Mingji dropped. Super long-lasting battery life, unlimited energy. The box is printed with the striking lightning logo. What the hell? Just as Lin Fan was about to open it, he saw what was inside the box through the transparent packaging. Little pill, blue. Oh my god! There's even this stuff here? Lin Fan almost choked on his own saliva. Does my physique require this? Who are you looking down on? Lin Fan shook his hand, and the box drew a perfect parabola and fell accurately into the trash can. Hua la la. The warm water flowed down the shower head, washing away a lot of fatigue from the past few days. Because of the night watch the day before, Lin Fan could no longer resist the sleepiness that came after taking a shower. He dried his body hastily and fell on the soft big bed like a salted fish. In just a few seconds, I fell asleep. 1 a.m. Puff puff. Lin Fan, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to sense something. He frowned and mumbled vaguely. You Xiuya, sneaked an energy bar, go outside, don't make any noise, I need to sleep. In room 903, Lin Fan's mumbling was particularly clear in the silence. At 4 a.m., most areas of the base had fallen silent, with only sporadic sparks in the maintenance area. A silver-gray reconnaissance mecha slowly descended with the low hum of its engine. Yawn. I'm finally back. I wonder what position Luo Ziyuan has reached. Qin Yuan rubbed his sore shoulders, his eyelids twitching. Thinking that this endless monster-luring task would have to continue until the 5th, she couldn't help but sigh. Get some beauty sleep first. Suddenly, a deafening noise came from the direction of the main building lobby, and the sound was several times louder than usual. Qin Yuan's blood pressure instantly soared. These little bastards! I'm working my ass off on the front lines, and you're having a party at home? You guys have completely disgraced Brother Su. If his sister saw this, she would tear him into pieces. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She immediately activated her exoskeleton and rushed towards the main building lobby like a human cannonball. Bang! There was a loud noise. The door panel rotated half a circle in the air before it fell to the ground with a bang. Give it all to me! Qin Yuan's roar was stuck in her throat. She didn't see the chaos she expected. The entire hall was filled with a crowd of people. Almost all the commanders and mecha girls were crowded in front of the huge score screen in the center. They all tilted their heads back, with mixed expressions on their faces. Even the sound of her kicking the door didn't make anyone turn around. Holy shit! Look! It's jumping again! Are you crazy? Is this kill score skyrocketing? It hasn't stopped since yesterday afternoon. Even the wild beasts lined up to commit suicide so quickly. Now they seem to be wilting? Bullshit. He jumped to 98th place. Did he hack into the federal system? Qin Yuan's steps suddenly stopped. She squinted her eyes and saw the suffix of IS College on the ranking list. Luo Ziyuan, this kid, finally made it back to the top 100. Chapter 33, Rebellion. The house was demolished. Qin Yuan subconsciously took a few steps forward and looked at the screen with narrowed eyes. Real-time kill points ranking, Zhishan District. 1. Lu Jinan killing points, 750,000, Griffin Academy. 2. Song Xiaodao kill points, 690,000, Leiluo Academy. 3. Wang Lei kill points, 680,000, Griffin Academy. 98. Lin Fan killing points, 232,000, IS Academy. 99. Lu Liang kill points, 232,000, Elven Academy. 100. Jing Yi kill points, 214,000, Leiluo Academy. Lin Fan! Qin Yuan's pupils immediately trembled after seeing the name clearly. 2 days. 220,000 points? What a joke! Suja has been repeating his name every day recently, saying that he is an unparalleled potential stock, which has made her ears calloused. But I clearly checked his score before we set off, and it had just broken 10,000 points. You know, an average A-rank Desolate Beast only has about 50 kill points, 220,000 points. That's an average of 4,000 killed per day? Qin Yuan felt like his CPU was about to overwhelm him. Entrance to the IS base building. Su Yun, exhausted, got off the armored vehicle. More than 10 hours of fighting back and forth had stretched her physical strength to the limit. But there was a hint of pride on the corner of her mouth that was hard to conceal. When she looked towards the hall of the operations department, a complicated expression flashed across her brows. The noisy sounds, one wave higher than the other, continued to come from the direction of the hall. This guy must be cheating. It was Su Yun who accompanied him back this afternoon. TSK, he even took Su Yun down, so he can easily create resources? It seems that boy is quite capable. They must have used the school's public funds to hire someone to fill his shoes. We're protesting. Protest. Su Yun cries poverty to us every day, but secretly keeps a gigolo. What a waste! Su Yun paused. The slight relief that had just risen in his eyes instantly froze into ice, leaving only endless anger. Bang! Bang! Before she could do anything, two black shadows screamed and flew out from the hall, landing precisely at her feet. Do you think Dean Su can be manipulated by you guys? Qin Yuan's angry roar came from inside the door. Who's tired of living? I'll help you loosen your bones for free on behalf of Brother Su. Su Yun lowered her head to look at the person who had fallen at her feet, Huang Tianyi. It seems, he was also involved in the previous Wang Meng incident, right? Thinking of the past, Su Yun unconsciously raised her right foot, and the metal tip of her high heel pressed precisely against the back of Huang Tianyi's hand. Crack! A slight sound of bone cracking mixed with a pig-slaughtering scream. Su Yun said calmly, You two have been permanently removed from the IS list. She ignored Huang Tianyi's screams, stepped on the back of his hand, and walked forward. Duh. She walked straight to the sofa in the corner of the hall and sat down. The hall with hundreds of people in it was dead silent. She didn't say anything, but just slowly leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. An invisible low pressure enveloped the entire venue, and no one present left. Time passes in depression. It was not until dawn that a figure appeared at the door. Dean Su, it's Teacher Bai Hu's back. Lu Wei spoke first. There were several obvious tears in Bai Mingji's combat uniform, faintly revealing the edges of her black stockings underneath, and even her silver hair was covered in dark purple dust. Su Yun nodded imperceptibly, and when she saw Bai Mingji taking the elevator up, she turned her attention back. Looking at the familiar faces in the hall, Su Yun opened her red lips and said, Notice. Starting this month, the operations department's basic benefits will be reduced by 50%, while other benefits will remain unchanged. As soon as these words were spoken, the silent hall was instantly ignited. Su Yun! A hedgehog-haired commander suddenly stood up, with an undisguised sarcasm on his face. Cut it in half? Did the carving make your brain go crazy? If we all quit, will you still want this academy? Huang Tianyi, hiding in the shadows at the door, immediately added fuel to the fire. IS has only this much to offer. I think we should all just leave together. Cut it? If we don't raise the basic benefits today, this matter won't end. That's right. Without us, ISIS is nothing but an empty shell. Yes. Increase benefits. Commander Wang, what do you think of a 30% increase? Some people have already started discussing the extent of the increase, as if they are sure of success. Listening to the increasingly loud quarrels among the crowd, Qin Yuan, who was standing aside, frowned. She no longer cared about Suge's previous instructions. His sister's knife had literally cut into the aorta. If a large number of commanders were forced to leave, not only would the base operations department be unable to form, but even the academy's operations could be paralyzed at any time. She hurriedly pulled over a commander beside her, gave him a few instructions, and then rushed out the door. Su Yun glanced at Qin Yuan, who was leaving the hall, but there was no expression on her face. IS welfare is already inflated, and cutting it in half would only make it slightly lower than normal levels. This is a notification, not a request for opinion. If you are not satisfied, you can surrender your ID card and quit IS, which will be effective immediately. Su Yun's speech once again set the hall on fire. You really think I have a good temper, don't you? I've already found a new employer. I won't serve you anymore. A red-haired commander roared and slammed his ID card on the table. Unable to vent his anger, he simply took out a piece of alloy from his storage bracelet and smashed it hard at the luxurious wine cabinet behind him. Crash! The fine wine and glass fragments flew together. It's so satisfying. It's really satisfying. Huang Tianyi hid behind people and fanned the flames. Brothers! Tear down this lousy place. Just consider it a welcome gift to Dean Su's pretty boy. The base has a giant jammer. Even if Suja comes back, he can't do anything with so many of us. The situation got out of control in an instant. Many mecha girls looked at their contracted commanders who were smashing them wildly, hesitated for only half a second, and then joined in. The addition of the mecha girls has caused the destructive power to soar exponentially. The crystal chandelier in the hall crashed down, holes were blown in the walls, and all the decorations were reduced to dust. Protect the Dean! Stop it now! The commander, who only had 1/3 of the troops on the battlefield, shouted and rushed to Su Yun to form a human wall. Boom! A huge decorative stone brushed past the wall of people and fell, instantly filling the hall with smoke and dust. In just a few minutes, the originally exquisitely decorated hall had become like a wasteland ruin, with only the corner where Su Yun was still intact. Hundreds of commanders and mecha girls were scattered throughout the ruins, each with an excited look on their faces. Ha! You dare to deduct money from our wallets to support a gigolo? This is what happens! It hit me so hard that I felt unwell all over. The best is yet to come. Without us, ISIS will be eliminated. Wow! Su Yun, you are so unkind! A lazy and playful boy's voice suddenly came from the elevator entrance. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously. Bai Mingji walked out of the elevator with a frosty face, and the young man following behind her was Lin Fan. At this moment, he was wearing a loose bathrobe, and his abdominal muscles were faintly visible through the bathrobe. The pair of flip-flops on his feet made a click-click sound on the broken glass. He glanced at the hall before walking towards Su Yun. If you want to renovate the base, why don't you just call me? You hired so many wall knockers, how much money would you have wasted? It was not until he walked up to Su Yun and looked at her tired face that he slightly put away the teasing expression on his face. You two really worked so hard that you managed to get me a level up. By the way, I remember killing intruders doesn't violate federal law, right? Chapter 34, Armor Shows Power, Bamboo Shoots Kill. Brothers! He is Lin Fan! Huang Tianyi pointed at Lin Fan and shouted in surprise. He's still here! That killer must have hacked into the federal system. Still thinking of killing us? Cut off his legs and take him to the federal building. Even if he didn't cheat, the law doesn't punish everyone, and we can still be safe. When Huang Tianyi saw that everyone was persuaded by his words, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of the commotion in the hall, he lowered his voice and ordered the mecha girl Luo Ling beside him. Go kill him while the chaos is going on. Luo Ling nodded casually. Killing a commander who was powerless was easier than killing a wild rat. Under Huang Tianyi's instigation, almost all commanders issued orders at the same time. Yellow Dog, you finally got it! Go ahead, everyone. Don't kill him, just keep him alive. Dozens of mecha girls with their exoskeletons unfolded approached Lin Fan step by step. Master, please step back. Bai Mingji instantly stood in front of Lin Fan, and the cold judgment sword popped out with a hum. The blazing energy made the few mecha girls in the front stop subconsciously, and the breath of the light blade made them feel fear instinctively. What the hell are you doing here? Huang Tianyi was so anxious that he jumped up and down, covering the back of his bleeding hand and roaring. No matter how powerful Bai Mingji is, she's just one person. A mouthful of motor oil from each of you could drown her. Split up and outflank her. See how many directions she can protect. Have you forgotten the jammers at the base? He was extremely excited. There was a giant jammer in the base, and no mecha form could be activated unless in wartime. This also made Bai Mingji's terrifying flying vehicle useless, and Lin Fan was unable to hide inside the mecha. The rocket thrusters that Luo Ling was equipped with were of the latest model. It was easy for him to kill Lin Fan in the chaos. The facts were just as he expected. The thrusters behind Luo Ling burst out with dazzling tail flames, and the speed reached an extreme level. She was the first to rush out of the crowd, bypassing Bai Mingji in a C-shape, and went straight for the defenseless Lin Fan behind her. Lin Fan looked at Luo Ling rushing towards him, with no fear on his face, and even had the leisure to lightly stroke the contract mark on his wrist. Jammer? Hee, that thing can't restrict me. Buzz. A violent mecha energy centered on Lin Fan, and an invisible shock wave exploded. The air wave instantly swept away all the gravel and glass shards on the ground. The dazzling silver-white light instantly covered Lin Fan's entire body, and the white armor was instantly put on. The giant sword of judgment in Bai Mingji's hand suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's armored hand as if it had teleported. The dark blue arc blade crackled, emitting an even more terrifying aura of destruction than in Bai Mingji's hands. What? The huge change in front of him made Luo Ling's pupils suddenly shrink into needle points. Too slow, you trash! Lin Fan looked at Luo Ling coldly. There are no unnecessary movements, no earth-shattering tricks. He just casually swung the sword of judgment, and lightly slashed at Luo Ling, who was rushing towards him. A faint blue arc of light flashed by. Sizzle! Luo Ling's proud exoskeleton, along with her entire body, instantly split into two. Bang! Bang! The two halves of the body fell on both sides of Lin Fan with huge inertia, making a dull impact sound. Luo Ling, you idiot, why did you have to make such a big noise? Before Huang Tianyi could finish his complaints, the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Lin Fan was seen wearing a silver-white armor, holding a terrifying energy sword blade, pointing directly at his eyebrows. Next one is you! Lin Fan's voice echoed throughout the hall. Luo Ling, who was split into two halves, was looking at him confusedly with a pair of terrified eyes that were still open. Fear instantly froze Huang Tianyi's blood. He raised his hands in panic and stumbled back towards the door. No! No! Lin Fan! Listen to my explanation! It's all a misunderstanding! They forced me to do it! Yes! I'm just an accomplice! Dross! Lin Fan spat out two cold words, filled with endless sarcasm. The next second, his figure suddenly blurred. Swish! After a slight sound, Lin Fan's figure appeared behind Huang Tianyi. The judgment sword pierced through Huang Tianyi's back. Huang Tianyi's body suddenly stiffened. He looked at the sword tip on his chest in disbelief, and the blood that evaporated in an instant. He only smelled the smell of barbecue, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Lin Fan raised his foot and kicked. Bang! Huang Tianyi's body was shaken away like a broken sack and hit the supporting pillar of the hall hard. Ho ho! His mouth opened unconsciously, twitched twice, and then he was completely silent. Lin Fan felt the explosive power in his body, and an indescribable ecstasy surged in his heart. This was the power brought to him by the sudden increase in combat power. When he was woken up by Bai Mingji, he saw the prompt on the panel. Operation level increased to LV4, 12/250, combat power 1012. Number of soul contracts +1, currently available mecha girls, 2/3. Commander armor, can drive armor-mounted equipment. The original white armor has a combat power of 115, and with the Judgment Sword's full combat power bonus of 120. Combat power 247. What does this mean? Yushiya's mecha form is less than 100 at level D. Even the original form of the glazed armor, including his contract bonus, is only 300. He casually moved his nail-covered fingers, and his knuckles made a slight metallic sound. The feeling of power that seems to be able to tear apart space with every gesture is simply addictive. The other people scattered in the hall only then restored the connection to their frozen brains. The commander and the mecha girls who had been so arrogant before were now shaking like sieves as if they had seen unspeakable fear. What the hell is this thing? How can a human, commander, activate a mecha? He's not human. He's an apostle. He's an apostle of the abyss disguised as a human. Don't panic, let the mecha girl take over. Hedgehog Head, the only one who was still calm, gave the order. Commanders cannot transform into mechas. This is an iron rule. This is the truth. Apart from the lunatics who taught the church to modify themselves with the genes of wild beasts. But the monster in front of him didn't have any distortion of wild beast armor on his body. However, this terrifying state will definitely not last long. He looked at the group of mecha girls approaching him, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Ling must have been ambushed before. Now that the number gap is dozens to one, the advantage is still on their side. Let's go together! Kill him! Chapter 35, Killing, Su-style armor shows its power. As soon as the hedgehog-headed man's shout fell, the deadly silent atmosphere was ignited again. Those trembling mecha girls seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Yes, with the firepower of dozens of people, can't they blow up a piece of armor? Any battle armor needs the energy supply from the commander. Even if it consumes him, he will die. Go! Destroy him for me! The hedgehog head roared and retreated, hiding behind the crowd to give orders. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the judgment sword slightly. He looked at the three mecha girls rushing in the front and smiled coldly. You don't know how to live or die! Puff! 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 3 soft sounds came together. The 3 mecha girls in the front didn't even see Lin Fan's movements clearly. They flew into the sky along with their sturdy exoskeleton heads. 3 headless bodies fell to the ground with a thud, their heads rolling several meters on the ground, with expressions of extreme horror still in their eyes. Flash sale. Another instant kill. The remaining mecha girls' charged momentum suddenly stopped, and their pace subconsciously slowed down. Open fire! Suppress him from a distance! A mecha girl in the back row carrying a light machine gun started the machine gun's rotary with a buzz, and began to fire wildly in the direction of Lin Fan. Da-da-da-da! Dense bullets formed a line in the air. The remaining mecha girls also had red eyes. All handheld and arm-mounted long-range weapons were instantly charged, and countless scorching tongues of fire intertwined into a web of destruction, completely submerging the place where Lin Fan was standing. Boom, boom, boom! Bullets and energy beams rained down like crazy, causing pain in the eardrums. The ground was beaten into a honeycomb, and the hall was instantly filled with pungent smoke. The fire coverage lasted for a full minute, and the empty shells thrown by the machine guns had covered the ground with a full layer. Cease fire! See if he's dead! Hedgehog Head shouted, covering his ears. The gunfire gradually subsided. A blurry figure slowly emerged from the dense smoke and dust. A pitch-black humanoid battle armor stood quietly, with dark golden lines flowing on the surface of the armor, revealing a suppressed and murderous aura. The intensive attack just now only left a few faint white marks on the armor. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Someone screamed, his voice full of despair. Run away! Split up and escape! Lin Fan raised his eyes and looked at the crowd. His gaze from under the dark mask swept over them, and everyone subconsciously stepped back. Are you scared now? The hedgehog head's legs suddenly went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. At this moment, he finally understood, they had no chance of winning from the beginning. Lin! Commander Lin! Spare me! He burst into tears. We were wrong! Really wrong! Another commander knelt down and said, The operations department has to collect a large amount of wild beast materials every year, and the academy still won't provide us with equipment. The hedgehog-headed man quickly added, Yes. Your Excellency is so magnanimous. Let us live. We will compensate the hall for the losses 10-fold, no, 100-fold. We're still useful. We can go kill wild beasts, otherwise the academy won't be able to meet the total score requirements. The armor's head tilted slightly. Oh? Killing points, doesn't that determine the places in the desert cave? Is there also a total score requirement? The hedgehog head nodded quickly. The deserted cave is just one of them. The monthly synchronized settlement of the total kill points also determines the allocation of resources from the Federation to the Academy. If it weren't for us, without the income from wild beast materials, and with the federal budget cuts. Lin Fan remained silent, as this information made his heart move. It turns out that there is such a logic behind the operation of the operations department and the rules of the academy. No wonder these guys are so confident. Lin Fan's gaze quickly turned cold again. In that case, so why don't you go kill the wild beasts and still have time to play around here and destroy things? The hedgehog head was stunned when he heard this, and then he saw that the armor on Lin Fan's shoulder suddenly flipped open, revealing several miniature rockets flashing red light. No! You can't! He raised his hands in panic. Whoosh! 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 Several rockets were fired one after another with tail flames, accurately hitting all the rebellious commanders and mecha girls. Boom! 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 Amidst the violent explosion, countless pieces of flesh, blood, and metal shards flew everywhere, painting the ruined hall blood red again. The hedgehog's head was blown away by the air wave. He looked at his chest that was blown open in horror. His neck twisted and he died. Lin Fan glanced around before putting away the mini mica tracking missile. He took off his armor, wearing a flashy bathrobe and slippers, and stood firmly in the center of the ruins. Lin Fan, master! Two delicate voices rang out at the same time. Su Yun was the first to rush over, and her amazing 36E breasts pressed firmly against Lin Fan's arm. The heavy feeling of oppression almost made him stagger. I knew these rotten fish and shrimps couldn't hurt you. Her eyes were full of stars. Lin Fan took the opportunity to put his arms around her soft waist, and with his other hand he naturally stretched out his arms to bring Bai Mingji, who was standing next to him. His fingers sank into that amazingly elastic waist, and it felt ridiculously good. It's okay, Lin Fan said softly. It's all over. Feeling the two warm bodies, the violence in his heart gradually subsided. Wild beast materials, and killing points, Lin Fan muttered, a sharp glint in his eyes. Looks like I really need to think of a solution. Su Yun looked up at him, trust in her eyes gleaming. I'll listen to you. Lin Fan nodded and glanced across the corner of the hall. That fire, no, Lu Ming? Organize manpower and clean up the scene. After Lin Fan gave his instructions, he hugged the two beauties and walked towards the elevator in his slippers. It's Commander Lin, Lu Ming in the corner responded stutteringly. It was not until the three figures disappeared at the elevator entrance that Lu Ming and the few surviving commanders and mecha girls dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The bloody fight just now almost suffocated them. But the impact of the scene after the battle is even more explosive than the battle itself. Then, is it really Dean Su-yun? Another commander rubbed his eyes hard. Dean Su-yun, who is usually as cold as an iceberg, no longer has any of his usual dignity. Especially the look she gave Lin Fan just now, it was almost thread-like, and that little girl-like Pound's posture. It's okay for teacher Bai Mingji to be hugged, she is. But why is even Dean Su Yunbingshan like this? Isn't it obvious? Dean Su must have also contracted Commander Lin. What exciting news! Lu Ming looked at the broken meat and ruins all over the hall and recalled the scene of being rescued yesterday. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Who on earth was this Lin Fan? That? Lu Ming listened to the discussion among the people around him, then turned to remind several commanders. For the sake of everyone's lives, please keep what happened today to yourself. Chapter 36 Bald Danger. Return to the 9th floor. Lin Fan finally managed to escape from the encirclement of the two annoying goblins, Su Yun and Bai Mingji. He decisively slipped back to his room. He collapsed onto the sofa and couldn't wait to summon his panel. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 12. Operation level, LV412/250. Soul contract, 2/3. Skills, Insight Scan Basic Mecha Operation plus 20%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Derived Initial Armor, White Armor plus 115, Su Armor, 95%, plus 154. Wild Value, 224,356. Oh my god! Is it really 220,000? Lin Fan pinched his thigh hard. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. I woke up to find an extra $200,000 in my card. I don't know how they got it. He has forgotten the negative impact of power banks. After the excitement, Lin Fan noticed the maintenance icon next to Su's armor and tapped it. Su-style armor, current completeness is 95%, can be repaired to 100% for 1,000 waste points. 1,000? Little money! Lin Fan waved his hand and the panel refreshed instantly. Su-style armor, current completeness 100%. Considering the abnormal power brought by this armor, and the series of wild values on the panel, this cost is nothing. Lin Fan directly clicked on the system mall and fixed his eyes on the SS-level equipment blueprint area. How come the price difference between S-grade and SS-grade is dozens of times greater? Is that right? The price difference between Porsche and Porsche isn't that outrageous. Lin Fan couldn't help but complain when he saw the SS-class blueprints costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Forget it, there's no need to replace the S-class ones. I'll save up some and give them a surprise later. Thinking of the scene of the two of them carrying the equipment, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile again. But let's solve the urgent problem first. Lin Fan directly dialed Zhou Ming at the Federal Materials Depot. Manager Zhou, are you busy? I hope I didn't disturb you from counting the money? The other sighed. IS Academy, Federal Material Management Office. Oh, Commander Lin! You finally contacted me! Zhou Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the voice coming from the other end of the communication. Ever since he learned that Lin Fan had gone deep into the wilderness, he had been keeping an eye on his movements through his intelligence network. From pulling Yu Chuan to rescue the commander to the suspected contract with Su Yun, which one is not explosive? More importantly, Su Zhe was a ruthless man in the Zhishan district, and he couldn't find out the origins of these two siblings. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhou Ming's face became even wider. Commander Lin, please tell me what materials you need. I'll immediately dispatch the base staff to deliver them to you. On the other end of the line, Lin Fan's voice was calm. Manager Zhou, the list has been sent to you. Also, I'd like to ask you about the general prices of perfect-grade equipment and ordinary materials. I'm a little confused about the prices in the material warehouse. Aren't you an expert in this area? You must know more than me. Perfect-grade equipment? Zhou Ming listened to the voice coming from the communication, and his voice became even more excited. Commander Lin, you've got the right person to ask. For materials, B level is 1 credit per ton, A level is 10 to 50 credits per piece, and S level starts at 1,000. He added quickly. As for perfect-grade equipment, as long as it can achieve 50% compatibility, the price will be at least 10 times the price of materials of the same grade. The circulation of higher-fitting versions is extremely limited. As soon as they appear, they are snapped up by major colleges and individuals, so the market price has always been high. But Commander Lin, don't worry. As long as you have a need, I will definitely give you the most fair price. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan rubbed his swollen temples. The barrage of data nearly made his brain freeze, but he still managed to figure out the main information. When you use blueprints to create equipment, you can not only earn 5 pieces of materials of the same level for free, but also not include the price difference in adaptability. According to a 10% increase, that's a damn math problem. Lin Fan closed his eyes in pain. Damn! Let Su Yun handle the accounting. Anyway, I don't have to worry about money. As the situation developed, Lin Fan became more determined to establish the Academy's power. Whether it is the acquisition of wasteland value or the collection of resources, it takes a lot of effort. Dedicated personnel to specific posts, allowing users to upgrade without any effort, this is the commander's ultimate dream. Index pointing up, perfect. It was just after noon. The federal staff delivered the materials that Lin Fan requested. Once we can finish these, the Academy's killing score index will be stable. Lin Fan looked at the classified materials with full enthusiasm. Start the whole process. With a click of his fingers, Huang Ji moved slightly, and drawings appeared in his hands one after another. In just less than half an hour, 40 pieces of B-level, 20 pieces of A-level and 10 pieces of S-level perfect equipment were freshly produced, spending only 30,000 points of wasteland value. After packing up his equipment, Lin Fan stretched himself, then fell into a state of happy worry again. Who will get the third contract position? Yushiya? But at this stage, it seems that obtaining wild value is more important. TSK. I have a headache, go get some fresh air. Lin Fan clapped his hands, changed his clothes and went out. The operations department lobby has been completely renovated. A group of hot and sexy mecha girls are working efficiently, which is dazzling to watch. The hall that was beaten to pieces in the early morning has actually been restored to almost its original state. After Lin Fan finished scanning the machine girls present, he was about to cross the hall when he saw Lu Ming jogging towards him. Commander Lin, have you rested well? These are the storage bracelets I collected while cleaning the battlefield. All the cards and materials are gathered together. Lu Ming respectfully handed over a bracelet. Lin Fan took it and casually scanned the bracelet. Some scattered wild beast materials were arranged in a corner of the space according to their levels. He curled his lips and said, "It took dozens of people to save up such a small fortune? They are really poor." Poverty? Lu Ming was stunned for a long time, then gave a wry smile. If anyone else said this to him, he would definitely criticize them to pieces. But to this mysterious Commander Lin, it seems as if it has become a matter of course. He paused, then began to explain. Commander Lin, you don't know that with our combat power, it's already very difficult to deal with an S-rank desolate beast alone. Most of us rely on the base's artillery support to barely keep things running. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. According to Lu Ming's ability, his melee mecha is equipped with 2 defensive mechas. Whenever he encounters a larger group of wild beasts, once the base's firepower was covered, he would be turned into ashes if he ran slower, not to mention the materials. Commander Lu, Lin Fan asked casually, have you ever thought about switching to a top-ranked academy? After all, it's nice to be under a big tree and enjoy the shade. Lu Ming's face showed a hint of embarrassment and sincerity. The threshold for the top 3 is too high. Commanders without advanced energy reflexes shouldn't. Besides, Dean Suyun usually takes good care of us. Lin Fan patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and said seriously, Brother, you are very honest. Don't worry, the hard times are almost over. After saying goodbye to Lu Ming, Lin Fan originally planned to take a walk around the base outside. Before he moved, he saw a man in the distance, with a shiny head walking quickly towards the hall. Oh no! It's a bald head. Danger! Lin Fan didn't hesitate for even half a second. He took a deep breath and retreated quickly to the rear as if by reflex. Chapter 37. The gift from my brother-in-law is great. Double dormitory number 310. Yushiya was sitting cross-legged on a hard alloy chair. Her loose white t-shirt was bulging, and the hem barely covered her legs. She held a small pillow in her arms, her eyes glued to the virtual screen, the floating keyboard making crackling sounds. Xiaonuan! This teammate is so useless! I'm going to burst! Yushiya was so angry that her chest heaved. And beside her, Wen Xiaonuan had pink twin ponytails and was wearing a thick turtleneck sweater, but she was urging excitedly. Sister Xiaoya, you fuck her! Your fuck can suck her! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! There was a rapid knock on the door, which scared the 2 girls at the same time. Who is it? Is it Sister Wei? Yushiya shouted at the top of her voice without even turning her head. Xiaonuan, go open the door. Her eyes were still glued to the screen, her fingers working non-stop. Oh! Xiaonuan responded and ran towards the door. Click! The door opened. A tall male commander stood at the door, looking towards the corridor entrance with a slightly nervous look. When Xiaonuan saw who was coming, her mouth instantly opened into an O shape. You are Commander Lin! She hurriedly opened the door as wide as possible and bowed 90 degrees. Please come in! Lin Fan slipped into the house and closed the door behind him. He glanced at the pigeon cage-like room. An alloy bunk bed took up most of the space. It was so compact that there was not even a private bathroom. There was a faint sweet smell in the air, like shower gel mixed with a girl's body fragrance. Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but feel strange. Although it wasn't that hot in the deep desert in August, this high-necked sweater was a bit exaggerated. Looking at Yushia on the chair, she seemed to be wearing only a white t-shirt. Ice and Fire cosplay? Playing with the temperature difference? Commander Lin, why are you here? Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Yushia hurriedly stood up and patted the mattress below. Hurry up and sit down! Yeah, just passing by. I'll bring you something by the way. Lin Fan sat down carelessly, took out something from the space in his bracelet, and threw it over. Lu Wei also lives on the 3rd floor, right? Call her over later and move to the 9th floor together. Yushia hurriedly caught the object in the air. It was slightly cool to the touch, only the size of a bowl, and had pale golden energy fluctuations flowing throughout it. A perfect round shield? Yushia's eyes lit up instantly. Is this really for me? She remembered vividly the huge improvement that the Jian particle gun had brought her. She held the metal shield like a treasure, her words incoherent with excitement. Thank you, Commander Lin. I will work hard in the future and will never embarrass you. Lin Fan didn't notice her excitement, but his eyes paused slightly when he glanced at the bed. A small piece of black cloth, not even as big as a palm, connected with several thin strings of the same color, was blatantly placed next to the pillow. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The first form of T-silk armor? I really didn't realize that the little girl is actually quite unrestrained in private. He calmly stretched out his fingers and quickly pulled the small piece of cloth under the pillow. As soon as Lin Fan finished this little action, he felt a burning gaze from the side. Turn around. Wang Xianwen was staring at him with her big watery eyes, and her little face was full of the expression of satisfaction that I had seen. Lin Fan's face flushed, and he coughed. Ahem, well, whoever sees it gets a share. He quickly took out another A-level wild beast claw from the space and handed it over. Xiaonuan looked at the A-level materials handed to her and subconsciously took them. Thank you, Commander Lin. Just as Lin Fan was about to say a few more words, the communicator on his wrist started flashing wildly. His eyelids jumped, and he answered. Hello? Su-yun? Are you awake? Oh. Okay, I'll be right there. That's right, I have something to give you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan walked towards the door as if he was ready to die. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. Well, you two can have fun by yourselves. I'm leaving first. He waved his hand, got up, and walked out. In the double dormitory number 310, Yushia and Wang Xianwan looked at each other and saw a huge question mark in each other's eyes. 10 minutes later, in Lin Fan's room. As the door opened, an invisible sense of oppression hit me. The man by the window heard the door open and turned around with a grin. Oh, the legendary brother-in-law is finally here! Bald Su. Su-yun's voice was filled with a strong warning. Ahem, Vice President Su, nice to meet you. Lin Fan hurriedly put on a smile. If this bald man in the yellow jumpsuit were to wear a white cape, he would look exactly like Saitama Hantama. Su-ju looked Lin Fan up and down with great interest. He's very capable and handsome, not bad. Su-yun was really afraid that her brother would say something else, so she quickly changed the subject. Lin Fan, did you say you had something for me? Oh, here. Lin Fan quickly took out the equipment from the space on his bracelet and placed them on the ground one by one. Buzz. 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 Rich energy fluctuations instantly filled the entire room, and the dazzling light almost blinded Suju's eyes. The smirk on Suju's face froze instantly. He pointed at the dozens of pieces of equipment on the ground with an expression of disbelief. Shit! Lin boy! You robbed the Federal Central Armory? A hint of surprise flashed across Su-yun's eyes. She picked up a rail gun and looked at it for a long time before putting away her equipment one by one. She said calmly, It's just a few dozen pieces of perfect-grade equipment. What's the big fuss? Short hair, short knowledge. Suju looked at his sister who had stabbed him in the heart, and remained silent for 5 seconds. Then he slapped his shiny bald head hard, making a crisp, pop sound. Awesome! He gave a thumbs up and without saying anything, he took out a metal card with complex patterns printed on it, and stuffed it into Lin Fan's hand. This is a welcome gift! It contains information on most of the wild beasts. Most importantly, There's a full 999 terabytes of emotional action movies, in uncensored, high-definition quality. Once you finish learning, I guarantee your driving skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Fan held the metal card in his hand, feeling that the murderous aura around him was about to materialize. Brother, don't you claim to be invincible in close combat? Su Yun's cold voice sounded. Her curved eyebrows turned to Suja and fell on his right thumb. It was a black ring with an ancient shape, and it looked inconspicuous. How about, you and Lin Fan have a sparring match? You win. All those perfect grade equipment are yours. If you lose, take out your precious ring. Suja was happy when he heard it. He twisted his neck, making a popping sound like frying beans, and his eyes instantly became dangerous. Sister, isn't this too much of a bully for him? If you want to give me some equipment, just give it to me directly. What if I accidentally hurt your boyfriend? Su Yun's eyes unconsciously focused, and a blush flashed across her ears. What nonsense! You are not allowed to use the mecha girl's abilities. Everything else depends on your own abilities. Chapter 38 Brother-in-law, Take Control. I'm rich. I've never seen so much in my entire life. Suja was ecstatic. He just counted them one by one, a total of 60 pieces of perfect level equipment. Of course, he had heard the rumors about Lin Fan. It might be difficult for him to control his strength in the mecha battle, and he might accidentally bump into his beloved brother-in-law. But when it comes to the commander's own melee combat ability, this is his strong point. My younger sister is pretending to feel sorry for her lover, but in fact she is sending warmth to her brother. My dear sister, it's really worth loving you so much. Brother, don't underestimate Lin Fan, or you will suffer a great loss. Su Yun kindly reminded him. All right, got it, I know what's going on. Suja waved his hand indifferently and walked up to Lin Fan. He grinned and stretched out his calloused hand. Brother-in-law, fighting among family members is so detrimental to the harmony. Come on, just shake hands, just for the sake of your words. Suja had already started to think about how much strength to use. Lin Fan was now his sister's treasure. If he was accidentally injured, he was afraid that he would be torn apart and used as a punching bag. I also have to consider Lin Fan's face and not let him down too obviously. Thinking of this, he subconsciously used only 30% of his strength. Well, this shouldn't hurt him. Suja couldn't help but feel proud of his ability to respond. Just a handshake? I don't believe you, this bald muscle man is very bad. Lin Fan looked at Suja's kind smile, then looked at Su Yun's expression next to him, and complained in his heart. The two of them don't have the stability of a leader at all, they are just like the funny brother and sister next door. He sighed helplessly and stretched out his right hand to cover it. Snap! The moment the two hands were clasped together, Lin Fan only felt that the other person's palm was as hard as an alloy block, and the thick calluses made his palm hurt. However, this power seems to be much weaker than he imagined. Could it be due to the recent increase in combat power? The other sighed. Wow! You have quite the strength in your hands, Suja praised from the bottom of his heart. But when he looked up at Lin Fan, he caught a glimpse of doubt in the other's eyes. This look, clearly questioning his strength. After understanding the meaning, Suja's competitive spirit surged. If he hadn't restrained his strength, your hand bones would have been broken long ago. Does this kid understand? Be careful, I'm going to increase my strength. If you can't hold on any longer, just make a sound. There's no shame in losing to me. As Suja spoke, he slowly increased his strength, but his eyes were always on Lin Fan's expression. As soon as the other party showed a hint of pain, he let go of his hand gracefully, showing his magnanimity as an elder brother-in-law. A man can't say no! Lin Fan grinned. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Suja's palm, and his knuckles slowly closed like hydraulic pliers. Holy crap! Are you serious? It was not until this moment that he felt the difference in strength between him and his opponent. The sharp pain from his palm made Lin Fan no longer dare to underestimate the man in front of him. With a thought, the silver-white armor instantly covered his right hand. Huh! What kind of ability is this? Suju's face changed drastically. The next second, an extremely strange scene appeared in the room. Suju, a tall and strong man, was so embarrassed that his face turned red, and the veins on his forehead and neck were bulging. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked relaxed and even took the time to wink at Suyun, who was watching the show next to him. After the two of them were deadlocked for several minutes, Suyun urged impatiently, "Lin Fan, stop playing. We still have things to do." "Play? You said this isn't this kid's limit?" Suju yelled in disbelief. "He has already used all his strength to suck milk." Lin Fan smiled slightly. The next second, the cool silver-white armor spread rapidly upwards along his wrist like a living thing, instantly covering his entire forearm. "Squeak! I squeak! Brother-in-law! Show mercy, I give up!" Suju immediately gave in. In his eyes, Lin Fan's smile was even more terrifying than the rumored SSS-level apostle of the abyss. Okay. We're family after all." Lin Fan smiled and let go of her hand. The silver-white armored arms receded like the tide and disappeared in an instant. Half an hour later. "Oh my God! This brother-in-law is so awesome!" Suju picked out an S-grade perfect equipment and ran to find his Qin Yuan to test it. He looked at his still numb right hand with lingering fear. Lin Fan's strange ability made him tremble inwardly. Single-handedly killing dozens of exoskeleton girls in seconds, and that outrageous boost to Suyun. Suyun would not lie to him. The only possibility was that Lin Fan was really that genius. He suddenly remembered something, touched his ears and chuckled. "It seems, after signing the contract with Lin Fan, my sister is indeed not as irritable anymore? TSK, this old lady has found a treasure." And inside the room, Suyun looked at Lin Fan and spoke hesitantly. "Lin Fan, that ring, it actually..." Lin Fan casually grabbed a red apple from the table, rubbed it, and took a big bite with a crunch. He mumbled, "Well, I know it's no use to me. Your brother's combat power and endurance will drop significantly without it. You can't really let him run around fighting wild beasts without it, right?" Lin Fan had already anticipated winning with armor. However, Suju's pure physical strength is indeed abnormal. "By the way," Lin Fan looked around while chewing an apple. "Where's Meng Ji? Why is she, such a hard-working person, staying in bed today?" Bai Mingji, who treated him like the son after the contract, has not appeared until now. Suyun called up the bracelet light screen and projected a list. "She left for the deserted area 2 hours ago, saying she wanted to help you move up the rankings. Look, the kill points are already 262,000, and they're still rising. You are already ranked 88th now." Puff. Lin Fan nearly choked on the apple. "Only slept for a few hours? And your liver is already gone?" He looked at the soaring score and felt his scalp tingling. Teacher Bai's execution ability is too strong. "Lin Fan, I'll get busy then. With all this, we need to redeploy the operations department's planning. I'll gather the accompanying members for the trip to the deserted caves when the time comes, and you can choose your own." Suyun put away the light screen, gave some quick instructions and left. Lin Fan was the only one left in the room. He was bored and started studying the metal card given by Suju. After connecting to the holographic projection, a virtual girl wearing a tight latex suit and with a hot body appeared in midair. Continuing playback recording, close combat melee machine, core structure and engine characteristics analysis. In the holographic projection, the girl in latex suit unfolded her mecha form and demonstrated dazzling extreme maneuvers. It also analyzes key data such as the stress distribution of joint structures and the energy consumption of different attack movements in the most intuitive way. Chapter 39, Practical Improvement, First Experience of Opening the Book. Time passed by unknowingly, and Lin Fan was studying the metal card with great interest. He simply ignored the analysis section on the wild beast's combat power and weaknesses. With the existence of insight scanning, who would still want to memorize things by rote? But the introduction to the deserted cave gave him a new understanding. It turns out that all kinds of weapons, storage bracelets, combat power scanning devices and other equipment on the Blue Water planet were basically obtained from the deserted caves and then improved through generations. However, what made his eyes shine the most was the section on Commander's operating skills. Different machines with different equipment, different operating methods and combat postures can produce so many effects. What about sprinting followed by a sudden stop and side slashing, energy shield deceiving and counterattacking? Lin Fan slapped his thigh when he saw it. Is this even possible? This is no better than Bo Ran. He couldn't help but roar. A huge amount of skills and knowledge were poured into his brain as if it were free. Lin Fan felt that his little sponge was about to burst. He made a decision on the spot. Just watching and not practicing is just a lie. Wait for Meng Ji to come back and go to the wasteland to practice immediately. This way, you can practice mecha operation, harvest wild values madly, and perfectly solve the drawbacks of the power bank tactics. You can't really let Bai Mingji run back and forth every day, right? Bai Mingji had just rushed back to the base exhausted when Lin Fan pulled her out. The glazed mecha spread its gorgeous light wings and plunged into the wasteland. With the surrounding terrain map and wild beast distribution guide in the metal card, Lin Fan headed directly for the Misty Valley 500 kilometers away. The results are obvious. A-level wild beasts plus sporadic S-level ones are like paper in front of the glass mecha. Lin Fan even had time to tease while fighting. Meng Ji, try this old man push move, cough, kneeling position charging slash. Wow! This attack angle is too tricky. Looking at the results, Lin Fan couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Although Bai Mingji felt that the names of the moves her master called out were a bit strange, her body still honestly followed every instruction. In just 1 hour, a glass mecha stood quietly in the center of the Misty Valley. Lin Fan looked at the panel and found that he had only accumulated 2,300 wildness points. No, this place is too healthy. Lin Fan glanced at the map and set his sights on the ruins of an ancient temple further away. Compared to the Misty Valley, the wild beasts in the ancient palace ruins are mainly S-level. According to the information recorded on the metal card, there are many SS-level wild beasts there, and some commanders have even seen traces of SSS-level beasts here. Arriving at the outskirts of the ruins, Lin Fan immediately restrained his arrogance. While turning on the scanning radar to keep an eye on his surroundings, he was also testing the new operations he had learned in actual combat. He could intuitively feel that although his panel combat power had not increased, his control over the glazed mecha was becoming smoother and smoother. The battle lasted from the afternoon until late at night before Lin Fan reluctantly returned to the base in his mecha. Time flies, and it is August 2nd in a blink of an eye. There are only 2 days left until the quota for the deserted cave is settled. In the operations department cafeteria, Lin Fan was showing off his lunch, but Bai Mingji was looking at him with stars in her eyes. A commander's operational ability requires daily practice to master. But what about Lin Fan? No matter how difficult the tactical maneuver is, it usually only takes a few attempts to master it. Master, your operational skills have improved so rapidly recently. That sprint acceleration follow judgment / combo this morning was even more accurate than what was written in the lesson plan. Thinking of certain tactical moves that required extremely high levels of tacit understanding and in-depth coordination, her voice gradually faded. Around the dining table, many logistics girls were gathered together, gossiping quietly. Sisters, have you heard? Commander Lin Fan pressed Vice President Su to the ground. That's news from a few days ago. My best friend works in the logistics department, and she said that Commander Lin has almost filled up the warehouse with materials from the wild beasts he's killed these past few days. I was wondering why I couldn't see him at the base. It turns out he's always in the deep desert. I really envy Commander Lin's logistics team. A mecha girl held her face in her hands, looking at Lin Fan in the distance with a blush on her face. I felt sorry for Commander Lin for 3 seconds, and then I fell in love with him even more. He's strong and hardworking. This is a true male god. Another mecha girl who knew something about the situation lowered her voice in a secretive manner. Commander Lin Fan is now the face of the IS Academy. The Academy's top brass is already secretly screening the list of mecha girls accompanying number 5. She paused and dropped a more explosive piece of news. The hottest news! I heard they're opening a channel to redeem credits for equipment. It said there's perfect grade equipment. Perfect level? Is this true? The girls around screamed in surprise. After eating and drinking, Lin Fan strolled to the hall to digest the food and saw the newly replaced super-large display screen at a glance. Above it hung a red banner with a gold border. Congratulations to Commander Lin Fan, whose kill points have been promoted to 70th in Zhejiang District. Here is the real-time scrolling list. Real-time kill points ranking, Zhejiang District. 1. Lu Jinan killing points, 790,000, Griffin Academy. 2. Wang Lei kill points, 710,000, Griffin Academy. 3. Song Xiaodao kill points, 700,000, Leiluo Academy. 65. Lin Fan killing points, 372,000, IS Academy. Lin Fan nudged Bai Mingji next to him with his elbow and raised an eyebrow at the banner. See? What did I say? Su Yun's speed in changing the banners can't keep up with our speed in scoring points. Why bother with that? But before I just thought about lying flat, but I didn't expect the feeling of rolling up. It's so comfortable. Bai Mingji stood aside and chuckled at Lin Fan's Versailles. Her eyebrows curved into crescents. Master, at this rate, a spot in the desolate cave is almost a sure thing. Her voice was filled with anticipation. I really want to see what the cave looks like. Lin Fan nodded upon hearing this. He would not miss the opportunity to harvest wasteland value, and there are also various wasteland cave specialties to harvest. He heard that there were friendly matches between the academies, and he wanted to take this opportunity to experience the top combat power of other war girls' academies. Lin Fan suddenly thought of the wasteland value he had accumulated recently, and his eyes became excited again. By the way, Mingji, I remember when we first met, you were the one who used the whip, right? He pulled Bai Mingji's wrist without saying anything. Come on. It's still early for the selection of the accompanying machine girl. Let's go back to the room first. I'll find you a new toy. Let's turn it on in simulation mode and test its power. I don't know when. Lin Fan's joke. The speed of changing banners cannot keep up with the speed of gaining points, spread throughout the entire operations department like wings. When Su Yun heard this, she was concentrating on making a new plan. This little bastard. Su Yun pinched her sore shoulders, and her helpless tone could not hide her deep pride. Don't even take me with you when you kill the wild beast. But in a flash of enlightenment passed through Su Yun's mind. IS Academy has been silent for so long, isn't it this indomitable momentum that it lacks? She smiled slightly and dialed the logistics department directly. I'm Su Yun. Take out the holographic screen with the largest inventory. Where is it? Put it on the roof of the operations department building. Make sure the entire base can see it. Chapter 40. Choose a support and make excuses if there is any disagreement. 1:45 p.m. The atmosphere in the tiered conference hall was a bit subtle, with two clearly divided groups of people. Dozens of mecha girls from the operations department's reserve team stood on the left with their arms folded, pointing and talking at the mecha girls on the right who had just been transferred from the IS Academy headquarters. Have the Academy's leaders lost their minds? They're letting these greenhorns follow Commander Lin into the deserted cave? There are only 3 spots available, and our reserve team should have filled them. Excluding the 3 contract positions, there are only 2 spots left. Why give them to these youngsters? That's right, what else can you do besides leaking engine oil when encountering a wild beast? The academic girls on the right, although a little dissatisfied, just surrounded Yu Xiaoya and Lu Wei. Why are you so arrogant? It's not certain who to choose. Someone poked Yu Xiaoya's arm. Xiaoya, do you have a contract with Lin Xin? Yu Xiaoya blushed and pouted. How is that possible? I only have a D-class machine. I'm so lucky to be in the logistics team, but Commander Lin really takes good care of me. Hearing this, Lu Wei put her face forward with a wicked smile. Oh, tell me in detail, how did Commander Lin take care of you? You were picked out from the crowd by Lin Xin himself, so you must have something extraordinary. This was met with laughter. But they knew in their hearts that with the terrifying strength and potential displayed by Lin Fan, it was impossible for low-level bodies like them to get the contract position. Being selected for the logistics team and making some contributions is already a great honor. As the commotion was going on, the door of the conference hall slid open silently. A graceful figure walked in, her high heels tapping on the ground, making a crisp, tapping sound. All eyes focused. Su Yun, the dean of IS Academy. She wore a black dress with a deep V-neck today, and the neckline was boldly open to her chest, so that the dress would not burst. She held a transparent tablet and nodded slightly to Yu Xiaoya and Lu Wei. As she walked to the podium, she got straight to the point. Is everyone here? I won't repeat the reason for gathering. As a mecha girl, my only responsibility is to ensure the commander has no worries and to ensure the best logistics. Commander Lin will be here soon. Yu Xiaoya and Lu Wei step out. Everyone else, please take your seats according to your machine type. What? The girls in the reserve team were instantly furious. Open the back door? And it's so blatant? A hot-tempered mecha girl couldn't help but raise her hand, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. Dean Su. One of them is a D-rank healer, the other a C-rank scout, and they're both rookies who've never been on a battlefield. Why did you choose them? Su Yun glanced at the girl coldly, and her powerful aura made her shrink her neck. Why? Su Yun opened her red lips slightly, but her tone was filled with helplessness. To be honest, I don't know either. She was also puzzled. Normally, when a commander chooses a mecha, he first looks at the level of the machine and secondly the adaptability of the model. But what about Lin Fan? I won't talk about the first contract with Bai Mingji, but the second one was Yu Xiaoya who was at level D, and before that he specifically asked for Lu Wei who was at level C. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she couldn't see what the four of them had in common. The only thing they had in common was... Just then, the door of the conference hall was pushed open again, and the eyes of all the mecha girls gathered together. A handsome figure walked in against the light. It's Lin Fan. Half a step behind him followed closely the slender Bai Mingji. Teacher Bai, whose combat power exploded after the contract, was now like a cat, quietly following behind Lin Fan. Good job, Commander Lin! Good afternoon, Commander Lin! Hello, Teacher Bai! After a brief silence, the girls instantly switched to enthusiastic mode. Lin Fan, you're late! Su Yun walked closer to Lin Fan with a sour tone. She had a rare chance to be free last night, so she secretly went to Lin Fan's room to talk about work, but ended up finding nothing. This was the first time she had seen Lin Fan in person in these days. Facing everyone's enthusiastic greetings, Lin Fan smiled and nodded in response. When he saw the resentment in Su Yun's eyes, he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. I was so engrossed in studying the whip's attack pattern just now that I forgot about time, ahem. He looked at the hundreds of mecha girls with different styles in the audience, and couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. Why so many? He looked at Su Yun with a wry smile and received an affirmative look in return. Lin Fan took a deep breath before walking up to the podium. Bai Mingji and Su Yun followed closely behind him, standing on his left and right. Lu Wei and Yu Xiaoya also trotted to stand beside Bai Mingji. Lin Fan didn't waste any words and glanced at the mecha girls at the bottom of the stairs. Insight scan, start. A-level defensive type, no hidden attributes. B-rank offensive type, no hidden attributes. A-level breeding type, hidden attribute, breeding success rate plus 80%, body severely damaged. The ones I pointed at can go out first. Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed at a few mecha girls. Disuse. Luo Hong eliminated. Xia Qian eliminated. Chu Shi eliminated. Lin Fan pointed at someone, and Su Yun beside him immediately gave the name. Bang! A short-haired, freckled girl slammed the table and stood up. It was Chu Shi who had just been called. She shouted at Lin Fan excitedly. Commander Lin! Did you choose the support team or the vase team? She pointed at Yu Xiaoya and Lu Wei. My combat experience is 10 times greater than those two rookies. Why did you eliminate me? Chu Shi became more and more excited as he spoke. She looked at Yu Xiaoya and Lu Wei, then glanced at Su Yun and Bai Mingji behind Lin Fan, and an extremely unscientific idea formed in her mind. Could it be that this is Commander Lin's selection criteria? Fight for a spot in the deserted cave. Chu Shi gritted her teeth and suddenly grabbed the zipper of her combat jumpsuit. Commander Lin! If your selection criteria are this, then take a closer look. I'm actually quite attractive. She made up her mind and pulled the zipper down with force. Pfft. Someone next to him couldn't help laughing. Chu Shi, are you crazy? Her best friend next to her quickly went to pull her hand. What happened to this sister? However, Chu Shi's heroic act made the girls present suddenly realize their mistake. Teacher Bai has a great figure, not to mention Dean Suyun, and even the cute Yu Xiuya and Lu Wei are the same. Another mecha girl who was extremely confident about her figure slapped her thigh suddenly. I see. Sisters! Show your weapons! She moved swiftly and took off her tactical jacket in a flash, revealing the sexy black lace suspenders underneath. The waves are surging and about to burst out. That makes sense. Commander Lin, look here. Let's fight. The girls were driven by the atmosphere and a chain reaction broke out instantly. For a while, the conference hall was filled with exclamations and the sound of zippers. Large areas of snow-white skin, underwear of various styles and colors, plump or tight figures, it's dazzling. And on the stage, Lin Fan was still worried about the mecha girl having no good hidden attributes the previous second, and the next second he was stunned by this sudden scene. Holy shit! What the hell is this? What are you thinking about? Hurry up and put on your coats! Lin Fan quickly covered his face and ran out of the conference room in a panic. Chapter 41. Lock in your spot and head to the deserted cave. Are you guys short of diodes? What kind of yellow crap are you thinking about all day long? How could Lin Fan be such a superficial person? You guys really disappoint me. Two roars were heard simultaneously in the conference room. The next second, Bai Mingji slammed the door and walked out with a cold face, and Su Yun followed closely behind with anger. Lin Fan, don't bother with these students. Su Yun's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently at the two of them. He was not angry, he was simply blinded by the strong visual impact just now. After all, what that girl said was right. Hardware conditions are indeed quite important. After the conversation, Lin Fan learned that Su Yun's affairs had been almost dealt with, so he called Lu Wei and Yu Xiuya, and the five of them headed towards the depths of the wasteland again. In this way, the mecha team led by Lin Fan turned into a crazy scoring machine. His kill ranking skyrocketed. Until the night before departure, Lin Fan's reputation soared to 32nd place in the Zhejiang Mountain area, securing a spot in the deserted cave. Operations Department, Su Yun's temporary office. The five-member team gathered. Su Yun stood in front of the light curtain with obvious fatigue on her face. What we need to be most vigilant about right now are those charging beast-type mechas. But that's a story for another time. Now let's focus on the deserted caves in the Jishan area, the Grand Valley. She waved her hand to switch the light screen, and a huge map unfolded. On the map, more than 2/3 of the area is black and has no markings. Su Yun said in a serious tone. The marked area is the scope of our activities this time. Due to the special magnetic field of the deserted cave, the bracelet's function will be completely ineffective, so... What the hell? When Lin Fan heard this, he quickly interrupted Su Yun. He had never seen this even on the metal card. What about the wild beast materials? And what about food and drink? Are we going to go in and be savages for a week? Su Yun had anticipated this and continued to add to the story. The Federation will issue special storage rings, but they only have a small space of 5 meters by 5 meters. Therefore, there is no need to collect materials that are not high-level wild beasts, and the focus should be on unknown items. Also, after the passage to the wasteland is closed, a sparring battle will take place. Except for the top 3 commanders, everyone else can only take half of the harvest, and the other half belongs to the Federation. Ah? Isn't this blatant robbery? Why should we give them what we risked our lives for? Yu Xiaoya's face fell, full of dissatisfaction. Su Yun smiled bitterly. This is already a concession. Even with such a cut, all the colleges are still scrambling to get in. Besides, do you think the money for maintaining the defense line and developing equipment comes from the wind? In fact, there is also a lot of pressure from the federal side. As she spoke, her eyes subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan. But he was seen sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and there was even a little, playful smile on the corner of his mouth. In fact, Lin Fan really didn't care. Paying taxes? What does that have to do with him? The Beast-type mecha's advantage in speed and attack power is nothing but a gift of death compared to Bai Mingji's high mobility and Su Yun's map cannon. Except for a few with unknown information, most of them are one main attack mecha with two auxiliary mechas. And what about him? Lin Fan's gaze swept towards Bai Mingji and Su Yun again. Name Bai Mingji. Age 28. Unit, Assault Type A+, upgrade May 20th. Comprehensive combat capability, Heavy Motorcycle Form, 55, Exoskeleton Form, 275, Glazed Armor Form, 545. Equipped weapons, FA-0 Light Wing, MX-20 Beam Shield, AEX-01 Judgment Sword, Particle Shock Whip. Equipped combat skills, Explosive Flash. Energy storage, 90-minute. Secret information, loyalty 100%, pilot this machine to kill wild beasts, gain plus 100% wild value. Name, Su Yun. Age 36. Unit, Tower Defense Type S+, upgrade 1/30th. Comprehensive combat capability, Sentry Tower Form, 232, Exoskeleton Form, 225, Fortress Mecha Form, 777. Equipped weapons, Fortress Full Shield, CNM Cannon, Mica Tracking Missile, Aurora Pulse Cannon, Mortar. Energy storage, 60-minute. Secret information, loyalty 100%, violent driving mode, commander operation experience plus 30%. Under his reasonable time management, Su Yun and Bai Mingji's bodies were upgraded to the next level, and the combat effectiveness of each form was greatly improved. Just the top three, it's a sure thing. Lin Fan's calmness infected Su Yun. In previous years, IS Academy was lucky enough to get some soup in the deserted cave. This time, with Lin Fan here, maybe they can really create a miracle. Pa pa pa! Su Yun clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Alright, let's all go back and recharge our batteries so we can set off on time tomorrow morning. Lin Fan, please stay for a moment. I still don't quite understand the technique you mentioned yesterday. The next day. 8 a.m. sharp. 2 kilometers east of Base 9. 25 commanders and more than 60 contracted mecha girls stood upright. In front of the queue was a luxurious sofa large enough for several people to lie down. Suja was hugging Lin Fan's shoulders like a good brother, with his head very close to him. He winked and whispered, "Brother-in-law, my baby, is it nice?" Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and quickly changed the subject. He took out a few bunches of grapes from his bracelet and handed them back. "Come on, have some fruit after dinner. Speaking of which, shouldn't we go to the landing platform when we take a plane? What are we doing here?" Su Yun took the grapes and stuffed them to Yushiya, who was in a daze beside her, then glared at Suja. "When did you two become so familiar with each other? Baldy Su, if you lead Lin Fan astray, I'll skin you alive. Also, if you mess up the operations department again, I'll hang you on the wall of the base when I get back." She turned to Lin Fan again, and used her jade fingers to precisely wipe the grape juice from the corner of his mouth. "This place is too far from the desolate cave. With our Academy's technology, we can't build a flying machine that can avoid the perception of desolate beasts." Suja patted Lin Fan's shoulder proudly. "Why are you asking around? This is a secret between men. From now on, I will personally supervise their practical training every day. When you come back in a week, I promise." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly looked up and said, "Here it comes!" Sizzle! A subtle sound of electricity streaked across the sky, and Lin Fan looked up. High in the sky, the lattice-shaped mosaic faded away piece by piece, and a giant fighter plane slowly appeared. The entire fuselage is painted matte, and the huge anti-gravity engines on both sides are humming, giving it an oppressive sense of technology. "Oh shit! It's the At-9 Scorpion!" "Sure. I've only seen him in promotional videos before. He's so damn handsome. This invisible coating is amazing. I didn't even notice it just now." There were exclamations in the queue. Facing this sci-fi behemoth, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. This is the high-end technology mastered by the Federation. It's really quite cool. Boom! The fighter plane landed heavily, and the ground shook slightly. The hatch at the rear of the belly slid open silently, and the metal gangway automatically extended and rested firmly on the ground. Lin Fan jumped off the sofa and waved his hand. Go, go, go! Let's go make some money! Chapter 42 Arrival, Grand Valley Base. Lin Fan took the lead and rushed to the front, complaining about the steep metal steps under his feet. Who was so clever to design this gangway? It's like climbing a ladder to heaven! Ouch! A soft cry. The next second, Lin Fan felt himself bumping into something soft. He took 2 steps back in confusion and looked up. My sight was instantly dominated by 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings. Going further up, the explosive arc outlined by the professional suit completely blocked the face. Hiss! Report a little, I really didn't see it. It's all this damn gangway's fault. Its design is so inhumane. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Lin Fan quickly slipped to the side and got into the fighter plane cabin with a look of curiosity. The 4 members of the team then filed in. Swish! The huge hatch slowly closed. A flash of light appeared on the surface of the Scorpion fighter, and the huge body merged into the air like a ghost, becoming completely invisible. The low roar of the engine tore through the sky and roared towards the Grand Canyon Desert Cave. The cabin of the Scorpion fighter jet. Dozens of seats resembling massage chairs are arranged in a semicircle. Su Ran had her hair tied up in a neat short style, and was wearing a black professional suit. She was distributing the metal boxes in her hand to everyone. As the liaison between the Z9 District Federation and the Academy, if the IS Academy achieves results, she will also be able to obtain a lot of rewards from it. This is the storage ring. A week's worth of survival supplies are in it. My dear Dean Su, you really gave us a big surprise this time. Su Ran paused in front of Su Yun for 2 seconds, and without waiting for greetings, she moved smoothly to Lin Fan's side. This is Commander Lin Fan, right? Su Ran deliberately bent down, making the scenery at her collar appear vaguely visible. Commander Lin, are you interested in switching jobs and working for the Federation? The benefits. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Before Lin Fan could answer, Su Yun beside him exploded. I'm talking to Ran Ran. Minister Su. I'm still here breathing, and you dare to poach me right in front of me? Su Yun slammed the metal box shut and pretended to slap Su Ran's perky buttocks. Su Ran twisted her waist and dodged with a sweet smile. Then she put away her coquettishness and her expression instantly became serious. No more joking, let's get down to business. The latest news is that more and more senior officials in Jishan District support the relocation plan, and the opposition vote won't last until the end of the year. Some neutral parties have recently shown signs of agreement. If this plan is passed, the situation will only get worse. She paused and emphasized her tone. Furthermore, we who have always voted against this trip to the deserted cave may be targeted. Su Yun just lowered her head and fiddled with the metal box without much reaction. Su Ran looked at Su Yun's reaction and immediately became anxious. Hey, Dean Su Yun! This is a relocation plan. Haven't you always hated this plan? You have also been turned against me? Lin Fan raised his hand in confusion. Excuse me. Let me interrupt. What is the relocation plan? Su Yun then explained. The relocation plan is to shrink the existing 12 city defense zones into 3, concentrating weapons and commanders' combat power to resist attacks from wild beasts. Due to the limited area, those girls who cannot be selected. Yu Xia and Lu Wei were stunned for a moment. This is too unfair, right? How many people would die? Without the city's firepower support, and with the commanders evacuated, how could we resist the wild beasts with just exoskeletons? Lin Fan instantly understood the trick. To those high-ranking officials, the lives of ordinary people are nothing compared to the hairs on their bodies. As long as they can protect themselves, they will agree without hesitation even if they have to huddle together. But in fact, it is not only the basic level that determines the ability of the mecha girl, but the hidden attributes are also a very important part. Yu Xia, who is at level D, has a healing ability that is not much worse than that of an A-level mecha girl, thanks to the hidden attributes. This is not a game of PUBG, so you should shrink the circle to protect your KDA. This seemingly reasonable relocation plan is more like a slow death? Su-Yun looked at Lin Fan with hope in her eyes. Lin Fan, drag! We'll hold you over until you truly grow up. As long as we have enough power, we can build a safe fortress even in Area 9. We must achieve a good ranking on this trip to the deserted cave. Although we can't stop the relocation plan, we can at least delay it for a while. Su Ran looked at Su-Yun as if she were a fool, and reached out to touch her forehead. He doesn't have a fever. Do you think Lin Fan is a humanoid apostle of the abyss? Oh, it's over, it's over. This girl is completely over. She shook her head and walked towards the cockpit. Lovesickness is really scary. Lin Fan looked at Su-Yun, whose eyes were full of hope, and his expression became unusually calm. Okay, leave it to me. He nodded solemnly. There are materials everywhere in the wasteland. As long as the wasteland value is sufficient, building a steel fortress is not a difficult task. With the existence of the Silver Snake energy stick, there is no shortage of commanders at all. At this moment, Su Rei's teasing voice came from the radio. Beep, 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 the Scorpion is about to enter hypersonic travel, speed 18 Mach. If you don't want to be squashed into a pancake, sit right here, right now. Deep in the Z1 wasteland, in the valley base. This is an outpost facing the Grand Canyon Desert Cave, and also the largest desert base in the Zhejiang Mountain area. On the towering alloy city walls, densely packed gun barrels flashed coldly, and teams of fully armed patrol planes flew across the sky from time to time. Several armored vehicles were parked in the open space east of the base. A flashy extended welcoming car was surrounded by dozens of girls. The passenger door was wide open, and a fat man was slumped in the leather seat. He was the reception manager of the valley base. Jiang Wei. Director Jiang, are those IS guys coming? My legs are numb from standing there. A girl from the car complained delicately, squeezing her body into the car intentionally or unintentionally. That's right, Director, please touch it and see if it's sore. Another girl came over. Jiang Wei smiled lewdly and pinched her with his dirty hands. Hey, don't be impatient, my dears. Wait until I send everyone away, then we can. Sizzle! A sound of electricity split the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the clouds above the base had been torn open. A ferocious fighter jet painted purple and gold slowly released its stealth posture and swooped down with silent pressure. The Scorpion fighters from Area 9 have arrived. Stand still, don't embarrass me! Jiang Wei's face changed, and he scrambled out of the passenger seat, yelling at the chaotic crowd. The crowd had barely formed a formation when the Scorpion fighter jet had already landed steadily. The gangway was lowered and Su-Yun was the first to walk out with a strong aura. Jiang Wei grunted and greeted them. Welcome everyone from IS Academy, thank you for your hard work on the journey. He trotted to stand in front of Su-Yun, rubbed his right hand hard on the tight uniform, and then stretched it out. President Su, long time no see. Leaders from other colleges are already in the banquet hall, please see. Su-Yun didn't even look at his hand hanging in the air. Minister Su Ran will attend the meeting on my behalf. My current identity is Commander Lin Fan's contracted mecha girl. Lin Fan, let's go. As Su-Yun gave the order, Lu Wei transformed and unfolded, instantly turning into a radar vehicle engraved with black patterns. Su-Yun and Yu Xiaoyan nimbly got into the back seat of the radar vehicle. Lin Fan, on the other hand, blended into the cool heavy motorcycle with ease. The two cars, one in front and one behind, roared towards the depths of the desert without hesitation, raising only clouds of dust behind them. Jiang Wei's outstretched hand was still hanging in the air. It wasn't until the car disappeared at the end of the horizon that he came back to life and shuddered violently. Chapter 43 Arrival. First encounter with the Dimensional Gate. After speeding all the way, Lin Fan's team finally arrived at the core area before the deserted cave opened. The further you go in, the more depressing the atmosphere becomes. On the road and in the air, the number of giant mechas responsible for vigilance and mecha girls equipped with exoskeletons has increased significantly. Lin Fan scanned the entire process, and only then did he realize the gap between IS and the top academies. The ubiquitous S-Class and sporadic SS-Class machines were actually performing patrol duties here. Naturally, he had no doubts. This is also Griffin's way of showing the strength of their academy to other commanders. Looking ahead, there is a hideous canyon rift. A huge twisted crack runs across the center, and the black ripples constantly surging in the crack are enough to make people's SAN value drop wildly at a glance. Commander Lin, is this the entrance to the deserted cave? Lu Wei's voice trembled slightly. I feel my heart. Ugh, my engine is beating so fast. Lin Fan jokingly asked. What's going on? Is it going to explode? Let Yu Xia help you with a thorough inspection later, clearing all the pipes and stuff. She's free anyway. You play games all day long and don't even bother to take care of me. The Grand Valley was originally just an ordinary terrain in the Zhejiang mountain area. The strange fluctuations that suddenly erupted 100 years ago directly turned the place into a desolate cave. Except for the few days on the 5th of every month when the dark patterns at the entrance would disappear, the rest of the time, the Grand Canyon became an inaccessible restricted area. The opening time of the deserted cave will drop sharply as the number of commanders entering increases. 50 commanders and mecha girls form a team. This is the optimal number calculated with countless blood. Griffin College, which has gained countless benefits over the past century, is also responsible for guarding this mysterious and unknown area. All this information is recorded on Suju's metal card. In front of the entrance to the Dimension Gate, the Federation's temporary base consisted of only a few makeshift metal sheds. Dozens of combat teams were gathering in groups of 3 or 4 outside several metal sheds. The arrival of Lin Fan's convoy instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the beeping sounds of scanners rang out one after another. A commander wearing a Griffin badge couldn't help but burst into anger when he saw the results in the scanner. Fuck! Are all the guards outside dead? How the hell did C- and A-grade junk get in here? You should know that due to the limited number of places in the deserted cave, except for the top 50 on the kill list, the surrounding 10 kilometers is a martial law area. Even the top executives of Griffin Academy are not qualified to enter. How can a rookie who has contracted an A-rank mecha girl make the list? It's ridiculous to think about it. Commander Ning, calm down! Someone nearby responded immediately. You've been staying in the deserted area lately, so you're a little behind on the news. This spot was procured by the IS Academy with their sheer financial muscle. Be careful not to offend IS, or their academy will drown you with federal currency. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around burst into laughter. And the eyes looking into the distance also showed deep disdain. Not long after, the heavy motorcycle and radar vehicle then drove into the temporary site. Finally, we're here. After exiting the car mode, Lin Fan stretched. Looking at this temporary base camp that was comparable to a camping site, he couldn't help but think of remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. Packages distributed by the federal government. In the storage ring, there were only barrels of mineral water, boxes of war rations and energy bars. If we stay in the desert cave for a week relying on this thing, I'm afraid all the mecha girls in the team will become malnourished. You're so stingy and you still want to recruit me into your group? You're dreaming. You still have to rely on yourself. Lin Fan complained and flipped his hand. A sofa similar to the one at the IS base fell to the ground out of thin air, followed by a parasol that could cover half the sky and a luxurious long table. He kept rummaging through the space bracelet until the table was filled with food. Lin Fan looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. If he wasn't afraid of turning into a pancake in the fighter plane, he would have done so at that time. Come on, fill up your storage rings first, and then throw away the goodies when you find them later. Yu Xia looked at Lin Fan's antics and laughed so hard that she covered her stomach. Following Commander Lin, I haven't even gone hungry for 3 years. Ha ha. Su Yun held her forehead helplessly. Lin Fan in real life and his fighting state were completely two different people. She had just picked up a bottle of water from the table when someone came over. Excuse me, is this Dean Su? A square-faced commander said excitedly. I'm Lu Jing from OSS Academy. I've heard of you for a long time. Yes, it's me. Hello, Commander Lu. When Lin Fan heard that it was OSS Academy, he remembered what Su Yun said on the fighter plane, that this was the only friendly force on this trip. He grabbed several bags of potato chips and stuffed them directly into Lu Zheng's arms. We're all brothers, don't be polite, Just take whatever you want to eat. Lu Jing was a little confused when he saw the big gift bag of snacks that suddenly appeared in his arms, but he quickly put it into his storage ring. Okay, thank you, Commander Lin. The harmonious atmosphere didn't last for a few seconds before a sarcastic voice came over. Lin Fan, you're such a genius! Did you think you came to the deserted cave just for vacation? Didn't your mother teach you that little brats should just stay home and drink their milk instead of coming to a place like this to die? Ha! Ding Qian, a short and stocky man, came swaggering over with his arms around a blonde girl. Boy, Director Ji from Lei Luo has spoken! Once you enter the deserted cave, who would dare to cooperate with you? You won't be able to buy even a screw of equipment produced by Lei Luo in the future. But I see that you are in a state where it's doubtful you will survive tonight. By the way, I want to remind you, don't count on Suyun. Anyone here can pull out a mecha girl and beat her up. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up and down at the rookie commander, but he felt very happy in his heart. Before setting off, Jifeng promised him that as long as he could make Lin Fan suffer a setback, he would receive a handsome reward. If we enter the deserted cave and accidentally kill this guy. The set of SS-level soul-splitting mechanical claws that he had coveted for a long time was finally in his hands. Ding Qian! Watch your mouth! Before Lin Fan and his group could make any move, Lu Jing, who was standing in the front, exploded first. Following Lu Jing's angry shout, several mecha girls who were originally scattered around quickly surrounded Ding Qian. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ding Qian was also frightened by the scene and couldn't help but restrain himself a little. Lu Jing! If you insist on getting involved in this mess, then we'll see what happens! Lu Jing's fighting ability is superior to his. If a conflict occurs at this time, even with the support of his teammates, he will eventually become the mastermind of the incident. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. While looking back, he started editing the video recorded by the bracelet. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of other commanders. Is this rookie stupid? He offended that mad dog Ding Qian right after arriving? Lei Luo's people spread the word yesterday that we should pay special attention to the IS members. This kid, if he goes in, he's probably going to be killed. Never mind. Seizing your own opportunities is the most important thing. I found a great place last month. Anyone want to go with me? Lu Jing watched Ding Qian walk into his team and whisper something with several commanders, his expression becoming extremely solemn. President Su, Commander Lin. This time, it seems like we're in trouble. Chapter 44 Q? Huh. I just hope I don't run into them in the deserted caves. Lu Jing's tone was full of helplessness. Just staying on the periphery, even if there is nothing to gain, it is better than losing your life. Although the Federation prohibits commanders from killing each other, it is normal for several combat teams to die in a place like a deserted cave. If they enter the central area, they will have to face the top academy masters in Zhujiang Mountain area. More than 20 advanced mechas. While Lu Jing was still struggling with his conscience, Lin Fan had finally distributed all the supplies. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the group of Commander Lei Luo gathered together, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yeah, it's better for them to stay on the periphery. It's better to gain nothing than to lose their lives. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was an explosion at the mouth of the valley. It was like countless tempered glass shattering at the same time. The black halo on the dimensional gate quickly dissipated and turned into a milky white light curtain. I've finally waited. Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Instead, he was trembling with excitement. He stared at the exit with shining eyes. Grand Valley Dungeon, I'm here to make some money. I hope it's full of wild beasts. Lin Fan naturally did not forget the primary goal of this trip, to harvest wasteland value. Certainly. If some blind scum comes to him looking for a beating, he doesn't mind sending him to see his grandmother. Wait a moment, Commander Lin. As soon as Lin Fan raised his foot, Lu Jing grabbed his shoulder. What's wrong? Lin Fan turned around in surprise. Lu Jing pointed his chin at the surroundings and said, Don't you see that except for the top 3 colleges, the others haven't left yet? He lowered his voice and said, There's an unwritten rule here. You have to enter in order of your kill list ranking. We've already offended Lei Luo College, so we can't be the first to do this again. Q? Lin Fan frowned. It's the same everywhere. The strong always like to rely on their strength to set up numerous privileges. On this blue water planet where combat power is king, this kind of trouble seems to be commonplace. Spoil them? How can I have time to watch them pretending here? He sneered. Whoever wants to wait can wait. I won't wait on you anyway. Let's go! After saying that, he led the way towards the dimensional gate. Lin Fan's action instantly made him the focus of the entire audience. At Lei Luo College, someone immediately started yelling. Commander Ding, what does that rookie want to do? Cut in line? Why don't we take this opportunity to give him a beating? Ding Qian crossed his arms and stared at Lin Fan's back with a sinister look. Griffin's men haven't moved. Let's wait and see. On the other side, the gathering place of Griffin College. A young man in a peaked cap rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, shouting, Brother Gene, I'm going to teach him the rules here. That's crazy. You haven't even touched the first place yet. It's okay, let them go first. Lu Jinan, with a gentle face, pushed his glasses and stopped the young man in the baseball cap. Having this rookie to attract the attention of Lei Luo Academy seems to be a good choice. Lu Jinan then spoke up. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Just leave these little shrimps to Lei Luo and his gang of mad dogs. The young man in the baseball cap stopped, turned around and started flattering Lu Jinan, who was standing beside him. Brother Gene is still the most magnanimous one. As expected of the #1 spot on the kill list. So impressive. Lin Fan paid no attention to the noise behind him. He walked straight to the dimensional door and poked the white space curiously. Boom! An irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly came. Fuck! Lin Fan only had time to let out a cry of surprise before he was sucked in by the huge door. Before I opened my eyes, a fishy and smelly smell entered my nose. Ugh! Lin Fan, who had dry heaved a few times, finally got used to it, but the scene before him made him confused again. Is this the grove that Suyun mentioned? This is clearly an absurdly large supertropical jungle. The tree trunks are as thick as skyscrapers. Looking up, the layers of leaves covered the sky completely. From time to time, various beast roars and insect chirps can be heard in the distance. At this time, the space around him suddenly twisted, and Bai Mingji's figure flashed out. She glanced around, and without saying a word, she picked up Lin Fan and activated the mecha form. Lin Fan just changed his perspective. Slurp! A shrill scream came from nearby, and as the ground shook violently, a huge creature covered with thick dark armor rushed out from the bushes. It turned out to be a scorpion that was even stronger than a main battle tank. The tail was the strangest, with a gun barrel flashing red at the end, which looked like it was not something to be trifled with. Alloy Stinktail Scorpion. Level S-. Combat Power, 450. Double Carapace Defense, Attack Modes, Wrench, Tail Cannon, Tail Sting. I threw a grenade and scared me. Lin Fan angrily drew out the Judgment Sword, dragging the tip of the sword on the ground, and walked towards the Alloy Stinktail Scorpion step by step. Click! The Alloy Stinktailed Scorpion's eyes flashed red, as if locking onto Lin Fan. The next second, its tail was raised high, and the red light suddenly surged. Whoosh! A blazing laser beam broke through the air, and the scorching air wave headed straight for the face of the glass mecha. It seems to be a little more powerful than the wild beasts outside. Lin Fan manipulated the glass mecha to move in a Z shape, and only then was he able to avoid the laser. Boom! The laser hit the giant tree behind him, and the trunk, which was as thick as a bowl, was instantly melted in half. The firepower is quite strong, but the accuracy is not so good. Take my sword! Before he finished speaking, the Lily mecha rushed towards the giant scorpion. The alloy sting-tailed scorpion probably felt threatened, and its 8 mechanical legs exerted force at the same time, and its huge body retreated flexibly. At the same time, 2 huge claws stirred up rubble all over the sky, trying to block the vision of the Lily mecha. Playing dirty? Lin Fan controlled the mecha to suddenly lower his body, and with the cover of the rubble, he slashed fiercely at the joint of the alloy tail. Clang! There was a loud metallic sound. The alloy stink-tailed scorpion's tail was actually cut in half, and sparks burst out from the joint. Ouch! The alloy stink-tailed scorpion screamed in pain, and the barrel at the end of its tail retracted, revealing a black metal spike that stabbed at the mecha. Want a sneak attack? Lin Fan was prepared, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and outputting his full energy. Boom! With this sword, the alloy stink-tailed scorpion's tail was cut off at the root. The tail fell to the ground, still twitching with electricity. The test is almost done, Lin Fan murmured. I won't play with you anymore. The glazed armor jumped directly onto the back of the alloy stink-tailed scorpion, raised the judgment sword high, and pierced the back of its neck with the tip of the sword. Click! With a shattering sound, all the movements of the alloy stink-tailed scorpion came to an abrupt halt, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Successfully killed the S-rank wild beast alloy stink-tailed scorpion. Gained wild value 1600 points. An ordinary S-level wild beast, its wildness value is actually comparable to that of the S-level peak Vidra. Oh! Commander Lin, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. A scream filled with adoration came from behind a giant tree nearby. Yushia raised her hands high and waved wildly at the glass mecha, her little face flushed red with excitement. Lin Fan released the mecha's fusion state and was stunned when he saw the figures coming out one after another. That Lu Jing didn't catch up? According to the introduction of the deserted cave, people who enter at the same time period will appear in the same area at the same time. Delayed? Never mind him. There's no need to collect S-level materials. Hurry! Let's go! Chapter 45 Premeditation, Initial Appearance. Valley Base, the secret room in the villa of reception director Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, a muscular man, was kneeling on the ground with his forehead pressed against the ground, waiting for the video call to be connected. The moment the screen lit up, the fat on his body tightened again. On the screen, there was only a man whose face could not be seen clearly, wearing half of a strange metal mask. Explain. Jiang Wei finally dared to look up, his voice trembling. Respected Divine Envoy, I have come into contact with that Lin Fan. Your prediction was correct. As soon as I get close to him, the oracle cells in my body will have a desire to eat. The masked man was silent for a few seconds. Very good. Your reward will be delivered in the next few days. Thank you, Messenger of God. Jiang Wei cowed out hurriedly, but a trace of greed flashed across his fat face. Divine Envoy, Lin Fan's contracted mecha is only S-rank. Why don't you have your subordinates reclaim it directly? This will save you the trouble of the Oracle Warrior. With just one word, Jiang Wei collapsed to the ground in fear with his 300 kilograms of fat on his back. Boom! 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 He slammed his head against the floor. Damn you! I overstepped my bounds! You just need to complete your task. Recycling, we have our own dedicated staff to handle it. Be careful, don't expose yourself, otherwise. The masked man's words were chilling. The screen instantly went black, and the secret room returned to darkness. Hoo! Jiang Wei collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. After a long time, he finally got up trembling, and his eyes gradually changed from fear to viciousness. Damn! I was scared to death. He cursed and turned on the light in the secret room. If he offended the Oracle and cut off his supply of Oracle potion, within a month, he would become a ghost. Under the light, several young machinists in reception uniforms huddled in a corner of the secret room. Their mouths were tightly sealed with strong tape, their beautiful eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies were shaking violently with fear. Jiang Wei looked at the girl in the corner, and slowly took off her clothes. Guji! The fat on his belly suddenly moved. An object as thick as an arm and shaped like a skinned python suddenly emerged from his belly button. Whoa! Seeing this nightmarish scene, the mecha girls all twisted their bodies desperately, making muffled, woo-woo sounds. Jiang Wei approached step by step with a look of morbid enjoyment on his face. Haha, weren't you eager to get close to me just now? Why are you scared now? Don't worry, you can't change your form here, so let my little cutie take good care of you. The tip of the flesh snake he was stroking suddenly opened, revealing fangs full of barbs and a mouthful of sticky stuff. Soon, the only sounds in the secret room were the groans of extreme despair. Bang! In the deserted cave of the Grand Valley, the glazed mecha chopped a snake-like wild beast into 2 pieces with one sword. The other 3 women simply unfolded their exoskeleton forms and hovered around the Lily mecha. Successfully killed the A-rank wild beast rattlesnake. Gained wild value 50100 points. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. How come they're gone after just 1 kill? From the time he entered the cave until now, a full hour had passed. Apart from encountering a group of A-level wild beasts, he had only killed 5 S-level ones. The most bizarre thing is that the wild beasts here are like spirits. When they see him from afar, they will run away very quickly. Moreover, since entering the deserted cave, the scanning radar has also stopped working, and even the energy response cannot be scanned. The current killing speed seems to be not much different from that in the depths of Area 9. At this rate, it'll take forever to get a full set of SS-level equipment. Lin Fan scratched his hair irritably. Su Yun's reminder sounded from the communication channel. Lin Fan, there are commanders coming into this area every month. It's not easy to gather so many. 10 kilometers to the left is a water source area, where a large number of wild beasts may gather. Lin Fan didn't answer, but opened the storage ring and took out a paper map from it. The Grand Canyon Wilderness area is divided into 3 parts according to the degree of danger: the outermost area, the middle area, and the unexplored area. He is now at the dividing point between the outer and central areas, but the water source area of this forest is closer to the outer area. Lin Fan touched his chin and immediately made a decision. Su Yun, we don't have time to go shopping, let's go to the central area first. Let's see the situation over there first, and make a decision then. You Xiuya and Lu Wei, be alert, don't save your silver snake energy sticks. In order to take care of others, Lin Fan did not activate his energy wings. 4 hours later, Lin Fan and his group had entered the central area of the deserted cave. Compared with the outer areas, the towering trees here gradually became scarce, and twisted black rocks began to emerge from the ground. The good news is that even if you don't go out of your way to look for wild beasts, there will still be wild beasts that hear the noise and rush over from afar. Lu Wei, that's where you least want to go. 2 o'clock direction, I feel it's very dangerous over there. Lu Wei flew to the shoulder of the glass mecha and answered seriously. Lin Fan looked into the distance, his eyes fixed, and Bai Mingji automatically zoomed in. In the rocky area 2 kilometers away, a group of wild beasts appeared on the screen like dense black dots. Nice! The target is at 2 o'clock, 7 kilometers away. Girls, follow me in charge. The Luli mecha flashed and rushed towards the rocky area. Not long after, the ground shook violently. 12 S-level black rock wild bears, each as big as a container, rushed towards Lin Fan. Mengji, turn! The Luli mecha suddenly changed direction and led the black rock demon bear to a relatively open area. Just in time! Su Yun's eyes focused, and the exoskeleton instantly switched to a fortress mecha, and the muzzle lit up instantly. Target locked! Boom! 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 Several energy beams roared out along with the mortar, and half of the black rock wild bear was melted instantly. The black rock wild bear was hit by a mortar, and its alloy-like outer armor was completely blown away. Keep it for me to finish off! The glazed mecha rushed forward holding the judgment sword. Phew! The sword flashed, and the heads of several black rock wild bears flew out. Seeing this, the only remaining one staggered, and before it could run a few steps, it was hit by another beam of energy, and its head was destroyed. Successfully killed S black rock wild bear. Gained 850 points of wild value. Successfully killed S black rock wild bear. Gained 880 wild points. Successfully killed S black rock wild bear. Gained wild points 880 1760. Successfully killed. A series of prompt sounds rang out, making Lin Fan laugh from ear to ear. This quantity and quality are worthy of the name of the deserted cave. With Su Yun's firepower coverage and Bai Mingji's mobility, If we can attract the surrounding wild beasts in batches, wouldn't we be able to score perfectly? Lure monsters in batches and clean up the fortress. After this idea popped up in Lin Fan's mind, he couldn't stop it. Chapter 46: The Carnival of the Artillery, the Skyrocketing Value of Wasteland. Bang! The glazed mecha fell heavily onto a high slope, causing gravel to fly everywhere. This is it! Excellent high position! Lin Fan looked around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This location has a wide view and is located right at the junction of the jungle and the barren rock area, allowing for both attack and defense. Although a similar combat mode was carried out in Area 9, the targets at that time were basically A-level wild beasts. Now, in the middle of this deserted cave where S-level wild beasts roam everywhere, the danger has undoubtedly increased several times, and the necessary retreat route must be retained. Meng-Ji, go lure the monsters out, and be careful to control the waves of wild beasts. Lu Wei, Yu Shiya, you two should also move, be smart. Whoosh! As Lin Fan gave the order, the glazed mecha transformed into a stream of light and shot straight into the sky. Lu Wei and Yu Shiya also activated their small mecha forms and disappeared into the forest behind them. Boom! A dark and ferocious steel fortress descended from nowhere, and its huge body occupied most of the slope. Lin Fan just entered the cockpit. Puff! The sticky buffer instantly surged up and wrapped him up completely. A strong suction force came from it, madly draining his energy. It seemed as if the entire cockpit was trembling slightly. Ouch! Lin Fan felt the throbbing coming from under him and couldn't help but tease. Dean Su, why are you so anxious today? Are you starving? Don't worry, there's enough energy today. Feeling the suppressed wild fighting spirit, Lin Fan instantly entered combat mode. Outside the bastion body, countless gun muzzles slowly extended out, with strands of tangible energy threads wrapped around them, waiting to be unleashed at that moment. Roar! In a few minutes, the deafening roar of beasts came from far away. I saw the glass mecha flying dangerously close to the ground, constantly shuttling between the sparse giant trees. Behind the mecha, smoke and dust rose into the sky like a moving sandstorm. Dozens of hideous S-level wild beasts, with red eyes, were frantically chasing the delicious prey in front of them. The rocks and giant trees along the way were instantly crushed into powder by the impact of this terrifying torrent. Any commander who sees this scene will break out in a cold sweat for the Lily mecha. Inside the fortress cockpit, Lin Fan stared at the herd of animals running wildly on the screen and licked his lips excitedly. If Bai Mingji wants to harvest such a large number of wild beasts, she will be at risk of being overwhelmed by them even if she is equipped with SS weapons. He was extremely grateful that he had contracted this powerful gun mount. Now that the fish has taken the bite, all that's left is to harvest it. Lin Fan clapped his hands. Dean Su, it's time to come! Let's get started! A satisfying trembling voice came from deep in the cockpit. Boom, boom, boom! Next second, the fortress mecha's gun barrel spewed out a barrage of death, instantly evaporating a dozen wild beasts at the front of the beast tide. The flames of the explosion merged into one, and countless limbs were thrown into the sky by the shock wave, making it rain blood and flesh. The death of their own kind did not frighten the wild beasts, but instead aroused their ferocity. The SS-class Tyrannosaurus Rex that was rushing in the front took on 3 homing missiles. As soon as its ferocious head emerged from the smoke screen, it was hit by a beam of light with a diameter of several meters. Sizzle! Before it could even let out a scream, the head of this SS-level wild beast was vaporized. The headless corpse rushed forward a few more steps due to inertia and then fell to the ground with a bang. A suffocating crush. In just 5 minutes, the beast tide that had just devastated the world had turned into a mountain of corpses at the foot of the slope. Lin Fan's panel was flooded with a long string of kill messages. Successfully killed the S-rank cracking skull bear. Gained 900 points of wild value. Successfully killed the SS-level tyrannical swift dragon. Gained 3370 points of wild value. Successfully killed an S-rank burning lizard. Gained 870 points of wild value. Successfully killed. Boom, boom, boom! After more than an hour of crazy output, the gun barrel turned faintly red. After another wave of beasts was blown into pieces, the Liuli mecha finally landed next to the fortress. Bai Mingji's voice was filled with panting. Master, my energy reserves are almost depleted and I need to replenish them. Lin Fan listened to Bai Mingji's voice and breathed a sigh of relief silently. He has been squeezed hard by Su Yun. If Bai Mingji doesn't show up again, he will have to think about running away. Su Yun, keep a close eye on Lu Wei. I'll go give Mingji some more. Lin Fan quickly explained, disconnected from Su Yun, and instantly appeared in the cockpit of the Liuli mecha. At this moment, he no longer pretended to be calm. He slumped down in the driver's seat and took out a bottle of water and started drinking it. This firepower is too strong. My brother really can't stand it. It turned out that half an hour ago, Su Yun had independently started the violent driving mode. Although the firepower has been greatly improved, this has almost drained all the energy in Lin Fan's body. But Lin Fan looked at the panel curiously and squeezed the water bottle in excitement. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 12. Operation level, LV4, 91/250. Soul contract, 2/3. Wild value, 264,356. In just over an hour, the wasteland value skyrocketed by nearly 200,000. This terrifying harvesting efficiency. At this rate, as long as there is another small wave, another piece of SS-level equipment will be in our hands. Then wait 7 days, hee. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his mind full of the new equipment he had already found. Su Yun, you are such a treasure. After resting for half an hour, Lin Fan finally recovered. He looked down at the huge beast cemetery. Lu Wei and Yu Xia were like two hard-working little bees, searching for materials in the sea of corpses and blood. Master, the SS-level materials are almost finished. But the damage is quite serious, Bai Mingji reported to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was just past 4 p.m. It doesn't matter, just collect some. He waved his hand and said, Let's do one more job before it gets dark and find a safe place to spend the night. Soon, the team regrouped and headed towards the more dangerous central area. Half an hour later, an exoskeleton robot girl responsible for reconnaissance carefully entered the area. All I saw within a radius of several kilometers was a charred black area, with the ground covered with pits of varying depths. The air was filled with the sickening smell of burnt meat and a thick stench of blood. Broken armor of S-level and even SS-level wild beasts was scattered everywhere. Ding! Commander Ding, you guys here? The girl's voice was shaking. A full minute later, a wolf-shaped mecha suddenly rushed out from the edge of the forest. After releasing his form, Ding Qian landed at the edge of the sea of corpses with a serious expression. He was also shocked by the scene before him. This destructive power. What's going on here? No. I don't know. It was like this when I came here. The reconnaissance plane girl has not yet calmed down. Maybe it's a mechanized SSS-class Abyss Apostle? SSS-level Apostle? Ding Qian squatted down and ran his fingers over the broken end of a limb. His brow furrowed again. At this time, more than 10 mechas from Lei Luo's team arrived one after another, and their engines roared as they entered the scene. The team members all gasped when they saw the scene before them. Chapter 47, The Abyss Apostles Sneak Attack. What the hell is going on? Did the Apostle of the Abyss really do this? But this is the central area! Panic spread like a plague among the mecha team of Lei Luo Academy. This group of elites who could kill S-level wild beasts alone were no longer as calm as before when they saw the piles of wild beast corpses. There are 300 or 400 S-level wild beasts, and 1/10 of them are SS level. With a wild beast tide of this level, even if they played all their cards, no more than half of them would survive. Commander Ding! The mecha girl who was in charge of searching for clues suddenly screamed. There are footprints on the ground. They must have been left by a humanoid mecha. Mecha? Could it be Griffin Academy's doing? Are they so strong? Listening to everyone's doubtful questions, Ding Qian spat fiercely on the ground. Griffin Academy is good at fighting, but Lei Luo has already figured out their offensive pattern. Such a large-scale bombardment would require at least a dozen SS-class firepower weapons. Doesn't that mean that each of them has an SS-class weapon? How is that possible? Even the Le Luo Academy, which is famous for its weapons development, does not have such luxurious firepower equipment. Lu Jinan? Hidden away, making a secret weapon, right? Ding Qian's eyes became more vicious again. Maybe it's a miniaturized Apostle of the Abyss? A team member tried to guess in a more reliable direction. Ding Qian didn't respond, but just looked at the footprints in the distance in silence. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone listen! Move left 10 kilometers, no, 20 kilometers. Avoid the direction of the footprints. Enlarge the alert area. Withdraw to a safe distance first." After the order was given, no one dared to ask any more questions. The power of more than 10 mecha engines was instantly maximized, and they all rushed to the left in a frantic manner, almost trying to escape. On the other side, smoke was still coming out of the muzzle of the fortress mecha. In the cockpit, the surge of buffer seemed to have a hint of viscosity. Lin Fan stared at the wild value on the panel that had just exceeded 300,000, and smiled with his big white teeth showing. "Dean Su, that's almost enough. There aren't many left. Just leave it to Meng Ji to handle." The fortress mecha shook slightly, and Su Yun's slightly rapid breathing could be heard. "Lin Fan. Focus. On. Output. Don't be distracted. Ah!" That last drawn-out scream made Lin Fan's bones go limp. Bai Mingji, who had just dealt with the fish that had escaped the net, happened to fly back at this time. She listened to the conversation between the two and rarely teased them. "Master, it seems that Dean Su still wants to continue. You have to keep up with the output, after all. There are only exhausted commanders, but no misfiring mechas." Lin Fan. "No, why does this sound so familiar?" Just as Lin Fan was about to fight back and start his verbal attack mode. Rumble! The entire barren rocky ground began to shake wildly, and countless pieces of gravel shot up into the sky. "Huh! Earthquake?" Boom! As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the ground on one side of the fortress mecha suddenly exploded. A huge black shadow wrapped in countless pieces of gravel roared out and rushed straight towards the vulnerable belly of the fortress mecha. "Be careful!" Bai Mingji reacted very quickly and flapped her wings to block the fortress. Clang! With a loud bang, the glass mecha was smashed dozens of meters away and only stopped after smashing a huge rock. Puff! Bai Mingji groaned, obviously injured. At this moment, the terrifying attacker also fully revealed his figure. It was a centipede-like wild beast that was nearly 100 meters long, and every section of its shell was flashing with a cold light. The most terrifying thing is that its huge head is densely covered with dozens of scarlet compound eyes. Apostle of the Abyss. Level S level. Combat power, 920. What the hell? S-rank Apostle. 920? Lin Fan's heart was pounding. Su Yun, blast it with maximum power! All the gun barrels of the fortress mecha were turned instantly, and the fortress's full shield was deployed simultaneously. Boom! The all-conquering energy beam hit the thick armor but only left a few scorch marks. Useless? Lin Fan's scalp tingled. The Apostle of the Abyss let out a shrill roar and twisted its huge body, wrapping around the fortress mech like a python. Crunch, bang! With the sound of metal twisting, the outer armor of the fortress mecha instantly had several terrifying dents, like a flattened can. Several mortars located in the stranglehold area were squeezed and exploded. Ugh! In the cockpit, Suyun groaned in pain. The buffer solution began to surge violently, even taking on a glaring scarlet color. Lin Fan! Hurry! It's going to crush this place! Su Yun's voice was filled with determination and pain as she tried to forcibly eject Lin Fan from the cockpit. Go away! Lin Fan roared. Instead of leaving, he maximized his energy output. Lu Wei! Hit its eyes! Blind this idiot! Use Xia! Heal! Give Suyun your all! Yes! Lu Wei's small mecha fired desperately with an energy gun. Although it could not cause any substantial damage, The precise shot hitting the compound eyes still caused the giant to shake its head in annoyance. Yushiya raised the GN particle gun and desperately fired the healing beam at the fortress mech, tears welling up in her eyes. Dean Su, hold on! Meng Ji! Particle shock whip! Take this thing off me! Clear! Bai Mingji gritted her teeth and climbed out of the rubble, her light wings lighting up again. A long energy whip condensed from high-energy particles was swung out from the hands of the glazed mecha and accurately wrapped around the joints of the Abyss Apostle. Maximum oscillation frequency! Bai Mingji shouted. Buzz! The long whip instantly vibrated at a high frequency, frantically cutting the indestructible metal shell. Between the cracks in the shell, accompanied by a sizzling sound as if unable to bear the weight, tiny cracks actually appeared. Hiss! The Apostle of the Abyss felt pain, and the entanglement force began to loosen slightly. Its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, suddenly opened wide because of anger and pain, and let out a deafening roar. Now! Now! Lin Fan and Su Yun's thoughts were astonishingly synchronized at this moment. The terrifyingly thick CNM cannon on the chest of the fortress mecha was instantly filled with dark blue destructive energy. At the moment when the Apostle of the Abyss opened his mouth to roar, the muzzle of the gun was suddenly aimed at that terrifying throat. Fire for me! Fire! Lin Fan roared with all his strength. Boom! The destructive beam of light slammed into the wide-open mouth of the Apostle of Abyss at close range. The light instantly filled its entire mouth and even shone through the gaps in its shell. Chapter 48 The Third Contract Position, Finalized. Boom! The huge body of the Apostle of the Abyss was like a balloon of flesh and blood that was punctured, and its upper body was directly blown into countless pieces. Under the terrifying shock wave, Lu Wei and Yushiya's small bodies were instantly blown away. The back half of the body smashed to the ground, turning into pieces of tile-like scales that shone with cold light. Successfully killed an S-level Abyssal Erosion Apostle. Gained 7,200 points of wilderness points. Finally solved. Su Yun, are you okay? Lin Fan looked towards the cockpit, and the blood-red color in the buffer solution made him feel a little worried. No. It's okay. After receiving the reply, Lin Fan left the cockpit and saw the miserable state of the fortress mecha. Several frighteningly deep dents appeared in the places where the Apostles of Abyss had entangled them, and several gun turrets were even deformed and directly embedded in the fuselage. Su Yun's injuries were more serious than he expected. Fortunately, the fortress has the full shield defense, otherwise the body would be directly crushed by the strangulation attack. The Apostle of the Abyss's special attack method still makes him feel scared. Dean Su! You must not transform back into human form now! I will treat you right away! Yushiya's voice was filled with tears. The healing mecha rushed over, extended two retractable mechanical arms from its waist, and climbed onto the most hideous wound of the fortress mecha. Buzz! The healing green light enveloped the damaged area, but the healing speed was so slow that it made people anxious. It was approaching evening. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance at the repair progress again. Without the assistance of professional equipment, Yushiya only relied on her little green gun. I'm afraid it won't be done without 2 or 3 hours. It seems there is some trouble. A deserted cave at night, without any shelter, the risk here is too great. Lin Fan looked at the busy healing mecha, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Or how about signing a contract with Yushiya the wet nurse? With the improvement of the machine level, plus the contract and operation bonus, the amount of milk will definitely be more than enough. Thinking of this, Lin Fan once again opened the insight detection function on the healing mecha. Name Yushiya. Age 18. Unit, Healing Type D, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Medical Vehicle Form, 11, Exoskeleton Form, 54, Combat Medical Composite Mecha, 95. Equipped Weapons, Healing Box, GN Particle Gun. Secret Information, Dual Energy Absorption Channels, Light aircraft should not be driven for long periods of time, healing and repair skills plus 100% effectiveness. I don't know what those 2 energy absorption channels are. Never mind. I'll study them after the contract is signed. Thinking of this, Lin Fan waved to the busy healing mecha. "You Xia, come down to the contract." At this time, 1 kilometer away from Lin Fan, an invisible reconnaissance spider was rapidly approaching them. And 5 kilometers away, Ding Qian and his team from Lei Luo College were moving at a snail's pace along the direction of the reconnaissance spider's movement. "Brother Ding, there was such a big noise over there before, why didn't you take a detour?" A short-haired young man lowered his voice, his face full of worry. Ever since they encountered the sea of corpses, their hearts have been hanging. "Fortunately, we only encountered some lone wild beasts along the way, and we didn't even encounter groups of wild beasts. But the earth-shattering explosion just now made people feel dangerous even from a distance." Ding Qian sneered. "It's been almost an hour and a half, how could there be any danger? No matter whether it is the Mecha Team or the Abyss Apostle, no one will stay on the battlefield for so long. This is common sense. Besides, don't we still have your self-propelled scout spider? This is the central area, maybe we can still find some goodies." Ding Qian explained with confidence. The short-haired young man's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice. "That makes sense, Brother Ding! But Brother Ding, do we really have to withdraw early at that time? If that's the case, the estimated area will be endless." Ding Qian rolled his eyes in the direction of the short-haired young man. "Pretend! Keep pretending! Didn't Fatty G give you any benefits? Isn't what he gives better than the exploration reward from the academy?" Several people in the team immediately agreed with a flattering smile. "We are one of us, Brother Ding! That's right, Director G is so generous. Speaking of which, that IS rookie Lin Fan is probably still in some remote corner out there, freaking out and peeing his pants. When he comes out, spread out and look for him. We can pull him out in a minute, hee." As Ding Qian listened to the team members' discussion, he seemed to have seen his wolf-shaped mecha equipped with the SS-level soul-splitting mechanical claws. He has already booked a spot in the top 10 of next month's kill list. "Stop! Let the reconnaissance plane in front retreat first," the short-haired young man suddenly spoke, interrupting the discussion. Everyone's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and they instantly shrank into a defensive formation. "What did you find? Is there any danger?" everyone asked nervously. The short-haired young man didn't say anything else, but just concentrated on operating it. After a while, he stared at the image transmitted back, his expression as if he had swallowed a lump of milk. "What the hell is this?" He swiped his finger and shared the image to the team channel. Silence. Deathly silence. In the picture, a familiar figure was standing in front of a scarred fortress mecha. It was the rookie commander of IS they were talking about, Lin Fan. Not far from the fortress mech, there were 2 exoskeleton mecha girls harvesting the corpse of an Abyss Apostle. "Damn! It's that Lin Fan! Why is he here?" "Guess maybe 2 Abyss Apostles were fighting, and this guy just happened to pass by." "Bullshit! Look at the wounds on that fortress mech. It's obvious it just fought. A broken S-class fortress can defeat an S-class Apostle? Your brain is confused by the cockpit, right? Do we need to guess?" Ding Qian's voice was firm. "Can an S-class fortress mecha break through the Abyssal Apostle's outer armor?" Ding Qian stared at the priceless remains of the Apostle, his eyes full of greed. "Who cares? I only know there's a broken S-class mecha over there. Full speed ahead. The Apostle materials are ours." "Yes." The mecha's engine roared instantly and rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed. Bang! Yu Xiya was so shocked by the word contract that her mechanical arm loosened, and a healing mecha fell to the ground and turned back into human form. She rubbed her butt, which was a little sore from the fall, her eyes wide open. "Huh! Commander Lin! Commander Lin, what did you just say?" Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud at this exaggerated reaction. "You know what, this chick has a baby face, but her body is so hot it's unfair. The proud curves are ready to be revealed in the white rescue suit, the voluptuous legs are slightly bent together, and coupled with that cute expression. The lethality is simply max." He then pointed at the setting sun and said word by word, "I said, come over here and sign the contract. Hurry up, it will be dark if you delay any longer." Chapter 49: The Collapse of the Leiluo Mecha Team. Oh my god! Yu Xiao's face turned red instantly, and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands. What had she heard? Commander Lin Fan wanted to sign a contract with her? This is something she dared not even dream of. There is no precedent for a D-class machine contract on the Blue Water Planet, let alone a contract with such a dazzling Lin Fan. Yu Xiao was instantly overwhelmed by ecstasy and a burning anticipation. Here! Commander Lin! Yu Xiao was like a frightened little rabbit. She stood up and ran a few steps before she almost tripped over herself. Why are you running so fast? No one's competing with you. Lin Fan was amused by her impatience and slowly extended his index finger. Come on, just touch it. Just when their fingertips were about to touch. Swoosh boom! A small missile, trailing flames, exploded high above Lin Fan's head, and the blast caused the corners of his clothes to flutter. Ha ha! Did I hear correctly? There are still people who would contract a D-class machine? Killing a wild rat requires crying for help, right? Ha! Accompanied by bursts of taunting, a mecha team came over from a distance with a crushing momentum. There were 15 mechas of various shapes, with more than 30 exoskeleton mecha girls circling around them, forming a dark mass. Led by. It was Ding Qian from Leiluo Academy, a wolf-shaped beast mecha. The dark alloy body is covered with metal barbs. On the back, a row of bone spurs protruded directly from the tail end, swinging back and forth like an electrified steel whip. Lin Fan! Hand over the apostle materials! Ding Qian's voice came from the wolf-shaped mecha, with undisguised greed. Master, are you okay? The glass mecha instantly blocked Lin Fan's way. Ding Qian was surprised by the speed of the lily mecha, and then sneered. Just an A-rank mecha? You dare to block my Dark Fawn's way? As he spoke, his eyes greedily swept over the corpse of the Apostle of the Abyss. But when his gaze continued to shift and fell on the marks on the fortress mecha, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The shape of this wound, among the corpses of wild beasts scattered all over the ground, seems only the S-level Abyss Apostle can cause it, right? This guy, did he really kill an S-level Apostle of the Abyss alone? I was so excited all the way that I didn't even look closely at the wound just now. Ding Qian quickly changed his expression. Commander Lin! Misunderstanding. We heard the sounds of fighting and were worried that our compatriots were in danger, so we rushed here to support them. Meeting in the deserted cave is a kind of fate. Sharing half of the materials after we meet is not too much, right? Ding Qian's 180-degree change of expression left the members of Leiluo's team confused. Brother Ding, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just say to just grab it? Yeah, it's just dealing with such a rookie. The short-haired young man quickly tried to smooth things over. You know nothing. Brother Ding is just teasing him. They have 1 SSS class and 4 SS class mechas, plus a bunch of auxiliary exoskeleton mecha girls. Such a luxurious configuration, used to deal with an S-class fortress plus an A-class assault? He really didn't know how they could lose. Lin Fan was also stunned for 3 seconds by this change in attitude. But when he thought of Su Yun's current condition, he instantly understood. He put his hands behind his back and waved to Yu Xia and Lu Wei. As soon as he touched the glass mecha, he appeared in the cockpit. At the same time, he asked through the team channel, Su Yun, can you still fight? Su Yun's cold voice came. 1/3 of the weapons are damaged, and the firepower will be greatly reduced, but the fortress's full shield can still be activated. It should be enough to protect these 2 little girls. The corners of Lin Fan's handsome face raised slightly. Su Yun is worthy of her name. She saw through his thoughts at a glance. No matter what tricks Ding Qian plays, if he dares to steal things, he must be prepared to save his life. Not to mention the attitude when entering. Mingji! Explosive shine! Leave no one behind! Boom! Under the astonished gaze of Leiluo and his group, blood-red energy slowly rose from the glass body. The hard ground beneath the mecha's feet collapsed instantly. What frightened them the most was that although it was an A-class mecha, the oppressive feeling was even scarier than that of an SSS-class mecha. Boom! Countless blood-red energies suddenly erupted, causing the air to seem to distort. What's even more outrageous is that the Luli mecha pulled out the Judgment Sword with one hand, and even the colorful wings behind it were instantly dyed blood red. This scene was like a god of war just crawling out of hell. This is a fucking A-class mecha? What should we do? Do you want to fight? Looking at the terrifying changes in the glazed mecha, Ding Qian, who was in the lead, had his gloomy pupils expand several times. Mingji, get on! As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a stream of red light rushed into the right side of Lei Luo's formation. Sizzle! Sizzle! An SS-class assault mecha didn't even have time to react before its metal skull band soared into the sky, with sparks flying from the broken edge. Damn, an A-class car is for your mother! Ding Qian was also completely enraged by Lin Fan's behavior. Since he became famous, he had never been provoked like this. The other party took action first, so it is justified to punish him. The wolf-shaped mecha opened its huge mouth, and blood-red energy began to gather. Focus your fire on me! Blast him to pieces! However, at this moment, the glass mecha flashed again. The speed was so fast that even he, who was known for his agility, was unable to react. Even on the command screen, only a shadow remained. Ding Qian's face changed drastically and he subconsciously jumped to the side. Swish! A cold sword blade slashed past his cockpit. Dodged it! Ding Qian's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Next second! With a bang, a blood-colored glazed iron fist smashed hard on the chin of the Dark Fang mecha, causing its mouth to become slightly crooked. The Aurora cannon that was charging in his mouth exploded on the spot, and Ding Qian was shocked so much that his nose bled. Oh my, the little puppy runs really fast! Lin Fan was just about to make a few jokes when he heard the alarms going off frantically in the cockpit, and dozens of energy cannons fired at him at the same time. Ouch, damn! You have no moral principles! I'm leaving! Lin Fan controlled the glass mecha with a graceful movement, hovering 1,000 meters in the air. His roar echoed throughout the battlefield. The ones down there! Who's the most fucking excited? I'll kill whoever it is first! The attack was instantly silenced. The mechas that had just been unleashing mad firepower all lowered their gun barrels. Lei Luo's commanders looked up at the god of war in the sky, and a feeling of despair overwhelmed their bodies. A crying voice sounded. Boss! We won't fight anymore! All the materials are yours! Let us go! Please! The members of Lei Luo's team felt their legs go weak when they looked at the bloody god of war in the sky. Someone cried out. We won't fight anymore! Let us go! Lin Fan looked at the ant-sized mecha underground and couldn't help but hum. Let go? Sorry, I'm just sorting them for you. Chapter 50. Total Annihilation, Yuxiaya's Expectation. But at this moment, the Dark Fang mecha launched an attack. A ball of energy, similar to the tailed beast cannon, shot out in a straight line from the ground. Lin Fan had noticed the other party since he was gathering strength. He didn't even make an evasive gesture, but just switched out the particle shock whip and swung it at the black and red energy ball. Pia! With a crisp whip sound, the whip hit the energy ball accurately. Boom! The black and red energy ball exploded directly in the air, turning into fireworks scattered all over the sky. Ding Qian was completely shocked by this scene. How is this possible? His famous S-rank attack skill, Superstar Explosion Bomb. Actually, he was whipped into a firework by the opponent. Lei Luo's commanders were all speechless, and each of them looked like they had seen a ghost. That was Ding Qian's Superstar Explosive Bomb, the ultimate trump card in their hearts that represented absolute power and destruction. But now, under the opponent's casual whip, he was as fragile as a joke. This is a terrifying force beyond their understanding. I'll die. I'll definitely die. An uncontracted logistics mecha girl, looking at the bloody god of death in the sky, had her psychological defenses completely broken. She seemed to be able to hear the crisp sound of her exoskeleton being torn apart. If I stay here any longer, I will definitely be killed. The instinct to survive overrides everything. She no longer cared about the combat orders, turned on her jet engines at full speed, and fled without looking back. Her running triggered the panic completely. Run! Go! Get out of here! Lei Luo's commanders also completely lost their minds and discipline, fleeing frantically in all directions. They only regretted why they didn't install 2 more thrust engines. Formation coordination? Academy glory? Faced with the threat of death, everyone had only one thought in their mind: stay away from that bloody monster. The scene was in chaos. Is this Commander Lin's strength? Yushia clung to the side of the fortress mecha, with half of her head sticking out, staring blankly at the mecha troops that were scattering like birds and beasts. This is the top mecha team of Lei Luo Academy, and its members are all talented commanders who can break into the top 50. Each of them is sought after by major colleges and is a leader among their peers. But what is the result? Lin Fan, 1 man, 1 armor, frightened them so much that they just ran away with their heads in their hands. When I saw Lin Fan killing wild beasts before, I just thought he was very powerful. Now seeing this with my own eyes, only then did she truly understand that there was a huge gap between Lin Fan and those so-called geniuses. Commander Lin Fan, you... Is this the messenger sent by the mechanical god to save me? Yushia muttered to herself as she looked at the bloody figure. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest, and her rapid breathing caused her towering chest to rise and fall violently. God's eyes were filled with shock, and more, a kind of almost devout worship. Oh, now you want to run for your life? Looking at the mechas running around on the ground, Lin Fan's eyes were full of contempt. A bunch of idiots who rely on the level of their machines to show off. They usually treat low-level mecha girls as consumables, but now it's their turn and they perform worse than even the wild rats. TSK. No! Even wild rats know how to bite when they get angry. Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. Still have migration plans? Just rely on these cowards? By that time, the herd of wild beasts has not yet arrived, and they will run faster than anyone else in order to survive, and they can even push their teammates out to block the attacks. A cold smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. If you had a little courage and came together, I might have been a little more passive. Now, Su Yun, kill the commander's mechas first. Don't let any of them escape. I'll go take care of that little wolfhound first. Got it! Su Yun's cold voice fell. Lock on complete, saturation coverage strike! Amidst the dull roar, countless beams of blazing light streaked across the sky, exploding into continuous flames on the ground. At the same time, the Liuli mecha was swooping down at an alarming speed, heading straight for the wolf-shaped mecha, Dark Fang, below. Watching the energy shield surging on Dark Fang's body, the Liuli mecha's arm shook, and the whip wrapped around Dark Fang's most vulnerable neck joint in advance. Lin Fan! Wait! Wait for your sister! The glazed mecha pulled with all its might, and high-frequency vibrations were instantly stimulated. Swish! Inside the wolf-head cockpit, Ding Qian's terrified expression had not yet dissipated when the entire alloy hammer was drowned in the sound of the explosion. The huge headless beast fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing dust all over the sky. Laughed. 5 minutes later, the glazed mecha caught up with the last exoskeleton mecha girl, and the judgment sword melted it instantly. On the mecha screen, the corpse information was quickly matched. Previously at base number 9, Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable after killing someone. But this time, he didn't feel any burden in his heart. Master, we have finished comparing them all, leaving no one behind. Bai Mingji's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. It's time to call it a day. Lin Fan rushed towards the fortress mecha. From a distance, I saw Yu Xiaya returning to her previous job. This girl is quite dedicated. A smile appeared in the corner of Lin Fan's eyes. Yu Xiaya was the first to see the small black dot in the sky. She didn't trot to Lin Fan until the glass mecha landed. Commander Lin, Dean Su Yun is in stable condition. This time, we didn't use the damaged weapons, so... She lowered her head, almost burying her entire face in her proud cleavage. Thinking about what was going to happen next, her pretty face almost turned red to her ears. The description of the contract process in the textbook made her yearn for it but also extremely nervous. Why didn't Commander Lin Fan speak? Do you regret it? Or was I just joking? Yu Xiao's heart was in turmoil. Just as she was struggling with this, Lin Fan's magnetic voice rang out, almost touching her burning ears. It's good that it's not aggravated. Let's make a contract. Give me your hand. Yu Xia looked up suddenly, and saw Lin Fan's handsome face close to her, with a strong masculine scent blowing in her face. Her heart rate soared, and an indescribable emotion spread through her heart. Ah! Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Before she even hit the ground, a pair of strong arms caught her steadily and held her up horizontally. TSK, your legs are weak already? Lin Fan looked down at the panicked Yu Xia and said with a wicked smile. This contract hasn't started yet, what will happen later? Before the contractual relationship was established, Lin Fan only regarded her as an ordinary member of the team. But now, he naturally cannot do the same thing as Liu Xiaohui. He subconsciously adjusted his posture and moved his right hand tentatively. Yu Xia was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into, and her legs began to close subconsciously. But after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but look up secretly. She mumbled, I can do it, Commander Lin, you'll know if you try. Chapter 51 The Third Mecha, Contract. Lin Fan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Try it? Just give it a try. Looking at Yu Xiao's attractive rosy face, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Without caring about anything else, he grabbed her soft little hand and directly activated the soul contract. Buzz! With a flash of light, Lin Fan was instantly pulled into a cramped space. It's so crowded. It felt like being shoved into a child's safety seat. He couldn't help but twist his body and barely found a more comfortable position. Lin! Commander Lin, I'm sorry. Yu Xiao's timid voice sounded in the cabin. I'm a small mecha, so the cockpit is a bit tight. Small mecha? Lin Fan finally had time to look around. Compared with Bai Mingji's spacious combat cockpit and Su Yun's fortress cockpit with a rest area, this place is really mini. But when I think about it, I feel relieved. You can't let a delicate healing mecha carry the cockpit of a fortress mecha, right? That wouldn't be a big-headed mecha. But it's crowded. The velvety surface of the cabin is quite comfortable, soft to the touch and a little warm. Oh, it's okay. The essence is concentrated. Lin Fan comforted himself, and reached out to find the ignition switch. It was more important to treat Su Yun quickly. But when he stretched out his hand halfway, he was stunned. Why is this ignition switch different from Bai Mingji and Su Yun's? It actually has two buttons, one up and one down. The pink one above, with a cute healing cross mark, is obviously a regular start button. But the one below is darker in color and has a weird spiral mark printed on it. Let's ignore the spiral one for now. Lin Fan suppressed his curiosity and pressed his finger on the pink treatment button. Xia, get ready, I'm coming! Buzz. There was a slight vibration as the mecha started up, and Lin Fan was about to take over the operation. Yu Xia's scream of pain was heard from the cockpit. Enemy attack? Lin Fan instantly brought up the panoramic display screen. But there were no enemies around, only Bai Mingji and Lu Wei with confused expressions on their faces. Quiet. Very quiet. 3 seconds later, Bai Mingji was the first to react. Master, I'm going to explore the area and see if there's a suitable place to rest for the night. As soon as the words fell, the glass mecha instantly took off into the air. Commander Lin! I'll go over there and see if there are any missing high-level materials. You are busy! You are busy! Lu Wei suppressed her expression of surprise and left the scene, looking back every few steps. I'm sorry! Commander Lin! Yu Xiao's voice sounded with tears, full of panic and self-blame. I didn't mean to scream. But just now, it really hurt. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze in confusion, only then realizing the difference in the cockpit. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What about buffer? All I saw was the transparent buffer solution, spread pitifully on the bottom of the cabin, as thin as a film. This buffer, let alone operating it, even starting it seems difficult. The revolution has not yet succeeded, the capacity of the milk bottle needs to be expanded. Thinking of this, Lin Fan softened his voice and said comfortingly, "It's okay, don't be nervous. I'll do it slowly. Just relax and adapt." Yu Xiaoya responded in an inaudible voice. I'm not hurt. Commander Lin, you take over the operations. With the soul contract and operation bonus, the healing effect is directly multiplied several times. In just half an hour, the battered fortress mecha was restored to its original state. The Aurora Pulse cannon was completely destroyed, but fortunately the CNM cannons and mica tracking missiles were not damaged, and half of the mortars were still there. Su Yun's firepower output was not affected too much. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and checked the changes in Yu Xiaoya's information. Unit, Healing Type DC-, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Combat Medical Composite Mecha, 55110. Energy Storage, 120 minute. Secret Information, Loyalty 100%, Healing and Repair Skill Effect plus 100%, Minor Damage. Lin Fan frowned. Minor damage? They haven't even experienced combat, so where does the damage come from? It was not until he saw a faint red color floating in the buffer solution that he realized what was happening, and quickly disconnected the operation. A white light flashed, and Yu Xiaoya appeared and fell limply to one side. Lin Fan was quick to support him. Her face was pale, her brows were furrowed, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Lin Fan was a little confused. Su Yun quickly stepped forward, carefully took Yu Xiaoya from Lin Fan's arms, and let her lean on her. "Don't worry, this is usually the case with small units when they first sign a contract. Especially. Her initial level is too low to withstand your energy shock." Yu Xiaoya was dazed, still mumbling. "Commander Lin. Dean Su. I'm at level C. My mecha has been upgraded to C rank." "Really?" Lin Fan looked at Yu Xiaoya and couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. "Hey, stop talking and have a good rest. It's only C rank. I'll make you S rank sooner or later. I really need to upgrade Yu Xiaoya's level, otherwise she will die before we can rescue her. This is so damn embarrassing." Not long after, the shadow of the glass mecha cut through the sky and landed steadily on the ground. Bai Mingji reported, "Master, there is an ancient site that has been explored 5 kilometers to the east. There are no wild beasts found around here, so we can settle down." When Lin Fan heard about ancient ruins, his eyes lit up instantly. "Great! Is this the kind of ancient ruins where you can pick up equipment? I haven't taken my eyes off the spot since I entered the cave, but I haven't seen it. So what are you waiting for? Let's go! Let's go!" Bai Mingji shook her head. "It's been cleared out, but security should be fine." Lin Fan smacked his lips in disinterest. "That's fine, having a place to rest is good enough." The convoy sped away. 10 minutes later, a strange hillside covered by vines appeared. On the south side of the mountain, there is an entrance about 2 meters high, covered tightly by vines. If there wasn't a small ball of light flashing with breathing light next to it, it would not have been discovered at all. Lu Wei curiously pulled aside the vines and took a look. "This place is hidden deep enough. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. But there really doesn't seem to be any danger in there." Lin Fan grabbed Lu Wei's head and pulled it to the side. Su's armor instantly possessed him. Go away! Go away! How can you be so bold?" The width of this entrance is so large that even the exoskeleton cannot be unfolded. Although Bai Mingji has already checked, it is still better to be cautious. Tread tap tap. As we continued to go deeper, after walking nearly 20 meters, the originally narrow passage suddenly became clear. Chapter 52, Deserted Cave Girl? Deer Antlers? What comes into view? It is a circular cave with a diameter of 100 meters. On the arc-shaped dome, 2 crystal clusters were emitting soft white light, barely illuminating the space below. The central area was empty, with only a huge stone pillar supporting the dome, and scattered metal debris around the edges, its original appearance unrecognizable. Obviously, they were not the first team to discover this place. Lin Fan kicked away an obstructing piece of scrap metal, then walked over to the pillar and knocked on it twice. The inside skin only revealed some ordinary C-grade and B-grade alloys, nothing useful. TSK, they plucked it so cleanly, not even a hair is left, Lin Fan muttered with a little disappointment. Click! Just as he was complaining, a slight sound of dripping water rang in his ears. Is there a water leak? But it's not raining outside. Lin Fan lowered his head following the sound. There was a piece of metal debris at his feet. The place where the water drops fell was as smooth as new, forming a sharp contrast with the thick rust next to it. He looked up curiously. At the top of the dome, a drop of milky white water was slowly condensing at the tip of the glowing crystal cluster. Insight scan. Taiyin condensate, SS grade. Taiyin buffer coating main material, can increase the mecha's defense by 50%, direct use effect 10%. Taiyin condensate? SS level! Lin Fan's exclamation exploded in the cave. What? Su Yun, who was originally checking Yu Xiaoya's condition, heard the words, Taiyin condensate, and ran to Lin Fan's side. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Lin Fan! You just said Taiyin condensate? Where? Taiyin condensate, even she had only heard of the name. It is said to come from a deserted cave and can provide basic defense for all forms. It is an extremely rare and precious liquid. More importantly, with Lin Fan's level, he shouldn't know what this material is. In a hurry, Su Yun happened to stand right under the crystal cluster. She was about to open her mouth to ask. Bo! The drop of milky white liquid hit the proud high point on her chest. The next second, the splashing condensate had penetrated into the skin. Well! Su Yun shuddered all over as if she had been electrocuted, and subconsciously covered her chest. An indescribable cold feeling instantly spread from the dripping place. It's real! It's really Taiyin condensate! This kind of divine object really exists in the deserted cave! Su Yun was so excited that her voice changed, and her chest heaved violently. Lin Fan looked at it, and saw that his right eyelid kept twitching. He was afraid that his combat uniform would break apart on the spot, so he had to warn. Hey Dean Su, your clothes are protesting. Besides, you seem to be too happy too soon, your spot is so white it's glowing. Su Yun followed the direction of Lin Fan's finger and looked down. The small piece of skin where the condensed liquid dripped became unusually white. She took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to scream. Taiyin condensate. It can be absorbed directly by the human form, and each form can gain a defense bonus. Most importantly, it also has a strong whitening effect. It's actually true. When it comes to the word whitening, Su Yun's eyes are almost full of stars. No woman can resist the temptation of becoming white. As the dean, she is no exception. But this condensate is too rare, and even now, she still feels like she is dreaming. Lin Fan took a look and nodded in agreement. But looking at Su Yun's expression, it seems that the lethality of the whitening effect is more important than increasing defense. Haha, woman. It's more convenient to just buckle it off. Lin Fan chuckled, and instantly possessed the armor, reaching out to break off the tip of the crystal cluster. Snap! Lin Fan landed on the ground and scratched his head awkwardly as he looked at the black crystal cluster in his hand. Bai Mingji and Lu Wei came over as early as when Su Yun was explaining. After learning that Taiyin condensate had such miraculous effects, I was completely shocked. Now, even more shocking. Lu Wei looked at the wasted crystal distressfully. Commander Lin! This is such a waste. Master, there's only one piece left. After collecting everything, you can apply the congealing liquid on me so that it won't be wasted. A blush flashed across Bai Mingji's face. Lin! Commander Lin! I want a little bit too. Lin Fan looked at the 3 pairs of eyes filled with desire in front of him, and instantly raised his hands in surrender. Okay. It's all my fault. He obediently took out an empty water bottle and carefully placed it right under another crystal cluster. Tick, tick! The condensation was gathering at an alarmingly slow rate. He looked at the 3 women squatting nervously around the water bottle and shook his head helplessly. Remember to take your shifts and rest. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, he snuggled up to Yu Xiaoya and hugged her soft body. Fell asleep in seconds. 4 a.m. the next day. Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and felt his lower abdomen swell as if it was about to explode. The cave was completely silent. He looked around and found that several women had laid down beside him without him knowing when. Only Lu Wei was still sitting next to the water bottle, dozing off with her head nodding. Glancing around, then looking at the sleeping girls. No, I have to go out, otherwise it would be too low. He tiptoed up. Looking at the startled Lu Wei, Lin Fan waved to her and then rushed out of the entrance swiftly. The night wind from the deserted cave blew in his face, carrying a slightly fishy smell of dust, which slightly lifted his spirits. He quickly found a place sheltered from the wind by a huge rock, and impatiently untied his belt, took aim, and closed his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of water is particularly clear in the quiet night. Huh! I'm saved! Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. A minute later he shuddered. But just as he opened his eyes and prepared to put the gun into storage, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a white shadow out of the corner of his eye. Lin Fan shrank back in fear. Is it an illusion? On top of the huge rock, a person was sitting there without anyone noticing. A girl who is so beautiful that it seems unreal. She was wrapped in a flowing thin white gauze, revealing her slender yet upright figure under the moonlight in the deserted cave. What is most eye-catching are the two crystal-like white antlers in the hair. Her clear eyes were now staring at him curiously. To be precise, it was the tool of the crime that he had not yet had time to retrieve. Gurgle. Lin Fan swallowed nervously. In the middle of the night in a deserted cave, at the water release site, surrounded by an unreasonably beautiful woman with deer horns? He would rather face 100s level wild beasts now than suffer a social death. It's a hallucination. It's absolutely a hallucination. Lin Fan hurriedly looked away, hypnotizing himself madly. Whoosh! A gentle breeze with a faint fragrance blew by. The girl with deer horns jumped down from the boulder silently. Her bare, delicate, snow-white feet landed lightly on the gravel-covered ground. She tilted her head slightly, her silver eyes filled with curiosity, and her small nose sniffed in the direction of Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan just felt his scalp tingling. This damn place is a deserted cave, with only man-eating beasts and terrifying apostles of the abyss. Where did this ethereal and beautiful elf girl come from? Lin Fan subconsciously activated the insight scan. Name, Shualing. Age 22. Abyss Apostle, SSS level. Combat power? Secret message? Chapter 53 Happy times are always short. SSS level? Apostle of the Abyss? Goosebumps instantly covered Lin Fan's entire body, and there was only one thought left in his mind: run. That is something that can destroy an entire base alone. But why does such a terrifying creature look so harmless? As soon as Lin Fan had a thought, he felt his whole body stiffen. Not to mention running away, he couldn't even move a finger, and the commander's armor controlled by his mind had lost its function. The girl with deer horns seemed to have noticed Lin Fan's struggle. She parted her red lips slightly, and her ethereal voice was still a little awkward. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out and pushed gently. Plop! Lin Fan fell on his back on the ground, but he couldn't even groan. What made him suffer a cardiac arrest was. As the girl with deer horns leaned closer, the veil on her body quietly slipped off. The undulating outline, looming in the hazy light, forms an evocative shadow zone. Is this the Apostle of the Abyss? What the hell is going on here? Which angel sister can come and save me? Just as Lin Fan was in confusion, the antler girl suddenly lowered her head, put her nose to his belly and sniffed down. Lin Fan could even feel her warm breath. At this time, his mind was a mess, filled with fear of the SSS-level existence, and panic at the scene before him. Smells so good, eat. I need your energy. The antlered girl spoke again. She suddenly smiled slightly, and the tip of her crystal antlers lightly touched Lin Fan's forehead. I'm eating. I said I didn't mean any harm. Lin Fan's heart was roaring. After a while, I felt a strong sense of sleepiness, and at the same time, the energy in my body rushed out as if a floodgate had been opened. This isn't about getting energy, this is about sucking him dry. Before Lin Fan could continue to complain, his vision went dark and he completely lost consciousness. I have a splitting headache. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight shone through the window of the medical car, making him subconsciously reach out to block it. Lin Fan! You finally woke up? Su-Yun's surprised voice rang out. How do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort? Lin Fan turned his neck and found that he was resting his head on Su-Yun's amazingly elastic thighs. It was already daytime outside the car window. He struggled to sit up, took the water bottle handed to him by Su-Yun and took a few gulps, then he felt a little better. Why am I here? Do you remember what happened? Su-Yun frowned. Lu Wei saw that you hadn't come back yet, so she went out to look for you, and only then did she find you unconscious beside a rock. We didn't dare stay there any longer, so we evacuated immediately. Last night? Lin Fan touched the back of his head, which still ached slightly. Oh right. That girl with white antlers. He subconsciously wanted to drink more water, but stopped abruptly when he saw his right wrist. On the inside of his wrist, there was a light silver tattoo in the shape of two crossed deer antlers. What the hell is this? Lin Fan was so shocked by the sudden appearance of the tattoo that he threw the water bottle away. Crack! The speeding medical vehicle suddenly braked. Su-Yun came over nervously, holding Lin Fan's arm and looking left and right, confusion written all over her face. What's wrong? What's wrong? You can't see it? Lin Fan pointed at the tattoo in surprise. At this moment, the radar vehicle that was in front of the medical vehicle also turned back. Lu Wei timidly opened the door and saw Lin Fan waking up, her eyes reddened. He knelt down on the barren rocky ground with a plop. Her voice was filled with tears. Commander Lin! It's all my fault! I should have followed you last night. Boom! As the Lily mecha landed, Bai Mingji's figure instantly appeared in front of the car door. It was not until she looked into Lin Fan's eyes that her tense body relaxed a little. All right, get up. This has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan waved his hand and nodded at Bai Mingji to pull Lu Wei up. You can't have a beautiful bodyguard every time I pee, right? That would be so embarrassing. He knew in his heart that in front of an SSS-level apostle, even if there were billions of Lu Wei, they would be useless. Lin Fan jumped out of the car, patted Lu Wei on the head and said comfortingly, You and Xiaya go to guard the surrounding area. I have something to talk to Su-Yun about. After sending the two away, Lin Fan immediately called up the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 12. Operation level, LV4, 152/250. Soul contract, 3/3. Skills, Insight Scan, Basic Mecha Operation plus 20%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Derived Initial Armor, Bi-Style Armor plus 115, Su-Style Armor plus 154, U-Style Armor plus 23. Wild Value, 312,256. Status, Snow Spirits Protection, 29 days and 16 hours remaining. Su-Yun and Bai Mingji looked at Lin Fan staring at the air in a daze, and a look of nervousness appeared on their faces again. Lin Fan, what on earth? Su-Yun couldn't help but speak. Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt, his eyes looking at the deer antler tattoo that only he could see, but a storm was brewing in his heart. Ever since arriving at the Blue Water Planet, whether it was the IS Academy's textbooks or the metal sheet materials given by Su Zhi, they all portrayed the Apostles of the Abyss as world-destroying demons. But as for textbooks, those who understand will understand. It is nothing more than a tool written down by the rulers to instill in the common people in order to better control them. Until he saw the status of Snow Spirits Protection on the system panel. As a seasoned bookworm who was familiar with all the novels, he knew one important point: the system would never cheat the host. Su-Yun Mengji, how much do you know about the SSS Abyss Apostle? Oh, forget it, I won't dwell on it anymore. Lin Fan grinned, with unprecedented confidence and a hint of gambler's enthusiasm. Turn around! Let's go back to the ancient ruins! What? SSS level Apostle of the Abyss? Su Yun and Bai Mingji exclaimed at the same time. Master, it's too dangerous. Bai Mingji quickly objected. Danger? Lin Fan clenched his right fist. If that snow spirit wanted to kill him, he would have done it last night. Why would he leave a sanctuary mark? If I meet him again, I will definitely get some key information out of him before I am controlled. Well, I'll go back and fill up my bottle of magic water. Go back! Following Lin Fan's order, the convoy turned around again. For the next 2 days, the ancient ruins became the team's base for scoring points. Su Yun's fortress mecha fully demonstrated its gun mount, nature, and its terrifying firepower made people's scalps numb. With one shot from the CNM cannon, the S-level wild beasts were directly evaporated into a bloody mist, and the mica tracking missiles focused on the weaknesses of the wild beasts. Combined with the firepower of half of the mortars, wherever they passed, only scorched earth and countless corpses of wild beasts were left. Bai Mingji, Yu Shiya, and Lu Wei were completely reduced to the bait group, simply leading waves of wild beasts to the hillside of the ancient ruins. As for Lin Fan, I sat cross-legged on the lucky stone every night, but I never saw the white figure again. Fortunately, he had saved up half a bottle of Taiyin condensate, which gave him some small comfort. However, the leisurely score-brushing time came to an abrupt end at noon on the third day. Boom! A shock like the collapse of heaven and earth. Lin Fan suddenly looked up and saw a dark mass on the distant horizon. A terrifying tide of beasts, composed of countless wild beasts, was rushing towards the ancient ruins like crazy. There were so many of them that it was impossible to see the end. Retreat! Retreat! Lin Fan only took a glance and immediately started running for his life. Just half a minute after Lin Fan and his group evacuated, the hillside they had just stood on was completely devoured by the tide of wild beasts. Chapter 54 Trapped on the Way Home. Boom! Boom! Energy bombs kept exploding beside the convoy, and gravel rained down on the cars. Although the car's speed has reached 260 miles per hour, the distance between it and the wild beast tide is still shrinking. Lin Fan stared at the command screen, feeling increasingly irritated. Several wild beasts in the form of cheetahs are rushing out from the forefront of the beast tide at an incredibly fast speed. Dang it! SS-class agility type! Under normal circumstances, this would be a ridiculous value that is delivered to your door. But now, if they were held back for just 2 or 3 seconds, the dark swarm of beasts behind them would crush them into meat patties on the spot. Lin Fan made a judgment instantly. Take off. Although there are many wild beasts in the sky, it is undoubtedly much safer than underground. Mingji, mecha form! Let's go to the sky. Su Yun, all of you activate your exoskeletons. I'll carry you and fly. Without any hesitation, the radar vehicle and the rescue vehicle flashed and instantly switched into exoskeleton armor form. Almost at the same time, the huge glazed mecha leaned over and held the 3 people firmly against its chest like a figurine. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up, Lin Fan roared. Call out. Behind the glazed mecha, wings of light instantly unfolded, carrying the 3 people into the sky. Meng Ji, be alert! Lin Fan didn't dare to fly too high, so he kept the mecha at a few hundred meters high and flew towards the dimensional gate. Although it is safe for the time being, taking off means becoming a sitting duck. The speed and height of climbing also need to be considered, otherwise the shape of the exoskeleton will not be able to withstand it. In just 10 minutes, the lily mecha dived into the sky above the rainforest. When the shock of the beast tide spread to the outer area, an auxiliary mecha girl was using a laser knife to dissect the body of an A-level wild beast. Boom! The sudden shaking of the ground caused her to stumble. What's going on? The girl looked up suddenly. Deep in the deserted cave, the skyline was covered by billowing smoke and dust, and ahead of the smoke and dust were dense black spots. Are you blind? A tide of wild beasts! The commander's heart-wrenching roar was heard on the communication channel. Mission cancelled! Run to the dimensional gate! Those who can fly, turn on flight mode. Those who can't fly, turn on full power and maximum speed. Quick! In front of the dimension gate, Lu Zheng's face turned pale as he looked at the black waves in the distance in disbelief. He had been operating in the outer area this time, and retreated here as soon as he discovered the beast tide. He had experienced a small beast tide before, but it was only a few hundred S-level wild beasts. And this scene before us. I'm afraid that all the wild beasts in the deep cave have rushed out. President Su and Lin Fan should have evacuated by now, right? Lu Jing watched another mecha team pass through the dimensional gate. The 32nd. This was the number he had been counting silently. With the abnormal speed of the beast tide, this place will become hell in 10 minutes at most. If you can't come back, you'll really die. Lu Jing's voice trembled a little. Look, a flying mecha is back. The mecha girl next to her suddenly pointed her finger and screamed in the distance. I'm so lucky. I finally saved my life. It's the glazed mecha. The one from the IS Academy. What a lucky guy. It's good that you're back. Lu Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, a terrifying scene appeared, causing his pupils to shrink to the size of needle points. Behind the lily mecha, there was a dense area of wild beasts. A huge creature that looked like a crocodile suddenly rose into the air. The body, which is more than 100 meters long, is covered with a layer of fishbone-like spliced steel armor, which looks extremely ferocious. The most terrifying thing is the top of its head. A huge alloy machete that occupies 1/3 of the body's length is slashing down towards the landing lily mecha. Or rather, it chopped down towards the dimensional gate where they were standing. It's the Jilung Apostle! Lu Jing was scared out of his wits. Run! Get through the door! After shouting, he turned around first and rushed into the light curtain of the dimensional gate. Inside the cockpit of the glazed mecha, shrill alarms sounded almost simultaneously. Depend on! Lin Fan instinctively controlled the mecha and made an evasive move. After turning an almost 90-degree angle, the glazed mecha dived rapidly towards the rainforest below. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth. Lin Fan steadied himself in shock, and when he saw the scene clearly through the screen, he was stunned. I saw an extremely huge steel crocodile blocking the entrance of the dimensional gate. The giant knife extending from its head directly cut an abyss-like crack in the ground. At this moment, it was shaking its head dizzily and slowly turning towards the direction of the lily mecha. Jilung Apostle. Level SS. Combat Power, 2150. Fuck me. How can I fight this? Lin Fan had no doubt that the 30-meter-long machete could cut him and his mecha into pieces like tofu. Su Yun, try firing a burst of bullets at it first. Receive! As the fortress mecha appeared, mica tracking missiles swarmed out of a nest like bees, whistling straight towards the head of the steel crocodile. Lin Fan took the opportunity to slide sideways and stab the judgment sword at the seemingly weak armpit. But the Jilung Apostle just tilted his huge head slightly, and the giant blade on his head drew an 8 that was almost blurry. Bang! 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 The homing missiles exploded crazily on the blade. Then, it raised its upper body high and quickly pressed down towards the lily mecha. Fuck! Lin Fan looked at the giant blade that was coming down instantly, controlled the mecha to break suddenly, and held the judgment sword across his head to block it. Clang! Bang! The sword of judgment only lasted for a second before it shattered into pieces of light like a light bulb. The huge impact force caused the lily mecha to fly back dozens of meters in an instant, crushing a giant tree. Lin Fan grabbed the bare hilt of the sword and felt a chill in his heart. The attack power of this giant steel crocodile is too abnormal. But its current action seemed as if it was teasing him. It clearly had the power to kill him instantly, but it was just blocking the entrance to the dimensional gate. It's like a cat teasing a mouse? An outrageous idea flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Master! The beast tide is approaching. Bai Mingji's voice was more urgent than ever before. Let's work together to entangle it. We'll definitely create a gap. Use your commander armor to break through. Su Yun's voice also rang out at this time. I will land 50 meters to its left and bomb it from close range. Lin Fan, pay attention to the timing. Lin Fan looked at the command screen and saw the giant alloy crocodile slowly raising its head, as if gathering strength for the next even more terrifying long-range slash. The tide of wild beasts has approached to a distance visible to the naked eye. The fastest SS-level leopard-shaped wild beasts are rushing towards their position frantically. What to do? A drop of cold sweat slid down Lin Fan's temple. Chapter 55. Dare to slander me? Call. After a while, Lin Fan let out a long breath, and a look of relief appeared on his face. What the hell? Even the judgment sword was shattered into pieces. This damn thing is obviously playing tricks on us. Lin Fan yelled back over the comms. Dean, even if your breasts are big, they won't be able to withstand it. Su Yun's face flushed red from choking. Lin Fan! It's already this time and you're still. Listen to me! Lin Fan interrupted directly. Su Yun, just use your main gun to fire at it from this distance. Meng Ji, activate the explosion flash and use the shock whip to drag this damn crocodile out. Xiuya Lu Wei, the group behind you is left to you. As long as you can create some space, we can charge forward together. There was a crazy look in his eyes. Rather than being crushed into a pulp, he would rather do it vigorously. This made his trip to this blue water planet worthwhile. Master, yes! Bai Mingji's voice was filled with some reluctance. Good. Receive. 3,200. Do it! Lin Fan roared. Buzz. At the moment when Lin Fan's energy was fully unleashed, the dormant deer antler tattoo on his right wrist suddenly became hot without any warning. Hiss! Lin Fan shook his hand in pain and looked up. I saw that the deer antler tattoo was emitting a soft white light at this moment. The strange thing was that the energy he was desperately urging was rushing madly towards the glowing tattoo. Swish. An indescribable terrifying pressure spread out with the glass mecha as the center. A huge shadow of the white deer god slowly emerged from above the glazed mecha. In the sky, all the flying wild beasts that swooped down fell straight down. On the ground, all the wild beasts that pounced on the edge of the rainforest fell to the ground with their limbs limp and their huge heads pressed against the ground. The giant steel crocodile blocking the door, the SS-level Qilong Apostle, showed fear in its eyes for the first time. The huge crocodile's head also drooped to the ground, no longer showing any ferocity. In the deserted cave, the only sound left was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Su Yun and the other two had already taken off their mecha forms. They looked up at the sky with their mouths wide open, and fell into a state of shutdown. When indecisive. Suck! Lin Fan sniffed blankly and subconsciously looked at the panel. Status: Snow Spirit's Protection, remaining time 950. Consumable: Status Skill, remaining time 949. Fuck. Lin Fan didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. This is the protection of Xueling? He stared at the panel in a daze for several seconds, the expression on his face kept changing, and finally turned into deep anger. This is an almost invincible existence. It was just wasted like that. He glanced at the steel crocodile lying motionless on the ground, and the endless herd of wild beasts behind him. His face turned dark, and the shock whip came out instantly. Stop being in a daze! There are still 9 minutes left, kill them! Kill as many as you can! After saying that, the glazed mecha rushed towards the Qilong Apostle. If I don't strip you naked, I'll write the name Lin Fan backwards. Outside the dimension door, the heads of various colleges gathered here, each with a different look on their face. The commanders who had just escaped death not long ago also gathered together. Hey everyone, please be more positive. No one expected this to happen. Fortunately, the wild beast inside couldn't get out, otherwise the Grand Valley base would be in danger. There have been more and more unusual movements of wild beasts recently. The commander who had returned earlier reported the beast tide that occurred in the deserted cave. And they rushed here as soon as possible. Some are happy, some are sad. I just didn't expect the scale of this wild beast tide to be so large. The death of 17 top commanders has had a huge impact on the Jishan area. It seems that none of the commanders from Leiluo Academy have come out. Oh, it must be too deep. We can't evacuate right away. Just as everyone was discussing this, the person closest to the dimensional gate exclaimed. Look, what is that? Plop! Plop! There were two more sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. What? Everyone was stunned, and all eyes focused on him. I saw pieces of wild beast materials that still exuded a bloody smell flying out from the light curtain of the dimensional gate and falling to the ground. S-level wild beast unicorn. SS-level leopard claw blade. SS-grade alloy teeth are all made from extremely high-quality wild beast materials. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Materials? The wild beast materials were thrown out. Who threw it? Is there anyone alive inside? The crowd exploded instantly. I understand. A hook-nosed deputy dean of Leiluo College slapped his thigh. The wild beast tide must have lost its mind and is attacking the dimensional gate. After the desolate beast's body was strangled by the dimensional gate, the hardest material part was thrown out. Our academy suffered the greatest loss, so we should be compensated first. He immediately winked at his men, signaling them to grab the goods. Yes, yes, yes! That must be it. All the SS-level Abyss Apostles have come out, how could there still be survivors inside? Someone immediately echoed. That SS-level Leopard Claw is mine! Get lost! You're obviously closer to me! The scene instantly became chaotic. The solemnity and sadness just now disappeared, leaving only naked greed. The scramble lasted for a full hour. In front of each executive, there is a thick pile of documents. Su Ran looked at the high-level materials stained with blood on the ground, and listened to those greedy discussions, feeling only grief, anger, and nausea. At this moment, the light curtain of the dimensional gate began to fluctuate violently again. This time, what came out made everyone's movements freeze instantly. A huge piece of spliced steel armor slowly crawled out from the light curtain and slammed heavily to the ground. This is the back armor of Apostle Jilung? Someone screamed. Everyone seemed to be strangled by the neck, staring at the horrific wreckage in disbelief. The Apostle of the Abyss is attacking the dimensional gate? Before everyone could recover from their shock. Whoosh! 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 3 blood-soaked exoskeleton mechas flew out from the light curtain. Immediately following, it was a blood-stained right leg of the mecha, which stepped out fiercely with tremendous force. Bang! The heavy footsteps directly created a deep pit in the ground. Bang! Another deafening roar shook everyone's heart. Under the gaze of everyone, a 10-meter-tall assault mecha was carrying a terrifying 30-meter-long alloy blade. Like a god of war returning from a bloodbath, he stepped steadily out of the dimensional gate. It was the glazed mecha driven by Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced over and saw the wild beast materials on the ground that were in serious disproportionate quantity. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He controlled the mecha, slowly raised the terrifying giant blade, and pointed it at the Academy's senior leaders. Which old bitch dares to slander my material? Chapter 56. Do you want a knife? Dare to discredit his materials. Lin Fan looked at the disappearing tattoo on his wrist, his heart bleeding. After decomposing the body of Jilin Apostle, Xue Ling's protection time was also reset to 0. Without the protection of the Phantom, the wild beast tide fell into chaos again. The space ring was already full, but in order to throw the remaining high-grade materials out of the dimensional gate, they almost became food for the wild beast tide. What's the result? As soon as he stepped out of the dimensional door, he saw a group of people who looked like humans and dogs, shamelessly dividing his spoils. Seeing that greedy face, Lin Fan's blood pressure soared. Dean Su! Commander Lin! Su Ran recognized Su Yun at once, rushed to her without hesitation, and grabbed her hand. I was so scared. I heard you ran into a Jilin Apostle, I thought. Then, she circled around Su Yun twice, and the worry in her eyes turned into astonishment. The tight combat uniform on Su Yun was not even cracked, and her body was covered with the blood of wild beasts that had been splashed on her. Just as Su Ran was in shock, whispers rang out from all around him. Who is this guy? How dare he say this to those leaders? That knife, he killed Apostle Yuanlong? I think they picked up something they didn't have. Maybe the apostles were fighting with the wild beasts, and they took advantage of the situation. I think this is the only possibility. He doesn't even feel tired holding the giant knife. Even if he had 100 courage, he wouldn't dare to chop it. Shi Jian, the vice president of Lei Luo College, looked at the tip of the blade in front of him and couldn't help pinching his hooked nose. The SS-level Jilung Apostle is a monster that can withstand the base's defense matrix. Even Gung Baishan couldn't kill him, just with Lin Fan's few broken mechas? But what exactly happened to them in there? It may be weird, but the credit must not be given to them. Otherwise, how can they grab the materials? The research bottleneck of the college depends on breaking through this batch of materials. Thinking of this, Shi Jian took a step forward. He roared fiercely but weakly. Lin Fan! You are so outrageous! What kind of black material are you talking about? These are clearly ownerless objects that were strangled by the dimensional gate. We are the top leaders of various colleges. Who are you pointing at with that broken sword? Do you even take us seriously? Several high-ranking officials immediately chimed in. President Shi is right. This is public property and should be distributed uniformly. Yes. It must be distributed uniformly. Just kidding, the high-level materials they snatched away at this moment almost exceed the total collection of their college in a quarter. Once the meat is in your mouth, you won't want to spit it out. Woo! In response to them, there was the 30-meter-long sword, whistling as it tore through the air. The knife flashed with Lin Fan's fury as it slashed towards Shi Jian without any warning. Dean, be careful! Quick! Several guard girls reacted quickly and dragged the frightened Shi Jian out from under the blade. Boom! The giant blade slammed into the ground fiercely, and the violent shock wave, mixed with countless pieces of gravel, splashed onto the surrounding high-level officials. The senior executives were just screaming in pain from being hit by the rubble, and then they were knocked to the ground by the earthquake-like turmoil. Following Lin Fan's bold move. Behind him, 3 murderous mechas instantly unfolded, and countless weapons locked onto the stunned academy leaders. Holy crap! Is he really going to chop? Is he going to fight? Fuck! This guy! Fuck! ISIS lunatics! Go protect the dean! The commanders on the opposite side only felt their scalps tingling, but they hurriedly started the mecha. For a while, the originally empty temporary camp was instantly packed with dozens of mechas. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Just as the battle was about to break out, a majestic voice rang out. Stop! What a sight! Gung Baishan, wearing a neat dark blue uniform, walked out from behind the group of mechas. He first waved in the direction of his own mecha team. The mechas belonging to Griffin immediately stopped their combat stance and retreated to the side. Gung Baishan then looked around the room and said loudly, There are so many wild beasts in the wilderness, if you need materials, you have to kill them yourself. I didn't know this before, but the fact is that this is what the IS Academy paid for with their lives. It is indeed a bit unkind to rob them so openly. Griffin set an example by returning the items. You guys should think it over on your own. Don't bring this to the Federation over a little information. That would be embarrassing for everyone. The senior leaders of the Academy finally compromised under the pressure from Giant Blade and Griffin. Even though their hearts were bleeding, they could only put on a gloomy face and put the storage bracelet on the pile of materials in front of them. Gung Baishan then turned to the Lioli mecha. Commander Lin, ignorance is not a crime. You've all worked hard these past few days. The Grand Valley base has prepared a rest area for you. The sparring match will be the day after tomorrow. It's important to conserve your energy, and don't let this little thing ruin the relationship. We'll leave first. Following the evacuation of Griffin College, all other colleges followed suit. After the federal personnel counted the materials, Lin Fan and his party set off for the Grand Valley base. Rumble. In the back seat of the ambulance, the engine roared. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, rested the back of his head on Su Yun's thigh, and rubbed it comfortably. Su Yun, who was that old fox with that fake smile just now? What's his background? Although the man appeared to be righteous, he still felt something was very wrong. Su Yun's body stiffened slightly. The restless friction on her legs made her ears feel a little hot. He is Gung Baishan, the Dean of Griffin. He has contracted 3 SSS-class mecha girls. He's one of the top fighters in the Jishan area. Even my brother is a little afraid of him. Dean? Lin Fan twisted his neck and changed to a deeper pillow position. For some reason, ever since he came out of this deserted cave, he has always felt something is wrong in his heart. In theory, it's just a sparring match. With their team's current combat effectiveness, coupled with the reinforcement after returning to the base, there will be no unexpected situations at all. But this lingering sense of crisis made him a little irritated. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Through the car window. The outline of the Grand Valley base is already looming in the sky. As the largest base in the Zhejiang mountain area, the sense of security should be full. Fuck! I don't want to think about it anymore. Lin Fan slapped Su Yun's thigh. You bastard, you don't spend your money! Let's go straight to the trading area. First, equip each of you with a complete set of S-level equipment. As he spoke, Lin Fan immediately immersed himself in the system mall and began to check out each item one by one. 4:15 p.m. The east gate of the Grand Valley base was bustling with people. As night approaches, a large number of mecha teams return to base for rest and recuperation. Many acquaintances gathered together to discuss today's gains. Compared with base number 9, the number of commanders at the Grand Canyon base undoubtedly has an absolute leading advantage. Among them, those wearing Griffin Academy uniforms were the focus of the crowd, attracting countless envious glances. Boom, buzz, buzz, buzz. The low sound of air waves came from far away. A small convoy drove by without anyone noticing. Then, as the convoy came to a stop, a flash of light appeared. A handsome young man with his hands in his pockets led the way towards the base. Following closely are two cool and beautiful ladies, two pure and soft girls, and a heroic office lady, all of whom have amazing looks and bodies. Gulp! Gulp! In an instant, the sound of swallowing was heard at the east gate. Almost all the commander's eyes were glued to those 5 stunning beauties. It's not that they haven't seen beautiful mecha girls before, but when 5 of them appear at the same time, the visual impact is too great. Fuck! Who are you trying to force? You're pretending like this? Fuck! Where did this bastard get so many top-notch mecha girls? I'll even have one! Lin Fan didn't care at all, and just marched towards the trading area of the base with a ruthless pace. Chapter 57 S Cannon, Raid on Suran. The Grand Valley Trading Center was crowded with people. There is a mecha team that has returned with a full load, grinning, waiting in the queue to sell materials. There were also dejected commanders who sold the materials they had saved in the past just to raise money to repair their injured mecha girls. Hey, have you heard? There's an uproar over there in the deserted cave. I heard there's a ruthless guy out there. Not only did he single-handedly defeat an SS rank apostle, he even chopped down several academy bosses with a single blow. A loud voice suddenly howled, drowning out all the noise. Someone nearby immediately responded sarcastically. TSK, I heard about it a long time ago. Just relying on an S-class mecha? I guess it's just dumb luck. I can do this too. He spoke loudly and directly to his face. Old Wang, stop being so jealous. All those who are looking for bargains have already left, why aren't you going? If you keep on nagging, the door will be closed, and you won't even be able to eat hot shit. Lao Wang's face instantly turned the color of liver. Under the gazes of those watching the show, he finally managed to utter, "None of your business!" Run away quickly. It's okay to let him talk big, but if he really wants to take advantage of the situation, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 10 times the courage. The melon here has not been finished yet, but the entrance has suddenly become quiet. Everyone looked towards the door. A young commander in casual clothes walked into the trading center with a curious look on his face. Tisk, where did this dish come from? In the crowd, a veteran was about to sneer. The next second, he swallowed back the rest of the words. Several streams of cold murderous aura pierced him at the same time. The source is the 5 mecha girls following behind the young man. Although they were wearing clean combat uniforms, their skin and hair were still stained with countless dark blood of wild beasts. Most of the commanders here are experienced hunters who can see the tricks at a glance. Solo in the wasteland? And he came out alive with 5 mecha girls who had just finished a bloody battle? This young man is definitely a tough guy. Fuck, how many wild beasts did they kill? So young? Which school is he from? I've never seen him before. Shh! Keep your voices down! Don't you recognize the short-haired mature woman behind you? Hiss! Someone gasped, and the crowd automatically parted ways. Countless awe-filled eyes followed Lin Fan and his group, watching them go up to the equipment area on the second floor. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, Lin Fan's mouth twitched unconsciously. The entire second floor lobby. Almost all of them are dominated by the same arrogant logo. Lei Luo College. More than half of the prime shops are hung with that ugly hammer logo that looks like a defense paper. Even Griffin College barely occupied 1/4 of the positions. As for the other small, run-down shops owned by the academies and the federal government, they can only be seen in scattered corners. In the glass window, there were all kinds of unmounted equipment everywhere, shining brightly and floating quietly. Looking at the price tag. He's so fucking black. Lin Fan started to criticize directly. According to the information Zhou Ming had given before, ordinary A-level equipment should only be between 2,000 and 5,000 credits. How dare you mark up a random piece of garbage here for tens of thousands? This is outrageous. Open the fucking door. Lin Fan! Su Ran, who had been following behind silently, finally couldn't help but speak. The wild beast materials are sold on the first floor. What are we doing on the second floor? When I registered just now, I didn't see any equipment or remnants you brought out from the deserted cave? Lin Fan said without even turning his head. Let's find a place that suits my taste and produce some A-level equipment. I have no money! I'm so poor that I almost have to pawn my pants. Su Ran showed little interest. Then let's go. Don't be fooled by the high price of A-level equipment. If it were for sale, it might not even be worth 1/5 of the listed price. If you're short on cash, I know someone in the equipment department of District 9. As long as the fit is not too bad, I can get you a good price. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Oh? What about the perfect grade ones? The ones with a compatibility of over 90%? Perfect level? More than 90% compatibility? Su Ran failed instantly, and her high heels made a click sound as she took a half step back. Then, under everyone's confused gaze, Su Ran pounced on Lin Fan's arms like a hungry tiger, tightly clamping them with both arms, not caring at all about his deformed chest. Lin Fan! Why didn't you tell me you had such great equipment? Then why are you still wandering around in this shabby place? Don't worry. District 9 will definitely give you a price you can't refuse. Let's go. Go upstairs. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. It's okay to eat me, Su Ran joked while shaking Lin Fan's arm. Her heart was pounding. The perfect level suitability is 90%, and its power is no less than that of the excellent level S-level equipment, and it has lower operating requirements for the commander. Even if you only get one, it will be a huge achievement in District 9. That's fine. It just so happens that I haven't eaten for almost a day, so let's talk while we eat. Lin Fan did not refuse. After all, the trading area was open 24 hours a day, so there was no need to rush. Just as the group was discussing what to eat. Dear Commander, please stay. A female voice with a smile came. I saw a huge crowd of people pouring out of Lei Luo's shop next door. Even the old enemy Ji Feng was hiding in the crowd. The leader was a woman who still had some charm, but her expression was cold, which was very different from her voice just now. What's up? Lin Fan replied impatiently. Although she had a very bad impression of Lei Luo College, she was not so bad as to raise her hand and hit a polite woman. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yan Ke, the director of the RD department at Lei Luo College. I just overheard that you seem to have some perfect grade equipment for sale with a 90 compatibility rating. Yan Ke pushed up her glasses, her voice carrying a sense of superiority. We at Lei Luo College can definitely give you the most generous offer. Moreover, whenever you purchase any equipment from us in the future, you will enjoy the highest level of elite commander treatment. Director of the RD department sounds like a pretty high-ranking official. Lin Fan looked past Yen Ke and locked onto Ji Feng, who was hiding in the crowd. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He slowly pulled his arm out of Su Ran's trap, and then took out a piece of equipment from the storage bracelet. A minigun barrel that has not yet been assembled. TSK, how careless! How did you take out an S-rank item? It doesn't matter anyway. He didn't even look at Lei Luo and the others, and directly stuffed the unassembled gun barrel model into the deep groove of Su Ran's collar. I also took a pat. Sister Su Ran, I'll sell you this little thing. S-Class, 150mm caliber aircraft cannon. Perfect grade. After doing all this, he turned to Lei Luo's team as if he just remembered that there was someone next to him. He waved to Monsoon in the crowd. Well, anyway, you guys in Lei Luo are rich and powerful. You wouldn't look down on my little rags. I'm right. Little Hook Bar Director. Chapter 58. Accidentally Discovering Purification G. Materials finalized. Ji Feng was so frightened by Lin Fan's actions that his soul almost flew away. In front of those third-rate colleges, he could still act like a big shot, but in front of Yen Ke, the head of the RD department, he's nothing. The RD department is Lei Luo's favorite department, and even the dean has to be polite when meeting Yen Ke. Now, I'm dead. The monsoon is no longer as fierce as before, and I just want to escape from here as soon as possible. Wow, it seems like this guy and Director G have a pretty big grudge. I've always heard that Monsoon is a dog that looks down on people. Now he's hit a wall, right? He deserves it. TSK, now there's something interesting to watch. The Lei Luo executives around were whispering to each other, and looking at Ji Feng as if he were a dead person. But Yen Ke, a research fanatic, didn't care about those discussions at all. Her eyes were fixed on Su Ran's chest. Perfect lines, full energy circuits. Yen Ke's throat rolled uncontrollably. Perfect. And the fit is super high. It was not until Su Ran was so frightened by her gaze that he retracted the onboard cannon with a look of disgust on his face that Yen Ke suddenly came back to her senses. The resentful look retracted. Huh! Dean Su? You're here too? Only then did Yen Ke notice Su Yun beside Lin Fan and quickly greeted her. She instantly understood about 70% of it. She loved research, but how could she not understand all the twists and turns? Monsoon, what an idiot! Yen Ke's face turned cold, and she glanced coldly at Ji Feng in the crowd. Director Ji, I will report every word of your great achievements to the dean. You be prepared to be transferred. After saying that, she turned to Lin Fan and forced a bright smile on her face. She handed over a gold-stamped business card and said, Hello, I'm sorry for being rude. This is my personal number. The Academy will deal with the monsoon incident seriously. If you have any other equipment you want to sell, please consider us, Lei Luo. We guarantee you'll be satisfied with our prices. Oh? Okay. Lin Fan glanced at Yen Ke, suddenly smiled, and then took the business card. Director Yen, I've accepted your business card. But if you get tired of staying in Lei Luo one day and want to change jobs, the door of IS College is always open to you. Even if you don't want to change jobs and just want to find a place to focus on your research, you're welcome to come visit. In the insight scan, he had already seen Yen Ke's hidden attributes. S-Class auxiliary machine, uncontracted, has a 20% chance of purification and upgrading after material decomposition. This is clearly an excellent purification girl. Wow! As soon as Lin Fan said this, the surroundings exploded. This young man. Aren't you afraid of Lei Luo's revenge by poaching people like this? But what surprised them even more was that Yen Ke was not angry at all, but actually nodded repeatedly. Really? Great! I'll definitely visit IS to learn from it if I get the chance. To her, school loyalty is nothing but clouds. Top-notch equipment and advanced new technologies are the only things that excite her. For this, she didn't know how many times she had rejected the contract request. Then Director Yen, see you next time. Lin Fan was too lazy to look at the constipated faces of Lei Luo and the others. He waved at Yen Ke and turned away. According to his understanding of the scientific research maniac, the attraction of advanced equipment to her is no different from that of hallucinogens. Plus, she has no contractual ties, so once she enters IS, there's no way out. TSK. I just wonder what it'll be like when she activates her mecha form to decompose the materials. Lin Fan's thoughts were a bit wandering. This had already touched upon his blind spots. Thinking about the knowledge blind spot, Lin Fan's mind once again recalled Yushia's special start button. I'll research it later. Lin Fan was still thinking when Suran grabbed his arm again, with even greater force than before. Suran dragged Lin Fan towards the elevator. Let's go! I'll take you to Yunding Restaurant on the 4th floor. You've taken such good care of me today that I'm ready to bleed profusely. Lin Fan staggered when Suran pulled him and almost fell into her arms. This Suran is really not shy. Ouch! Be gentle! You're squeezing me to death! Sister Su, if you keep doing this, I'm going to sue you for workplace sexual harassment. In the private room of Yunding Restaurant. After a few rounds of delicious food, the atmosphere was very lively. Suran's eyes rolled, and he took out a few bottles of fruit wine with the label, exclusively for internal use, from his bracelet, which even had a hint of coldness. Come on! Celebrate our triumphant return to the IS Desert Cave! Mengji, I'll toast you a glass! I was so excited just watching that fierce atmosphere at the trading center. Don't hide, Xia, just take a small bite and try it. Lu Wei, right? I'm optimistic about you. You're a potential stock. Let's go! As Suran toasted his glass enthusiastically, the three women soon became dazed and finally all lay down on the table. Lin Fan looked at the three mecha girls who were wiped out in an instant, and shrugged at Suyun who was watching the show on the side. Suran's cheeks were also slightly flushed due to the alcohol, adding a bit of mature charm. Under the influence of alcohol, she leaned closer to Lin Fan and said in a low voice, Lin Fan, look, my sister has spent most of her salary for entertaining you. My sincerity is obvious enough, isn't it time for you to show some appreciation? Under the table, the ankle in stockings gently rubbed Lin Fan's calf. Lin Fan felt the warmth from his arm and smelled the aroma of wine and the unique fragrance of a mature woman on Suran's body. But my heart is as calm as water. Sincerity? He leaned close to Suran's ear and lowered his voice. Minister Su, is your sincerity measured by your breasts and alcohol content? If that's the case, then we're still a long way off. Suran's ears instantly turned red, and the tip of her high heels gently kicked Lin Fan's calf under the table. He spat. You're not serious. Let's get down to business. Lin Fan laughed and stopped teasing her. He directly pulled out a long list of materials and projected it into the air. Here, I need these, and I need them now. Suran looked carefully and found that he was a little sober. The blush on his face was replaced by solemnity and shock. This is so much? Is it all S-grade material, or a quarter of it SS grade? The materials on the list are not only rare, but also huge in quantity. Even if she used her authority to urgently adjust the goods, the cost would definitely be astronomical, and some of the goods were so scarce that even someone of her level couldn't get them. Lin Fan, it's not that I'm stingy. These materials can't be exchanged for a piece of perfect-grade equipment. Lin Fan looked at Suran with a serious expression. Suddenly he stretched out 3 fingers. 3 pieces, I'll give you 3 more pieces of S-perfect equipment. Plus a 30 milliliters bottle of tying gel. What? Suran's body trembled violently, and she looked at Lin Fan with a look of disbelief. I'll send some materials over first. Wait another hour for the rest. Without waiting for Lin Fan's answer, Suran hurriedly straddled Lin Fan's thighs, deliberately pausing briefly on her hips and squeezing them. Lin Fan, who was attacked, couldn't help but stiffen. He looked at Suran, who was leaving in a hurry, and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. This woman must be a demon. Chapter 59 SS Coding, Master Lin requests to fight. Meanwhile, Griffin's resident office. Gung Baishan stood by the window with his hands behind his back, admiring the Grand Valley base shrouded in the night. The relocation plan will be launched within a month. By the time the resources in the Zhejiang Mountain area are reorganized, the scale here will have to at least double. But the fact that Lei Luo Academy was completely annihilated always made him feel like there was a thorn stuck in his heart. Even though that team wasn't the best, it was still ranked among the best in Lei Luo Academy. How could they have been completely wiped out? Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Afterwards, Lu Jinan walked into the office with 6 commanders. Dean Gung, the fragments have been handed over, and Old Li has escorted them back to the academy. Gung Baishan then slowly turned around, his face showing no emotion. Well, the mission was accomplished well. These fragments of ancient ruins are very complete. Once the RD department has a deeper understanding of them, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Everyone will get a bottle of energy-boosting supplement later. It will be considered the reward for this mission. Energy-boosting supplements. The leading Lu Jinan's pupils shrank slightly. Normally, the dean would be reluctant to take out such a rare item. He quickly stepped forward and continued to take credit. Dean, if it weren't for the strange beast tide, we could have brought back even more. Based on the current progress, it will take at most 3 more times to clear everything. By then, even if other colleges explore that area, there will only be an empty shell left. Gung Baishan hummed softly and changed the subject. The new IS commander, Lin Fan. What do you think of him? Lin Fan? Gung Baishan's question surprised Lu Jinan. Is it because of the incident with that glass mecha swinging its sword? He pondered for a moment and said, Dean, you're worrying too much. Are you talking about the sparring match? That guy only has a decent-looking bastion mech. It's probably the IS's most valuable weapon. The other machines can be completely ignored. According to the rules, we can win with our eyes closed. That's right. Dean, don't worry. His strongest firepower is just our standard. Why would Commander Lu need to take action? We can pin that Lin guy to the ground. The first thing they did after returning was to look up Lin Fan's information. Just a new commander with no record of victory. If they don't even have this little confidence, there's no point in them staying at Griffin Academy. As for what the other party said about killing the SS-level Jilin Apostle, this kind of impossible thing has been automatically filtered out by them. Okay, I'm not here to listen to your bragging. Gung Baishan interrupted them, his tone suddenly turning cold. Don't hold back in the sparring match the day after tomorrow. I won't allow any accidents to happen. Yes. Dean! Everyone responded in unison angrily. Until 9 o'clock in the evening. On the road between the trading center and the temporary rest area, Lin Fan felt like a patty stuck in a hamburger, unable to even walk straight. On the left is Suyun, the robot girl, and on the right is Su Ran, a federal executive. The two of them acted as if they had made an appointment. Without saying a word, they madly tortured his arms. What was even more outrageous was that in a flying vehicle behind them, Bai Mingji and the other two were still drunk and lying on it with their arms and legs spread out. A rope as thick as a thumb tied them tightly and was swaying with the flying vehicle. This wonderful combination has attracted countless people's attention along the way. Only after he finally sent Su Ran to her residence did Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their rest area was not far away. Following the map on the bracelet, Lin Fan arrived in front of a 3-story villa. As soon as I reached the door, 2 maids with sweet smiles came to greet me. Commander Lin, welcome home. We are your life assistants at the Grand Valley base. Please feel free to ask us for anything you need. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Just in time. He poked Su Yun's arm and nodded at the flying vehicle that was still swaying behind him. Su Yun, take them with you and get those 3 little ancestors down. By the way, remember to give them a bath. The smell of rust is giving me a headache. I'm going to get busy first. After saying that, Lin Fan quickly rushed into the villa and went straight to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. In the flickering light, several boxes of materials with a metallic luster fell to the ground. First, finish these 4 sets of S-level equipment, then choose a combat skill for each of them. Even if that girl Yuxia was equipped with 5 S-level items, even a beast mecha like Ding Qian should be able to pin it to the ground and pound it, ha 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 ha. I spent 3 full days farming the ancient ruins on the hillside, plus the harvest in front of the Dimension Gate. The wildness value on Lin Fan's panel has reached a terrifying 870,000. The perfect S-level equipment that Su Ran and other major colleges are vying for, generally only costs 10,000 wild value for him. Lin Fan muttered to himself as he opened all the materials. The drawings turned into streams of light, resonating with the materials piled on the ground. Buzz! Invisible energy ripples swept out from the bedroom on the 3rd floor. An hour later. 1st floor of the villa. The 4 mecha girls who had just finished cleaning were being led by the maids to their respective rooms. Oh, I feel dizzy. Bai Mingji rubbed her temples and adjusted the loose collar of her pajamas. I will never drink again. Yu Xia was wearing a cute teddy bear pajamas and patted her face from time to time. Lu Wei was about to speak when she suddenly sensed something unusual happening upstairs. Commander Lin, are you demolishing the house upstairs? Let's go! Let's go check it out! The 4 of them didn't care about their image and rushed up to the 3rd floor in their slippers. The bedroom door was not closed tightly. Lin Fan had his back to them, but a large mass of white jelly with an alluring soft glow. Yu Xia squeezed her head in from the crowd and rubbed her blurry eyes. Lin! Commander Lin, are you making desserts? Lin Fan collected the liquid into a dozen small glass bottles before turning around. He shook the small bottle in his hand. SS level Taiyin condensate coating can increase your defense in all forms by 50%. I spent a lot of money to make this. Tonight, Technician Lin will personally provide an immersive service, ensuring not a single drop is left. Anyone want to try it? Taiyin gel. Everyone's breathing stopped. Lin Fan, I can do it myself. Su Yun snatched the 2 bottles, grabbed Bai Mingji, and ran downstairs. Urgent! I forgot to turn off the water after taking a shower. Lu Wei retreated immediately. In the blink of an eye. Only Lin Fan and Yu Xia, who was petrified, were left on the 3rd floor. Yu Xia tilted her head and asked, Wu apply, where? Is it like shower gel? Chapter 60, the 2nd channel, Yu Xia's rampage form. If you put it that way, I understand. As soon as Yu Xia finished speaking, she took off her bare pajamas. Her snow-white skin dazzled Lin Fan's eyes under the light. She jumped up and took the Taiyin gel coating from Lin Fan's hand, poured half a bottle directly into the palm of her hand, and then rubbed it vigorously on her body. Fuck! Do you really think this is shower gel? Are you a tiger? Before he could react, Yu Xia was already soaked with liquid, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Only then did Lin Fan realize the outrageous nature of this condensed liquid. It fits tightly onto Yu Xia's body like a second layer of skin. The areas that were not absorbed still emitted a faint white light, outlining her body curves clearly. It looks like a GK model with its own glowing special effects. Commander Lin, is that so? Yu Xia raised her 2 sticky little hands and looked at him with her innocent big eyes. Even though Lin Fan was thick-skinned enough, he was still overwhelmed by this little girl's straightforwardness. He quickly took out the S-level equipment he had just made and grabbed Yu Xia's hand. Without waiting to savor the wet feeling from your fingertips, the simulation mode starts. Screw on button, start. Just as Lin Fan was still lamenting the awkwardness of the start button, he turned around and noticed that the cockpit seemed to be a lot bigger. Even the entire body increased from 3 meters to 3.5 meters in height, and the white body color. Unlike Lin Fan's curiosity, Yu Xia was in a very bad condition at this time. Pain. A sharp pain that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Yu Xia only felt a tearing sensation coming from the depths of her soul. She had finally gotten used to Lin Fan's driving, but this time she was defeated again. In order not to affect Lin Fan's operation, she just groaned and then stopped moving. Xia? Are you okay? Yu Xia forced out a muffled groan. This girl is holding on. Lin Fan understood instantly. In addition, loading weapons puts a huge burden on the body, especially when so many S-level equipment are stuffed in at once. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly loaded the equipment into the machine one by one. Yu Xia's attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. Name Yu Xia. Age 18. Unit, Healing Type BB, Upgrade 1/3. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Medical Vehicle Form, 120, Exoskeleton Form, 204, Combat and Medical Composite Mecha, 880. Equipped weapons: V-shaped lifeboat, multi-stage repair arm, shadow module, tail jet backpack, ROC electromagnetic gun. Equipped combat skill: S-level Angel's Embrace, activates energy tide, performs group recovery effect on allies, energy storage CD, 12 hours. Energy storage, 150 minutes, medical mode, 30 minutes, rampage mode. Secret information: in medical mode, the effectiveness of healing and repair skills increases by 100%. In rampage mode, combat power increases by 30%. Wow, Xia! Your current attributes make you the leader of the team. There was dead silence in the cockpit. Xia? It's broken. Too much stuff at once, overload? Lin Fan panicked and didn't bother to experience the mecha's rampage mode anymore, so he quickly exited the simulation. As soon as the simulation mode was cancelled, Yuxia's face turned pale and even her eyes were a little out of focus. I'm fine. Yuxia leaned weakly against the cabinet beside her and forced a sweet smile. Commander Lin, I feel like I'm super awesome right now. I just can't walk anymore. She looked at Lin Fan pitifully. I'll sleep here with you for a while. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lin Fan to refuse. Not caring that he was still sticky, he threw himself directly into Lin Fan's bed. He tilted his head and fell asleep in seconds. Forehead. What is this? Are you having a party? But it turned out perfectly. Lin Fan looked at Yuxia, who was sleeping defenselessly, and nodded contentedly. With the support of 5 S-level equipment, Yuxia slightly surpassed the combat effectiveness of the Fortress Mecha. With the level of Su Yun and Bai Mingji's machines, and equipped with a set of S-level equipment, it would be easy for them to exceed 1,000. It's time to upgrade your weapon. Lin Fan stretched heavily, turned around and walked towards the bathroom. The next day at noon. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor, making it feel warm. Su Yun sat on the sofa in the living room and waved to Su Ran, who came hurriedly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. She pointed to the metal box at her feet and said, Here, all the equipment we promised you is here. Lin Fan said he wanted to thank you for your help, and one of the items is an A-level gift for you. As soon as Su Ran opened the box, she looked at the 4 pieces of equipment inside, and her eyes immediately turned into crescent shapes. After taking the box back, she glanced around the living room, then poked Su Yun with her elbow with a wicked smile. I say, Dean Su. Look at your rosy face. Was the battle intense last night? My brother Lin was so exhausted that he's still catching up on his sleep. Su Yun's cheeks turned slightly red and she glared at Su Ran. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan was busy getting equipment last night. He probably stayed up too late. Upon hearing this, Su Ran also stopped joking. His expression also began to become serious. Okay, let's get down to business. Right now, the entire base is going crazy over this. Lin Fan killed an SS-level Abyss Apostle. He's almost become a laughing stock in the base. I guess it's all the work of those old foxes. You should be sure, right? Su Yun didn't care and took a sip of the tea. It's just hype, a clumsy tactic. Let them laugh as much as they want. When they get slapped in the face, they'll know how painful it is. Su Ran nodded. Ever since she knew last night that Lin Fan had the ability to make perfect S-grade equipment, her trust in Lin Fan had increased several times again. The entire team of Lei Luo Academy was wiped out this time, except for Lu Jinan, who was trying hard to get 3rd place. There is still great hope. Okay. Then be careful. I have to go back to Area 9 to deliver some equipment. I'll be back before the game is over. Before leaving, Su Ran regained his smug expression. She winked at Su Yun and said, Tell my brother Lin to take care of himself. I'll come back to check next time. Su Ran! Su Yun was so angry that she threw a teacup at him. After Su Ran left, the living room became quiet again. Su Yun looked at Bai Mingji beside her, and they smiled at each other. Let Lin Fan get some good sleep. He's been working hard, Su Yun said softly. Bai Mingji nodded. Well, with the equipment sent by the master. Even if we're targeted in the team competition, it should be easy to maintain a top 3 position. After saying that, the two of them looked at the third floor in tacit understanding. A sweet smile. Then they each found a comfortable place to sit down and enjoy this rare quiet time. Chapter 61 Opening. The sparring match after the Desert Cave operation. It not only determines the proportion of supplies taken away by the commander, but is also a time for each college to demonstrate its strength. For the IS War Girl Academy, it is already a blessing to be able to get a place in the deserted cave. As for the ranking, we are always at the bottom, and this is a fact recognized by everyone. However, the day before the competition, an explosive message flooded all the academy forums and intranets. Lin Fan, the new commander of the IS Academy, claims to have single-handedly killed an SS-level Jilin apostle. This directly ignited the anger of the commanders of various academies and the mecha girls. Fuck, who is Lin Fan? How come this guy is even more shameless than the Dimension Gate? Why didn't he just mention that he's recruited the Jilin apostle as a mount? Boasting can't be taxed, right? Even the coffin lid of Apostle Jilin can't hold it down. This wave of ISIS propaganda is pure nonsense. It's just a shame. Oh, don't let a grenade send you home tomorrow, that would be fun. The commanders and mecha girls from all the major academies were furious, just waiting for any commander to come and pin Lin Fan to the ground and rub him hard. Inside the IS Academy, the style is completely different. Those mecha girls who had already been fans of Lin Fan were now extremely energetic. They became staunch supporters, and were practically hitting sparks on their keyboards. Sour! Keep being sour! Our Lin Shin is awesome! That's right! You can't stand the fact that our IS has a genius commander? Haha, wait for the Lord Lin to come down tomorrow and beat those sour chickens to their knees and call them daddy. The forest god has set out to fight, leaving no grass behind. Sisters of IS, start your barrage of protection. The network of Blue Water Planet is awesome. This storm of public opinion instantly spread from the Grand Canyon base to the entire Zhejiang mountain area. The Lin God faction, who support Lin Fan, and the anti-counterfeiting faction, who question and ridicule him, are arguing fiercely online. The topic was even hotter than the competition itself. Even the onlookers in the neighboring defense zone brought their small stools to join the battlefield. Sold melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water in the front row. Small benches are ready. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread them, just wait for the live broadcast. The sporadic news from the neutral party was quickly drowned out by new posts. Amidst the quarrel, time passed, and it was 8:30 the next morning. Under Su Yun's constant persuasion, Lin Fan reluctantly put on the IS Blue Bird combat uniform. He grabbed a big meat bun in one hand and walked towards the center of the storm. Grand Canyon Online Arena. The sound waves hit the eardrums like a tsunami. The circular venue, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, was packed, and flags printed with the emblems of major colleges fluttered in the air. A giant holographic projection played highlights of previous kills in the air, causing the Mecha Girl fans to scream from time to time. The fanatical atmosphere in the air makes people's blood boil. Just like that, in an atmosphere of great anticipation, the time came to exactly 9 o'clock. Bang! 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 Several brilliant energy fireworks exploded above the arena, instantly igniting the climax of the entire venue. Dear commanders, dear audience friends! Good morning, everyone! Accompanied by a sweet and passionate voice, a host mecha girl dressed in shining armor descended from the sky and hovered in the center of the arena. Welcome to the Grand Valley Base, the site of the monthly sparring match. I'm your old friend, Xing Xuan. The voice of the host, Xing Xian, spread throughout the venue. Today, 36 elite commanders from various academies will compete for glory. As the passionate background music started, Xing Xian began to introduce everyone one by one. Xing Xian's voice suddenly rose. First, let us give the warmest cheers to welcome commanders of Griffin First Academy. Make a dazzling appearance. Oh! Amidst thunderous cheers, the Griffin commanders, led by Lu Jinan, walked out of the contestant passage. They were dressed in dazzling golden combat uniforms and waved arrogantly. They are the undisputed favorites to win the championship and are a symbol of strength. Griffin! 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 The cheers at the scene were louder and louder. Next, it's Elven Academy from Zone Z3. From Z4's Rock Academy. From Z5. When these colleges were introduced, there was warm applause and the atmosphere was equally enthusiastic. And the commander of the IS Battle Girl Academy from Z9. Lin Fan and his mecha team. Xing Xian's voice was still sweet, but her enthusiasm was obviously more formulaic. There was a brief silence in the audience. After a while, sparse applause began to be heard from all corners. Immediately following. Pfft, it's finally their turn, ha 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 ha. Ouch. Look. Here comes the bragging devil. So scary. Countless dazzling gazes were focused on Lin Fan and his group. Chew, chew, chew. He calmly finished the last bite of his meat bun and stretched out his arms. Is this a sparring match? What a grand spectacle! No wonder, those guys playing in the game are performing poorly. With so many people staring at me, who wouldn't be nervous? Facing tens of thousands of gazes and deafening boos, Lin Fan felt as if he suddenly understood everything. Yu Xiya, who was standing aside, was obviously stunned by the scene and just followed by Mingji closely. Suyun was much calmer, but her tone was a little regretful. This is my first time participating. Unfortunately, our team is at the end of the list. Don't be in a hurry. Lin Fan turned his head and smiled at Suyun. You'll be number 1 soon. Counting the time, they have been out for almost a week according to the plan made by Suzhi. The A-level equipment he listed on the exchange list should also be affordable for other IS commanders. Under this virtuous cycle, IS's kill score is rising, and it will only take a few months to reach the top. Lin Fan glanced at the noisy audience, his lips curled up slightly. When the time comes, I'll bring the first academy sign back to our IS. Playing away from home, the atmosphere is terrible. Next time, let them come to our territory and feel the enthusiasm of IS. At the same time, at Operation Base No. 9, in front of the IS main building. Suzhi looked smug and snapped at Qin Yuan who was standing beside him. Did you see it? He shouted at the crowd watching the live broadcast and poked his thumb at the projection on the top floor. The most handsome one. My brother-in-law. Isn't that awesome? He was so happy for his sister that he almost went crazy. Who would have thought that the girl who had no contract just a few weeks ago would now be standing at the top competition in Zhujiang Mountain area? It's simply incredible. Chapter 62 Single Battle, Yu Xiya Fights. In various colleges and bases in Jishan District, countless mecha girls and commanders poured into the Federation's live broadcast room. 99% of the densely packed comments were mocking the IS Academy and Lin Fan. The front row is selling melon seeds, waiting for Lin Fan to fall. IS fans, stop bashing me! Screen recording is on. I'll help you reminisce after the game for free. I suggest you just give him a loss to avoid wasting time. Lin Xin! Come on! The few messages of support that occasionally appeared were instantly drowned out by the barrage of comments. In the online arena. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a climax, the host Xing Xian continued to sweetly open the microphone. The competition is divided into 2 events, the individual competition and the team survival competition. The individual competition adopts the most brutal one-on-one elimination system. The winning mecha scores 1 point until all 3 mechas are defeated. Only the top 6 commanders and points are eligible to advance to the team survival competition. Xing Xian suddenly raised her index finger to her lips and made a hush gesture. Seeing that she had attracted everyone's attention, she smiled and dropped a bombshell. New federal regulations. Big news coming. The second and third place winners will each receive a set of SS-level materials. First place. You can choose 3 items from the loot of the deserted cave you registered for this time, unconditionally. Plus 1 piece of SSS-level material. Wow! All the commanders in the audience went crazy instantly. Choose 3 pieces of loot from the deserted cave. Did I hear that correctly? Oh my god, this incredible wealth is now mine? SSS-grade material? TSK. I've only touched it in my dreams. Haha. Luckily the Academy arranged for me to brush up my scores this month, otherwise there would be no such good opportunity. You know, in previous competitions, the top 3 did not receive these extra rewards. Even if you can't get the first place, being able to get a piece of SS-level material is an incredible luxury. When Lin Fan heard this, he laughed secretly in his heart. Are you interested in my SS-level apostle material? Do you have the ability to take it? The organizer's abacus beads were about to fall on his face. But they insisted on giving him a big gift package since he still had plenty of space in his storage bracelet. Just accept it reluctantly. At last! Xingxuan will no longer waste your precious time. Let us invite all the outstanding commanders to take their positions. Click. With the roar of gears, the ground in the center of the arena cracked, and 50 semi-arc-shaped simulation cabins slowly rose. This is a special device for sparring battles. It can collect real-time data of the commander and the mecha girl, and project 100% of it onto the simulated battlefield. There are only more than 100 such machines in the entire Jishan district. As the simulation cabin rose, the portraits of 36 commanders appeared one after another on the holographic projection above. Lin Fan glanced at the venue and rolled his eyes. There's not even a seat on this stage? The organizers are really stingy. Let's go over there. I hope it's over soon, otherwise it'll be past lunchtime again. He bent his stiff arms and led Su Yun and his group to the nearest simulation cabin. As I entered the simulation cabin, a blue light swept from bottom to top. Identity scan passed, Commander Lin Fan, simulation chamber number 06 has been activated. Scanning data information, scanning completed. Please arrange the order of battle. On the virtual panel, the projection of Yu Shiya's harmless-looking combat mecha was slowly appearing. Lin Fan, let me go first. Su Yun volunteered and pointed out the battle sequence. Just rest well and then start your efforts in the team competition. Lin Fan did not answer, but squinted his eyes and looked at the bright sun above his head. Oh, no hurry, the sun is almost shining on my butt. Let's improve the conditions ourselves first. He turned around slowly and fiddled with the storage bracelet. Next second. The same sofa, parasol, small coffee table, and even a fruit plate appeared out of thin air in the simulation cabin. What are you all standing there for? Please lift the sofa. If you don't work, you won't have anything to eat later. Lin Fan shouted as he collapsed onto the sofa, picking a grape and throwing it into his mouth. Lin Fan's outrageous actions made all the commanders present turn green with anger. This is a full-area live broadcast. Even federal high-ranking officials from other regions will watch the replay of the top-notch competition. Everyone present was expressing themselves with trepidation, fearing the slightest loss of composure. This guy is so good that he treats the federal arena as his own backyard. Really? Too damn arrogant. Everyone present was a proud and arrogant genius, and they couldn't stand Lin Fan's actions. They all stared at Lin Fan with red eyes, speeding up the connection process. No! I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to beat him to death. Hurry up! Whoever takes on this guy first, I'll treat him to a week-long feast. Ha! I'll gladly accept this opportunity to become famous. Lu Liang from Owen College shouted and tapped Lin Fan's battle option. At the same time, on the panoramic display screen above the arena, the combat information of Lin Fan and Lu Liang was displayed simultaneously. Ding ding! Commander Lu Liang, Elven Academy, has initiated a battle request. Please select your combat mecha within 1 minute. Failure to do so will be considered a waiver and a random mecha will be eliminated. As the prompt sounded, the console screen was covered with a huge battle request. Lin Fan had also heard the noises around him a long time ago. When he looked up, he saw several commanders making a gesture of wiping their necks at him at the same time. Lin Fan! Let me go! Master! They are so infuriating! Seeing this, Su Yun and Bai Mingji were so angry that they stood up from the sofa. Lin Fan just turned his gaze back when a pair of long legs wrapped in combat uniforms almost hit him. Hey, sit down, sit down. Just let Xianya handle this little thing. We are responsible for watching the show. He casually pulled Yu Shiya's mecha into the battle sequence, and then clicked the Agree button. Buzz! A sense of spatial distortion came. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, the entire simulation cabin had arrived at a city ruin. On the virtual map, the scarlet light spot representing Lu Liang was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Are you in such a hurry to give yourself away? Lin Fan sank comfortably into the sofa. Xia, activate the shadow module and give this guy a surprise. Yes. Yu Xia, who had been standing quietly, responded softly. Her petite figure was instantly covered in metal, and a 3-meter-tall combat mecha appeared silently. Running room. The combat healing mecha slowly disappeared like a ghost, leaving only a distorted wave. At the same time, all the spectators outside the venue staring at the split screen shouted in disbelief. No way! Send a healing mecha? The enemy is an SS-class assault mecha. Not even in driving mode? Is Lin Fan just being a jerk, or is he out of his mind? Wait, where's that healing mech? Holy crap! It's invisible! When will the technology for stealth coding be applied to mechas? Chapter 63 First Battle, Instant Kill. Simulated battlefields and city ruins. Lu Liang drove his cool SS-class assault mecha, Qian, and rushed through the broken walls and ruins, so arrogant. The main features of the Red Flame mecha are speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. In addition to possessing a large-caliber super-heavy artillery, it also has the ability to move at high speed. Lin Fan! Your days of pretending are over. I'm going to tear your disguise apart right now. Boom! The Red Flame mecha made a violent tailspin and stopped at a dusty intersection of ruins. On the mecha command screen, Lu Liang began to lock onto Lin Fan's position. However, the scene that appeared on the screen made him laugh so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back. Puff! You don't even want to pilot a mecha? You're just going to lie down and wait for death? Scared to pee your pants? Ha ha ha, this guy is here to be funny! The corners of Lu Liang's mouth had stretched to the back of his ears. The simulation cabin has 100% simultaneous sensory interpretation, and he has already begun to imagine Lin Fan's soul-stirring scream after he fired his shot. Akaji, adjust your attack position, don't kill him in one go. Overload particle cannon. Charge! Power! V1 buzz. Right in front of the Qian mecha, the huge gun barrel with a diameter of 2 meters began to spin wildly, and the terrifying energy lights slowly gathered at the muzzle. Even the surrounding air was distorted due to the high temperature. At this critical moment, sizzle! A beam of electromagnetic radiation like a blue lightning snake shot out from the corner, aiming directly at the muzzle of the charged gun. As the attack was launched, a small medical mecha appeared like a ghost at the source of the rays. What the hell? Lu Liang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stared at the healing mecha at 11 o'clock for half a second. This little thing, when did it get to this position? Not good! Avoid! Now is not the time to think about that. Red Flame is strong in mobility and burst, but its biggest weakness is that its defense is almost zero when charging. While screaming in shock, Lu Liang began to perform crazy tactical operations. Unfortunately, it's too late. The moment he issued the evasion command, the electromagnetic ray had already accurately penetrated deep into the barrel of Red Flame. Next second. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The majestic and huge gun barrel of the Red Flame mecha was directly blown into a scattered morning glory. The entire Red Flame mecha was also enveloped by electric current from the inside. After a puff of black smoke emerged, the huge mechanical claws on its limbs lost their support. With a loud bang, it crashed onto the ruins. Inside the simulation cabin, Lu Liang felt like he was electrocuted and collapsed in the driver's seat, twitching wildly. Well. After a half-conscious murmur, saliva mixed with white foam flowed down the corners of his mouth. Then, the entire mecha turned into pieces of mosaic and disappeared into the ruins of the city. Commentary desk. The host Xingxian's mouth is so big that a light bulb can fit in it. Any commander who can break through, obtain a place in the deserted cave, and survive to participate in the competition is a top genius. Although there are differences in the models of each mecha, and the commander's enhancements and weapons also have strength differences, they are not too big. It is normal for a sparring match to last more than 10 minutes. If you encounter a model conflict, it is not uncommon to fight for half an hour. But what just happened? A medical mecha with a B-class nurse role. Just one shot. Just killed the SS-class assault mecha known for its violence, instantly. Sizzle! Xingxuan! What are you doing? If you keep dawdling, it'll become a hosting accident. The roar in the headphones woke Xingxian up from the downtime. Next second, her high-pitched scream instantly resounded over the arena. Instant kill! Oh my god! What did I see? A B-class medical mecha actually killed an SS-class assault mecha instantly. Let's congratulate IS Commander Lin Fan for his lightning-fast first kill. Congratulations on getting a point. No one paid any attention. All the viewers staring at this split screen had their jaws dislocated. After 0.1 seconds of silence, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Is this what a healing mecha does? Call! Wow! Master Lin is awesome! Holy crap! It's over in a second? Lu Liang, pretending to be powerful, dead. The instigator, Lin Fan, now leisurely withdrew from the simulated battlefield. He slowly put another grape into his mouth without even changing his lying position. He waved to Yu Shiya, whose face was flushed. Tisk Shiya, come here. That technique you used was a bit rough, but the timing was perfect. The effect was outstanding. Come on, give me a grape as a reward. Open your mouth, all. The other commanders who hadn't yet established a battle were also instantly furious. There's something strange about that medical mech's weaponry. What the hell is that stealth coating? I think Lu Liang suffered a loss due to poor intelligence. If he hadn't used the overloaded particle cannon, the enemy might not have been able to break through the defense. That's right. Lin Fan, this old man, is too insidious. They were all familiar with the advantages and disadvantages of the Red Flame mecha. If Lu Liang had not underestimated the enemy, he would have chosen to cover the enemy with firepower all the way, so that no one can take advantage of the opportunity. At this time, another commander slapped his thigh and couldn't help but retort. What are you talking about, you idiots? Focus on the main point. He raised his shaking finger and pointed at the healing mecha on the holographic screen. That thing! It's B grade! B grade! One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone reacted instantly, and a chill rushed to their heads. Fuck! I forgot about that. He also has an S-class Bastion and an A-class. Aha, Lao Wang, what are you guys talking about so happily? Commander Yu Qiong had just walked out of the simulation scene when he heard the chaotic discussions around him. Huh! Lin Fan's battle position is vacant? Then I won't be polite. Snap! A click without hesitation. Wow! As the battle information was refreshed, the entire arena erupted in unprecedented cheers. It's that feeling of being the center of attention. Yu Qiong took a deep breath, closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the cheers of the people. The feeling of being the center of attention. This is the treatment that a commander of Griffin Academy should enjoy. Chapter 64, High Defense, Stripping Tactics. In the VIP viewing room, a group of Griffin executives sat around, each one looking darker than the other. Gung Baishan, the leader, was watching the instant kill shot of the Red Flame mecha in silence. He has studied mechas for his entire life. As a cutting-edge fighter, he prides himself on having an incomparable understanding of all mecha systems. The defensive flaw of the Red Flame mecha when it is charging energy is relative to mechas of the same level. B-class mecha? He really hadn't studied. What serious commander would contract this thing? Even if the Academy's resources are scarce, at least the commander should be equipped with a mecha of Class A or above. Could it be that this Lin Fan? Is it really possible to raise the combat power of the mecha girl to such an outrageous level? For the first time, Gung Baishan's understanding of himself began to waver. Ran Mingyu, who was standing by, was even more terrified. She glanced at Gung Baishan from time to time, and finally asked cautiously. Dean, Yu Qiong's main mecha is an SSS class Titan. Sure, no problem. She said this, but she was extremely panicked in her heart. When Gung Baishan asked her to steal Lin Fan's girl, she didn't take it seriously at all, and just dealt with it casually. But the strength that Lin Fan is showing now. If Gung Baishan knew that she hadn't tried her best, he would get angry and fire her as the vice president. Bang! Gung Baishan slammed the table so hard that Ran Mingyu's legs tightened in fear. He glanced at Ran Mingyu with a sharp gaze. Deputy Dean Ran, go to the hospital in person and retrieve the batch of ancient relics materials from the day before yesterday. Also, didn't the RD department say they've made some progress on that SS-class weapon? Bring them back together. Gung Baishan knocked on the table and continued. Notified the admissions department to recruit a group of Class B medical troopers. Organize the commander to focus on testing electromagnetic weapons. Oldly, go to the Federal Research Department and get all the data from Simulation Chamber number 6 back to me, no matter what. As instructions were issued one after another, Gung Baishan was soon the only one left in the viewing room. He subconsciously looked towards the center of the arena, at the figure wearing the IS Blue Bird combat uniform. After thinking for a moment, Gung Baishan shook his head in self-mockery. Just a new commander of IS, can he end Griffin's undefeated myth? Guan Yueqiong's Titan was no longer something he could deal with. Online arena. Yueqiong was closing his eyes, enjoying his moment of glory. But after a while, the smile on his face gradually froze. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Amidst the cheers, his name didn't seem to be heard much. He quietly opened his eyes a crack. I saw that most of the dozens of live broadcast aircraft that were originally flying around the arena were hovering next to the number 06 simulation cabin. On the projection in front of Lin Fan, a small white mecha was located in the center of the projection, with a 5-pointed bright star floating above it, representing the score. Lin Fan won? In the last game, you played against Lu Liang, right? Yueqiong suppressed his dissatisfaction and looked up at the kill replay on the storyboard. He looked away after a while. Haha, that's it. I just bully people of Lu Liang's level. There's no sense of accomplishment in winning. Yueqiong closed his eyes again, folded his hands, and waited quietly for the game to begin. At this moment, the whole audience roared in unison. 3, 2, 1. Start! The simulated battlefield opens again. Lin Fan, it seems like there's some trouble. Su Yun looked at the surrounding scene and reminded with some concern. Once the battle sequence is determined, it cannot be changed, and the battle scenes will also change randomly among hundreds of venues. And now, for you Xiaoya, this is too disadvantageous. Lin Fan stood up from the sofa and looked around with narrowed eyes. Unlike the city ruins covering several kilometers last time, this time the battle scene was actually an oval-shaped arena. Yellow sand ground, high circular alloy wall. At this distance, he could even see the simulation cabin of the commander opposite him with his naked eyes. Without waiting for Lin Fan to take a closer look. Boom! As the dust flew, the entire arena began to shake. A 30-meter-tall behemoth painted black and red crashed into the field. Name Taya. Age 28. Unit Heavy Titan, SSS class. Commander, Yueqiong Sole Contract. Comprehensive Combat Power, 780. Equipped Weapons, Atomic Shield, Kinetic Barrier, Rotor Missile. Equipped Combat Skills, Earth-Shaking Attack. Secret Information, Super High Defense, Long-Range Attack Effect -50%, Slow Movement. Lin Fan looked at the information he had discovered and the corners of his mouth twitched. A real iron cuckold. Not only is the body of the machine heavy, but even the equipment and hidden attributes it carries are all defensive. Although Yu Xiaoya's ROC electromagnetic gun is an S-level equipment, with the opponent's shield and long-range damage reduction effect, it is probably no different from a tickle. Lin Fan! Are you frightened? You've never seen an SSS-class mecha, have you? Yueqiong's voice, filled with a strong sense of superiority, resounded throughout the arena. Didn't you claim to have killed an SS-level Apostle of the Abyss? Come on. I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can break even one layer of my Titan skin, I lose. Whoosh. 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 Before he finished speaking, 3 rotor missiles with tail flames were already whistling towards Lin Fan's simulation cabin. Xia, let me take the controls! Lin Fan instantly entered the cockpit. The tail jet pack suddenly started up, and the combat healing mecha leaped sideways, easily avoiding the missile. Boom! 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 There was no time to look back at the explosion. The shadow module was activated instantly. Lin Fan took advantage of the smoke and dust to quickly go around Titan's blind spot. Yu Qiong's laughter continued. Oh, hide and seek? I don't have time to play with you, get out of here! Earth-shaking blow. The Titan mech raised its fists, which were as big as containers, and slammed them hard into the ground. Boom! The earth is shaking. The violent shockwave, mixed with countless gravel and sand, blasted a circle of ripples in all directions. Indiscriminate AoE coverage. The combat healing mecha in the shadow state was forcibly shaken out by the impact and retreated to the rear in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Lin Fan! It's useless! Faced with the absolute disparity in strength, your insignificant abilities are nothing but jokes. Lin Fan steadied the mecha and looked at the Titan mecha in the distance with narrowed eyes. TSK, I want to go into berserk mode and fight hard. But Xia, to deal with such a fool, you need to use your ultimate move. Will I be embarrassed? Yu Xiaoya's weak voice rang out. Commander Lin, that's an SSS-level Titan. Not to mention his built-in armor, his energy shield alone can instantly react to impacts of over 100 mj. Energy shield, kinetic barrier. Lin Fan muttered to himself, his eyes sweeping across the flowing energy light film. Got it. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly opened wide, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, Xia, the kinetic barrier can block electromagnetic attacks and missile attacks, but it can't stop mechas from getting close to you. Ah? Yu Xiaoya didn't react for a moment. Lin Fan licked his lips with a wicked smile. I have a good idea. Let him show off. Just take his clothes off. Chapter 65, Tearing Titan Princess Apart. In the Federal Live broadcast room, seeing Lin Fan's defeat, the commentators once again started mocking him. That's it. I can do it too. Oh my god, I thought Lin Fan was so awesome. Master Yu Qiong's Titan mecha is stuck there. Lin Fan has nowhere to hide. Is he going to hit him with his head? Disperse, the dark horse has become a dead horse. When it meets the real boss, its true colors will be revealed. Looking at the oppressive entrance of the Titan and the miserable appearance of the healing mecha, everyone seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Fan being hammered into scrap metal. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fan could only survive by relying on his speed, something strange happened on the virtual battlefield. Buzz! The back of the healing mecha, the jet pack, burst out with full-powered propulsion light, and the entire mecha instantly turned into a stream of light. Not only did it not run away, but it dived down in a low position and headed straight towards the Titan. Fuck! Is Lin Fan crazy? In a hurry to reincarnate? This jet pack is awesome. Wouldn't it be great to use it to fight off enemies? Do you really need it? Close combat? Is he crazy? Can his little toothpick penetrate the Titan Mother's steel plate? The audience was stunned. Lin Fan's action was really too bad. In this screen full of question marks, Lin Fan's healing mecha slid and narrowly avoided the Titan's giant fist. Next second, behind the healing mecha, 4 golden mechanical arms suddenly stretched out. Bang! 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 The robotic arm, like a spider's claw, directly penetrated into the lower back of the Titan, and clung tightly to the magnificent hind buttocks. Oh my god! What kind of strategy is this? Ha ha ha, this is amazing! It can be written into the textbooks. The pendant tactic is awesome. As long as they can't get rid of it, a draw is guaranteed. The audience was instantly excited. This move was simply unheard of. In the cockpit, Yu Qiong looked at the small mecha on the command screen and his face turned green with anger. Lin Fan! You're looking for death! Yu Qiong's roar shook the arena. I'm going to crush you into a broken discus! He was completely furious. An SSS-class mecha is being pressed against the buttocks by a B-class healing mecha? This is such a shame. Boom! Boom! The huge body of Titan suddenly started up, and with violent momentum, it crashed into the alloy simulation wall at the edge of the venue. Shia! Let's stab her somewhere else! Lin Fan's voice was filled with excitement. Just before the giant steel boat was about to touch the alloy wall, the healing mecha took action again. 4 golden robotic arms released their adsorption at the same time. Laugh! Shoo! The jetpack behind him burst out with a short and fierce blue flame. The healing mecha was like a slippery loach, and it drilled out from the side ribs of the Titan in an extremely tricky arc. I instantly got to the front of it. Bang! 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 4 golden robotic arms popped out again, as flexible as octopus tentacles, and sucked hard on the broad steel, chest muscles of the Titan. Boom! Almost at the same time, the huge body of the Titan slammed into the alloy wall. A big hole was knocked out of the thick alloy wall, and Yu Qiong in the cockpit was shaken so much that he almost flew out of the driver's seat. Lin Fan taunted. Hey, Commander Yu! Isn't SSS rank pretty cool? Don't get excited, come, let me give your robot girl a good shot. As soon as he finished speaking, the ends of the 2 golden mechanical arms attached to the Titan's chest instantly deformed. Second rate! 2 large needles, each as thick as an arm and emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, replaced the original hydraulic claw device. It hit the connection of the Titan's breastplate with incredible precision. Puff! Swish! A sharp, high-temperature burning sound was heard. The joints of the hard SSS-class armor plates turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye under the continuous spray of high-energy flames. Red liquid metal dripped from the Titan's chest like sweat. Ugh! Suddenly, a strange female scream was heard from the Titan mecha. Taya only felt that a hot needle was piercing into her chest. The pain is unbearable. Be good, don't shout, just bear with it. It will be over soon. Lin Fan's voice sounded in her ears like a devil's whisper. On the treatment mecha, the other 2 mechanical arms were not idle either. The hydraulic claws had firmly grasped the connection of the armor plate that was scorched by the high temperature. TSK. I'm afraid this will be a bit painful. Lin Fan muttered to himself. The jetpack exploded again, and the healing mecha jumped off the Titan. At the same time, the robotic arms worked together. Crack! Hiss! The teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing resounded throughout the battlefield. Under the stunned gaze of all the audience, the Titan breastplate that symbolized the supreme defense of the SSS level was like a tight leather jacket that was torn apart roughly. A piece of armor plate, still emitting black smoke and electric sparks, was torn off from the chest of the Titan. What was exposed were the thick energy pipes and precision components inside the Titan. Forget it, don't waste time. As the outer armor was torn, the energy shield and kinetic barrier around the Titan mecha also lost their function. Lin Fan directly took out the ROC electromagnetic gun and fired a shot at the wound of the Titan mecha. The electromagnetic pulse instantly destroyed the interior of the Titan mecha. Boom! Countless electric sparks flashed, and the entire Titan mecha exploded on the spot. Inside the cockpit of the Titan, Yu Qiong was blown directly to the top of the cockpit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Hiss! There were tens of thousands of mecha girls in the arena, along with tens of millions of mecha girls watching the game. They gasped at the same time and covered their chests at the same time. Commander Lin. Commander Lin Fan versus Commander Yu Qiong. Commander Lin Fan wins and gets 1 point. The stunned Xing Xian swallowed and stammered as she announced Lin Fan's victory. From the moment Lin Fan was pinned down by the Titan mecha to the moment it exploded, all this happened in a flash. It was only after Xing Xian announced Lin Fan's victory that many viewers reacted. Fuck! That's too cruel! Tearing a mecha apart with bare hands is outrageous. From now on, even if you're facing an SSS-level wild beast, you must never offend Lin Fan. Chapter 66 SS Equipment Exposed. All parties pay attention. Bang! The unconscious Yu Qiong fell to the ground as soon as he was thrown out of the simulation cabin's transmission mechanism. 2 mecha girls with ordinary contracts hurriedly helped him up. Taya, who was standing next to him, was still shaking wildly, her eyes full of fear. The half-minute battle with Lin Fan just now had torn the pride of her SSS-class machine into pieces. Seeing this, the surrounding commanders started to talk again. Even Yu Qiong lost? This Lin Fan is truly a monster! With the Soul Contract's Titan mecha gone, Yu Qiong probably won't even make it into the top 6. The key point is the attack of the healing mecha, right? Did anyone notice the combat power index just now? The SSS level, Titan, mecha cannot be defeated in a short period of time even by wild beasts of the same level. But Lin Fan actually only took half a minute to beat him to death. In other words, this B-class healing mecha can rival an SSS-class desolate beast. Brothers, this is terrifying when you think about it. Even if Lin Fan had an SSS-level high-energy reaction, he couldn't achieve such a terrifying increase, right? Hey, it looks like the IS Academy is going to become famous. Wait. The more I look at it, the more things seem off. Has anyone seen the weapons mounted on those mechas at the trading center? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was focused on simulation cabin number 06. Now that you mention it, it's true. It's not just that healing mech, the ones mounted on the Bastion and the Assault. I've never seen them before. Looking at the power, they must be at least SS-level equipment. Is this a new black technology developed by ISIS? Lei Luo College viewing room. When Yanke looked at Lin Fan, her eyes almost glowed green. In her eyes as a weapon maniac, the weapon on that healing mecha is better than the perfect SS-class weapon she developed. Even stronger. No! We have to call the Federal Research Department and get the data! She excitedly dialed the emergency number of the Federal Research Department, and even her fingertips were shaking slightly. At the same time, the viewing rooms of major universities were in chaos. Everyone wants to find out the details of those equipments as soon as possible. In the Griffin VIP viewing room. Ding ding ding. The communicator rang urgently. Gung Baishan saw the caller ID and his right eyelid twitched. Old Li, go ahead. President Gung, I haven't left yet, but an old friend of mine just... Stop talking nonsense! Get to the point! Gung Baishan slammed the table impatiently. Yes, I got the information. Commander Lin Fan has a high-level energy reaction and his mecha, it's equipped with a full set of perfect-grade weapons. 3 sets in total. There are 2 more SS-grade perfect ones. Bang! Gung Baishan punched down hard, and a deep crack appeared on the high-grade solid wood table. He lost his usual composure and suddenly stood up from his seat. What did you say? SS perfect-grade equipment? You know, in the entire Zhishan district, apart from the Federation, only Lei Luo College has the technology to manufacture SS-level equipment. Even their Griffin First Academy is still in the experimental research stage. The most crucial thing is that even the Lei Luo Academy, which has always been engaged in weapons research and development, has only a single-digit number of students left after decades of accumulation. This Lin Fan, he holds 2 of them? After a long while, Gung Baishan hung up the phone silently. He looked at Su Yun, who was chatting and laughing with Lin Fan, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Dean Su Uis. What a clever trick! At the same time, a trace of regret arose in his heart. If I had known earlier, I should have gone there in person when I went to recruit Lin Fan. Lin Fan, who was being watched by everyone, was now staring at the screen of the virtual cabin with an obedient look on his face, waiting for the battle request to pop up. He persisted for a few more minutes. Lin Fan's face turned red with embarrassment, and he patted the simulator. Su-yun, is this thing broken? Where's the reset button? The previous 2 times, the battle information came in seconds. He had been waiting for almost 10 minutes, but the screen was still silent. Puff! Su-yun covered her mouth and laughed secretly, causing the flesh on her chest to tremble violently inside her combat uniform. You've scared them all. Who would dare to fight you now? She hugged Lin Fan's neck from behind, her soft breasts pressed tightly against his back. She grabbed Lin Fan's right hand and tapped the screen. Here, the battle interface is here. But there are no available commanders right now, so we can only wait. Yesterday she was still discussing with Bai Mingji who would be ranked first, but she didn't expect that today it would be taken up by the little girl Yu Xia. A few minutes later, Lin Fanqing glanced at the empty battle list, put his arm around Su Yun's waist, turned around and walked towards the sofa behind him. Xia, you come and keep an eye on it. Don't worry about who it is, just click on the one that's available. Time passed quickly and it was 11:30 a.m., and the individual competition was nearing its end. More than half of the commanders were left with only one mecha projection, which generally consisted of 3 or 4 scattered bright stars. In front of the number 06 simulation cabin, there are 15 5-pointed bright stars neatly arranged. Lin Fan yawned out of boredom. Ever since he stripped the Titan mecha, the other commanders seemed to have made an appointment to fight again at the speed of light as soon as the victory was achieved. Even if Yu Xia occasionally managed to snatch it away, she would just give up after the countdown ended. The top commander of a top academy only has this little bit of psychological stress resistance. They are not as brave as those low-level mecha girls. Lin Fan complained in his heart again. Yu Xia had already huddled beside Lin Fan, clutching the corner of his shirt with her small hands and asking, "Commander Lin, why did they just give up without even fighting?" Lin Fan smiled and rubbed her head. Ha ha ha, that's because our Xia is so amazing. They'd put the soul contract mecha first, fearing that they would be disqualified by you. After all, forfeiting means random elimination, so this is just giving up. After Lin Fan finished explaining to Yu Xia, he noticed Su Yun was staring at the communication panel in a daze, looking absent-minded. Dean Su? What are you thinking about? Su Yun finally woke up from her dream and responded with a complicated expression. Lin Fan, every region wants to win you over this time. The conditions, each one is more outrageous than the last. Do you have any ideas? I'll listen to you. Ever since Lin Fan's first victory in the sparring match, when he unleashed unparalleled fighting power, her communication requests have never stopped. Especially when the data from the simulation cabin was made public, the entire Federation seemed to have gone crazy. The small pond of IS is still too small for Lin Fan. And with Lin Fan entering the upper echelons of the Federation, the establishment of a safe zone for the IS Academy undoubtedly became a bubble. Su Yun sighed silently. Looking at Lin Fan's increasingly serious expression, she seemed to have guessed what would happen next. Well, I've already guessed it. The most important thing for us. Su Yun responded softly. Think about it carefully. What should we eat for lunch? Su Yun responded subconsciously. She suddenly looked up when she realized something was wrong, but she only saw a sunny and smiling face. Chapter 67 Successfully Advanced. Lin Fan, you smell so good. Su Yun's confused expression made Lin Fan unable to bear to tease her any further. Then he changed his expression to a more serious one. Okay, didn't we discuss this before? Through this competition, we will make IS Academy famous. When that damn relocation plan starts, we'll have to take in those homeless mecha girls. He suddenly leaned close to Su Yun, winked, and said, But as far as admission is concerned, my personal suggestion is that those with a 30-60 score and above can be given priority. And that load capacity, endurance test, compressive strength, etc. should also be very important. Is that so, Dean Su? Su Yun listened to Lin Fan's words in a daze, as if she suddenly remembered something. Go to hell! With a red face, he threw an elbow, and the waves on his chest almost tore his combat uniform apart. Bang, bang, bang! The sudden explosion of several strings of fireworks interrupted the two people's playfulness. The giant holographic projection in the air also listed the names of those who advanced to the team competition. 1. Lu Jinan, 18 points, Griffin Academy. 2. Lin Fan, points 15 IS War Girl Academy. 3. Diao De, 12 points, Elven College. 4. Wan Lei, 7 points, Griffin Academy. 5. Zhou Hai, 7 points, Elven College. 6. Qing Xiaoyu, 6 points, Griffin Academy. The host Xing Xian appears again. Dear commanders, spectators, this morning's individual competition has concluded. The team competition starts at 2 p.m., don't miss it. Now, let us give our commanders a warm round of applause as they leave the stage to rest. Go, 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 run away! Lin Fan felt a headache when he heard this routine. Without waiting for Xing Xian to finish speaking, he pushed a few people and rushed towards the commander's exclusive passage. Listening to such a meaningless ending is definitely a waste of life. The passage blocked out the noise of the arena, leaving only the clattering footsteps of a group of people. Just as he was about to walk out of the passage, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a hooded woman who had just been leaning against the wall. At this moment, he stood carelessly in the middle of the passage, blocking the way of Lin Fan and his group. She was wearing very little. She wore a short black bra on top and a pair of three-quarter shorts underneath. Her long, white legs were so dazzling that it made people dizzy. The only thing that was wrapped in thick bandages was his entire right arm, which looked very eye-catching. The woman slowly lifted her hood. She looked to be in her early 20s, but she had a pair of red and blue eyes that made people feel creepy. She stared at Lin Fan with curiosity for a while, then sniffed the air hard. With an intoxicated look on his face, he said, "Lin Fan, you smell so good. I've been waiting for you for a few days. Come with me?" After saying that, she licked her red lips uncontrollably, with an indescribable weirdness. Such a strange scene made Su Yun and Bai Mingji instantly alert, and they stood in front of Lin Fan together. "Who are you?" "Xia, take the master out!" The two issued a warning almost at the same time. Yu Xia grabbed Lin Fan's arm and tried to pull him towards the arena. While mumbling, "Commander Lin, that woman seems to be lusting after your body." "Xia, wait." Lin Fan stretched out his hand to stop Yu Xia. The strange behavior of the woman in front of him reminded him of the snow spirit in the deserted cave. It seems to be the same. Is it another status skill? But that's not right. An SSS-level Abyss Apostle can freely enter and exit the frontline base like this? Lin Fan opened the insight scan in confusion. Name: Li Ci. Age: 24. Unit: Assault Type B, non-upgradable. Comprehensive Combat Power: 380. Secret Information: Wild Beast Cell Transformer, right arm, possesses predatory form. Oh my god! She's not a human being! Su Yun Mengji, fuck her! Lin Fan gave the order subconsciously. If he encountered such a weird thing that looked like it was going to eat him, it was definitely not a good thing. Whoosh! Just as Bai Mingji and Su Yun unfolded their exoskeletons, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Li Ci's bandaged right hand suddenly swelled and grew larger. Next second, her right hand transformed into a rusty mechanical flying claw, whistling and shooting straight towards her from a distance. "It's those lunatics in the church!" Only after seeing this did Su Yun know the other party's identity. The Church of the Oracle, a man's church that is still expanding. They recruit mecha girls who have lost hope in life, transform them to improve their combat effectiveness, and capture some outstanding commanders. No one knows what their ultimate goal is. But the modified body of the mecha girl should also have the energy response of the wild beast. Why didn't the Grand Canyon base detect it? A look of anger appeared on Su Yun's face. Without thinking too much, she tried to intercept the flying claw while shouting behind her, "Bai Mingji, go protect Lin Fan!" But what she didn't expect was that the speed of the tattered flying claw was far beyond her imagination. Before Bai Mingji could take any action, the flying claw drew a large arc in the air. Then, he tightly clamped Lin Fan's body. Holy crap! The robot is using Q! Lin Fan only had time to shout this before he was dragged away by the flying claws. Seeing that Lin Fan was captured, Li Ci's face showed a crazy expression. "Lin Fan, give me your flesh and blood!" With a loud roar, her right arm expanded a little more, and sharp blade-like spikes popped out from its flying claws. "I give it to you! You're so disgusting!" As soon as Li Ci heard Lin Fan's voice, she felt an irresistible force coming from her right hand. Then, her modified flying claws, which she was so proud of, exploded like a watermelon. Amidst the splattered mechanical parts and flesh and blood, there was a black humanoid mecha. But the mini anti-tank gun on his shoulder had its black muzzle pointed at her head. Li Ci's grim smile froze. "No!" Boom! Lin Fan landed on the ground and moved, and the commander's armor that possessed him was instantly retracted. Looking at the half-dead corpse in front of him, Lin Fan frowned in disgust. At the same time, the explosion in the passage also attracted the attention of the patrol plane. At both ends of the tunnel, several teams of uniformed mecha girls, their exoskeletons fully powered, sped towards the explosion site. Chapter 68: Unite and Kick IS Out. In the passage, there was a smell of burnt protein, so disgusting that it made people want to vomit. 5 drops! 5 drops! Amid the sirens, several security girls equipped with jet fighters arrived at the scene first. Commander Lin? What's going on here? The leading guard captain, Xing Meng, is a middle-aged woman with short hair and a capable look. She retracted her pulse rifle and scanned the devastated scene with her sharp eyes. But when she saw the half-altered right arm and the flesh spuds still wriggling on the edge, she realized the seriousness of the matter. Is this a transformed body of the Oracle Church? How did this thing sneak into the Grand Valley base? Commander Lin, this... Xing Meng was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain. Suyun didn't care about all this. She was furious that her own Lin Fan was attacked. If it weren't for the commander's armor, the consequences would be really unimaginable. She stepped forward with a cold expression, the Dean's Majesty fully revealed. What the hell? How dare you ask us? Are the security department at the Grand Valley base just there to eat and do nothing? Or is it that the Grand Valley base is so poor that it can't even afford to maintain its radar array? You won't be able to discover it until the wild beasts rush into the base. Suyun moved forward step by step, and finally she was almost right in front of Xingming, looking down at her from above. Xingming was speechless after being questioned, and her face turned pale and blue. Everything Suyun said made sense. This was indeed a major dereliction of duty on the part of the base's defense and security systems. The explosion just now happened here, right? Oh my god, isn't that Lin Fan? Hiss. What's that thing on the ground? Go take a look. From the direction of the arena, bursts of curious exclamations were heard. After the individual competition ended, the commanders of each academy who had left the field were attracted by the sound of the explosion and rushed over. At this time, a group of commanders and mecha girls were standing 10 meters away, staring at the scene in the passage in amazement. Gudong. Lu Jinan looked at the horrific remaining tissue on the ground, and felt a chill on his back, and he unconsciously took a step back. Other commanders were also furious. Damn, isn't that what the church calls an Oracle warrior? Why would this thing appear in the deserted base? Damn! Are you kidding us with our lives? The commanders were outraged. But when he looked at Lin Fan and the 3 mecha girls beside him, his eyes were full of disbelief. You know, the Oracle warrior, who can completely transform part of his body into a wild beast, is a being that can confront mecha head-on. And every base in the wasteland has a giant jammer. While the jammer is active, although it can significantly reduce the wild beast's desire to attack the base, its disadvantages are also obvious. That is, the mecha girl cannot transform into a mecha. And Lin Fan's mecha girl killed the Oracle warrior just by relying on her exoskeleton form? What kind of magical operation is this? If this sneak attack was aimed at them. Thinking of this, many commanders broke out in cold sweat on their backs. Xingming was silent for a long time before bowing to Lin Fan. Commander Lin Fan, Dean Suyun, I'm very sorry to have frightened you. I will report this matter, and the base will issue a detailed investigation report later. She turned to the crowd of onlookers. Commanders, please keep this a secret for now and don't cause panic. Please! After saying that, she immediately ordered the scene to be cordoned off. Suyun snorted coldly, knowing that it was pointless to argue with the small guard captain. His tone was still cold. No need, I will ask Geng Baishan myself. How did a wild beast signal source sneak into the core area so brazenly? She turned to look at Lin Fan, her eyes instantly switching to concern mode. Lin Fan, you weren't injured just now, were you? Bai Mingji and Yu Xiya were even more anxious. They rushed over from the left and right, and their 4 little hands were touching Lin Fan all over his body. The inspection was very thorough. Lin Fan quickly took 1 hand each and held their 2 restless hands like pillows. Stop, stop, stop! Are you two checking in or taking advantage of me? I'm just so disgusted that I'm going to skip lunch later. After saying that, he did not stop and walked out of the passage with the two human-shaped pendants. Let's go, let's go. Even with such a big incident, not a single leader came. TSK, it would be funny if this was put in here on purpose. Behind him, there was only a mess on the ground and people with different thoughts. Not long after, in the VIP viewing room, the singles competition was over, but Gung Baishan just sat there with a gloomy face and didn't move. He had just cut off the communication projection with the Minister of Security, and with a click of his finger, another call was made. After a while, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and thin lips appeared in the projection. It was Zama, the dean of Elven Academy. Zama narrowed his eyes slightly, but a sneer played on the corner of his mouth. Dean Gung, does this matter require an explanation? Gung Baishan's face was as gloomy as water, and he kept rubbing the cracks on the solid wooden table. All the surrounding surveillance cameras have been destroyed, making investigation difficult. I just didn't expect that the church would dare to extend its claws into the Grand Valley base. Gung Baishan looked up and changed the subject. But the most urgent matter right now is the team qualifying match this afternoon. We can no longer let IS College stand out alone. Otherwise, where will our three major colleges put their reputation? Should we still move forward with the subsequent plans? But Zama seemed to have little interest in this, and even his expression did not change. An old fox who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Seeing this, Gung Baishan gritted his teeth and added, "Work together to kick IS out of the team competition first, and Griffin's share will be all yours. Also, I can get most of the half of the materials Lin Fan handed in." Zama's dead fish eyes finally moved, and a hint of greed flashed across them. In this way, apart from the false title of first place, Griffin can be said to have suffered a heavy loss this time. Okay, I'll have Diao De and Zhou Hai report to you right away. You can arrange the specific tactics. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately, as if he was afraid that Gung Baishan would go back on his word. Gung Baishan looked at the disappearing projection, and the muscles on his face twitched. Fortunately, Zama agreed to cooperate. It's just a little material, and I can earn it back if I'm late. With the two major academies joining forces, it was 15 against 3. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could still make any waves. At the same time that Gung Baishan was communicating with Zama, Jiang Wei was hiding in the secret room of his villa, constantly wiping the sweat from his head with a handkerchief. Ding ding ding! The shrill sound of the communication made him tremble all over. Squeak bang! The high-end wooden recliner broke apart with a heart-wrenching sound, and Jiang Wei was trapped inside. He didn't even bother to get up and hurriedly answered the call. Respected divine messenger. Yes, the plan to recover Lin Fan has failed. Jiang Wei's voice was shaking. After a few seconds of silence, a hoarse voice finally rang out. Remember to clean your ass and don't leave any evidence behind. To move forward with the federal relocation as planned, we need more fighters. Yes. I understand. Jiang Wei nodded repeatedly. After the communication was cut off, Jiang Wei collapsed in the pile of broken chairs, his eyes filled with excitement and fear. Chapter 69. Team competition is coming soon. Commercial break. At noon, the Federal Live broadcast room was still very popular. High above the arena, an extra-large holographic projection screen played the exciting kills in the individual competition in a rolling manner, which made people's blood boil. More than 99% of the Mechagirl spectators never left the stands. Instead, he chose to open the live broadcast interface of the bracelet and join the army of Barrage. Is there still something to argue about? Griffin Academy definitely has the top 3 spots. Humph. Online predictions say IS Academy has teamed up with Elven Academy to face Griffin in a 3v3 duel. Don't be ridiculous. IS only has one commander shortlisted. By the time the melee begins, he'll have been eliminated. You know shit. Where were you when Lin Shan was soloing an SSS level Titan? What's a mere 3 SS level beasts? Hilarious! Without the commander's control bonus, do you think an ordinary contracted mecha can win? Just when the barrage of comments was getting heated, Bang! The live broadcast room instantly went black, and even the barrage of comments on the screen were forcibly cleared. The entire arena suddenly fell silent. Tens of thousands of MechaGirl viewers subconsciously put away their bracelets and looked at the holographic projection in the air. Almost all the MechaGirls had excitement in their eyes. Here it comes! It's finally here! Make trouble! Make trouble! Raise the hatred value! Roar! A terrifying beast roar suddenly exploded from the depths of darkness. As the screen lights up. Seaside. A ferocious and terrifying SSS-level wild beast. Sea Abyss Beast opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards several civilian MechaGirls on the beach. The sharp claws flashed with a cold light, and were about to tear the delicate body into pieces. The horrifying scene caused exclamations from the audience. At this critical moment, a frog-shaped submarine mecha rose into the sky from the sea. The mecha's arms suddenly exerted force and grabbed the Abyss Beast's tail covered with bone blades. A violent windmill on the spot. He swung the huge SSS class, Sea Abyss Beast, into the deep sea. The camera switches and zooms in, gradually focusing on the submarine mecha. Two huge banners simultaneously hang down from above the cockpit. Griffin First Mecha Academy. Sincerely invite S-rank and above MechaGirls to study. Quiet. After the picture froze for a minute, the girls in the audience seats could no longer sit still. Huh! Just that's it. The recruitment advertisement is gone after it's posted? Where's the pre-match interview? Don't we interview the top 6 players every year? Yeah. After all this time, you're just going to show us an ad? What the hell? You took off your pants and this is what you're showing me? The entire arena instantly buzzed with sounds of discontent, one after another. You should know that in every pre-match interview, there will be commanders who advance to the top 6 and share their experience in fighting wild beasts. And the application of various weapons and tactical coordination, these can save lives at critical moments. But now, it's gone just like that. Please, be patient. A flash of light passed by, and the host Xing Xian appeared again. This time, she directly changed into a colorful, dazzling exoskeleton. She picked up the phone with a sweet fake smile on her face. Ahem, I received a message at the last minute. Griffin and Irvine's commanders are now studying the ultimate tactics for the team competition. In order not to disturb the commanders from formulating their tactics, this interview session has been temporarily cancelled. After she finished speaking, Xing Xian looked towards the audience seats nervously. This sudden news caught her off guard. Just as she was about to say something else, a round of boos came from the audience. Oh! Refund! Refund! Just when Xing Xian was at a loss, she raised her eyebrows and let out a long sigh. Wait! Everyone! Our reporter responsible for liaising with the IS Academy has just sent back exclusive frontline footage. Let's cut over the signal right away. Look at the dark horse of this individual competition. Master Lin Fan, what is he doing right now? Swish. The projection screen switches instantly. It turned out to be a 3-story villa that looked very comfortable. The telephoto lens suddenly moved forward and directly hit the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa. Then, tens of thousands of spectators were collectively petrified. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, I saw a young man in a loose robe slumped on the sofa in a completely ungraceful manner. He was holding a huge bag of potato chips in one hand and covering his stomach with the other, rolling around on the sofa with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god! Griffin's recruitment ad is so fucking brilliant! This idea is even more cheesy than my grandma's square dance. Ha ha! Ouch, the potato chips fell, what a shame to waste. The entire arena was silent for 3 full seconds and then... Puff! Ha 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 ha! Commander Lin is so cute and down to earth. Yeah, unlike the other commanders, who are all deadly serious. Sisters, we're fans of Commander Lin. Ha 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 ha! The deafening laughter instantly filled the entire arena. On the other side, the reporter's arrival was soon discovered by Lu Wei, who was in charge of surveillance. After she hurriedly blocked the camera, she welcomed 5 mecha girls with cameras into the villa. Villa living room. The reporter tried to hold back his laughter, and the microphone almost hit Lin Fan in the face. Commander Lin, this is truly a federal live broadcast, and the entire region can watch it. Also, may I ask, do you have any fair comments on the mecha teams from the two academies? Lin Fan put away the potato chips and licked the crumbs on his lips. He sat up straighter, a thoughtful look on his face. Evaluation? I took a quick glance at it this morning. Their combat style doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. The reporter said seriously. Yes, Griffin is the first mecha academy after all, and their commander. Lin Fan waved his hand and interrupted. Of course there's no advantage to it. There's no sense of accomplishment in winning. The reporter's mouth twitched as he forced himself back to the topic. Then what are your thoughts on the upcoming team competition? Lin Fan didn't answer, but instead suddenly moved closer to the camera. Oh right! You guys are broadcasting live to the entire region, right? Let me insert a hard advertisement now. I believe everyone has noticed the equipment carried on the IS Mecha? Now, fellow Mecha girls. All the instructors with special skills. IS Academy is about to expand, with good benefits and high salaries. Welcome to consult. After saying that, Lin Fan clenched his right fist and made a cheering gesture with a serious look on his face. Chapter 70 Confident Lu Jinan faced despair. Just after Lin Fan announced the news of IS Academy's expansion, the major colleges and universities that had been watching the live broadcasts were the first to get restless. It is August now, and there is only half a month left before the new girls sign the enrollment intention agreement in September. Once the information about IS's perfect weapons is exposed, how much of the new resource pie will be left in their bowls? You know, judging from the power it has demonstrated so far, IS's equipment manufacturing technology is far ahead of Lei Luo. So, the presidents of each university contacted their respective federal governments, with one core demand. Before new students report, the movement of high-level mecha girls across regions must be restricted. As for those low-level machines, they can be cannon fodder or logistics. Even if they all flock to the IS Academy, they wouldn't bother to take a second look. So that's what you were planning. Unfortunately, you can't wait until September. In front of the screen, Gung Baishan cut off the live broadcast with a sneer and dialed an encrypted call. Before he could speak, a majestic old woman's voice sounded first. I've seen it. I will increase publicity efforts for the events in Anha District and Ganlan District to ensure their maximum impact. It's not a big problem to merge District 9 as well. When the city defense forces withdraw, I want to see if those old stubborn people dare to stay where they are. Xiao Gung, you just need to make sure the team competition goes smoothly, and don't make any mistakes that would make things difficult for me. Yes, Chief, Gung Baishan replied in a deep voice. Not long after Gung Baishan hung up the phone, the public opinion online changed completely. Articles with shocking titles tore a hole in the explosive traffic of the competition and rose to the top. Alert! 2 safety zones have fallen in 24 hours. Anha 7 and Ganlan 8 are reduced to ruins. A scattered sand will inevitably perish. The merger and relocation of the Zhujiang mountain area is urgent. Whose cake was affected by the safe zone merger? Uncover the hidden hand behind it. As soon as these posts appeared, they instantly ignited public opinion and occupied the headlines of major college forums. But for some reason, whenever there was a voice of opposition, it would immediately disappear without a trace. The comments section quickly became a carnival scene for those supporting the merger. Go ahead and make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Gung Baishan put away the light screen, his lips curled up in a confident smile. These equipment manufacturing technologies will eventually belong to Griffin. He cast his gaze towards the arena. There is the first step in your plan. And at this time, the atmosphere in the arena had already reached its peak. The online public opinion did not affect the enthusiasm of the audience at all. Host Xing Xian flew in midair, her passionate shouts echoing throughout the audience. Dear audience! Welcome to the highly anticipated team competition. Is it Griffin and Elven College that defend the last glory of the 3 major colleges? Or will the Dark Horse IS Academy completely crush the legend and usher in a new era? The answer is today. Scream for the commander you support. Xing Xian's voice was extremely inspiring and instantly ignited the audience. Griffin! Lu Jinan! Griffin! Griffin! Invincible! Griffin Academy, playing at home, almost drowned out the entire stadium with cheers of support. But at this moment, in a corner of the arena, a somewhat fanatical shout suddenly broke out. Lin Fan is out! Commander Lin, charge! Take them down! Commander Lin, touch it! At the entrance of the passage, Lin Fan was walking out with his team of mecha girls. He had a lazy smile on his face and waved casually towards the fan area. Just this one action caused screams in the area again. This outrageous popularity made the 5 commanders next to him dumbfounded. They studied tactics for over an hour, and the wind direction changed like this. These fickle mecha girls. Humph, just a clown trying to attract attention. Lu Jinan suppressed his anger and walked towards the simulation cabin without looking back. Everyone, cheer up! Beat them to death! Crush Lin Fan and his crappy academy into rubble! Our glory must not be desecrated! And the other side. As soon as Lin Fan stood in front of the simulation cabin, he exaggeratedly covered his buzzing ears. TSK, it almost perforated my eardrum. He turned to look at Su Yun and grinned. Hey Dean Su, this wave of recruitment advertising is okay, right? My face is much more useful than those crappy mechas. Su Yun rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Stop talking nonsense and fight properly. If you lose... She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered a threat. Don't even eat dinner today! Go hungry! Lin Fan shrank back suddenly, a look of hurt on his face. So cruel! Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh no, what do you mean by dinner? Lin Fan had just finished teasing when he felt Su Yun's 2 fingers attacking the soft flesh on his waist. Without waiting for Su Yun to launch a spinning attack, he said seriously for a second. Yes. Please rest assured, Dean, I will ensure that the mission is completed. Otherwise, I'll be punished. I can't eat 3 dishes in one meal. Puff. Bai Mingji and Yu Xia beside them couldn't help laughing out loud. At this time, a taunt broke the relaxed atmosphere of the IS team. Lin Fan, take advantage of this moment to smile a little longer. I hope you can still laugh when you are carried out of the simulation cabin later. Lu Jinan's face, full of dissatisfaction, appeared on the holographic screen. We've already thoroughly studied your limited assets. Prepare to face despair. Lin Fan's smile didn't fade at all. When his own projection appeared on the big screen, he slowly scratched his ear with his little finger and spoke lazily. Tisk noob! Just practice more. Don't study this and that all day long. 3 against 1 and still getting killed. Runner-up Griffin, do you know how to play? The host Xing Xian quickly took control of the situation. Ha! As expected of the final battle, the commanders are all full of hostility. While the 6 commanders are connecting to the simulation cabin, Xingxuan will briefly explain the rules to new viewers. After entering the competition field, each commander has an initial position, which will trigger an attack by a tide of wild beasts every 10 minutes. No rules, only results. The ranking of the top 3 is determined solely by the length of time you hold your position. Pay attention. At the IS Academy, Commander Lin Fan is the only one fighting alone this time. Let us wish him good luck. As Xing Xian finished introducing the competition system, 6 pillars of light shot up into the sky, spaced hundreds of kilometers apart, and appeared in the virtual arena. Then, her astonished murmur resounded throughout the arena. What's going on? Give up. Chapter 71 Shameless Tactics, Public Outrage. In the virtual battlefield, the 6 commander light column positions are clearly visible everywhere. Just when the countdown for the first wave of wild beasts began, the 2 mecha teams from Elven Academy rushed out of the light column position at the same time, as if they had rehearsed. Next second. Buzz. The 2 beams of light representing Elven College went out instantly. As for Elven, Diaoda and Zhou Hai were controlling their main mechas and rushing at full speed towards the direction of the light column where Lu Jinan was. The remaining 4 ordinary contract mechas rushed straight towards the IS Academy's position. At the same time, two beams of light from the Griffin Academy position were instantly extinguished. Wang Lei led his mecha team towards Lu Jinan's position. Qing Xiaoyu, on the other hand, drove his iconic black Shadow Raider towards the mecha that rushed out of Erwin's position to meet up. 7 streams of light pushed the engine power to the limit. All top-level assault mechas. They have only one goal. Crush that isolated IS position, crush Lin Fan. Hold! The audience seats went crazy. Countless mecha girls stood up without caring about their image, pointing at the projection and cursing. 7 mad dogs! Starting with a siege? 7 fucking high-speed dogs! Are they still planning to cooperate with the wild beasts? The IS Academy only has 3 mechas in total. They're already struggling to defend against the beast tide, and they're also being bitten by 7 mad dogs. They're starting the game with this despicable siege. Griffin and Irving have no respect for their reputation. Even the host Xing Xian's voice trembled with disbelief. Oh my god! Dear audience! Shocking changes! Incredible tactics. No, this can no longer be called tactics. 7 top-level assault mechas are forming a terrifying hunting team, heading straight for Commander Lin Fan's position. Commander Lu Jinan's position, which combines the strength of 5 commanders, is as solid as a rock. This is simply... Xing Xian forced herself to hold back the rest of the words. There have been collaborations between colleges in previous years, but it was usually the disadvantaged colleges that collaborated to strive for that hard-earned glory. There has never been a college that has done such a great job despite having such a huge numerical advantage. Shameless tactical arrangement. The atmosphere in the arena has also plummeted from enthusiasm to freezing point. Feelings of anger, worry, and contempt spread throughout the audience, and countless abusive voices filled the entire arena. Griffin and Irving's actions have broken the bottom line of too many people, and they are just short of having "do whatever it takes to win" written on their faces. At the same time, in the IS Academy position 0050, 0049, the virtual wind and sand are howling, and the first wave of wild beasts is about to come. On the display screen of the simulation cabin, 7 dazzling high-speed light spots were gathering from different directions. However, in the command chair, Lin Fan supported his chin with one hand and was looking at the 7 red dots on the screen with great interest. There was a hint of interested smile on the corner of his mouth. He slowly stood up and stretched, his bones crackling. All right, whether it's for advertising or for Dean Su's big meal. Then, let's start serious mode. It's a good opportunity to experience the feeling of fighting 7 people at once. Mingji, get on! Buzz. Inside the glass mecha cockpit, the lighting was soft, and a familiar sense of connection instantly permeated my entire body. The excited smile on Lin Fan's lips gradually widened. At the same time, outside the mecha. Boom! The pair of extremely gorgeous, huge, colorful wings suddenly stretched out. The air was also ionized and crackling. Maximum power! Charge them! Lin Fan's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable fighting spirit. Whoosh! With a sharp whistling sound, the glazed mecha disappeared from its original location, leaving behind only a circle of colorful energy ripples. The next moment, the light had already appeared in the sky several kilometers away, and it took the initiative to rush towards the nearest assault mecha. Yushia poked out her little head. The big eyes are full of envy. Wow! Mr. Bai looks so cool when he flies. But my jetpack can only flutter like a bee, otherwise I could follow Commander Lin to fight. Su Yun looked at the approaching countdown, and, imitating Lin Fan, touched Yushia's head. She looked at the stars disappearing into the sky, her eyes narrowed into 2 crescents. We all have different abilities and our respective tasks. Xia, time is almost up, let them see our defensive capabilities. And when countless viewers saw the Lili mecha rushing out of the IS position, the arena, which was just filled with anger and worry, fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone's mouths opened wide and their eyes widened, watching the scene that subverted cognition in disbelief. The IS Academy is fighting alone. Lin Fan was surrounded by 7 high-speed mechas. He actually gave up on relying on the terrain to hold his position. Instead, he chose to pilot a mecha and attack alone? Or charge head-on? Countless audiences shouted again. Crazy, all fucking crazy. Oh my god! Isn't that an assault mecha? How can it fly so fast? It's colorful. Is this the equipment Commander Lin Fan mentioned? Oh. It's on fire! Fanshin is awesome! Girls! Who knows the newsletter for the IS Academy admissions office? I want to transfer now. After a brief moment of silence, there was a crazy scream like a tsunami. The atmosphere was ignited again. Xing Xian's voice broke completely with excitement. Out! 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 It appeared! Commander Lin Fan. He actually took the initiative to leave the defensive circle. Oh my god! His speed completely crushed those 7 assault mechas. Could it be that he was going to use the power of just one mecha to head-on intercept this hunting team consisting of 7 assault mechas? I got goosebumps all over my body. Commander Lin Fan, he has once again shown us what it means to have invincible confidence. Virtual battlefield high in the sky. Lin Fan felt the sense of control at his will, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Really? No man can refuse to fly freely in the sky. I can't refuse. He lightly tapped his finger, and the colorful wings of the glazed mecha shook slightly, and its speed soared again. The joy of fighting 7 against 1. Bai Mingji's voice sounded at the right time. Master, 4 kilometers ahead are 2 SS class Night Blades, and 1 SSS class Shadow Raider. Remaining contact time, 5 seconds. The next 4 will arrive in 12 seconds. Chapter 72, 1 vs 7, Instant Kill. Colorful streams of light tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. Cheng Xiaoyu, who was at the forefront of the assault formation, instantly froze the smirk on his face as a chill ran down his tailbone to his forehead. What the hell is this speed? An assault-type mecha is several times faster than a flying mecha. Suddenly, the horrifying scene of Lin Fan tearing the Titan mecha apart with his bare hands flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Not good. Fuck! 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 Stop it! Get back here! Get closer to me! Attack at the same time! Cheng Xiaoyu screamed at the top of his lungs over the communication band. He desperately controlled the joystick, and the giant alloy feet of the Shadow Raider plowed 2 trenches several meters deep on the ground. With a sudden brake and a sideways roll, this assault mecha, known for its agility, barely managed to stabilize its body. Afterwards, the other 6 mechas also retreated in a hurry. The 7 mechas instantly changed from a ferocious killing formation to a slightly chaotic defensive formation. Cheng Xiaoyu's heart was beating wildly uncontrollably, and a feeling of being stared at by an apostle of the abyss rose in his heart. Fortunately, the other 6 advanced mechas around him gave him a little confidence. He took a deep breath and tried to boost his courage by shouting, Lin Fan! Don't think you're awesome just because you drive a fancy mecha? Don't think of sparing us and attacking the rear! Today I will. Buzz! Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan's glass mecha suddenly hovered in the air less than a kilometer away from them. Right after, the pair of huge colorful wings suddenly flapped to the sides like a peacock spreading its tail. Whoosh! 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 A total of 64 dragon cavalry floating cannons that looked like crystal pyramids instantly scattered out from the roots of the light wings. They spread out across the sky, forming a spherical cage that enveloped all 7 mechas on the ground. Sizzle! A harsh high-frequency sound rang out. The muzzles of the 64 crystal pyramids lit up with a faint blue light at the same time, illuminating the entire area with a fluorescent blue. No! Cheng Xiaoyu just screamed. Next second! Boom! 64 laser beams shot out at the same time, instantly interweaving into a dazzling cage net. Extreme light and heat instantly engulfed the battlefield. Inside the arena, the girls who were cheering for Lin Fan just a second ago all covered their eyes. Oh! My eyes! They're blind! Did Master Lin just use his ultimate move? Which sister is still watching? Squeak! Squeak! I can't see anything! Since when, more than 90% of the Mecha Girl audiences have already stood on Lin Fan's side. The extreme anticipation brought by the unknown makes everyone's adrenaline soar. The host, Xing Xian, barely took a glimpse through her fingers. Excitedly explaining. Oh my! Oh my! Is this the IS Academy's ultimate trump card? Dear audience, Commander Lin Fan has unleashed a terrifying laser matrix. Those 7 assault mechas that we're trying to surround and kill. Is there anything left? The only one who hadn't closed her eyes yet was Yanke, who was watching the live broadcast in the lounge. The moment the floaters dispersed, she put on her special goggles in a flash, with her entire face almost touching the light curtain. Her fingers moved unconsciously, as if trying to catch the flying floaters. 64, a full 64? How can a mecha carry so many floating guns at the same time? Consciousness diversion? Or intelligent brain coordination? This is so dreamy. Her eyes flashed with the green light unique to scientific research maniacs. This must be the equipment technology that Lin Fan mentioned. Next second, she suddenly cut out the light curtain, cancelled the visit application she had sent earlier, and dragged it into the recycle bin. No! Why are you applying for it? Yanke cursed softly and hit herself on the head. Then, the exoskeleton instantly covers the entire body. After knocking a hole in the outer wall of the lounge, she determined the direction and flew straight towards the arena. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Must join IS Academy. If Lin Fan disagrees, he'll just hang on his legs and refuse to leave. And at this time in the virtual battlefield, the bright lights slowly faded away, revealing a hellish scene. 6 mechas that were burned by lasers collapsed to the ground, and the red molten iron was sizzling and emitting a pungent smell. The cockpit of each mecha was pitch black. The edges of the body have also begun to turn into data streams, slowly dissipating. The only thing that's still moving. It was the Shadow Raider mecha that Qing Xiaoyu was driving. At the moment the floating cannon launched the attack, he relied on extreme dodging movements to avoid being hit directly in the core. However, the right shoulder and right leg joints of the mecha were pierced, and the entire right mechanical arm, along with the right calf, were melted cleanly. At this time, his only remaining left arm was scraping at the scorched earth in vain, trying to prop up the fuselage. In the cockpit, Qing Xiaoyu's face was pale. The surprise attack team he was so proud of couldn't even block a single attack. This is Lin Fan's strength? He trembled and cut off the communication channel. Brother Lu, the harassment tactics failed to execute. Lin Fan attacked in his glazed mecha, and the surprise attack team was completely wiped out. Hurry up and tell the mole to speed up. Only by taking down the ISIS positions can we. Sizzle. The only answer he got was a sharp electrical noise. Is the remote communication module damaged? Song Jinwoo closed his eyes bitterly. Thinking of the lofty ambitions he had expressed when he had promised during the discussion at noon, he wanted to slap himself twice. He shook his head bitterly and turned on the mecha's speaker. Lin Fan, I have lost my combat ability and will not pose any threat to you. Can you give me a quick death? It's a live broadcast across the entire region. We're all brothers, so give us some respect. I'm happy, but you're not. Lin Fan was in the cockpit, humming happily. As he controlled it with his mind, 64 Dragon Cavalry floating cannons connected into 2 beams of light and fell back to the base of the light wings. Listening to the other party's cowardly plea for mercy, his eyes rolled around. That's right, after all, it's a live broadcast across the entire region. Then try harder! As Lin Fan finished speaking, the glazed mecha suddenly dived down and swung out the particle shock whip at the same time. Bang! The whip precisely wrapped around the Shadow Raider's neck. Hey man, have you ever flown a kite? The Liuli mecha pulled its whip with satisfaction, hanging the nearly scrapped Shadow Raider mecha in midair. Lin Fan then opened the team chat. Su Yun! You and Shuya, keep an eye on the house and be on guard against a surprise attack from those old 6. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll take this commander for a walk across the street. Finished. The glazed mecha dragged half of a smoking humanoid kite and flew arrogantly towards the only beam of light in the enemy's position. Chapter 73 Package delivered, please sign for it. This is all right. Commander Lin Fan fought 1 against 7, instantly killing 6 high-level mechas. No wonder he dared to charge in alone, he's too strong. Wow. The glazed mecha didn't choose to return, but instead hijacked Commander Cheng's Shadow Raider and headed straight for the joint position of the 2 academies. My mother! The host Xing Xian seemed to have forgotten her job and was so excited that she spoke incoherently. The arena is completely boiling. The girls who had been feeling frustrated for a long time all stood up. Commander Lin! Charge! Kill them all! Come on, Commander Lin! Come on, IS Academy! Kill these shameless people! Everyone was shouting wildly, and the anger that had been pent up in their chests was finally released. It was originally thought that Lin Fan would die under the siege of 7 mechas, and the best-case scenario was that he would take a few mechas with him before he died. But who could have imagined this ending? Flash sale. A devastating instant kill. At this time, the 2 major colleges formed a joint position. The deafening roar echoed in the canyon. 3 huge SS-level scorpion-shaped wild beasts are frantically besieging a green bull mecha that is completely green and holding a giant axe. Inside the cockpit of the Qingyo mecha, Lu Jinan's face was calm as he controlled the mecha to make a fierce side attack. Boom! The huge alloy axe smashed into the connection between the skull and the scorpion-shaped wild beast with a loud bang. Snap! The shell shattered, green blood spurted out, and the wild beast rolled out screaming. Behind the Qingyo mecha, the main mechas driven by Zhou Hai and Diao De, and the other 3 ordinary contract mechas, did not join the battlefield. Seeing Lu Jinan's fierce attack, Zhou Hai immediately flattered him. Beautiful! Commander Lu! That axe strike of yours was amazing! As expected of Griffin's high-end combat power, if it were me, 2 wild beasts would be the limit. I just don't know how many fans are watching your heroic performance in the live broadcast room, ha ha ha. Diao De couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Sourly added, it seems that the combat capability of our Owen mecha is still quite different from that of Griffin. Commander Lu is truly amazing, capable of taking on 3 enemies at once. He was also thankful for the choice made by his dean. Otherwise, with his and Zhou Hai's fighting ability, Lu Jinan alone is enough to give them a headache. Snap, hiss. While everyone was chatting and laughing, the shoulder armor of the Blue Bull mecha suddenly bounced open, and several thick laser cannons fired again. Boom! Boom! Amid the roar of artillery fire, the 3 scorpion-shaped wild beasts were forced to retreat again and again. Lu Jinan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, enjoying the feeling of being in control of the overall situation. You two, please don't flatter me. Owen is famous for his mecha tactics. We are far inferior to him in this regard. Oh right. No news from Chen Xiaoyu yet? Where is Wang Lei's mole team? Zhou Hai, who was in charge of communications, froze. Commander Qing, the last update was that they encountered their target, and then they lost contact. But with 7 mechas, it shouldn't be a big problem. Wang Lei replied that in 10 minutes at most, we'll be able to reach the rear of the IS position. If we take both approaches at the same time, there's absolutely no chance that ISIS will be able to hold on. Lu Jinan frowned slightly. Lost contact? Diao De quickly tried to smooth things over. Commander Qing was probably too engrossed in the fun to pay attention to the communication. Or maybe there's some jammer over there on the IS side. Commander Lu, don't worry. If there really was a situation, the other mechas would have retreated long ago. Just then, the detection mecha stationed on the side reported. Commander Lu, we have detected 2 high-speed energy reactions flying towards us. 2? Zhou Hai's eyes rolled. Great! Commander Cheng must have lured that Lin Fan out. Maybe they crippled one of his mechas and dragged it back as a trophy. Ha ha! Lu Jinan's tense heart finally relaxed a little. Holding a huge axe, he chopped a scorpion-shaped wild beast into 2 halves. Sudden! The pilot girl in charge of high altitude alert exclaimed. Commander Lu! Look up in the sky! What is that? Lu Jinan put away his axe and looked up. High in the sky above the canyon, a glazed mecha was hovering there, its huge wings of light flapping slowly, making people dizzy. And underneath it, a whip flashing with particle light, like a dog leash, dangles a black mecha wreckage. That paint color and mecha outline. Song Jinwoo's Shadow Raider? Before he could react, the glazed mech casually swung its arm, and the nearly scrapped Shadow Raider fell straight down from a height of 100 meters. Bang! As the Shadow Raider landed, the glazed mecha did not choose to return, but instead found a huge protruding stone pillar and sat down leisurely. What followed was Lin Fan's mocking voice. Oi, the one across the street! The package has arrived! Who can come out and sign for it? It took so long to kill 3 little reptiles. Are you guys that bad? Do you need Didi to help you? This moment, Lu Jinan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. All the speculations, flattery, and confidence in victory have become a huge joke. Qin Xiaoyu wasn't luring the enemy. He was being treated like garbage and sent back. An unprecedented extreme humiliation and rage exploded in Lu Jinan's chest. But the next second, his mouth opened as wide as it could, and the anger on his face was replaced by ecstasy. This guy actually dared to show off here alone. They have 3 top commanders here. Coupled with the Academy's newly developed SS-level equipment, it perfectly matches his Blue Bull mecha. If he can't even take down Lin Fan, he has no use staying in the command world. And the instigator of all this, Lin Fan. Sitting in the cockpit of the glazed mecha, he was happily counting the number of the enemy. 1, 2, 3. The number is wrong. These guys don't have strong abilities, but they are quite cunning. I don't know how the 2 missing ones disappeared. Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned on the communication band and reminded again. Suyun confirmed, there are 2 mechas missing here. If you're okay, just cover it with fire. Also, be careful underground, that's the most likely place. If you catch one, remember not to kill it too quickly. Don't waste the free advertising. Yes, got it. Commander Lin. Yu Xia replied immediately. Okay, Lin Fan, be careful. Just leave this to me. Su Yun also replied confidently. The signature hand-rubbing gesture appeared again, and Lin Fan glanced at the Shadow Raider mecha under his feet with a smile. TSK, what's next? Surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements? But these heartless guys don't have such noble consciousness. Chapter 74 Griffin Backhand. Until the second wave of wild beasts refreshed. 5 SS rank wild beasts rushed out from the depths of the canyon, tearing the half-broken Shadow Raider on the ground into pieces bit by bit. There was still no response from the joint camp of the 2 houses. Oh, these bird people. Just like that, the glazed mecha sat on the stone pillar and held up its chin. And until then, the director who was responsible for capturing the footage discovered that there was something wrong with the number of mechas in the alliance between the 2 houses. Because Lin Fan's previous operation was too dazzling, 90% of the display screen was locked on the glass mecha. After a frantic search, the director finally found the target. The live broadcast screen instantly switched to the pitch-black underground. The ferocious drill of the mole mecha was advancing madly underground. With the help of the faint light on the mecha behind him, the all-nitrogen anion explosion logo carried by a shield-defending mecha hit the audience's heart like a heavy hammer. Many mecha girls belonging to Griffin angrily tore off the Golden Griffin seal and stepped on it hard the moment they saw the picture. A wave of curses followed. Fuck your dad! Use the body bomb! Griffin is so fucking insidious! He even dares to use self-destruction? Where's the face? Where's the face of the First Academy? This is a betrayal of the spirit of the contract. Griffin must give an explanation to all the mecha girls. The official live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. Shameless! Despicable! Griffin, get out of the mecha world! It's over. An S-Class Fortress mecha can't withstand a close-range SS-Class explosive. Damn it! That's too shameless! You know, the self-destruction tactic of the machine has been unanimously opposed by all the mecha girls since it was introduced. Although this tactic can allow any low-level machine to instantly exert a lethality close to SSS level. But the price is the life of the mecha girl. Especially the mecha girls with soul contracts, they have no ability to resist the commander at all. Although it is just a simulated battle now, this action has also caused a strong response. 500 meters underground. Wang Lei was completely oblivious to the outside world's reaction. He stared at an energy signal on the command screen with a cruel smile on his face. Humph, you still have to rely on me at critical moments. Shinryu, I'll go and contain that invisible medical mecha. You charge like hell. Get to the core of the IS fortress and take them all offline. After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned on the onboard ultrasonic scanner, his eyes fixed on an unnatural energy fluctuation. IS Academy position. Su Yun naturally also saw the refreshed group of wild beasts. She did not choose to open fire at full force, but instead only fired a few rounds of anti-tank rockets at the tide of wild beasts. Boom, boom, boom! 3 rockets hit the target accurately, breaking the front legs of the wild beast in the front, causing the momentum of the wild beast's charge to suddenly come to a halt. The top of the fortress mecha. Yushia has activated the shadow mode, with 2 robotic arms fixed on the fortress mecha, but her eyes are constantly scanning the surrounding ground. Director Su, there's no one underground yet. No! There's something underground. It's so fast. The combat mecha's mechanical arm instantly detached and swooped down. Boom! Only 50 meters away from the fortress mecha, the ground suddenly exploded with sand. A mole mecha rushed out like a bulldozer with a madly spinning drill. We're finally here! Ha ha! Little bug, you want to sneak attack me? Wang Lei laughed wildly, and the huge drill, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, rushed straight towards the combat healing mecha. Yushia reacted extremely quickly, and the ROC electromagnetic gun instantly focused its fire on the mole's forelimb joints. But something strange happened. Those electromagnetic rays seemed to be attracted by a magnet. Their trajectories suddenly deviated, and they were all shattered by the high-speed rotating drill. What is this? Yushia exclaimed. Behind the combat healing mecha, the jetpack gushed out blue flames, and the body of the mecha suddenly bounced backwards to create distance. Run? Can you run? Just turn into scrap metal. Ha! Wang Lei grinned. The mole mecha is chasing closely, and the huge drill is getting closer and closer to the combat healing mecha. Yushia had just dodged the sudden attack of the drill, but suddenly caught a glimpse of the shield-defending mecha charging forward, as well as the explosive pack mounted on it. Dean Su! There's a bomb! They're targeting you! Under Yushia's horrified eyes, the CNM main gun of the fortress mecha had not yet been fully charged, and only a dozen tracking missiles whizzed towards the shield defense mecha. But the shield defense mecha actually withstood this wave of firepower, and its speed increased instead of decreasing, and it crashed hard into the base of the fortress mecha. Boom! The shield-defending mecha, along with the giant explosive pack it carried, turned into a terrifying fireball that devoured everything. Countless hot metal fragments shot out in all directions. Dean Su! The 4 mechanical arms of the combat healing mecha held tightly to the surface of the ground, so it was not blown away by the shock wave. The red cross on his chest shone brightly. Angel's Embrace! Activate! Circles of rich green healing energy rapidly spread outward with the combat healing mecha as the center. The alloy on the edge of the hole that was blown open in the fortress mecha was still emitting red-hot smoke, but under the flushing of green energy, it was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaoya, I'm fine. Lin Fan specially equipped me with PS phase armor. Su Yun's voice came, without even much emotional fluctuation. This little attack can't hurt me. Have you forgotten the tie-in coating? Be careful of the one burrowing behind you. As he spoke, the CNM cannon, which had been fully charged, fired out with great force, directly melting the 4 wild beasts that rushed forward. Yushia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head suddenly and looked at the mole mecha that was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. Her eyes were frighteningly cold. Commander Lin! Yu Xiuya's voice was filled with tears and fear, and she shouted directly into the communication channel. That bastard from Griffin used a self-destruct. Dean Su is seriously injured. There's another enemy here now. There was no movement on the other end of the line. Immediately afterwards, a voice filled with suppressed anger exploded. I'll fuck his ancestors for 18 generations. There were a few more seconds of suffocating silence. Lin Fan's voice, filled with a chilling chill, floated out from the communication channel. Xiaya, go into rampage mode. Tear off the iron sheets on his body piece by piece. Remember, don't kill him, let him enjoy it. Got it. Commander Lin! The hesitation in Yu Xiuya's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by cold murderous intent. Buzz. The red cross light on the chest of the combat healing mecha suddenly went out. Immediately afterwards, a low buzzing sound was heard. On the originally pure white and sacred surface of the machine, a thick black liquid was gushing out from the gaps in the armor. In just a few seconds, it turned into a pure black mecha exuding a cold aura. A scarlet spot of light suddenly lit up at the position of its mask, illuminating the mole mecha that had just crawled up from the ground. Locked tightly. And the other side. The glass mecha, which had been sitting quietly, slowly stood up. Chapter 75, Begging for Mercy? Output max. Meng-Ji, you heard it too. You dared to play dirty with me. I'll let them experience the feeling of being blown into fireworks. Lin Fan's tone was filled with anger. Yes, Master. Following by Ming-Ji's delicate cry, dazzling blood-colored energy exploded from all over the body of the glazed mecha. Explosive flash is activated, and combat power instantly soars by 50%. Bang! The stone pillars under the mecha's feet were directly shattered into pieces by the dissipated energy. The blood-colored mecha turned into a stream of death and rushed straight to the position of the alliance of the two houses. Snort! Lu Jinan sneered. He caught Lin Fan's movements at the first moment. Are you getting anxious? That must be because you received the news of the mole mecha's sneak attack. Want to compete on the speed of capturing the position? You wish. Immediately, Lu Jinan shouted arrogantly in the team chat. Everyone, pay attention! Wait until he gets close before focusing your fire. We must rip his bird wings off in the first round. Take back the glory you lost in the individual competition. All here. The order just came. The Blue Ox mecha exerted force suddenly and inserted the handle of the Starry Sky Guarding Axe into the ground. Buzz. A huge mesh energy shield stood up, protecting the Alliance position and a group of mechas at the rear. Lu Jinan looked at the energy shield activated by this SS-level equipment, and couldn't help but feel full of confidence. He laughed wildly at the blood-red mecha that was charging at him at high speed. Lin Fan! Keep charging if you have the guts. Your grandpa is waiting for you here. Ha ha ha, I think you could have died more gloriously if you had crashed directly into the energy shield. Seeing this, the other Alliance mechas also retreated into formation. Various gun muzzles and barrels stored energy simultaneously, locking onto the Liuli mecha. Just when Lu Jinan thought he had victory, Lin Fan's whisper spread throughout the entire battlefield. Floating guns! Out! Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 64 blood-red streams of light shot out from the back of the mecha, leaving trails behind. Next second, the overwhelming blue laser beams hit the positions of the two-house alliance like a rainstorm. What the hell? Lu Jinan's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw so many floating cannons. What the hell is this? Doesn't the federal data say there's only one group? Quick! Hide in the Star Dome energy shield! Quick! He urged anxiously. If one or two of these SS-class laser beams hit the machine, it would be more than just damage to the body. Buzz! He frantically increased his energy output, and the light of the protective shield suddenly increased. The grid-like energy shield transformed into a turtle shell. Boom! 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 As the energy shield expanded, intensive explosions erupted crazily. However, the Dragoon floater has an abnormally fast firing rate. 3 ordinary mechas that were a little slower in movement, along with 5 attacking SS-level wild beasts, were instantly turned into sieves by the dense laser beams. There was no blood or flesh flying everywhere, the parts that were hit were directly vaporized. Inside the Star Dome energy shield, only 3 main mechas are left: Lu Jinan, Zhou Hai and Yao De. They looked at their teammates and wild beasts who disappeared in an instant outside, and were all stunned. What the hell is this firepower? If it weren't for this SS-level defensive shield, would they have gone home directly in one wave? Outside the protective cover, wave after wave of laser beams caused the energy shield to vibrate violently. Every explosion made their hearts skip a beat. Commander Lu, what should we do? Zhou Hai swallowed. Wang Lei's, the mole mecha has also lost contact. Wang Lei's loss of contact announced the failure of the sneak attack tactics. The alliance of the 2 houses, only these 3 mechas are still struggling to survive. But with the firepower coverage area of this floating gun, let alone counterattack, now they can't even show up. Lu Jinan just felt like a drained old ox, with the energy in his body being madly extracted by the star shield. He yelled in a timid manner, trying to cheer up his own side. Pandemic, what are you panicking about? My Starry Sky energy shield is also SS grade. Defensive equipment uses less energy than offensive equipment. With so many of his floaters firing simultaneously, how long can he hold out? Pay attention, and while his energy is depleted, both of you should take him down for me. 10 seconds. The energy shield shook violently. 30 seconds. The attack continues. 1 minute. Lu Jinan gritted his teeth and held on, his face extremely pale, but the laser rain outside the shield showed no signs of weakening. Crack! An extremely sharp cracking sound clearly reached his ears. A tiny crack appeared on the grid surface of the Star Dome energy shield, appearing in the area with the most intense bombardment. No! Impossible! My SS-level shield! Lu Jinan screamed, and the last bit of hope he had turned to ashes. The color drained from his face, leaving only endless despair and bitterness. Before the team competition began, they chose this most vicious tactic from countless tactics. He attempted to defeat Lin Fan by crushing him. He even fantasized countless times about how he would greet the audience's cheers after the team competition. And the reward the Academy promised him. But he never thought that there would be such a perfect tactic and such a huge disparity in numbers. In the end, it was a complete failure. Commander Lu! Commander Lu! Can't you hold on any longer? Or should we surrender? Although we won't die, the pain will be 100% simulated. On the other side, inside the cockpit of the Liuli mecha, Yu Shiya's timid voice rang out over the team's communication. Commander Lin, Dean Su has fully recovered. It's just, I accidentally killed that mole mecha. It was the commander who committed suicide, not me. Yu Shiya's voice became smaller and smaller. Lin Fan listened to Yu Shiya's timid report, and his anger subsided a little. He rubbed the goose bumps on his arms and comforted himself. It's okay, Shiya, you did a great job, I'll be done soon. Just then, suddenly, pleas for surrender emerged from the public channel. Surrender! Surrender! Grandpa Lin! We surrender! Yeah, no more fighting! Stop attacking! We surrender! We surrender! Lin Fan's brows, which had just relaxed a little, twisted into knots again in an instant. Mingji, it's time to call it a day and get off work. Energy output, max! Buzz! At the muzzles of the 64 floating cannons, blood-colored energy instantly condensed to the extreme. Boom! The next moment, a laser torrent several times more powerful than before mercilessly bombarded the energy shield. Snap! 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 Bang! The Starry Sky energy shield shattered like glass, breaking into light spots all over the sky. No! No! Boom! The desperate howls of Lu Jinan and the other 2 were completely drowned out by the deafening explosion. Chapter 76. The battle ends, undercurrent surges. Arena scene. At the moment the energy shield exploded, tens of thousands of Mecha Girl spectators stood up in unison. Deafening screams and applause swept across the entire Grand Valley base like a tsunami. Is Lin Shin! Lin Shin! Lin Shin! Invincible! Invincible! Individual competition crushed. A 3-on-15 comeback in the team competition. Single-handedly attack 13 advanced mechas. On this aquatic planet where the level of the machine determines everything, Lin Fan broke this curse with his actual combat results. In the audience, more than 99% of them were mecha girls who had not yet signed a contract with the commander. Right now, they had suppressed their emotions for too long and finally found an outlet. Wow, lost minds? What's going on? Lin Fan, who had just come out of the simulated battlefield, was shocked by the thundering scene. What's going on? Before entering the virtual battlefield, the fans were obviously just a few. But I'm still confused. Lin Fan instantly switched to relaxation mode. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to the podium in the center of the venue. He rotated 360 degrees and waved to the audience in all directions. What responded to him was an even crazier scream. The air in the entire arena was filled with the smell of hormones and worship. In the shade, Lu Jinan and the others who had just been forced out of the virtual field looked uglier than if they had eaten a fly. They looked at the elegant figure on the podium, and then thought about the miserable situation of their own group. A huge sense of shame surged in their hearts. Go! Get the fuck out of here! Oh shit! After cursing inwardly for a few times, they hurriedly ordered their mecha girls to stay behind to receive the trophy, and then they fled the arena in a panic. Staying for one more second is a deep torture. Lin Fan. A trembling female voice sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned around and found Su Yun standing behind him without him noticing. The usually dignified and graceful mature female dean now had red eyes and was shaking with excitement. Thank you? Su Yun's voice was choked with sobs. I never dreamed that IS Academy would be able to achieve such a result. Before she could finish her words, she opened her arms and hugged Lin Fan tightly. And beside Su Yun. Bai Mingji's cold and majestic face turned red at this moment, and even her fair neck was dyed pink. Her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Lin Fan. On the other side, Yushuya's big eyes were full of shining stars. If Dean Su hadn't taken action first, she would definitely be the first to pounce on him and be used as a pendant. Su Yun, be gentle. Lin Fan patted Su Yun's back with difficulty, feeling that he was almost suffocated by 2 high-performance airbags. He has never been so injured in any competition. Su Yun's hug immediately brought the atmosphere to a climax. It took a full 10 minutes before the frenzied atmosphere cooled down a little. The host, Xing Xian, finally landed beside Lin Fan and picked up the microphone, trying to control the situation. Quiet! Everyone, please be quiet. This month's team survival competition has concluded successfully. Congratulations to IS Academy for topping the list. Commander Lin Fan. Well deserved. Xing Xian paused, then gritted her teeth and continued. Second place goes to Griffin Academy, Lu Jin. The huge booing instantly drowned out her subsequent words. Xing Xian quickly tried to make amends. Ahem. I understand how everyone feels. She didn't explain any more, but quickly handed the microphone to Lin Fan. Now let us welcome the champion commander, Lin Fan. Tell me about your combat experience and feelings. Xing Xian moved closer to Lin Fan. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he quickly explained. Lin Shin, please save the situation. Please, please, please. Your reward will be arranged for tomorrow, and someone will contact you then. Lin Fan nodded and then took the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fan. His voice was not loud, but it instantly quieted the noise. Thank you all for your love and support. Let's not talk about my experience in combat based on pure talent. But the equipment you see is indeed newly developed equipment technology from the IS Academy. He paused and gave a meaningful smile. Any of you can get these if you dare to fight. I almost forgot to add the most important point. Lin Fan cleared his throat. From today on, IS Academy is only open to mecha girls. As for the commander, I don't want any of them. Finished. Lin Fan grinned and returned the microphone to Xing Xian, who was standing beside him. After a brief silence, the whole audience burst into even more joyful laughter. Puff! Ha ha! Lin Shan, something's wrong with you. What are you planning to do? Of course they are planning to. Otherwise, why would they only recruit us mecha girls? Lin Shan, there are tens of millions of mecha girls in the Zhishan area. Can your body handle it? Ha 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 ha. The entire arena instantly turned into a sea of joy. At the same time, high in the sky, on that 9 Scorpion stealth fighter, Suran, this Lin Fan, is quite interesting. Zi Ningxuang, with her blue hair like a waterfall, looked at the live broadcast screen, and her beautiful eyes were shining. I admit that he's very capable in combat, but were those weapons really made by him? She closed the live broadcast interface, with a hint of disbelief in her tone. As a commander, possessing such powerful combat power is an unprecedented feat. But no matter how you look at it, Lin Fan doesn't look like he can build airborne weapons. Suran smiled slightly when he heard this. Ms. Ningxuang, even if you gave me 100 courages, I wouldn't dare to joke about this. She took a sip of tea and pouted angrily at the seat not far away. Otherwise, do you think your district chief grandmother can personally take action? Ever since she handed over her weapons and reported Lin Fan's deeds in the deserted cave, the mayor of District 9, who always stayed behind the scenes, unexpectedly left the safe zone and boarded a fighter plane to the Grand Canyon. She was also very shocked by this. A little further away, an energetic old woman with neatly combed white hair stared out the window without saying a word. It was the director of Federal Security Zone 9, Violet. Zi Ningxuang looked in the direction Suran pointed, a look of deep worry appearing on her face. She felt a little scared when she thought of the monsters transformed by the church. She said to the old man at the window, Grandma, actually it's okay for me to come over this time. Even the Oracle warriors have appeared at the Grand Valley base. You really don't need to take any risks. The old man withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharp as a knife, but his voice was full of unquestionable certainty. Ningxuang, the Oracle warriors are nothing more than wild beasts in human skin. They are nothing to be feared. Right now, nothing is more important than tying Lin Fan firmly to our District 9. Besides, I'm almost half buried in the ground, so it's not a big deal. After saying that, she tightened the thin blanket around her and looked out the window again. The stagnant waters of the Grand Valley base are about to be completely stirred up by this brat Lin Fan. I hope I can catch up. Inside the fighter plane, the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Chapter 77 Advertising is Effective, Planning. Exclusive exit channel for commanders. Lin Fan was heading towards the exit. The traces of the battle with the Oracle warriors have been restored, and there are even several teams of patrol guard mechas armed with live ammunition. The roars from the direction of the arena grew quieter. As soon as Lin Fan led the team out of the passage, he couldn't help but stretch. Finally, it's all over. He looked hopeless. This whole award interview process is more tiring than a fight. As soon as the words fell, at the front of the passage, a figure suddenly emerged from the corner. It was Yan Ke, who had been waiting for a long time. This pillar of scientific research at Leiluo College seemed a little uneasy at the moment. She gathered her emotions, then pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose and said, Dean Suyun! Commander Lin Fan! I want to join the IS Academy. Excuse me, what are the entry requirements for scientific researchers at your institute? After saying that, he waited for a reply with a serious face. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the Purification Princess? She's here to apply for a job? It's not just about material purification, if she can break through the sparse barriers in the system equipment. Does that mean she has hope of replicating the system equipment? Just as he was about to agree, Su Yun, who was beside him, came forward quickly, bringing with her a gust of fragrance. Su Yun's face was filled with joy that was hard to conceal. Lin Fan's casual words before unexpectedly really attracted Lei Luo's treasure. With her joining, the scientific research level of IS College will definitely be raised to several levels. Thinking of this, Suyun grabbed Yenka's hand. Director Yen! How dare we, the IS, make any demands on a national treasure like you? As long as you can come, you can ask for the salary. Yenka was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he didn't get the answer he wanted, and he looked at Lin Fan beside him hesitantly. Lin Fan grinned. He added at the right moment, Director Yen, come with peace of mind. I can't say anything else about ISIS, but I'm sure they'll have enough research funding, and of course, all the equipment you want. Really? Yenka's eyes lit up behind the lenses. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, Commander Lin. I don't really have any requirements for salary. As long as I can get food and accommodation and do research, that's fine. I'm going to go back and pack my things and report to the academy later. After saying this, the scientific research fanatic turned around and ran away without any more greetings. Suyun looked at Yenka's disappearing back, still finding it hard to believe. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and pressed half of her body against him. TSK, Commander Lin. Suyun's eyes flickered, and her voice was filled with teasing and deep pride. It seems that your lethality is not limited to the battlefield? Look, just one sentence has brought Lei Luo's precious child here. From the beginning, the girls in the admissions office have been urging me to add more staff. I see. Our original expansion plan will have to be multiplied several times over. The college is probably going to be in deficit. Lin Fan listened to Suyun's teasing and naturally heard the Versailles flavor in it. Expanding the IS College has always been Suyun's goal, and now success is imminent. Lin Fan suddenly turned around and glanced in the direction of the exit passage. Okay, leave the pressure for tomorrow. I heard, there's a commercial area at the Grand Valley base? Let's go! Boss Lin will pay for all the expenses. Yeah! Long live God Lin! Ha! Yu Xiaya jumped and cheered. Suyun gave him a charming look and said, You spendthrift old man. Enter the Grand Valley Business District. After meeting up with Lu Wei, the group had a simple dinner, and then the real battle began. Lin Fan led 4 beauties with different styles, transformed into human-shaped self-propelled card swipe machines, and started a buy frenzy mode in the commercial district. It was not until most of the commercial shops closed that the group returned to the temporary villa reluctantly. Time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. After washing up, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the big bed wearing only loose pajamas. He closed his eyes and sorted out his confused thoughts. The recruitment advertisements have been put out, so there will definitely be no problem with the subsequent source of students. The next most important thing is the Academy's defense. As Su Ran said before, if the weapons of the Federal City Defense are withdrawn, the IS Academy will be a piece of fat meat in the mouth of the wild beast. Lin Fan twitched his lips in self-mockery. Become a savior? The road ahead is long and arduous. He shook his head helplessly, then opened the system panel which he hadn't looked at for a long time. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 12. Operation level, LV4, 234/250. Soul contract, 3/3. Skills, Insight Scan Basic Mecha Operation plus 20%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Derived Initial Armor, Bi-Style Armor plus 246, Su-Style Armor plus 215, U-Style Armor plus 176. Wild Value, 22,256. Gah! We're still poor. With just this, I can't even afford the bases for the city defense weapons. Lin Fan looked at the pitifully low wildness value on the system panel and couldn't help but sigh. In order to prevent any accidents from happening during the game, the Dragon Cavalry Floater almost drained his waste value. I'm only 16 experience points away from leveling up. I wonder what good stuff the system will give out this time. He glanced around casually, and before he knew it, the time had come to 11:45. Just as Lin Fan was stroking his chin, wondering who was still awake. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Come in, the door is not locked. Lin Fan looked up curiously. The door slid open silently. Bai Mingji walked in. She was only wrapped in a pure white bath towel, barely covering her plump curves. Her wet silver hair was draped over her shoulders, with some undried water droplets on the ends. There was still a faint pink glow on the skin that had just been bathed. With Bai Mingji's entry, the fragrance of the bath mixed with the refreshing scent instantly filled the entire room. She walked silently to the bed and sat down next to Lin Fan naturally. Her delicate body, still slightly warm from the bath, snuggled up to me gently. She looked at Lin Fan quietly for a long time. "Owner, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's late at night." Lu Wei tossed and turned in bed in frustration, and finally buried her head under the pillow. "Ugh, hate! How could there be wild cats in a base as big as Grand Canyon?" Chapter 78. Late at night, Yushiya's surprise attack. Yushiya, who lived in the same room with Lu Wei, naturally heard the noise coming from next door. She buried her face in the pillow and covered her ears tightly with her hands. In my mind. Flashback to Villa Number 1, when Lu Wei and Lin Fan were nonchalantly complaining about, "Where did this noisy wild cat come from?" Oh! How could I have said such words at that time? Yushiya felt that her cheeks were so hot that she could fry a soft-boiled egg in them. What to do? The fact that Lin Fan could upgrade his mecha had long been an unspoken secret among the 3 contracted mecha girls. She was worried that Lin Fan was too tired after the battle and might have fallen asleep. Listen to the current movement. After struggling for another 3 minutes, the little devil in my mind finally overwhelmed my shyness. Don't be afraid. To become stronger. Rush. Yushiya tiptoed out of bed and glanced back at the bed next to her. Lu Wei was covering her head with a pillow, and her feet were flapping from time to time, looking like she was not asleep. She held her breath and sneaked out of the room like a thief. Then closed the door carefully at 0.5 times the speed. Click! Huh! Yushiya let out a long sigh and patted her heaving chest with her small hands. "Shiya? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Are you a night owl?" A lazy female voice sounded in the silent corridor. Yushiya's heart jumped into her throat. She turned her head stiffly, only to see at the end of the corridor Su Yun was holding a cup of steaming coffee in one hand and rapidly tapping on a suspended light screen with the other. He was obviously still dealing with various matters related to the college's expansion. Seeing no response for a long time, Su Yun stopped what he was doing. His eyes swept twice between her flushed little face and the door of Lin Fan's master bedroom not far away, without leaving a trace. Yushiya's mind went blank. Just when she was about to crash on the spot, Su Yun just took a sip of coffee elegantly, turned around and walked towards her room. "Go if you want. But remember to make sure that little scoundrel doesn't get into trouble too late. Tomorrow. I still have important things to do." It was not until Su Yun walked into the room that Yushiya suddenly came back to her senses. "Oh, okay. Dean Su." She patted her hot cheeks. Once again, he switched to 0.5x stealth mode and tiptoed towards Lin Fan's master bedroom door. Quietly touched over. The next day, Lin Fan was awakened by a sweet burden. He tried to turn over in a daze, but found that his body was locked tightly, and his arms were heavy. He tilted his head and took a look. He looked at the 2 stunning mecha girls with very different styles beside him, and his mood was a little complicated. Cough. In the unexpected situation last night, any man. I guess they can't control themselves, right? But no matter how happy I am, my arm seems to have lost feeling now. Just when Lin Fan was immersed in sweet troubles. Yushiya, who was resting her head on his left arm, had her eyelashes trembling a few times before she opened her eyes drowsily. The pair of eyes, still filled with moisture, blinked blankly at first, then slowly focused on Lin Fan's face. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yushiya seemed to suddenly remember something. Her cheeks turned visibly red, and then she closed her eyes tightly. Without saying a word. This reaction, is he pretending to be asleep? Lin Fan looked at Yushiya's adorable appearance, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other side, Bai Mingji seemed to be disturbed by the little noise. She moaned softly and tightened her arms around Lin Fan, but showed no sign of waking up. Lin Fan looked at the clock on the wall helplessly. It was already 8:30. Then he gently pulled out his left hand and said in a very soft voice, "Xia, you and Mingji lie down for a while. I have something to do, I have to go out first." Then he carefully pulled his right arm out of the seal and covered them with the scattered quilt, until he changed into casual clothes and walked out of the room quietly. Lin Fan then checked the prompt that popped up last night. Congratulations to the host for raising his operation level to LV5, 36/300, Combat Power 114. Reward Mecha Girl Storage Expansion. Mechanic Girl by Mingji, 90180 min. Mechanic Suyun, 60100 min. Mecha Girl Yuxiaya, 150200 minute. Medical Mode, 1530 minute. Rampage Mode. Looking at the changes on the panel, Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Energy Storage Expansion? Is this to strengthen the Mecha Girl's ability to fight in different lines? Even if it does not directly enhance combat effectiveness, the extended endurance of the machine will undoubtedly be a great help in the subsequent harvesting of wasteland value. Good. While thinking, Lin Fan came to the lobby downstairs and saw Su Yun sitting on the sofa at a glance. Su Yun changed into a dark green ice silk cheongsam today. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with dark golden branch patterns, which made her skin look even whiter and gave her a more mature and elegant look. It was only when Lin Fan approached that he realized. There were 3 empty coffee cups on the coffee table in front of her. Lin Fan pointed at the empty cups. "Dean Su? 3 coffees so early in the morning? Last night, did you practice cultivation all night?" Su Yun waved at him weakly, her voice still full of obvious fatigue. "Have some breakfast first. The college is expanding its enrollment on such a large scale this time, so many matters require my approval." Before she could finish her words, Su Yun's bracelet communication light started flashing again. Lin Fan wisely shut up and grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. "Chew, chew, chew." He looked at Su Yun's profile as she hurriedly answered the call, and didn't bother her anymore, but turned his gaze to the window. The sun shines on the lawn in the courtyard, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Just as Lin Fan was enjoying breakfast in the top-floor conference room of the Grand Valley Administrative Center, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. In the main seat, Qin Lan, the general manager of Zhujiang District, sat in front. The gray-haired old woman, wearing a dark Mao suit, glanced sharply at Geng Baishan standing beside her. "Everyone!" Qin Lan's voice was not loud, but it instantly suppressed the whispers. "We've called everyone here today not to discuss whether to relocate or not, but to finalize the regions that are interested in relocation. This is the latest footage, you can take a look." She had just finished speaking. The holographic projection on the table then lit up the Anha 7 safe zone, a hellish scene after the city was massacred by wild beasts. The twisted and broken giant city defense gun barrel was still emitting black smoke. The streets were littered with the shredded wreckage of mechas, and dark red blood soaked the collapsed ruins. The camera suddenly moves to the right. On top of a half-collapsed signal tower crouched a wild flying beast with an astonishing wingspan. Next second, the wild beast's scarlet vertical pupils locked onto the screen, and then the camera shook violently. After a sharp scream and a painful cry, the light screen goes out. Qin Lan knocked lightly on the table, bringing everyone back to their senses. "Recently, there have been frequent unusual movements deep within the wasteland. As for the city defense capabilities of Anha 7 and Galan 8, I believe everyone should be aware of them. Only by assembling the city defense weapons of each region and the existing commander resources can we build a truly secure line of defense. Next, we will compile a list of the safe zones and colleges that are interested in relocating. By the way, haven't the IS Academy people arrived yet? Go and urge them." Chapter 79. The next day, a surprising discovery. Qin Lan had just finished speaking. "Director Qin is right." Geng Baishan, who was sitting nearby, spoke first. "If we delay this any longer, the tragedy of wild beasts attacking the city in the Jishan area will happen sooner or later. I support the relocation. Griffin College will gather all its resources to undertake the escort mission during the relocation. The person in charge of the Z1 security zone immediately responded. I second the motion. Our district started expanding a month ago and can now accommodate a population of over 5 million. Including the Griffin College campus, it should be no problem to stabilize the 7 million. I second that. The Z2 safe zone is also ready to accept it. Soon. In the conference room, only a few leaders at the bottom of the rankings had not yet expressed their opinions. Their expressions changed constantly. Seeing this, Qinlan spoke again, her voice not loud but filled with a cold pressure. I know what you're worried about the change of power and the subsequent placement. But I am here today to make a commitment. As long as you fully cooperate with the relocation plan, the Federation will grant you important positions based on your achievements. However, she changed the subject. Anyone who drags their feet or has ulterior motives. Don't even mention the lack of a high-level position. How many people can move into the safe zone in the future? I, Qinlan, can't guarantee that. While speaking, bang! The door of the conference room was slammed open. Violet, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, rushed in aggressively with the support of her granddaughter Zi Ningxuang. The old lady's eyes were like lightning as she swept over Qinlan and several regional leaders, then slammed her cane down heavily. Humph! Chief Qin has such a big tone. The Zhishan district now has a population of 65 million. Your 3 districts combined can only accommodate 30 million people at most? A year ago, 24 regions were merged into 12. How many people died? Nearly 40%. Violet's wrinkled face was filled with grief and indignation. She looked around the room and asked word by word. What now? This great migration plan has been restarted again. How many lives are they going to sacrifice? The entire conference room fell silent in an instant. The expressions of several leaders who had been so passionate just now also became a little unnatural. Qinlan was about to speak. Squeak! The door of the conference room was gently pushed open again, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. IS College Dean Su Yun was the first to enter, and behind her, a young man in casual clothes, seemingly chewing something, walked in with a confused look on his face. After a brief silence, the conference room suddenly exploded. Commander Lin. Commander Lin Fan? The real person is even younger than in the video. What a promising young man! All the senior executives had warm smiles on their faces, and several of those who were nearby even stood up subconsciously. Qinlan watched this dramatic scene, a barely perceptible smile flashing in the depths of her eyes. She cleared her throat and her voice became steady again. Commander Lin Fan, you've arrived just in time. I'm the chief of Zhishan District, Qinlan. We are discussing a relocation plan that affects the lives of tens of millions of people in the entire Zhishan area. Qinlan paused slightly and raised the key question. What do you think? What do you think? Lin Fan was a little confused by the question. He hurriedly swallowed the last bite of bread and glanced back and forth at the crowd. Su Yun also looked confused and seemed to be unaware of the situation. Just by looking at the clothes of the people present, you can tell that their identities are not simple. Relocation plans? Lin Fan put on a harmless smile and scratched his head. Dear leaders, I am just an ordinary commander. I was notified to come here to claim the reward for the sparring match. As for this migration plan, how would I know anything about it? I'm sure you all see farther and think more deeply than I do. I won't try to teach you anything here. As soon as he said this, the conference room fell silent. They thought Lin Fan would take the opportunity to speak up and even express his willingness to join the Federation. Who would have thought that it would just be brushed off like that? Qinlan was not surprised. She got straight to the point. Commander Lin Fan, the Zhishan district needs high-end combat power like you. As long as you join the Federation will meet any requests you make, including resources, authority, and even some unreasonable ones. She paused and flipped her wrist. A storage bracelet was casually thrown towards Lin Fan. Inside is the sparring reward you deserve, as well as a high-level gift carefully prepared for you. Lin Fan, the Federation's top brass highly values your potential. And this reward is just the beginning. Qin Lan put forward the most direct conditions in front of a group of responsible persons. Lin Fan reacted extremely quickly and caught it steadily. His mind sank into a pair of fangs of an SSS wild beast, as well as strange parts gathered together. On the side, there is a metal box that is flickering with a faint light and is particularly conspicuous. Very advanced, but also very strange. For some reason, Lin Fan subconsciously used the insight scan. Wang Defa? What the hell? Lin Fan slowly raised his head, and the next second when he met Qin Lan's gaze, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand had tugged at his heart. He suppressed the overwhelming fear and glanced at the director's panel again. Name, Qin Lan. Age, 75. Unit, breeding type S, non-upgradable. Comprehensive combat power, 420. Secret information, wild beast cell transformer, full body, capable of unleashing the blasphemer form, combat power, 2480. Lin Fan's head buzzed. The top official in Jishan District. The federal minister. Is she a monster like the Oracle Warrior? This combat power far exceeds that of the SS-level Jilung Apostle. The Liuli mecha explodes, plus his operation bonus. Lin Fan made a silent estimate, but his mood became increasingly irritated. He suppressed the urge to curse and calmly glanced at the entire conference room. Fortunately, everyone else present was normal. Lin Fan smiled shyly and bowed slightly towards Qin Lan. Thank you, Chief Qin and the Federation, for your kindness. But for now, I still prefer the free environment of the Academy. I'll shamelessly accept this reward. When I figure it out, I'll definitely come to you first. Qin Lan looked at Lin Fan playing with the bracelet, and the playful smile in her eyes seemed to deepen a little. Chapter 80 Chaos. Everyone has their own agenda. This Lin Fan is indeed an outlier. Qin Lan holds a high position and has seen at least 80 high-energy commanders. Lin Fan was the first person who could cause such a strong reaction in the oracle cells in her body. But, what a pity! Compared with these, Xinhui's encroachment plan is the top priority at present. Qin Lan gathered her thoughts and nodded calmly towards Lin Fan. It's all right, Commander Lin. The Federation will not force the will of any commander. However, with the relocation plan now underway, I believe we will be able to meet again soon. As soon as these words were spoken, the other senior executives in the conference room could no longer sit still. Who hasn't seen Lin Fan's performance in the sparring match? No matter which safe zone he goes to, the defensive ability of that safe zone will increase significantly. But Director Qin Lan, just give up so easily? Even if Lin Fan himself doesn't want to join the Federation, we can't let go of his equipment and technology, right? A slightly sharp voice rang out first. Commander Lin Fan! You are too modest! Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wu Feisi, the district chief of the Z3 safe zone. Even if you don't want to join the Federation for the time being, if those equipment and technologies can be promoted, I believe it will be a qualitative improvement to the defense capabilities of the entire Zhejiang Mountain area. I wonder, can we coordinate production? As soon as this was said, other senior executives echoed. That's right. District Chief Wu is right. Commander Lin Fan is young and promising. He must be someone who cares about the overall situation. This kind of technology that can change the course of war should be shared for the benefit of all mankind. Gung Baishan also spoke urgently. Commander Lin Fan, this is a great thing that benefits the country and the people. I believe that with your awareness, you will not refuse, right? For a while, the senior executives who had been so enthusiastic about Lin Fan just now turned their guns on him, attempting to strip him of all his equipment and technology. The atmosphere instantly changed from flattery and recruitment to forcing the Emperor to abdicate. It's really a fucking billion-step shake. These old foxes, their lives are almost being taken away by the monster, yet they are still thinking about his equipment. Lin Fan was screaming like crazy in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish at all. He first glanced at Gung Baishan with a look of idiot, his tone full of sarcasm. Well, I refuse. Hey Dean Gung, you have a high level of awareness. I think the 3 SS-class Death Star hyperbeam cannons at the Grand Valley base are quite good. How about you be magnanimous and share them for the benefit of other districts? Seeing Gung Baishan speechless, Lin Fan stopped what he was doing. Turning to Qin Lan, who was sitting in the main seat. Chief Qin, it's not that I'm unwilling to contribute. It's mainly about the technology. The core transformation and operating system are too complicated to explain in a short time. Of course. If the Federation really needs it, we can discuss this. What do you think? Lin Fan directly passed the decision back to Qin Lan. If nothing unexpected happens, this monster with wild beast cells hidden in his body definitely doesn't want to see his technology being mastered by this group of idiots. As Lin Fan finished speaking, the conference room fell silent again. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Lan again. Bang! 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 3 loud thuds of a cane hitting the ground. Before Qin Lan could speak, old Lady Violet, who was sitting at the door, couldn't help herself. She raised her dragon-headed crutch and pointed it at those greedy federal officials. Bah! All of you! Do you have any shame? If coercion and bribery fail, now they're robbing me? If you want equipment, buy it with money. Exchange it with materials. Don't try to blackmail me with morals. Violet had already guessed the true nature of these people, and her outburst instantly shattered the hypocrisy in the conference room. The old lady was so angry that she gasped for breath, but her eyes were filled with determination. This is the attitude of District 9. Feel free to mobilize the city's defenses. Even if I die under the claws of wild beasts, I will bite a piece of flesh off them. Ningxuan, Lin boy, let's go! After saying that, the old lady, supported by her granddaughter Zi Ningxuan, stood up without looking back and slammed the door and left. Lin Fan watched Violet lose her temper quietly, his eyes widening. What a domineering old lady! Violet? The head of District 9? Chief Qin, you guys continue. I'm going to withdraw first. Seeing that the other party had already left the meeting room, Lin Fan hurriedly greeted him. He pulled up Suyun, who was still confused, and ran away quickly. In the corridor, Lin Fan quickly caught up with the Violet grandparents. He admired the old lady's courage and sense of responsibility from the bottom of his heart. The always careless mouth also became more sincere. Grandma Z, please calm down. It's not worth it to get angry with those people. Grandmother? Violet was stunned by the address, stopped, and turned around. Her sharp eyes were actually a little red at this moment. Lin boy, I'm not angry about their greed, I'm angry about their hatred. I hate that they only care about their own survival and cannot see the future. If we keep retreating, the wild beasts will occupy more and more territory. Coupled with the sudden decline in population, when will humans be able to launch a counterattack? Her brows suddenly tightened. She looked at Lin Fan with some confusion. I've heard about your idea from Suyatu. Actually, your safety is guaranteed if you stay here. As for District 9, once the city's defenses are withdrawn, it will only be a matter of time before it falls. I just don't know how much longer I can hold on. Violet had complicated feelings about Lin Fan's existence. Of course, she hopes that there is a commander with super combat power in District 9. But, thinking of this, Violet could only shake her head helplessly. Lin Fan just listened silently at first. Facing this high-ranking federal official, he suddenly asked the doubts that had been in his heart. Grandma Z, I just can't understand why the Federation is in such a state now. Each district is operating independently, and the defense forces are scattered. Isn't this just waiting to be defeated by the wild beasts one by one? Violet sighed heavily. Isn't this the balanced competition policy implemented by the federal government? Deliberately supporting each district to check and balance each other, and snatch resources from each other, under the euphemism of stimulating potential. The result? Competition created rankings, and balance led to today's ugly pattern of calculating one's own people. Oh, Lin Fan understood instantly. After all this time, the internal fighting is good, and the external fighting is bad. Seeing Suyun still looking confused, Lin Fan chuckled and explained in more straightforward words. To put it bluntly, he's just a bully in his own backyard. Every one of them is more capable than the other. If they really encounter a wild beast, they will run faster than anyone else. Is this operation by the Federation Central Committee an undercover agent sent by the desolate beasts, specifically responsible for sending humanity to its doom? As Lin Fan spoke, he observed the reactions of the two people in front of him, trying to observe something. However, when his eyes just moved away from Zilio Lan's face and fell on Zining Shuang beside her, his eyes were instantly locked onto a towering strategic point. Lin Fan swallowed subconsciously and took another small step forward. Good stuff. It's coming! It's coming! His voice was not loud, but in the quiet corridor, it was exceptionally clear. Chapter 81, Unexpected Gains Return. Zining Shuang was stunned at first. Then, she looked down following Lin Fan's fixed gaze, and her fair cheeks turned red. She folded her arms across her chest, her voice filled with panic. You hooligan! Where are you looking? The old lady Violet next to him was very experienced. How could she not understand Lin Fan's eyes? She was both angry and amused. If she hadn't known that Lin Fan's contract was full, she would have felt unable to refuse. Ning Shuang, watch your attitude! The old lady scolded her granddaughter first. Then he scolded Lin Fan with a smile. Lin boy, take your eyes off! I'm still here, old lady! Your contract slots are all full, so don't even think about my little cabbage. If you really have an idea, wait until your contract position becomes vacant. Lin Fan suddenly came back to his senses. Ha! Being considered a pervert? Seeing that there was a misunderstanding, he quickly waved his hand and pointed at the gap between Zining Shuang's fingers. Misunderstanding! A huge misunderstanding! Miss Z, I'm looking at the blue-purple gem on your chest. It's so rare, and I just needed it, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. I really wasn't looking anywhere else just now. I swear! SSS Grade Special Energy Furnace Core Material. Meteorite Crystal. He had just activated the Insight scan and wanted to see Zining Shuang's body data, but unexpectedly, the scanning interface of the gem popped up first. These large golden characters made him dizzy. SSS level. It is also the core material of the energy furnace. It's simply a golden legend. Zining Shuang let go of her hand doubtfully. She touched the cold pendant, and the blush on her face faded a little. Even so. Well, you can't just stare at me like that. Zining Shuang's voice was very low, and her tone was much softer. Seeing this, old lady Violet's eyes flashed with disappointment. This stone was accidentally found in a deserted cave many years ago. I saw the color was rare, so I made an amulet for Ning Shuang. I didn't expect it would catch your eye. Deserted cave? Another deserted cave. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. This place, how many good things are hidden? He suppressed his churning emotions and rubbed his hands nervously. Grandma Z, Miss Z, can we discuss something? This gem, are you selling it? I'll pay a high price. The price will definitely satisfy you. As they were talking, several people had already walked out of the administrative center. Lin Fan's anxious look stunned everyone. I totally don't understand why a commander would be so crazy about girls' decorative necklaces. Zining Shuang struggled for a while. He slowly took off the pendant and handed it to Lin Fan. Since you like it, Commander Lin, then I'll give it to you. I'm just wearing it for decoration anyway. This should be more useful to you. Lin Fan took the meteorite crystal necklace. It's slightly warm to the touch, with a slight body temperature. Lin Fan looked at it carefully for a while before putting it away as if it were a treasure. Free stuff? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I, Lin Fan, take advantage of girls? Besides, after so many years, there must be so much inventory of products from the deserted cave in the safe zone of Area 9. If you don't take this stepping stone, you will not want the subsequent treasures. Without saying a word, he took out 3 perfect S-level equipment from his storage bracelet and stuffed them into Zining Shuang's hands. Hey! Take these first. I really need this gem urgently, so I won't be polite with you. Miss C, if you want any custom equipment in the future, feel free to contact me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Fan patted his chest heavily. 3 pieces of S-level equipment in exchange for an unknown SSS-level core material. In Lin Fan's opinion, this is a huge profit. But in the eyes of Violet and Purple Frost, Lin Fan's move is so huge that it's frightening. Just a nice-looking rare gem and 3 pieces of perfect grade S equipment. Generous. Violet looked at Lin Fan, the satisfaction in her eyes almost overflowing. She suddenly stopped. Her expression straightened, and her tone became more serious than ever before. Lin, I am grateful for your kindness. These equipments are indeed a timely help to District 9 right now. But I must ask you one last time, are you really determined to return to District 9? In a few days, the last of the city's defenses will be withdrawn, and District 9 will truly be a hollow shell. At most, there are only 200 commanders and 5 million mecha girls left in the safe zone. Plus, there have been riots deep in the wilderness lately. Going back is like jumping into a fire pit, a near-death experience. Lin Fan was not worried about this at all. Wild beasts attack the city, a narrow escape? Who is surrounding whom is still uncertain. The general price of S-level equipment is around 1,000 wild value, and when paired with 2 A-level equipment and the Silver Snake energy stick, it's only 2,000 at most. As long as the wildness value is enough, there will be a 5 million mecha army, plus the mecha girls that were attracted by the advertisement before. Oh no. There shouldn't be any safer place in the entire blue water planet, right? Lin Fan was about to speak. Buzz! There was a violent roar of engines in the distance. A small convoy braked to a stop with pinpoint precision. In a flash of light, 3 mecha girls appeared and took their positions. They were Bai Mingji, Yu Xia and Lu Wei, who rushed over after receiving the news. Yu Xia leaped in front of Lin Fan, saluted him in a funny way, and shouted with full energy. Angle, degree. Reporting to Commander Lin, your beloved mecha team has assembled. Please give instructions. Lin Fan slammed his head on Yu Xia's head. He turned sideways and made a "Please go first" gesture to Violet. Grandma Z, please forgive me, this little girl is used to being unruly. Let's take a flight. I'll contact you when we get back to District 9. I'm sure there will be a big surprise for you. Violet stopped being so pretentious. The group quickly left the Grand Valley base and boarded that 9 Scorpion fighter jet parked outside the base. Just as the Scorpion fighter had gained altitude, and before the tail door was folded, Lin Fan seemed to suddenly remember something. He took out the metal box that Qin Lan had given him before, glanced at the Grand Canyon base that was almost out of sight, and threw it out without hesitation. Bang! The tail door closes and the stealth posture is activated. The Scorpion fighter jet roared towards Area 9 at hypersonic speed. Chapter 82, Mandatory Notice, Caught Off Guard. After the Scorpion fighter jet sent Lin Fan and his group to the IS Academy's helipad, it roared towards the safe zone. Call. I'm finally back. It turns out that my own doghouse is the most comfortable place. Before Lin Fan could even sigh, screams rang out from all around him. Lin Xin! It's really Lin Xin who has returned. Sisters. Quick! Don't let him get away. Go! Take a photo. Sign an autograph. Stick to me. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the huge number of mecha girls coming from all directions, they were about to complete the encirclement in the blink of an eye. The same thing again? Su Yun! You guys hold on first. While Lin Fan was passing the buck, he grabbed Bai Mingji, who was standing next to him. Mingji! Change form! Pull the wind tight! Buzz boom! The moment the words fell, the heavy machine turned into a silver lightning. At the last second before the encirclement was about to close, he made an extremely coquettish move, brushing past the skirts of several mecha girls and rushing out of the encirclement. All that was left was the arrogant roar of an engine and the screams of a group of girls. The mecha girls shouted, watching the heavy motorcycle disappear at the end of their sight, and turned their attention to the confused trio. Only then did Su Yun come back to her senses. She glanced at Yu Xia and Lu Wei beside her, and then at the encirclement formed by countless fanatical students. Dear students, please calm down. Follow-up matters. As soon as the voice came out, it was drowned out by a barrage of questions. Dean Su, what type of mecha girl does Master Lin like? Dean Su, tell us. What does it feel like to be commanded by Lin in combat? Dean, is our college's ranking going to rise? A series of questions made Su-yun feel like crying, and the dean's authority was useless at this moment. You can't just turn on your exoskeleton and run away, right? Even with the protection of Lu Wei and Yu Shiya, Su-yun was still squeezed around by the enthusiastic students. And the other side. The silver motorcycle drifted again and stopped steadily at the door of Villa Number 1. Ah ha ha ha, luckily we ran away quickly. Lin Fan left with a lingering fear and glanced behind him. When these mecha girls get enthusiastic, they're much more difficult to deal with than wild beasts. Open the door of the villa. Looking at the spotless, regularly cleaned living room, Lin Fan finally showed a relaxed expression. It has to be quiet here. As soon as his butt touched the sofa, the bracelet vibrated twice rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a global notification screen popped up. Emergency notice. Order of the Supreme Council of Zhujiang District. Due to the increasing activity of wild beasts and the rising threat level, the Spark relocation plan has officially begun. From now on, all mecha girls with A rank and above must report to the assembly point within 48 hours and accept unified deployment. Those who fail to register on time will be deemed to have automatically given up. Uniforms below rank A can participate in the lottery for relocation quotas. Also, commanders of any rank, regardless of previous status, can simply send their location to the federal official website and a specialist will be assigned to connect with them. After reading it, Lin Fan cursed out loud. Can't you just be in peace for a few days? He's really rushing to die. This is a mandatory notification for the entire region, something that had not been anticipated before. Qin Lan is pushing this forward so actively, there must be a huge conspiracy behind it. By then, the first 3 districts will be like time bombs, and the last 9 districts will have lost their defenses. This will inevitably lead to the entire area falling. Lin Fan swiped away the notification in disgust and slammed his body into the sofa. Then, the holographic strategic map of Area 9 was directly called up. The narrow coastal area of the Zhishan district, including the IS War Girl Academy, is less than 10,000 square kilometers. However, the resident population has reached nearly 5 million. With such a small space, even if we had more people, it wouldn't be enough. But if we can take back the lost territory... Lin Fan slid his finger, and the map quickly switched to the depths of the wasteland. Bai Mingji stood quietly aside. Seeing Lin Fan's actions, he couldn't help but remind him softly. Master, the deep wasteland is filled with poisonous miasma, making it unsuitable for establishing a safe settlement. Furthermore, the base's city defense firepower can only cover the middle section of the defense line. If a large number of S or A-level wild beasts emerge... Lin Fan didn't answer directly, his fingers still moving quickly on the virtual map. Many central regions, those once prosperous cities, are now marked as scarlet danger zones. His gaze finally stopped at the junction with the depths of the wasteland. Mingji, look! Lin Fan pointed to the central area of the wasteland, his tone filled with unquestionable certainty. There's definitely danger, but we just have to push forward step by step and get the buffer zone in place first. By then, if we can push the defense line out, we can easily make 20 million, not to mention 5 million. He paused, his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. As long as the firepower is strong enough, it will all be his territory. From now on, no matter whether they are federal high-ranking officials, wild beasts, or the church, if anyone bothers me again, I will just beat him to death. But right now... Lin Fan quickly cut off the map and opened the IS Academy's intranet. IS Academy Internal Emergency Communication Channel, 99+. Damn it! Why can A ranks just go straight away? We B rank and C ranks can only wait for the lottery? This isn't fair. Dean Su. This is bad. Many A-level seniors and teachers have started packing up their things. Oh no! The staff at the Federal Materials Depot have already started moving the materials out. Someone is attacking the supply storage depot, requesting support. Really? Lin Fan looked at the messy messages and couldn't help but snort coldly. Under the management of such a corrupt system, the impact of the relocation plan on the entire Jishan district can be seen from the reaction of the IS college alone. After all, not everyone is willing to die bravely. Lin Fan glanced out the window. It had only been about 10 minutes since the notice was issued, but the outside was already as noisy as a vegetable market. Master! Bai Mingji looked at Lin Fan worriedly. Lin Fan gave Bai Mingji an affirmative look. It's okay, I just didn't expect them to use this trick. Let's act according to the previous plan, Mingji. Go and control the situation and wait for my notification. Yes. Master! The next second after receiving Lin Fan's order, Bai Mingji rushed out of the villa. Lin Fan slowly stood up from the sofa and went to the communication room on the second floor. As the golden permission card was inserted into the card slot, the red indicator light representing the highest permission lit up. The IS Academy's public broadcasting frequency band was forcibly taken over. Next second, Lin Fan's voice spread through the speakers everywhere, reaching every corner of the IS Academy. Hey. Test. Okay. Attention all IS Academy personnel. I'm Lin Fan. Chapter 83, District 9 Headquarters, Planning. I'm Lin Fan. As soon as the broadcast ended, the panicked IS Academy instantly quieted down. Have you all received that damned federal relocation order? If you want to leave, pack up and get out now. After these words were spoken, the eyes of many A-level students and teachers moved slightly. They had wanted to sneak to the assembly point for a long time, but were afraid that the academy would stop them. They didn't expect Commander Lin Fan to have this attitude. But before they could make another move, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. If you want to stay, don't worry about these messes in the courtyard. Gather at the training ground immediately. Whether you leave or gather, I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, anyone still wandering around the academy. Kill. Right. The last 4 words hit everyone's heart like 4 heavy hammers. The silence lasted for about 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the entire academy fell into chaos again. No one doubted Lin Fan's strength. Even Griffin's genius commander couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Countless mecha girls preparing to leave frantically called out to their companions. Run! Run! Only 10 minutes left! Stop taking the makeup! You're going to die! Get out of here! Get out of my way! I'm A rank, and the only way to survive is to go to the assembly point. Those who wanted to leave burst out at the fastest speed in their lives and rushed madly towards the college gate. Another group of people also took action after hearing the broadcast. Either their machines were not of sufficient level, or they were ignited by Lin Fan's previous battle record. They no longer cared about the riot in the academy, nor did they try to dissuade their companions who wanted to leave, and they rushed directly to the training ground. Let's go! To the training ground! Even if the Federation doesn't care about us, God Lin is so powerful! There must be a way! So what if it's a wild beast? At worst, I can fight to the death. It's better than waiting to die. For a moment, 2 groups of people ran in opposite directions in the academy, but there was a strange tacit understanding in the chaos. At the college gate, Yu Shiya, holding an energy gun, led a team of stern-looking mecha girls to block the way. When she saw the first group of mecha girls rushing over, she immediately shouted, Commander Lin Fan's order! Everyone! Hand over your storage bracelets, and you can leave! Anyone who dares to hide or resist will be killed! An A-rank mecha girl who wanted to rush the card instantly got furious, put her hands on her hips and shouted, Who do you think you are? Don't think you're awesome just because you've signed a contract with Commander Lin. I admit. Bang! A precise energy ray pierced her heart directly, and her body instantly fell to the ground. A mecha warrior behind Yushiya walked up indifferently, pulled off her storage bracelet, and placed it on the table in front of the bayonet. The escaping mecha girl looked at the bloody scene and instantly became obedient. No longer hesitating, they lined up to hand over their wristbands, and then rushed out of the academy gate as if fleeing. At the same time, Safety Zone Number 9. The Scorpion fighter was hovering high in the sky and did not choose to land. Xi Ningxuang looked out the window at the chaotic street below. A team of guards belonging to the Federation, escorting several high-ranking family members, moved towards the dedicated passage to the inner area. Many powerful mecha girls are forcing their way through the chaotic crowd and heading towards the assembly point outside the city. Most of the mecha girls just walked around the streets in a daze, crying and shouting at a loss. Grandma! Xi Ningxuang turned to Violet, who was resting with her eyes closed, and asked seriously. Those commanders, and those A-rank and S-rank sisters, are they just gone like that? What about the remaining children and auxiliary machines? Should we issue an order to force them to stay? Or use resources? Upon hearing this, Violet slowly opened her eyes. Her voice was not loud, but it directly exposed the reality. Shuang, you think too simply. But it's also my fault for not letting you get involved in these things. I was just afraid that you would be led astray by this rotten system. Xi Ningxuang wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Violet. These people are like time bombs. When the wild beasts come, they might shoot us from behind. Don't forget what Lin said on the fighter plane. Screening out useful people is the future development goal of District 9. All we have to do now is believe him, and then to create a real future. Xi Ningxuang was stunned. Grandma, you mean? Wait, Violet said firmly. Shuang, aren't you good at infrastructure design? Once this chaos dies down a bit, you can take a group of logistics and engineering girls and report to Lin the kid at the IS Academy. He's very smart, you should talk to him more often. After explaining it to her granddaughter, Violet looked at Su Ran next to her. Minister Su, send all the inventory in the warehouse to Lin as quickly and covertly as possible. What District 9 will become depends on you young people. After saying that, she narrowed her eyes again. IS Academy Training Ground. Just after 10 minutes, several explosions and gunshots were heard simultaneously from different directions. Su Yun and Bai Mingji's cleaning team also began to take action. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked into the training ground. He ignored everyone's gaze and walked up to the 3-story tactical command platform on his own. The wind rustled his clothes. He just took out a drone and threw it into the sky. After operating on the screen for a while and confirming that there was no problem with the live broadcast, Lin Fan jokingly said, all the Mecha Girls students. Congratulations. The Federation doesn't want you anymore. Wow. The training ground was suddenly filled with discussions. Even the live broadcast room was quickly filled with barrages of comments. Lin Xin. The Federation doesn't want us anymore, so are we just going to die? I just escaped from the assembly point. The specialists there only accept A-rank mecha girls, and anyone else who resists will be attacked indiscriminately. Looking at this live broadcast, Lin Xin, why did you return to District 9? Lin Xin, Safe Zone Number 9, can you take us in? Lin Fan looked at the barrage of comments filling the screen and suddenly smiled. You didn't say I didn't want to. An important announcement. Starting today, Safe Zone Number 9 will unconditionally accept children and the elderly. Besides that, the IS Academy, serving as the command center, would advance 5 kilometers every week. The captured territory would become defense points and residential areas. As long as you have the courage to kill wild beasts, you can report to District 9 at any time. As Lin Fan finished speaking, the originally violent barrage of comments instantly quieted down. The number of people watching online from tens of millions dropped to 5 million in an instant. All kinds of abusive comments dominated the screen. Lin Fan's heart was calm, and he even felt like laughing. He faced the camera, his tone suddenly becoming cold. Are you scared? True security is never given by others. A piece of trash who doesn't even dare to fight with a weapon. You deserve to be eaten. Lin Fan cut off the live broadcast without any hesitation. The recruitment advertisement has been put out. You will earn money if you come to work. Lin Fan, who was in a good mood, looked back and his face instantly fell. Although the mecha girls are pleasing to the eye, but the number of them, must be at least 10,000, right? This thing scans one by one and checks it. Oh my god, someone come and save me! Chapter 84, Surprises Hidden in the Supplies. Pick from day to night. After the last batch of mecha girls left, Lin Fan rubbed his sore eyes and felt a little disappointed. After watching for a long time, there was not a single mecha girl that could make him say, wow. But at least we screened out 10 with combat attributes, and formed 10 mecha teams, so the initial development work was settled. He was just about to go back to the villa to rest. DDD. Suddenly, the roar of a truck was heard in the distance, and even the ground was shaking slightly. Look up. Under the street lights, a fleet of fully loaded 100-ton Wang vehicles, led by Bai Mingji, was heading towards the training ground in a mighty procession. In the car at the front, Su Ran was sticking his head out and waving frantically. Commander Lin! Sister, I'm here to bring you warmth. Are you touched? As soon as the car stopped, Su Ran jumped out and deliberately moved closer to Lin Fan. Tell me, with so many things delivered to your door, how are you going to repay me, your sister? Lin Fan hadn't responded yet. Zi Ningxuan quickly stepped forward and handed over a list and dozens of storage bracelets. She glanced at the two people who were almost touching each other, and added with red ears. Commander Lin, these are the supplies and materials that Grandma asked us to bring. Many of the items dug out from the deserted caves can't fit into the storage bracelet, so they were loaded onto a truck and sent here. She said you might be able to use them. Also, Sister Su and I want to stay here and help out, as well as the various management system personnel. Welcome, welcome! Lin Fan responded quickly. He took the list pretending to be calm, and his eyelids immediately twitched. A thick stack of densely packed names of supplies. He casually lifted the tarpaulin of a truck, and inside was a pile of things that looked like scrap metal, obviously produced in the deserted cave. Even if the ranking of District 9 is not ideal, the accumulation over the years is still terrifying. Violet's behavior in providing feedback materials was beyond his expectations, but the sheer volume was also beyond his expectations. Lin Fan immediately waved his hand. Quick! Send all of these to the mecha warehouse in Villa No. 1. Remember to handle it with care. As for the bracelets that stored countless materials, they were just casually handed to Su Yun beside them. Dean Su, find a few trustworthy people to sort the materials according to the list I gave you earlier. Well, as for those high-end talents, you can arrange them. This night. The mecha warehouse in Villa No. 1 is brightly lit. Lin Fan didn't even have time to eat dinner before he started rummaging through the piles of various parts, exploring them without stopping for a moment. The core fragment of the super high-speed shaft? It's impossible to repair it again. The secondary stabilizer of the warp drive? The energy circuit burned out? Holy crap! Fragments of the phase shift armor test version? Jiao, what the hell is this? The more he examined it, the faster Lin Fan's heart beat. Obviously, the technological level of these fragments has far exceeded the current understanding of the Blue Water Planet. He was beginning to wonder if the mecha girls had originally lived in the desolate caves thousands of years ago, and if Blue Water Star was the territory they had retreated to after being unable to defeat the desolate beasts. However, after the huge surprise, there was an even bigger pain. The scan results for most accessories showed severely damaged and beyond repair. The large number of red exclamation marks made his head buzz. Stay up until late at night. Lin Fan's patience and mental strength were reaching their limits. Just as he was about to call it a day, cursing and preparing to call it a day. Reparable item detected, SS-class Wild Halberd fixed-point phase crusher cannon. City defense weapon, launches ultra-long-range phase energy strikes on targets within range. Operation Energy, SS-level energy module, attack energy storage for 20 seconds. Repair requirements, wild value 9,150 points. SS-class city defense cannon? The moment the identification light screen popped up, Lin Fan instantly disappeared from his sleepiness. There are only 3 of these things in the Grand Valley base. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan directly chose to repair it. With a burst of dazzling red light, the rust on the cannon began to peel off, and the broken alloy was repaired out of thin air. After a while, A 3-meter-tall behemoth stood quietly in the center of the mecha warehouse. There are incomprehensible patterns engraved on the gun body, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Ha ha! Cool! Lin Fan stroked the cold gun barrel, feeling that the more than 9,000 wasteland points he spent were worth it. It's already 3 meters tall even before assembly. Once it's assembled, it'll be a towering giant. For city defense weapons, the waste value consumption is tens or even millions, so it is obviously unrealistic to just use system drawings. Lin Fan happily circled the giant cannon twice. This thing is good, but I don't know if Purification G can replicate it. Even if there's a scaled-down youth version, it's still a killer. Lin Fan stared at the wild halberd for a long time, until dawn, and then he reluctantly walked out of the mecha warehouse. As he breathed in the cool early morning air, the scene in the distance made his body stiffen suddenly. Possessed by the commander's armor, Lin Fan leaped onto the roof of the warehouse with a few light jumps. Half a kilometer has been designated as a restricted zone. Except for Villa No. 1, everywhere else was pitch black. But on the main road a little further away, teams of mecha girls transformed into vehicles were lined up to transport various materials. The farthest. A giant defensive wall foundation over 20 meters high has been erected at the Academy's wall facing the wasteland. Countless mecha girls were driving engineering exoskeletons and working on the wall like ants, with welding sparks crackling everywhere. On top of the wall, there are many engineering-type bodies pouring composite-filling materials into the wall. Forehead. These mecha girls, are they too fierce? The innate infrastructure holy body! Lin Fan exclaimed exaggeratedly. This was what he and Zi Ningxuang had agreed upon, to use Class B and Class C alloys and composite materials to build an intermittent barrier about 2 kilometers long. When the wild beast tide comes, even without the support of city defense weapons, we can still rely on the advantage of the high wall to hold out for a while. But he never expected that such a terrifying progress had been achieved in just half a day from the time it was finalized to now. As I was sighing, a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Successfully killed the A-rank Desolate Beast, the Iron Giant Rhino. Gained 50 Desolate points. Successfully killed the B-level Wild Beast Raging Bull, gaining 12 Wild Value points. Successfully killed. Lin Fan glanced at the time, 5:46. Meng Ji is going to the wasteland now? I'll be crushed to death one by one. He shook his head helplessly and sent a message to Su Yun. At 2 p.m., have 10 mecha squads gather in front of the villa. Remember to test it in advance. Lin Fan returned to his room feeling sleepy. The scene in the house made him feel both amused and helpless. Yu Xia was curled up on his bed, but the quilt was only half covering her. A snow-white arm hung outside, and a little further inward, the milky white snow only covered half of it. I don't know what I dreamed about, but there was a trace of crystal on the corner of my cherry-red mouth. This little girl, is she planning to live in my room permanently? Lin Fan quickly took a warm shower. As soon as he lay down on the bed, Yu Xia turned over and hugged him tightly as if she had sensed something, and rubbed her little head against his chest gently. This girl. Forget it, let's go to sleep. If we keep going any longer we'll die. Chapter 85, Silver Snake Energy Stick Birth. Lin Fan slept until noon. He groped for a t-shirt in a daze, put it on, and went downstairs in flip-flops. As soon as he arrived in the living room, he was stunned. Bai Mingji's combat uniform was stained with blood, and the man sitting opposite her. Yanke? Her hair was a mess, her left arm was wrapped in a bloody bandage, and even one of her glasses was crooked. How miserable. Holy crap! Director Yan? Lin Fan rushed down the stairs, his tone full of surprise. You are delivering takeout to the wild beast? Yanke pushed her crooked glasses and smiled bitterly. Commander Lin, I'm glad to see you. The aircraft was forcibly recalled by Lei Luo Academy halfway. I had no choice but to jump out of the plane and make an emergency landing, then cross the buffer zone all the way. Fortunately, you received the distress signal I sent, otherwise. Bai Mingji handed over a glass of warm water and added, Director Yan's exoskeleton thrusters are fast enough, so he wasn't caught up by the wild beast. Damn Lei Luo! He only does such rubbish! Lin Fan cursed. When he turned around, he saw Yu Shuya squatting on the side, poking an apple with a toothpick, and not paying any attention to the guests at all. He walked over, pretending to be angry, and slapped the little girl's raised bud. Are you still playing? Didn't you see Director Yen was injured? Hurry up and take her upstairs to treat her wounds and change her into clean clothes. Yu Shuya screamed, stuck out her tongue at Lin Fan, and hurriedly helped Yenke up. Yenke quickly waved her hands. Commander Lin! I'm really fine. I heard from Teacher Bai that IS received a batch of spare parts from the deserted caves. Can I? Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan glared back at him with a look that said, Try talking again. She immediately changed her tone. That would be troublesome. Lin Fan looked at Yenke, who was helped up the stairs by Yu Shuya, and then nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, Director Yen, it's not like the thing will grow legs and run away. You are my IS member now. Clean up first, and we will have dinner together later. I'll show you a big treasure this afternoon, and I guarantee you'll be amazed. Yenke paused and went upstairs a little faster. 1:30 in the afternoon, in the open space in front of Villa Number 1. 100 mecha girls stood in a row. Their combat uniforms were covered with blood stains and holes. Obviously, they had just experienced a fierce battle. Seeing Lin Fan coming, the girls saluted in unison. Hello, Commander Lin! Lin Fan glanced over and saw 100 people, full. There were many young faces. Most of them were only around 20 years old, but there was no fear on their faces. This morning in the buffer zone, you used your exoskeletons to fight the wild beast. Awesome! But we're going to go deep into the wilderness. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Don't be afraid, the Q answered without hesitation. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with approval. He gave a thumbs up and then changed the subject. But as my robot girl, I can't just use my exoskeleton to fight wild beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan flipped his wrist. A short stick with a silver sheen and a serpentine relief appeared. This thing is called the Silver Snake Energy Stick. It's high-tech. Lin Fan grinned and suddenly threw it to Lu Wei in the front row. Lu Wei! Give your sisters a whole life! Lu Wei caught it and ran quickly to the mecha warehouse. Next second. Buzz! The silver serpentine light on the energy stick suddenly surged, instantly enveloping her entire body. With a flash of strong light, a 4-meter-tall brown mecha appeared on the spot. The Q exploded instantly. What are you digging? Sister Lu Wei doesn't have a contract? What's going on? She was slapped by a B-rank desolate beast this morning, so how come she can now activate her mecha form? Seeing this, Yenke frowned and muttered. It looks like a C-class machine. What a waste of contract position. Lin Fan heard it, but didn't say anything. He just smiled and snapped his fingers. 3 pieces of dazzling equipment appeared out of thin air. A light blue laser gun, a long sword with a blade wrapped in electric light, and a pair of mechanical propulsion wings, all emitting strong energy fluctuations. Another perfect grade equipment? 3 pieces? Yenke's perspective was refreshed. Isn't this such a waste? Lin Fan ignored her barrage of questions and shouted to Lu Wei. Lu Wei, load! Crack, buzz! The equipment was instantly connected to the mecha, accompanied by the crisp sound of mechanical engagement, and the propulsion wings deployed behind the mecha blew up dust. The mecha's pressure surged, and it was filled with murderous intent. The discussions in the queue died down instantly, and everyone stared at the mecha with shining eyes. Pa pa pa! Seeing that the atmosphere was almost brewing, Lin Fan clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention back. A Silver Snake Energy Stick is enough to keep you in mecha mode for half an hour. 1 piece of S-grade and 2 pieces of A-grade perfect equipment are standard. As long as you dare to fight. No contract is needed. You can have all of these. Lin Fan looked at the eager mecha girls and quickly raised his hand. Stop! Go to the academy gate and find Teacher Bai to get the stick. You still have. Lin Fan glanced at the time. 5 minutes. No more waiting. Oh. The girls went crazy instantly. The scene was in chaos, and only Yenke was left there, still doubting her life. Lin Fan waved the silver snake stick in front of her. Director Yen! Come back to your senses. Wipe your saliva. You're a top scientific researcher after all. Don't act like you've never seen the world. Yen could grab the energy stick, and her fingers were shaking as she stroked the carvings. How is this possible? Without the power of the contract, how could the mecha girl turn into a mecha? Lin Fan didn't say anything and pushed her on the back and walked towards the mecha warehouse. Come on, I'll show you something even more exciting. I guarantee you'll be so happy your soul will leave your body. Yanku was half pushed by him, still muttering. That's impossible. There's no contract reaction, but it can directly guide the mecha girl into mecha form. Lin Fan ignored her nagging and took her directly to the center of the warehouse. Pull off the dust cover. A huge cannon appeared ferociously. Here, the Wild Halberd Fixed-Point Phase Crusher Cannon, an SS-class city defense treasure. Lin Fan patted the gun barrel and said with a bit of boasting. How is it? Is it cool enough? Yenku pounced directly on the cannon with a bang, her eyes full of fanaticism. Oh my god! This configuration, this energy circuit. Is this desert cave technology? Lin Fan's expression became a little more serious. He pointed at the Wild Halberd and said, I called you here with only one question. This is an SS-class city defense cannon. Can you please reproduce it as soon as possible? Even a low-end A-class one would be fine. Yenku finally calmed down a little from her extreme enthusiasm. She pushed her glasses and frowned tightly. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with excitement that challenged her limits. If you asked me to replicate it 1-to-1, I definitely can't do it. But if I just want to imitate the energy circuit and make an A-class anti-cannon, give me 2 weeks. Equip me with a research lab. Give me the authority, and I also want all kinds of materials for experiments. Lin Fan looked at the somewhat crazy beauty in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect we want. He waved his hand towards Yenku. No problem, all is satisfied. I just ask for one thing, as soon as possible. Chapter 86, 3 Days, Rapid Development of IS. Time flies by, and IS Academy directly activated the infrastructure plug-in. Tens of thousands of IS veterans, plus the first wave of hundreds of thousands of mecha girls who came to support from the safe zone, immediately started large-scale development. In just 3 days, a 2-kilometer-long alloy barrier rose from the ground, like a giant steel dragon entwined on the edge of the wasteland. Even the construction of the living quarters behind the barrier is nearing completion. Outside the barrier, the buffer zone. 10 defensive outposts were quietly established. Each outpost is stationed with several mecha girls in the form of armored vehicles, equipped with standard 1130 close-in defense guns, which can directly crush even A-level wild beasts with firepower. The original 10 mecha teams have doubled in size and are killing crazily in the buffer zone. Whenever an area with dense concentrations of wild beasts is dealt with, a special logistics team will go there to harvest the materials. Bai Mingji, relying on her super high mobility, goes deep into the wilderness cave every day and specifically targets high-level wilderness beasts, causing the wilderness value on Lin Fan's panel to continue to rise. All of this is carried out in strict confidentiality. As for Lin Fan, on the surface, under the verbal threats of Su Yun and Bai Mingji, he was forced to take on the responsibility of supervising the overall situation. He was also assigned 24-hour personal protection by Yushia. In fact, I just walk around the college with my hands in my pockets every day. Either he went to Yenku's research lab to use the air conditioning and got kicked out, or he pulled Xining Shuang's drawings to give advice. Otherwise, he would take Yushia everywhere to take photos and check in, and upload them to the internet to do online marketing for IS College. The most outrageous one is, with such a comfortable life, Yushia's body level has been pushed to A+ by him. The news from the IS Academy quickly caused a huge stir on the internet. After seeing the so-called plan, the federal leaders all laughed endlessly. That's it. I thought Lin Fan had some backup plan for not participating in the relocation plan. You think you can resist the wild beast with just a broken alloy wall? Is Lin Fan crazy? Where's that old woman, Violet? Just letting the IS Academy mess around like this? That's hilarious! This kind of defense can't even withstand a B-level wild beast tide. They have no idea how terrifying a wild beast tide is. No one believes the IS Academy's suicidal behavior. In their deeply rooted concept, only a fortress city relying on city defense weapons and guarded by powerful contracted mechas can barely survive the impact of the wild beast tide. This distrust also directly affects the grassroots. Countless mecha girls who were not included in the quota would rather risk their lives and linger in the buffer zone of the first 3 areas than easily believe the promises made by IS Academy. However, there is also a small number of mecha girls. They were either desperate, or fed up with indifference and contempt, or they firmly believed that Lin Fan could create a miracle. Everyone gritted their teeth, held on to the last glimmer of hope, and began to migrate to Area 9. They carefully crossed the wasteland, just to fight for an unknown future. In a secret room somewhere in Federal District 1, the wrinkles on Qin Lan's face seemed to disappear. Her fingertips slid across the virtual screen, and a Commander's Blood Collection list appeared. Green arrows have been placed behind the names of most commanders. She pressed the video button, and a masked figure quickly appeared on the screen. My lord, the blood sample collection went smoothly. In the past few days alone, we've collected blood samples from over 300 commanders, and the purity is quite high. It will be sent to the Divine Society through secret channels tomorrow. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Lan added, however, those veteran commanders are too cautious and have not chosen to take action yet. The masked man's hoarse voice rang out. It's okay, 300 copies are enough to start the first stage of the ceremony. I understand. Qin Lan nodded and continued. Also, the recent expansion of District 9 has exceeded expectations. That place has attracted the attention of many mecha girls. When Area 9 falls, we might lose a large number of mecha girls. Just a clown. The masked man's voice was filled with disdain. However, we really can't let the insects make too much noise, lest we attract the attention of the higher-ups. I will send someone with a riot device to infiltrate deep into Area 9 and unleash the violent factor. I believe that within a few days, District 9 will be facing a wave of wild beasts ahead of schedule. It's time to let those mecha girls see the might of the Divine Assembly. Qin Lan stood up suddenly, a mad flash in her eyes. Are you planning to publicly offer asylum? Does that mean that our gods will appear in the world openly and honestly? That's right. The masked man's voice was bewitching. I will choose an opportune moment, when the terror of the wild beast tide reaches its peak, to perform a miracle. Tell those abandoned mecha girls that God will grant them powerful strength without the need for a contract, as well as an absolutely safe shelter. Hearing this, Qin Lan's lips curled up slightly. Yes, sir. For the Oracle. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lan leaned elegantly on the high stool, picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. As the secret room fell into darkness again, her figure appeared outside the room. Her face instantly shriveled again, returning to the look she had at the meeting in Grand Valley. And the other side. Lin Fan, who had nothing to do, followed his usual practice of the past few days, clinging to the top of the Nirvana Tower and gazing into the depths of the wasteland. Bai Mingji, who had returned from the depths of the wasteland, landed beside him. Unlike the relaxed look of the past few days, Bai Mingji had a hint of solemnity between her brows today. After listening to Bai Mingji's report, Lin Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Are you saying that the number of wild beasts in recent days is not right? Is it such a coincidence? No sooner had the relocation plan been launched than a riot broke out deep in the wasteland. If Lin Fan didn't know the hidden identity of Chief Qin Lan, he might really have to praise her for her foresight. Yes, Master. We've been at the base for quite some time, and some of the wild beasts, which have a strong sense of territory, have begun to gradually expand their range of activity. In addition, the number of wild beasts and their desire to attack seem to have increased significantly. I've met with Vice Dean Suja, and things are starting to get tough at the base. A tide of wild beasts. Lin Fan looked thoughtful. If a wave of wild beasts breaks out at this time, IS will definitely not be able to resist it based on its current defensive strength. The limitation of wasteland value has slowed down the development of mecha teams, and the city defense artillery with large-scale damage is still under development. Thinking of this, Lin Fan looked towards the depths of the wasteland again. TSK, these comfortable days haven't lasted a few days. Looks like I have to work overtime again. Chapter 87 One by One, all raided in the middle of the night. Nirvana Tower, Dean Su-Yun's office. Lin Fan's eyes swept over the 3 100% loyal mecha girls and he decided not to hide it anymore. Qin Lan, the chief of the Zhishan district, is a spy planted by the Oracle Church. The words fell. Su-Yun and Bai Mingji froze instantly and looked at Lin Fan in horror. Even Yu Xioya, who is usually heartless, covered her mouth in surprise. Su-Yun was the first to calm down. She didn't question what Lin Fan said at all, and began to analyze with a frown. It seems that the attack in Grand Valley was not an accident. This Oracle Church. 12 years ago, it was suppressed by several top commanders, and the remaining forces have been wandering in the deserted areas. What I can't understand is why the scanning radar didn't respond, and even the chief. Lin Fan interrupted. Now is not the time to dwell on this. The other party did not choose to reveal his identity, which must be due to some concerns. This is our window of development. Even if Qin Lan's entire body was transformed by the cells of wild beasts, her combat power in the form of blasphemer is only slightly stronger than yours. Now the main thing is to deal with the possible outbreak of the German wild beast tide, so... Lin Fan paused, his tone becoming more serious. The key at present is to secretly enhance our strength. From now on, all newly received mecha girls will be placed outside the barrier, and only assigned the most basic tasks. If anyone incites unrest, or just wants to freeload, kill them as a warning to the rest. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The Church's spies may have infiltrated District 9. Lin Fan doesn't want to be distracted by these things at this critical moment. With the existence of insight scanning, sooner or later these lurking ones will be caught one by one. I understand. Su-Yun responded immediately. She lazily leaned on the sofa and glanced at Lin Fan with a charming look. My dear Dean Lin, you are the one who sets all the major policies now, and I have become a tool for implementation? No. Lin Fan touched his nose awkwardly and laughed. Lying flat and idling is my ultimate dream. This isn't the startup phase, so I'm just working overtime reluctantly. By the way, remember to hand over the work in hand to Su Ran and ask her to keep an eye on it the whole time. At this time, Yu Xioya finally digested the information and came over with shining eyes. Commander Lin, the blasphemer form sounds terrifying. Would you like to upgrade me to S rank first? That way I can better protect everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became quiet. S level? Bai Mingji's tone was full of disbelief. Xioya, you're all A+ now? Seeing Yu Xioya nod, Bai Mingji's slightly resentful eyes quietly drifted towards Lin Fan. She is Lin Fan's first contracted mecha girl, and until now, her grade is only A+. Instead, Yu Xioya, the girl, came from behind and took the lead. Su-Yun also stood up sourly. No wonder I see Xioya looking so radiant recently. Respected Commander Lin Fan, you are a bit biased. Su-Yun gently brushed the hem of her dress and sat down next to Lin Fan. Her little finger scratched the corner of Lin Fan's clothes, and her red lips moved slightly. We're heading to the wasteland tomorrow, and I have some new ideas for the Fortress Mech's weapon system. I need Commander Lin to provide in-depth guidance tonight. Bai Mingji immediately followed up. Master, I also have a new idea for the attack mode of the particle shock whip, and I also need your guidance. The two of them looked at each other tacitly, and then looked at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan looked at the two beauties approaching from both sides, and glared at Yu Xioya, who was laughing secretly at the side. Wait! There's more to come! I have to go to Yanku to check on the progress of the Phase Crusher cannon. Seriously, Director Yen has no awareness of being an employee at all. The boss has to personally monitor the progress. Awful! Lin Fan complained as he quickly slipped out of the office. Lin Fan, if it's past 8 p.m., I'll make a hospital-wide announcement. Master, I'm waiting for you. Then, there was the gloating laughter of the three mecha girls. After leaving the dean's office, Lin Fan went straight to the research laboratory. When I entered the room, I didn't see Yanku. There was only the Huang Ji, cannon floating in the air, and several instruments were beeping around it. Director Yen? Yo-ho? I can't take the wild halberd away without anyone else? Who dares? An angry shout. Yenke ran out from another room with 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. Seeing Lin Fan, she adjusted her glasses and explained with a hint of helplessness. Commander Lin, you're here again. This is the reverse engineering of an SS-class city defense weapon. It'll take at least another week. Another week? Lin Fan whispered. You replied to me the same way yesterday. He stretched out his index finger and thumb and made a pinching gesture. Manager Yen, if I give you some perfect-grade equipment, can the progress be sped up a little bit? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yenke looked up suddenly. Then she turned on the screen and called up a series of data. If I reduce my sleep time to 3 hours, I should be able to get my sleep half a day earlier. Lin Fan quickly waved his hands. Don't. Please don't. Just follow the previous progress. Just kidding, Yenke is now the most important treasure of IS Academy. He didn't want to squeeze her out. If she worked overtime and ruined her health, he would have no place to cry. After spending half an hour in the research lab, Lin Fan was kicked out by Yenke for affecting the progress of research and development. With nowhere to go, Lin Fan simply wandered to the barrier construction area alone. Spent 3 hours there trying to catch a spy, and found nothing. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that he tiptoed back to Villa number 8. Not a coward! After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity fighting with Yushia, the landlord's family really had no food left. Click! He pushed the bedroom door open a crack, and seeing the darkness inside the room, Lin Fan hummed with relief. You chase me if you catch me. I'll let you hee. Snap! The moment the ceiling lights suddenly came on. Lin Fan's right foot, which had just been raised in the air, froze immediately, and the smile on his face froze in an instant. In the room, Bai Mingji wore a black tactical tights that showed off her exquisite curves. She was wearing white fishnet stockings and was sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a smile on her face. Su Yun changed into a semi-transparent red gauze dress and lay on the table with her back to the door. She seemed to be talking to Bai Mingji just now. The breathtaking curve of her back is faintly visible, her slender legs are wrapped in black stockings, and her coldness carries the abstinent temptation of an office goddess. Oh wow! What a coincidence! Lin Fan's thoughts were caught, and he scratched his head awkwardly. You guys haven't rested yet? Su Yun then slowly turned around. Her eyes locked onto him. Lin Fan, tonight's physical training might be a bit intense. Bai Mingji also stood up and reached out to unbutton the first button of her collar. Her voice was soft, but it carried a tone that brooked no refusal. Don't worry, Master, we will control the intensity of the training. Lin Fan looked at the 2 people approaching from the left and right and spread his hands helplessly. I don't know how they learned it from Yushia, but they all started to launch surprise attacks. He pointed to the bathroom nearby and said, I'm sweating all over. Let me go take a shower first. Do you want to come together? Chapter 88, 50-50, Abnormality in the Wasteland. Late at night, the heat in the bedroom has not yet subsided. Bai Mingji had lost her usual coolness. She curled up in the corner of the bed, limp all over. She was too lazy to even move the silver hair stuck to her neck. Su Yun's condition is slightly better. After Bai Mingji collapsed, she gritted her teeth and held on for more than half an hour. But in the end, his legs gave way and he fell to the side, gasping for breath, his chest heaving rapidly. Lin Fan looked at the 2 men who were defeated and immediately became proud. Bang! He reached out and patted Su Yun's elastic buttocks. Weren't you quite talkative just now? You said tonight's training would be intense? That's it. I think you 2 are the kings of talking, right? After hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Mingji, who was originally paralyzed, suddenly seemed to receive some signal. She struggled to stand up, casually put her long silver hair back, and gave Su Yun a look. Su Yun immediately understood, a dangerous smile curling up at the corner of her mouth. She slowly turned sideways, her fingers lightly stroking Lin Fan's waist. Don't be impatient. I'm just taking a break, not admitting defeat. As she spoke, she nodded towards Bai Mingji. Lin Fan was stunned, and glanced in the direction she pointed. Bai Mingji has actually turned over and sat up, the way she tied her hair. Lin Fan's previous sense of pride instantly disappeared, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. I was just joking. Is it too late to surrender now? Bai Mingji didn't say anything, but just raised her hand to adjust her hair to make sure it didn't affect her movements. Then, he turned over and came over. Master, there's no reason to surrender midway through training. If you don't promote me to S rank today, this matter will never end. Immediately following, a strange sound was heard in the room. The next morning, Lin Fan had a pair of faint dark circles under his eyes. He rubbed his still sore waist, and then slowly walked into the bathroom. The warm water washed over my body, finally taking away some of my fatigue. Recalling last night's extra training, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. These two women really don't care about my life or death when they upgrade. Pain and happiness. But the effect is real. Su Yun was just one step away from reaching SS level, and Bai Mingji also successfully advanced to an S-level machine. As his mind moved slightly, the familiar system panel appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 14. Operation level, LV5280/300. Soul contract, 3/3. Skills, Insight Scan Basic Mecha Operation plus 20%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, Bai Mingji, Strike S1330 Su Yun, Fortress S plus 1125, Yushuya, Combat Healing 8 plus 980. Derived Initial Armor, Bai Style Armor plus 266, Su Style Armor plus 225, U Style Armor plus 196. Wild Value, 42,286. Lin Fan looked at the changes on the panel and grinned. Operation level is almost up to level 6. As usual, new contract positions should be coming soon. He whispered to himself, his eyes brightening a little. And now, I'm driving a glazed mecha, with the bonus of explosive shine. It's now evenly matched with Qin Lan's blasphemer form. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clenched his fists and made an oyster sauce gesture in front of the mirror. After changing clothes and going downstairs, the meat buns on the dining table were still steaming. Lin Fan grabbed one and took a big bite with satisfaction. Just then, Su Yun, wearing a smart black combat uniform, hurried in from outside. Seeing Lin Fan chewing on a bun, she was visibly stunned. Lin Fan? Why don't you get some more sleep? We still have an hour until departure, but as you requested, the 5 best-performing mecha teams are already in place. Lin Fan rolled his eyes at her while chewing his bun, then mumbled. Now you feel bad? When you were holding me down for extra training last night, did you see that you were being soft-hearted? Su Yun's ears blushed slightly. But he pretended to be calm and replied. That is necessary intensive training, Commander Lin. I don't want the fortress to shut down after one salvo when you're piloting me. Lin Fan nearly spit out a mouthful of bun, and waved his hands in a helpless manner. All right, are you already in position? Then hurry up and get going. Our eldest brother-in-law is still waiting for our support. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan passed through the barrier area and found 5 mecha squads already on standby in the open space. Hello, Commander Lin! Seeing Lin Fan approaching, everyone burst into uniform greetings. Hello, girls! Thank you for your hard work, girls! Lin Fan waved his hand in a funny way. Su Yun followed beside him and projected the light screen. The route has been planned. We will go through it in a straight line. We will arrive in just over a day. Lin Fan took a quick look and waved his hand. Full speed ahead. Try to reach the base as soon as possible. Yes. Commander Lin. Without any unnecessary nonsense, many mecha girls transformed into vehicle forms, and the mecha girls in the same team quickly gathered together. The convoy's speed instantly increased, stirring up a cloud of dust across the barren land. Just stepped out of the buffer zone. 2 agile B-level wild beasts rushed out from the ruins and pounced on the convoy with fangs bared. Team 2, clean up. As the command was given on the communication channel, two mecha girls jumped out of the off-road vehicle closest to the wild beast, and their mecha forms unfolded. Each of them fired a particle cannon, and the energy beam instantly penetrated the heads of the two wild beasts. Until the off-road vehicle returned again, the whole process took less than 10 seconds. However, this relaxed atmosphere did not last long. As the convoy went deeper into the wilderness, the originally sparse traces of wild beasts became increasingly frequent. Lin Fan looked at the map on the light screen and fell into deep thought. According to the map, they had only been in the central area for half an hour. The last time he came here, this area had at most some scattered A-level wild beasts. But now, not only are there a lot of A-level wild beasts gathered together, but even several S-level wild beasts have been seen. While thinking, the reconnaissance convoy ahead suddenly sounded an alert. Warning! Multiple high-intensity energy reactions detected. Level determined. S-level. 3 in number. Approaching at high speed. Everyone, emergency brake. Defensive formation. The convoy braked suddenly, the heavy mechas quickly moved to the front, and the sniper and long-range support units quickly occupied the flanks. Mecha Team's action room. 3 soul-devouring wolves, as big as off-road vehicles, appeared at the end of the field of vision. Open fire! Free fire! Prioritize blocking! As the order was given, the firepower network poured out like a rainstorm. However, since most of the mechas in the mecha team are at B level, even if they are equipped with perfect level weapons, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to the S-level soul-devouring wolves. One of the largest soul-devouring wolves broke through the fire blockade. There was a loud, swish sound. One mecha was knocked back several steps, and several deep claw marks instantly appeared on its shell. Fortunately, the shield-type mechas providing flank support quickly filled the position, preventing the defense line from being broken through, and the battle instantly became stalemate. Lin Fan looked at the real-time battle situation, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. S-level wild beasts have abnormally appeared in the central area, and they are in groups. This is definitely not a good sign, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. It seems that the situation with my eldest brother-in-law is even worse than I imagined. Xia, do it. Su Yun, you continue to lead the team. Meng Ji and I will go to the base first. Chapter 89 Amazing Mathematical Talent. The glazed mecha dragged a colorful tail of light and charged straight into the heart of the wasteland in an almost arrogant manner. In the cockpit, Lin Fan was about to chat with Bai Mingji, but suddenly shut his mouth. He keenly sensed something unusual. When I was driving the Liuli mecha in the past, I always felt like I was playing League of Legends on the Wi-Fi of my neighbor, and the ping would occasionally jump. But now, as soon as he thought of turning 5 degrees to the left to avoid that cloud of poop, the body of the glazed mecha had already completed fine-tuning simultaneously. The only remaining sense of frame interruption is gone. Wow! This feels so smooth! Is it because Bai Mingji upgraded to an S-type machine? If I upgrade to SSS mecha in the future, how good will the driving experience be? Lin Fan's right hand slid across the buffer solution, feeling the stronger energy absorption efficiency. Meng Ji, stop being so reserved! It's time to show your S-class strength! Lin Fan yelled curiously. Accelerator, no, full power! Let me see your top speed! Buzz boom! As Lin Fan finished speaking, the colorful wings of the glazed mecha suddenly burst out with dazzling light, and performed an extremely flashy 720-degree rotation in midair. Bang! The sound barrier was broken in an instant, and it was not until a few seconds after the body of the glazed mecha disappeared that a lightning-like explosion erupted at the spot. Wow! The extreme feeling of being pushed on the back made Lin Fan unable to help but let out strange cries. He simultaneously watched the rapidly shrinking distance on the command screen, and the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. The flying speed of the glazed mecha has increased by at least 30%. It's only been an hour and a half, right? This speed. I like it. Lin Fan looked at the outline of base number 9 appearing on the horizon and couldn't help but sigh. Even he himself felt that this speed was a bit outrageous. As the altitude rapidly decreased, the dark purple color of the earth below became thicker and thicker. and the massive base number 9 gradually revealed its war-ready appearance. The glass dome of the base has been fully opened, revealing the oversized cannon barrel in the center, and the white electromagnetic energy gathered at the muzzle crackles. All the automatic defense weapon platforms were deployed on the walls surrounding the base. Densely packed gun barrels and missile silos are neatly pointed deep into the wilderness. What surprised Lin Fan was the scene more than 10 kilometers away from the base. A dark mass of wild beasts. It covers all the wasteland within sight, with no end in sight. He even saw several giant wild beasts whose sizes were so exaggerated that they were comparable to towers, lying in the center of the beast tide like several black meat mountains. SS level? But what's going on now? Lin Fan murmured in confusion. Such a large group of wild beasts are eerily quiet. Even the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus beast, known for its hot temper, was now sitting quietly in the herd. There were only a few scattered A-level and B-level wild beasts with insufficient intelligence, rushing towards the base with red eyes. Then, whoosh bang! The base's defense turrets opened fire instantly, blasting it into pieces of flesh and blood. The entire beast tide had no reaction to their companions' behavior of giving away their heads. Those SS-level wild beasts didn't even raise their eyelids. What the hell? This is the first time I've seen such an obedient herd of wild beasts. Lin Fan complained madly, controlling the glass mecha to fold its light wings and land steadily in front of base number 9. As soon as Lin Fan and Bai Mingji showed up, a patrol team of mecha girls with tense faces surrounded them. Seeing Lin Fan, the leading mecha girl's eyes instantly burst into surprise. It's really Commander Lin Fan! Our support has finally arrived! Her eyes quickly skipped over Lin Fan and Bai Mingji, and she raised her neck to look behind her. The joy on his face froze in an instant. Commander Lin, just the two of you! The herd of wild beasts outside the base made her breathless. She finally waited for the reinforcements, but the number was not as great as she expected. Lin Fan didn't explain too much. He simply pointed deep into the base and said, "Is Vice President Su here? Take me there. Vice President Su has gone to the Central Command Room. Please follow me." The girl suppressed her doubts and immediately turned around to lead the way. Lin Fan followed the girl in the robot and walked quickly through the reinforced gates. The atmosphere inside the base has become extremely depressing. Every mecha girl or commander I met had dark circles under their eyes and a lingering anxiety. The door to the Central Command Room slid open. The huge tactical holographic sand table occupied most of the room. On the sand table, the model representing base number 9 is surrounded by a semicircular red dot. Su Zhi just stood quietly in front of the sand table, his eyes full of solemnity. Hearing footsteps, Su Zhi looked up. The moment he saw Lin Fan, a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Lin Fan? You kid, so fast? You came here as soon as you got the news? Lin Fan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Of course I did. As soon as I heard the news about Ming Ji, I immediately rushed over. What's the situation with those wild beasts outside? Su Zhi then took a deep breath and pointed at the holographic sand table. It's worse than what you see. The base's jammers have lost their effectiveness, so I simply ordered them to be turned off. These beast tides began to gather abnormally only 12 hours ago. After completing the encirclement, they fell into this strange state of silence. Currently, there should be about 50,000 of them. We tried small-scale firepower probing, but only the lowest-level ones were attracted by the attack, and those above S-level were completely indifferent. He pointed his fingers at the largest red dots, and his expression became serious. There are now 7 SS Class 1s. With a few more SS Class, with the current firepower of the base we... However, Lin Fan, who was standing next to him, suddenly lit up his eyes when he heard the number 50,000. 50,000? He muttered to himself subconsciously, and the arithmetic cells in his brain instantly became extremely active. An A-level beast has about 50 wildness points. Meng Ji adds 100%, that's 100 points. 100 heads rounded up to about 20,000, right? 10,000 heads, 300,000? I'm so pretty! I'm dizzy! Lin Fan was completely lost in happiness. Suja was immersed in his own worries. When he heard Lin Fan's muttering, he nodded solemnly in agreement. Yes, a full 50,000. It's too stressful. I don't know how Qin Yuan's investigation is going. If an SSS-level wild beast appears next, we will be in real trouble. Chapter 90. Back and forth for 5 minutes. Before Suja finished speaking, a loud shout came from outside the command room. Brother Su! The worst has happened! The door slid open again, and Qin Yuan, dusty and tired, rushed into the command room. Her red rubber combat uniform had several large holes in it, and blood was faintly seeping inside. The heroic spirit of the past was long gone, leaving only anxiety on his face. Qin Yuan continued to report, panting heavily. 400 kilometers southwest, 2 SSS-class sky-splitting tigers are moving towards the base. Fortunately, their anti-air capabilities were relatively weak, so I was lucky enough to escape. Now, it should be only 200 kilometers away from us. As she spoke, she waved the recording screen in her hand. In the picture, 2 giant tigers, one big and one small, with black stripes all over their bodies, were rushing straight forward along with a small group of wild beasts. When the 4 claws stepped on the ground, the entire ground shook. Qin Yuan dragged the image into the holographic sandbox, and 2 marks that were 3 times larger than the red dots of the SS-level wild beasts appeared instantly. At the same time, it was moving towards the base at a speed visible to the naked eye. At their speed, they'll reach the base in an hour at most. Brother Su, let's retreat. Suja's face instantly turned pale, and he slammed his hands heavily on the alloy frame of the sand table. Bang! The sky-splitting tiger. They are forcing us to our death. Among the SSS-level wild beasts, this one focuses on attack and instant burst. The S-class city defense cannons in the base may not be able to attack them, and he is the only one in the entire base who can fight for a while. That's why we can't wait. Qin Yuan grabbed Suja's wrist, her eyes full of anxiety. Brother Su, at best we can hold off 1. We definitely can't hold base 9. Don't hesitate. If the encirclement in the east closes again, those people in the base will really be unable to leave. Abandon the base? Suja's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He roared with his eyes wide open. We can't retreat. This is the only defense base in Area 9. We must stop them here. If these 50,000 wild beasts plus 2 SSS-class beasts march straight in, everyone in the rear will be dead. We must stop them here. But what can we use to stop them? Qin Yuan was also a little excited. Faced with a wild beast tide of this magnitude, it's only a matter of time before the base falls. By then, there won't even be a chance to retreat. As Suja's contracted mecha girl, she knew Suja's temper too well. But if this situation continues, as more and more wild beasts gather, they will all die here. Qin Yuan stared at Suja for a few seconds. There was only a determination to fight to the death in Suja's eyes. She could only turn around and sigh helplessly. At this time, Qin Yuan just caught a glimpse of Lin Fan and Bai Mingji, who were standing beside her with conflicted expressions. Her eyes widened instantly, and a feeling of ecstasy surged in her heart. With Lin Fan's exaggerated fighting ability, there might be a chance of a turnaround. Lin? Commander Lin! Teacher Bai! When did you guys come? Bang! Just as Ziyuan exclaimed, Lin Fan suddenly clapped his hands heavily. His frown relaxed at this moment, and he looked relieved. Oops! I miscalculated. It's 5 million! If we only change it to equipment blueprints for SS equipment, there will be at least 10 of them. Lin Fan looked up with a grin on his face. But he saw Suja and Qin Yuan, both staring at his face. Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at and touched his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there dust on my face? As he said this, he ran to the mirror next to him, took a look, and finally nodded with satisfaction. No dirt, still so handsome. He turned around and scratched his head. Brother-in-law, what were you guys arguing about just now? What SSS-level wild beast? Suja hesitated for a moment. Then he asked tentatively. Lin Fan, mecha combat is not the same as fighting wild beasts. Tell me honestly, if you were to face an SSS rank sky-splitting ferocious tiger, how confident are you that you could contain it? When Lin Fan heard Suju's question, he came back to his senses from the 5 million. He glanced at the virtual sandbox casually, and then he saw the two moving red dots. According to the speed of the Lily mecha, this distance. Well, I can't figure it out. Just these two red dots, right? 5 minutes should be no problem. Meng Ji, let's go. Lin Fan looked at the distance and gave a relatively ample answer. After saying that, he walked out of the command room. Suju's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. 5 minutes is enough. The base's anti-tank artillery is designed for targeted attacks. If you and I each contain one, and with the help of others, we might actually win. Wait a minute, I'll notify the City Defense Department and other commanders to take their positions. Lin Fan paused and turned back with a confused look on his face. Brother, I mean, it only takes 5 minutes for me to leave and come back. Hurry up and help your sister-in-law change her clothes. By the time you're done, I'll be done with work. Gonna. Lin Fan waved his hand casually and walked out of the command room. Knowing that the interference crystal was shut down, Lin Fan took Bai Mingji's hand and jumped down from the command room, which was dozens of meters high. In midair, a glass mecha appeared. There was a loud bang, and it flew away from the base in an instant. The group of wild beasts surrounding the base all took a look at the glass mecha, then turned their gaze back towards the base. Master, do you want to clear out some wild beasts along the way? Bai Mingji's voice sounded in the cockpit. Lin Fan thought for a few seconds and shook his head. Don't do anything yet, let's fly a little deeper and see what's going on. Su Yun and Xiaya haven't arrived yet. If the balance is disrupted now and a wave of wild beasts attacks the base, it will be troublesome. After flying southwest for a while, there was finally movement ahead. A torrent of hundreds of wild beasts was desperately rushing towards the base. Following behind were the two ferocious-looking sky-splitting tigers, and the black markings on their bodies could be seen from a distance. It's these two! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Dragoon floating cannon! Fire! 64 floating cannons instantly flew out from the colorful wings and were neatly lined up in a row. The next moment. Buzz! 64 laser beams, like thin lines, plowed directly towards the herd of wild beasts. Roar! Woo-woo! Screams instantly rang out among the herd of wild beasts. Groups of wild beasts were cut into charred pieces of meat by lasers, and then piled up into a large ball due to inertia. Successfully killed an A-rank Black Rock wild bear. Wild points, 60-120. Successfully killed an A-rank Iron Giant Rhino. Wild value 50-100 points. Successfully killed. Just as Lin Fan glanced at the system prompt, a high-pitched cry was heard. An SS-class flying wild beast noticed the glass mecha in the air and instantly opened its sharp claws. With a flap of its wings, it dived down from a high altitude at a high speed, and its sharp claws pierced the cockpit of the glazed mecha. Chapter 91 Strange Energy Reactions. The diving cloud-splitting eagle was huge, with a wingspan of nearly 15 meters on one side, and its dark purple scales flashed with a cold light. In its eyes, the fragile colorful mecha in the air was a piece of fat meat delivered to its doorstep. Its diving speed soared again, ready to tear the tin can into pieces. Swish! A blurry long shadow suddenly shot out from the right hand of the mecha. The shock whip wrapped around the huge right wing of the cloud-splitting eagle at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Crack! The scales and bones of the cloud-splitting eagle that could withstand S-class anti-cannons were easily cut off at the root. The dark purple beast's blood gushed out and was directly evaporated into balls of burned mist. The cloud-splitting eagle let out a shrill howl and fell directly from the sky. But the shock whip did not let it go. Instead, it coiled around it like a python and tied up its huge body tightly. Inside the mecha cockpit, Lin Fan looked at the miserable state of the cloud-splitting eagle, and a sneer appeared on his lips. From the moment the herd of wild beasts was seen on the ground, the position of the cloud-splitting eagle was synchronously displayed on the command screen. But he didn't expect that this wild beast would wait for the moment he launched an attack and then launch a sneak attack. Lin Fan chuckled. You stinky bird, I've been on guard against this move of yours for a long time. 1.2.3, Do. He flicked his wrist lightly and controlled the glass mecha to make a swinging motion. The huge dark purple figure slammed down to the ground like a yo-yo. The target is precisely the sky-splitting tiger that is digging the ground violently. And at this time on the ground. Just as the sky-splitting tiger was angered by the attack of the floating cannon, it saw a pile of food falling from the sky. The hunting instinct made it lower its center of gravity instantly, and then it exerted force with its hind legs, and its huge body like a mountain suddenly leaped up. Then, its bloody mouth opened wide, revealing bloody fangs as big as door panels. Click! A dull biting sound mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The cloud-splitting eagle didn't even let out a scream before it was bitten in half. The sky-splitting tiger didn't even chew the food, but just shook his head contentedly and swallowed it whole in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. Roar! Then, it raised its ferocious head and roared provocatively at the glass mecha floating in the air. In the cockpit, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The scattered attacks of the floating cannons have plowed hundreds of low-level wild beasts around into pieces of meat. But for this thick-skinned SSS-level sky-splitting tiger, the previous attack seemed to be just a scrape, and instead ignited its ferocity. Oh, so you're not picky about food? Then you can eat as much as you want in one go. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he instantly gave the order to attack. The group of floating guns suspended in the air instantly turned their muzzles and aimed at the 2 tigers. Buzz! 64 laser beams smashed down, and the sky-splitting tiger was forced to retreat repeatedly by the impact, and even its black-striped skin began to emit green smoke. Both of them raised their heads and roared in pain. Good opportunity! The moment they opened their mouths, all the laser beams suddenly converged into 2 dazzling beams of light, accurately piercing their throats. A blinding light flashed. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The terrifying energy shock waves spread wildly in all directions, instantly vaporizing the nearby wild beast meat. Wait until the bright light fades. Where the 2 sky-splitting tigers had originally stood, only 2 huge charred pits with a diameter of over 100 meters remained. Apart from that, there was not even a scrap left. Dozens of kilometers away, Suja was driving a red Phoenix fighter jet, sprinting at full speed towards Lin Fan in a panic. Ever since Lin Fan rushed out of the base alone, he immediately chased after him in Qin Yuan's fighter jet form. After all, wild beasts are much more powerful than mechas, especially their defensive methods. Support! You can't let your brother-in-law take risks alone. Sudden. A strong light exploded in the sky ahead, and a terrifying energy wave caused snowflakes to pop up on the command screen. Oh my God! What was that noise just now? Suja asked, somewhat confused. Qin Yuan's voice soon came. Brother Su, the energy reaction of the sky-splitting tiger is gone. Both ends are gone. Suja's pupils shrank and he narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead. An absurd yet only reasonable guess came to mind. That noise just now, could it be that Lin Fan who made it? His floating artillery group? It's not that exaggerated, just this power. Compared to this, the anti-aircraft guns in the base are not even as good as small firecrackers. He jerked the joystick. The Phoenix fighter tore through the sound barrier and rapidly approached the battlefield. As the distance got closer, a devastated battlefield came into view. The charred crater, the crystallized earth, and the colorful glazed mecha was quietly floating above the huge pit, surrounded by floating cannons. This scene made the battle-hardened Suja gasp in surprise. It was really Lin Fan who did it. He frantically stroked his numb, bald head. This is fucking like directly blasting an SSS-level desolate beast into nothing but shreds. This kind of power, can a mecha produce it? He swallowed hard, and with trembling fingers, he pressed the public communication channel. Lin Fan? Brother-in-law? Are you okay? What's going on here? Inside the cockpit of the glazed mecha, Lin Fan was happily counting the wasteland values on the panel when he suddenly heard Suja's question. At this moment, he had no desire to pretend, only a strong desire for wildness. He glanced at the sky in the direction of the base. Oh, brother-in-law? Why did you get out? What could possibly happen here? Just two wild beasts. I just finished work. At this distance, it shouldn't affect the base, but I think it's better for you to go back and calm the situation. Bai Mingji, who has 100% wild value acquisition, is simply a wild value harvester. Lin Fan called out to Bai Mingji directly. Mingji, scan the surrounding area. See if there are any big guys hiding, or groups of wild beasts, and mark them out. The holographic radar interface instantly unfolded, covering an area of several kilometers around. Hundreds of light spots immediately lit up on the screen. Lin Fan glanced at it. Just when I thought there was no way out, my eyes suddenly stopped. At the edge of the radar, there is an abnormally small energy point. All the wild beasts, whether alone or in groups, were moving towards the base. Only it is slowly moving deeper into the wilderness, and even its energy reaction is pitifully weak. Bai Mingji's voice sounded at the right time. Master, the target's energy level is determined to be C. C rank? Lin Fan stared at the radar chart in confusion for 2 seconds. Why doesn't this guy stay in the buffer zone and run deeper? There's a problem. The weirder it is, the more problematic it is. Brother-in-law, go back to the base first. I'll go check it out. Chapter 92, Blasphemer, Lin Fan's Alertness. When Suja heard that Lin Fan was going to pursue a sea-level energy reaction, he was speechless and wanted to tear him apart. This guy is strong, but his operation is too confusing, right? After killing an SSS-level sky-splitting tiger, you turn around and chase after a sea-level one? Are you bored because you've eaten too much? It's just a C-rank wild beast, why do you care about it? Suji yelled into the communicator. You've already made the sky-splitting tiger famous. Come back with me now. The base needs you more. Lin Fan didn't respond. He stared at the small red dot on the edge of the radar that was about to disappear, and was puzzled. This thing's behavior is so abnormal. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Brother, you go back first. I'll be back soon after taking a look. The base can't be left unattended, you go back first. After saying that, he didn't give Suja any more chance to nag. The Liuli mecha accelerated in the air and rushed out with its floating gun array. Suja looked at the signal on the radar that was moving away, and rubbed his bald head in anger. Damn it! You little bastard! When you come back, I'll have Yunner give you a good beating. Hey, Xiaoyuan, let's go back! Lin Fan's super strong fighting ability made him smile with relief even as he cursed. The current situation of the base being surrounded made him dare not waste time here. The Phoenix fighter quickly adjusted its direction and returned to base number 9. On the other side, the Liuli mecha was extremely fast. In a moment, they approached the target area. Master, the target's movement speed has been very stable. The fog below is too thick to capture the footage. Estimated arrival time, 5 seconds. Lin Fan quickly slowed down and drove the glass mecha into the foggy area. As the altitude decreased simultaneously, the field of vision finally became clearer. It's not a wild beast after all. Amidst the scorched earth and the remains of wild beasts, a strange woman wrapped in chains appeared on the command screen. Her movements were extremely strange. It was more like she was crawling than walking? Lin Fan was so frightened by this bizarre scene that his hair stood on end. What the hell is this? Mingji, zoom in and record simultaneously, Lin Fan ordered. As the image zoomed in, the sea-level target finally revealed its full appearance. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and there was still lingering blood at the corners of her mouth. The hollow clothes on his body could not cover his mutated skin at all. There were protruding blue veins everywhere, which made people's scalp tingle. People? Cyborg? Just as Lin Fan was recording quietly. But she suddenly stopped, turned her head 180 degrees, and her blood-red eyes appeared on the screen. Hiss! An inhuman scream was heard, causing Lin Fan's eardrums to hurt. Immediately following, her body is growing like crazy as if it were inflated. The originally pale skin turned into muscle texture, the body twisted and stretched, and instantly turned into a giant female body nearly 10 meters tall. Only a few broken chains hung on her body, and the rest of her body was bare. Lin Fan blurted out to the screen, "Ani? Did this guy walk into the wrong set?" Seeing the female giant rushing towards the mecha with the chain in hand, Lin Fan immediately activated the insight scan. Name you. Age 24. Machine, Auxiliary Type C, non-upgradable. Comprehensive Combat Power, 220. Secret Information, Wild Beast Cell Transformer, full body, capable of unleashing the Blasphemer form, combat power, 780. Fuck you! Sure enough, it's this bunch of church scum again. Lin Fan looked at the information scanned by the insight detection and couldn't help but curse. Before you could launch an attack, Lin Fan gave the order. Explosive flash. Floating gun. Saturation attack. Blast her to pieces. Buzz. All the floating guns focused their fire instantly, and the dazzling laser torrent directly hit the female giant's chest. The beam of light easily penetrated the target, and the huge energy made Yu's body suddenly stiffen. She looked down at the huge charred hole in her chest, as if she still didn't understand what was happening. Next second, her entire body disintegrated into a cloud of black liquid and fell back to the ground with a crackling sound. Just die like that? Lin Fan waited in the air for several minutes with a look of astonishment on his face. Seeing that there were no new abnormal movements, he landed on the ground with a bang in the glass mecha. Lin Fan looked at the twisted pieces of flesh and countless broken chains on the ground, his brows furrowed deeply. How many of these monsters has that church created? And why send them to the depths of the wilderness at this very moment? The combat effectiveness of 780 is already comparable to that of those academy commanders. Plus the same attributes as Qin Lan. Lin Fan, confused, turned his attention back to the scanning radar. Meng Ji, expand the scanning range to the maximum, and prioritize screening for low-level wild beast energy reactions. Let's clean up this area before we go back. As you command, Master. The Luli mecha rose into the air again, and the floating artillery array behind it quietly dispersed. The next time, Lin Fan drove the glass mecha and began to conduct a detailed cleaning inspection of the surrounding area. Any wild beast detected, regardless of level, was ruthlessly and efficiently attacked. Boom! Boom boom! The floating gun array is like the scythe of the god of death, and the laser beams are interwoven into a web, efficiently eliminating all active threats within the field of view. The battles almost always ended in a matter of seconds, and the wild beasts were often reduced to ashes before they could even react. The wild value on the panel is accumulating at an alarming rate. However, it took nearly 3 hours to clean up, scanning one area after another. Apart from those damn wild beasts, Lin Fan did not find any other transformers like you. It was as if the strange woman was just an accident that happened to break in. But the string in Lin Fan's heart never relaxed. The sky gradually darkened and the fog became thicker. The glazed mecha landed on a huge stone pillar, and Lin Fan exited the driving mode. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Lin Fan simply sat on the edge of the stone pillar. But his gaze was cast into the depths of the wasteland. Meng Ji, what do you think is at the end of the wasteland? Bai Mingji stood beside Lin Fan, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. There was a hint of solemnity in his expression. Master, for the past 100 years, the Federation and various colleges have been sending exploration teams deep into the region, but only 1 in 10 of them returns alive. The only information we have is that the environment is extremely harsh and that there are incomprehensibly powerful life forms. No one knows where the end is, and no one knows what lies at the end. Chapter 93. The Beast Tide is coming. The killer weapon is activated. Nightfall, 4 a.m. The lights in base number 9 are still bright. Outside the base, the roars of wild beasts grew louder and louder, making people feel extremely frightened. Unlike the dormant state during the day, the wild beasts at this time have already shown some signs of attacking posture. On the defensive weapon platform, various mecha units are undergoing rotation. Everyone looked up several times at the holographic screen on the roof of the IS Academy's main building. NO, 1 Lin Fan killing points, 330,000, IS Academy. This number has not moved for a full 15 minutes. Commander Lin, could it be? A mecha girl started to speak, but was interrupted by someone next to her. Don't let your imagination run wild. Commander Lin definitely hasn't found a new target. That being said, the atmosphere everywhere is still depressing. Outside the door of the central command room, Suju leaned against a metal chair. The beer bottle at his feet flipped over and spilled onto the floor. His eyes were fixed on the depths of the wasteland. Every commander has limited mental strength and energy, and cannot withstand long-term high-intensity combat. Especially when fighting against wild beasts continuously, the energy consumption of mecha weapons will soar exponentially. He was worried when Lin Fan's grade skyrocketed. Now that it suddenly stopped moving, he was even more worried. No! That guy is very smart. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly broke out on the platform. It's moving! Look, everyone! Commander Lin's score has moved again! A mecha girl tightly grasped the platform railing with her left hand, and excitedly pointed at the holographic screen in the distance with her right hand. With this shout, everyone looked up in unison. The number on the screen has exceeded 330,000 to 340,000. Great! I was so scared just now. Ha 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 ha, as expected. There must not be enough wild beasts to kill. I was so scared that my palms were sweating. The sudden cheers in the base finally made Suju breathe a sigh of relief. My heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally settled down. This brat. Suju cursed softly, but he couldn't hide the relief in his tone. He reached out to pick up the beer that had fallen to the ground and gulped down a big gulp. But no one knew that at this moment, Lin Fan was driving the glass mecha and rushing towards the base at full speed. And a few hundred kilometers behind the lily mecha, the dark mass of wild beasts was completely furious, rushing out like a tide. The wild beasts of the entire wasteland. A complete riot. After Lin Fan went hundreds of kilometers deep into the wasteland, he saw invisible energy tides surging from the depths. Under the impact of the energy tide, the communication module carried by the lily mecha lost its function. The wild beasts that were hit, on the contrary, started to riot as if they had taken drugs. Meng-Ji, is the communication frequency still unable to get through? Lin Fan asked again. Master, I've been trying to call. Whether it's global or personal communication, no one can contact. And here at the base, the cheers didn't last long. Because Lin Fan's score soared to 350,000 in just a few minutes. Once again, it came to a complete standstill. 10 minutes later. 20 minutes passed, and the screen still didn't respond. The girls who were so excited just now turned pale again. Why aren't you moving again? Commander Lin, could something have really happened? Many people murmured quietly, and uneasiness began to spread slowly. Stop yelling, damn it! A girl in a maintenance uniform suddenly yelled, her lifeless eyes sweeping over the people around her. How can we possibly hold our own against this level of wild beast tide? If I had known earlier, I would have run away with the people from Team 3. Now I can't escape even if I want to. Shut up! Commander Lin must be on his way back, someone immediately retorted. Return? Do you really believe he will come back? If it were you, with the flying ability of the glazed mecha, would you still come back to die? Stop dreaming! These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the passion in everyone's hearts. Suspicion and panic began to grow quietly. As the commotion grew. Look! There's a meteor! A hoarse cry came from the watchtower. Everyone looked up instantly. I saw a streak of light with a colorful tail of flame, tearing through the night sky at an astonishing speed and rushing straight towards the base. It's a mecha! It's a Lioli mecha! Commander Lin is back! We are saved! Countless eyes locked onto the glass mecha at the same time, and the base instantly fell into a sea of joy. The girl who had made sarcastic remarks earlier now felt her face burning and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. A few seconds later, the glazed mecha stirred up a violent airflow and landed directly in the center of the base. Lin Fan and Bai Mingji appeared instantly. Lin Fan, you little brat! Are you addicted to killing wild beasts? And you still remember to come back? At this time, Suju was already rushing over from a distance, shouting loudly. At this moment, Lin Fan didn't care about the eyes around him at all. He just rushed to Suja, put his arm around him, and said softly, "Brother, the situation has changed. We may have to evacuate first." A riot broke out in the depths of the wilderness. A massive beast tide will arrive in half an hour at most. Suyun's support will take several more hours. By the way, how many people are there in the base now? Suja was startled by Lin Fan's words. Just as he was about to retort, he met Lin Fan's serious gaze. He quickly replied, 12 commanders and 36 contracted mechas. After a pause, Suja continued to add, 300 weapon platforms, each manned by 4 mecha girl gunners, plus an equal number of support personnel, a total of over 2,000. Including scattered foreign forces, the total number is only over 3,000. 3,000? Lin Fan was slightly surprised when he heard this number. This number is far beyond expectations. Since there were so many mecha girls present, the original evacuation plan was instantly rejected by him. He quickly glanced at the panel. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 16. Operation level, LV5, 295/300. Soul contract, 3/3. Skills, Insight Scan, Basic Mecha Operation plus 20%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, Baimingji, Strike S-1330, Suyun, Fortress S plus 1125, Yushuya, Combat Healing A plus 980. Derived Initial Armor, Bai Style Armor plus 266, Su Style Armor plus 225, U Style Armor plus 196. Wild Value, 282,286. After several hours of slaughter, his wild value has reached 280,000. That's 2,800. The Silver Snake Energy Stick, which is priced at 100 wild value, can not only activate the mecha form of the mecha girl for 30 minutes, but also bring her 1 point of experience gain. In that case, just consider it a level up. Lin Fan quickly took out 3 silver boxes and opened one with a click. 50 Silver Snake Energy Sticks were neatly arranged inside. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan started exchanging items in the system mall. Brother Su, didn't you always ask me for this before? Want to do something big? I'll give you 2,500 first. Remember to keep it a secret for me. If anyone asks, just say it was developed by Director Yen Ke. After saying that, Lin Fan gave Suja a harmless smile. Chapter 94, Rapid Increase from LV5 to LV10. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Suja's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was so excited that he grabbed Lin Fan's collar and asked, How much? How much? How much did you say? Back then I asked you for 2 and you wouldn't even give them to me, and now you're selling them wholesale? I'm giving you my most precious metal card. Lin Fan looked at Suja, who had a face full of resentment, and said righteously, Brother-in-law, this is the wealth I have accumulated for a long time. If your precious base wasn't in danger, I wouldn't even bother taking it even if I were beaten to death. Seeing Suja let go of his hand with some apology, and helped him straighten his collar with a guilty look on his face, Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You can't just say, this is a cheap commodity worth 100 yuan each, right? If he said this, wouldn't he be sliced into pieces? Brother-in-law, stop wasting time. Lin Fan quickly changed the subject and urged. The beast tide won't wait for us to chat. If we dawdle any longer, our base will be crushed to the ground. Hurry up and get the mecha girls to come over to recharge and calculate the mecha forms. Hurry up! Suja came back to his senses with a start, grabbed the communicator, and shouted. Everyone listen! Except for the on-duty firepower operators and commanders, all remaining mecha girls should gather in the central square. Commander Lin, distribute the Academy's latest equipment. If you're late, it'll be snatched up. Don't cry foul if you die. With one order, the entire base exploded. The mecha girl with the jet instantly unfolded her exoskeleton and rushed towards the square. The mecha girl who can transform into a vehicle changes shape instantly. The mecha girl who has nothing runs as fast as she can, and she jumps on any vehicle she sees. Less than 2 minutes. More than 2,000 mecha girls gathered in the central square, forming a huge crowd. As the Silver Snake energy sticks were distributed, the chatter among the mecha girls began to buzz. "This stick, why does it look like the thing in the textbook?" A short-haired girl poked the sister next to her with a wink. The sister blushed. "What are you thinking? Commander Lin must have given us real weapons. But it does look a bit like it. But this thing looks like a toy. Is it really a weapon?" Seeing that the women were almost all gathered, Lin Fan took out a large speaker from his bracelet. "Stand on a higher ground. Everyone be quiet. The herd of wild beasts will arrive in 20 minutes. What you're holding is the Academy's latest Silver Snake energy stick, which can activate mecha form for 30 minutes. Don't ask anything. Now clench your hands. Start charging." The girls didn't react much, but they all did as they were told. "Commander Lin, have you been fooled? Just this little stick, can we activate our mecha form? I heard that the college's top management poached Director Yen from Lei Luo's RD department. Is that possible?" Lin Fan looked at the mess below, raised his hand to calm it down, and continued. "Follow orders. Just hold it tightly with both hands, and it will recharge itself. Remember, if the silver light comes on, put it back into the bracelet first, and try again in an open area. After activating the form, shut it down immediately and report the mecha model. It's only 30 minutes, don't waste it. Just finish talking for 3 minutes. Buzz!" More than 2,000 energy sticks lit up silver light, almost at the same time. Some mecha girls were numbed by the energy flow and shivered all over, causing a burst of sounds in the square. "Hurry and find a place to try it!" someone shouted, and the girls immediately scattered. What followed was the sound of mechas transforming and screams of surprise filling every corner of the base. In the middle, there were also some boom sounds of buildings being knocked down. "I'm a shield mech. I can carry anything. I'm a sniper. I can blow the heads off wild beasts from 1,000 meters away. I'm a heavy artillery." The previous uneasiness and panic were instantly replaced by this sudden excitement and confidence. Especially those mecha girls who had questioned Lin Fan before, their faces were filled with a mixture of shame and excitement, and they wanted to rush out immediately to kill a few more wild beasts to make up for their mistakes. And Lin Fan was standing on a high place. He stared at the +1, +1, +1, jumping wildly on the panel, his mouth stretched from ear to ear. The next second, a series of upgrade prompts popped up, and he was stunned. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 1626. Operation Level LV5 LV1045/600. Soul Contract 3/5. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Basic Mecha Operation plus 20% 30%. Mecha Girl Derivative Armor Increase plus 20% 30%. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. The number of upgrades for the Mecha Girl has been halved. Hee. Lin Fan looked at the series of prompts and laughed like a fool. Due to the previous distribution of Silver Snake sticks, the batches and quantities are strictly controlled. In addition, because he and Yu Xiaoya upgraded frequently, Lin Fan did not notice the change in experience points. But now with the simultaneous use of 2,000 plus Silver Snake energy sticks, the upgrade speed is like a rocket. "Master? Are you okay?" Bai Mingji was the first to notice that something was wrong with Lin Fan. She quickly ran over and tugged at his sleeve. "Your smile is so scary." Lin Fan then wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth and patted his chest. "It's okay. I'm just so happy. Mingji, we must take advantage of this opportunity to kill more wild beasts." 15 minutes later, the assembled mecha girls had moved to their respective positions. Suja also held the summary registration book tightly and walked towards the command room. "Even though each mecha girl only has 30 minutes of mecha time, but there are 2,000 mechas." "Great!" Suja shouted excitedly. "I have never fought such a rich battle in my life." His tone was much more relaxed as he issued the order. "Shield mechas, assemble on the platform and protect the safety of all weapons. Long-range attack mechas go to both sides of the watchtower and prioritize attacking the flying beasts. Close combat maneuverability, ready to respond to orders and support at any time. It hasn't been arranged yet. Woo-woo! Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded in the base. Immediately afterwards, dozens of flares shot up from the sky, and the pale light instantly illuminated the base as if it were daytime. Suja's heart tightened. Just as I got used to the light, I saw a dark mass approaching rapidly on the distant horizon. Fuck! They're here so fast! He ran towards the command room. While grabbing the communicator, he yelled, "Everyone, attention! Level 1 combat status. If anyone fails to keep up the good work, I'll eat her alive." Lin Fan stood high up in the square. Looking at Suja's running figure, he turned around and looked into the depths of the wasteland. Although the beast tide has not arrived yet, the oppressive feeling is already making it difficult to breathe. Just as he was about to step towards the command room, there was a sudden boom sound under his feet. The wild beasts outside the base have already taken action. A group of wild beasts with fangs rushed towards the defensive wall as if they were risking their lives, and the alloy wall that was tens of centimeters thick was hit with a loud bang. "Fire!" someone shouted. "Duh-duh-duh!" The energy gun on the weapon platform instantly spewed out tongues of flames. The sniper gun on the watchtower was also not idle. As several beams of light were shot out, the heads of several wild beasts exploded and fell to the ground in an instant. But there are too many wild beasts. When one fell, 10 more would immediately come up, stepping on the corpses of their companions. Energy cannon fully charged. Next second, several beams of light thicker than buckets shot towards the herd of wild beasts, directly blasting out a clearing in the herd. "Pretty! Good job!" Just as the mecha girl's cheers were ringing out, more wild beasts filled the open space in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and even the scattered silver boxes bounced up. What the hell? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed instantly. Behind the tide of wild beasts, a wild beast as big as a hill was walking slowly towards them. With every step he took, the entire ground shook. Its blood-red eyes stared at the base like lanterns, revealing a murderous aura that wanted to destroy the world. SSS level? This is only the first wave of beasts, and this thing appears. Lin Fan felt a little uneasy and turned to look at Bai Mingji beside him. "Mingji, go and take care of that big guy. Don't fight too long, come to the command room to find me after it's over." Chapter 95, Picking up the hidden item, Suyun arrives. Buzz! Lin Fan watched Bai Mingji activate her mecha form and rush towards the outer battlefield before he jumped down from the platform. He was still muttering, "I don't know how long this wild beast tide will last. No matter what, we must hold on until Yenku copies the wild halberd. Although base number 9 is not as powerful as the Grand Valley base, it at least has several S-class city defense cannons to support it. But the IS Academy doesn't even have a decent city defense weapon right now. If this wave of wild beasts really rushes over, then you're really dead right there, without even a chance of rescue." Lin Fan shook his dizzy head and walked towards the command tower. After fighting continuously for nearly 12 hours, even with his current physical strength, he could hardly hold on. But I had only taken a few steps. Amid the roar of artillery fire, a few small noises suddenly mixed in. Lin Fan's hair stood on end instantly. Don't let it be those bastards from the church causing trouble again. He suddenly jumped back 2 meters, and the white armor instantly covered his entire body, and several miniature floating guns appeared on his shoulders at the same time. The muzzle of the floating gun was pointed directly at the dark corner of the wall, and began to charge. "Who's playing tricks there? Get out here!" Lin, Commander Lin?" The voice from the corner was tinged with tears, barely audible amid the sound of gunfire. Luo Shi, who was huddled in the corner, heard Lin Fan's voice and hurriedly crawled out from the shadows. The originally pure white combat uniform had long since been stained gray and black by the motor oil, and there was a large hole at the right knee. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lin Fan's silver-white armor and the muzzle of the gun flashing with energy. Luo Shi was so scared that she quickly raised her hands. I'm not a deserter. I'll be going to the front line right away." As soon as she said this, she felt a little ridiculous. Everyone in the base knew that she was a loser who couldn't even unlock her first form. He could only make a living in the machine repair department by relying on his great strength. Seeing that others had awakened their mecha forms with the help of the silver snake stick, she still had no reaction. As expected, a loser isn't even worthy of having a mecha form. Luo Shi couldn't help but wipe away the tears that fell again. She looked up again and saw Lin Fan with his head down, and not saying anything. She quickly hid the silver snake stick she had received behind her. This is her last hope to activate her mecha form, and it must not be taken back. He took several steps back until his back hit the wall with a thud. Luo Shi then gritted her teeth and begged for mercy. "Commander Lin, could you please not take away my silver snake staff? It's already fully charged. Maybe it's just not reacting for a moment. I'm sure I can activate my mecha form." Her voice became smaller and smaller, and was finally drowned out by the roar of artillery fire. But at this moment, Lin Fan didn't listen carefully to what she said. From the moment he saw Luo Shi's figure, he turned on the insight scan. But the information scanned by the panel made him stunned. Name: Luo Shi. Age: 19. Unit: Holy Spirit Type A+, Upgrade 0/2. Comprehensive Combat Power: No Initial Form 0, Exoskeleton Form 60, Avalanche Armor Form 350. Secret Information: Requires SS level or higher commander talent to contract. Has Destruction Mode, unlocked by loading an Energy Furnace Psychic Skeleton Manifests, Body Size Doubles, Defense Maxed Out. Holy Spirit Type? Or Destruction Mode? Isn't this the flavor of our X-Unicorn? And what the hell is that primitive mecha with 350 combat power? Lin Fan's mind was a little confused. You know, even for Su Yun's S-Class mecha, the initial combat power is only 200. This girl looks like a kitten crawling out of a coal pit, and she's actually a hidden model? No way! I have to hold this treasure in my hands no matter what. Lin Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, instantly withdrew the floating cannon, and removed the commander's armor. He patted his face and put on a gentle smile. Your name is Luo Shi? Is that right? Don't be nervous, no one dares to steal your things. As he spoke, Lin Fan trotted over to Luo Shi. He slowly grabbed the two hands hidden behind her back, and then took out snacks one by one. Potato chips, chocolate, dried meat, canned food were stuffed into Luo Shi's arms. Here, these are my favorite foods. Try them all. Unable to let it go any longer, Lin Fan searched his storage bracelet for a long time before finding a room card and slipped it into the gap between Luo Shi's collar. You're so dirty, like you just got fished out of a sump of motor oil. This is the room card for room 903 in the IS main building. Go wash it first. A young lady needs to be clean to look good. Don't worry about the battlefield. I'll report to Vice President Su later. Luo Shi was holding a bunch of snacks, feeling as dazed as if the time stop button had been pressed. Not only was the silver snake stick not taken away, but I was also given snacks and a room card? Are you hallucinating? Lin Fan, what do you mean by clean to look good? Also, what do you want to report to my brother? A melodious and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Fan turned his head to look. Su Yun was still wearing the tight combat uniform she had worn during the day, standing behind him. The sound of gunfire was so loud just now that he didn't even notice when Su Yun arrived. Su Yun? You're here so soon? Lin Fan stretched his neck and looked behind him. Where's Xia? Where did she go? Su Yun's gaze first swept over the snacks in Luo Shi's arms and the room card in her hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then it fell back to Lin Fan. Not long after you left, the number of wild beasts began to increase dramatically. I asked Xia to lead 5 mecha teams to retreat to the central region. It's more important to strangle the fish that have escaped the net. As for me, I can't fly, so I must have driven as fast as I could to get here so quickly. She raised her eyebrows towards Luo Shi again, with a teasing tone. By the way, who is this little girl? Just as Lin Fan was about to explain, Su Yun walked straight up to Luo Shi. Her voice was gentle but unquestionable. Since Lin Fan gave you the room card and asked you to clean it, do as he said. In District 9 you can always go no further by listening to him. Luo Shi nodded blankly. After Su Yun finished speaking, she grabbed Lin Fan's arm again. Don't bother with the little girl here. Come with me to the command room first. Lin Fan, his arm clamped, walked towards the command tower and helplessly shouted to Luo Shi behind him. Remember, don't run around. I'll come find you when I'm done. I have something important to tell you. Luo Shi stood there blankly. Not until the two figures disappeared from her sight did she look down at the snacks in her arms and the room card in her hand. A long-lost smile appeared on her face. After a while, she jogged towards the main building of IS Academy. Chapter 96 Deployment, Lin Fan's Growth. As soon as Lin Fan and Su Yun stepped onto the top of the command tower, they smelled a strong smell of blood and gunpowder. The two looked up. The sky and ground outside the base were filled with dark, surging shadows. In the sky, countless flying wild beasts flapped their wings, making bursts of dull flapping sounds. On the ground, the wild beasts were ramming into the defensive wall like crazy, and the bang-bang sounds were endless. In front of each firepower platform, laser beams and missiles poured out firepower like crazy, blasting out bursts of fire in the black tide. From time to time, mechas would appear in front of the defensive wall to repel the mist wild beasts and clean up the wild beast corpses piled up beside the wall. Su Yun felt a blockage in his heart, and his fists were clenched tightly unconsciously. Fortunately, we have the protection of the defensive wall. The scale of this beast tide is even more terrifying than the one in the Great Valley Desert Cave. Just then, the glazed mecha tore a long hole in the sky and shot towards the SSS-level wild beast that was as big as a hill. He swung the shock whip on his right arm, and the tail of the whip accurately hooked the opponent's fangs. With a flap of the colorful wings, the giant beast's mouth was actually pulled open. At the same time, the group of floating guns floating beside the Lily mecha quickly adjusted its position and accumulated energy. Boom! Dense laser beams poured into the wild beast's throat, causing it to let out an earth-shaking scream. The huge body also fell to the ground with a loud bang, killing and injuring the surrounding wild beasts. Haha, this move of smacking the mouth is almost becoming Meng Ji's signature move, Lin Fan exclaimed with a smile. Su Yun also nodded. Meng Ji's progress is terrifying. She can already kill SSS-level wild beasts independently. And it's so efficient. Seeing that the battle was over, the two did not delay any longer. Turned around and walked into the command room. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Suja and Qin Yuan surrounding the holographic sand table, with extremely ugly expressions. Suja's other mecha girl, Qin Yu, was standing not far away, her fingers tapping on the light screen, sending and receiving various combat orders. Are you here? When Suja saw his sister coming, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Then he pointed to the dense red dots on the radar screen and said, Now, the base has been completely surrounded. The first wave of charge were almost all A-level wild beasts, numbering at least tens of thousands. Fortunately, that SSS-class creature didn't get close to the base wall. Qin Yuan on the side quickly switched to the secondary screen and pulled over the radar scanning projection that was farther away. She quickly added, The trouble is, there's an unidentified number of extremely strong energy reactions 50 kilometers from the base. It's too far away to analyze, but the initial assessment is that it's an SSS-level desolate beast. Fortunately, it hasn't made any moves so far. In addition, there are still small groups of wild beasts that bypass the base and head towards the safe zone. Lin Fan stared at the radar screen, his hands unconsciously folded across his chest. There's no need to worry about the A-level wild beasts. With the number of mechas and firepower platforms we have now, we can easily kill them. As for those small groups of wild beasts, with Shirya here, it shouldn't be a big problem. The key is that those suspected of being SSS level must be kept vigilant at all times. If more than 4 of them attack simultaneously, the base might suffer casualties. Su Yun carefully looked at the radar screen before taking a step forward. I'm going to support the southwest corner. The wild beasts are most densely packed there, and we can't let them keep charging like this. Meng Ji is very mobile, so when the sky is safer, let her take the silver snake stick and go to the central area to find Shirya. As long as the silver snake stick is there, the safe zone will not fall. Finished. Su Yun turned to Lin Fan and gently took his hand. Lin Fan, you should rest well first. When the SSS level wild beasts appear, we will attack them with all our might. Also, as for weapons, I'll have someone send you a list of the base's inventory later. When Suja heard this, he slammed the table. Great, no worries anymore. As long as we can hold on, Area 9 will be safe. He turned around and urged Lin Fan. But you've been fighting for most of the day, why are you still wandering around? You look so pale, go get some rest. If you collapse, our battle will be difficult. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and touched his face. Is it that obvious? I'm fine. All right. Thinking that Luo Shi was still waiting in room 903, Lin Fan stopped being pretentious. At this time, having one more contracted mecha is like having an extra insurance. Thinking of this, he exchanged all the wasteland value he had just accumulated into silver snake sticks. Together with the ones that had not been distributed before, they were placed at the feet. Meng Ji will be here, just tell her about the tactical arrangements then. If there's any SSS level activity, send me a communication immediately. I'll go back first. After hurriedly saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Fan walked towards the main building of IS alone. His right hand was not idle either, quickly flipping through the pages of the system mall in midair. An SSS-class special energy furnace that can be made with meteorite crystals. There are actually 5 types of blueprints, considering the existing auxiliary materials and functions. He kept comparing the virtual drawings, and before he knew it, he was at the door of room 903. His mind was full of the energy furnace parameters, and he didn't think much about it and directly used the bracelet to swipe the permissions. With a click, the door opened. I just opened the door and took a quick glance. Lin Fan's eyes widened uncontrollably, and even his mouth opened into a big O shape. In the room, Luo Shi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding a bag of potato chips in her arms, chewing them with a delicious crunch-crunch sound. But that's not the point. The point is, she was only wearing a thin white bath towel, the kind that covered her head. Her hair, still dripping with water after a shower, slid down her fair skin, making her look completely different from the little cold ball, covered in motor oil. Oh shit! Lin Fan reacted and subconsciously slammed the door shut. My little heart was beating fast. That's not right! How long have you been here? And you're still so cowardly? With what I've done on Water Blue Star, isn't this what I deserve? That's it. Get her! After completing his self-PUA, Lin Fan straightened his chest instantly, and swiped the door open with confidence. Luo Shi still had half a potato chip in her mouth. She looked up and saw that it was Lin Fan, and quickly greeted him. Good job, Commander Lin! Potato chips are so delicious! As the words fell, some potato chip crumbs flew out. Luo Shi was too embarrassed to think about cleaning up, and only then did she realize her current appearance. He hurriedly pulled off the towel from above his head and covered himself with it. As a result, just after covering a spot, the movement revealed a larger area. So embarrassing. Luo Shi quickly jumped onto the bed and grabbed one side of the quilt. He rolled once to the left, half a circle to the right, and quickly wrapped himself into a strip. Commander Lin, I didn't know you would be back so soon. Sorry. Chapter 97, The Fourth Contracted Mecha Girl, Luo Shi. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, flames erupted in the southwest corner of the base, lighting up the room like fireworks. Lin Fan's system panel was instantly filled with kill notifications. There is no need to think, it must have been Su Yun who did it. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and saw Luo Shi wrapped like an old Beijing chicken roll. He couldn't help but feel funny. What's there to be sorry about? The air conditioner isn't even on, and you don't feel hot. Lin Fan walked directly to the bed and squatted down. When I got closer, I found that Luo Shi's ears were slightly pointed and tender like jade carvings. With a bit of curiosity, he gently touched the pink ears with his fingertips. By the way, Luo Shi, do you want to activate the mecha form? I can make a contract with you. Ah? This? Luo Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't figure out why Lin Fan called her over just to sign a contract. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. Huh? No. No. But I don't even have the first form, so I can't even use the Silver Snake energy stick. She wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the touch from her fingertips, and her body trembled involuntarily. Don't think too much. If you are willing to sign the contract, give me your finger, Lin Fan said, and slowly raised his right hand. I do! Luo Shi, wrapped in the quilt, responded anxiously and struggled with her hands and feet. But I don't know if it was because I was too nervous or because I was wrapped too tightly before, but I couldn't break free after struggling for a long time. The little face turned red. Don't worry, just take your time. Just as Lin Fan was about to ask her to take it slow, he heard a cry. Ahaha! Lin Fan raised his eyes in confusion, only to see a scene that made his blood boil. I saw that the tightly wrapped quilt had been opened, but Luo Shi's limbs were still spread out in a struggling posture. The two big white rabbits were swaying back and forth with a duang 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 sound because of the sudden impact. Thank you for the generous gift. As soon as Lin Fan pulled his eyes away from the spectacular scene, he immediately saw several purple bruises scattered on Luo Shi's stomach and arms. His eyes suddenly darkened. Luo Shi? What happened to your injuries? Is someone bullying you in the base? No, Commander Lin, it's not. Luo Shi quickly shook her head and replied in a relaxed tone. The maintenance department always has damaged large equipment to deal with. I accidentally touched it while working. Only if I do more work will people stop thinking I'm useless. Lin Fan looked at her pretending to be carefree and understood. For a mecha girl like Luo Shi who can't even activate her first form, many people would probably push all the dirty work onto her. But who could know? This seemingly useless mecha girl is actually a buried treasure. Luo Shi didn't care about the exposure at this moment. She simply stared into Lin Fan's eyes with a flushed face, her tone filled with anticipation and uneasiness. Commander Lin, do you really want to contract with me? Why would I lie to you? Lin Fan stood up and held her hand, which was still hanging in the air. It must be true. Follow me from now on, and you won't have to suffer those grievances anymore. Buzz. The next second, Lin Fan was pulled by his mental power and fell into Luo Shi's exclusive cockpit. Before he could stand firmly, light pink buffer slowly flowed out along the bulkhead. Lin Fan curiously ran his finger across the cabin wall, and a fluorescent light strip lit up immediately. Pink cockpit. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with curiosity. So this is what the Holy Spirit cockpit looks like. Center driving seat. A spine-like telepathic skeleton is slightly raised, with a translucent crystal horn embedded on the top. The surrounding area is also covered with a layer of crystalline coating, with energy bands scattered throughout it. The most outrageous thing is the start button, which has a heart-shaped hollow design and a circle of diverging light patterns around the edge. He sat in the driver's seat, reached out and drew a circle on the edge of the hollow with his fingertips. A tingling sensation ran up along the fingertips, as if touching soft, electrified flesh. Immediately following, with his touch, the lights in the cockpit instantly became much hotter, and even the buffer solution began to bubble with fine bubbles. Lin, Commander Lin. I'm so hot. Luo Shi's voice was filled with tears. I actually have a mecha form. It feels so powerful. A smile welled up in Lin Fan's eyes. He retracted his finger and gently pushed the operating lever. Calm down, Xiao Luoshi. Your first time awakening a mecha might be a little unfamiliar. I'll operate it for a while, and you can slowly get used to it. Lin Fan piloted the newly revealed avalanche mech, but his mind was already wandering. After the reactor is completed, Luo Shi's Holy Spirit body avalanche type will completely explode. That was her true peak state. As Ji-Fan operated, the buffer in the cockpit became more and more intense. Even the crystal horns on the cockpit emitted a dazzling light. When Lin Fan woke up, it was already bright outside the window. He quickly glanced at the system panel and saw that the wasteland value, which was almost zero last night, had climbed to a huge 500,000 again. And Luo Shi was sleeping soundly on his shoulder. His pointed ears trembled slightly from time to time, and even the corners of his mouth were smiling. Lin Fan touched her bruises with his fingertips, then gently stood up and covered her with the scattered quilt. It's time to equip Luoshi with a main weapon and kit. And the group of mecha girls newly equipped with silver snake sticks also need standard weapons to improve their combat effectiveness. Go to the material warehouse to purchase goods. After getting dressed, Lin Fan hurried out of the main building lobby. The air was filled with the strong smell of burnt barbecue. In the distance, several plumes of black smoke rose into the sky. The base is full of busy figures of mecha girls. Where is the materials warehouse? A black line slid down his forehead. Just as Lin Fan was about to stop a robot girl to ask for directions, Qin Yu's voice sounded from the front. Commander Lin! Qin Yu came to his side jogging with a folder in his arms. I'm sorry I'm so late. It's mainly because we just repelled the wild beast tide and there are so many things to deal with. Those suspected SSS-level energy clusters haven't moved at all. This is the materials list. All the materials currently available at the base are listed here. If you need anything, I can get it for you. After saying that, he respectfully handed over the folder in his hand. Lin Fan took the folder and waved it. Don't be so polite, Sister Qin Yu. We're all family. Just tell me where the material warehouse is. I can go there by myself. Chapter 98. The beast tide has temporarily receded. Luoshi's daily life. When Qin Yu heard Lin Fan say he wanted to go to the warehouse by himself, he immediately became nervous. I'll go with you. The warehouse is still cleaning up the remains of wild beasts. It's a mess. There are still a lot of untreated bone spurs. If they hurt you, it would be bad. Lin Fan didn't waste time on this question. He nodded and followed Qin Yu towards the warehouse. Along the way, the stench of the wild beasts' corpses became stronger and stronger, and the surroundings were filled with the busy figures of the mecha girls. Qin Yu said as he walked, Commander Lin, Brother Su wants me to report to you. 20 mecha girls were killed in this wild beast wave, and more than 50 were injured. Thanks to your Silver Snake staff and Yuna's firepower support, the base was able to withstand this wave of attacks. But we still have plenty of ammunition and energy clips. I believe we can hold out for another week without any problems. Lin Fan nodded slightly. There were nearly 100 casualties in the first wave, and the subsequent impact will only be greater. Fortunately, we have a new secret weapon. We must quickly equip Luoshi with the equipment to prevent any accidents from happening later. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the door of the material warehouse. This place was indeed as messy as Qin Yu said. Some were queuing up to receive ammunition, while others were pulling in and out the remains of wild beasts. There were more than a dozen exoskeleton robot girls who worked together to carry a half-meter thick alloy plate and transported it outside with great effort. Commander Lin! Why are you here in person? A middle-aged woman in a blue supervisor's uniform came forward. Hello, let me pick some ingredients. Lin Fan handed over the list of materials he had assembled on the way. Write on it. Remember to mark which sets are missing. The supervisor quickly looked through the list and pulled up her own registration screen for comparison. Commander Lin, most of the S-grade and SS-grade materials are available. But of the 5 SSS-grade materials you marked above, there are only 2 in the warehouse. Lin Fan secretly said what a pity. SSS materials are all auxiliary materials for the energy furnace, so it seems that they cannot be made for the time being. However, if there is no shortage of SS-level materials, Luoshi's most important main weapon will be found. As for the others, they can only be replaced later. It's okay, just pack it all for me, I want it now. At the same time, in room 903, Luoshi woke up rubbing her eyes. Seeing that there was no one around her, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. But when she felt the power in her body that could transform into a mecha at any time, she patted her chest with a smile. It's okay, it's not a dream. It's all true, he. I don't know where Commander Lin went. She jumped to the wardrobe. There are several brand new combat uniforms in the closet. The high-quality silver-white fabrics are embroidered with various beautiful patterns. Luoshi picked up the hanger and compared it, then reluctantly hung the clothes back. Although the size is right, what if Lin is commanding other mecha girls? You'd better wear your own clothes first. Luoshi muttered softly and changed into his old combat uniform with holes in it. She wanted to find Lin Fan. but as soon as I went downstairs, I ran into a group of colleagues from the maintenance department. They were carrying a huge steel plate and walking towards the warehouse. The leader is Zhao Na. Luo Shi subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but unexpectedly Zhao Na had already seen her. Hey, isn't this our strongman Luo Shi? Zhao Na said sarcastically. You were nowhere to be seen during the wild beast tide last night, and now that the battle is over, you dare to come out? Why, was the little trash hiding in his room shivering last night? Luo Shi hurriedly explained. I'm not hiding. It was Lin Fan who came to talk to me. Commander Lin Fan? Looking for you? Zhao Na sneered. She stepped forward with her hands on her hips. He grabbed Luo Shi's pointed ear and pulled her in front of him. You really know how to flatter yourself. Who is Commander Lin? Why would he come to a loser like you who can't even open the first form? Why didn't you tell me that Commander Lin had already signed a contract with you? Immediately, people around started to make noises. That's right. Luo Shi, if you can get Commander Lin to sign you, I'll eat this steel plate right then and there. Luo Shi's eyes turned red and she was about to explain. The words were on the tip of his tongue but were suppressed by Zhao Na's force. Hurry up and work. Why didn't I realize you were such a cunning fool before? At this moment, a short-haired mecha girl dropped the wild beast's remains on her shoulders and walked over. She pried Zhao Na's hand away and said, Zhao Na, don't go too far. Luo Shi didn't provoke you. What's the point of pulling someone's ears? If you have the guts, go to the front lines and pull out the wild beasts. The wild beast tide was so chaotic last night. Does anyone know if she was sent somewhere else to provide support? If you bully her again, I'll report you to my supervisor. TSK. Su Qing, stop pretending to be a nice person in front of me. Zhao Na didn't dare to pester her anymore. It just so happens that I also need to report to the supervisor about someone deserting the army. She gave the two of them a fierce look before returning to the team. Until then, Su Qing patted Luo Shi's shoulder and said, If she bullies you again in the future, just call me. But please don't use Commander Lin's name anymore. That's not something we can expect. Luo Shi blushed and looked at Su Qing seriously. Commander Lin really did sign a contract with me, just last night. Su Qing held her forehead helplessly, then picked up the remains of the wild beast on the ground. Okay. The great Commander Lin, the contracted mecha girl. Since Commander Lin isn't here, please come work with us first, or else Zhao Na will keep bothering us. Time passed quickly and it was noon. Lin Fan picked out a few more things individually before finally getting all the necessary materials. He took inventory of the materials for the main weapon, the GS-305 gun's word, no problem. With this, close combat can take advantage of the powerful strength of the avalanche armor, while long-range combat can also achieve the precise strikes of energy sniping. It's a perfect fit. I guess Luo Shi must be very happy. I don't know if she has gotten up yet. She was so tired last night. Commander Lin, it's time for dinner. Do you want to come over to our place and have something to eat? Qin Yu interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. There might be no food supply in the main building. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, but I have to go back first. There's a little kitten crying for food in the main building. I'll take it with me when the time comes. Lin Fan hurried across the small square outside the warehouse. Hallucination? Lin Fan suddenly stopped, took several steps back, and then turned his head to look to the right. In the corner of the square, Luo Shi was wearing her signature tattered combat uniform, squatting on the ground and using a dagger to dig out the remaining flesh from the beast's claws. Just when Lin Fan was puzzled. Bang! A huge bear claw flew from a distance and hit her directly in front of her. The dirty blood on the ground splashed all over her face. But Luo Shi just wiped it and continued working without any reaction. I'm knocking my ass! Lin Fan glanced in the direction where the bear claw was thrown with murderous eyes, and then walked straight towards Luo Shi, who was working. That injury! There must be something fishy going on. Chapter 99 Luo Shi's Light. At this moment, Luo Shi's right hand, which was tightly gripping the dagger, was numb from the pain. The black dirt in the nail crevices is sticky and makes the palms itchy and greasy. She was about to wipe the mixture off her cheek with her arm when she felt the light in front of her suddenly dim. Next second, a warm hand gently rubbed her cheek, wiping the dirt clean. Luo Shi was so frightened that her whole body shuddered and she quickly dodged backwards, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. But when she saw who it was, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Commander Lin? Why are you here? Why don't you rest in your room and come here to suffer? Lin Fan glanced at her clothes stained with oil and blood, and added, Also, why aren't you wearing the combat uniform I left for you? Luo Shi's mind buzzed. My mind raced as to how to respond, but after opening my mouth for a long time, not a single word came out. But her previous shout was heard by the women working nearby. They all stopped what they were doing and gathered around, chattering. Hey, is it really Commander Lin? Am I seeing things? Commander Lin actually came to the maintenance area? Stop arguing, go check what's going on, it looks like there's some melon to eat. Zhao Na stood not far away, her facial features tightly twisted together, and her face was pale. Was what this idiot said before true? Did she really hook up with Commander Lin? Seeing Lin Fan's gaze about to sweep over, Zhao Na quickly put on a pitiful look and rushed forward in 2 steps. Commander Lin, you misunderstood. Luo Shi saw that we were busy and insisted on coming over to help. How dare we force her to work? Oh? She volunteered? Lin Fan glanced at the dark tips of Luo Shi's ears. Without waiting for Zhao Na to pretend to be innocent anymore, he stretched out his arms and picked up Princess Luo Shi. Lin Fan lowered his head. Seeing Luo Shi clutching his clothes nervously, his voice softened a bit. It's okay, she's the one who bullies you, right? Do you want me to kill you to vent your anger? Don't! Luo Shi looked up suddenly in fright. Lin Fan got the answer and then turned to look at Zhao Na. Zhao Na is thin, but her combat uniform is very clean, making her stand out among the bunch of mecha girls covered in oil and blood stains. Before she could say anything else, Lin Fan's commander armor covered his right foot and kicked the violent bear claw, which was thicker than his waist, towards him. The violent bear's claws, covered with broken meat and mud, hit Zhao Na's stomach directly. Seeing that the other party did not dodge, Lin Fan slowly said, Luo Shi doesn't want to bother with you, so I will spare your life this time. Choose one of the two. Either chew this claw clean with your mouth, or I'll throw you out of the base and feed you to the wild beasts. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhao Na was about to breathe a sigh of relief. The second half of the sentence made her legs go weak and her whole body tremble. She almost vomited just by smelling the stench of the violent bear claws, and she bit them with her mouth. Zhao Na quickly forced out a tearful voice. Commander Lin, I am at least a combatant at the base. Can you please forgive me this time because I've been on a mission before? Lin Fan ignored her pleas for mercy. Turning to Qin Yu beside him, he said, Sister Qin Yu, I'll take Luo Shi to clean up first. If she doesn't start within 10 seconds, remember to help me throw her out. After saying that, Lin Fan carried Luo Shi and walked towards the main building. Qin Yu heard Lin Fan's instructions and immediately began to count down. 10. 9. 8. Zhao Na didn't dare to delay any longer. She heard everything Lin Fan said just now clearly. Compared to feeding wild beasts and gnawing on their claws, at least I can still keep my life. She quickly squatted down, and as soon as her fingertips touched the coarse hair of the violent bear's claws, she couldn't help but shiver. A stream of fishy stench rushed straight into my throat. She closed her eyes and leaned forward, her mouth just touching the tip of the hair. The sound of you. Zhao Na couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited out everything in her stomach. Luo Shi nestled in Lin Fan's arms and gently tugged at his sleeve. Commander Lin, isn't this a bit too harsh? I'm really fine. Lin Fan smiled softly. Remember, if anyone bullies you again in the future, just go up and beat her up. With me here, no one dares to cause trouble for you. Also, after we finish packing, let's load the equipment. I think the next wave of attacks will be arriving soon, so these are the things you should be doing. Luo Shi felt warm in her heart and said, softly. Her eyes curved into 2 crescents, and her face was pressed tightly against Lin Fan's chest. Just as Lin Fan expected. The two had just finished cleaning and had just loaded their equipment when the herd of wild beasts launched a second round of attacks. Woo woo! The alarm sounded again, piercing everyone's eardrums. Lin Fan, who was still admiring his masterpiece, was also startled by the sudden loud noise. Level 1 combat status. All firepower personnel prepare to attack. All mecha support forces, be in position within 3 minutes. Suju's order resounded throughout the base through the radio. The people in the base ran towards the city wall like a tide, and the sound of footsteps mixed with the sounds of various engines. Even my breathing became rapid. Let's go! To the southwest city wall! Lin Fan pulled Luo Shi and rushed towards the city wall. This place is facing the depths of the wilderness and is the main attack point of the wild beasts. I ran all the way, and just as I stepped onto the southwest city wall, a gust of oppressive fishy wind blew in my face. On the firepower platform, heavy artillery and other long-range weapons have been loaded with ammunition, and the girls operating them have their fingers on the triggers. Roar! Ouch! In the wasteland thousands of meters away, the herd of wild beasts rushed towards the base like a black flood, and their roars made the ground tremble slightly. Luo Shi stared with her eyes wide open, and subconsciously leaned closer to Lin Fan. Those wild beasts were covered in hard armor, and their countless scarlet eyes were full of ferocity, which made people's scalp tingle just by looking at them. Oh my god! This is more than last night's! A shield fighter mecha girl nearby trembled in her voice. Look at those in the front, their leather armor is thicker than steel. The other mecha girl in charge of observation stared at the telescope and suddenly screamed. No! Look in the middle! What is that? Lin Fan looked in the direction she pointed, and his heart sank suddenly. In the middle of the wild beast hide, a giant beast nearly 20 meters tall was approaching rapidly. Its body was covered with dark purple scales, and its two huge curved horns pointed straight into the sky. It waved its huge chicken claws and pressed down like a moving mountain. What is that? Luo Shi, who was going to the battlefield for the first time, tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand. The mecha girls on the city wall were also panicking, their voices filled with fear. What kind of wild beast is this? I've never seen one this big. An SSS-level wild beast? No, it's the Apostle of the Abyss. Following the scream of a mecha girl, the city wall became eerily quiet. Lin Fan's expression was somewhat solemn. Why do the Apostles of the Abyss act in sync with the herd of wild beasts? If these things pop up again in the future, it will be really troublesome. Just then, the Apostle of the Abyss suddenly raised his head, stared at the city wall with his scarlet eyes, and opened his mouth suddenly. A black beam of light instantly shot towards the city wall. Chapter 100: Dual Mechas Join Forces to Slaughter. A black beam of light came with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It's unstoppable! Hide! Find cover! The mecha girls on the city wall screamed and hid in the fortifications on both sides. Luo Shi didn't even think about it, and subconsciously took a big step forward, and reached out to push Lin Fan to the side. Her calves were trembling, but she still managed to shout. Commander Lin, get out of the way! Lin Fan looked at the small figure standing in front of him, feeling both angry and amused. Silly girl, are you planning to throw your head away? After saying that, he directly hugged Luo Shi's slender waist and jumped down from the city wall. Avalanche Mecha, start! A white light pattern exploded instantly. Buzz! A 15-meter-high pure white mecha suddenly took shape in midair. On the back of the streamlined fuselage, two pairs of thrusters glowing orange spread out like wings. In his right hand, he held a giant GS-305 gun sword that was nearly 8 meters long, with a light purple energy blade lingering on the blade. So handsome. Boom! The avalanche mech landed on one knee, shaking the city walls. That's Commander Lin's contracted mecha? That's so cool. That's not right. Isn't that Luo Shi from the maintenance department? Oh my god! The girls hiding behind the bunkers were all so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Just when the black beam of light was only 10 meters away from the city wall, the avalanche mecha suddenly raised its hands, and swept out with the gun sword tightly grasped in both hands. Ugh! The purple energy blade suddenly expanded, splitting the black light column into two. The exploded energy blocks hit the city wall, only causing small wisps of smoke and dust. Lin Fan controlled the avalanche mecha and patted the driver's seat. Luo Shi, see, this is the real you! Let's chop this giant lizard together! As Lin Fan finished speaking, the energy blade on the gun's sword instantly rose to 15 meters. Behind him, the orange red jet volume suddenly surged, and the entire mecha rushed towards the tide of wild beasts like a glowing meteorite. Swish! With one slash of the sword, groups of A-level wild beasts were directly split in half. Black blood and broken flesh splattered all over the ground. Even Lin Fan was shocked by the power of the attack. Avalanche mecha? Unstoppable like an avalanche. Crushing everything. The mecha girl in charge of observation was shaking with her hands while holding the telescope. This speed is too fast. The surrounding mecha girls also forgot to launch attacks for a moment, and all stared at the center of the battlefield with held their breath. The avalanche mecha stopped abruptly in front of the Abyss Apostle. At 15 meters tall, he was half a head shorter than his opponent, but he was not weaker at all. The energy blade of the gun sword pierced directly into the Apostle's throat, instantly burning its scales red. The Apostle was startled by the attack and raised his huge claws to slap the mecha on the head. Commander Lin, be careful! Luo Shi couldn't help but shout. Lin Fan controlled the mecha, raised his gun sword, and directly blocked the sharp claws of the Apostle of the Abyss. Bang! The collision between the sword blade and the sharp claws made a loud noise that shook the air. The thrusters exerted force again, forcing the Apostle's claws back. Big lizard! Is that all the strength you have? Go home to find you and have some more milk! Lin Fan's voice was full of sarcasm. The Apostle of the Abyss was completely enraged and opened his mouth to charge the black beam of light again. But this time, Lin Fan didn't give it a chance to attack. The avalanche mech dodged sideways suddenly, and at the same time, the gun sword swept across, and the energy blade directly chopped into the Apostle's wide-open mouth. Sizzle! The scales on the Apostle's cheeks broke, and the pain made it let out a deafening roar. The Apostle felt pain, and a trace of fear flashed in his scarlet eyes. It suddenly retreated, kicked the ground with its huge hind legs, and instantly plunged into the dense tide of wild beasts. What the hell? Escape? Lin Fan was stunned by the giant lizard's actions. Die here! Lin Fan controlled the avalanche mecha to charge forward, and swung his gun sword fiercely at the tail of the Abyss Apostle. There was only a crisp, click sound. The nearly 5-meter-long scaly tail was cut off directly, black mucus splattered out, and it fell to the ground and twitched wildly. TSK! What a shame! Lin Fan looked at the Apostle who was submerged in the beast hide and was about to switch the gun sword to the gathering mode. Two black shadows suddenly rushed out and blocked the avalanche mecha. They are two SSS-level crustacean beasts. Their bodies are covered with thick, inky black shells covered with spikes, like two moving black iron fortresses. A pair of giant pincers flashed with cold light and clamped towards the arm of the avalanche mecha. Helpless Lin Fan could only give up shooting and retreat. Just then, a huge laser beam hit the mouthparts of the one on the right directly. Then, a gentle female voice came from the communicator. Lin Fan, I'll take the one on the left, and I'll take the one on the right. Su-yun? You've come just in time. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he controlled the avalanche mecha to chop at the shelled beast on the left. In front of the city wall, the fortress mecha's main gun instantly charged. CNM main gun, fire! Boom! The energy cannon, with the power to destroy the world, bombarded the mouth of the crustacean beast again. There was a loud bang, and the head of the beetle-shaped wild beast was instantly blown into pieces. Green slime sprayed all over the ground. The wild beast fell heavily to the ground without even a grunt, and was motionless. The other side. Lin Fan faced the crustacean beast on the left, nimbly dodged its giant claws, and went behind it. The gun sword aimed at the gap in the shell, and the energy blade surged. Open it for me! Swish! The light blade pierced directly into the gap in the shell. The shell beast twisted wildly in pain, but the avalanche mecha held down the gun sword tightly. The thrusters exploded, and the sword blade pried a big hole in the wild beast's shell. Immediately afterwards, the gun sword twisted violently, and the purple energy blade exploded directly in the body of the wild beast. Bang! The crustacean beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. After dealing with the two crustacean beasts, Lin Fan was about to continue chasing the Apostle of the Abyss, but he found that the surrounding beasts were rushing towards him like crazy. Looks like there's no more chasing. Clear the area! Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he controlled the thrusters to spray downwards suddenly, and the mecha instantly rose 5 meters into the air. The gun sword's energy blade was pulled to its maximum, and it chopped down fiercely at the group of wild beasts below. Swish! A nearly 20-meter-long purple light blade swept across, instantly cutting the surrounding wild beasts in half. Black blood and broken flesh splattered all over the ground, and the originally densely packed group of wild beasts suddenly became empty. The fortress mecha was also busy, firing its main gun, secondary gun, and tracking bullets continuously. Energy cannons bombarded the herd of wild beasts like raindrops, and each shot could knock down a group of wild beasts. The strength of the wild beast army was uneven, but under the joint attack of the avalanche mecha and the fortress mecha, they were killed instantly. Only a few SS-level wild beasts could barely hold off one or two. What followed? A series of prompts sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Successfully killed the SSS-level armored mountain bug. Gained 12,000 points of wild value. Successfully killed the S-rank cracking skull bear. Gained 900 points of wild value. Successfully killed the A-rank burning flame snake. Gained 87 points of wild value. Successfully killed. The wildness value on his panel was also skyrocketing at an exaggerated speed. Waste value, 90,000. 150,000. 230,000. In just a few minutes, the wasteland value soared from 80,000 to nearly 300,000. Lin Fan's breathing became rapid. This efficiency is too exaggerated. But when he looked up, he saw that the wild beasts in the distance were still surging like a tide, and the area that had just been cleared was soon filled with new wild beasts. Looks like I'll be busy today. Lin Fan's lips curled up into an excited smile, and he drove the avalanche mecha into the herd of wild beasts again. With the swing of the gun sword, another group of wild beasts fell. Chapter 101 ends. 3.2 million points for killing. The two mechas, one far away and one close, cooperated to keep the tide of wild beasts 1,000 meters away from the base. The mecha girls then came to their senses and launched an attack, with artillery fire exploding one after another in the black beast tide. Time passes by every second. The smell of blood above the battlefield was so thick that it was suffocating. The system notification sound in Lin Fan's mind kept ringing as if it had been turned on. The value on the panel skyrocketed. 800,000. 1.3 million. 1.8 million. At this time, more than an hour had passed since the battle began. There was a loud bang. The avalanche mecha crushed the head of an A-level bone-rotting beast. The beast's brain mixed with black blood splattered on the mecha's leg. Lin Fan looked around the base. Where was the horrific scene from when the beast tide attacked? All I could see were piles of wild beast corpses. The dark red blood gathered into a stream and flowed to the low-lying areas along the terrain. The artillery fire on the city walls has also stopped, and some assault and long-range mechas have entered the battlefield to reap the fruits of victory. The wild beasts that managed to survive fled desperately into the depths of the wilderness. Finally! The girl sitting in the anti-cannon firing position had a trembling voice, her hands still tightly gripping the launcher. She looked at the red-hot anti-aircraft gun tubes, then glanced at the battlefield littered with corpses. Then, she excitedly ran to the city wall and shouted, "We survived! We held the base again!" The avalanche mech retracted its gun sword and headed towards the base. The originally pure white fuselage was now covered in red and black blood and minced meat, emitting a strong evil aura. From a distance, it looks like a killing machine crawling out of hell, which is chilling. But when the mecha approached the city wall, thunderous applause broke out all around. "I survived! What a powerful Commander Lin! He's such a monster! Lin Shin! Lin Shin!" The mecha girls in charge of the wall defense gathered together and cheered. Different from last night. Today they clearly saw such a terrifying tide of wild beasts, and they all felt that they were doomed to die. It was Lin Fan and his contracted robot girl who withstood this devastating disaster. A white light flashed, and Lin Fan appeared at the city gate holding Luo Shi's hand. Luo Shi's face was pale at this moment, but her eyes were determined. "Commander Lin, we really won! It turns out I can kill wild beasts too!" Lin Fan smiled and rubbed her head. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the roar of a fighter plane breaking through the air in the distance. Suju returned from a distance in a Phoenix fighter jet, circled over the base, and then landed steadily. Suju got off the fighter plane. He quickly walked up to Lin Fan and said, "Brother-in-law, there are still countless wild beasts rushing towards this side from the depths. Teacher Bai can't be contacted either. The remote communication system is completely paralyzed." Lin Fan was not worried about this at all. With Bai Mingji's speed, as long as she doesn't encounter an SSS-level apostle, even if she can't defeat him, she will definitely have no problem retreating. Since he hasn't come back yet, there must be something more important holding him up. He called out to Suju, and they all walked towards the command tower. The next 2 days. Long-distance communication has not yet been restored, and the tide of wild beasts is coming in wave after wave. The frontline battlefield is like a huge meat grinder, and a large number of wild beasts die every day. Luo Shi took the initiative to find Lin Fan and followed Su Yun to the front line. Lin Fan, on the other hand, began making his equipment. Thousands of A-grade mecha suits and 10,000 newly exchanged silver snake sticks were all handed over to Suju for dispatch. With these new equipment, the combat effectiveness of the base mecha girls has increased several times, and the efficiency of clearing wild beasts has also been greatly improved. Until the third day, August 14th at 3 p.m. On the battlefield outside base number 9, with a strange howl, all the wild beasts began to retreat. This retreat was different from previous ones. They did not linger near the base, but plunged deep into the wilderness. The dense energy reactions disappeared completely from the radar screen. "The wild beast army retreated! We won! We win! We win! You son of a bitch, wild beast! Come again! I'll fuck you to death!" Without the pressure brought by the wild beast tide, the mecha girls vented their emotions freely. Some people just lay down on the ground, while more of them hugged their friends and burst into tears. For 3 whole days and nights, the wild beasts never stopped attacking. Sometimes the interval is 4 or 5 hours, sometimes it is only tens of minutes. Even before the previous round of attack was over, the next wave of wild beasts rushed up. Lin Fan stood on the command tower and slowly exhaled. He also experienced the cruelty of the battlefield. As soon as the wild beast comes, no matter how well you recover, you must immediately engage in battle. Even with the support of equipment and silver snake sticks, nearly 100 mecha girls were sacrificed in just 3 days. Lin Fan shook his head, and the system panel appeared. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power 30. Operation level, LV12, 15/700. Soul contract, 4 out of 6. Skills, Insight Scan, Basic Mecha Operation plus 30%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, Bai Mingji, Strike S-1330, Suyun, Fortress S plus 1125, Yushiya, Combat Healing A plus 980, Luo Shi, Holy Spirit S1650. Derived Initial Armor, Bai Style plus 399, Su Style plus 337, Yu Style plus 294, Luo Style plus 495. Waste Value, 1.4 million. In the state of fighting to support fighting, with the continuous replenishment of silver snake sticks, his level has broken through to LV12. Although thousands of sets of standard equipment have been produced, fortunately the consumption is low, and there is still a huge waste value of 1.9 million. This is the correct way to open the commander system. But you have to save money from now on. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips, and he even felt sorry that the wild beast tide receded too quickly. If only I could hold out for another week. If she gave each of her mecha girls a set of SS-level equipment, how brutal would that be? Everyone, pay attention! Flying mechas, spread out and monitor the movements of the wild beasts. The rest of you clean up the battlefield and recycle the wild beast materials. Comprehensive summary of military achievements, rewards based on contribution statistics. Suja came out of the command room and issued orders one after another. The wild beast tide has receded, but there is still a lot of finishing work to be done. He casually glanced in the direction of the IS main building, looked at the list on the holographic screen, and took a deep breath. NO, 1 Lin Fan killing points, 3.2 million, IS Academy. In the past, even the day before the opening of the deserted cave, a kill value of 1 million would secure the first place in the Zhejiang mountain area. But it's only August 14th now, and there are still 20 days until the next opening of the deserted cave. 3.2 million. Suja patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. I knew you were awesome! But I didn't expect you to be this awesome. Right at this moment. Ding ding ding! The communication modules on the bracelets on both of their wrists were activated at the same time. The two of them looked at each other suddenly, and saw joy in each other's eyes. Telecommunications. Recovered. Chapter 102. I want to be Loki, but my strength doesn't allow it. Lin Fan retracted his gaze and immediately clicked on the communication interface. As soon as I unlocked it, several messages with Bai Mingji's avatar popped up. Master, I found Xiaoya and the others. There are always wild beasts invading. The defense force here is not enough, so I stayed to resist the wild beasts. August 11th. Master, a small number of A-rank wild beasts have been spotted at the border of areas 8 and 10, along with a large number of mecha girls who have escaped from the neighboring area. The number of wild beasts has increased, so I have mobilized several mecha teams from the academy to provide support. August 13th. Just as Lin Fan was about to reply, two more messages came in. A message from Zining Shuang. The base construction has covered the buffer zone, and temporary resettlement and defensive fortifications are also being built simultaneously. The other one was from Yan Ku. Major breakthrough. The A-level Huangji City defense cannon has been successfully replicated, and we are now working on the S-level technical barrier. Lin Fan looked at the last piece of news and his face instantly showed ecstasy. Wow, we finally got the city defense weapons. Lin Fan quickly shared Yan Ku's interface with Suja. Brother-in-law, good news! We will also have our own city defense weapons! Suja was stunned for several seconds, probably stunned by this sudden surprise. Then he slapped his big bald head and shouted at the top of his voice. Damn it! Where did you find such a talent? No, in that case, the academy must be short of materials. I have to monitor the progress myself. After saying that, Suja ran towards the base gate as if his feet were greased. City defense weapons, they are magical tools to fight against the tide of wild beasts. Still A-level. The most important thing is mass production. If base number 9 were equipped with dozens of Class A anti-tank guns, the wild beast tide that has been coming in these days probably wouldn't be able to get within 2 kilometers of the base. Lin Fan looked at Suja's receding back, smiled, and turned his gaze back to the screen. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: go online. The internet has been out of service for 3 days, and he's feeling really suffocated. I missed the days when I was supervising at the academy and arguing with the girls on the forum. Lin Fan opened the IS Academy intranet and took a look. It was not much different from what he expected. The secret area was still tightly guarded. I casually switched to the official forum of Zhishan District. As soon as he entered, his eyes were fixed on the interface. A bunch of titles with the word explosion quickly occupied the center position on the homepage. The most eye-catching one is a pinned post. Breaking news! Lin Fan's killing rating reaches 3.2 million, reaching the top of the Zhishan District. 20 days until the desolate cave opens. Lin Fan clicked on it out of curiosity. The comment section below the post, which was posted a few minutes ago, has quickly become crowded. Are you kidding me? 3.2 million? I'm afraid there's a bug in the system. Although he is indeed very powerful, he is probably writing a novel in just a few days. Is it possible? Commander Lin Fan has gone too far into the wilderness and gone on a killing spree? In just a few seconds, the number of posts continued to rise. Looking at these comments, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. This killing value directly pushed him to the forefront. But it's okay, it just lets everyone know the situation in District 9. He looked at his real name verified ID and left a message in the comments section. District 9 encountered a wave of wild beasts, and they were easily defeated. Mecha girls near Area 9, please speed up and remember to contact the IS hospital. They will provide free pickup service. After clicking send, Lin Fan turned off the light screen and stretched his body. Why? I wanted to be low-key, but my strength doesn't allow it. I don't know what Suyun and Luo Shi are busy with. I'm so bored alone. Completely different from Lin Fan's calm demeanor, the girls on the phones went into a frenzy after seeing the message. Especially those mecha girls who were rushing to Area 9, all posted the real scenes of the wasteland in recent days under Lin Fan's posts. I'm in the buffer zone of Area 7 now. A-level wild beasts have already appeared here. There might really be a wild beast tide. Second, I'm in District 8 now, and the situation is the same. As for the girls in the first 3 zones, looking at Lin Fan's reply, their faces were filled with expressions of, "Are you kidding me?" A mecha girl with a high ponytail frowned and complained, "Really? Just relying on those iron walls before Area 9? Even if he were 10 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the tide of wild beasts, right?" The companion beside him nodded and said, "I guess they are building momentum for District 9? After all, without the city's defense weapons, they need to fill the gap with their lives." The comments on the forum are still being refreshed frantically, and people keep directly at the official to inquire about the accuracy of the information. There are also only +1 replies below. Lin Fan, the instigator of all this, had already turned off the light screen. Leaning on the railing of the control tower, I looked at the busy pilots below. One insight skin after another was thrown out by him. Oh wow! There's even a main battle tank form? Oh my goodness! No, how are we going to get back tomorrow? We can't let Suyun use the exoskeleton to cling to the avalanche mech, right? Anyway, there are so many contract positions, if that doesn't work, why not just contract a vehicle? Suffering alone. Time flies. Before base number 9 was engulfed by dusk, a sea of stars had already lit up the base square. The laughter of the girls mixed with the aroma of barbecue washed away all the depression of the past few days. Lin Fan had just taken a bite of the barbecue skewer in his hand, and oil was dripping down the corners of his mouth. Suja rushed over, holding 2 storage bracelets in his hands. "Brother-in-law! Take these!" Suja slammed his bracelet in front of Lin Fan's desk and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The material warehouse manager said that the material you requested was found in the corpse of a wild beast. Everything above S rank in the base is here, and some of the rarer A rank are also here. The speed of decomposing materials is limited. Once the quantity increases, I will send someone back to the academy." Lin Fan silently took the bracelet and took a sip of the drink. Suja spoke again. "By the way, you and Suyun are going back to the academy, right? Let Qin Yuan take you there. She's the fastest at the base." Poof! Lin Fan sprayed out the entire drink. He quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no! Brother-in-law, please don't trick me! Sister Qin Yuan is my sister-in-law! Why bother her? Just send a mecha girl." After saying that, Lin Fan quickly took 2 bites of food to calm himself down. "Lin Fan, let me stay." Suyun next to him suddenly spoke. "Luo, she is not slow, you go back with her. I'll stay at the base and keep an eye on it. If the wild beasts suddenly counterattack, at least we can hold on until support arrives." Several people were talking. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound, and the holographic screen on the main building suddenly turned into a snowflake shape. Then, a man wearing a bronze mask appeared in the picture. The dry voice was extremely harsh, like nails scratching on a blackboard. "All members of the Jishan district, receive the oracle." Chapter 103 Return, Charge. When Lin Fan heard the noise, his hand that was picking up the food stopped above the plate. Suja's face also darkened. The originally noisy dinner party in the square suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the holographic projection of the main building. On the screen, the masked man spoke again. God has spoken a prophecy. In 48 hours, the entire Zhishan area will be attacked by a tide of wild beasts. He raised his hand lightly, and 24 flashing red dots popped up on the right side of the screen. This is a God-given rescue site where anyone without a home can go. God will protect you. The projection screen switches again. In a ruined city, an SS-class leopard-shaped wild beast covered with black scales was standing on a 4-story building and roaring with its head raised. With a wave of its sharp claws, the defense under its feet was shattered into rubble. But the next second, boom! A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and pierced through its head. The SS-level wild beast didn't even have time to scream before it turned into a pile of charred corpses. This is the power of God! Immediately following, the screen went completely black with a snap, leaving only the coordinates of 24 red dots. The dining square was eerily quiet, and no one spoke. Suja was the first to recover. He slapped the lamppost. Why haven't these crazy people in the church died yet? What are they planning to do now? Lin Fan silently put down his chopsticks, but his mind was working frantically. Previously, when Bai Mingji and I ran into people from the Oracle Church in the wilderness, a beast tide broke out. If I say there's no connection between the two, no one would believe it. But now there's this whole mess of the savior thing. In addition to wanting to control the first 3 areas, you also want to round everyone up and take them down in one fell swoop. That's a nice thought. Thinking of this, Lin Fan took a deep breath and opened the communication. Master? Bai Mingji's voice came immediately. Mengji, go find Zining Shuang. Lin Fan spoke quickly. Do you still have that video of the female giant we filmed last time? Have her posted online so everyone can see it. Also, mark the locations of our defensive fortifications outside the wasteland and post them together. Receive. The communication was disconnected. Lin Fan's eyes slowly narrowed into slits. No matter what the Oracle Church is planning, if they dare to extend their claws to Area 9, they will be chopped off and fed to the wild beasts. Wait until District 9 becomes stronger, and then we will settle the score with them for their troublemaking. Seeing the atmosphere had become dull, Lin Fan stood up and clapped his hands. Don't be nervous, everyone. Eat and drink. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Why are you panicking? His few words were like a reassurance, bringing the originally tense atmosphere back to life. The sounds of laughter and playfulness rang out again. It can be said that Lin Fan alone survived the beast tide in the past few days. The girls in the machines have an almost mindless admiration for him. The look in each mecha girl's eyes when she looked at him was extremely fiery. After a good meal and a good drink, as the girls left in groups of 2 or 3, the lights in the square gradually dimmed. Suja had already stood up, but he just kept walking in circles. This Oracle Church is like a stink bug. We can't kill it even if we hit it. He stopped suddenly and kicked the stone beside him in annoyance. Lin Fan stuffed the last bite of barbecue into his mouth, then wiped the oil off his hands. Brother, why are you panicking? They like to play tricks, so we'll just use our fists to talk. As soon as the city defense cannons are mass-produced, I will have them delivered to you and ensure that base number 9 is turned into a firepower fortress. By then, as long as we defend Area 9, even if they try to bite us, they'll only break their teeth. Suja looked at Lin Fan's confident look, and the worry in his heart eased a little. After explaining the matters at the base, Lin Fan looked at Su Yun beside him. Su Yun, I'll leave the base to you. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Lin Fan made a gesture of hanging up the phone. To save time, I'll leave now. Su Yun nodded, but her eyes were full of worry. Be careful on your way. Don't worry, don't you see who I am? Lin Fan waved his hand, but he was thinking in his heart. In District 9, only he and the mecha girls around him are not afraid of the church gang. We need to come up with an identity recognition device as soon as possible. He can't rely on himself to check household registration every day. With tens of millions of women on the phone, he will go blind. Not long after walking out of the base gate, Luo Shi came up and whispered, "Commander Lin, I've never left the base since I was assigned here from the safe zone." There was a hint of curiosity in her voice, as well as some unconcealable anticipation. Lin Fan looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but scratch her nose. "What? You want some excitement? After this is over, we can go wherever you want." Luo Shi's cheeks flushed instantly, and she nodded gently. "Yeah. I heard the world out there is very exciting, with lots of fun things to do and delicious food to eat." Lin Fan chuckled. "Okay, I'll take you out to play. It's a happy decision. But now, let's get down to business." As he spoke, he quickly opened the system mall. With a light tap of his finger, he directly exchanged for the SSS-level meteorite melting furnace blueprint. "It's indeed much more complicated than the SS-level drawings." He glanced at the drawing, then took out the remaining auxiliary materials one by one. As the production light started, the molten iron and molten crystals mixed into a red and blue viscous liquid, wrapping up the entire drawing. A minute passed. With a hum sound, an energy ball covered with star patterns, emitting hot energy, just floated quietly in the air. Luo Shi, who had originally been afraid to breathe, finally spoke in confusion. "Commander Lin, this is the stove you were talking about earlier, what?" "Pia!" Lin Fan slapped her on the butt. "What furnace? It's an energy furnace. SSS class. Stop standing there and change into your mecha form." "Oh." Luo Shi switched to the avalanche mecha form in seconds and walked obediently to the side of the mecha. Before it made contact, the entire energy furnace quickly climbed to a higher altitude and embedded itself into the groove on the chest of the avalanche mecha. "Ah! It's so hot!" Luo Shi screamed. A fiery energy surged back and forth across the fuselage. "Commander Lin, I feel like my whole body is burning." Lin Fan hurried into the cockpit, a wicked smile on his face. "What? Can't stand it? Do you want me to help cool you down?" As soon as he finished speaking, the avalanche mech suddenly vibrated violently. Several cracks appeared on the fuselage with a cracking sound, and then dazzling orange light burst out from the cracks in the fuselage. What's even more frightening is that the mecha's original height of 15 meters directly soared to 30 meters. Name: Luo Shi. Age: 19. Unit: Holy Spirit Type S-, Upgrade 0/5. Comprehensive Combat Power: None in Initial Form 0, Exoskeleton Form 360, Avalanche Armor Form 1950. Equipped Weapons: Meteorite Furnace, GS-305 Gun Sword, Wingsuit Thruster. Energy Storage 120 minute. Secret Information: Destruction Mode, Unlocked Psychic Skeleton Revealed, Body Size Doubled, Defense Max. Lin Fan glanced at the information about the avalanche mecha and was stunned. "Wow! Add in the 30% operation bonus, and this combat power will be, have. Damn it! What the hell? Anyway, it's awesome! Luo Shi charge!" Chapter 104, Public Opinion Fermentation, The Church's Dirty Tricks. The meteorite melting furnace exudes surging energy, and a breathing light beats on the chest of the mecha. "Ah!" Before Luo Shi could finish her scream, the 30-meter-high avalanche mecha had already torn through the night. Every step he took caused the ground to crack into spiderweb-like patterns. Lin Fan gripped the joystick, feeling his adrenaline surge wildly. The virtual skeleton of the driver's seat has firmly attached him to it. The sense of power fed back from it is more than 3 times greater than before. "This is what we call a true armor-blasting impact!" Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. His face was filled with excitement as he shouted, "Luo Shi, keep up the speed! Target IS Academy, go! Go! Go!" Although Luo Shi didn't understand the last 3 notes, she understood what Lin Fan meant. In short, just speed up and sprint. "Okay, Commander Lin," Luo Shi responded. "I can feel it. The energy furnace has also greatly improved my speed." As soon as he finished speaking, the wingsuit thrusters once again spewed out 2 streams of blazing flames, rushing towards the distance at lightning speed. And just as Lin Fan left the base, Zining Zhuang and Bai Mingji have efficiently carried out the tasks assigned by Lin Fan. That carefully edited video, accompanied by the dual certification logos of District 9 and the IS Academy, was simultaneously released on countless public information platforms. Church Secrets Revealed: The Real Battle Record of Wasteland Area Number 9. The video begins with the woman's strange behavior pattern, which makes people feel creepy. What followed was the suffocating and terrifying giant appearance. While everyone was still covering their mouths and exclaiming in shock, the glazed mecha killed the female giant with one blow, using its absolute power to crush everything in its path. The video ends with a tide of wild beasts covering the sky and the sun. Oh my God! District 9 is really experiencing a wave of wild beasts. I thought it was just a marketing tactic. Isn't this the important point? The point is that the church is transforming our bodies. I don't want to become this kind of monster that's neither human nor ghost. Let's go, while there's still time, let's rush to Area 9. Commander Lin Fan is the most reliable. Just as everyone was discussing this, another message came. Distribution of defensive fortifications outside Buffer Zone Number 9 and temporary evacuation guidelines. In the information, the defensive fortifications outside the Number 9 wasteland were clearly shown, almost forming two indestructible lines of defense. Even the support range is marked out, which maximizes the sense of security. In this way, the elaborate plan laid by the Oracle Church was quickly shattered after the video of the female giant and the defenses of Area 9 were exposed. Many people have the answer in their hearts as to who to trust. The crowd that was originally moving towards the rescue point changed their direction. At the same time, in the secret room of Federal District 1, Qin Lan had a dark face and was in a terrible mood. If the current situation continues to develop, even if more mecha girls rush to the gathering point, the final number of people will be reduced to only 1 in 100. This was a stab in the heart for the carefully prepared plan of the Gods Society. And the culprit is that damn Lin Fan. She has been in a high position for a long time. How long has it been since she got so angry because of someone? She muttered to herself. Has the thing I gave him last time been discovered? Logically speaking, as long as Lin Fan opened the box, he would not be able to escape the fate of being assimilated. But looking at the current situation, it seems that Lin Fan has never opened the metal box at all. As soon as the communication was connected, she hurried to report. Sir, it seems that the receiver lady's plan has run into some trouble. I've used all my strength to intercept the message, but District 9's move was too sudden, and we can't suppress it at all. On the other end of the communicator, the masked man's voice was unusually angry. District 9 again! It's Lin Fan again! With a bang, it seemed as if something was smashed to pieces by him angrily. The masked man's breathing became heavier. Activate the sleeper cell in Area 9 and create maximum panic. Qin Lan was stunned for a moment. However, years of obedience made her quickly respond. Yes. Then she hesitated. The fingers slid across the screen rapidly, finally stopping on a photo. The girl in the photo is Lu Wei, who followed Lin Fan during the trip to the Grand Canyon but was not contracted. Qin Lan showed a cruel smile on her face and said, Sir, why don't we give Lin Fan a big gift? Abandon the plan to renovate the high-rise buildings in District 9 and turn your attention to her. Lin Fan probably never expected to be stabbed in the back by a good friend. The masked man questioned. How could a mere low-level mecha girl possibly get close to Lin Fan? Qin Lan hurriedly explained. Your Excellency, you may not know that I have already secretly investigated Lin Fan. He's a very sentimental person. Although this mecha girl isn't his contracted one, she lives in the same villa with him. The most important thing is, if an ordinary mecha girl disappears for a few days, no one will notice. As long as the transformation is successful, I don't believe Lin Fan will be on guard against the people around him 24 hours a day. Besides, the lurker's abilities are limited. Even if we face Lin Fan's contracted mecha girl, there's still a risk of failure. We might as well settle for the next best thing. Okay. The masked man agreed after thinking for a moment. Remember, plan carefully. Remember to keep the external network and the checkpoints in Area 1 secure. Before the Divine Society stabilizes the Zhishan district, we must not be exposed. Then he added, also, let the undercover personnel wreak havoc on the IS Academy. Lin Fan ruined the Divine Society's plan. I want to make him feel the pain of having his plans disrupted, and let him know the consequences of offending the Divine Society. Yes, sir. Qin Lan hung up the call and stared at Lu Wei's photo on the screen, a sinister smile on her lips. Lin Fan, let's see how you can escape this time. On the other side, in the cockpit of the Avalanche mecha. After the initial half-hour of excitement, Lin Fan looked at the unchanging night outside the window and yawned loudly. With the combat effectiveness of the Avalanche mecha, the degree of external threat is infinitely close to zero. Thinking of this, Lin Fan patted the driver's seat and handed over the control. Luo Shi, I'll leave it to you from now on. Follow the route on the map. If you encounter any suspicious situation, remember to call me. I'll take a nap first. Don't worry, Commander Lin. I will ensure that the mission is completed. Luo Shi replied with full enthusiasm. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat and fell into sleep mode. I don't know how long it took. A faint ray of morning light filtered into the cockpit. Luo Shi gently woke Lin Fan up. Commander Lin, get up. According to the map, we have entered the central area. Lin Fan took a deep breath and then slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the command screen. A metal fortification covering an area of more than 20 acres stands facing the morning light. A large 99 was painted on the gray wall, and the fortifications were surrounded by defensive columns. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Sure, Xiningshuang is quick enough to build fortifications here. Luo Shi, no need to stop. Let's go straight to the academy. Remember to avoid some buildings and try not to cause a riot. Chapter 105, Shocking Changes, Attack on the Fortress Area. 11 noon. Lin Fan drove the Avalanche mecha and stopped steadily half a kilometer away from the IS Academy. Two familiar figures were seen from afar. Xiningshuang and Bai Mingji, leaning against a silver-gray nanny car. The two of them looked at Luo Shi in unison, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It is indeed the Avalanche mecha that has turned on the destruction mode, and the visual impact it creates is too strong. Seeing Lin Fan release his driving posture, Xiningshuang then hurried over and handed over a bottle of iced drink. Commander Lin, did you encounter any trouble along the way? After receiving your message, Meng Ji and I rushed here. Fortunately, we are not late. Lin Fan took the drink, unscrewed it, and took a big gulp. He pointed at Luo Shi beside him and introduced her with a smile. I'll bring you a new partner. Luo Shi, my new contracted mecha girl. Then he turned to Luo Shi and said, This is Bai Mingji, my contracted mecha girl. The person next to you is Xiningshuang. The logistics and defense deployment of Area 9 all depend on her. Luo Shi greeted her quickly, but couldn't help but glance at Bai Mingji. From the moment they met, she noticed that Bai Mingji looked a little pale. The energy fluctuations of the mecha in the body were so weak that they were almost imperceptible, and it was obvious that the stored energy had been exhausted. Lin Fan also noticed it. He reached out and took Bai Mingji's hand, with a bit of blame in his tone. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Even if the support is fast, you have to leave some room for yourself. Bai Mingji smiled helplessly and explained softly. Master, my support speed is the fastest. But now that the defenses have more coverage, I have some free time. I just have to trouble the master to take some time to replenish his energy. If only I could use the Silver Snake staff as well. Oh, you want more now? Lin Fan deliberately joked. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pushed the two of them into the nanny car. Get in first, the sun is too strong. You know, the energy storage in the body of the mecha girl he contracted is 3 times longer than that of other mecha girls. The Silver Snake energy stick can only activate the mecha form of uncontracted mecha girls. There is no bonus to the commander's combat power, and the usage limit is 2 per day. Get in the car. Lin Fan pulled his thoughts back and turned to look at Xiningshuang. Tell me about the situation. How has it been these past few days? Did you find anything unusual? When mentioning this, Xiningshuang's tone became obviously excited. There's nothing unusual. District 9 is developing much faster than expected. As of this morning, we've already received nearly 4 million mecha girls. The population of District 9 has doubled. 4 million? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Adding the original population, the number is close to 10 million. As the number of mecha girls increases, it means that there will be more manpower for subsequent defense and production. We will have more confidence to fight against the wild beast tide or my church. The nanny car started slowly. Lin Fan looked at the scene outside the window and couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. In my memory, the ruined buildings with broken walls and ruins have disappeared. Instead, there are residential buildings on both sides, with the exterior walls painted in light blue, which makes people feel refreshing when looking at them. The road was full of busy women working on the internet, and you could even see a few newly set up snack stalls on both sides of the road. When passing an intersection, Lin Fan also caught a glimpse of a tall building with a sign that read, District 9 Commercial Center. Commander Lin, this is just a prototype right now. Zining Shuang followed Lin Fan's gaze, her tone full of pride. It's not opened yet. Once things stabilize, large supermarkets, hospitals, and training grounds will be built gradually. Right now, everyone in District 9 is hoping to be chosen by the hospital to go to the front lines and fight the wild beasts head-on. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, feeling warm inside. These mecha girls will become his experience bar in the future, and they are also the basis for the survival of District 9. As long as we establish a virtuous cycle, there is no need to worry about not winning. Lin Fan knocked lightly on the windowsill a few times. More people is a good thing, but we can't let our guard down. Those bastards in the Oracle Church are the best at playing dirty. They've probably already sent someone in. Commander Lin, don't worry. We have disabled all the jammers as you requested. Zining Shuang immediately took out a tablet, retrieved a document, and handed it over. All the girls we received had their identities registered in detail, and we also arranged for special personnel to cross-check them. Once a suspicious person is found, they will be apprehended immediately, and their blood will be drawn to test for signs of modification. In addition, the outer fortifications have been enhanced with 24-hour patrols, and surveillance radar covers the entire area. We will never give them any chance. Very good. Lin Fan took the tablet. The list includes not only the name of each mecha girl, but also their areas of expertise. I even noted down details like the position I wanted to apply for, my fear of the dark, and my suitability for day shifts. The car drove forward for another 10 minutes. From a distance, Lin Fan saw the winding outer wall of the barrier, which protected the entire entrance to Area 9 tightly. Lin Fan returned the tablet to Zining Shuang. Take me to the research lab first. I need to ask Yan Ku about the details of the city defense artillery. No matter how strong the fortifications are, without strong firepower, they will be useless when encountering a large-scale tide of wild beasts. He had just finished speaking when he had not yet withdrawn the hand that was handing him the tablet. Boom! The moment the loud bang exploded, the stable nanny car shook violently. The drink in the cup holder hit the ground with a clang and rolled under the seat. Lin Fan grabbed the roof railing, leaned forward, and looked in the direction of the voice. What the hell? Who the hell dares to bomb my territory? In the direction of the barrier 1,000 meters away. Cries for help and screams mixed together, and a mushroom-shaped black smoke was rising into the sky. Zining Shuang quickly opened the bracelet, and the real-time barrier detection screen appeared. The attack range is 30 meters long. It should be a modified energy bomb. With this amount of life reactions, there must be casualties. As he said this, he was about to push the car door and rush out. Lin Fan grabbed her shoulders and said, What's the rush? Just stay here. Lin Fan looked towards the black smoke. A gap had been blown in the barrier, and a guy in a black cloak was holding a small energy gun and firing at the living area like a mad dog. Lin Fan's expression instantly turned cold. I have always been on guard against the church playing dirty tricks, but I didn't expect them to dare to directly attack the barrier. Luo Shi, keep an eye on Zining Shuang here and don't let her run around. Meng Ji, follow me. In just half a second, the glass mecha appeared. Meng Ji, how many enemies can you scan? As soon as he finished speaking, the floating cannon on the mecha's shoulder shot out a laser, accurately hitting the man in the black cloak. Directly vaporized on the spot. The scanning screen was then projected onto the command screen. Bai Mingji's voice froze for a moment. Master, it seems this is the only one. One? Lin Fan's brows instantly twisted into knots. Glancing down. Near the barrier that was in chaos just now, the mecha girls who reacted have already activated their exoskeletons. Some rushed to the gap to rescue the trapped mecha girl, while others held energy guns and stared around vigilantly. But the more this happened, the more uneasy Lin Fan felt. The people from the Oracle Church only sent one person to blow up the lower barrier area? Something's wrong! There must be something strange. Chapter 106 Wang Jing appears and Lu Wei is kidnapped. What exactly is the backup plan? Lin Fan frowned and glanced around vigilantly. The attack came too suddenly. It is definitely not as simple as sending one person to die. There must be something fishy behind it. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from inside the IS Academy. I saw a huge energy dome expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it covered the entire IS Academy tightly. Just then. Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions exploded in succession in the barrier area. This time the explosion was far more powerful than before. 3 thick black smoke columns shot up into the sky, darkening the sky. The wreckage of the fortifications was thrown into the air by the huge impact force, and then fell all around like raindrops. With the successive alarms, the barrier area instantly became chaotic. Ha 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 ha! Lin Fan! A laugh filled with malice and madness came from the smoke and dust. You killed my son! Today I will make you pay with your life! Lin Fan looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a big fat man like a meatball standing on the edge of the largest gap. The hood of his black robe couldn't cover the fat on his face, and his smile was uglier than crying. Fuck, who is this guy? Lin Fan racked his brains but couldn't come up with any impression at all. Master! His name is Wang Jing! Bai Mingji's voice was filled with doubt. He was Wang Meng's father, the one we trampled to death. He was the former vice president. I remember the last report from the base. It said he died in the deserted area. How come he's still alive? The father of this dead son? Lin Fan immediately performed a penetrating scan. Name Wang Jing. Age 49. Comprehensive combat power, 1380. Secret information, the wild beast cell transformer, has devoured the contracted machine girl, has the ability to release the blasphemer form. Wang Jing's information was exposed without a doubt. This is revenge against the church. Just as Lin Fan was about to take action, he saw 3 mecha girls unfold their exoskeleton armor and quietly approach Wang Jing from the side. They slowly raised the energy lightsabers in their hands, obviously wanting to kill him in the chaos. However, Wang Jing seemed to have noticed it long ago. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a cold look. He snorted coldly. You don't know how to live or die. The seemingly bloated right hand swung violently at such a speed that it left a black afterimage in the air. Puff! There was a sound of flesh tearing. The cautious expression of the leading mecha girl instantly turned into astonishment. A huge black claw like a dead branch pierced through her body. Tick tick! Blood dripped from the gaps between the terrifying claws. Wang Jing slowly retracted his claws, and in his palm he was holding a still-beating heart. Ah! The mecha girl whose chest was pierced fell limply to the ground and died instantly. The next moment, under the horrified gaze of all the mecha girls. Bang! Wang Jing suddenly squeezed the heart to burst. Warm blood and shattered heart tissue splattered all over him. But he didn't care at all. He just shook his hands slightly, and casually threw away the blood and flesh. It was as if I had just crushed a rotten tomato. He slowly raised his head and locked onto the cockpit of the glass mecha with his bloodshot eyes. The playful smile appeared on his face again. Lin Fan, did you see that? I've been completely transformed. Today is the day you die. In order to gain powerful strength, he injected wild beast cells and endured several days of inhuman torture. What keeps him alive is the scene of revenge at this moment. Retreat! Several waves of exoskeleton girls who surrounded them retreated in fear. Wang Jing's inhuman attack method scared them to death. Use long-range attacks! Someone shouted. Many exoskeleton girls equipped with guns responded and began to pour ammunition crazily at Wang Jing. Da-da-da! Boom! Boom! Countless bullets formed a fire network, shooting towards Wang Jing from all directions, and smoke and dust covered his body. What makes the girls desperate is a large defensive shield like dry bark stretched out from the smoke and dust, blocking all the firepower. Ha 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 ha, you rubbish who can't even activate your mecha form! I'll give you 1 hour! You still can't break my defense! Ha 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 ha! Wang Jing's wild laughter could be heard from within the defensive shield. His current combat capability is even stronger than those so-called genius commanders. Lin Fan looked at the battlefield and saw several black-robed men bubbling around. Except for Wang Jing, who has the blasphemer form, the other two are all just partially mutated predator forms. Didn't they say that those transformers all react to the energy of wild beasts? Is it just a rumor? Lin Fan once again questioned the intelligence. He was just about to control the glass mecha to rush forward when the internal emergency communication sounded. Immediately afterwards, Yu Shiya's anxious voice was heard. Commander Lin! This is bad! Someone in a black robe has kidnapped Lu Wei! They are so fast, I can hardly keep up! Lu Wei? That chubby little face immediately appeared in Lin Fan's mind. What the hell? The other party made such a big fuss just to divert attention and kidnap a C-class mecha girl? I wonder if the leader of the other team had his brain eaten by zombies? Lin Fan shook his head, suppressing the complaints in his heart. Xiaoya, don't be anxious. I'm right here with Mingji. Send me the other party's coordinates and movement path. I'll be there right away. Hung up the call. Lin Fan turned and looked towards the entrance. Zining Shuang was well protected by the mecha guards and retreated into the energy shield. Luo Shi stayed by the side without moving, his eyes fixed on this end. Lin Fan turned on the sound amplifier. Luo Shi, I leave this to you. Beat all the black-robed men into a pulp. Then he glanced at the coordinates sent by Yu Shiya and was about to take off. He lowered his head and added, Don't be afraid of breaking things. Finished. The glazed mecha's wings flashed, and it soared into the sky. When Wang Jing heard Lin Fan's voice, he jumped in anxiety. He hastily removed his defensive shield and shouted towards the sky. Lin Fan! You coward! Your opponent is me! Come back here! Looking at the glass mecha disappearing into the sky, he was so angry that his face turned green. Suddenly, there were several cracks, and his entire body began to turn into branches. The skin cracked, and countless dead branches grew out of the body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying 10-meter-tall tree man. He roared wildly. You ran away? I'll tear down your precious District 9! But as soon as he finished shouting, he felt the whole sky darken. Look up! A giant mecha that covered the sky and the sun was holding a huge energy sword and chopped it down at his head. No! When he transformed into a treeman, his movement speed was almost zero. He could only frantically grow branches on his arms, tightly protecting his head. Chapter 107 Rescue Tattoo? Boom! The energy blade slashed down with a huge buzzing sound. Wang Jing didn't even have time to react. The 10-meter-tall treeman was still frozen in a blocking posture. Next second, the sword blade had already chopped off the dry branch arm that was blocking his body, and then cut his neck. Wang Jing's treeman's head was chopped off in an instant, hitting the barrier with a dull thud, and then fell heavily to the ground. There was no blood in the broken tree trunk, only sticky dark green juice that kept oozing out along the cross-section. The air was filled with a foul smell. How is it possible? The two scars that should have been his eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. He clearly injected the wild beast cells, swallowed the contracted mecha girl, and released the blasphemer form. The combat power has exceeded 1,000. How could he not even be able to take a single blow from his opponent? Just as this thought came to his mind, the giant feet of the avalanche mecha filled his sight. Click! The next second, the tree man's head was crushed to pieces, and dark green juice mixed with sawdust splashed all over the ground. The avalanche mecha continued to move. The mecha's arm moved, and the butt of the gun sword handle was firmly placed on the shoulder. The scope also simultaneously lights up with a cold red light, with the tip of the blade aimed at the distance. The sniper mode of the gun sword is activated. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots almost overlapped. The two black-robed men who were still watching from a distance had not even made a move to dodge before their bodies exploded on the spot. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The girls surrounding them opened their mouths wide, their eyes as big as copper bells. Wang Jing, who was so arrogant just now, and two other mysterious men in black robes. Was he killed so easily in an instant? The difference in combat power is too outrageous. What's the origin of this mecha? I've never seen it before. Just now, Lord Lin seemed to call her Luo Shi. Could she also be Lord Lin's contracted mecha girl? Too strong! Is this the strength of the IS Academy? The buzzing sound of discussion rang out. The mecha girls looked at the avalanche mecha with shock and awe in their eyes. Inside the energy shield, Zi Ningxuang unconsciously covered her mouth. She had known from the base's intelligence that Luo Shi was very strong, but knowing the information and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different concepts. That was the church transformer that could easily kill mecha girls and withstand fire nets, but it was like paper in front of the avalanche mecha. And Lin Fan. Zi Ningxuang couldn't help but look in the direction where the Lili mecha disappeared. There was only one thought left in my mind: what kind of divine commander is he? Why are all the contracted mecha girls more perverted than the last? On the other side, in the deserted Gobi Desert. Hiss! A colorful wing of light suddenly cut through the sky. The two men in black robes who were holding Lu Wei hostage looked up and were immediately frightened out of their wits. Glass mecha? Lin Fan? How could he appear here? The two looked at each other and exclaimed almost at the same time. Damn it, the intelligence is wrong! As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan's cold voice echoed from the sky. Who gave you the courage to come to my territory and kidnap people? The glazed mecha fell to the ground with a thud, just blocking the two men in black robes. Commander Lin! We were wrong! A man in a black robe quickly pulled Lu Wei in front of him and put a dagger against her neck. He negotiated tremblingly. Can you please give us a chance to live? We promise not to harm her and never set foot in District 9 again. The black-robed man beside him also nodded. Right. We are just errand boys. Just treat us like shit. In the cockpit, Lin Fan observed the positions of the three people on the ground. He whispered, Meng Ji, the mecha can easily hurt Lu Wei. We'll disengage our mecha form later. You use the shock whip to control the one in the distance, and I'll kill the one holding Lu Wei hostage in seconds. Roger that, master. Lin Fan got by Mingji's reply and then turned on the external speaker. His tone was unusually calm. Of course, after all, any mecha girl in District 9 is worth more than your lives. Put the knife down first. As long as no one is hurt, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll cancel the mecha mode first. This should show my sincerity. A flash of light. Lin Fan and Bai Mingji appeared in an open space 50 meters away. Lin Fan actually released himself from the mecha state? Good opportunity. The black-robed man who held Lu Wei hostage suddenly brightened up his eyes, and he secretly glanced at his companion next to him. The next second, the two men shouted at the same time. Do it! The black-robed man in the distance took out an energy gun, aimed it at Lin Fan and pulled the trigger. The black-robed man who held Lu Wei hostage took out a black injection from his arms and stabbed it into Lu Wei's body. Lin Fan was prepared. The commander's armor quickly covered his entire body, and the floating cannon behind him instantly locked onto the two men's heads. Puff! The laser beam accurately cut off the hostage-taker's wrist, and the severed hand fell to the ground along with the injection. But he didn't expect. The man in black robe endured the severe pain of his broken wrist, grabbed the injection on the ground with his only remaining left hand, and pressed it hard on Lu Wei's arm. ZZ! The black potion was slowly pushed in. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed. The floating cannon fired again, exploding the potion and the black-robed man's head at the same time. The other side. Bai Mingji's shock whip also wrapped around another person's neck, and with a click, it was cut off directly. She didn't bother to check the body of the man in black robe and rushed to Lu Wei. Just as he was about to pick the person up, he and Lin Fan, who rushed over, stopped at the same time. I saw the black tattoo on Lu Wei's waist spreading rapidly along her waistline like a vine. Even the colors became darker and darker, exuding a strange atmosphere. Bai Mingji pulled out the needle that was stuck in Lu Wei's arm. His voice was filled with anxiety. Master Lu Wei, will she also turn into one of those monsters? We were scouting the wilderness together before. She was such a nice girl. Lin Fan squatted down and reached out to touch Lu Wei's forehead, which was surprisingly hot. He immediately activated the insight scan, and a panel popped up in front of him. Name Lu Wei. Age 18. Unit, Reconnaissance Type C, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Radar Vehicle Form, 25, Exoskeleton Form, 91, Patrol Aircraft Form, 360. Secret Information, Strong Perception, Mecha's Independent Action Energy Consumption is halved. Abnormal Status, Mutating. Partial Injection of Charm Beast Cell Extract, High Fever. Innate Companion Mark Spreading. Beast Cells? Innate Companion Mark? Lin Fan looked at the extended tattoo, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere before. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Fan was thinking, the unconscious Lu Wei suddenly opened her eyes, revealed a charming smile, and grabbed his hand. Chapter 108 The Fifth Robot Girl, Lu Wei's New Form Unlocked. As soon as Lin Fan touched Lu Wei's hand, he felt that her body temperature was abnormally high. Before he could pull his hand back, a sticky scent enveloped his body. Next second, Lin Fan appeared in an unfamiliar cockpit. It's as hot as a sauna. The hot breath that hit his face made him pull at his collar. Is this Lu Wei's cockpit? Lin Fan looked up. The cockpit is long and narrow, with a height of about 2 meters. The cabin wall was covered with strange black lines, exactly the same as those that appeared on Lu Wei's body. From time to time, the lines would emit an eerie dark red glow, just like pieces of a demon totem pieced together. Just as Lin Fan was about to check the information, he felt a sudden tightness in his lower back. Looking down, a dark yet soft tail was wrapped around his waist. The inverted triangle-shaped tail tip is covered with a layer of fine hair. Commander's armor! Lin Fan shouted anxiously in his heart. The armor that was on call did not respond at all. Before he could try again, the huge force from the tail pulled him into the driver's seat. Bang! A pair of small black flesh wings unfolded from the driver's seat, like 2 pieces of warm soft jade, locking his waist firmly on the driver's seat. The fine scales on the edge of the wings rubbed against the neck, and waves of numbness ran along the spine to the top of the head. Such a strange scene made Lin Fan couldn't help but tense his back. What the hell is this? Lu Wei! Lin Fan only heard his own voice in response. Lin Fan struggled to get up, but the seemingly slender wings were extremely powerful, and the more they pulled, the tighter they tightened. So I was kidnapped? He tried to use his authority to leave the cockpit, but found that there was still no response. Just when Lin Fan was anxious and confused, a cry-filled gasp suddenly sounded. Master, save me, I'm in so much pain. It was Lu Wei's voice, but it was completely different from usual. At the same time, the lights in the cockpit slowly dimmed, and the dim light on the command screen lit up, with Lu Wei's figure emerging from it. Lin Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Wei, who used to be a little chubby, now has a curvy figure. She was wearing only a black lace battle suit, which was so short that it barely covered her private parts. She was sweating profusely and curled up in a corner of the command screen, her face full of pain, even her lips were bitten white. Lu Wei! What's wrong with you? Just as Lin Fan opened his mouth, he heard a crisp, ripping sound. The lace battle suit on Lu Wei suddenly broke apart from the shoulders and neck, and then 2 dark purple membrane wings broke out from her body from behind. A pair of small black horns slowly grew out from the top of her head, and the tips of the horns were glowing red. The originally clear eyes now turned into a pair of rose-red vertical pupils, filled with despair. Commander Lin, I'm really in pain. Lu Wei's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. I can't seem to absorb this power. They are biting my body. I feel like I am about to die. Lin Fan's heart sank as he looked at Lu Wei, who was shaking in pain. Although Lu Wei's appearance had completely changed, Lin Fan was still certain that she was the Lu Wei who had picked him up from the wasteland. As time went on, streams of dark red blood began to flow out of the buffer solution. Depend on. Is this mutation going to kill people? Lin Fan immediately activated the insight scan, and rows of red prompts popped up. Abnormal status. All associated marks have been activated, irreversible. Charm B-cell energy overload. The body can withstand a 9.9% probability. Energy erosion. The body disintegrates after 1 minute. The only solution: sign a contract with the target to increase its load-bearing capacity. No effect on the host. After reading the message, Lin Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just sign a contract? Lu Wei, hold on. I'm here to help you. Lin Fan didn't hesitate for even half a second. He leaned forward with all his strength, trying to press the start button not far away. But his waist was too tightly bound by the flesh wings, and his fingertips were just a few centimeters away from the button, and he couldn't reach it no matter what. Damn it! It's too late! Can you loosen your broken wings a little? Lin Fan was so anxious that veins on his forehead bulged. Master, I can't control it. Lu Wei's voice was too weak to be heard. Damn it, let's fight! Lin Fan gritted his teeth and slammed his elbow into the connection between the flesh wing and the cockpit. With a crack, the flesh wings were loosened for a moment. Lin Fan took the opportunity to lunge forward and press the start button hard with his right hand. In an instant, the cockpit lights came on. The tightly wrapped black flesh wings and tail also loosened and hung limply on both sides of the driver's seat. It's done! Lin Fan looked at the command screen in surprise. Lu Wei's figure had disappeared, replaced by the projection of a manta fighter. The streamlined design looks like a manta ray, and the inky black body is covered with mysterious patterns. Fighter form? Lin Fan quickly scanned the machine's information, his eyes brightening the more he looked. Name: Lu Wei. Age: 18. Unit: Reconnaissance Type CC+, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability: Radar Vehicle Form, 2550, Exoskeleton Form, 911A2, Manta Fighter Form, Amphibious, 360720. Equipped weapons: Laser Gun, Electric Sword, Mechanical Propulsion Wings. Energy storage: none. Secret information: strong perception, Mecha's independent action consumes half the energy. Charm B cells mutate, able to detect the presence of its own kind. It's actually amphibious. He had seen quite a few mechas, but this was the first time he had seen one with underwater combat capabilities. What made him even more excited was the information about the existence of his own kind. Now that Lu Wei has gained this ability after the mutation, those bastards hiding in the dark will finally be exposed. Hiss! Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly felt an itch on his body, which made Lin Fan gasp. Look down. The black tail started moving again at some point, and the inverted triangle at the tip of the tail rubbed against him as if it was acting coquettishly. Lin Fan couldn't help but touch it out of curiosity. I didn't expect that the tail that was so powerful before is now as soft as cotton. Master, don't touch the middle. Lu Wei's voice came, without the previous pain, but with a hint of seductive charm. Lu Wei, how do you feel now? Lin Fan's tone couldn't help but carry a hint of concern. Lu Wei's voice softened. Much better. I feel like I can control that power freely. And I can sense the Master's position, as if we are connected. As soon as he finished speaking, the tail wrapped around Lin Fan's hand began to tremble slightly. Lin Fan played with his tail, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. I'll help you upgrade your body level first. You'll be busy later. Yes. I will listen to my master. Lu Wei's voice was full of joy. In a moment, the only sound left in the cockpit was Lu Wei's trembling gasps. Chapter 109: The Rat Hiding Underground. At this moment, Lin Fan was shocked by Lu Wei again. The moment he pressed the contract button, the driver's seat under his butt changed. The seats, which were supposed to be made of metal, now had a flesh-pink luster, as if they were alive. After a while, warm mucus even seeped out, sticking him firmly to the seat. Lin Fan tried to adjust his position, but ended up being wrapped even tighter. What surprised him even more was, in addition to the extraction of buffer, the energy in his body was also rapidly dissipating through the seat. Just 15 minutes. The feeling of weakness appears the moment energy is lost. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that the driver's seat tightened a bit, forcing him to pat his body. Fuck! Fuck! Lu Wei! You're strangling me to death! Stop it! At this time, Lu Wei's trembling voice finally rang out. Master! I became a little stronger just now. Can I level up like Teacher Bai? Lin Fan was wrapped up and couldn't move. He could only complain helplessly. My God, is this the time to discuss upgrading? Loosen up your pads first. If you keep strangling me like this, I'll break my bones before you drain all my energy. Sorry, Master. I'll be there right away, Lu Wei responded hurriedly. Immediately, the flesh-pink texture of the seats slowly faded away, giving Lin Fan a little more space to move around. Huh! I'm alive again! Lin Fan rubbed his sore waist. Just as he was about to let Lu Wei try out her new ability, a strange feeling suddenly hit his mind. This is... Lin Fan murmured and closed his eyes. A holographic map composed of lines appeared in his mind. 5 kilometers ahead, I saw a medium-sized B-level wild beast running for its life. As his attention focused, he even seemed to hear the heavy breathing of the wild beast. As a result, after a while, the image of the B-level wild beast disappeared from his mind. This was killed by the mecha team? Lu Wei, have I also synchronized my abilities with yours? Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Just by relying on perception, one can clearly locate the opponent's position and level, and even know their size and status. This new ability is simply abnormal. Master, no, this is the effect of shared abilities, Lu Wei explained. Only if you're in the driver's seat can I synchronize my perception with your mind. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. It seems that Lu Wei's ability cannot be directly transferred to him. While thinking, the map in his mind instantly switched scenes. 3 formless energy fluctuations appeared. Master, this is buffer zone number 4. It should be someone from the church. I can feel it. Lu Wei's voice sounded with certainty. Lin Fan opened his eyes and began to operate the mecha to connect to the external screen. It's time to clean up the rats in the house. As the command screen lit up, Lin Fan saw the manta ray fighter not far away. Bai Mingji was standing on the side with her arms folded, and Yu Xia was squatting at her feet, drawing circles out of boredom. Huh! Xia? When did you come? Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Yu Xia immediately looked up. A pair of sparkling eyes couldn't hide the smile. Commander Lin! You and Sister Xiaowei can just level up here. They don't even open the virtual mode, shame. Yu Xia just stuck out her tongue in a teasing manner, and Bai Mingji raised her hand and smacked her on the head. This girl. She's getting bolder and bolder. How dare you tease your contracted commander? But judging from the current situation, Lu Wei should have escaped from that dangerous condition. At the same time, she also became the master's contracted mecha girl. Bai Mingji's worries finally settled down, and she pretended to be serious and reminded him. Xiaoya, be careful with your words. Oh. Yu Xia rubbed her head and pouted in grievance. Lin Fan didn't care about Yu Xia's teasing at all. Now, he only wants to verify Lu Wei's newly developed abilities. He quickly issued an order. Xia, go back and find a mecha team to work with. Remember to return to the academy in advance when the energy storage is insufficient. Meng Ji and I will go to the buffer zone first. Okay. I will definitely complete the mission, Yu Xia replied, standing still before turning into an ambulance and leaving. Meng Ji, control your speed and follow us. Bang. 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 Boom! The manta ray fighter's thrusters spewed out enchanting red flames, and after gaining altitude, it instantly started accelerating. Bai Mingji quickly activated the glass mecha form and flapped her wings to follow. Two figures streaked across the sky and flew rapidly towards the buffer zone. Buffer. The ruins of a dilapidated village, with only a few dilapidated low-rise buildings scattered around. This place is remote and the ground is covered with hard mud and rocks, so it is not included in the development scope of IS College. The blood of wild beasts could be seen clearly all around, and it was obvious that this place had just been cleaned up by a mecha team not long ago. 1 minute later, the manta ray fighter and the glazed armor came roaring over and hovered over the ruins. This is it. Lin Fan looked at the command screen and didn't see anything unusual with his naked eyes. However, in the linear map in his mind, 3 clear energy fluctuations appeared more than 10 meters underground. It's actually hidden underground, but this new ability is really useful. With Lu Wei's perception skills, these reformed church members will no longer have a place to hide. However, the opponent's cunningness is also top-notch. Judging from the intervals between the 3 energy feedbacks, this underground project has a diameter of at least 20 meters. In order to lurk in Area 9, the other party must have put in a lot of effort. Master, are you saying that the church members were hiding underground and then Xiao Wei found them? Bai Mingji was also shocked by Lu Wei's ability. They didn't change their flight path at all. In other words, Lu Wei had already discovered them from more than 20 kilometers away. Well, our little radar is going to do great work. Lu Wei, use the laser gun to force them out and see if you can catch them alive. Meng Ji, just record the video. Your floating cannon is too powerful, so don't bury the enemy all at once. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, with Lu Wei's ability, Lin Fan was not worried that the other party would escape. At this moment, he only hoped that the other party's position was higher, so that he might be able to get some useful information. Master, my laser gun may only be able to blast off a layer of mud, Lu Wei replied while launching an attack. Boom! A thick laser beam sank into the ground, and the muddy and rocky surface first bulged into ripples, followed by a huge explosion from deep underground. Boom! Along with the flying mud and rocks, a huge explosion crater with a diameter of 10 meters appeared, even revealing the hard black stone layer deep inside. Oh my God! Is this my fault? Lu Wei's voice was full of disbelief. As a member of the mecha team, she naturally knew how tough the terrain here was. She originally thought that being able to blast a hole with a diameter of 1 meter was already a big deal. What he never expected was that his casual attack would produce an earthquake-like impact. Chapter 110, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole and Tell It. Lin Fan looked at the fire on the ground, and quickly grabbed control of the manta ray fighter. He said helplessly, Lu Wei, if you keep firing like this, we'll have to dig in the mud. You need to learn to control the output power of energy. Let me show you how to do it first. I'm sorry, Master. I will study hard, Lu Wei responded quickly. Following Lin Fan's operation, the laser ports on both wings of the manta ray fighter instantly dimmed. Immediately afterwards, 2 laser beams brushed past the energy reaction point and hit the ground. Mud and stones flew all over the sky, but only 2 small pits 1 meter deep were left. At the same time, due to the continuous bombardment of laser beams, the entire underground fortification of the church was shaking violently. In the central room, Night Spider was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, wearing a dark purple robe, but he didn't notice that the red wine in the glass was covered with a layer of fine ash. Damn it, the action team has been on the move for an hour. Why is there no reply? She poked at the communication irritably, and the screen was filled with the red prompt, not connected. At this moment, a loud boom sound was heard above the head again. Night Spider was caught off guard and shuddered, spilling most of the red wine in the glass. She glanced at the roof in frustration. It's so noisy! When will it ever end? Didn't we just come here to clean up the wild beasts 2 days ago? Why are you making such a big fuss again today? Just as she was about to throw the cup into the trash can, a black-robed man stumbled into the room and reported with a pale face. Master Yi! It's bad! It's an enemy attack! It's a Lili mecha and an unknown fighter plane. They should be heading for us. Glass mecha? Lin Fan! The cup in Yi Zhu's hand shattered to the ground with a clang. How did he find this place? This underground fortification has been secretly built for several years and has always been safe. How come it was suddenly exposed? Was it exposed by the action team? Without time to ponder the reason, Night Spider hurriedly put away the items on the table. Go inform Fu Er that you two should exit through the east and west emergency passages. Use explosive bombs and smoke bombs for cover. Every second you can delay is a second. But Sir Lin Fan. The subordinates' voices were shaking. With her fighting power, facing Lin Fan, that would be no different from committing suicide. Stop talking nonsense! If you don't go now, you will die! Night Spider glanced at him fiercely. The subordinate shrank his neck in fear, turned around and ran out of the room. After Yizhu finished tidying up the items on the table, he raised his hand and pressed his eyebrows. After her tense thoughts relaxed a little, she walked to a wall in the room. With a swipe of his finger, a secret door leading to the grounds slowly opened. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosive bombs could be heard above the fortifications. Night Spider glanced back at the room before activating her mimicry abilities. In the blink of an eye, her body blended into the surrounding environment like a chameleon. This is the mimicry ability she mastered after the transformation, which can perfectly hide her body's shape and energy fluctuations. This is also the reason why she is valued. The Night Spider looked at its camouflage effect with satisfaction, then walked into the secret door and walked quietly to the ground. The secret exit of the central room is connected to the corner of a dilapidated building and is blocked by a stone slab. In less than 10 seconds, Night Spider had quietly pushed open the stone slab. As she walked out of the secret passage, she heard 2 heart-wrenching screams coming from not far away. She quickly reset the slab and quietly peeked out the window. I saw that the 2 men in black robes had their legs blown off. The 2 men's bodies were tied together tightly by an energy whip, and they were wailing in pain on the ground. So soon! Cold sweat instantly broke out on Night Spider's back. She originally thought that Fu Er and the other girl could hold out for at least a minute or 2 with the help of the explosive bombs and the cover of the smoke bombs. But in the end, it couldn't even last 10 seconds. Night Spider immediately held her breath and pushed her mimicry ability to the extreme, even deliberately slowing down her blood flow. Don't panic, don't panic. We are at least a few hundred meters away from them. As long as I don't move. Just as Night Spider was comforting himself, footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the window. Crack! Creak! His footsteps stepped on the gravel, and he walked very slowly. Immediately following, a young voice rang out. So, you are the leader of this group? The hairs all over the Night Spider's body stood up instantly. She turned her head stiffly. I saw Lin Fan leaning against a broken wall, holding a sniper rifle that looked like a long sword in his hand. The muzzle of the gun kept moving back and forth over her body. Lin Fan could actually see himself? How is this possible? Her ability of mimicry is something that even the 3 great gods cannot see through. How could she not be shocked? Life or death is just a matter of thought. Night Spider forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and slowly withdrew his mimicry ability. Lin Fan did not kill her immediately. He must have some ulterior motive. As long as he was still useful, there was hope for his survival. She raised her hands high, striking a non-threatening pose. As expected, Lin Fan is the one the Divine Messenger specifically told us to be wary of. I give up. What do you want to know? Lin Fan watched the other party show up and directly pressed the gun's sword against her heart. Tell me, why is the church pushing the statues toward the first 3 districts? And your purpose in triggering the wild beast tide? If the answer satisfies me, I may consider letting you go. Night Spider's brain was working rapidly, and he said half-truthfully, for screening. She carefully observed Lin Fan's reaction. The church needs a vessel with potential, or a special body. Develop more people with special abilities. Screening? Lin Fan's voice was emotionless. Then why trigger the wild beast tide? According to what you said, the death of a large number of mecha girls is not what you want to see. Night Spider twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing an embarrassment. Lin Fan, I'm just a small character who follows orders. The real core secrets are only known to the gods. Before Yi Zhu could finish his words, Lin Fan's gun sword pushed forward again. She was so scared that she quickly shouted, "Stop! I'll tell you! I'll tell you everything! We still need a lot of blood and flesh. Really, all of it. By the way, there are some internal secrets in this box. You will know after you read it." As she spoke, she slowly lowered one hand. He took out a silver metal box from his bracelet and gently placed it on the ground. "There are internal secrets in this, you will know once you see it." When Lin Fan saw the familiar box and the familiar scanned information, a half-smile appeared on his face. He looked up and shouted to the sky, "Mengji, did you record everything?" Bai Mingji's voice immediately came from the air. "Master, no problem. Not a single word was missed." After receiving Bai Mingji's affirmative answer, Lin Fan grinned at her. "Night Spider, right? Want to see your milk?" Night Spider's brain froze on the spot. She subconsciously lowered her head and saw her flat chest. Could it be that this Lin Fan? "Do you have a special hobby? Do you like this?" "No matter what, it's better than losing your life." She was still frantically preparing herself mentally when Lin Fan thrust his gun forward. "What are you thinking about? You little prince! I'm talking about Milky Milk!" "No! You can't!" Night Spider's pupils suddenly contracted and he screamed and tried to retreat. But before she could make a move, Lin Fan's finger had already pulled the trigger. Bang! A beam of energy directly penetrated the Night Spider's body. Chapter 111 Returning to the Academy, Feelings. The moment the energy beam penetrated his chest, Night Spider's pupils suddenly dilated to the extreme. The body collapsed limply. The last thing she saw was not the bloody hole in her chest, but it was the distance between the fingertips and the metal box. No! She tried to move forward a few centimeters. Bang! Another energy beam came, and this time it directly blew her head apart. Red and white things splattered everywhere. The headless body of the Night Spider trembled, and then became completely motionless. "You really don't know your own weight! How dare you set your sights on me!" "Bah!" Lin Fan spat at the corpse on the ground, then used a separate storage bracelet to put away the metal box. But with the death of Night Spider, the two men in black robes who were wailing in pain suddenly shut their mouths. Next second. Boom! Boom! There were two loud explosions, and pieces of flesh and blood mixed with rubble flew everywhere. Lin Fan had just withdrawn his gaze when he caught sight of Night Spider's storage bracelet out of the corner of his eye. A strange red light flashed by. "Fuck! That's so fucking cruel!" Lin Fan used the commander's outer armor to retreat more than 10 meters in an instant. Boom! The explosion of the bracelet directly blew half of Night Spider's body into countless small pieces. Lin Fan stared at the wreckage on the ground and sneered. "Human bombs, this church's style is disgusting." The next 2 hours. Lin Fan asked Bai Mingji to be responsible for guarding the surrounding area, while he took Lu Wei with him to inspect the underground fortifications layer by layer. The lights in the fortifications flickered on and off. Lin Fan walked in front, holding the gun and sword. Only the sound of his and Lu Wei's footsteps echoed in the corridor. Before we had walked far, a pungent fishy smell wafted over. After turning the corner, the scene that appeared made Lin Fan frown. In an empty room. There were only documents scattered on the ground, the remains of wild animals soaked in formaldehyde, and rows of huge glassware. Some of the containers were filled with dark green liquid, soaking in broken claws and fangs. Some were empty, but the glass walls were still stained with long coagulated black blood. "Master, this seems to be a laboratory." Lu Wei nervously pulled Lin Fan's sleeve. She reached out and picked up a document that had fallen on the ground. The handwriting on it was sloppy, and only words like "wild beast gene extraction" could be clearly seen. Lin Fan walked over and looked through the innermost test bench, but there didn't seem to be anything useful there. But at this moment, Lu Wei suddenly pointed under the test bench. "Master! There's something here!" She reached out and pried open the loose wooden board, revealing a transparent box with 4 silver syringes lying inside. Lin Fan took it and glanced at it. The syringes were filled with turbid black liquid, which was only slightly different in color from the one that the black-robed man used to attack Lu Wei. Insight scan then begins. Wild beast cell extract. Low level 70% chance of genetic breakdown after injection, 20% chance of loss of sanity. The success rate is so low? Those church members are really brave enough to gamble their lives on that 10% probability. Lin Fan sneered and stuffed the syringe and documents into a special savings bracelet. He also asked Lu Wei to pack up the few wild beast materials. After collecting everything they could take away, the two of them returned to the underground fortifications along the same route. The Manta Ray fighter jet instantly took off and hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the fortifications. Lin Fan quickly called out, "Meng Ji, let's clean this up." "Understood, Master." Next second, the floating gun array behind the Lily mecha instantly unfolded, and the gun barrels lit up with a faint blue light. Buzz! Boom! 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 Dense laser energy hit the ground, and the original entrance to the underground fortification was instantly blown open. Gravel flew everywhere and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Amid the sound of artillery fire, the ground collapsed in circles centered on the fortifications. The broken walls and ruins within a radius of half a kilometer were all blown into pieces. Lin Fan looked at the raised area below and sighed curiously. "Tisk, I miscalculated. We should ask that night spider how long it took to build such a secret base." Lu Wei's voice rang out. "Master, there shouldn't be anyone from the church nearby. Let's go back to the academy." Lin Fan waved his hand. The Lily mecha and the Manta Ray fighter changed direction and flew towards the IS Academy. In just a few minutes, it landed on the tarmac of IS Academy. As soon as the car came to a complete stop, Lin Fan jumped down and said, "Meng Ji, take Lu Wei to sweep Area 9. If you find anyone from the church, just clean them out." Lin Fan turned around and patted Lu Wei's somewhat stiff shoulders. "Don't be too nervous. Just learn more from Meng Ji." Lu Wei clutched the corner of her clothes and nodded. "Yeah." Bai Mingji immediately responded. "Master, I promise to complete the task." The engine sounded again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan handed the video of Night Spider to Xin Yingshuang, and after delivering the materials Yan Ke wanted, he strolled around the academy alone. "That's not going to work. I need to talk to Su Yun about it some other day." Lin Fan looked around and couldn't help but shook his head. Previously, due to the instability in the church, the entire IS Academy implemented regional control. After walking for nearly 15 minutes, we saw a few mecha girls in the distance. "It's so quiet." Before he knew it, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the Nirvana Tower. After taking the elevator to the top floor, the evening breeze blew his hair into disarray. Lin Fan leaned against the guardrail and suddenly muttered to himself, "It feels like I've been here for almost a month." Wave to open the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 32. Operation level, LV-13, 15/750. Soul contract, 5/7. Skills, Insight scan, basic mecha operation plus 30%, Warframe weapon drive. Contracted mecha girls, Bai Mingji, Strike S-1330, Su Yun, Fortress S+, 1125, Yushirya, Combat Healing A+, 980, Luoshi, Holy Spirit S-1650, Lu Wei, Reconnaissance C+, 720. Derived Initial Armor, Bai Style plus 399, Su Style plus 337, Yu Style plus 294, Luo Style plus 495, Lu Style plus 216. Waste value, 1.8 million. The value of Wasteland has increased a bit. The operation level also jumped from LV-12 to LV-13, another contract position was unlocked. Once I get this mess of the church sorted out, I should be able to start living a peaceful life, right? Lin Fan stretched his body and his eyes just happened to sweep across his villa number 1. Sure. No! 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 Lin Fan closed his eyes and tried to recall. 1.2.3.4.5. Trouble! If we keep collecting like this, villa number 1 won't be big enough to accommodate us. Chapter 112 Deadline Madness. Lin Fan complained, but the more he thought about it, the more beautiful it became. With the support of basic wildness value, after the Silver Snake Stick became popular, there is no need to worry about the contract position issue. The Silver Snake Stick, City Defense Cannon, and Lu Wei's abilities combined into one. District 9 is now definitely the safest place in Zhejiang Mountain District. No doubt about it. Now you just need to steadily harvest wasteland value, increase experience, and then exchange it for equipment drawings. Then I can gather my huge team of mecha girls and destroy that shabby Oracle Church. As for the room issue, Lin Fan's eyes turned. TSK. Why not just let Si Ningshuang design a big villa? Just think of it as her rent money. Perfect. Lin Fan was happily planning to lie down when the communicator on his bracelet suddenly rang. Hello, Grandma Z, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Fan pressed the answer button. Even the posture of leaning against the guardrail unconsciously straightened a little. On the other end of the communicator, Violet's voice was as calm as ever, but it was filled with uncontrollable anger. Lin boy, I've seen the Night Spiders video and the footage of the underground fortifications. These bastards in the church are really treating people like animals. Another annoying thing. In recent weeks, I've sent more than a dozen distress signals to the central government, but there's not even a receipt. These past few days, it's just showing as failed to send. Lin Fan frowned. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the guardrail. Central needs help? Grandma Z, please tell me about this in detail. I've never heard of central government support before. This is a long story. Violet paused. This begins to explain. To the central government, our Zhejiang mountainous area is just a small place. Due to the limitations of technology and historical achievements, the commander's combat power is at most just over 1,000. The entire territory was in great trouble with a tide of wild beasts, and could only rely on support from the central government. The terrain of the Zhejiang mountain area is strange. When put together, it looks like a circle, but the buffer zones are still connected. If outsiders want to come in, the only relatively safe passage is in Security Zone Number 1. But now, I'm not even sure if the central government has received the distress signal. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. But I figured out the key point in an instant. Security Zone Number 1 is now Qin Lan's territory. That old fox must have tampered with the passage so that the signal cannot be transmitted. Even if there are volunteers, Qin Lan will find ways to keep the support out. The purpose of the Oracle Church is to cut off communications, and then use the wild beast tide to devour the entire Zhejiang mountain area? But Lin Fan didn't say this guess out loud. Telling Violet might not only be of no help, but might also alert the enemy. Now, except for the contracted mecha girls with 100% loyalty, you have to be careful with the rest. Think of this. Lin Fan replied bluntly. Grandma Z, let's not talk about anything else for now, just expose the video. Everyone must see the true face of the church. Stop being kept in the dark by the church. As for the request for help, let's continue sending it out. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Okay. I'll arrange it right away. Violet didn't say much and hung up the phone in a hurry. Less than 10 minutes. Violet immediately started operating and posted the video on public screens in most of the safe zones. Night Spider admitted to using the mecha girl as an experimental carrier, and the reason for the wild beast. There are also scenes of wild beasts remain soaking in the laboratory. The bloody scenes hit everyone's heart. In a square in a safe zone, the girl looked at the black blood test tube on the screen and collapsed to the ground. My sister said a few days ago that she was going to church to enjoy the blessings, but now I can't even get through to her. Who said before that the church was a salvation organization? Come out and get beaten! This is a man-eating demon! Stop arguing! Go check out District 9's live stream. Master Lin is live streaming! The crowd shifted their focus instantly. Just 1 minute after Lin Fan's live broadcast room opened, the number of people online instantly soared to 1 million, and was still increasing at an exaggerated rate. The screen is invisible due to the barrage of comments. I'll be in Area 9 tonight. I'm heading to the rendezvous coordinates. Lin Xin. I'm in District 7. Is it too late to run to District 9 now? Wow, I'm in District 5. Can someone come and take me with me? Forest God YYDS. I've settled into the middle of the wasteland of Area 9, and I can't see a single wild beast. Upstairs +1, I have participated in the team selection. Please don't envy me, other sisters. Lin Fan looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room and tactically cleared his throat. His voice reached every corner of Jishan District through the live broadcast room. Attention all the girls in Jishan District. The wild beast tide will arrive in 35 hours at most. If you haven't reached Area 9 yet, hurry up and don't dawdle any longer. In addition, our response area will be expanded to the junction of Zones 7 to 8 and 10 to 11, and will only be valid for 24 hours. Remember, only by reaching Area 9 alive can you survive this disaster. This is the best District 9 and I can do. If we want to survive, run on your own. Above. As soon as the words fell, the barrage of comments immediately exploded. Got it. God Lin. I'm running with my luggage now. The sense of security is welded to the ground in Area 9. Go sisters. Wow. I really regret not taking action earlier. I really can't catch up. If you don't listen to God Lin, you'll suffer the consequences. The one upstairs can only wish you good luck. Let me interrupt. What Lin Xin just said was about the entire Jishan district. I feel that the first 3 districts are not as safe as District 9. Lin Fan did not continue to waste time in the live broadcast room. With the current 10 million users online and the number of reposts on the internet, I believe all the girls should have received this news. Lin Fan, who had exited the live stream, directly activated the highest authority of the IS Academy and issued a top-level assembly order. All mecha girls in vehicle form, assemble 10 kilometers before the barrier area within 1 hour. Except for the pioneering mecha teams, all the mecha teams on standby and stationed, assemble as above. Once Lin Fan's assembly order was issued, it swept across the entire District 9 like a hurricane. It's a rally mission. The credit reward is more than 3 times that of a normal mission. Let's go. It must be a follow-up mission. I never thought that I would have the chance to save others one day. Ha 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 ha. Mecha Squad? All the commanders in the academy combined would be hard-pressed to form 2, right? For a while, the entire District 9 was discussing topics related to Lin Fan. All the mecha girls in vehicle form went into a frenzy, rushing towards the assembly point at a rapid speed. Chapter 113 Assembly Order, Rescue Operation. Lin Fan disconnected the live broadcast and stayed quietly on the top of the Nirvana Tower for another half an hour. What should we eat for dinner? Lin Fan, who couldn't come up with a result, saw that the scheduled time was almost up, so he stretched and walked down the Nirvana Tower. As soon as he left the hall, his bracelet started vibrating wildly. It's Su Yun's video request. Lin Fan immediately responded. What's wrong, Su Yun? Is the wild beast tide coming again? When he looked at the screen, he saw Su Yun's hair was messy, beads of sweat were oozing out of the tip of her nose, and she was staring at him angrily with her big eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but tease. What's going on, my Dean Su? But your new hairstyle is quite unique. Su Yun rolled her eyes. Just turn the camera. The central square of base number 9 is densely packed with temporary office desks. Thousands of women working on the phones were wearing headsets. Some were spitting while talking on the phone, while others were jogging with documents in their arms. The scene was extremely busy. The camera turned back to Su Yunxing's dejected face. You're still asking me what's wrong? Did you see that? My dear Dean Lin, can fighting against the tide of wild beasts be so tiring? Do you know how many mecha girls there are in District 9 right now? 2 million. Over 2 million. You issued the assembly order without saying anything. Are you trying to tire me out so you can free up the contract position for the little mecha girl? Lin Fan was stunned on the spot. Mr. Duo? That's impossible. Wasn't the report Zining Shuang showed me before only a few 100,000? Lin Fan weakly retorted. It's only been a few hours, it can't be 10 times as much, right? He tried hard to recall the report, wondering how many digits the number was. Su Yun took a deep breath, held her forehead with her hand and sighed helplessly. Lin Fan! Did you miss a zero? The total population of District 9 is almost 15 million now, so there can't be only a few 100,000 mecha girls. She paused and softened her tone. But don't worry, I've already notified the personnel to intercept in the central area. Those coming from the deserted areas should go directly to the buffer zone and wait. The communication channels are also divided according to the support areas, so there will be no chaos. With Zi Ningxuang at the academy, it shouldn't be a big problem. Speaking of this, Su Yun suddenly snorted coldly, her back teeth clattering. But next time, if you launch a surprise attack like this again, I'll throw you right into the Mecha Girl formation. You'll experience for yourself what $2 million of happiness is like. Pop. The video was abruptly cut off. Lin Fan. He silently withdrew his hand from the air and scratched his head. Well, mathematics is indeed my lifelong enemy. Luckily Su Yun is reliable, otherwise 2 million would really squeeze in. As he spoke, Lin Fan couldn't help but shudder. The picture is too beautiful to think about it. 15 minutes later. Lin Fan whistled as he walked to the barrier area. Before he even got close, he saw a white figure waving frantically at him. Brother Lin! Look over here! Sister is here! Lin Fan looked up. Su Ran was wearing a white professional suit today. The ultra-short hip skirt matched with her long legs was extremely lethal. Before Lin Fan could get close, Su Ran had already come close to him. Her voice was soft and charming. The live broadcast was so cool, Brother Lin. I'll tell you a secret. I've also used the silver snake stick. My driver's seat spins. Would you like to try it? Said. She put her red lips close to Lin Fan's ear. Also, tell the truth. How many contract slots do you have? Huh! The warm breath blew against his ears, and Lin Fan shuddered all over. Haven't seen you for a few days. Minister Su Ran is still acting in a ferocious manner. Sister Su, stop messing around. Let's get down to business first. Lin Fan quickly dodged and tactically rushed towards the high wall of the barrier. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform of the barrier area, Lin Fan was shocked by the scene before him and was speechless. Outside the wall, the formation of mecha girls stretches as far as the eye can see. The vehicles running on the ground are arranged in a long line, extending all the way to the horizon. The wing-shaped mechas flying in the sky were also taking off and landing continuously, busy transporting the mecha girl troops on their journey. This scale is several times more outrageous than the Spring Festival Travel Rush train station. Oh my God! How many people are there? Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. Su Ran came over in high heels. She leaned close to him again and chuckled. Roughly speaking, there are still at least 50,000 to 80,000 left. Yuner has already informed us angrily that Ningxuang and Luo Shi have gone to the phalanx to make arrangements. She curled the ends of her hair with her fingers and said, How about it, Brother Lin? Do you want to go shopping with me? Experience the passion of the girls in the machines? They adore you now. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head. No. He touched his nose guiltily. It's really too much. I'm afraid I'll be exhausted. It wasn't long before Lin Fan acted like a coward, afraid of being eaten. Zi Ningxuang and Luo Shi quickly ran over from the flanks of the square formation. Before he even reached her, Zi Ningxuang called out urgently. Commander Lin! This is bad. Just now, dozens of distress signals came in from Districts 8 and 10 simultaneously. The situation may have changed. Where's the mecha team? Lin Fan immediately dropped his joking expression. Zi Ningxuang leaned on her knees and took a breath. Yu Xia has already led the 1 to 10 mecha team over there. But the calls for help are still increasing. I'm worried they don't have enough manpower. As soon as these words fell, the girls who were closer were talking one after another. A distress signal? Shouldn't it be a response signal? Dozens? Areas 8 and 10 at the same time? Did the wild beast tide break out prematurely? How could this happen so suddenly? The risk to our support is huge. Feelings of worry and tension spread quickly. The originally high fighting spirit was stagnant, and countless eyes were cast on Lin Fan on the barrier. However, it was different from what everyone expected. The moment Lin Fan heard the news, instead of showing any worry, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. His reaction made the originally anxious Zi Ningxuang stunned for a moment. Su Ran, who had been sticking close to Lin Fan, could see Lin Fan's expression clearly. This man, he was actually excited? A flash of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. He's worthy of being the man I've chosen. Lin Fan had no time to pay attention to Su Ran's teasing. He took a step forward, glanced at the somewhat agitated army of mecha girls below, and turned on the loudspeaker beside him. Sizzle! After a roar, Lin Fan's confident voice resounded through the sky. If you're scared, go back to the living quarters now and be a good logistics officer from now on. If you have the guts, keep your communications open and follow the hospital's unified dispatch. Believe me. After this battle, I promise you won't regret the decision you made today. For some reason, Lin Fan's words instantly dispelled the uneasiness in the square formation, and replaced it with a firm will to fight. Yes. Commander Lin. For District 9. For ourselves. Let's fight. Sisters. With Commander Lin here with us, what are we afraid of? It's time to open the eyes of the front 3 districts. Lin Fan then turned off the speaker and said to Su Ran, whose eyes were sparkling. Sister Su? Meng Ji and Lu Wei are both out on a mission. Can you arrange a plane for me? Chapter 114 Encounter with Twin Lolita. Zone 8 Buffer Zone, among the ruins. More than a dozen mecha girls were fleeing in panic. Some of them had their trouser legs torn, and blood dripped down their calves to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind them. Some were carrying injured sisters, their bodies covered with cuts from the gravel. There was also a young mecha girl with her exoskeleton unfolded, holding 2 twin girls with pale faces and pigtails in her arms. The 2 girls covered their mouths tightly, afraid of making any sound. The mecha girl in the middle of the team glanced back, fear in her eyes reappearing. Hurry! Hurry up! Those 3 beasts are catching up again! She had just finished speaking. No! A shrill scream came from the back of the team. The mecha girl who was running at the end was knocked down by an A-level Gale wolf that caught up with her. The wolf bit off her neck with its mouth, and warm blood splattered on the broken wall. The other 2 followed closely. The scene was extremely bloody. Sister Xiaolin! Someone wanted to rush back with red eyes, but was held back by the people around him. Don't go and die! Run! While they are. Run! Not long. The 3 swift wolves had already finished sharing the food, but their vertical pupils, glowing green, once again locked onto the direction in which the mecha girl was escaping. Oh whoa! The wolf hauled again, and the death chase continued. The shadow of death once again looms over the mecha girl team. Where's the rescue from District 9? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Have we been abandoned? Phew, I really can't run anymore. There's a small woods ahead. Let's find a place to hide. A group of people stumbled into the jungle. Before I could catch my breath, the ground shook violently. Boom! An 8-meter-tall giant-toothed beast smashed through the trees and appeared brazenly. Its dark brown scales glowed coldly, and bloody saliva flowed from its mouth. The terrifying pressure drained the mecha girl's strength to escape. Even the 3 swift wolves that were chasing them whimpered and fled backwards with their tails between their legs. It's an SS-class megalodon. It's over. It's completely over. Ugh, I want to go home. Why is there an SS-level wild beast here? Someone collapsed on the ground, not even having the strength to stand up. The megalodon swung its tail, and the tree as thick as a bowl was broken in half. It opened its big mouth dripping with blood and bit the mecha girl closest to it. At this critical moment, thump, thump, thump! The roar of the engine came. A large transport plane with the number 9 painted on it appeared in the sky. The ecstasy of having escaped from a desperate situation suddenly burst out, and the mecha girls waved their hands in the air with their last bit of strength. It's the transport plane from Area 9! We're saved! We're saved! We're here! Look here! Saved. Really saved. However, the transport plane had no intention of descending, but just flew straight forward and soon became a small dot in the distance. Why didn't you save us? The robot girl in the exoskeleton hugged the twins and tears fell from her eyes. Just when I saw hope, it's gone again. Didn't you see it? Someone covered his face with his hands, his voice full of despair. The huge psychological gap broke their last psychological defenses, and everyone collapsed completely. The exoskeleton girl also closed her eyes in despair and hugged the girls tightly in her arms. Sudden. The twin sister in her arms tugged at her clothes and whispered, "Sister, something seems to have fallen from the sky." Everyone looked up subconsciously. In the blue sky, there are two negligible black spots that are rapidly enlarging at a crazy speed. After a few seconds, they finally saw clearly. It wasn't anything falling. That's two people. It is descending from the sky with an extremely violent attitude. It's a human? Jumped straight from the transport plane? No exoskeleton. Are they crazy? The girls were all stunned. Even the megalodon stopped moving, wagging its tail irritably, and staring up at the figure in the sky. Luoshi, it's almost time to get to work. Lin Fan's voice came from the air, with a bit of nonchalant air. Roger that. Avalanche Mecha, activate! Buzz. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the two falling people. Immediately afterwards, a 15-meter-tall pure white mecha appeared out of thin air. The oppressive feeling that covers the sky and the sun. The next second, a sniper weapon appeared in the right hand of the mecha. Bang! An energy bomb hit the megalodon's eyes directly. The attacked megalodon roared madly on the spot. Just as it was about to swing its tail to fight back, the wingsuit thrusters on the back of the avalanche mecha opened up and it sat directly on its back. The sniper rifle was transformed into a sword, and a scorching energy wave instantly burst out from the blade. Die for me! With just one strike, the gun's sword pierced the megalodon's head. Blood spurted out from the wound, and the huge body of the megalodon shook. Then it fell to the ground with a boom. The silver-white mecha jumped lightly from the back of the fallen giant beast and retracted the energy sword. The machine cast a long shadow in the setting sun, like a god of war. The jungle fell into deathly silence. All the girls on the machine opened their eyes wide. The SS-level wild beast that had made them despair just now was killed so easily? A few seconds later, Lin Fan then deactivated his mecha mode and waved at the group of dumbfounded mecha girls. Hey, are you all okay? Is Lin Fan, please give me a 5-star rating, dear! Lin Fan's appearance caused the other mecha girls to exclaim in surprise. Commander Lin! I saw a living Commander Lin! Is this Commander Lin's new mecha? It's so handsome! Commander Lin, is District 9 really as safe as they say in the live broadcast? Lin Fan used the insight scan to investigate. But when he saw the information about the twins, his brows couldn't help but raise. He squatted down, smiled and rubbed the twins' heads. Don't be afraid, you are safe now. Big brother, can we live in District 9? Of course. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He turned on the bracelet and switched directly to the exclusive frequency band of the 9th Area Mecha Team. This is Lin Fan, Buffer Zone 8 Jungle Zone 11. There are 12 survivors waiting to be escorted. Send a team over here and prioritize transporting them back to the IS Academy. Arrange for hot water and food. The reply on the communicator was almost immediate. Understood, Commander Lin. Mecha Team 2 is nearby and will arrive in 3 minutes. Chapter 115 Niamina, Heterogeneous Link. After receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, the two little girls smiled at each other. Then he looked at Lin Fan and said crisply, Big brother, are you super awesome? That great wild beast was knocked down in an instant. Lin Fan smiled and pinched their soft cheeks. It's the sister who saved you, the machine girl, who is amazing. He paused and added, You will all be very powerful in the future. Remember to protect your sister then. The exoskeleton girl beside him sighed softly when she heard this. She glanced at the two twins she had rescued during her escape. His voice was filled with helplessness. Commander Lin, you're joking, contract positions are so rare, who would contract them? We should be thankful that they are able to grow up alive. Lin Fan looked at the robot girl holding the twins and comforted her. In District 9, nothing is impossible. Then he turned to the other twin and started the insight scan again. Name Mina. Age 14. Unit, Twin Type B, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Power, Rocking Car Form, 5, Exoskeleton Form, None, Armor Form, Open when adult. Secret Message, grants a mecha girl a different form, can be fused and linked with the mecha girl given by Mia to activate a combined form. Activated only at Commander level 20 or above. The two twins have identical panels. Mecha fusion? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel relieved. By some strange coincidence, I took on a rescue mission and found this pair of treasures. Level 20 is not difficult based on the current progress. Oh whoa! A creepy wolf howl broke the silence again. Then came a rapid vibration. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw an off-road vehicle emitting black smoke, suddenly rushing out from a low slope in the distance, braking suddenly and skidding after landing, and then rushing towards them in a panic. Behind the SUV were countless pairs of scarlet eyes. It turned out to be a pack of over 100 Gale wolves. Don't just stand there. Run! There are no seats left. A middle-aged woman's urging voice came from the SUV. To her surprise, the imagined scene of people fleeing in all directions did not appear. Instead, a young girl in white combat uniform slowly walked to the front of the crowd. With the flash of light and the clanging sound of the mecha deploying, a giant mecha more than 10 meters high took shape in an instant, protecting everyone in the forest behind it. It's the contract mecha! Great! We're saved! Go to them! Thank God! The survivors in the off-road vehicle finally relaxed their tense nerves. At this moment, someone noticed the corpse of the megalodon nearby, and pointed with a trembling finger through the car window. You look there! What level is this wild beast? So scary! Was it this mecha that killed him? A minute passed quickly. The group of wind wolves just bared their teeth and growled, circling anxiously not far away, but none of them dared to rush forward and attack. The avalanche mecha did not move, but just stood quietly in front of the woods. Lin Fan was getting a little bored while waiting. He picked up a straight branch and poked the corpse beside him. Could it be that the aura of this SS-level wild beast scared them? Or is it Luo Shi's mecha form? However, there are so many high-level wild beasts gathered in the marginal areas. It seems that the situation is more troublesome than expected. Lin Fan muttered as he stood on the back of the megalodon and looked into the distance. The ruins gleamed coldly under the setting sun. If you ignored those scarlet wolf eyes, it was actually a unique scenery. Just then, suddenly, an exceptionally loud howl came from behind the wolf pack. The wolf pack, which had originally been in a scattered formation, automatically separated itself into a passage. A giant wolf, which was obviously several times larger than its peers and had a wisp of silver-white mane on its forehead, slowly walked out. An S-rank Wind Wolf King? No wonder he can gather such a large group. That's... Lin Fan, who was standing on a high place, was the first to discover the abnormality. The ground beside the Wolf King suddenly sank silently, as if an invisible heavy object was moving towards it. The surrounding wolves, however, showed no reaction. Immediately following, there was a subtle hum of energy in the air, followed by the unique electric pulse of the ROC electromagnetic gun. Sizzle! At a distance of more than 10 meters, the Wolf King had no time to react at all, and his head was instantly charred black. Immediately following, the combat healing mecha, which was originally in stealth mode, quickly revealed its body, and its mechanical arms grabbed the Wolf King's upper and lower jaws and pried them apart. Successfully killed the S-rank Wild Beast Swift Wolf. Gained 900 Wild Beast points. Lin Fan curled his lips. It really is that girl Xia. Very sneaky. As Lin Fan finished speaking, the combat healing mecha waved at him and disappeared from sight again. The leader was killed instantly, and the wolf pack fell into great chaos and terror. Almost at the same time, 3 sonic booms of thrusters were heard in the sky. 3 combat mechas of different shapes rushed to the edge of the battlefield in a standard triangular assault formation. Commander Lin! Mecha Squad Number 2 has arrived! The leading assault mech drew out its energy blade and charged into the wolf pack first. Execute the 3-3 tactic, the cleanup begins. As the order was given, the two mechas on the rear wing opened fire at full power. Machine guns roared and energy beams swept across, assisting the charging attackers in suppressing the attack with firepower. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of Gale wolves were completely slaughtered. The sound of gunfire stopped, and the ground was filled with smoke. After a while, Yushuya, holding an energy bar in her mouth, skipped into the woods. He even raised his chin proudly towards Lin Fan. "Commander Lin! I'm coming fast!" Looking at her smug look as if she was about to praise me, Lin Fan couldn't help but hold her hair and rub it hard. Then he pulled Yushuya aside and whispered, "Stop joking. Have you seen these people? Escort them back. The most important thing is the twins inside. Arrange them to go to Villa Number 1. Remember to inform Zi Ningxuang and tell her that I arranged it." Yu Xiaoya tilted her head in confusion. "Twin?" Then he stretched his neck to look at the crowd. His confused expression instantly turned into a pair of starry eyes. "Yes. I promise to complete the task." "Wow! What cute little ones!" Without waiting for Lin Fan to say anything, she ran into the crowd. A face squeezed in between Mina and Mia, rubbing the two little faces into a ball. And at this time, the 3 members of the mecha team took off their mecha forms and walked towards the woods. The survivors gradually gathered around. A girl who looked to be in her early 20s came out first. Her eyes swept back and forth between Yushuya and the huge avalanche mecha, and then she trotted towards the members of mecha team number 2. Excuse me. Where is your commander?" "Hi, we want to thank him in person for saving our lives," she thought subconsciously. Behind the mecha girl of mecha team number 2, there must be a very powerful contract commander. This question made the assault girl stunned for a moment. She looked in the direction of Lin Fan from a distance, opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Thank you? Commander Lin is standing right there. Explaining the special mechanisms of Area 9? This was clearly beyond her authority. Just as she was hesitating, Lin Fan's gentle voice came from not far away, answering everyone's doubts. "In the 9th District, you can activate the mecha without a commander contract." Chapter 116, The Breeding Robot Girl Seeking Help. "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors at the scene all widened their eyes. The hissing sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. The young mecha girl opened her mouth wide and didn't close it for most of the day. "Can I activate the mecha mode without a commander contract? Did people say that?" The impact of this bombshell is no less than that of wild beasts becoming vegetarians. It directly overturned their worldview. Puff! Yushuya, who was standing next to them, couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw everyone's reactions. She skipped over to Lin Fan, put her hands on her hips and shook her head. "He's Commander Lin from District 9. Even if you haven't watched the live broadcast, you've heard of his name, right? In our District 9, as long as you have the ability and the courage to fight wild beasts, it's only a matter of time before you can pilot a mecha." As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes slowly faded into ecstasy. Especially the girls who came out of the off-road vehicles, they all stared at Lin Fan, who was not far away, in a daze. Lin Fan glanced at the noisy Yushuya and shook his head helplessly. Since the contract was signed, this guy has become more and more naughty. Just as he was about to speak, the communication on the bracelet suddenly started flashing, beep beep. Emergency communication? As soon as Lin Fan answered the call, a virtual coordinate map popped up. Zi Ningxuang's anxious voice soon followed. "Commander Lin! Emergency! The breeding robots gathered from several districts are asking for help. They were intercepted by the commander of Area 1 on the way. The other mecha teams are not strong enough, I'm afraid." "Breeding robot girl, is it special?" Lin Fan couldn't help but be curious. "Come to think of it, I saw one in the college medical room when I was rescued. This model is rarely seen on weekdays." Zi Ningxuang's voice became more urgent. "That's right. After all, only they have the ability to reproduce. Most breeding mecha girls stay in the safe zone, breeding mecha girls using special methods. Only a small number of newly enrolled students and those who have signed contracts with commanders will move around outside. Oh, Commander Lin, hurry up. If you're any later, they'll be forcibly taken away. Okay, I'll leave right away. Lin Fan hung up the phone and finally understood. No wonder there is still an endless supply of mecha girls on the Blue Water planet, even though the gender ratio is so unbalanced. Is it because I exposed the church's behavior that crazy woman Qin Lan is anxious? Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned and walked towards the avalanche mech standing solemnly. Luo Shi, let's set off now. Before landing in the cockpit, he reminded her again. Xiaoya, do your job efficiently. Don't worry. I guarantee to complete the task. Yu Xiaoya immediately stood up straight and patted her chest. Next second, Lin Fan's figure disappeared, and the energy furnace in the chest of the avalanche mecha exploded. The pure white fuselage exploded again. The engine roars. The giant mechanical foot crushed the rocks on the ground and turned into a red and white lightning that rushed into the distance. In the middle of the ruins of Area 7, the situation was already tense. A large helicopter with a 1 marked on it was hovering in the air. The wind from the propeller whirred down, making the dust on the ground swirl. On the ground, a convoy consisting of hundreds of vehicles of various types was forced to squeeze into the center of the open space. Surrounding them were 10 well-designed and intimidating combat mechas. The mecha's cold muzzle and energy cannon were pointed towards the convoy without any concealment. Why are you stopping us? At the front of the convoy, the door of a bus was suddenly pushed open. A young mecha girl with a bandaged arm jumped down. It was the leader of this trip, Xia Li. She took a few steps forward fearlessly, looking up and glaring at the iron giant in front of her. We're going to District 9, get out of the way! After a brief silence, a mecha flashed, and a man in a gold-rimmed griffin suit walked up to Charlie. It was Wang Lei who had executed the self-destruction tactic in the team competition. At this moment, he had a broad smile on his face. Don't be impulsive, little girl. We are here to save you. He pointed deep into the ruins and added sincerely. The higher-ups in District 1 learned of your situation and sent us here to rescue you. Our radar scan shows that there are at least 1,000 wild beasts 5 kilometers ahead. And your team doesn't even have a contracted mecha. Isn't this just throwing your lives away in vain? Come with us, the Joint Security Zone will provide you with the best protection and care. Wang Lei's words didn't move Xia Li, but instead made her laugh. Save us? Protect? Care? Her voice was filled with sarcasm. When the migration plan first started, they ignored us lowly mecha girls. Now that Commander Lin Fan has stepped forward, you're all pretending to be good guys? Who knows what you're up to? Get out of the way. We're going to District 9. Having his hypocritical mask torn off in public, Wang Lei's eyes gradually darkened. Being able to speak so nicely and reasonably is already his greatest concession. After nearly an hour of stalemate, his patience was almost exhausted. He narrowed his triangular eyes, and the hypocrisy he had before instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, commanding tone. You've already been given the chance. All units, listen. According to the highest level of the Federation, take coercive measures against those who resist. Send all these important assets back to Area 1. As Wang Lei finished speaking, the surrounding mechas began to move. Countless gun muzzles lit up with red light with a buzzing sound, starting to charge for attack. The transport plane also lowered several ropes, and dozens of mecha girls in black combat uniforms slid down the ropes. As soon as he landed, he raised the electromagnetic gun in his hand and pressed forward towards the convoy. Charlie's face turned pale, but she still stood in front of the convoy. Don't be afraid, sisters. The rescue signal has been sent out for almost an hour. The people from District 9 will definitely come to rescue us. They want to take us back, but they certainly don't dare to do anything to us. Boom! A mecha suddenly raised its mechanical arm and fired a shot at the tire of a van. The van was blown away instantly, and several mecha girls flew more than 10 meters away in a cloud of black smoke. Wang Lei sneered. I'm telling you, even if the Jade Emperor comes today, you still have to follow me. Rely on District 9? I don't dare to do anything to you. A pow! Shoot me a shot every 10 seconds. I want to see how fearless these bitches are. Chapter 117. If the Lord can't do it, what about me? The girls who were blown away fell to the ground and wailed in pain. The mecha girl who turns on the van mode is the worst off. His entire right leg was blown off and he lay motionless on the ground, his life or death unknown. Looking at this scene, Charlie felt a tightness in her chest. Along the way, some mecha girls died from attacks by wild beasts, but now... She angrily pulled out her electromagnetic gun and pointed it at Wang Lei. You actually killed someone! I'm going to fight you! But the gun was just raised. Shunyo, the girl next to Wang Lei, stepped forward and stood between the two of them with an expressionless face. The exoskeleton mechanical claws squeezed the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun into a ball with a casual squeeze. Da-da-da! A heavy mecha next to them turned its shoulder cannon and hit Xiaoli on the forehead. And in the convoy, more than 30 mecha girls rushed out of the vehicle at the same time, and their exoskeleton armors quickly unfolded. Their bodies were all shaking with fear, and they didn't know where to aim the energy guns in their hands. They all know. With their combat effectiveness, they were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this group of advanced combat mechas. At the same time, a girl with red eyes rushed out from a bus. She raised her left hand tremblingly and pointed the light curtain on her bracelet at the center of the battlefield. None of you are allowed to move! I've turned on video recording. The simultaneous upload function is also turned on. The girl's words made everyone pause, even the mecha that was about to fire retracted its gun. No one wants to be labeled as someone who massacred mecha girls. If this is exposed, even if the Federation protects them, they will be cursed for the rest of their lives. However, the stalemate did not last long. Qing Xiaoyu's cold voice came from the communication channel. Wang Lei, the signal jammer has been activated. Even if we record the video, it can't be transmitted. Hurry up and deal with this group of people. I haven't had a rest for 2 days. I don't care if you get hurt or disabled, but please stop killing people. When Wang Lei heard this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He pushed away the contracted mecha girl in front of him with one hand, snatched Xiao Li's electromagnetic gun, and fired it with his backhand with a crisp click. Charlie stumbled and fell to the ground. The right half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lei threw the scrapped electromagnetic gun aside and shook his hands with a look of disgust. They're just a bunch of low-level mecha girls. I don't know what's going on with the higher-ups. He looked at the girl filming and hooked his pinky finger. Your shooting angle is not good, move the camera towards me. Remember to take a picture of me that makes me look handsome. Ha ha. Xiaoli looked at Wang Lei, who was laughing wildly, and secretly opened the communication. Only then did I realize that the coordinate interface I had sent before was filled with red exclamation marks. Haven't they been sent out? The fatigue from the past few days suddenly hit her, and Xiaoli closed her eyes and buried her face deeply in the ground. Wang Lei felt bored when he saw that no one dared to resist. Turning around and going back. Bang! Unexpectedly, his forehead hit a hard wall, and he gasped in pain. Who's the idiot standing behind me without saying anything? You are so clueless. He covered his forehead and cursed, but his movement to raise his head suddenly froze. It's a snow-white humanoid mecha. The 1.8-meter-long fuselage glowed faintly red under the setting sun. The sensor on his head glowed fluorescently, staring down at him like a pair of cold eyes. Even if the Lord comes, it won't work? What about me? A young man's laughter came from the mecha, so relaxed that it seemed like a joke. But Wang Lei was so frightened that his calves were cramping, and he dared not move at all, as if he was facing a high-ranking apostle. Gudong. He swallowed hard, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. Just as he was about to ask, the young man's voice rang out again. Are you mute? Weren't you quite good at pretending just now? You idiot! Bang! There was a dull sound. Wang Lei only felt that his lower body was hit by a bull and he was sprayed with a bottle of strong pepper spray. After drawing a parabola, it fell not far away like a puddle of mud. Immediately following, as the severe pain continued, his legs slowly lost sensation. All this happened in an instant. By the time the people around him came to their senses, Wang Lei had already curled up like a shrimp, holding his crotch. His face was purpler than pig liver, and a pool of red blood was slowly seeping out of his gold-rimmed combat pants. The mecha commanders finally came back to their senses. They turned their weapons and aimed at the strange humanoid mecha. "Who are you? Don't move!" No one expected it. In this uninhabited wasteland, such a mini-mecha suddenly appeared and attacked Wang Lei so cruelly. It's obvious that he is not a good person. But when they saw the other party's strange appearance, they did not dare to take the initiative to attack for a while. The atmosphere remained strangely tense. Just then, buzz boom! A beam of energy shot out from a distance and accurately hit the helicopter's propeller. The metal blades melted instantly, and fragments flew everywhere. The helicopter, having lost power, spun and crashed into the ruins in the distance, and a raging fire instantly ignited after the explosion. Before the mechas could go to check, low noises came from a distance, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. Bang! Boom! 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 Someone screamed and pointed a finger in the direction of the energy column. Look! What is that? Everyone looked up almost at the same time. A giant red and white mecha, making a heavy sound with every step, was rushing towards the battlefield. The ground behind him was cracked with fine lines as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the edge of the battlefield. A few seconds later, Qing Xiaoyu stared at the giant mecha standing there, his pupils unconsciously shrinking slightly. Griffin also has a lot of heavy mechas, but the psychological pressure caused by the opponent is several times stronger than Yuqiong's Titan. Before the opponent even launched an attack, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Hunter. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and his mind was in a mess. Such top-notch control level, such terrifying mecha performance. Why have I never seen any registration information in the Federation? He glanced at Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground in the distance. This mission was originally a joint responsibility of him and Wang Lei. Obviously, Wang Lei has lost his ability to move. Qing Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, turned off the signal jammer, and sent out several signals requesting support. Only then did he suppress the fear in his heart and control the Shadow Raider to walk out of the defense array that had just been set up. He looked up at the cockpit of the giant mecha. "Commander of the heavy mecha opposite, listen up! I'm Qing Xiaoyu from the Federation's 3rd Mobile Squad. I'm carrying out the Federation's highest directive to rescue our fellow mecha girls in distress and return them to a safe zone. Openly attacking the Federal Commander and obstructing the execution of the highest order. Have you really considered the consequences of doing this? Chapter 118 Whoever moves will die, I say." As soon as Qing Xiaoyu finished his roar, the Federal mecha team immediately took action. 2 iron wall shield fighter mechas quickly moved forward and smashed down their shields with a clang. 2 10-meter-high metal walls instantly stood in front of the formation. 3 firepower mechas followed closely behind it, and several secondary guns locked onto the avalanche mecha at the same time, and the main guns also began to charge energy with a hum. The exoskeleton mecha girls were divided into groups of 2 or 3, quickly deploying their thrusters and fitting into the gaps between the mecha formations. Lin Fan glanced at the battlefield. Although Luo Shi has now attracted the opponent's attention, group attack is her weakness, and she cannot kill all opponents instantly. If a fight really breaks out, just fire energy cannons or laser beams in all directions, and a large number of these breeding-type mecha girls will be defeated. For safety reasons, we have to wait until Bai Mingji arrives. Lin Fan took 2 steps to the side, standing right between the Federal mecha and the mecha girl. Seeing Xiao Li wrapped in bandages and with half of her face swollen, Lin Fan quickly reached out and helped her up. He lowered his voice and pointed ahead. "Xiao Li, do you see the ruins to the east? Take your sisters and hide there." "I saw it, but how did you know my name?" Charlie replied with a thick tongue. "Hey, I'm here to pick you up from District 9. There's no time to explain. Hurry up, move." Lin Fan pushed her forward. "Wait until I've finished taking care of these grandchildren, then I'll take you home." Without waiting for Xiao Li to speak again, Lin Fan rushed towards Wang Lei, who was curled up in a ball. "First, make a talisman for the machine girls. The moment the gun sword flashed with cold light in his hand, Wan Lei's contracted robot girl Shernyo was accurately knocked away as soon as she raised the energy gun. Then, the blade reversed. Lin Fan took advantage of the acceleration, turned around, and slashed out diagonally. Boom! Boom! The two heads fell to the ground almost at the same time, and blood gushed out, splashing all over Wan Lei. How dare you! Stop it! A federal commander saw this scene and let out an angry shout. A fast attack mecha suddenly rushed out of the line. As the mecha ran, the energy blade on its right arm tore through the air and rushed straight towards Lin Fan's face. But before the speed attack mecha could get close, Lin Fan stepped directly on Wan Lei's crotch. Ah! Wan Lei, who was originally unconscious, let out a scream and his face instantly turned from purple to pale. Lin Fan stepped on the spot, raised his hand and pressed the gun's sword against Wan Lei's temple. Then he looked at the fast attack mecha. Oi, can you try to move one more step? When the time comes, his life will be yours. The fast attack mecha suddenly stopped, with the energy blade hanging in the air, unable to move forward or backward. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of others. Among the evacuating mecha girls, a mecha girl with twin ponytails twitched her ears and suddenly stopped. Then, she looked towards the humanoid mecha with curiosity. Why did that voice and tone just now sound so much like Commander Lin Fan? She is a loyal fan of Lin Fan and has watched all of his videos online over and over again. Especially the one called was particularly impressive. After she shouted this, the girls around her started talking. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Commander Lin came to rescue us personally? Where's the Liuli mecha? Really, the height and build seem to match. Ching Xiaoyu was in the cockpit of the Shadow Raider, but his scalp went numb when he heard this. He never expected that the guy who suddenly appeared was actually Lin Fan, the one who killed him instantly. He forced himself to yell into the communicator. Lin Fan! What are you doing? I'm warning you, this is the highest order of the Federation. Obstructing this order is considered treason. Let go of Wan Lei immediately and move your mecha back, otherwise. What else? Lin Fan interrupted him. Just as he was about to raise his hand to scratch his ears, he remembered that he was wearing the commander armor. He simply pressed the gun sword down again. This isn't a simulation cabin. If I die, I'll really die. He scanned the entire area, his gaze finally landing on Song Jinwoo's cockpit. I'll kill anyone who moves. I said it. Song Xiaowu was choked and speechless. He could only yell into the internal channel. What are you guys still standing there for? Go and arrest those breeding mecha girls. Anyone who dares to retreat will be subject to military court. The captain of the exoskeleton robot flew forward 1 meter, holding the energy gun. The moment his eyes met Lin Fan's, he suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't say anything, but slowly raised his gun sword. Buzz! Bang! Energy beamed for precise headshots. The mecha girl fell to the ground from the air without even a scream. Lin Fan retracted his gun and casually glanced at the sky in the distance. It would be safer to delay for a while until Bai Mingji arrives. And the other side. A fighter plane was speeding towards Ching Xiaoyu's location. Owens Diaoda leaned back in his custom-made chair, playing with a lock of blonde hair wrapped around his index finger. A naked girl knelt in front of him, tasting something intently. Next to him, Jiang Wei from Grand Valley was hunched over with a fawning smile on his face. He lowered his voice deliberately as he spoke, fearing to disturb the adult's interest. Master Diaoda, it is truly a great blessing for you to receive the favor of the Divine Assembly and awaken this supreme divine power. Unlike me, I'm not even qualified to be called a warrior yet. Seeing that Diaoda's expression did not change, Jiang Wei quickly turned back to the task. This mission to retrieve the breeding mecha girls has been specifically instructed by our superiors, and absolutely nothing can go wrong. Even Song Jinwoo couldn't handle it. I guess he's been entangled by the commander of District 9. Once we arrive, it would be best if we can resolve this peacefully. If anything goes wrong. He paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold. He said harshly, kill them all immediately, leaving no one alive. Make sure the breeding mechas are transported. This is what the messenger of God meant. Diao De then slowly raised his eyes and glanced at Jiang Wei's flattering face. I understand. But I do have to thank you for your recommendation. His words made Jiang Wei straighten his back instantly. You are too polite, sir. This is what I should do. It's my honor to serve you. Diao De didn't respond, but his attention returned to a silver metal box on the table. He stretched out his hand, and slowly ran his fingertips along the lines on the box, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. Chapter 119, Want to run now? Too late. Once upon a time. Diao De is obviously one of the top commanders. In the Mecha circle of Jishan district, there is a legend about him. When Diao De takes action, no one survives. Everyone who sees him has to respectfully call him Brother De. But now he is as miserable as a dog. Lin Fan. It's always that Lin Fan. Ever since that damn sparring match, the image of him being blasted into fireworks by the floating cannon and the sound of him shouting for mercy have become the most popular ghost animal material on the internet. Even those low-level mecha girls dared to mock him online. Unwilling to give up, he registered over 20 fake accounts and frantically posted to whitewash himself. However, netizens dug up his IP and made a dubious, breaking defense record. Since then, his mentality has been collapsing day by day. He didn't even go back to college, spending his days in the guest house in the Grand Valley, living a life of drunkenness and debauchery until Jiang Wei came to him. That day, Jiang Wei demonstrated the power of the Oracle Church in front of him. A terrifying force that refreshed his cognition. Jiang Wei's devilish whisper broke his last line of defense. I'm just an outsider from the outermost circle of the Divine Society, here to convey my invitation to you to join the core group. Do you want to stand at the top of the fighting force again and control the life and death of those who deserve to die? God will give you power many times greater than what you have now, and everything you want. When he followed Jiang Wei to meet Qin Lan and learned about Shenhui's ultimate goal, he was completely defeated. Not even a second of hesitation. I'm in. As long as it can bring down Lin Fan, as long as it can make me stronger. I will kill all those who mock me. The muffled groan from the machine girl brought Diao De back to his senses. The blonde mecha girl in front of him was licking her lips happily, but her eyes couldn't hide her desire for killing. Diao De looked at the special robot girl sent to him by the gods, and felt the surging energy boiling in his blood. What is Lu Jinan? What is Lin Fan? He gritted his teeth and said, I'll let you show off for a few more days. When the divine meeting's plan comes to an end, I will make sure you all experience the feeling of falling from the clouds into mud. And on this side of the battlefield, Lin Fan finally received Bai Mingji's communication request. The commander's armor's face simultaneously reflected the arrival time of the glazed armor, 30 seconds left. Lin Fan glanced to the east and saw countless heads looking out across the ruins, apparently having left the battle area. Luo Shi, take action in 20 seconds. Tear down those firepower mechas first. What Lin Fan didn't expect was, he had just given the order when the Federal Mecha team on the opposite side started moving first. Song Jinwoo's voice followed closely. Lin Fan! Griffin's reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes. This support is led by Dean Gung himself. You should think carefully about whether you really want to go against us. As long as you leave now, I can let you go. Lin Fan heard this. He placed his right foot directly on Wang Lei's chest. What the hell? Do you think you can survive until backup arrives? Crack! As Lin Fan kicked hard, the crisp sound of bones breaking spread throughout the battlefield. Wang Lei's chest was stepped on and dented, and his screams stopped abruptly. Cheng Xiaoyu was stunned. Is there something wrong with Lin Fan's ears? He brought up Gung Baishan's name, originally just wanting him to give up, but who would have thought it would develop into the current situation? Wang Lei's death might lead to him being blamed as well. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. Lin Fan, you're really too crazy. Without the Liuli mecha, your heavy mecha can't catch up with my speed. Who told you the Liuli mecha is not there? Lin Fan said as he pointed the gun sword in his hand at the cockpit of the Shadow Raider mecha. Cheng Xiaoyu was startled by Lin Fan's actions. The instinct acquired from years of combat made him subconsciously dodge, and the mecha instantly squatted down. Sizzle! The energy column of the gun's sword brushed against the shoulder armor of the Shadow Raider, sending a ball of sparks into the air and leaving a deep groove. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. But how can such a small thing have such high attack power? Cheng Xiaoyu was just about to take a breath when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A blue light suddenly flashed on the command screen. Before he could see what it was, he heard a crisp, bang sound coming from outside the cockpit. Immediately following, the cockpit began to vibrate violently, and clusters of electric sparks burst out from the cabin wall. Just as Cheng Xiaoyu was about to observe from the command screen, he saw the very familiar Shadow Raider mecha. But the neck is empty. A vibrating whip with a blue glow was being retrieved, with some metal-dissolving liquid hanging on the tip of the whip. What the hell? Where's my head? Cheng Xiaoyu was completely confused. Be beheaded? Just as this thought came to mind, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit, and a dazzling red light flashed. Next second. Boom! The sound of the explosion drowned out Cheng Xiaoyu's screams. The members of the Federal Mecha team were stunned for a moment. Captain Chen, who was shouting in the team channel just a second ago to surround and kill Lin Fan, is gone now? How is this possible? Commander Chung! Run! Lin Fan is a monster! We can't defeat him! The formation of the Federal Mecha team collapsed instantly. Everyone was frantically operating their mechas and fleeing in different directions. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The avalanche mech kicked the upright metal shield and used the force to leap into the air. Woo! Along with the humming of the energy blade, the two firepower mechas were directly split into 4 halves. Clang! Clang! The 4 sections of the mecha fell to the ground almost at the same time, and coolant mixed with engine oil flowed all over the ground. Before anyone else could look away, a sea of blue light suddenly exploded on the horizon. It's the Liuli Mecha's Dragoon Floating Artillery Group. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Accompanied by dense sounds of breaking through the air, the laser beams fell like a rainstorm. They have no room to hide. Boom! Boom! The continuous explosions shook the ground. The mecha running in the front had its right leg directly broken, and fell to the ground with a bang. Before he could get up, the laser beam suddenly changed direction upwards and exploded into a fireball amid screams. Thinking of running now? It's too late! Lin Fan snorted coldly, and activated the sniper mode of the gun's sword. The Federal Mecha girls who had escaped the net fell one after another. The floating cannon of the Liuli Mecha can kill these mechas with a combat power of only 1,000 in an instant. This is exactly the case. The battle was over in less than 10 seconds from the moment the gun's sword fired. This scene appeared on the cabin screens of Diao De and Jiang Wei at the same time. Chapter 120, Retreat? Just kill them. The fighter plane that Diao De and his companions were riding was not much slower than the Liuli Mecha. On the battlefield, they also saw clearly the entire process of the Federal Mecha team being blown into scrap metal. When Jiang Wei saw this scene, his face instantly fell into a bitter expression. The wreckage of the mecha on the screen sent chills down his spine. That's a Liuli Mecha! It's Lin Fan! Why is he here? He still can't figure it out. They are both fighting in mechas, but why does it become a one-sided massacre when it comes to Lin Fan? Jiang Wei pressed the bracelet and approached Diao De like a thief. He asked tentatively, Commander Diao, how about we contact the Divine Envoy first? Lin Fan is truly too strange. With so few people around us, I'm afraid. Before he could finish his words, Diao De interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Contact the Divine Envoy? Is that necessary? Unlike Jiang Wei, who was flustered, Diao De was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. I've been so busy with the missions for the Divine Society lately that I thought I wouldn't have the chance to seek revenge on him anytime soon. I didn't expect to run into you here. It's really a blessing from heaven. He has been holding it in for a long time. The shame of being turned into a ghost animal material by Lin Fan and the frustration of being ridiculed by the entire network all came flooding back to him. Not to mention, he had another plan. According to Qin Lan, Shenhui must hate Lin Fan for what he has done in recent days. If he could kill Lin Fan or capture him alive, it would definitely be a great achievement. With such achievements, wouldn't the Divine Society's resources be poured into him in huge quantities? The blonde girl next to him didn't say anything, but just gently wrapped herself in a black cloak and stood by the window of the fighter plane. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and lock onto Lin Fan. Jian Wei wanted to persuade him. But he just killed the Federation in seconds. Don't fucking talk to me! Diao De immediately put away the metal box on the table and shouted into the cockpit. Land! Land now! This time I'm going to blow his mecha into pieces. And then I'm going to make him kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa. And at this time on the battlefield. Lin Fan scanned the battlefield before removing his commander armor. Regardless of whether the support is real or not, we should retreat first to avoid any more trouble. He waved at Bai Mingji. Mingji, go tell them to go back to the academy. Before Bai Mingji had taken a few steps, the avalanche mech rushed to Lin Fan's side, and Luo Shi's urgent voice rang out. Master! At an altitude of 20,000 meters, an unknown object is approaching rapidly. No energy reaction, it must be a fighter plane. A few seconds later, the roar of a fighter plane was heard in the sky. The small black dot suddenly grew larger, and a fighter plane that was 100 meters long landed with a bang. Swish! The strong airflow raised a large amount of dust. The hatch had just opened. A man in a red uniform rushed out, followed by a blonde mecha girl, whose black cloak was fluttering in the wind. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, People from the Federation? Diao De stopped and took a deep breath of the deserted wind. The air in the desolate area, which used to be a bit fishy, is now unusually fresh. He grinned. Lin Fan! Didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon? Lin Fan? He tilted his head and thought for a long time, his face blank. Who are you? Do we know each other? Logically speaking, it's impossible for him not to have an impression of someone who is dressed so flashily. You! Diao De exploded instantly. How dare you say you don't know me? You used the floater cannon to attack me back then, have you forgotten that? Diao De was so angry that a sinister energy wave burst out from his body. Just as he was about to take action and vent his anger, he was stopped by the blonde mecha girl beside him. She has a sweet appearance, but her voice is a little hoarse. Commander Jiao, wait a moment. The blonde mecha girl looked at Lin Fan and licked her lips. I wonder what Commander Lin thinks of the God Society. Regarding this scene, Lin Fan fixed his gaze directly on the blonde mecha girl. A mecha girl who dares to stop the commander? Eccentric. Lin Fan immediately sent out an insightful probe. Name Wu Lan. Age 23. Unit, Assault SS, Upgrade 0/10. Comprehensive Combat Power, Transformed Armor Form, 1000. Equipped Weapons, none. Secret Information, Wild Beast Cell Transformer, Whole Body, Gluttonous for Energy, capable of releasing the Blasphemer form. Lin Fan looked at the scanned information and was completely numb. Is this Oracle Church addicted to opening transformation factories? First he encountered the partially modified robot that attacked him, then Qin Lan's blasphemer form, and then he encountered a female giant in the wasteland. Now there's another modified mecha? Playing? Lin Fan was still immersed in complaining. Diao De frowned. Wu Lan, the Divine Society is still trying to recruit Lin Fan? How come I don't know? When Wu Lan heard this, a hint of contempt flashed in the depths of her eyes. With Diao De's strength, is he worthy of knowing these things? If it weren't for the fact that the Church's current technology for controlling male commanders is still immature, she would be needed to supervise new members. Plus, she had accidentally killed someone before, so the gods would take the opportunity to punish her. But in a flash, her complexion returned to normal. He smiled at Lin Fan and said, Yes, it depends on what Commander Lin chooses. This is an order from the Angel of Lilith. Diao De's footsteps stopped in midair, and his face twisted into a knot. On one side was the fire of revenge that was driving him crazy, and on the other side was the order from Lilith, the most powerful messenger of God. He turned and glared at Wu Lan. But he's ruined so many things in the Divine Society? And now he's trying to recruit him? Wu Lan's tone turned colder. It's not our place to comment on the decision of the God's messenger. Also, don't treat me like one of those useless mecha girls you had before. She turned to Lin Fan again, her tone full of greed and threats. Commander Lin, just know that I am stronger than any mecha girl you've ever met. If you join, I can ask Lilith to transfer me to your side. If you refuse... A powerful aura instantly locked onto Lin Fan. It would be fine if the other party agreed, but if he refused, she wouldn't mind satisfying her appetite. Owner! You control Mengji to retreat a little, I'll cover you. The avalanche mecha moved in front of Lin Fan to block him, and Luo Shi's voice sounded a little anxious. The other party gave her a very uncomfortable feeling. However, given the maneuverability of the Liuli mecha, it will not put its owner in danger. However, facing Luo Shi's proposal, Lin Fan shook his head. Why retreat? It's just a stupid thing with a modified body. Just kill it. Only 1,000 combat power, so what even if the blasphemer form can increase combat power by 100%? This job is much easier than guarding the girls on the machine. Before Luo Shi could react, Lin Fan had already appeared in her cockpit. Immediately following, Lin Fan spoke again. Luo Shi, turn on the meteorite melting furnace to full power. It's getting dark. I should get off work early and go back to bed. Chapter 121, Instant Kill, assimilated Yao De. The humming sound of the meteorite melting furnace echoed in the cockpit of the avalanche mecha. Lin Fan looked at the two people on the command screen as if he were looking at two corpses. To be honest, he is not a bloodthirsty person. Even if the other party is foul-mouthed, he is too lazy to fight with him as long as he does not endanger the safety of those around him. Killing a few weaklings would not be as satisfying as eating a few more buns. But, except for those from the Oracle Church, perhaps they can no longer be called human beings, they are more like stinky rats in the gutter. He does all kinds of shameful things every day, and he always keeps staring at him. I didn't even take the initiative to settle the score, but this group of people bumped into me first? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, if you get involved with the Oracle Church, there's only one outcome. Die. Meteorite furnace, full power! Boom! As soon as Lin Fan's voice fell, a wave of hot air exploded from the chest of the avalanche mecha. The blood-red energy spread from the core of the melting furnace and flowed throughout the body along the explosive armor of the mecha. Even the air around was slightly distorted by the heat. What's going on? Yao De was stunned. Originally, he thought that this heavy mecha was the contracted mecha of a commander in Area 9. It wasn't until Lin Fan's voice came from the cockpit that he came to his senses. Lin Fan changed his contracted robot girl? Yao De was stunned at first, then he burst out laughing. Idiot! What a fucking idiot! Using such a lump of iron, ha ha! He didn't take the avalanche mecha seriously at all. Why not use the highly maneuverable glazed mecha and drive a clumsy heavy mecha? Wulan's Boar Breaker mecha is the nemesis of these stupid guys. He had even begun to imagine how to dismantle this mecha into scrap metal and then throw the video in the faces of those idiots on the internet. Compared with Yao De's disdain, Wulan's expression was much more serious. The sudden burst of energy was filled with a tangible sense of oppression, and she was even forced to take a big step back. Just as she was curious about why the other party was so strong, the spreading energy swept through her body, causing all the cells in her body to begin to jump for joy. A hint of greed flashed in Wulan's eyes. What a wonderful taste it was, and it was the first time she had ever felt such a strong desire. She reached out and placed her hand on Yao De's shoulder, patting him. Commander Yao, I'm in a good mood right now. There will be no charge for this use. A blue light flashed, and a black and white breaker mecha fell to the ground with a loud bang. Unlike other mechas, the 20-meter-tall breaker mecha still retains female physical characteristics. There is no shadow of a cockpit on its head, only a pure white flat alloy face and striped lips that occupy a quarter of the face. Beneath the two red structures on her chest, black rib-like alloy devices protected her abdomen. At the end of the rib alloy, there is a thorny alloy tail. Yao De was dragged into the cockpit by Wulan. As he watched the two balls of light light up on the command screen, A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. What about heavy mecha? Wu Lan's chestbreaker is capable of fighting against an SS-level apostle for half an hour. Just Lin Fan. He turned the mecha around suddenly, and the 20-meter-long alloy tail instantly tightened, piercing the cockpit of the avalanche mecha with a whistling sound. Ghost piercing! Die! Diao was very confident that this blow of his would surely turn Lin Fan into a pulp. Even the messenger of God would never make things difficult for him just for a corpse. But at this moment, the avalanche mecha on the opposite side suddenly moved, and the gun sword in the mecha's right hand burst out a circle of energy halo and launched an attack towards him. Lin Fan's voice followed. This tail is so ugly, I'll chop it off. Buzz! As soon as the tip of the gun sword touched the long alloy tail, a high-frequency vibration suddenly sounded. A layer of translucent defense expanded around the bore breaker mecha like a bubble, actually blocking the slash of the gun sword. Ha! Are you stupid? Diao laughed wildly in the cockpit. This kind of defense can even withstand the attack of an SS-level apostle. Do you think that with just a broken sword? Before he could finish his words, the gun sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. Sizz is easy. A circle of deep blue energy covered the sword blade like fire. Immediately following, the avalanche mecha changed to holding the sword with both hands and slashed forward fiercely. Sizzle! A light blade several tens of meters long directly struck the stand, and the stand shattered with a crack, like glass, and it didn't even last for 0.1 seconds. The blade of light that shattered the stance chopped off the long alloy tail. With a sharp sound of metal twisting, the 20-meter-long tail was cut off directly and hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before Diao could recover from his shock, the power of the light blade had not diminished at all. It struck the left shoulder of the breaker mecha heavily, and then flew towards the fighter plane behind. Crack! The thickly armored arm was instantly chopped off. A hideous gap suddenly appeared on the torso, and the internal wires and energy tubes were sparking and crackling. No! Impossible! Diao screamed wildly in the cockpit, clutching his hair tightly with both hands. His eyes wide and red. How could the position defense be broken instantly? Everything that happened before his eyes was beyond his understanding. After the transformation by the Divine Society, his improvement in mecha has reached a terrifying 89%. But why can't he beat Lin Fan? Just then, there was a loud boom. The fighter plane was split in two and suddenly exploded violently. Red flames shot up into the sky, and in the billowing smoke, countless fragments hit the breaker mecha. Just when Diao felt a little dizzy, Wu Lan's voice came to his ears. Commander Diao! The reinforcement inside the metal box can repair the breaker mecha. If you don't want to die, take it out for me. Yes. Diao slapped his head and finally woke up from his dream. He also has the secret weapon that Chief Qin mentioned. A booster? Can it repair the mecha? He frantically pulled the metal box from his bracelet. Click! As soon as the box was opened a crack, a black mass of stuff squeezed out of the metal box. Like melted asphalt, or like a living thing, it crawled out along his arm. The cold touch made Diao jump up in fright. What on earth is this weird thing? He stretched out his hand to tear it off, but it only stuck tighter and tighter. Wulan! This isn't right! What's going on with this enhancer? Help me get rid of it! His voice was full of panic. Wu Lan's voice was cold and even a little excited. Commander Diao, don't be nervous. Just wait until it eats you. How else do you think you can drive me with your limited skills? Listening to Wu Lan's answer, Diao fell into the ice cave. At that moment, all the hatred towards Lin Fan and the awe towards the church turned into the most primitive fear. You are devils! A bunch of man-eating devils! Gurgle gurgle. After a while, the black substance had penetrated into his mouth and nose. With the gurgling sound, Diao was assimilated and melted into the driver's seat. Chapter 122, Immortality? Big Window Package. Just as the driver's seat merged with Diao's body, the giant arm of the avalanche mecha swung again, and the gun sword drew a dazzling arc of light. Bang! The head of the breaker, mecha, hit the ground, splashing a cloud of rubble. Master, you are so strong! In the cockpit, Luo Shi's voice was full of admiration. That mecha gave me a disgusting feeling. I didn't expect it to be killed so quickly. I was too worried before. Lin Fan grinned and teased half-jokingly. Now you realize how strong I am? But his sight was still locked on the headless mecha body. Something is wrong. The battle ended, it seemed too easy. The other party didn't even activate the so-called blasphemer form. Meng Ji, use the floating cannon to smash it, we are ready to retreat. Before Lin Fan could finish his words, the head of the bracket breaker began to tremble on the spot. Gee! Countless black liquids gushed out from the broken neck. Fuck! Meng Ji, blast it! Lin Fan looked at this extremely strange scene and immediately controlled the avalanche mecha to retreat, while urging urgently. Bai Mingji also reacted quickly. 64 floating cannons were deployed instantly, and laser beams covered the entire area like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and a big hole was melted out of the ground. Luo Shi's voice was filled with fear. He should be dead, right? That was so scary. You can't kill me. Suddenly, Wulan's moan of pain and excitement floated out from the smoke and dust. Lin Fan's pupils shrank. I saw a black mass rolling towards the body of the breaker, with countless black tentacles twisting. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the body. The black substance wrapped around the head, spread along the gaps in the mecha, and soon covered the entire body. Even the tail and arms that had been cut off were glued back together, fitting together perfectly as if they had never been broken. The breaker, mecha, stood up again, and black liquid flowed on the surface of its body, as if it was wearing a layer of venom armor. Wu Lan's voice was filled with pride. Alas, this is the best I can do. Commander Lin, are you really not going to consider it? God can also grant you this power of resurrection from the dead. Inside the cockpit of the avalanche mecha, Lin Fan looked at the image on the command screen, his temples throbbing. Even the focus fire from the floaters can't kill it? Is it because I didn't stack my combat power bonus? He looked at the disgusting black liquid with disdain. The Oracle Church is always dealing in these hellish things. Insight scan followed immediately. Name Wulan. Comprehensive combat power 1800. Secret information, has devoured all of Diaoda's energy, released the blasphemer form, and possesses the immortality trait before the life-devouring fluid is exhausted. Life-eating molten fluid? If you're not dead yet, you'll just die when you're exhausted, right? Meng Ji, cooperate with me! The avalanche mech charged forward again, and its gun sword slashed into the boar breaker mech with a clang. Amidst the black liquid splattering everywhere, it only cut in a few dozen centimeters. Bai Mingji's floating cannons fired a barrage of shots, hitting the back, but only caused more ripples. The effect is minimal. Wulan laughed wildly. Ha ha! It's useless! It's useless! This holy fluid is my unique awakened ability. It will adapt and absorb. Lin Fan, if we work together, the defensive strength of this holy liquid will increase several times. You and I can walk sideways across the entire blue water planet. Lin Fan ignored her temptation. He wouldn't even want this thing, which has so many tricks up its sleeve, even if you pay him for it. His brain was working rapidly, his eyes fixed on the other person's neck. That was the place where it was cut off and repaired before, and it was also the source of the continuous outflow of black liquid. The black liquid on the ground was also slowly crawling towards the breaker. I see. Lin Fan rubbed his hands happily, and a fun plan instantly formed in his mind. Mengji! Lin Fan quickly ordered. Find an opportunity to use the shock whip to tie up her tail. The tighter the better. Immediately afterwards, the avalanche mecha put away its gun sword. Seeing this, Wulan's smile became even more twisted. Haha, it seems Commander Lin has finally figured it out. Join us, and God will surely. But the next second, the purple whip of the glazed mecha flew out and accurately wrapped around the tail of the breaker. Then with a sudden tug, the tail was locked around her waist. Before Wulan could react, The avalanche mecha pounced immediately, and its two iron hands tightly grasped the ankles of the breaker mecha. Wu Lan watched the other party's actions and panicked for a moment. What are you going to do? No! I hate it! Lin Fan refused immediately. Then, with a hint of joking, let me show you something exciting. Have you ever seen a windmill? Without waiting for Wu Lan to answer, the avalanche mech grabbed the breaker's ankle and began to spin wildly like a slingshot. Whoosh whoosh. Are you crazy? Let me go, you! Wu Lan only screamed twice, and the rest turned into dry heaves. Lin Fan directly used full power. The life-eating liquid covering the surface of the breaker was thrown out in puddles. It only takes about 10 seconds. The coating on the breaker mecha was thrown off cleanly, revealing the black and white mecha shell underneath. The fractures on the neck and shoulders are still faintly visible. Lin Fan slowly stopped spinning and fell down violently. The breaker mecha fell to the ground like a dead dog. The next second, bang! 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 Lin Fan looked at the breaker, flying left and right on the command screen, and felt extremely relieved. TSK, this is what it felt like when Hulk hit Loki, right? It's really stress-relieving. However, I don't know how many of these things there are in the church. Judging from Wulan's tone, it seems that everyone's awakened blasphemer form is different. Just when Lin Fan's thoughts were flying. In the ruins in the distance, a group of mecha girls approached cautiously. Bai Mingji, with her silver hair like a waterfall, stood in the wind, with a faint smile on her beautiful face. Not far away, the avalanche mecha was still beating up the monsters of the church, its eyes filled with violence. But when these two completely different painting styles come together, they feel extremely at ease. So strong! Oh my god! Does Commander Lin always fight like this? A mecha girl covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open. The twin-tailed mecha girl nodded rapidly. Commander Lin never plays by the rules. But it's just strong. Incomparably strong. Yeah, what's with all that inexplicable handsomeness? I wonder if Commander Lin will participate in the breeding mission. Chapter 123, Can Equipment Still Be Dropped? A group of mecha girls were chattering. His words were full of admiration for Lin Fan and gratitude for surviving the disaster. Only Charlie did not join the discussion. Her excited heart could not calm down for a long time. She touched her bandaged arm. It was scratched by a B-level wild beast when she broke through yesterday. Although there are still 20 hours left in the church's countdown. But during this escape, the number of wild beasts in the buffer zone has increased significantly. District 9 was able to cover the rescue area to Districts 8 to 10 under such pressure, and it must have tried its best. When she sent the distress signal, it was only a reluctant attempt. But who would have thought? Not only did the rescue from District 9 arrive, but Commander Lin Fan, who had the highest combat power, came in person across 2 districts. Charlie felt her eyes getting hot. This was a feeling of being valued that she had never experienced before. From crushing Wang Lei with one kick, to killing the Federal Mecha team in seconds, to beating the strange mecha that could be resurrected into pieces just now. Commander Lin Fan, who is so awesome, actually came all the way to rescue these burdens with no combat capability. Thinking of this, Charlie suddenly came back to her senses. She rubbed her swollen cheeks, turned around and shouted, "Sisters! Commander Lin is here! I'm saved!" She could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Commander Lin, stand up! The mecha girls cheered and rushed towards the battlefield. And the other side. Lin Fan was just having fun when he suddenly felt his hand lighten. Huh! It's falling apart already? He looked at the half-broken mechanical leg on the screen, and then looked at the broken parts on the ground. He curled his lips in boredom and said, "TSK, I haven't even put in any effort yet. You just fell down." As soon as the driving mode was released, Lin Fan saw that the scattered liquid was wriggling and gathering into a metal ball as big as a basketball. What the hell? Still coming? Lin Fan's heart tightened, and he immediately activated the Insight scan. Biophagy melting fluid, SS grade. Features: Beast Devourer gene fragments mutate, can be absorbed and transformed by dark attribute mechas, no risk. Is this an equipment explosion? Dark attribute mecha? Aren't the attributes of mecha panels always divided by model? Lin Fan scratched his head in confusion and walked to the metal sphere. He poked the jelly-like metal ball and found it surprisingly chewy. He then decisively stuffed it into the storage bracelet. Risk-free equipment, don't miss it. He stopped hesitating and turned towards the group of excited girls. Commander Lin! Hello, Commander Lin! Xiaoli stood up straight and saluted when she saw Lin Fan approaching. Thank you for coming to rescue us. We know the rules of Area 9, but with our combat power, fighting against the wild beasts is indeed a bit. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Xiaoli quickly spoke again. But as long as District 9 assigns us a task, whether it's construction, patrolling, or moving supplies, we can do it. Yes, Commander Lin. You can't abandon us. We will definitely work hard. If not, we can just eat once a day. The women who had just lined up also spoke out hurriedly, fearing that Lin Fan would refuse to accept them. Lin Fan. He was just thinking about what the dark attribute was. Without detailed prompts on the system panel, he could only guess on his own. If the Holy Spirit type is of light attribute, that's why Luo Shi feels nauseous? What about the dark attribute? Lin Fan quickly patted his dizzy head and said, Don't be nervous, I was just distracted. Everyone is welcome to join District 9. When the time comes, just move directly into the safe zone. It's not safe here. I'll take you back first. Lin Fan commanded Bai Mingji to use floating cannons to sweep the battlefield. Seeing that there should be no fish that have escaped the net, Lin Fan led the fleet of mecha girls and set off, speeding towards District 9. 3 hours later. By the time the convoy was about to enter Area 8, it was completely dark. 2 beams of headlights split the darkness, illuminating a large area of ruins in front of the convoy, the city of Mandar. The ruins were so vast that the end of the ruins was endless, consisting of collapsed buildings and dense vegetation. Deep inside, green spots of light and several low roars of beasts flashed from time to time, making people's scalps tingle. The large off-road vehicle in the lead suddenly braked in front of the ruins. Squeak! The car door opened, and Lin Fan and Bai Mingji got out of the car, one on the left and one on the right. Xiaoli leaned over from the passenger seat, her voice a little weak. Commander Lin, are we really going to go through? Lin Fan looked ahead and nodded calmly. At the convoy speed, the detour would take more than 3 hours. And getting through, it only takes half an hour at most. On the scanning radar, the highest reaction is only that of an A-level wild beast, no problem. Lin Fan made the decision. To save time, let's go through. Luo Shi, you lead the way ahead. Remember to choose an area with a wide view. Meng Ji will be in the middle, I'll be the rear guard. The floaters will spread out and keep watch. Don't let the wild beasts get too close. He looked at Xiaoli and said, Keep the convoy closer. If any fish slip through the net, fire warning shots. Yes. Charlie nodded quickly. The order was given and the team immediately started moving. Luo Shi's avalanche mecha was the first to appear at the front of the convoy. The Liuli mecha's floating gun group also took off and quickly formed 2 rows. The girls in the cars also turned off their headlights, huddled together, and slowly formed a tighter formation. But just as the convoy was about to enter the ruins, Call! A fierce evil wind blew from the depths of the wilderness without any warning. It was freezing cold, and carried with it a rotten smell, which made the gravel on the ground crackle. Almost at the same time, the only remaining moonlight in the sky was swallowed by the dark clouds, and the vision fell into a terrifying darkness. Don't mess around! Stay where you are! Lin Fan's calm voice reached the ears of every mecha girl through the frequency band. Buzz! The snow-white commander armor instantly covered his entire body. It was pitch black all around, with only the light from 2 mechas vaguely visible. But the evil wind came quickly and went away even faster. After the wind stopped, the air in the wasteland seemed to become much thicker, and even filled with a layer of light red mist. Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. This strange feeling of energy is exactly the same as that at base number 9, even more violent. Grass! Without even having time to think about it, Lin Fan directly dialed Su Yun's number. Beep beep. Lin Fan? What's wrong? Su Yun's calm voice came from the other end. The moment the communication was connected, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Communication can still be maintained? But this sticky feeling of energy, there's no mistaking it. The next second, Lin Fan gave the order. Su Yun! Evacuate Base 9! As fast as possible! Evacuate? Su Yun was silent for a second. Just 1 second. Got it. Be careful. See you at the academy! Chapter 124. This cannon is so powerful. As soon as Lin Fan hung up Su Yun's call, his fingertips quickly swiped through the system mall. In the blink of an eye, he had stored all 3,000 silver snake sticks in his storage bracelet. Xiaoli, catch it! As he threw the bracelet over, Lin Fan hurriedly added. The situation is urgent. Pick out 3,000 brave mecha girls to share. Luo, she will explain the rest to you. Remember to rush back to District 9 as quickly as possible, and don't get hung up on the fight along the way. Xiaoli took the bracelet and nodded hurriedly. Yes. Commander Lin. Although she didn't know what was going on, she quickly followed Lin Fan's instructions, turned around and ran towards the fleet of mecha girls behind her. I just finished explaining this. The glazed mecha landed on the ground with a bang. Lin Fan took 2 steps at a time and landed in the cockpit in an instant. Commander Lin has issued an order. All personnel must evacuate immediately and gather at the buffer zone defense positions. Repeat. Commander Lin has given the order. All personnel evacuate immediately toward. The same instructions were broadcast in all communication frequency bands. While listening, Lin Fan asked, Meng Ji, what's the situation now? Master, the Academy has entered a state of war preparation. It will take some time for the mecha team to retreat. As Bai Mingji finished speaking, a holographic projection of Area 8 appeared in a corner of the command screen. On the long, narrow fan-shaped map, hundreds of green dots of light representing mecha teams were moving along the edge of the ruins towards Area 9. Next to several flashing red distress lights, there are also green dots approaching at an accelerated speed. There are still some intermittent red signals popping up from the edge of the map. In this regard, Lin Fan could only secretly say it was a pity. Even if a wave of wild beasts comes, he will not put a large number of mecha teams in danger just to rescue a few mecha girls. But fortunately, the rescue was launched half a day in advance. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Lin Fan quickly ordered, Meng Ji, let's go to the depths of Area 8 and take a look at the situation. Luo Shi, I'll leave these people to you. Lin Fan glanced at the ground. Luo Shi was explaining to Xiaoli and her group how to use the silver snake stick. He instructed again. Time is running out. Once you've finished your energy, go full speed ahead. Lin Fan didn't delay any further. The Liuli mecha instantly rose to a height of 1,000 meters, and 64 floating cannons were deployed simultaneously. He stared at the ruined city below, his eyes darkening. Meng Ji, plow a safe passage for them towards Area 9. Copy that, Master. The floater swarm is ready. Fire! Boom! 64 laser beams poured down at the same time, instantly raising a huge cloud of dust. The collapsed reinforced concrete buildings melted instantly under the high temperature. The wild beast hiding in the rubble was about to escape, but before its body could react, it was blown into pieces. The fire lit up half the night sky red. As the glazed mecha continued forward, a passage about 100 meters wide and 2 kilometers long suddenly took shape in the ruins. On the radar screen, the dense energy points of the wild beasts dissipated in an instant, and even those outside the attack range fled away with their tails between their legs. Meng Ji, let's move forward a little further towards Area 9 to relieve the pressure on Luo Shi. The colorful tail drew an arc of light in the air, and the floating artillery group followed closely behind and continued to advance outward. It only took a few minutes. System prompts rang continuously in Lin Fan's mind. Experience, +1. Experience, +1. The experience bar on the panel soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the beating on the bread quieted down. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 40. Operation level, LV-17, 36/950. Soul contract, 5/9. Skills, Insight Scan, Basic Mecha Operation plus 30%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, 5 by Mingji, Strike S-1330, Suyun, Fortress S+, 1125, Luoshi, Holy Spirit S-1650. Derived Initial Armor, 5 by Style plus 399, Su Style plus 337, Luo Style plus 495. Waste Value, 1.7 million. Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly, and he instantly reached level 4. With the Silver Snake Stick, upgrading is as easy as drinking water. When I get back from this trip, it's time to look for a new driver. Lin Fan glanced at the scanning radar and said, "There are no more wild beasts here. Ming Ji, let's go to the depths of Area 8 to see what's going on." The Liuli mecha suddenly turned 90 degrees. The light wing drew a colorful arc of light in the night sky and rushed towards the depths of the wasteland in Area 8. And the other side. Charlie looked at the ruins of the city that had been plowed in half, and her sisters who had instantly activated their mecha forms, and was so stunned that she lost the ability to speak. What a terrifying destructive power! And this small silver metal stick can actually activate mecha mode? Surely. Okay, stop being in a daze. Arrange the formation according to the mecha form. A silver snake staff only has a 30-minute battery life, so use it sparingly. Luoshi's voice brought her back from shock. Without caring about her feelings, Xiaoli quickly arranged the formation and headed towards Area 9 along the passage created by the floating cannon. Until 4:30 in the middle of the night. The convoy roared out of the territory of District 8 and drove into the buffer zone of District 9. Outpost number 009 is built right in front of the wall of the fortress area. Countless high-altitude searchlights swept back and forth, illuminating the surroundings like daytime. Finally arrived at Area 9! But this outpost is so small. Can it hold off the beast tide? Sisterly, are we going to stay here? This? A girl from the mecha spoke in a weak voice. Shut up! Follow the instructions! Charlie glared at her, interrupting her next words. Just as she was about to ask Luoshi, suddenly. Woo! The shrill sound of the alarm cut through the night sky. Immediately afterwards, the command came from the base broadcast. Attention everyone at Outpost 009! Highest combat readiness! Following Lin's orders, the Silver Snake staff has been added to the credit exchange system. The city defense weapon system has been unsealed. Listening to the broadcast, the breeding mecha girls looked at each other in confusion. Hasn't the city defense weapons all been transferred to the Federation? Could it be that IS developed it independently? This is incredible. It's hard to say. If it's a C-class city defense weapon, it might not even have a mecha. Before a mecha girl finished speaking, a rumbling sound of gears could be heard from the high wall of the fortress behind the outpost. Immediately afterwards, several pieces of thick tarpaulin flew up in an instant. 5 pitch-black gun muzzles, each 18 meters long and 5 meters in diameter, slowly emerged from the cracks in the fortress. Bang! 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 There were 5 consecutive loud bangs, and the city defense cannon was firmly fixed on the barrier. Complex energy circuits flashed on the streamlined gun body, and they were all aimed towards Area 8. The strong visual impact and the indescribable deterrent power made the girls' legs go weak. A single thought flashed through the minds of all the mecha girls. This city defense cannon is so powerful. Chapter 125, Shrinking the Front, the Wild Halberd shows its power. Before Xiaoli recovered from the shock of the Wild Halberd cannon, a hair-raising sound of flapping wings came from the horizon. Rustle, rustle, rustle! She looked up suddenly. Under the pitch-black night sky, countless dark shadows were pouring in from the direction of Area 8 like a bursting tide. Snap! 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 More than a dozen searchlight beams pierced the darkness, illuminating the incoming enemy. It turned out to be a tide of wild beasts composed of countless B-level iron-winged locusts. It's a swarm of iron-winged locusts! How come there are so many? It's over. At this moment, the broadcast sounded again. Huangji City Defense Artillery, covering fire! Fire! The moment the order was given, deep purple energy gathered frantically at the muzzle. The lines on the gun barrel pulsated like blood vessels, and even the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. Next second, 5 terrifyingly thick purple beams of light, like spears of divine punishment, fiercely pierced into the densest part of the locust swarm. There was no deafening roar, only a teeth-grinding, sizzling sound of melting. 5 large holes appeared where the beam of light passed, and the surrounding swarms of iron-winged locusts fell down like dumplings. Immediately afterwards, another round of volleys. Hiss! A lot of people gasped. What kind of city defense cannon is this? Its power is too outrageous. However, everyone's joy didn't last long. Looking in the direction of the beast's tide, Xiaoli quickly noticed something was wrong. She shouted anxiously, "Oh no! They've split up!" Sure enough, more than a dozen small clusters suddenly emerged from the side of the huge locust swarm. They flew almost close to the ground, swooping down on the outposts from both sides. Although the city defense artillery is extremely powerful, its turning and aiming speed obviously cannot keep up with these small and fast targets. In addition to this outpost, there are not too many firepower platforms distributed. Danger! The shrill sound of wings was getting closer and closer, and Xiaoli and her group could even see their mouthparts that were as sharp as knives. Xiaoli gripped the silver snake stick tightly, her voice filled with determination. Sisters who still have energy in the silver snake stick, follow me. We must not let them rush in. Yes. Behind him, hundreds of mecha girls responded immediately and rushed forward, ready to fight to the death. Don't worry, everyone take a break. Luoshi put away the bracelet light screen and waved to the group of mecha girls who were ready to die. Xiaoli was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. Luoshi! Behind this barrier is the safe zone, right? Once they break through. Luoshi smiled at everyone. It's okay. They can't break through. Let's go back to the safe zone and rest. We still have a long way to go. But... Don't worry. Luoshi blinked at Xiaoli and pointed her finger at the barrier in the distance. Commander Lin has made all the arrangements. Look over there. The girls looked in the direction of her hand and were all stunned. The lights on the distant ramparts lit up one after another like stars, followed by the continuous roar of engines. Call out. After a while, a mecha girl with a bun on her head was the first to jump down from the 30-meter-high barrier. It unfolded into a mecha form in midair and landed on the ground with a thud, splashing countless pieces of gravel. Then the second, the third. More mecha girls rushed down using rappelling ropes and exoskeletons, descending onto the battlefield like flowers scattered by fairies from heaven. The fortress type is equipped with heavy guns, the assault type is armed with a high-frequency shock blade, and the long-range support type is equipped with a shoulder-mounted sniper gun. Charge! Kill wild beasts to earn credits. Sisters, go! With loud shouts, the mecha team directly crashed into the Iron Wing locust swarm. Amidst the flash of swords and cannons, most of the locust swarms were wiped out in an instant. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go! Luoshi smiled and patted Xiaoli's shoulder, then walked towards the barrier area. Okay. Charlie responded subconsciously, then put away the silver snake stick in her hand. She took one last look at the battlefield behind her. Is this the true strength of District 9? The advanced city defense cannon and the silver snake stick are all because of that man? Xiaoli followed Luoshi's footsteps. The slight uneasiness caused by the tide of wild beasts was instantly crushed by this powerful sense of security. It was 5 a.m, and it was still dark. On the plain road bordering District 10, a box truck rushed towards District 9 like crazy, and its engine was almost blown up. In the cargo hold, more than 20 mecha girls were huddled together. A young, short-haired driver stared out the rear window, tears streaming down her face. It's over! Layerman is chasing us too closely. We can't even reach IS Academy. Didn't they say the wild beast tide would last another half a day? How come it suddenly came earlier? outside the rear window. The Leia beasts were flying in a flood, and the few Leia beasts in the front had already accumulated energy fireballs. Just at this moment. Whoosh! 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 5 purple beams of light flew from the sky and struck directly into the Leia beast group. Wherever the beam of light passed, wings and claws were shattered all over the ground. The cargo hold suddenly became quiet. A few seconds later, the short-haired mecha girl suddenly rushed to the front window and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is that the beam of light from the city defense cannon? That's impossible! Didn't the Federation move all the city defense weapons away? And even if there is, we are so far away from the safe zone. We can't just place the city defense cannons in the wasteland, right? As soon as the words fell. In the darkness ahead, hundreds of assault and firepower mechas suddenly rushed out. The leading mecha even shouted at the truck. Don't stop. Keep going. It's safe in just 2 more kilometers. Leave this to us. The girls in the cargo hold were stunned at first, and then filled with ecstasy. The short-haired girl quickly opened her bracelet and switched to the live broadcast screen. She wiped her face at the trembling camera and shouted excitedly. Family! The wild beast tide has arrived early! I saw a living city defense cannon in Area 9! And a living mecha team! We are rescued! As a well-known anchor, her live broadcast room quickly attracted a lot of people. Amidst the sporadic concerns and inquiries, there were more angry outbursts from the commander of the former 3 districts. I was the one who escorted the city defense cannon from Area 9 to Area 2. It's been dismantled down to its screws. Is this city defense cannon you're talking about photoshopped? That's hilarious! District 9 currently has less than 100 commanders. Moving all our forces to rescue you? Who do you think you are? Diamond! I wasn't at the Grand Valley base, and I didn't even see a single hair of a wild beast. And you were also at the recent Divine meeting. Aren't you all Lin fans shills? As a result, the slap in the face came faster than turning the pages of a book. Humph! A mean mind! We're both commanders. Yet you can't even compare to a single hair on Commander Lin's leg. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. The short-haired girl raised her middle finger angrily and switched the camera directly. The live camera suddenly zoomed in, clearly capturing an assault mecha swinging a high-frequency blade and splitting a swooping Leia beast in half in midair. And this? The short-haired girl seemed to remember something and suddenly pointed the camera at the horizon. Call out! Another thick purple beam of light smashed into the herd, and countless feathered beasts evaporated instantly. The camera suddenly turned again, aiming at the mecha team that was about to disappear from the picture. Look at the numbers! Look at the coordination! Haters! Does your face hurt? I'm just asking you if your face hurts. The short-haired mecha girl practically roared, all the pent-up fear and despair released at this moment. You guys are just hiding in the safe zone and typing away. You're not even worthy of carrying Commander Lin's shoes. After a brief period of silence, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room completely exploded. Holy shit! Holy shit! It's a city defense cannon! This mecha coordination! When did District 9 achieve this kind of strength? Where are those troll commanders from earlier? Come out and take a walk! However, the commander IDs that had been making the loudest noises earlier were completely silent, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 126, Video Spreads, The Federation Becomes Jealous. Just a dozen minutes. The artillery fire from Outpost Number 1 to 20 in the buffer zone was still roaring, but the gathered mecha girls were recording videos like crazy. There was no one to organize and no one to command. These mecha girls who had just escaped from danger quickly clicked the upload button with the idea of letting others see how awesome Area 9 is. In less than a moment, all major forums were flooded with videos that were being reposted crazily. Am I seeing this right? This is too exaggerated. You told me this is Area 9. Why are there so many city defense cannons at every outpost? Where did all these mechas come from? Did the Federation Army go to support District 9? Why didn't I receive any notification? What's even more exaggerated is that tens of millions of videos were uploaded and forwarded at the same time, directly overwhelming the federal server. Countless people refreshed the page for several minutes, only to see the prompt. Server overloaded, please try again later. And the one who started all this? Those girls who were still recording videos in the buffer zone didn't care whether the server crashed or not. Their eyes were full of excitement. Let the federal leaders see. District 9 is the boss. That's right. Fortunately, we listened to Commander Lin. District 9, rise up! But it's different from the carnival on the internet. In the top-floor conference room of Area 1, senior federal officials sat together in an atmosphere so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. On the holographic projection, battle scenes from various outposts in Area 9 were played in a loop. Every senior executive had their eyes wide open, just like a hungry wolf that saw a fat lamb. Qin Lan sat in the main seat, her fingers rubbing unconsciously. She seemed calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. Where did District 9 get so many city defense cannons? And what the hell is that silver snake stick? No one could answer her questions. She only knew that God would invest a huge amount of resources to trigger the Wild Beast Tide plan, but it would ultimately fail. Thinking of this, Qin Lan raised her hand and turned off the projection. Until everyone looked at her, she began to question loudly. Can anyone tell me why we haven't received any news about the powerful forces in District 9? What about the people in the intelligence department? Are they just there to eat and work? The intelligence officer who was named turned pale. He stood up tremblingly and reported in a low voice. Director Qin Lan, could it be that Lin Fan? There definitely weren't any of these things in District 9 before. Ever since he took over, all our people have been cleared out. Bullshit! Qin Lan interrupted by slamming the table. How could he have produced so many city defense weapons in just these few days? And that silver snake stick that can transform a mecha girl into a mecha, do you think it's made of mud? Now the Wild Beast Tide has broken out prematurely, and the Oracle Church is watching covetously from the sidelines, yet we know nothing. If these weapons fall into the hands of the Church, who among you can bear the responsibility? Bang! 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 The only sound left in the conference room was Qin Lan's slamming of the table, shocking everyone so much that they dared not say a word. Several minutes passed. Then a senior executive spoke cautiously. Director Qin, there is no point in pursuing responsibility now. The most urgent thing is to ask District 9 if they can support us with some city defense artillery. Although there haven't been any unusual movements in the first 3 areas yet, it's better to be prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, a civil servant frowned and retorted. Support? He will support? He clearly has such a strong backup plan, yet he pretended to be confused when we talked last time. In my opinion, we should just use our 20 million population to put pressure on him. The Wild Beast Tide is about to hit, and he can't just stand by and watch us die, right? Pressure? You're out of your mind, someone immediately retorted. Have you not seen the current strength of District 9? If we really piss Lin Fan off, he'll turn to the Church and we'll be attacked from both sides. I think it's better to use money to buy reliability. Didn't he mention this condition last time? Ask him. As long as he is willing to sell it, I will give him any price. In an instant, the conference room became as noisy as a vegetable market. Qin Lan pressed her aching head, but a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. She slowly turned her head and looked at Gung Baishan, who had been silent the whole time, and her tone softened a little. Dean Gung, what do you think? Gung Baishan sighed and slowly stood up. In my opinion, with Commander Lin's temper, these are useless. He hesitated for a moment, and his eyes instantly became firm. However, since Lin Fan is willing to take in so many civilians and mecha girls, he must be thinking about our Jishan district. I'm willing to go to District 9, even if I have to beg for a few cannons. You're going in person? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Lan's eyes. But after just a moment's thought, she made the decision. Okay. I'll listen to Dean Gung. I will immediately dispatch the most advanced Goshawk fighter jets and send 2 senior commanders to accompany you. First, I'm here to help you, and second, to warn that kid and let him know the seriousness of this matter. As soon as the order was given, there was an immediate chorus of agreement from the audience. Gung Baishan, the dean of Griffin Academy and the top fighter in the Zhejiang Mountain area, came to the door with a low profile. Maybe it will really succeed. Even if they fail to reach an agreement in the end, it will only be Gung Baishan who loses face. Half an hour later. In the highest specification hangar in Area 1, the Goshawk fighter jets are ready to go. Gung Baishan straightened his uniform as Dean Griffin and walked towards the boarding stairs with a serious expression. Following behind him were two men, the senior commanders sent by Qin Lan, Fu Yan and Jia Yi. President Gung, this mission is arduous. The chief has instructed us to fully cooperate with you. Please take care of me. Gung Baishan nodded slightly and glanced at the two of them. Let's go, time is running out. The girls following closely behind also boarded the fighter plane one after another, and the hatch closed with a click. Next second, the Goshawk slid out of the hangar silently, and after the stealth coating was activated, it rushed silently towards Area 9. In the cabin, there was only the slight roar of the engine. Gung Baishan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, but various situations were running through his mind. And the rear of the cabin. Fu Yan and Jia Yi exchanged a glance before quietly raising their wrists. A string of encrypted messages popped up. The instructions remain unchanged: create trouble and intensify conflicts. Or take advantage of Gung Baishan's unpreparedness and forcibly inject him with the transformation drug. If necessary, you can pretend to surrender to Lin Fan and lurk in Area 9 waiting for the next instructions. God will be supreme. After reading it, Fu Yan quickly deleted the message, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 127 Lin Fan, She Feeds Me Peanuts, Additional. And in the sky of Wasteland Area Number 9. Lin Fan was driving the glazed mecha, like a colorful meteor, returning to the IS Academy. Apart from the first few waves of flying wild beasts that were encountered, there are now only a few scattered wild beasts wandering around in the wasteland. Other than that, the entire wasteland was unusually quiet. It's not even as dense as before. Are they gathering deeper? And then we'll launch a big one? Lin Fan muttered a few words. This kind of tactical retreat had been seen before at the Area 9 base, but it was not as exaggerated as it was this time. Obviously, behind the tide of wild beasts, there must be something more advanced controlling everything. Maybe it's the Church of the Oracle, or the Apostle of the Abyss? However, with the current defense strength of District 9, Lin Fan is confident that he can hold on even if the wild beast tide attacks for a day and a night. At this moment, Su Yun's avatar suddenly popped up on the command screen, and Lin Fan clicked it casually. Su Yun was seen wrapped in a loose bath towel, lying lazily on the couch, with a blush on her face from the hot water. Seeing the screen connected, Su Yun narrowed her eyes and teased with a hint of charm. Are you back, my commander? My energy storage here is all empty. When will you refill it? Lin Fan looked at her limp appearance, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Dean Su, long time no see. Meng Ji and I are already on our way back. We'll be at the villa in 5 minutes at most. Su Yun pursed her lips when she heard this. Sometimes I really envy Mingji. I can fly in the sky with you every day, unlike me. But the next second. But he seemed to suddenly remember something and straightened his body involuntarily. He said with a mischievous look, But let's get down to business. Is that girl Lu Wei really okay? Lu Wei? What happened to her? Lin Fan asked immediately. What's wrong? Su Yun rolled her eyes in a super charming way. I haven't even asked you what you did to her yet. You're like a completely different person. That's how she stared at your picture just now in the hall. Su Yun imitated Lu Wei's movements and placed her palms on her cheeks. My master is so awesome, I really want to absorb all his energy. Lin Fan. He shuddered on the spot, and the scene in Lu Wei's cockpit came to his mind. And the beast cells. If the panel hadn't shown Lu Wei's 100% loyalty, he would have felt a little insecure right now. Lin Fan rubbed his temples. Okay, I'll remember that. Stay away from her when we get back. Su Yun dragged out the tone. See you later. After saying that, he waved at the screen and then hung up the call reluctantly. The speed of the Liuli mecha was ridiculously fast, and it flew over Area 9 in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan looked at the screen on the command screen. Although it was already daylight, the lights in the buffer zone outposts 1 to 20 were all on, like fire dragons surrounding the IS Academy tightly. Outside the outpost, some of the mecha girls in the logistics team were dragging the corpses of wild beasts, while others were decomposing the materials from the wild beasts, looking very busy. Master, with the support of the Wild Halberd and the Silver Snake staff, the defense line will be no problem. The city defense strength of our District 9 has far exceeded that of the first 3 districts. Bai Mingji's voice was a little proud. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at the IS Academy that appeared in his field of vision and couldn't help but control the mecha to lower its altitude. Mingji, let's go back quietly. Bai Mingji couldn't help but chuckle. I know, how did you say that? Refuse to work overtime. In a short while, Lin Fan arrived at the door of Villa No. 1. Master, I'm going back to my room to rest. Call me if anything happens. Bai Mingji's voice was a little tired. She waved at Lin Fan and tiptoed towards her room. Lin Fan watched her enter the door before turning around and going upstairs. His eyes just landed on Su Yun's door, and he was about to step forward. Click! The door lock of the next room suddenly clicked, and a slender figure suddenly popped out from behind the door. Before Lin Fan could react, a soft hand suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the room. Bang! The door closed behind him. There was only a dark purple floor lamp lit in the room, and the dim light just outlined the silhouette of the person in front of him. Lin Fan's pupils shrank slightly. Is it Lu Wei? Before Lin Fan could take a closer look, the tattoo on her body suddenly began to glow. 2 small black devil horns emerged from her hair. Behind him, an equally pitch black tail swayed gently, and the tip of the tail cut through the air, leaving behind a slight sound of breaking wind. The towering and full breasts filled up the almost transparent gauze skirt. Her waist is so slender that it seems to break if bent, but when she turns around, it outlines a smooth downward arc. My master! Lu Wei's voice was a little bewitching. She took a step forward, wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, and pressed her soft body against him tightly. A fragrance mixed with nectar and milk hit his face, making Lin Fan's breathing suddenly stop. Without waiting for Lin Fan to ask, Lu Wei handed a plump peanut to his lips. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of anticipation. Master, try this, it's so sweet. Lin Fan's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Master, don't you like it? Lu Wei's tone was a little aggrieved, and coupled with her current appearance. No. Lin Fan's heart softened, and he had just answered halfway when Lu Wei took the opportunity to put the peanut kernels into his mouth. I don't know how long it took. It was not until the sky outside the window was bright that Lin Fan fell into a deep sleep. Even in my dreams, there is still that faint sweet aroma of peanuts. Chapter 128 Gung Baishan arrives, Lu Wei warns. The midday sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. When Lin Fan was sleeping soundly, a system upgrade reminder popped up in his mind. Another upgrade? His eyelids moved and he reached out his hand in a daze. But under the double debuff of continuous fighting and lack of sleep, he didn't even open his eyes. In the end, the fingers just swung in the air and fell back to the bed with a click. Never mind. The world is vast. Sleep is the most important. Lin Fan muttered, turned over, and buried his face deeply in the pillow. In a blink of an eye, it was 2:00 in the afternoon. The sun at the end of August is the hottest, but it still can't stop the enthusiasm of the women drivers. The outskirts of the fortress area were covered with blood and corpses of wild beasts. The logistics women were busy dividing materials and transporting supplies. The logistics registration point near the inner area of the barrier was packed with people. A large number of female drivers crowded around the registration area and discussed. Have you heard? Credits can now be exchanged for Silver Snake sticks. Yeah, the old federal currency doesn't work here anymore. We have to use credits for everything. My sister just exchanged for a Silver Snake staff, a repair and healing mecha. I'm so greedy. These words were like a stone thrown into the water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. I signed up to be a logistics worker. I'm very strong. Add me. I can fix mechanics. Who's touching my butt? All the mecha girls have only one thought in their minds: join the logistics department. earn credits, and exchange them for silver snake sticks. No one wants to be the one who can only cry for help when a crisis strikes. The lady in charge of registration glanced at the long queue, then looked at her fingers with heartache, and sighed silently. Just then, a low whistling sound came from the sky, instantly drowning out the noise at the scene. All the women on the planes looked up at the same time. I saw a silver fighter plane breaking through the clouds and swooping down towards the barrier area like a falcon swooping down on its prey. Fuck! Fighter plane? It's coming towards us! Many people retreated in panic. It was not until the fighter plane approached that the federal emblem on the wing came into everyone's view. A mecha girl from Area 1 exclaimed, "It's the Federation's Goshawk fighter!" Goshawk? The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone knows the importance of the Goshawk fighter. It is the #1 fighter in the Zhejiang mountain area. But why are the federal people coming to District 9 now? Before everyone could react, the Hawk fighter in the sky suddenly rose. Then, the engine instantly cut out. With dust flying all over the sky, the Goshawk fighter plane landed arrogantly on the open space inside the barrier area. Laughed. As the hydraulic door slid open, 3 figures walked down the gangway one after another. The middle-aged man in the lead was wearing the gold-patterned uniform of Griffin Academy, and had his hair combed meticulously. Just standing there gives off a sense of oppression from a superior. Hey, isn't that Dean Gung Baishan from Griffin? What is he doing in District 9? In Zhejiang mountain area, who doesn't know Gung Baishan? But as the Dean of Griffin Academy, he now came to District 9 with 2 commanders and landed directly at the gate of IS Academy. What is this about? Gung Baishan ignored the discussions around him. His eyes first swept across the barrier area, then turned his head and stared in the direction of the IS Academy, quietly waiting for something. Fu Yen, who was standing behind Gung Baishan, had a frown on his face. He raised his hand and glanced at the bracelet, his tone full of dissatisfaction. We synchronized the route information half an hour ago. Are the people in District 9 deaf or blind? They're just leaving us hanging like this? Jia Yi, who was standing next to him, was picking at the badge on his collar with his fingers. If I had known they were so ignorant of the rules, I should have sent them directly to the core area. Do you really think that having a few city defense cannons is so great? After saying this, Jia Yi was about to rush forward. Stop! Gung Baishan growled. He gave them a warning look and said, Put aside your condescending attitude. Don't forget why we are here. If you can't control your temper, get back on your fighter plane now. The 2 of them were so embarrassed that their faces turned red, and in the end they didn't dare to say anything. Just then, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. As the girls shouted, the crowd automatically made way. Zining Shuang was wearing a black combat uniform and had no expression on her face. Suyun was wearing a long silk dress, the hem of which swayed with her steps, and a lazy smile hung on her face. The 2 of them, one cold and one hot, quickly walked in front of Gung Baishan. Dean Gung is honored to visit us. District 9 is sorry for not welcoming you in person, Suyun said politely. I was just dealing with logistics arrangements. I rushed over as soon as I received the news. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zining Shuang didn't show any good face, and went straight to the point. Dean Gung, if you have anything to say, please speak frankly. District 9 still has many matters that need our attention. Gung Baishan quickly waved his hands and forced a smile on his face. President Su, Miss Z, isn't Commander Lin here? The purpose of my visit this time is actually... Before he could finish his words, Jia Yi behind him muttered quietly. Is this how District 9 treats guests? You can't even afford a living room, just to death. His voice was not loud, but just loud enough for Zining Shuang and Suyun to hear. The atmosphere on the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. Crack! Gung Baishan couldn't help but bite his back teeth almost to pieces. At the same time, however, the hall of Villa No. 1 was in great commotion. The 2 sisters, Mina and Mia, were stacked on the sofa, one on top of the other. Each of them was holding a game controller and playing games loudly. Lu Wei was lying on the carpet nearby. While chewing potato chips, he pointed at Jiang Shan. Left, left! Oh, you 2 newbies, you couldn't even dodge! Sudden. Her body suddenly stiffened, and she looked towards the sky in front of the academy gate. This is the energy of the church's transformation of people. Sister Lu Wei! We are going to lose! Help! Mia screamed and tried to stuff the game controller over. Lu Wei quickly operated the bracelet and circled the range to the gate of the barrier area. As soon as she clicked OK, the management of District 9 and the captains of each team received the warning simultaneously. You two can have fun by yourselves. I have something important to do. Before she finished her words, she jumped up from the ground. As a result, I looked up. Then he saw Lin Fan, with his sleep-riddled hair, poking his head out from the third floor. Lu Wei, what's going on? Master! People from the Oracle Church are knocking on our door! Lu Wei shouted hurriedly. Almost at the same time, Lin Fan's bracelet vibrated. Suyun sent a photo. At the gate of the fortress area, Gung Baishan stood at the front with a stern expression, and behind him were two commanders. There were also a few mecha girls jumping down from the ladder of the fighter plane behind them. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Old dog Gung has also joined the church? Lu Wei, let's go! Chapter 129, Try? Instant kill. Just as Suyun was about to speak, she saw a warning pop up on the bracelet screen. Without thinking, she pulled Xi Ningxuang back, putting some distance between them and Gung Baishan and his group. The church transforms people? Even though his heart was filled with disbelief, Suyun still unfolded his exoskeleton form. A row of small shoulder cannons were mounted on the shoulders with a click, pointing directly at Gung Baishan and Fu Yan and Jia Yi behind him. After a few seconds, the sound of jets was heard in the sky. Several patrol captains equipped with individual flying vehicles swooped down and landed steadily in front of Suyun and Xi Ningxuang. The energy gun in his hand was already loaded, and the muzzle was pointed at the three people. Don't move! Looking at the pitch-black muzzle of the gun aimed at him, Gung Baishan's face instantly sank. Someone pointed a gun at him? He had been the Dean of Griffin for 25 years, and had never been treated like this. He clenched his right fist tightly, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Dean Su! I'm going to say this today. I came to District 9 to discuss city defense weapons. It's to fight against the wild beast tide and protect the people in the Zhejiang mountain area. But what about you? You pointed a gun at me without even saying a word. Is this how District 9 treats guests? The three contracted mecha girls behind him looked even uglier. When has our Dean ever suffered such injustice? Rush forward immediately. Bye! A gunshot rang out. The energy bullet grazed the toes of the mecha girl in front and hit the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Kailin held the energy gun, her eyes expressionless. She raised the muzzle of her gun an inch and said calmly, Please exit the mecha login range immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. If anyone takes another step forward, the next energy bomb. It would hit her on the head. When Gung Baishan saw the scene, the anger that he had just suppressed instantly rose up again. He looked up at Kailin, his voice filled with incredible anger. You're just a little mecha girl. How dare you shoot at my people? Who gave you the courage? Fu Yan, who was standing nearby, saw the situation and immediately seized the opportunity to fan the flames. What are you guys going to do? President Gung has dedicated over 20 years to the Zhishan district. He has protected countless lives. How could you, District 9, treat him like this? This is a blatant provocation. I will report this to the federal headquarters and make you suffer. But Karen acted as if she didn't hear him, her hand holding the gun as steady as a rock. She was one of the first mecha girls to arrive in Area 9. Before, in other bases, because it was a B-class machine, I almost went hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days. So on the first day that Lin Fan issued the call, she came here alone. What she never expected was, the IS Academy not only provided her with food and lodging, but also equipped her with complete weapons and equipment, and never looked down on her because of the level of her machine. Because of her familiarity with firearms, she was even assigned to the patrol team as leader. She deeply remembers this kindness in her heart. For her, the instructions of the IS Academy are the only code of conduct. Not to mention that the other party is Justine Griffin's mecha girl, Even if the Federation chief comes, she dares to shoot. At worst, it's just a life for a life. Just then, a faint arc of light flashed in Kylan's eyes. Her instinct from years of playing with guns made her react instantly. It was the reflection of the scope. Not good! Dean Su, be careful! Bang! The shouts and gunshots rang out almost at the same time. Kylan suddenly urged the individual aircraft to pounce on Suyun and pulled her to the side. Next second, a special bullet whizzed past Karen's arm, creating a fist-sized hole in the ground behind her. Kylan didn't care about her wounds and just protected Suyun behind her. Almost as a subconscious reaction, he aimed the energy gun in his hand in the direction of the reflected light. It is the cabin window of the Goshawk fighter. Bye! 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 The energy gun hit the shield of the Goshawk fighter and was instantly bounced off without leaving even a scratch. But these few gunshots were like igniting a powder keg. Protect Dean Su! Someone shouted, and the surrounding mecha girls rushed over instantly, blocking Kylan and Suyun in a dense crowd. The few mecha girls who possessed silver snake sticks directly transformed into mechas and aimed their weapons at Gung Baishan and his group. Damn it! Is District 9 going to tear each other apart? Seeing this, Jia Yi's face flashed with a smile of success. He turned to Gung Baishan's robot girl and yelled, What are you still standing there for? Can't you see they're throwing dirty water at us? Protect Dean Gung! The three Griffin mecha girls had been holding back their anger for a long time, and immediately activated their mecha forms, forming a standoff with the mechas from Area 9. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Stop it! I saw Gung Baishan had already boarded his main mecha. It was a dark-colored heavy mecha with gold edges, almost as tall as the fortress area, holding a full-length heavy shield with a griffin pattern spray-painted on it. He controlled the mecha and walked between the two groups of people, and stretched out the huge mecha arm. Misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding! Gung Baishan's voice was filled with helplessness. Now is really not the time for internal strife. We haven't figured out who fired the cold shot just now. If they really were in the fighter plane, I'll definitely give District 9 an explanation. Call! At this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the sky. A dark shadow hovered above the barrier area like a ghost. It's Commander Lin Fan's Manta Ray fighter! The organic girl shouted loudly, her tone filled with unconcealable excitement. Lin Fan didn't even wait for the plane to land completely before he cancelled the driving mode and jumped off. The mini light wings behind him vibrated with a buzz sound, and he rushed to Suyun's side, his eyes quickly scanning the entire audience. What's wrong? Are you hurt? He grabbed Suyun's hand anxiously. I'm fine. Suyun shook her head and pointed to Kylan, whose arm was still bleeding. She blocked the cold gun for me. Lin Fan glanced at Kylan's wound, then looked at the Griffin mecha group that was on the verge of a fight not far away, and his face suddenly turned cold. Everyone fall back. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. The mecha girls in Area 9 did not hesitate, and quickly retreated to the edge of the barrier. The next moment. Buzz! The earth trembled, and a huge black shadow rose from the ground. Countless shoulder guns, tracking magazines, and the terrifying main gun were deployed at the same time, and the destructive energy fluctuations instantly locked down all the Griffin mechas. Lin Fan! Don't be so arrogant! Fu Yin bravely controlled the mecha and took 2 steps forward. Who are you trying to scare? I'm standing right here, do you dare to touch me? Lin Fan raised his eyes. The main gun of the fortress mech then slowly turned and aimed accurately at the head of the Fu Yin mech. You mean? Lin Fan's voice came through the loudspeaker. I don't dare to touch you. Fu Yan's mecha subconsciously took a half step back. Don't mess around. The words were not finished. The main gun of the fortress mecha suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Boom! A thick beam of energy tore through the air and instantly engulfed Fu Yan's mecha head. The entire mecha head disappeared completely as if melted by high temperature, leaving only the broken neck with black smoke sizzling out. The huge fuselage shook, then collapsed to the ground, completely paralyzed. The whole place was dead silent. Da-da-da! With the sound of mechanical rotation, the main gun of the Fortress Mecha started moving again. Chapter 130 Female, Policewoman. Inside the cockpit of the Fortress Mech, Lin Fan glanced coldly at the headless mech. Then the main gun muzzle turned and aimed at Jia Yi's silver-white beast-shaped mecha. Jia Yi, right? It's your turn. Lin Fan's voice was calm but contained a strong murderous intent. As early as on the way here, Lu Wei had already locked onto the two people through energy sensing. What Lin Fan found ridiculous was that the transformation commanders sent by these two churches were actually little rubbish that didn't even have that blasphemer form. Although he didn't know what the church was up to. But since you dared to come to his territory and act wildly, there is only one outcome. Die. The other side. Jia Yi looked at the blue halo of the Fortress Mecha's main gun, his heart tightened, and he immediately hid behind Gung Baishan's Eagle Shield mecha. Looking at the mecha with golden light in front of me, a sense of security surged in my heart. He mustered up a little courage and shouted in a timid tone. Lin Fan! I'm the City Defense Commander for District 1. This operation was ordered by the Federation. You dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid of federal accountability? Jia Yi's eyes rolled around and he began to frantically think about his next move. Mission accomplished. Now it's time to figure out how to get out. And work part-time as a lackey for the church? But Lin Fan's words made his face turn pale in an instant. Exposed? How could he know? Jia Yi wanted to continue quibbling, but the increasingly bright light of the Fortress Mecha's main gun made him swallow the rest of his words. Without caring about anything else, he quickly retreated behind the Eagle Shield mecha. Gung Baishan was extremely anxious at this time. He took a step forward in his mecha, slamming down his heavy shield. Lin Fan! Stop talking nonsense! You cannot slander any commander at will. Old dog Gung, shut up! Lin Fan cursed. Boom! The next second, the main gun energy column fired again. Gung Baishan didn't think twice and controlled the Eagle Shield mecha to hold up the heavy shield with all his strength. Bang! The energy beam hit the shield hard. The defensive ripples surged violently, and the Eagle Shield mecha was blasted back 2 meters, plowing a deep gully on the ground. Gung Baishan looked at Lin Fan's attitude and shouted urgently. Lin Fan! Calm down! The wild beast tide is coming, we should unite! As long as you hand over some of the city defense cannons and silver snake sticks, I guarantee in the name of Dean Griffin that the Federation will not pursue any action. He paused and sighed. Commander Lin, you have to consider the overall situation. Don't worry about the overall situation, Lin Fan roared in response. Boom! 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 The Fortress Mech's shoulder cannons suddenly deployed, and dozens of tracking missiles, trailing flames, shot towards the Eagle Shield mech like a rainstorm. At the same time, the laser cannon and main gun began to charge again. Seeing this, Gung Baishan quickly activated his defensive stance. Bang bang bang! Missiles exploded one after another around the Eagle Shield mecha. The huge impact force caused the Eagle Shield mecha to retreat continuously, and gravel and dust flew all over the sky. At this time, Jia Yi, who was hiding behind, was so scared that he was shaking all over. He originally thought that Gung Baishan could protect him, but he didn't expect Lin Fan to be so crazy. That's Gung Baishan, Griffin's strongest fighter. He was actually being beaten by Lin Fan. Just as he was shocked, an alarm sounded in the cockpit, and 2 bright lights shot down from the sky. Not good! Jia Yi subconsciously controlled the mecha to dodge. Boom! Boom! 2 energy beams accurately hit the forelimbs of the beast-type mecha. A burst of black smoke rose up, and the beast-shaped mecha instantly lost its balance and fell to the ground. Jia Yi was shocked to the point of spitting blood. He looked up. A dark manta ray fighter was hovering in the air, and energy balls condensed again on both sides of the wings. Fuck! There are helpers? Jia Yi was completely panicked. His eyes suddenly locked onto the Goshawk fighter jet not far away. Gung Baishan is in a difficult situation now, and he will surely die if he stays any longer. As long as you get on the fighter plane, there is still hope of escape thanks to the energy shield. Hold the top and protect me! He yelled at the other mechas. He controlled the beast-shaped mecha and leaped towards the fighter plane. The moment he landed, he released the driving mode and rolled and crawled towards the fighter plane's gangway. Only 20 meters. A look of relief at having escaped death appeared on Jia Yi's face. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Jia Yi's body suddenly stopped, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. The smile on his face froze instantly. He looked at the bloodstains spreading across his chest in disbelief, then raised his head to look at the spiral staircase that was so close to him. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground and died completely. Inside the fortress mecha, Lin Fan stopped attacking when he saw Jia Yi died. The hum of the fortress mecha's main gun gradually subsided, and the shoulder gun was slowly retracted into the armor. Who fired the gun? Lin Fan asked with a frown. He originally ordered Lu Wei to take the opportunity to kill Jia Yi, but at this moment the manta ray fighter was rapidly rising to avoid the attack of the energy beam. Just then, Su Yun's voice came. Lin Fan, it's the robot girl who took the bullet for me. The command screen flashed, and the image locked onto a low altitude not far away. A single-person flying vehicle is hovering quietly. A girl in tight combat clothes was slowly retracting her sniper rifle, with tiny energy embers still remaining on the muzzle. A few strands of black hair were blown by the wind, brushing across her delicate face and pale lips. She stood up slowly, blood dripping from the hideous wound on her left arm of the combat uniform. She didn't care. Oh my God! He's even more handsome than me! Lin Fan was slightly startled, and a perceptive scan was launched. Name Kylin. Age 22. Unit, Sniper Type B+, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability, All-Terrain Off-Road, 35, Exoskeleton Form, 70, Aquinas Mecha Form, 188. Secret Message, Let the bullets fly, any firearm combat power plus 30%. Lin Fan looked at Kylin's panel with shining eyes. Wow, policewomen! And with the fortress mecha ceasefire, the battlefield also fell strangely quiet. Chapter 131 Girls, kill them! Before the smoke from the battlefield had even cleared, the onlookers were already cheering. Wow! Commander Lin is so awesome, isn't he? The fortress mech can actually suppress Gung Baishan. Too strong! Griffin still calls itself the #1 academy, but Lin alone beat them all up. It's awesome! I got goosebumps watching this. The cheers that came one after another were like needles piercing Gung Baishan's ears. He was so angry that his hands couldn't help but tremble, and even the Eagle Shield mecha shook along with it. But fire is fire, what can he do? Judging from the fighting power he showed during the sparring match, he is absolutely confident that he can defeat Lin Fan. This is also his biggest confidence in coming to District 9. But who could have imagined that the other party's growth rate would be so outrageous? On this blue water planet where combat power is respected, Lin Fan now has the capital to be on par with him. The worst part is, I was planning to have a peaceful negotiation, but it fell through before it even started. He even lost 2 federal commanders, Fu Yan and Jia Yi, and then he went back, which was a complete disgrace to him. Thinking of this, Gung Baishan let out a deep breath. He said bitterly, Lin Fan, since you insist on going down this path, I won't try to persuade you anymore. You, take care of yourself. Finished. He yelled into the communicator. Everyone assemble! Return immediately! The Eagle Shield mecha had just moved half a step when it was nailed to the spot by Lin Fan's voice. Oh? Are you leaving now? Do you really think District 9 is your backyard, where you can come and go as you please? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Gung Baishan's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. Lin Fan! Don't go too far! You said Fu Yan and Jia Yi were from the church. Now you've killed them both. What else do you want? You really think I can't defeat your fortress mech, right? I just don't want to break up with you. Immediately afterwards, the Eagle Shield mecha turned around, and a huge energy lightsaber appeared in its hand. Oh! Lin Fan looked at Gung Baishan's reaction and was so angry that he laughed. This old guy, isn't it possible that he got kicked in the head by a donkey? You come to someone else's doorstep and show off your power, but when you can't win, you just want to get away with a few empty words? What about playing house? Even just because of Gung Baishan's strength, Lin Fan would definitely not let him go back. Who knows if he will be instigated by the Oracle Church in the future? If he does some crappy transformation then, wouldn't that be digging a big hole for himself? Lin Fan looked up and glanced at the command screen. 3 beautiful figures have quietly stood at the edge of the barrier wall. Bai Mingji, Luo Shi and Yu Xia have all arrived. Lin Fan smiled and slowly turned on the loudspeaker. Oh? Being able to defeat a Bastion mech. That's pretty impressive. But I have 5 of these mechas. Girls, kill them! Following Lin Fan's shout, 3 cries rang out almost simultaneously. Copy that! Master! Immediately afterwards, Bai Mingji and the other 2 jumped directly down from the barrier. Buzz! 3 colors of light shine at the same time. The outer armor of the Avalanche mecha burst open instantly, and when the 30-meter-high fuselage unfolded, it was half a head taller than Gung Baishan's Eagle Shield mecha. The glazed mecha followed closely behind, and a shock whip popped out from its right arm. Then, the 64 floating cannons began to accumulate energy instantly. As soon as the combat healing mecha landed, it was wrapped in a layer of dim light and disappeared from everyone's sight in the next second. But this is not the end. The Manta fighter in the sky also dived rapidly, and the missile bays under its wings opened synchronously, and dozens of missiles spun downward with tail flames. The Fortress mecha took action last, and the beam of light from its main gun tore through the air, forming a pincer attack with the missile swarm. Countless attacks erupted at the same time, bombarding the Federal Mecha team. The detectors of the Federal Mecha team sounded alarms frantically, and the combat power index jumping on the screen soared wildly. Defend! Defend with all your strength! Activate the highest level of energy defense! Hurry! 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 For a moment, the Federal Mecha team was in chaos, and every mecha pushed its defense capabilities to the limit. The mecha, which was not equipped with defensive equipment, could only squat down helplessly with its head in its hands. After seeing this scene, Gung Baishan's face showed a look of horror. The energy fluctuations released by each of these 5 mechas were actually no weaker than that of his main mecha. Seeing the attack approaching, Gung Baishan subconsciously activated the absolute defense of the Eagle Shield mecha. The heavy shield came crashing down. A golden protective shield with griffin-shaped patterns protects all Federal mechas inside. Seeing this, several mechas breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dean Gung is here. But before he could finish his words, a swarm of missiles came crashing down with a whistling sound, and the laser beams were so dense that no shadows could be seen. Boom! 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 Countless bombardments hit the protective shield. Bang! With a crisp sound, the protective shield instantly shattered into pieces. The 4 Federal mechas in the central area didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed up by the energy torrent. Only the 2 mechas near Gung Baishan were luckier, as they were blocked by the Eagle Shield mecha and were not blown to charcoal. But at this moment, the Avalanche mecha's gun's sword arrived. The surging energy blade was like the scythe of the god of death, instantly beheading the 2 remaining mechas. A successful attack, and an instant retreat. That's all. A round of fire bombardment, plus a charged slash from the Avalanche mecha. The once majestic Federal Mecha team was left with only one isolated Eagle Shield mecha. The rest were all killed. The blackened wreckage of mechas was everywhere, with occasional, crackling sounds and sparks flying. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell that went straight into my nose. Gung Baishan looked at the tragic scene in front of him, and his mind went blank. Dead? Including his 2 contracted mecha girls, they were all slaughtered in front of him by Lin Fan under his absolute defense. Hee, ha 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 ha. He suddenly chuckled, and there was a kind of crazy desperation in his laughter. Absolute defense! Bullshit absolute defense! The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the Fortress mecha in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Lin Fan! With a roar, he actually threw away the energy lightsaber in his hand. The heavy shield of the Eagle Shield mecha suddenly split, turning into two huge rotating blade wings, mounted on the mecha's arms. The blade wings whistled with a sharp sound as they charged towards the fortress mecha that had no mobility. This attack was as fast as lightning and extremely ruthless. However, clang! The sharp sound of collision resounded throughout the battlefield. At some point, the avalanche mech had already blocked the fortress mech's path. The gun's sword firmly blocked the two violent blade wings. Sparks flew. At the same time, Lin Fan also appeared on the shoulder of the avalanche mecha. He just stood there quietly, looking at Gung Baishan in the cockpit. Bing Bing said, "Only the state officials are allowed to set fire. Gung Baishan, that's all you can do." Chapter 132 Kailin's Surprise. Lin Fan's light words hit Gung Baishan's heart like a heavy hammer. Only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Only. Gung Baishan seemed to have forgotten about the battle, and just kept repeating this sentence. Commander and Mecha Girl? The superior and the inferior? But isn't this as it should be? Gung Baishan couldn't understand it for a moment, but then he thought that his identities seemed to have been switched. Immediately, his arms fell limply. The ferocious blade wing also stopped spinning and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a large cloud of dust. Gung Baishan's voice was filled with decadent self-mockery. "Yeah, I can't even beat you. You're really useless, eh?" Following Gung Baishan's sigh, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. But in less than a minute, the sudden sound of the alarm broke the silence. Woo! 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 Emergency alert! The reconnaissance department has detected a large herd of ground-based wild beasts approaching. They are less than 50 kilometers away from the barrier area. Repeat! Emergency alert! Countless buzzers flashed simultaneously throughout the barrier area. Xiningshuang, who was watching from a high place, didn't even bother to greet Lin Fan and ran towards the command post. The bracelet screens opened almost simultaneously. Level 1 combat status. Get the logistics department to withdraw first. At once, everyone started moving. At the outpost, the muzzle of the wild halberd began to slowly lower, aiming at the depths of the wasteland. The female drivers who were just watching suddenly tensed up and ran towards their respective designated positions. On the battlefield, only a few people were left in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan didn't move. He looked at the Eagle Shield mecha not far away and pointed at Jia Yi's body at the gangway. "Look there and you'll understand. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. Qin Lan, the head of your district, is also from the Oracle Church." "What?" Gung Baishan's eyes suddenly widened. He turned around stiffly, but saw the wriggling flesh on Jia Yi's back. It was a death reaction from church members. Lin Fan's accusation is actually true. Gung Baishan was struck by lightning, and countless past scenes flashed through his mind. "President Gung, what do you think of the church? I've heard a lot of rumors lately, and they don't seem all negative." "Dean Gung, what a coincidence! I just wanted to come to the Grand Valley base by myself. It's too conspicuous to always be followed by a group of people. I will immediately dispatch the most advanced Goshawk fighter jets and send 2 senior commanders to accompany you." All the strange details that he had not paid attention to before were now connected in Gung Baishan's mind like beads. The muscles on his face began to twitch wildly. "No. Impossible. Director Qin Lan, how could she be from the church? She..." Gung Baishan's voice trembled, but he only said half of it. He already had the answer in his heart, but he just didn't want to admit it. "Nothing is impossible." Lin Fan shrugged. "That is, before you die, I will tell you the truth. So that you don't get lost down there and don't know where you landed." "Before death?" Gung Baishan raised his head in shock, staring into Lin Fan's eyes, thinking he had misheard. But when he saw Lin Fan's serious look, he suddenly felt as if all his strength was drained away. He collapsed in the driver's seat, unable to even straighten his back. Lin Fan looked at Gung Baishan's cowardly look and couldn't help but tickle his ears. "Played it. You heard me right. Now I give you 2 choices." Lin Fan pointed at the Eagle Shield mecha and said coldly, "First, let's fight now. I'll beat you to death." He pointed towards the depths of the wasteland and continued, Second, don't you always claim to be righteous? Look, the wild beast tide is coming, you go today to get enough. Gung Baishan didn't say anything. He sat slumped in the driver's seat for a minute before he raised his wristband and sent a few messages with an expressionless face. After sending it, he uttered 2 words in a hoarse voice. Thank you. Afterwards, Gung Baishan controlled the Eagle's shield, mecha, and picked up the fallen blade wing. He took one last look towards District 1, his voice barely audible as he said, Lin Fan, if possible, please save the people in the first 3 districts. After saying that, he didn't look back. Controlling the mecha, he walked step by step towards the depths of the wasteland. But the majestic back of the mecha seemed inexplicably a bit desolate. Lin Fan curled his lips. Whether you want to be a good person or play the emotional card, our grudge is now written off. Mengji, Lu Wei, the 2 of you go keep an eye on Gung Baishan. If he dares to move to the flank, there's no need to waste time talking to him. Just blast him into pieces. Got it, Master. The voices of Bai Mingji and Lu Wei came simultaneously, crisp but fierce. Lin Fan then jumped off the avalanche mech and landed steadily. Not far away. Karen stood there like a wooden stake, her eyes fixed on the Federal fighter plane. Even the warning of the wild beast tide did not divert her attention. Lin Fan walked over. He waved his hand in front of her eyes. Kayleen? I haven't thanked you for saving Suyun before. But everyone else is out hunting wild beasts, so why are you using it as a lookout? Commander Lin! Kylin greeted him, but her eyes did not move away from the fighter plane. He raised his hand and pressed the microphone on his earpiece before replying. Commander Lin, there are no abnormalities in the inner area's defense. I think that instead of teasing me, you should pay more attention to the threats in the fighter cabin. Caught off guard by the retort, Lin Fan scratched his head awkwardly. He pointed towards the fortress mecha and said, President Su has been keeping his eyes on this place. The other party doesn't dare to run away. Said. Lin Fan leaned forward and lowered his voice. By the way, Kylin, do you have a dream? Kylin subconsciously took a half step back, keeping half an arm's length away. She finally met Lin Fan's gaze, her eyes remarkably firm. Commander Lin, my dream is to defend District 9 and the IS Academy. Don't let any wild beasts or enemies destroy this place. Also, Commander Lin, if you have any plans, please speak directly. No need to beat around the bush. Lin Fan paused when he was halfway to get closer, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is the first time I have seen the robot girl react like this since I came to the Blue Water Planet. He smiled and took a half step back, giving Karen enough distance. Let's not beat around the bush, it's really something serious. My contract position is still vacant. Lin Fan's words were like a stone thrown into Kylin's heart, and for the first time, surprise appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Any mecha girl knows what a contract position is. Even though there's a silver snake stick in Area 9 now, it still has a flaw, which is that it does not provide the commander with a combat power bonus. What's more, it's Commander Lin Fan's contract position. Now, the opportunity that millions of mecha girls are scrambling to get is right in front of her. Kylin had just suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and was about to respond, but when she looked up, she saw that Lin Fan had turned around and was walking towards the academy. She subconsciously took half a step forward, her lips moved, and she swallowed the words back. Give you a day to think about it. Once you figure it out, come find me at Villa number 1 anytime. Kylin stood there in a daze. Not until she saw Lin Fan's back disappear from her sight did she suddenly come back to her senses. Chapter 133, Being Young is Good, Falling Asleep Right Away. While Kylin was feeling confused, Lin Fan had already put his hands in his pockets, and was walking slowly towards the academy. The roar of the wild halberd could be heard from the direction of the outpost, and even the earth was shaking slightly. But his steps were not at all disordered. With the city defense artillery and the mecha team on full alert, plus the contracted mecha girls such as Suyun in charge. Even if the wild beast tide surges again, District 9. Still a stable duck. Different from the high tension in the fortress area. Inside the IS Academy, the mecha girls were gathering in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and walking. Ever since Lin Fan suggested opening the college area, it has become a lot more lively here, but the area near the villa area is still a restricted area. As soon as he stepped through the door, he instantly became the focus of the whole audience. These non-combat mecha girls all greeted enthusiastically. Lin, good command! It's Forest God! A few of the braver girls trotted up to him, lowered their bodies, and asked, Commander Lin, can I take a photo with you? Of course, no problem. Lin Fan just nodded, and the girl with a smile put her arm around his arm. There were also two particularly lively ones who stuck directly to his shoulders, and their soft cheeks rubbed against his neck, making it numb. Everyone's eyes curled up. With a click, the beautiful picture is frozen. Seeing this scene, more mecha girls began to get restless. You push me and I push you, all wanting to come over and breathe in Commander Lin's breath. I was checked in, all the way along the way. When he finally got away, his clothes were filled with all kinds of fragrance. The journey that was supposed to take half an hour actually took 2.5 hours to reach the villa entrance. Don't you think it's more lively when there are people around? Lin Fan brushed off the big lip print on his chest and pushed open the door with a smile. Commander Lin is back! Commander Lin is back! Before he could stand firmly, two small figures rushed over and hung on his legs, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Fan staggered after being bumped into, and when he looked down he saw that it was the twin Lolita girls Mia and Nina. Run slower, don't fall. He smiled and ruffled the sisters' hair. I just tried to move my feet, but found that the two little girls hugged me even tighter, like two naughty koalas. Forehead. Helplessly, Lin Fan glanced at the living room and saw the game controllers scattered on the carpet and the paused game screen. Were you two playing games just now? Do you want to play with your brother? Lin Fan pointed at the screen. Upon hearing this, the two koalas immediately let go of their hands and cheered. Yes! Brother Lin Fan, play with us! Mina hugged Lin Fan's thighs and pulled him onto the sofa. Mia had already trotted over and handed over the handle attentively. Her face flushed slightly, her eyes full of anticipation. Brother Lin Fan, you can use mine! After a while, the game's sound effects and the sisters' cheers rang out again. Lin Fan controlled the handle to pass the level easily, and the two girls threw themselves directly into his arms, their soft little bodies pressing against his chest to make him feel warm. While the villa was warm and cozy, the Federal Network was in an uproar. Two videos were released. One part shows the Federal Mecha team being reduced to charcoal by artillery fire, and the other part shows the Eagle Shield mecha rushing towards the Beast Tide alone, and its back view is heartbreaking. With no one deliberately suppressing the news, the video was forwarded crazily as soon as it was uploaded to the Federal Forum. Less than 10 minutes. The federated server, which had crashed once before, was jammed again and became a PowerPoint presentation. One after another explosive articles came out. Shocking! Is the Federation provoking this? Or is District 9 simply being arrogant? Dean Gung faces the Beast Tide alone. Is he abandoned by the federal leadership? From seeking help to being surrounded and killed. Falling out in 3 minutes. The entire Federal Network was in chaos, almost entirely filled with the arguments of the bots in the first 3 districts. Why haven't the officials come out to explain yet? Isn't District 9 too cruel? They're just going to wipe out the entire mecha team? Are they planning a rebellion? Come out and give an explanation. What's going on with Dean Gung? The Wild Beast Tide is coming soon. What should we do now that we are in internal strife? As time went on, panic spread like a virus. The initial expectation of watching the show was gradually replaced by the uneasiness that we might be abandoned. The video is still going viral. Every second of silence means the Federation's credibility drops. An hour later, the Federal High Command was still silent, and District 9 also did not make any statement. This eerie silence is the most disturbing. Finally, a featured analysis post made it to the front page, with an extremely eye-catching title. Silence is the answer. The Federation is wrong, District 9 is standing firm. Have we become abandoned pawns? The article details the timeline. Contrast the obviously provocative attack posture of the Federation mecha team and the clean and efficient counterattack of Area 9. Finally, he pointed out sharply. With these two attitudes, there is only one answer. Someone is hiding something. And this person is definitely not from District 9 anymore. As the wild beast tide approaches, is the Federation, to which we have entrusted our lives, still worthy of our trust? This post was like a sharp knife, piercing the last layer of window paper. The forum was completely overwhelmed by the voices of doubt. Panic is no longer just a guess, but has become a tangible chill. They finally realized the cruel fact: facing the tide of wild beasts, the support they longed for might never come. Not only that, they may be abandoned by the federal top leaders at any time. Inside the villa, Lin Fan carefully turned off the game screen. He looked at Mia and Mina in his arms and shook his head in amusement. They were swinging their arms and laughing just a second ago, but now they are as confused as two kittens. The bracelet vibrated, and Su Yun's message popped up. Public opinion is still fermenting. Do you want to make a public statement? No need, Lin Fan replied quickly. If the church is exposed at this time, there is no guarantee that the other party will go all out. He also noticed Gung Baishan's final action of sending the message, and hoped that the person he contacted could play a role. As for saving the first 3 districts? But we must first ensure that our base is safe enough. The living room suddenly became quiet, with only the 2 little girls' even breathing sounds remaining. Lin Fan was suddenly in a dilemma. Which room should these 2 little girls sleep in? You can't just let them sleep on the sofa, right? Alas, I am the only one who suffers. Lin Fan muttered softly and carefully picked up the 2 sisters. They were very light, and their soft little bodies nestled in his arms, carrying the scent of milk and warm body temperature. Lin Fan calmed himself down, carried them into his room, and gently placed them on the bed. The sleeping twins left his arms, hummed a little dissatisfiedly, and scratched unconsciously with their little hands. Lin Fan's body froze instantly. He looked at the 2 defenseless little girls on the bed and couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. Pull the blanket over them. Lin Fan stood by the bed and watched for a few seconds before turning around and quietly closing the door. Chapter 134 The Sixth Machine Girl, Caught Teaching. Lin Fan tiptoed down the stairs, fearing to wake up the sleeping twin robot girls. As soon as I stepped down the last step, a reminder to upgrade suddenly popped up in my mind. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that he seemed to have played the prompt in the morning, but he was too sleepy at the time and didn't look closely. He casually activated the panel, and his eyes lit up. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 44. Operation level, LV-19, 36/1050. Soul contract, 5 out of 10. Skills, Insight Scan, Basic Mecha Operation plus 30%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, 5 by Mingji, Strike S-1330, Suyun, Fortress S+, 1125, Luoshi, Holy Spirit S-1650. Derived Initial Armor, 5 by Style plus 399, Su Style plus 337, Luo Style plus 495. Waste Value, 2.4 million. Level 19. I don't even know what a heterogeneous link is. Also, there are too many vacant contract positions. Lin Fan rubbed his temples anxiously. We need to find a new drone girl quickly. Several familiar faces of mecha girls flashed through my mind. Just as he was wondering which one to turn to first, the bracelet suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound. A prompt pops up. Kylan from the Inner Area Reconnaissance Team requests a visit. Do you agree? Holy crap! Whatever you think is going to happen. Lin Fan's fingers moved quickly and he agreed in seconds. Just 2 minutes. Karen appeared at the door of the villa. She still had that cold look, but her outfit was completely different from her previous combat outfit. The long black hair that was originally tied behind her head has spread out and is floating slightly along her shoulders. She wore a tight, short top that just caught the bottom of her chest. The lower half of the waist and the clear lines of abdominal muscles seemed to be carved on the cold white skin. There is a small silver pistol on the waist of his leather pants, which makes him look so cool and wild. But if you look closely, you can see that the tips of her ears are tinged with light red. Lin Fan walked up to her and said calmly, Have you come to terms with it? It seems to be a little faster than I expected. Kylan said nothing. Just a dong sound. He knelt on one knee, clasped his left hand in front of his chest, and raised his right hand. Commander Lin, I want to be your mecha girl. Lin Fan's gaze was stuck between the two white balls, and he couldn't pull it away for a moment. He quickly shook his head, coughed lightly, and pulled her up. When his arms were wrapped around her slender waist, Karen's body stiffened noticeably, and her ears were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood. That bit of unconcealable awkwardness mixed with the coldness is even more alluring than straightforward initiative. Lin Fan didn't point it out, but just hugged her and walked towards the mecha warehouse. Feeling the tightness in his hand, Lin Fan asked, I need to get you some equipment. A sniper rifle, you know how to use it, right? Sniper rifle? Kylan's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. The previous restraint was completely thrown to the back of his mind, and he answered excitedly. Commander Lin, no matter what gun I have, I will make it obey. Whether it's the lowest grade F-class or an A-class sniper rifle, the error when hitting a moving target from 5,000 meters away is definitely no more than 2 centimeters. Finished. She then realized that she was a little excited, and quickly pursed her lips and returned to her cool demeanor. Lin Fan laughed inwardly. It was true, the attribute of firearm expertise plus 30%. On the panel was not just for show, this girl was a natural gun expert. He teased her deliberately. Oh? So powerful? I'll let you try my gun later, I guarantee you'll like it. Looking at Kylan, who was in a daze, Lin Fan stopped wasting time. Directly call up the system mall to purchase drawings and count materials. While operating, he asked again. By the way, Kylan, do you want to live in the villa with us, or should we arrange one for you separately? Kylan's ears turned even redder. I'll listen to you. Then let's live together, so we don't have to run back and forth. Lin Fan looked at the flashing drawings and smiled as he took her hand. Buzz. A familiar light flashed, and Lin Fan skillfully entered Kylan's cockpit. Aquinas mecha? He raised his eyebrows slightly. This mecha is not as light as Lily, nor as heavy as Avalanche. The overall lines are sharp and dangerous. His fingertips slid across the slightly cool interior bulkhead and skillfully landed on the driver's seat. Simply press the start button. Commander Lin, this is the contract. Kylan's voice just came, and the next second it turned into an exclamation. What is this thing? The entire cockpit suddenly vibrated slightly. Good stuff. Lin Fan smiled faintly as he felt the delicate touch coming from the feedback. For him, an experienced driver, controlling the startup rhythm is an extremely simple operation. Before Karen could calm down, the SS Perfect Grade Sniper Rifle had been loaded. SS Level Heavy Sniper, Perfect Grade Psionic Sky Rift. Exclusive Mecha Girl, Kylan. Compatibility, 99%, Combat Power Bonus, 721. I don't have time to warm up today. I'm anxious. Lin Fan's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. This is a perfect SS-grade sniper rifle. Don't you want to try it? He directly opened the simulation training ground. Every time I contract a new mecha girl, it's like opening a blind box, and this one is definitely a hidden edition. Karen, let me see how good you are at handling a gun. Time flies and night falls slowly. The sound of artillery fire in the fortress area finally stopped, leaving only the sporadic sounds of mecha fighting. On the main road of the college, several slim but tired figures were walking towards Villa Number 1. I'm so tired. Today's attacks are endless. How come the second wave alone is so intense? Luo Shi rubbed his sore arm. For her, who had experienced a tide of wild beasts, she seemed to feel that something was amiss. Su Yun walked beside her, with a tired look on his calm face. Fortunately, the defense line was not breached. Fortunately, Meng Ji returned in time. Otherwise, the mecha team will suffer heavy casualties. Just then, Lu Wei suddenly sniffed and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. A new girl has come. Then he looked up and looked to the side. Something is wrong. Why is the light in the mecha warehouse still on? When did the master become so active? Several people looked at each other. It seems the master has brought home a new sister? Let's go and take a look. Everyone quickened their pace and walked towards the mecha warehouse where the lights were on. And at this moment in the mecha warehouse, Lin Fan was lying on the ground obediently, with Kylan stacked on top of him, teaching him step by step how to adjust his sniper stance. Master, when shooting from a distance, you must keep your breathing steady, but you must not hold your breath. It's okay now, but if we're fighting outdoors, we also have to consider the effects of wind speed deviation, temperature, and humidity. Kylan explained with full concentration. She didn't notice that several pairs of eyes were staring at her from the window of the mecha warehouse. Chapter 135 Fragrant and Beautiful Barbecue. With the bright lights in the warehouse, several pairs of eyes outside the window could see the teaching scene clearly. Lu Wei's entire face was almost pressed into the glass, forming a funny, pig nose. She tried her best to lower her voice, but couldn't hide her excitement. Wow! It's that super cool sister from the daytime! I don't know how long she's been with her master! I'm so envious! The warehouse was already quiet at night, and her mumbling echoed through the empty mecha warehouse, no less than a loudspeaker. Kylan, who was concentrating on her studies, froze and turned around suddenly. Several pairs of eyes were staring at her, especially the way she hugged Lin Fan from behind with her hands still in his. Ah! Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Kylan instantly jumped away and tried to keep her distance. The result was a panic. However, his heel hit an alloy part, his ankle twisted, and he fell to the side with a scream. Careful! Lin Fan's reaction was incredibly fast, and he turned around almost at the same time she exclaimed. He stretched out his arms and firmly supported her slender waist. Lin Fan looked up and out the window. The faces of those who were watching the fun made him feel very upset. Why did you all come back together? Is the barrier area okay? Of course we come together to watch the live teaching. Su Yun was the first to push open the door and walk in. She glanced at Lin Fan's hand around Kylan, and said with a kind and teasing tone. Your name is Kylan, right? Today's matter is all thanks to you, but... She changed the subject and said with a smile. Little Kylan, our Commander Lin's one-on-one tutoring schedule is very full. Next time, remember to make an appointment in advance and don't cut in line. Karen was already on the verge of social death. Being teased by Su Yun, the dean and senior, he hurriedly tensed up. Yes. Okay. Dean Su. I understand. Su Yun burst out laughing. I'm just kidding, we're all sisters, relax. At this time, Lu Wei had already trotted over and circled around Kylan. She poked Kylan's well-defined abdomen and said, Wow! 6-pack abs! That's so cool! Sister Kylan, how did you get this figure? Bai Mingji also walked over with a smile, her tone gentle. Kylan, welcome to join us, I am Bai Mingji. She pulled Lu Wei, who was still studying her abdominal muscles, over and pointed to the door. This is Lu Wei, and those are Luo Shi and Xiaoya. We'll be a family from now on, don't be nervous. She swept her eyes over everyone, finally landing on Lin Fan, and then suggested. Master, everyone is exhausted today. It's rare for everyone to be together. How about we go to the Starry Sky bath on the top floor and relax? It's a good opportunity to welcome Kylan as well. Great! Let's take a bath! Lu Wei cheered immediately. Without giving others a chance to object, he grabbed Karen and ran out excitedly. A group of people rushed to the top floor in a noisy manner, but Karen felt like she was dreaming. Feeling the strength from Lu Wei's hand and listening to the chattering laughter around her, a strange feeling enveloped her. Is this the team after the contract? It seems really good. Next to the bathtub on the rooftop, the shower area is filled with steam. Lin Fan took off his clothes and threw them away, his eyes accidentally sweeping over his arms. His angular muscles were even harder than before, and he couldn't help but punch the air twice. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 clear sounds of breaking wind. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This increase in combat power is too fierce. The hot water poured down with a splash, and he almost hummed in comfort. But after a few seconds, footsteps were heard. Lin Fan turned his head. Su Yun walked over wrapped in a white bath towel, her pair of straight and plump long legs were dazzlingly white. She pulled the hem of the towel down with her right hand. As a result, with this pull, the fullness of the upper body almost broke through the scarf, and a large and thrilling arc popped out. Suyun seemed not to notice his gaze and walked behind him. Lin Fan, can I rub your back? Before Lin Fan could answer, the bath towel on her body slipped off with a swish. Immediately following, 2 soft lumps pressed up tightly, the warm and smooth touch sticking to his back without any gap. Lin Fan was a bit amused and confused. Suyun, how can you rub my back like that? It's a bit beyond the scope. Suyun's lips were almost touching his earlobe, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. What? Are you not satisfied? Then, why don't you call everyone over? Before Suyun finished teasing, Lu Wei exclaimed, Oh my! Dean, you're so cunning! Immediately following, plop, a huge wave appeared. She jumped directly into the large bathtub next to her, and the splashing water doused Lin Fan and Suyun. Lu Wei emerged from the water and wiped her face. Looking at the 2 people who were almost stuck together, his eyes widened. Wow! Dean! You! Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, there was another noise at the stairs. Bai Mingji, Luo Shi and Kylan came up carrying an extra-large barbecue grill. Seeing this erotic and chaotic scene before them, they were all obviously stunned for a moment. Bai Mingji took a sneak peek and then waved. Everyone come and help. And Wei, stop messing around and fix the stove first. Suyun pinched the soft flesh between Lin Fan's eyes, then elegantly picked up the towel and wrapped it again, smiling as she walked towards the oven. Okay. It seems that it is more important to feed our commander first. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air on the top floor. Lin Fan changed into a loose bathrobe and sat in the middle, responsible for flipping the grill, while several other girls sat in a circle around him. Mina and Mia were happily running around in circles with the skewers. Lu Wei, on the other hand, was frantically brushing the skewers with sauce. Brush more! So fragrant! Yu Shuya and Bai Mingji carefully helped arrange the ingredients and distributed the grilled skewers to everyone's plates. Luo Shi sat quietly aside, eating grilled vegetables in small bites. Kylan seemed a little uncomfortable. She sat a little further away, lowered her head and ate silently. Suyun sat close to Lin Fan, picked up a bunch of grilled mushrooms and blew on them. Speaking of which, today's wild beast tide is a bit strange. The atmosphere calmed down a little. Lin Fan continued flipping the skewers. What's wrong? Bai Mingji nodded in agreement, her expression slightly serious. The attack pattern is more organized and... After the attack was successful, they actually dragged the mecha girls away from the battlefield. Lin Fan paused and took out a few skewers of grilled sausages. Okay, let's not talk about this while we eat. Even if the sky falls, we must eat first. Lu Wei! Shut up! That biggest lamb chop is mine! Oh! Master, grab my meat! With Lu Wei's scream, the atmosphere quickly became lively again. Chapter 136, Powerful Alliance, Undercurrent. The night breeze is cool. It not only dissipated the smoky smell of barbecue, but also dispelled some of the fatigue of the day. After Lin Fan had eaten and drunk his fill, he lazily leaned to the side, naturally resting his head on Suyun's soft and elastic legs. He hummed comfortably. Feeling the evening breeze blowing across my cheeks, the faint fragrance, and the smell of barbecue lingering on my nose, a sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. Suyun was slightly stunned, then looked down at Lin Fan's profile and stretched out her fingers to rub his temple lightly. Tired? No. Lin Fan closed his eyes and enjoyed the service, and replied vaguely. I'm thinking about something. Lin Fan enjoyed the growth of his team, and the peace he felt at that moment. A slightly stronger night breeze blew by, bringing with it a hint of dusty air peculiar to the desolate area. Lin Fan frowned and his eyelids twitched slightly. The changes in the wasteland still made him feel a little uneasy. Suyun didn't stop her movements and spoke again. Oh, I have another question. Although the rooms in Villa No. 1 are large, they are limited in number. It's definitely not enough right now. Lu Wei gnawed on the last of the chicken gristle and mumbled. I can squeeze into the same bed with Sister Kylan. But it still seems not enough? Lin Fan stood up in a daze, looking at the group of mecha girls with different styles in front of him, and couldn't help but touch his chin. After a while, his eyes fell on Yushia and Luoshi. Xiaoya, Luoshi, your energy reserves should be almost gone, right? When the two heard this, they nodded rapidly as if they had received a huge reward. Yushia quickly said, Yes. I only have a few minutes of energy left. A blush appeared on Luoshi's holy face and she nodded slightly. Well, then you two can stay in my room tonight. Lin Fan continued. The others can just make do for a few days. I'll have Zining Shuang design a new villa tomorrow. It should be finished soon. Yes, sir. Commander Lin. Yushia nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and her head began to fantasize wildly. Not long ago, the energy supplement plan I secretly looked up on the internet finally came in handy. Give yourself an upgrade while you're at it. Perfect. Luoshi's face instantly turned red to the tips of her ears, and she replied in a low voice. Yes, Commander Lin. The other mecha girls reacted differently. Su Yun smiled and gave Lin Fan a look that showed he understood. Bai Mingji gently reminded. Master, be careful, moderate. Kylin silently shifted her gaze away, pretending to look at the scenery in the distance. Lu Wei even started to cheer, nudging Yu Xiaoya's shoulder. Xiaoya, I've personally tested it. You'll definitely be the first to lie down when the time comes. Yu Xiaoya glared at her angrily. No way! Luoshi and I have joined forces. It will definitely be fine. Late at night, in Lin Fan's room. The more ideals are, the more skinny the reality is. Lin Fan's combat power has increased. It is comprehensive. Until 3 o'clock in the morning. With all the recent upgrades, isn't this combat power a bit too strong? The arrogance in his tone could not be hidden. I used to feel tired, but now I feel like I'm on fire. Strong duck. The next day. At 9:30 in the morning, Lin Fan woke up early, feeling refreshed. He looked at the two people who were still sleeping beside him, kissed them lightly on the forehead, and tiptoed down the stairs. As soon as she arrived in the living room, Suyun handed over a cup of energy drink. She scanned Lin Fan's entire body before saying meaningfully, You've got great stamina. Basic exercises, don't worry. Lin Fan took it without blushing or beating his heart, and drank a few big gulps. Just finished breakfast. The bracelet suddenly made a beep sound, and Yen Ku's communication request popped up. As soon as Lin Fan answered the call, Yen Ku's excited voice came from the other side. Commander Lin! If it's convenient, come to the research lab. There's a surprise! Surprise? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. As a scientific research fanatic, how could Yen Ku be so surprised? Director Yen! I'll be there soon! After hanging up the call, Lin Fan ran out of the villa and immediately activated his commander armor. With the flapping of its light wings, it rushed straight to the research laboratory. Just as Lin Fan rushed to the laboratory, looking forward to Yen Ku's surprise. Deep in the desolate area of Zhejiang Mountain, there is a dead and broken land. The earth here seemed to be torn open by the tremendous force of heaven and earth. At the edge of the abyss, there were two figures standing quietly. A man wearing a black robe and a bronze mask covering his face was the masked man from the Oracle Church. The man next to him was even more frightening. The man was 3 meters tall and exuded an ominous aura. He had dark skin and a pair of broken black flesh wings behind him flapped slowly. His entire face was covered with dark plaid patterns, and his eyes were filled with pure coldness and cruelty. At this moment, a Vijro was throwing the wreckage of a severely damaged mecha into the bottomless abyss like garbage. A low whimpering sound could be heard faintly from the abyss. The number is too small. The Blackwing man spoke, his voice filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Mother's awakening requires more nourishment. These broken toys are barely even appetizers. The masked man bowed slightly, his tone respectful. Sir, a change has occurred in District 9 recently, causing our plans to capture the mecha girl to be repeatedly thwarted. Variables? The Blackwing man glanced at the masked man. The masked man explained. He's a human commander named Lin Fan. He has contracted many mecha girls and has extremely high combat power. Moreover, 2/3 of the population of the Zhishan district is currently in District 9. He also developed a device that can turn ordinary mecha girls into mechas. So. Oh? An ordinary mecha girl transformed into a mecha? A hint of interest flashed in the eyes of the black-winged man. Interesting. He paused and said, I will gather all the forces at this stage, and 80% of the wild beasts will attack the 9th district. As for the remaining 20%, we will disperse the attack on the first 3 areas, allowing your chess piece to send high-level mecha girls in batches. The masked man immediately bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes, sir. I will immediately notify Qin Lan to carry out the order. And District 9 will be reduced to ashes. The black-winged man stopped talking, staring coldly into the abyss, his black wings slowly unfolding. Chapter 137. Are you two making a pact? The other side. Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the scientific research department, his eyes wide open. Wow! This is so impressive! I haven't been here for just a few days, and the research lab has been completely transformed into a top-notch research department brimming with technology. But the next second, he thought of the densely packed city defense cannons in the fortress area. Of course I should, hee hee. Luckily Yan Ke is here. Lin Fan muttered quietly. If I rely entirely on the system mall, even if I work myself to death, we can't even afford so many city defense cannons. Lin Fan happily scanned his face and walked in, and was shocked by the busy and efficient scene inside. There were mecha girls in research uniforms everywhere, and the screens of various instruments were flashing non-stop. Just as Lin Fan was curiously looking around, a girl who looked like a manager came running over. Commander Lin, are you here to see Director Yen? She's in the innermost confidential area. I'll take you there right away. The further you go inside, the tighter the security becomes. Finally, they stopped in front of an extra-thick metal door, the kind that required multiple biometric scans. The door opened, revealing a laboratory large enough for a horse to run in. Lin Fan was dazzled by the various instruments and semi-finished weapons he had never seen before. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the rest area. It was Zi Ningxuang. At this moment, she was leaning on the simple sofa. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he nodded his head as he dozed off. Hearing the noise, her long eyelashes trembled and she struggled to open her eyes. Seeing that it was Lin Fan, Zi Ningxuang immediately stood up. Commander Lin? Why are you here? I'm sorry, Lin Fan waved his hand. Don't be so formal, just be casual. Why do you look so hollow? Hurry up and find some time to rest. Don't get too tired. Zi Ningxuang felt warm in her heart. She smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Commander Lin. I've been busy lately, and Director Yen just happened to be coordinating a lot of resources. Just arrange these as you see fit. Lin Fan changed the subject. By the way, Villa number 1 is too small. Can you find some time to design a new one? It has to be big enough. Especially my bed, it has to be big enough for 8 or 10 people to lie down. Zi Ningxuang was stunned for a moment, then she remembered Lin Fan's unscientific number of mecha girls. He covered his mouth and chuckled. Okay, Commander Lin, I will definitely satisfy you when the time comes. Just then, the airtight glass door inside opened with a hiss. Yan Ke rushed out in a hurry. She had frizzy hair and dark circles under her eyes like a panda, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. Commander Lin! You're finally here! Yan Ke ran over, grabbed Lin Fan's arm and pulled him inside. The core of the SS-class Wild Halberd is too complex. The progress being stuck gave me a new inspiration. She pointed at the artillery on the test bench and said excitedly, Look at this! Although it's still a step away from perfection, it's getting very close. I borrowed some of the structure of the Wild Halberd and developed a replica of Coco, an S-perfect individual artillery piece. The point is, all firepower-type mecha girls can carry it. It's a mobile heavy firepower weapon. Individual S-level equipment? Can it be reproduced? Lin Fan looked at the murder weapon and couldn't help but be dazed. You know, at this stage, apart from him who owns the system mall, other commanders want to equip a piece of S-level perfect equipment. It will take at least several years of hard work. But Yan Ku was able to replicate it based on the wild halberd. As he was thinking, Lin Fan glanced at Xi Ningxuang beside him, and suddenly an idea came to him. Well, why don't you two also make a pact with me? The air suddenly became quiet. Yan Ku's hand that was pulling Lin Fan's arm suddenly stopped. She adjusted her glasses, and looked at him with a confused expression. Xi Ningxuang waved her hands in panic. No, Commander Lin. I've tried the Silver Snake staff. I'm just a support-type mecha girl. I have no combat power at all. Your contract position is so valuable, you can't waste it on me. Lin Fan shook his head. Who said that if we sign a contract we have to fight? You two are now the pillars of IS. With the added power of the contract, you will be safer. Xi Ningxuang looked at the hands stretched out in front of her. Her eyes, which were always calm, were now filled with a complex expression of panic and expectation. She looked around. He asked with an awkward look on his face. Right here. This is Director Yan's office. Seeing Lin Fan nod, Xi Ningxuang's cheeks instantly became hot. She subconsciously closed her legs and nervously twisted her fingers around the hem of her uniform. This is so sudden. And we have to carry out this sacred contract ceremony in this somewhat serious laboratory? She glanced at her clothes and suddenly grabbed Yan Ku. Director Yan, let's go take a shower first. Otherwise, this would be too disrespectful to the contract ceremony. Yan Ku was confused. Shower? My data is not yet. Hey, don't pull me. Xi Ningxuang didn't even dare to look back at Lin Fan's expression. Commander Lin, please wait a moment, we will be there soon. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Yan Ku being dragged away and Xi Ningxuang, who was panicking. Good job. I clearly came here to see the new equipment developed by Yan Ku, so how come there are two more contracted mecha girls? However, with the two of them under contract, the security of the academy has undoubtedly been taken to a higher level. Plans really can't keep up with changes. Lin Fan and the others were bored, so they simply turned on the insight scan and started studying them one by one. Half an hour later, Xi Ningxuang and Yan Ku walked out side by side. Although she is not wearing any makeup, her beautiful face and slim figure are still very attractive. Then he stepped forward and stretched out his hands to the left and right. Without waiting for Lin Fan to speak, the two of them stepped forward and stretched out their hands in unison. The time jumped to 11 o'clock, and the research department was still full of energy. At the same time, 2 kilometers outside the barrier area, cleaning work was also in full swing. 5 logistics mecha girls were surrounding a pile of wild beast corpses that looked like a small mountain, making the final arrangements. Sudden, a heavy sound of shells rubbing against each other came from behind them. Let me see, which little idiot fell down? The short-haired girl turned around with a smile. Next second, the cutting tool in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. I saw an iron-backed worm, with half of its body broken, struggling to crawl out from the pile of corpses. Half of its body was rotten, revealing its dark green internal organs. The only remaining forelimb looked like a poisoned sickle. Its scarlet compound eyes were fixed on the short-haired mecha girl in the front, and bubbles were coming out of its mouth. Oh my god! It's an A-level iron-backed insect! It's still alive! A distant mecha girl frantically sent a distress message and shouted to the short-haired mecha girl. Alan! Don't just stand there, run! The fastest support will take 1 minute! But to Arlene, it was as if nothing had been said. If this iron-backed insect pounces on her, it can tear her into pieces in 3 seconds. Arlene's legs went weak and she didn't even dare to move. However, the iron-backed worm seemed to sense her fear, and its broken body dragged a green trail on the ground as it pounced straight at her. Or am I going to die? If only I had a silver snake energy stick. Smelling the pungent stench, Arlene collapsed on the blood-stained ground and closed her eyes in despair. Chapter 138 Kylan, Facing the SSS Apostle. Cold. The arrival of death made Arlene feel as if her blood had turned cold. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected tearing pain did not come, and she opened her eyes tremblingly. The iron-backed worm flew into the air, and its ferocious head disappeared. The headless insect corpse was blasted back dozens of meters by a huge force, fell heavily on the wasteland, twitched twice, and became completely motionless. Dead silence. The 5 logistics mecha girls were all dumbfounded. Until 2 or 3 seconds later. Bang! A clear and long gunshot came slowly from the direction of the barrier. What's going on? A mecha girl asked stutteringly. The other mecha girl suddenly grabbed the high-powered telescope at her waist and looked towards the barrier area. In the lens, even the high wall of the fortress was reduced to a small black dot. Oh my God! She put the telescope away in a daze. A precise headshot from this distance? Is there such a brilliant sniper in Area 9? All the mecha girls were shocked. They silently bowed in the direction of the barrier. This is the minimum respect for the strong. At the same time, at the highest point of outpost number 10, a wisp of blue smoke was still floating from the muzzle of the psionic sky rift gun that Kylan was holding. The visor was not closed, revealing her profile, which was as cold as ice, but there was a subtle excitement hidden in her eyes. If she had used that gun before the contract, she wouldn't have been able to fire it at all. After confirming that there were no other threats around the target, he said 3 words calmly into the communicator. Cleared. After doing all this, she adjusted her breathing slightly. So strong. Commander Lin Fan's promotion of her is truly amazing. It's not just the upgrade of the machine's level, but also the surge in combat power. She gently stroked the psionic sky rift gun body, which shrank synchronously, and put her cheek against the butt of the gun again. His eyes scanned the vast and dangerous wasteland through the sight. 1 o'clock in the morning. With the return of the last batch of logistics mechas, only a few searchlights were still sweeping across the entire wasteland. Kylan stretched her sore shoulders and took out an energy bar from her bracelet. She took a bite, and the sweetness slid down her throat. Even the fatigue she had been feeling after staying up all day was alleviated. Thinking of the scene when she was contracted by Lin Fan, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She glanced at the IS Academy behind her, her eyes gradually brightening. Commander Lin, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely protect our home. Must. But just 10 minutes had passed. Next to a pile of messy beast corpses, a black shadow emerged strangely. District 9? This should be it. The man in black was wrapped in a light-absorbing cloak, and his gloomy eyes scanned the barrier area in the distance. He took out a miniature communicator and said, Brother, I'm here. It's just that there are too many outposts, so it might take a while to clear them all. The voice on the other end of the communicator carried a warning. Stop talking nonsense! Strike a decisive battle and evacuate before the Spirit Clan discovers us. No. Don't you know my ability? I will definitely finish it before dawn. The man in black hung up the phone impatiently. He was about to take a step when he seemed to sense something. Without thinking, he shook his head suddenly. Call out! An energy bullet with a deep blue glow flew past his ear. Immediately following, the alarms in the entire fortress area suddenly rang out, and dozens of searchlights lit up, with the beams of light all locked on him. However, the man in black slowly raised his head towards the strong light. The pair of eyes hidden in the shadows penetrated the distance of space and accurately locked onto Karen's sniper point. Heh, that's interesting. He let out an excited laugh, as if genuine interest was piqued. Next second. Sizzle! The light-absorbing cloak on his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless flying fragments. Snap! 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 The sound of bones cracking echoed in the dead silent wasteland. His body also expanded and twisted wildly in a way that violated its physiological structure. The height of about 1.6 meters was fixed at a terrifying height of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Scales with a cold metallic glow emerged frantically from under the skin and covered the entire body. The most horrifying thing was that his forehead was torn, and 2 curved goat-like horns emerged. However, those eyes shrank into vertical pupils like a reptile, and the whites of the eyes were completely dyed dark purple. Ha! I feel a little better now. He shook his head covered with scales and bone spurs, raised his huge claws that were powerful enough to tear through armor, and pointed them directly at Kylan at the top of the outpost. A long scarlet tongue licked the fangs. You little bug that hides its head and shows its tail. Dare to attack me? I'll chew you up first. A wild beast in human form? It's an SSS-level apostle of the abyss. A terrifying existence that only exists in textbooks. Faced with such a terrifying creature, Karen didn't hesitate at all and jumped down from the top of the outpost. Aquinas Mecha form, deploy! She shouted in the air. A cold and smooth sniper-type mecha completed its form transformation in the air, and the thrusters on its feet and back sprayed out arcs of light to stabilize its falling momentum. In midair, Kylan raised the psionic sky-splitting sniper rifle in the mecha arm. Her powerful fighting instincts and perception enhanced by the contract allowed her to lock onto the behemoth in midair. Bang! The energy bomb tore through the night sky, like the judgment of the god of death, and shot straight at the opponent's head. At the same time, woo! 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 20 outposts, including the radar monitoring screen at the academy. A huge, breathtakingly large, high-energy reaction point flashed wildly on the screen. Warning! SSS-level abyssal apostle reaction detected. Less than 1 kilometer away from the barrier area. Warning! SSS-level abyssal apostle reaction detected. Less than 1 kilometer away from the barrier area. Warn! The shrill alarm roared in every corner of District 9. Everyone's faces turned as pale as paper in an instant. SSS-level abyss apostle. It actually appeared outside the barrier area? Chapter 139. Kylan is seriously injured and ordered to retreat. At the moment the alarm sounded throughout the barrier area. ZZ, boom! With the crackling sound of ionization, 5 energy beams that tore through the night sky accurately hit the SSS-level apostle of the abyss. The bright light overwhelmed everything, and all searchlights pale in comparison. Did you hit it? The mecha team members who had assembled urgently were clinging to the edge of the barrier, staring at the area where energy was intertwined. However, as the light faded, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. That monster. He endured 5 rounds of bombardment from the wild halberd and only tilted his head slightly. And the forehead that was hit head-on seemed to have only had a few scales charred. This? How is this possible? Even the desolate halberd can't hurt it? Is this an SSS rank apostle of the abyss? Despair spread among the mecha teams. TSK. Annoying flies. The terrifying apostle casually raised his giant claws and swung them in the air towards the outpost area. Sizzle! 3 pitch-black energy blades tore through the sky and slashed at one of the Huangji turrets. The turret that symbolized the IS Academy's highest defense capability, along with its base, was instantly chopped into several pieces. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the pale and desperate faces of the mecha team members. At this breathtaking moment, a heavy sniper mecha that they had never seen before suddenly rushed out from the outpost. She was extremely fast and rushed into the depths of the wasteland without hesitation. Bang! 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 The dark blue sniper bullets hit the charred part of the monster's forehead one after another. Who is she? I've never seen her before. Is she crazy? She's trying to attract that monster's attention. Oh no! The apostle is enraged. Sure enough, the apostle stopped approaching the outpost. He suddenly turned and chased after the sniper mecha at a breathtaking speed. He's coming! Run! Run! No, I have to go support her. Right at this moment, an urgent command from the team chat interrupted their argument. Attention, all mecha team members, those with spare Silver Snake staffs, start charging them immediately. All units retreat synchronously to the IS Academy. Repeat, retreat to the IS Academy headquarters and recharge the Silver Snake staff. No delay. Under the order, no one dared to delay. Many mecha girls took out their Silver Snake sticks and started charging them. Everyone looked at the sniper mecha that blended into the darkness and quickly retreated towards the academy. And the other side. Karen gritted her teeth, suppressed the fear in her heart, and pushed the output of the thrusters to the limit. Every time the psionic sky rift roars, it hits the same spot accurately. She didn't even dare to hope to cause any harm, she was just gambling. I bet the few seconds she delays will give the outpost more time to evacuate. We've had enough fun, it's time to end it. Just as Kylan was staring at the Apostle's movements, the other party's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. Immediately following, he paused, and a cold black light flashed on the tip of his ferocious horns. Not good! As soon as the thought came to mind, a heart-pounding black light appeared. Kylan didn't even have time to evade and could only rely on instinct to hold the phantom energy rift across her body. The next second, an indescribable force hit her hard. Boom! In just a moment, the external armor of the Aquinas mecha shattered like porcelain. The mecha lost all power on the spot, crashed heavily to the ground, and then rolled for dozens of meters. Karen felt as if all parts of her body had shifted, severe pain was tearing through her body, and even her vision began to blur. Boom, boom! The heavy footsteps approached like a death knell. Why don't you run away? The Apostle's voice was cold and low. Wasn't that quite clever of you to dodge just now? You have good fighting ability, so I imagine it will taste good when you chew it. In a daze, Karen only felt a huge shadow looming over her. Is it ending? Commander Lin. Kylan tried to get up, but found that she couldn't even do basic movements. Next second. Boom! 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 Several blazing main gun beams fell from the sky, slamming heavily into the Apostle's path. The blast temporarily stopped him. Ugly monster! Look over here! Get out of your way! A crisp and angry shout cut through the battlefield. I saw a Manta fighter plane diving at a very fast speed at an extremely tricky angle, with the belly magazines fully opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense missiles swarmed like a swarm of bees, smashing into the Apostle's head and exploding in a series of flames. Although it did not cause any real damage, it successfully blocked his vision. Under the cover of this chaos, a warm and soft emerald green light quietly enveloped the Aquinas mecha. As soon as the light touched the mecha, Karen felt a gentle energy seeping in through the cracks in the mecha. A miracle happened. The mecha shell, which was originally covered with cracks, began to wriggle and repair itself visibly. The pain in her body was subsiding at an astonishing speed, and her body, which was originally too heavy to lift, gradually regained consciousness. What is this? Sister Kylan, don't be nervous. I'm Shia. A clear and urgent voice connected to her private channel. I'll take you back first. The Master is currently unable to get away, so we just need to restrain him. Before Kylan could react, an invisible force had already lifted up the Aquinas mecha. Immediately following, rushing towards the outpost at a rapid speed in a strange, almost floating manner. On the battlefield, the smoke cleared. Mingjiao shook his head, but found that the prey in front of him had disappeared. The duck that was about to be caught flew away. Roar! He roared angrily towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, his muscles began to swell horribly, and even the pair of hideous curved horns almost doubled in size. Mingjiao's dark purple vertical pupils were fixed on outpost number 10. The fortress mecha that fired several shots at him was still maintaining its shooting posture. What a shame and humiliation! It's simply a great shame. A great humiliation. As an SSS-level apostle of the Abyss, he was actually teased back and forth by this group of ants. Damn it! Damn it! As the lowest kind of food, you should just be eaten obediently. Hee hee! Mingjiao suddenly laughed softly. He had long forgotten about the mission of destroying all the city defense cannons. Now his mind was filled with only one thought: tearing to pieces all these mecha girls who dared to fire at him. Then, amidst the screams before death, he chewed them up and swallowed them. All of you, die! As soon as the words fell, Mingjiao turned into a black lightning and rushed towards the fortress mecha in front of the outpost. Chapter 140 Link, Holy Spirit Assault Mecha. Bang! The tempered glass shattered all over the floor. The scene in Villa Number 1 is even more chaotic than the front line. The hall was in such a mess that it looked like it had been visited by a demolition crew. Bai Mingji and Luo Shi sat cross-legged facing each other, with turbulent energy entangled together, and colorful halos exploded from time to time. The table was broken into pieces. The sofa was twisted into strips. Even the walls were cracked in several places. Nothing in the entire hall was intact. "Brother Lin Fan!" Mina and Mia snuggled tightly in Lin Fan's arms like two frightened kittens. Her big round eyes were filled with tears. "Meng Ji and Sister Luo Shi, are they fighting? Is our home about to collapse?" Lin Fan held one in each hand and looked at the demolition site in front of him, his eyes twitching. Just 10 minutes ago. When the alarm sounded, he checked his system panel. Only 50 experience points left to reach LV-20. Having faced the Snow Spirit before, he knew better than anyone the horror of an SSS-level Apostle of the Abyss. Fortunately, with the command of charging the Silver Snake Stick, his level was raised to LV-20 as he wished. No time to read the prompts carefully. He immediately activated the twins' heterogeneous link ability, and selected Bai Mingji and Luo Shi. Lin Fan held the two little girls tighter in his arms. I sighed helplessly. They are not fighting. They just want to urge me to move to a bigger villa. As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt sounded. Bai Mingji, Luo Shi, heterogeneous form, Holy Spirit Assault, is being activated. Progress 50%. The next second, the energy turbulence suddenly surged. Bang! Bang! Tear! With two crisp sounds, Bai Mingji and Luo Shi's combat uniforms collapsed directly. Starting from the shoulder straps, the fabric on the front suddenly broke into countless small pieces, flying all over the sky with the turbulent flow. Immediately following, two pairs of extremely plump, snow-white breasts popped out. Duang duang! Without any warning. The silver-haired Bai Mingji and the black-haired Luo Shi, with pink skin, directly occupied Lin Fan's entire field of vision. Oops! Mina and Mia exclaimed at the same time. The two little faces turned red instantly, and they quickly raised their hands to cover their eyes. But between the fingers, two pairs of big eyes were watching without blinking. Mia muttered quietly. Wow! Sister Mingji's is even bigger than the last balloon I saw. Sister Luo Shi's is almost the same, Mia added. Lin Fan lowered his head. Looking at the two little ones in my arms who say one thing and do another, I couldn't help but tease them. Who did you learn this peeping technique from? If you want to watch it, just watch it openly. Just then. Bang! The door of the villa was slammed open and Xining Shuang rushed in like a gust of wind. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted anxiously. Commander Lin! Something bad has happened! Something happened to Kylin! As soon as these words came out, the beauty in the hall froze instantly. The smile on Lin Fan's face immediately disappeared. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Sister Kylin single-handedly led away that SSS-level apostle in order to buy everyone time to retreat. Xining Shuang's chest heaved with panting as she added quickly. Her armor is cracked. Luckily, Xiuya and the others arrived in time and are now retreating back to the academy. Dean Su is still holding us back. The people in the nearby outposts have all moved to both sides of the barrier area, and the mecha team has retreated into the academy's energy shield. I just don't know how long the academy's energy shield can last. Lin Fan glanced at the half-ruined hall. He handed the twins to Xining Shuang and said, Ningxuang, take them to the underground shelter in the scientific research building. Don't come out without my news. Be safe. After they left, Lin Fan took a deep breath and opened the interface. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 46. Operation level, LV-20, December 2000. Soul contract, 8 out of 10. Skills, Insight Scan, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, 8 by Mingji, Strike S-1330 Suyun, Fortress S+, 1125, Luo Shi, Holy Spirit S-1650, Lu Wei, Yuxiuya, Kylin, Yanke, Xining Shuang. Derived Intermediate Warframe, 1 unlocking. Waste value, 3.4 million. Congratulations to the host for reaching LV20. Basic mecha operation bonus, 30% 50%. SSS level enhanced rune unlocked. Oh my god! What an improvement! Lin Fan couldn't help but scream. Although he expected the improvement to LV20 to be significant, he didn't expect it to be this huge. The combat power bonus of mecha operation directly soared to 50%. The primary armor has also been upgraded to the intermediate armor. He had searched the entire panel but couldn't find any blueprints for SSS level equipment. It turned out that he simply wasn't at that level. When you open the interface for strengthening runes, there's only a rune shining with golden light. SSS level enhancement rune can upgrade SS level equipment to SSS level, selling price 2 million wild value. Oh my god! They're robbing me! Don't try to strengthen the life-ruining set for me! He took a deep breath and clicked on the interface, but he only saw a gem engraved with golden secret code. SSS level enhanced rune. Upgrade SS level equipment to SSS level, selling price 2 million wild value. Just as he was complaining, his left wrist suddenly became hot. The contract pattern representing Bai Mingji and Luo Shi was entangled together as if alive, twisting into a double-colored line. The moment Lin Fan lowered his head, the turbulent energy flow that was originally surging suddenly quieted down. He looked up suddenly. Bai Mingji and Luo Shi were walking towards him hand in hand, with blushes still on their faces. But his steps were steady, without any hesitation. Lin Fan was stunned. Subconsciously raising his hand. Is this a heterogeneous connection? The two girls looked at each other, raised their hands at the same time, and gently touched Lin Fan's fingers. Buzz! The double-colored lights instantly filled the hall, and Lin Fan only felt a flash before his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I had entered the cockpit of the mecha, with 2 driver's seats in front of me. Why 2 seats? This should be Luo Shi, right? As soon as Lin Fan sat down, the soft seat armor wrapped around him. Before he could adjust, the driver's seat next to it, which belonged to Bai Mingji, suddenly split into 2. The component seemed to come alive. Half of it buckled onto his left shoulder as a shoulder guard, and the other half went around his waist to form a waist armor. Master, how do you feel now? 2 voices sounded at the same time. Lin Fan's mind was confused, and he mumbled subconsciously. It's good, a little tight, very narrow. The 2 girls responded immediately. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fan reacted instantly, cleared his throat, and changed his words. What I mean is, this driver's seat fits perfectly. And the protection, the safety factor is absolutely max. We'll discuss this later. Let's deal with that SSS apostle first. If you dare to show off in my house, I'm going to beat you into a pulp. And then I'm going to break off your horns and use them as a chamber pot. Chapter 141. Anyone who dares to touch me, come out and fight me. Boom! With a loud bang, a 25-meter-high mecha crashed through the villa, soared into the sky, and landed heavily on the ground with colorful lights. The whole villa area was shaking. This mecha, standing proudly on the ruins, is 25 meters tall and is wrapped in a soft white light. The meteorite melting furnace on the chest is like a beating orange heart, rising and falling with the energy flow of the mecha. The colorful wings behind him spread out, causing a turbulence. The commotion in the villa area naturally alerted the girls from the Retreat Defense Academy. What happened? An earthquake? The Apostles of the Abyss are attacking? What's going on? No! It's the mecha's energy reaction. It's Commander Lin's Villa No. 1. As the discussions began to rise, a stream of colorful light shot up into the sky and headed straight for the battlefield at an astonishing speed. It's the colorful light wings. It's the assault mecha commanded by Lin. Commander Lin! Great! We are saved! I don't know why. With the appearance of Lin Fan, the fear brought by the SSS level Abyss Apostles suddenly dissipated. Instead, there is an inexplicable sense of security and expectation. At the same time, Lin Fan was sitting in the driver's seat, experiencing a completely different control experience from before. Is the energy consumption so strong? Feeling the energy surging from his body, he quickly activated the insight detection function and scanned the mecha information. Name: Luo Shi Bai Mingji. Level: SS Heterogeneous Link in progress. Comprehensive combat power: Holy Spirit Strike 2980. Equipped weapons: Meteorite Furnace, GS-305 Guns Word, Dragoon Floater, FA-0 Light Wing, Particle Shock Whip. Equipped combat skills: Explosive Flash. Battle time: 46 minutes, Commander's combat power. Secret message: Destruction mode, double size, max defense, FA-0 light wings cannot be used in this mode. What the hell? Lin Fan was directly shocked by this exaggerated combat power value. Powerful. So damn strong. 2980 original combat power. So terrifying. The only regret is the battery life issue. I didn't expect that my own combat effectiveness, which I have always ignored, would be related to the battery life of the heterogeneous mecha. Master, this is the last picture of Outpost number 10. Bai Mingji's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Immediately afterwards, a tragic image was instantly projected onto the command screen. The entire Outpost number 10 had been completely reduced to scorched earth and ruins, with not even a single intact building to be seen. Almost at the same time, Luo Shi also sent a message. Master, the image of Outpost number 9 has been detected and synchronized. At this time, inside Outpost number 9, Mingjiao's body has expanded to a terrifying height of 40 meters. His entire body was covered with hideous shells, and even his joints had several pale bone spurs sticking out. He looked down at his body, a self-absorbed glint in his eyes. It enjoys the feeling of destruction and conquest. Where's the Bastion mech? Come out! Mingjiao's arm, covered with bone spurs, slammed heavily into the ground, and the powerful shock wave once again blew away a group of buildings. Here? Mingjiao slowly walked towards a defense tower, and with a light pinch of his claws, the sturdy metal tower became like paper. The flames of the explosion illuminated the ferocious face, and he turned suddenly and looked towards the barrier area behind him. Don't you like saving people? Then I'll let you save as many as you want. Immediately afterwards, Mingjiao leaped forward. His body passed directly over the outpost's fortifications and strode towards the fortress area. And the other side. Su Yun looked at Mingjiao's movements and her expression suddenly changed. Beyond the barrier area is the core area of the academy. How long can that energy shield withstand the attack of an SSS-level Abyss Apostle? What's more, Lin Fan's situation is still unclear. Think of this. Su Yun didn't bother to think too much. After appearing from the shadow of the ruins, he quickly unfolded his fortress mecha form. As the attack was launched, the command was immediately issued. Lu Wei! Lure him back! All operators of the wild halberds, aim and fire at the joints! Shortly after Su Yun gave the order, Mingjiao arrived in front of the barrier area. Just about to jump up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of beams of wild halberd shot out from both sides, accurately hitting his knees. Although only a large amount of sparks were produced, the dense firepower still caused Mingjiao to pause. Annoying flies! But you finally came out! Ha ha! Mingjiao laughed wildly, turned around, and swung his giant claws at the fortress mecha. Then die! When Su Yun saw this scene, he could only desperately activate his defense. Sizzle! Although there is a tie-in coating in PS Phase Armor's defense bonus. However, facing the terrifying claw of the SSS-level Apostle, her outer armor was still torn into 3 hideous cracks. Su Yun looked at Mingjiao, who was pressing forward step by step, and suddenly asked loudly, Why are you attacking us? An SSS-level Abyss Apostle never attacks human defense zones, so why would he attack us? The sound echoed across the battlefield, and even Mingjiao, who was about to attack again, stopped. His dark purple vertical pupils shrank slightly, and he looked up and down at the fortress mecha in front of him that was ignorant of the danger. Why? His voice was extremely harsh, yet full of sarcasm. I haven't eaten meat in a long time, so I'm just having a snack. Don't act crazy, Su Yun continued to ask. The Oracle Church has been active in the deserted area recently. Are you guys collaborating? Mingjiao was slightly stunned. He suddenly raised his foot and stepped on the ground, and a deep groove spread along the sole of his foot to the foot of the fortress mecha. Cooperation? It's just a dog. Mingjiao seemed to have lost his patience. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he walked towards the fortress mecha step by step. Okay, that's all the exceptions. But you're so calm that I'm a little bored. Su Yun's heart tightened. The apostle's attack was indeed related to the church. Her guess was confirmed. Before the other party launched an attack, she quickly switched to Lin Fan's communication channel to leave a message. Lin Fan, it's confirmed that the church is colluding with the apostles. You, be careful. The moment the message was sent, Su Yun looked up in surprise. The expected severe pain did not come, and the terrifying apostle of the abyss stopped attacking and looked towards the academy. Next second, Lin Fan's lazy, teasing voice appeared in her channel. Dean Su, let's talk about these trivial matters later. Our troops have 3 seconds to reach the battlefield. Be careful of stray bullets. Before he finished speaking, whoosh! A dazzling purple laser beam, at a speed beyond vision, bombarded the side of his hideous head. Boom! The moment the laser beam hit the opponent, it was as if he was hit hard by an invisible hammer, and his huge body completely lost balance. After letting out a painful scream, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. This is... Before Su Yun's days ended, a very arrogant voice came from the sky. Damn it! You're the only one who's acting like a dead sheep. How dare you touch my woman? Come out and challenge me! Chapter 142 SSS Level Apostle of the Abyss, that's it? Under the roar. Colorful wings of light cut through the sky, and a mecha descended like a god of war, roaring over with astonishing momentum. The mecha was holding an exaggeratedly shaped gun sword in its hand, and the tip of the blade was still lingering with the afterglow of energy. Cough, cough. Mingjiao climbed up from the rubble in a panic. His rough fingertips brushed across his forehead, touching something warm and sticky, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He was actually injured. As an SSS rank Apostle of the Abyss, he is now being controlled by a mecha controlled by humans. Are you hurt? Damn it! Mingjiao roared. Just as he was about to launch a surprise attack, a dense group of floating cannons suddenly unfolded behind the mecha. Mingjiao's heart trembled. He subconsciously wanted to release his full form. The dark energy in his body was already surging, but he forcibly suppressed it in an instant. No! This is not the wasteland area. If he made too much noise and provoked those, spirit, women, even if he could defeat this mecha, he would not be able to escape the fate of being surrounded and killed. Thinking of this, Mingjiao stared at the mecha. He slowly moved back, creating a safe distance. Inside the cockpit, Lin Fan quickly scanned the battlefield. Su Yun had already taken off her mecha form and was evacuated from the danger zone by other mecha girls. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Fan focused his attention completely on Mingjiao. An insight scan was sent over, and this time the complete information was finally visible. Name Mingjiao. Age 25. Abyss Apostle, SSS level. Combat power, 2850. Combat skills, Dark/Forest of Corpses. Secret information, Blasphemer form, Liberation level 50%. It's that damn Blasphemer form again! Lin Fan cursed in his heart. The Apostles of the Abyss, and those bastards from the church, even have the same appearance and name. There must be something fishy. He sneered and mocked. Coward! Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now you want to run away? It's too late. Today I'm going to peel off your skin and put it at the door as a doormat. As soon as he finished speaking, the mecha began to glow brightly. Even the purple blade on the gun sword in his right hand suddenly expanded, extending to 25 meters in length, carving a deep groove on the battlefield. You! Mingjiao's face turned pale. As an SSS-level Apostle of the Abyss, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Human! Watch your attitude. I see that you have good fighting ability. I can make an exception and let you join. Otherwise, when I attack with all my strength, you won't survive for more than 3 seconds. Heh! Lin Fan sneered. I don't know why the other party only released 50% of the form. But the safest option is to kill the opponent with thunderous force before his strength explodes. Still thinking of recruiting me? Today I will make you a dead sheep! Lin Fan's roar resounded across the battlefield. With the sound of mechanical clicks, the body of Holy Spirit Assault instantly expanded to 50 meters. The meteorite melting furnace in the chest of the mecha also lit up with a dazzling orange-red light, and countless energy lines spread along the mecha. Destruction mode on! Ming's horns were sharp, and he could no longer remain calm. You are courting death! In that case, then let you, an ant, see my true power! Squeak! Amidst the harsh sound of friction, clusters of cold and thick black mist gushed out from Ming Jiao's body. Wherever the black fog reached, the rocks on the ground began to decay rapidly. What's even more bizarre is that the bone spur on his elbow grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was eventually pulled out by him. 2 pale bone knives were held in his hands, with a faint black aura of death lingering on the blades, as if they could cut off all life in the world. Nether slash! Ming Jiao raised the bone knife high and stomped his feet hard on the ground, instantly creating a deep pit with a diameter of several meters. With a shrill scream, his figure turned into a black shadow, and he swung the bone knife in his hand and chopped fiercely at the head of Holy Spirit Strike. I'll take your life! Ming Jiao's eyes were full of confidence. This Ming Zhan move was his signature fighting skill. Not only is the slashing speed as fast as lightning, even if the opponent can barely block the blade, they will be eroded by the dark energy. At this distance, no one can dodge. You're dreaming! However, Lin Fan didn't dodge at all. Holy Spirit Assault suddenly raised his right arm, holding the 25-meter-long gun sword across his body, accurately blocking the 2 bone knives. Bang! The 2 energies collided violently, and the shock wave instantly cleared the surrounding area. At this moment, 64 floating guns turned their muzzles at the same time, and dense laser beams poured down. Boom! 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 Ming Jiao had never expected that the other party still had the energy to launch a surprise attack, and was immediately hit by the explosion. The black fog was torn apart, and dozens of blood holes appeared on his body. Dark red blood dripped onto the ground, making a hissing sound. A pungent burnt smell filled the air. Lin Fan jokingly said, SSS level Abyss Apostle? That's it. These words exploded on the battlefield like thunder. The mecha girls, whose cameras were locked on the Area 9 outpost, were all stunned. The SSS level Apostle of the Abyss who was so arrogant just now was actually suppressed by Commander Lin, and was seriously injured. Can't even withstand a round of my floater? Or are you the weakest one in the SSS class? It wasn't until Lin Fan's voice rang out again that everyone woke up from their dream. The communication channel was filled with shocked discussions. What the hell? Did I see that right? Commander Lin is suppressing an SSS level Abyss Apostle? Oh my god, am I dreaming? This is too exaggerated. What level is that mecha? An SSS level Apostle could easily destroy a city, yet he was beaten like this. They had seen Lin Fan fight with other mechas before, but those were, after all, confrontations between mechas. Who would have thought? Even the legendary invincible SSS level Apostle of the Abyss was beaten by Lin Fan without any chance to fight back. Far away, Ming Jiao covered the bloody hole in his chest and staggered to his feet. The contempt on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by extreme solemnity. He looked at the approaching Holy Spirit Strike and said in a hoarse voice, You damned human, you are so strong. I didn't want to use my full strength, but now it seems I have no choice. Boom! The moment the words fell, the aura around Ming Jiao suddenly surged. The already thick black fog became even more viscous, wrapping around his body like a substance. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he took a few steps back. However, his eyes were fixed on the other party's information panel. Something is wrong. The opponent's blasphemer form has been released by another 17%, approaching 70%, but its combat power has only increased to 3,100. That's it. Lin Fan suddenly remembered the giant deer's shadow that Xue Ling had cast all over the sky when he was in the deserted cave. Thinking of this, have you had enough of showing off? Lin Fan lazily raised his gun sword and fired a shot at Mingjiao's head. Let me give you a brainwave! Chapter 143, Escape? Kill. Add. Buzz! The muzzle of the gun sword spewed out purple energy bullets, heading straight for Mingjiao's face. For this attack, Lin Fan deliberately shortened the attack distance, thinking he could directly hit the head. But the next second, the skin on Mingjiao's forehead suddenly bulged, and a bone spur with a black glow shot out suddenly, accurately intercepting the energy bullet. Bang! Two forces exploded in midair. How could this attack strength be so high? Mingjiao looked at the shattered bone spurs and felt a surge of shock in his heart. If he hadn't released his blasphemer form, which allowed him to shoot out the bone spurs, he would have been at least seriously injured by this one blow. But now, go to hell! Before Lin Fan could open his mouth to mock again, the black mist around Mingjiao suddenly surged wildly. Roar! A dull roar came from the black fog, and the liberation progress on the information panel was frozen at 100%. Forest of corpses! As Mingjiao roared, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer suddenly shook violently. Countless dark bone spurs broke out of the ground, and in just a few seconds, they formed an impenetrable bone spur forest. When the black fog dissipated, Mingjiao's figure disappeared out of thin air. Playing stealth? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, but he couldn't find any energy response on the scanning radar. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from the mecha's left leg. A bone spur suddenly pierced out from the ground and hit the armor hard, leaving a noticeable dent. You can only hide and act like the sixth one? Look, I'm going to take all your thorns off. Floating artillery group, full coverage bombardment. 64 floating cannons took off simultaneously, forming a divergent array above the battlefield, rotating towards the surrounding bone thorn forest. Boom! 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 Dense laser beams fell, and the flames devoured the bone spurs madly until deep pits with green smoke rising from them were blasted out on the ground. At first, there were sporadic bone spurs that suddenly burst out from the cracks. But as the bombardment continued, the growth rate of the bone spurs slowed down significantly, and the originally dense bone forest gradually became sparse. In the cockpit, Lin Fan glanced at the battery life. 30 minutes left. For him who is equipped with a meteorite melting furnace, the energy consumption of the floating artillery group is just a drop in the bucket. And deep in the bone forest, Mingjiao was hiding in a thick bone spur, and the black mist on his body had already thinned out by a lot. Every time he condensed bone spurs, he would consume a lot of energy, but the opponent's floating artillery group did not give him a chance to breathe. What made him even more frustrated was the killer move that he was so proud of was now being used as a target. We can't keep wasting time like this. 5 minutes later, Mingjiao felt that the energy in his body was less than 30%, and if he delayed any further he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. He bit his tongue hard, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Bone spur close! The entire bone spur forest suddenly shook violently, and the scattered bone spurs gathered towards the center. A huge bone cage directly enveloped the Holy Spirit assault. Just as the bone cage was about to close, Mingjiao's figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He said with a ferocious expression, "Human, you are lucky this time. Next time we meet, I will make you feel the pain of having your heart pierced by 1,000 bones." In the communication channel, the women on the machine were already dumbfounded. Oh my God! That SSS-level Abyss Apostle was actually driven away by Commander Lin. Commander Lin, this is truly setting a precedent. Just looking at that bone forest just now made me weak at the knees, but Commander Lin was able to suppress the attack. It's amazing. Wait. Look. Commander Lin doesn't seem to be planning on letting him go. On the battlefield, a dazzling red light suddenly burst out from the center of the bone cage. Countless bone fragments exploded like fireworks, revealing the tall and straight figure of the mecha. Next second, the Holy Spirit assault mecha shrank rapidly, returning to its normal 25-meter form. With a flap of colorful wings, he caught up with Mingjiao, who was desperately fleeing in an instant. Do you want to have another chance? Lin Fan's voice was ice cold, and the right arm of the Holy Spirit Assault Mecha stretched forward, and the purple light blade accurately pierced into Mingjiao's back. Ah! Mingjiao let out a shrill scream, and the dark energy instantly became chaotic. But before he could fight back, at the wrist of the mecha, a particle shock whip flashing with electric arcs tied him up tightly. Human! Don't you dare touch me! Mingjiao endured the severe pain, his eyes full of threats. My eldest brother is the leader of the Apostle Legion. If you kill me, all your outposts will be buried with me. Oh, and then? Lin Fan's light response made Mingjiao stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the other party would be afraid of the revenge of the apostles, and even if they didn't dare to kill him, they would let him go. But the reaction of this human in front of him showed that he didn't take his threat seriously at all. The severe pain and fear instantly overwhelmed Mingjiao's pride. His voice began to tremble. Don't kill me! I know I was wrong! How many Abyss Apostles do you have? Why do you want to develop the church? Lin Fan asked calmly. I'll tell you! I'll tell you everything! Mingjiao confessed like pouring beans. I don't know the exact number of tribes, but there are more than 50 people in my tribe. Developing the church was Big Brother's idea. I don't understand. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. I won't dare come to your territory again. At this time, Mingjiao had already exited the liberated state, and countless blood oozed out of his body. Even the breath became very weak. Lin Fan was not polite about this. The gun sword exerted force suddenly, and the purple light blade instantly cut off Mingjiao's head. Whispering sound. If I let you go if you say so, I would be so embarrassed. Chapter 144. Night? Desolate? Reward? Quiet. The dead silence lasted for half a minute. Lin Fan stared at the system panel, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The expected kill prompt did not appear. Is this not completely dead? Are you playing with the resurrection armor here? Or did you buy the famous sword Siming? He cursed softly, raised his gun sword again, and stabbed Mingjiao's body again. Click! It was not until the gun sword pierced Mingjiao's left chest that the sound of something hard breaking was heard. The system prompt sounded immediately. Successfully killed an SSS level Abyss Apostle. Gained wild points 20,000 40,000. Obtained special loot, Corpse Vein. Corpse Vein, SSS contains the core essence of the Darkhorn Apostle. Can be fused with any equipment to increase attack power by 30%. Risk-free. My goodness, this guy's heart can grow crooked? Lin Fan pulled out his gun sword while complaining, but his eyes were attracted by the pair of ferocious goat horns. I saw that the black light lingering above was rapidly fading away, and finally condensed into a white bone ball as warm as jade, emitting a faint white light. Oh? This is the corpse bone vein? Lin Fan then remembered the SS-level light-devouring fluid he had seized earlier. He took out the metal ball from the bracelet. It was soft and cold, but not sticky at all. Although these guys are ugly, they always bring good things. It's kind of useful. Lin Fan smiled and weighed the molten liquid ball in his hand. At this moment, the originally quiet molten liquid ball suddenly rushed forward. Lin Fan quickly grasped it again and looked up. Only seen on the distant skyline. A large number of star-like light spots are rapidly coming from the direction of the barrier area. Next second. Call! A figure landed first at an extremely fast speed. It was Lu Wei in exoskeleton form, who landed at the feet of the Holy Spirit Assault Mech. The first thing she saw was the Apostle's body on the ground, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Master? You really killed this SSS-level Abyss Apostle? As Lu Wei asked, she couldn't help but glance at the corpse on the ground. That was an SSS-level Apostle of the Abyss, and there was no record of him being killed in any textbook. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and composed. What's the big deal? It's just a dead sheep. Why are you making such a fuss? But his eyes were fixed on the ball of light-devouring molten liquid in his hand. He could clearly see that several streams of liquid were actively trying to flow towards Lu Wei. Could it be that Lu Wei is Dark Attribute? Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately left the Holy Spirit Assault driving mode. as soon as it landed. A mixture of blood and rotten smell hit him in the face, making him cover his nose subconsciously. Holy crap! I didn't smell it in the cockpit before. Why does this thing smell like this? Lin Fan took a half step back in disgust. Looking at Mingjiao's sticky fur, my stomach couldn't help but churn. I was thinking of taking it home to use as a doormat, but won't this turn my house into a methane pool? Fortunately, the bone ball did not have any strange smell. Putting away the bone ball, Lin Fan's eyes rolled. Snap! A snap of fingers. But then again, can't these Abyss Apostles command wild beasts? Why not just put this thing up here as a landmark sculpture? Let those brainless wild beasts see this. This is the fate of those who dare to run wild in your Grandpa Lin's territory. He turned behind him and said, Meng Ji, tell the people in the logistics department to pose this thing in a more domineering way. I have something important to do here, so I'll be leaving first. He said yes without waiting for Bai Mingji's response. He pulled the still dazed Lu Wei, quickly started the manta ray fighter, and took off. On the ground, Bai Mingji and Luo Shi looked at each other and saw immense shock and pride in each other's beautiful eyes. Whether it was the unprecedented mecha fusion or the astonishing record of single-handedly killing an SSS-level apostle, their master, always creating miracles and turning the impossible into possible. The corners of their mouths unconsciously rose. Perhaps, the long-lasting desperate situation on the blue water planet will really change completely because of this man. After a while, Lin Fan had already piloted the manta ray fighter jet and quietly landed on a high slope several kilometers away from the school. Looking from here, the academy and the fortress area in the distance are only dotted with lights. For him, there is not much difference in essence between killing the Darkhorn and hunting an SSS-level wild beast. At best, it's just a slightly tricky little boss. At this moment, he was more concerned about two more pressing questions. What kind of transformation can the light-eating melting fluid bring about in Lu Wei? And there is combat skills. Before, because the price of combat skills was very expensive, he had never paid much attention to it. But after the battle with Mingjiao, he realized. When the basic combat power reaches a certain level, the qualitative change brought about by a powerful combat skill far exceeds that of an SS-level equipment. Especially after Mingjiao opened the forest of corpses, if it weren't for his overwhelming strength, he might have been overthrown. Master, what are we doing here? Lu Wei stood obediently beside Lin Fan. Her eyes swept across the desolate surroundings, and as if she had a premonition of something, she asked with a hint of temptation. Lin Fan was immersed in his own thoughts and answered subconsciously. Well, I was thinking. What should I feed you to boost your fighting power? As he spoke, he turned around and his eyes fell on Lu Wei. With a thought, Lu Wei's information panel instantly appeared. Name Lu Wei. Age 18. Unit, Reconnaissance Type A+, Upgrade 0/1. Comprehensive Combat Capability, Radar Vehicle Form, 70, Exoskeleton Form, 202, Manta Fighter Form, Amphibious, 850. Equipped Weapons, Laser Gun, Cluster Bullets, Mechanical Propulsion Wings. Energy Storage, 220-minute. Secret Information, Strong Perception, Mecha's independent action consumes half the energy. Charm B cells mutate, able to detect the presence of its own kind. You can see it. As the level of the machine increases, Lu Wei's various combat power values have increased slightly. According to the bonus of weapons and equipment, even if equipped with SS-level equipment, her frontal combat capability does not seem to be very strong. Or would training her in the direction of reconnaissance be more in line with her core strengths? Just when Lin Fan was carefully planning the equipment and combat skills combination, Lu Wei beside him completely misunderstood. Feed her something. And they chose this remote hillside on purpose? Master, are you going to give her a personal reward? Thinking of this, Lu Wei's eyes flashed with excitement. Those body-scalding memories instantly flooded her mind, and her heart began to beat wildly. Even my breathing became a little faster. Her voice was filled with infinite shyness and a hint of expectation. I will listen to my master. You can feed me anything you want. Before he finished speaking, She raised her hand and took out an exquisite silver headband from the storage bracelet, and gently tied the scattered hair behind her head. Then she took a deep breath. The body leaned forward slightly and slowly knelt down. Chapter 145. Huampa is working overtime. Where is your leader? Just as Lu Wei's mind was playing out a little drama, her fingertips were about to touch Lin Fan's belt. A warm big hand grasped her wrist precisely. With the other hand, he handed the ball of light-devouring molten liquid to her. Lin Fan looked at Lu Wei's confused eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. He bent his fingers and gently scratched her hot cheek, his tone full of laughter and tears. You little dirty girl, your CPU just keeps playing pornographic videos on loop all day, right? I'm telling you to feed this high-end stuff. Do you understand? As soon as the words fell, the molten liquid ball, which seemed to have life, actually jumped out of Lin Fan's hand on its own. It transformed into a flowing shadow, instantly wrapped around Lu Wei's arm, and silently penetrated into her skin. Ai! A surge of hot yet cool energy poured into her body, causing Lu Wei to moan uncontrollably. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, his legs went limp, and he was about to collapse to the ground. Lin Fan put his arm around her and supported her waist in time. But the next second, the mutation occurred again. Buzz! A new energy burst out from Lu Wei's body, and it was so strong that Lin Fan subconsciously let go of his hand. Lu Wei's mysterious tattoos suddenly lit up and then left her body. In a moment, it split into 4 leaping black light balls in the air. The ball of light slowly condensed into 4 mini manta ray fighters the size of a fist. They flew around Lu Wei flexibly and disappeared in an instant. Lin Fan looked at this completely off-track evolutionary direction, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more violently. A good reconnaissance mecha girl, first fused with the cells of the charm beast, and now absorbed the gene fragments of the devourer beast. Why does this evolutionary route go straight towards the beast girl? Fortunately, the SSS level corpse vein increases attack power, and he didn't plan to give it to Lu Wei, otherwise who knows what would happen. Just at the moment when he was distracted. Owner! Lu Wei suddenly took a step forward and pressed her hands on his chest with a snap. The force was unexpectedly strong, pushing him directly into the dense weeds behind him. The dry grass leaves made my back slightly itchy. Before Lin Fan could fully recover, Lu Wei had already leaned over and moved closer. Her warm breath brushed his jaw, and her eyes flashed with a cunning light. Master, it seems, a very special new power has entered. Do you want to try its effects yourself? Just try it, how can I be afraid of a little girl like you? Lin Fan took a deep breath and decisively pulled out his all-purpose sofa from his storage bracelet. Pa-da! The clock pointed to 5 in the morning. In the open space 10 kilometers away from the outpost, there was a brightly lit scene. The girl's eyes were filled with excitement that could not be concealed. A group of mecha girls who were responsible for transporting the molten solidified fat were chattering with emotion, their voices full of unconcealed pride. Commander, you're so awesome! That's an SSS-level apostle of the Abyss. I've never heard of anyone more powerful than Commander Lin. If I were to say online that I was working on the corpse of an SSS-level apostle, people would definitely think I was crazy. Chatting. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but drift towards the 30-meter-tall human-shaped sculpture. The sculpture has sharp eyebrows and eyes, and even the curve of the corner of the mouth is carved vividly. Anyone can recognize it at a glance. Commander Lin Fan. Several mecha girls in charge of polishing the details kept muttering as they made meticulous adjustments. It needs to be more accurate, otherwise it won't be worthy of the aura of the forest god. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook slightly. Huh! Is it my illusion? A mecha girl who had just fallen down lowered her head in confusion. Before she could think about it. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared in the ground not far away, and an S-level wild beast covered with rock armor suddenly broke out of the ground. Its scarlet eyes flashed with ferocity, and its sharp claws dug deep grooves in the ground. However, when it saw the apostle's body forced into a kneeling position, and the human-shaped sculpture in front of it. Whoa! Its huge body began to tremble and it staggered backward. With a plop, it shrank back into the ground, leaving behind only a hole that was still shedding soil. Machine girls? Then a burst of laughter broke out. Ha ha! Is this big idiot here to be funny? I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha! However, the cheerful laughter did not last for more than a few seconds. The sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up subconsciously. The sky, which was originally pale as a fish belly, had turned pitch black without me noticing. Several dark clouds slowly twisted, vaguely outlining the outline of a huge animal head. The eyes are two constantly spinning whirlpools. In the middle of the beast's forehead, the originally bright full moon turned scarlet as blood, like a strange eye embedded in it. It makes one's scalp tingle just looking at it. Immediately afterwards, waves of dull vibrations came from deep in the wilderness. What's going on? The girl who was still smiling just now turned pale in an instant. Is a wild beast tide coming? This commotion seems even bigger than last time. Prepare for retreat. Notify the headquarters. Everyone retreat immediately. The girl leading the team shouted at the top of her lungs. At the same time, in the command center of Outpost Number 11, the shrill alarm sounded throughout the hall. On the radar screen, the red dots representing the wild beast tide have become a sea of blood. Xi Ningxuang frowned and tapped her fingers rapidly on the console, trying to analyze the scale of the wild beast tide. Su Yun leaned on the table next to her, twirling an electronic pen carelessly in her hand, muttering. Lin Fan is so heartless. He disappeared after killing the apostles and didn't even bother to come and see me. Just then, the door to the command room slid open. Bai Mingji pushed the door open and came in, with a look of helplessness on her face. I still can't contact the master, his communicator has been blocked. Okay, stop looking. Su Yun waved her hand. He said nonchalantly. With such a small influx of wild beasts, there's no need to disturb him. Didn't you say he left with Lu Wei? Right now. I don't know where he's working overtime. Su Yun's sour words had just fallen. Sizzle! The command center's radar suddenly burst into a burst of snow. Then, a scene that stunned everyone happened. The red ocean of beasts on the screen suddenly stopped. It retreated into the depths of the deserted area like a tide at a speed even faster than when it came, and disappeared from the edge of radar detection in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Is the radar malfunctioning? Everyone looked at each other, completely unable to understand this abnormal scene. However, amid countless voices of surprise and doubt, a disembodied voice suddenly rang out from the command center without any warning. Excuse me, may I ask? Where is your leader? Chapter 146 Cooperation, Shelter. Where is your leader? As soon as the words fell, an invisible sense of oppression instantly swept through the entire command room. Although there was no actual attack, everyone felt difficulty breathing and their nerves were stretched to the limit. Almost at the same time, everyone looked towards the door. There stood a young girl. She was wearing a green gauze dress. There was no wind in the command room, but the hem of her skirt was flowing gently like water. Beneath the fluffy curly hair are a pair of emerald green eyes that glow with soft light. If she hadn't spoken, no one would have noticed that there was an extra person at the door. Excuse me, can I contact your leader? The girl's ethereal voice sounded again. Su Yun stood up subconsciously. I glanced at the scanning radar out of the corner of my eye, no response. But her intuition told her that the person coming was definitely not a simple person. She suppressed her vigilance, took a step forward and was about to ask. Bang! A black flash suddenly broke through the window. Next second, a miniature Manta fighter plane hovered quietly in front of her. Before Su Yun could reach out and touch it, a cold murderous intent came over her, causing the hairs on her body to stand up instantly. Before she could react, a stream of water gushed out from the shoulders of the girl in green gauze, quickly sweeping the little manta ray away like a whip. Stop! Su Yun and Bai Mingji deployed their exoskeleton armor almost at the same time and pointed their weapons at the girl. Ha! To everyone's surprise, the girl's murderous intent disappeared in an instant. She flicked her fingertips and the water whip turned into tiny water droplets. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Immediately, she gently held the little manta ray in her arms, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. It should be you, right? She suddenly turned sideways. He whispered into the void outside the command room. So there it is! Just as Suyun was about to ask further questions, she saw ripples like water suddenly appear in the space behind the girl. Just half a second. The girl disappeared with the ripples, as if she had never appeared. In the command room, only a few people were left looking at each other. And just a few minutes ago, on a barren slope a few kilometers away from the college, Lin Fan was leaning on his big sofa, hugging Lu Wei and leisurely waiting for the sunrise. Master, it would be great if we could watch the sunrise like this more often in the future. Lu Wei's tone was a little lazy. She leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and gently stroked his chest with her fingers. But the next second, her expression suddenly froze. He sat up straight suddenly and looked towards the wasteland in horror. Suddenly, a huge beast head appeared on the horizon. Immediately afterwards, a mini manta ray fighter quickly flew out from her arms and rushed straight into the depths of the wasteland. What's going on? Lin Fan frowned and stood up. But after a while, the beast head vision turned into black mist and disappeared. No! It's at the academy! Lu Wei's face turned even paler, and she suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of the barrier area. The small manta ray that was originally flying towards the depths of the wilderness suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed towards the barrier area. Lin Fan looked at the little manta ray that had entered the barrier area, and his heart tightened. Something happened at the academy? But before he could take any action, the space in front of him suddenly began to distort, like ripples appearing on the water when a stone is dropped into it. Then, his vision suddenly became blurred and sleepiness came over him like a tidal wave. Not good! Lin Fan endured the dizziness, and the moment the commander's armor was activated, the drowsiness was dispelled. At this moment, a girl with curly green hair walked out from the ripples. Just one look, this familiar temperament, coupled with the strange ability to make people fall asleep. Lin Fan suppressed his shock and immediately activated the insight scan. Name, Shui Linglong. Age 18. Abyss Apostle, SSS level. Combat power, 4,300. Combat skills, Water Curtain Tianhua, Water Dragon Bullet. Secret information, LV-30 is required to sign a contract, which grants derivative armor abilities. Really? Exactly as he guessed. But the opponent's combat power of 4,300 made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Now that Bai Mingji and Luo Shi are not around, he seems unable to defeat this apostle. Cough. Lin Fan coughed lightly and asked calmly, Who are you? Long did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the comatose Lu Wei curiously and asked softly, Did you kill that big guy from the Nether clan? The underworld? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. But seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, he simply sat back on the sofa. After finding a comfortable position, he shrugged at the other party. Underworld? I don't know what you are talking about. Long tilted his head slightly, with a childlike curiosity in his eyes. She imitated Lin Fan's actions, condensing a water bench with her fingertips, and after sitting down gracefully, she explained. We apostles of the Abyss are actually divided into two tribes, the Spirit and the Underworld. The Eldar control the forces of nature and believe in peaceful coexistence, while the Hades indulge in darkness, take pleasure in destruction, and leave desolate wherever they go. And both tribes have common limitations. We must stay within our respective territories. Once we cross the line, the power within us will be automatically suppressed, and our combat effectiveness will be halved. Having said that, she looked up at Lin Fan with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The apostle you killed was from the Underworld clan. But even if his combat power was suppressed by half, I still don't understand how you killed him. Lin Fan suddenly realized. He pointed deep into the wasteland and said, So, the enemy of my enemy? Yes. Long nodded. The Underworld clan has repeatedly crossed the line in recent years, attempting to disrupt the balance. Since you have the ability to kill them, our clan wishes to speak with you. Cooperation? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What are the specifics? Long replied seriously. My clan can provide you with rear-line protection and help you in times of crisis. The premise is that you have to push back the front. The erosion of the wasteland has been accelerating in recent years. Lin Fan began to think about it. This condition sounds tempting, but the other party is still an SSS-level apostle of the abyss after all. What if there is any conspiracy? But when looking into those clear emerald green eyes, it didn't seem like there was any malice hidden in them, especially the look of disdain when he mentioned the Underworld clan. Bet on it. If the other party is a group, you can't defeat them anyway, so you might as well get some benefits. He pretended to be thoughtful. He asked tentatively. Cooperation is possible, then give me protection first. It will be considered a deposit. Long's eyes widened immediately, and he asked in disbelief. How do you know the power of protection? This is a secret technique that only the queens and heirs of each tribe can master. Lin Fan spoke without changing his expression. Ahaha, didn't you just say you were offering asylum? What else? Or are you responsible for 24-hour personal protection? Long stared at him for several seconds before saying, You misunderstood. You'll understand after some time. I'm leaving now. Nice to meet you. Finished. Before Lin Fan could ask again, the space behind her began to fluctuate again. Chapter 147, Safe Zone, Dimensional Gate appears. Hey, I want to ask. Lin Fan's hand was still hanging in the air when his shadowy figure completely disappeared with the ripples, as if it had never appeared. Phew, scare you to death. Only after confirming that the other party had really left did Lin Fan breathe a sigh of relief and remove his armor. A drop of cold sweat slid down his temple. 4,300 combat power. If she really wanted to attack me just now, I'm afraid I would have been lying on the board. At this stage, only the Holy Spirit Assault Mech can compete with this group of apostles. Thinking back to how he had pretended to be calm just now, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's probably because my own strength is not enough. According to what she said, Mingjiao's combat power has been reduced by half. If we had met in the deserted area last night, the outcome would have been unpredictable. However, what surprised Lin Fan the most was that the girl with deer horns that he met in the deserted cave was actually the Queen of the Elves. Or the future Queen? I don't know if the Queen can sign a contract. When I scanned the panel, there were a bunch of question marks. A soft hum came from the side, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Wei, who was sleeping soundly, rubbed towards him unconsciously. Lin Fan was both angry and amused. He raised his hand and hit her. The sound of Pia traveled far away. As a result, Lu Wei just hummed twice, smacked her lips, and fell asleep again. You're so careless, you almost finished playing together, don't you know? But it's still pretty resilient. I forgive you. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. The spirit race's ability to force sleep was really hard to guard against. Thinking of this, he dialed by Mingji's number. Hello, Mingji, please contact everyone. Let's have lunch together at noon. Yes, I have something to explain. Hang up. Lin Fan looked at the sky, which was tinged with pale sky, and slowly adjusted his breathing. The cool breeze swept across the barren slopes, bringing coolness while also gradually clarifying his chaotic thoughts. Time flies and it's already noon. At this time in District 9, it was like Chinese New Year, with laughter and joy everywhere. Every mecha girl's face was filled with pride and excitement. Commander Lin Fan's new achievement. Killing an SSS-level Abyss Apostle. Saving the lives of tens of millions of mecha girls in District 9. Lin Fan has now become the most dazzling existence in their hearts. Whether it was the supply station on the street or the rest area, everyone was discussing last night's battle enthusiastically. Even the mecha girls at other outposts rushed to the newly established sculpture area after hearing the news. The sculpture area has become a new landmark. Lin Fan's sculpture stood proudly in the center of the buffer zone, with a kneeling specimen of the Apostle of the Abyss at his feet, giving him a sense of security. The girls on the plains were taking photos and checking in crazily, and couldn't wait to post them on the Federal website. Such an awesome thing must make the whole Federation jealous. But the strange thing is that after the post was sent out for a long time, it didn't make any splash. In the past, Anything related to Lin Fan would have over 10,000 comments in minutes. This time, the popularity is ridiculously low, especially the IPs in the first 3 areas are almost extinct. All the girls in Area 9 were stunned. What's going on? My network is down. No one is reading this explosive news. I'm still waiting to slap those noble people from the first 3 districts in the face. Undeterred, she flipped through several pages and finally found some shocking news in the corner of some unknown forum. The 2nd and 3rd districts of the Federation are facing a massive wave of wild beasts. The situation is critical. The Federation disregarded the lives of the mecha girls and conscripted ordinary mecha girls to the front lines, resulting in heavy casualties. The weirdest thing is, despite such important news, the comment section is shockingly quiet. Even before I finish reading some posts, the post page turns into a string of garbled characters. The girls looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this a network crash? Such a big thing, how come there is no news at all? It's okay. There's no place safer than District 9 now. At this time, in the private room of the college restaurant, Su Zhi, who had just returned from outpost number 1, was eating heartily from a table full of food. But as Lin Fan's girls came in one after another, each with a better look and figure than the other, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. A sense of crisis came over me. Su Zhi laughed dryly and nudged Lin Fan with his elbow. Brother-in-law, your lineup. This is truly a template for a winner in life. On the Blue Water Planet, it is normal for capable commanders to have a mecha girl logistics team, and the top ones even have dozens of reserve mecha girls. He understands this. As the pillar of District 9, Lin Fan is strong and handsome, so it is no surprise that he attracts so many mecha girls. But the problem is, all of these people in front of us are fairies from heaven, each with their own merits. Even his sister, whom he always thought was the best, seemed to be outdone among this group of mecha girls. If there is really no other way, how about persuading my younger sister to resign from her position as dean? No, now is not the time to think about these things. Su Zhi patted his bald head and suppressed these messy thoughts. Lin Fan put down the steak he had just picked up and was about to fight back. But Su Zhi's expression suddenly turned serious. Seriously, brother-in-law. The wild beast tide has erupted in full force. As soon as these words were spoken, the relaxed atmosphere in the box froze instantly. All the mecha girls put down their chopsticks and looked at him. Su Zhi took a deep breath and continued. The situation is worse than expected. At this stage, only our District 9 and District 1 have not been affected. Districts 2 and 3. Although the news was suppressed by the higher-ups, the front lines were defeated and didn't care about information issues. At this rate, in a week at most, we in District 1 might be the only ones left in the entire Jishan district. Su Zhi shook his head and said nothing more, but the heavy feeling was already weighing on everyone's heart. Boom! 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 Lin Fan tapped his fingertips lightly on the edge of the table before slowly speaking. Everyone, how much do you know about the Apostles of the Abyss? I met someone this morning. No, it should be said, the Eldar. Lin Fan analyzed the events he encountered and his speculations in great detail. The box fell into silence again. Everyone's face was filled with shock. This amount of information was truly too much. Su Zhi swallowed and was about to ask something. Suddenly, a strong energy wave suddenly came from the direction of the safe zone. What's going on? Lin Fan stood up suddenly. Almost at the same time, the communicators of him, Su Yun and Zi Ningxuan, lit up at the same time. Several kilometers away from the safe zone, on a sunken coastline. The space was distorting violently, with cracks spreading like a spider web. Then, as the black fog surged, a small door slowly took shape. Dimensional gate? Su Zhi couldn't help but exclaimed. How could something like this suddenly appear? Chapter 148, The Queen of the Eldar, Pulling Out the Nail, Additional. Behind the dimensional gate is a desolate cave. The deserted caves recorded on the Blue Water Planet all existed hundreds of years ago. But now, a brand new one suddenly appeared in District 9. Everyone's brain was buzzing. It should be our allies who have arrived. Although Lin Fan was a little surprised, he immediately figured out the key. The apostles of the Underworld clan are hiding deep in the wilderness, so this deserted cave must be the territory of the Spirit clan. What surprised him was that the other party could actually control the exit location of the dimensional gate. Lin Fan made a quick decision. Meng Ji, Luoshi, come with me. Then, he directed Zi Ningxuang. Ningxuang, designate the surrounding 3 kilometers as a restricted area. Don't let any strangers get close. The Holy Spirit Assault Mecha is extremely fast. In just a few minutes, they crossed more than 200 kilometers and landed in front of the dimensional gate. The air at the seaside is damp and salty. The waves hit the rocks from time to time, splashing water vapor. And at the moment when Lin Fan left the mecha, the entire sea area seemed to be pressed the slow motion button. The dimensional gate was rippling with water light, and Long's figure took the first step out. Then, a pair of bare feet with a light pink halo lightly touched the waves and stepped on the waves. A noble figure walked out. 2 shells embellish the chest, and the long skirt is covered with pearls and aquamarine crystals. Her long hair fell to her waist, and crystal water droplets fell from the ends of her hair as she walked. The most amazing thing is that stunning noble temperament, and those eyes as deep as the sea. A live-action version of the Queen of the Undersea? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Now is not the time to be in a daze. But for some reason, just as he was about to use the insight scan, a bad premonition forced him to stop. Don't worry, there is a long way to go. It would be bad if the other party had some perception ability and ruined the alliance. At this moment, Shui Ling on the other side was even more shocked. Long had just reported to her that the leader of this domain not only had the ability to kill the Nether tribe, but might also know about the existence of the Spirit tribe's shelter. When she heard this, she rejected this possibility on the spot. A human commander, knowing about the protection of the Eldar? How is this possible? Just relying on the human commander's body that is as fragile as coral? But when she actually saw Lin Fan, she actually found this human commander surprisingly pleasing to the eye, and even felt a strange feeling in her heart. That feeling was like countless newly hatched little fish constantly brushing against her body. Strangeness. Human commander, she said, deliberately slowing her voice. My name is Shui Ling. I heard from Long that you can kill the Nether tribe? Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded slightly. The Queen is here in person. Is she here to discuss the alliance? Yes. Shui Ling lowered her eyes and glanced at the water vortex spinning on her toes. Then he slowly walked towards Lin Fan. It's just that our clan's power comes from the water. Staying away from the water for too long will weaken us, and our protective barrier will also be damaged. So, we can't stay away from the dimensional gate for long. Lin Fan understood immediately, its limited area protection. He was about to express his understanding when Shui Ling changed the subject. But if a wave of wild beasts or the underworld descends, we will not sit idly by. As if to confirm Shui Ling's words, even the waves behind her suddenly surged up. After saying that, she took a pearl that shone like water from the end of her hair and handed it to Lin Fan. This is the Water Speaks Pearl, which can sense thoughts. When in danger, send your thoughts to them, and we will receive them. Lin Fan reached out and took the water language pearl. It feels cool to the touch, and the water on the surface of the pearl is still trembling slightly, as if it has life. He was about to thank her when Shui Ling added, but unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to use it too often. Every time you transmit your thoughts, it consumes a little bit of the energy in the pearl. If the spiritual energy is exhausted, it will be temporarily unusable. Lin Fan nodded solemnly and put the water language pearl into his storage bracelet. Thank you, Queen. I know my limits. Except for urgent matters, I will not trouble the nobles. After all, they had just met not long ago, and the fact that the Eldar could do this was enough to show how much they valued the alliance. And what the other party needs is just peace in the future. No matter how you calculate it, District 9 is making a profit. Seeing Lin Fan's decisiveness, Shui Ling's eyes flashed with admiration. Now that the alliance is finalized, I'll take my leave. The waves beneath her feet gently lifted her as she slowly retreated towards the dimensional gate. Seeing the other person's disappearing figure, Lin Fan suddenly spoke out of nowhere. Queen! Shui Ling paused and turned around in confusion. Lin Fan grinned and threw out a bracelet filled with snacks and clothes. Now that we're allies, come visit me often when you have time. Also, can we chat somewhere else next time? It's so windy here that my hair is a little messy. Shui Ling. Hazy. It's 2 p.m. and the sun is shining brightly. Lin Fan stood on top of the Nirvana Tower, his eyes sweeping across the reconstruction area not far away. The original building had long been razed to the ground, and the area in the center, covering a full 100 acres, was where his villa was rebuilt. This area, the frost is too exaggerated. He smiled and shook his head, running his fingertips across the holographic map. On the map, the defense line of Area 9 is marked by a green arrow and is advancing back towards the central area of the wasteland. At this time, Lu Wei's communication rang. Master, the test is complete. The Manta Patrol can cover the entire area once an hour. No energy fluctuations from the cyborgs were detected, and everything is normal at the academy. Very good, Lin Fan responded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan leaned against the railing, stroking the water language pearl with his fingertips as he began to think. With the Spirit Clan in charge of Area 9, the hidden dangers of wild beast tides and underworld clan raids have basically been eliminated. What needs to be solved now is to strengthen the strength of the Mecha Girls and eliminate the time bombs of the church. Just as I was lost in thought, the communication rang again. Xining Shuang's voice was slightly helpless. Master, the twins you are looking for are too rare. We checked the entire population registry of District 9 and only found one couple. She paused and added, Now the 2 children have been sent to the research laboratory. Would you like to come and take a look? Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. If Mina and Mia's heterogeneous connection wasn't an isolated case. I'll be right there. Hung up the call. Lin Fan was too lazy to take the elevator. He lightly kicked the pedal and leaped directly down the tower. Chapter 149 Aquinas Plus Fortress, Explosive Firepower. As soon as Lin Fan landed, the commander's armor automatically retracted its wrist. He rushed into the research department, and saw that the hall was bustling when he opened the door. Bai Mingji was standing next to the data screen in the hall, while Su Ran was leaning against the wall with his arms folded, his eyes following the 2 little girls with twin ponytails. The twins were running around the support column, chasing each other, so cute that it made people's heart tremble. Bang! Ouch! The 2 little ones bumped into each other, and instead of crying, they hugged each other and giggled. Lin Fan was amused by her quirky look. He raised the corner of his mouth and started the insight scan directly. When he saw the heterogeneous link information in the suffix, he could no longer hide the smile in his eyes. Sure enough, there is. Master! Bai Mingji was the first to notice Lin Fan, and immediately came forward to greet him. Seeing Lin Fan's excited expression, she immediately asked, Do they also have this magical ability? Who are you going to link? Lin Fan walked slowly to the front desk, picked up the water bottle and took a sip. I have already planned this. Su Yun's Fortress Mecha, plus the firepower bonus from Kylan Aquinas. This combination's output won't be explosive? It's terrifying just thinking about it. Ji Fan was still daydreaming when Su Ran suddenly came over with her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with resentment, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Brother Lin, Commander Lin. You've even signed contracts with Director Yan and Miss Z. When will you let me experience the feeling of sharing the same pain? Puff. Lin Fan spat a mouthful of water directly onto the ground, choking and causing him to cough. Bai Mingji quickly patted his back. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fan raised his hand to indicate that he was fine, then put down the water bottle. Sister Su, please don't mess with me anymore. In 2 days. It will definitely be arranged in 2 days. Seeing how flustered he was, Su Ran couldn't help but reach out and twist his arm. Just kidding. Look how scared you are. When you have time, remember to call me. Su Ran made a communication gesture, then walked out of the hall with a twist of his waist. Soon, Su Yun and Kylan hurried over. The group headed straight for the confidential area. Lin Fan directly used the system's extraction ability to separate the 2 milky white light bands from the twins and merge them into their bodies. Don't look at me like that. You'll know when the time comes. Let's go to the weapons testing ground. Don't tear this place down again. Curbed everyone's curiosity. Lin Fan told Bai Mingji to take care of the child, and he took the two of them into the spacious alloy testing field. It is made of alloy plates that are resistant to energy shocks. It can not only withstand energy shocks, but is also more than enough to allow the fortress mecha to be deployed. Lin Fan pulled the two of them to the center of the venue. He took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. He said with a smile, "Friendly reminder. The activation of the heterogeneous link will cause an energy storm. When that happens, my clothes may not be able to withstand it." As soon as he said this, Su Yun and Kylan looked at each other, and saw shyness in each other's eyes, but they nodded in unison. 3 minutes later, the energy storm dissipated, revealing the two people's fair skin and perfect figures. Su Yun gave Lin Fan a blunt look. Not caring about the exposed skin at all, he pulled the still shy Kylan towards Lin Fan. "Commander Lin, how long do you want to watch?" "Ahem, just give me your hand." Lin Fan stretched out his hand seriously, but his eyes glanced away unconsciously. When he noticed the fullness of a certain place, he suddenly felt a surge of evil fire. Who can withstand this? If he wasn't really curious about the form after the connection, he would have demonstrated his powerful fighting ability on the spot. Buzz! Lin Fan had just settled into Kylan's driving seat, and the cold touch of the metal had not yet faded. Su Yun's driver's seat was split into two, tightly binding his chest and waist. Hiss! It's fatal! Lin Fan took a deep breath. The temperature difference between cold and hot is really hard to bear. Quickly start the insight detection distraction. Name, Kylan Suyun. Level, SS, heterogeneous link in progress. Comprehensive combat strength, Aquinas Fortress 2469. Equipped weapons, PS phase armor, CNM cannon, Aurora pulse cannon, Mica tracking missile, Psionic Sky Rift heavy sniper. Battle time, 46 minutes, Commander's combat power. Secret information, violent driving mode. After activating the ability fusion, the attack power of guns and artillery weapons increases by 30% 50%. Good guy, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Although the combat power on the panel is slightly weaker than Holy Spirit Assault, the 30% weapon attack power bonus, and the violent driving mode after fusion. With this firepower, and this bonus, it's simply a human cannon. What astonished him even more was the three-dimensional model of the mecha displayed on the command screen. That is simply the plus version of the fully equipped Sazabi. The whole body is covered with black armor, and the joints are shining. There is also a main gun on the chest, lasers on the shoulders, and a missile silo on the back. In his right hand, he also holds a psionic heavy sniper rifle that glows with a cold light. The Fortress Mecha has mobility. Combat skills! Combat skills! Combat skills that cost me 1 million wild points! Firepower type exclusive combat skills, Reincarnation Barrage Storm. Reincarnation Barrage Storm, S rank within 60 seconds, adjust the weapon to a no-CD burst mode. As soon as the combat skills were activated, 2 seductive moans were heard in my ears. As the simulation mode started, Lin Fan instantly experienced what it meant to. Ice and fire. When Lin Fan pushed open the door of the scientific research department, he looked up. It's already dark outside. Oh my god, I'm working so hard till this late. He twisted his waist and did some stretching exercises before heading towards the barrier area. On both sides of the road, the warm yellow light shone down, making his shadow sometimes very long and sometimes very short. Walked for more than 10 minutes. Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked into the command center. He immediately saw Zi Ningxuang still sitting in front of the main console, concentrating on writing and drawing on the virtual screen. I didn't even notice him coming in. Still rolling? Lin Fan walked over lightly. I thought you should have rested a long time ago. Zi Ningxuang looked up upon hearing the voice, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Master? Why are you here? She didn't stop her work, but her tone was respectful. I still have a lot of things to deal with. What do you want? Lin Fan smiled and pulled over a chair to sit down. I have a new task for you, Select 100 of the best mecha girls from the mecha team and establish the ceremonial guard department. Concierge? Zi Ningxuang paused and frowned slightly. Doesn't the IS Academy already have a reception department? Are they not doing a good job? I'll pick again right away. They're not welcoming guests, they're weapons. Lin Fan quickly waved his hand. We want the best fighters. After a pause, he touched his nose and added, of course, appearance and temperament must also be online, you know? Zi Ningxuang understood instantly and smiled slightly. I understand. I'll give you the list tomorrow morning. Lin Fan watched her quickly pull up the list and start screening, and couldn't help but feel excited. With a thought, the combat skills selected for Zi Ningxuang appeared before his eyes. Assistive exclusive combat skill, HeartNet. Heart Network, Level A locks on 5 designated individuals and establishes brainwave communication, regardless of distance. Ningxuang, don't be busy for now. Lin Fan waved towards Zi Ningxuang and said, I'll give you something good first. Chapter 150. The Ministry of Rights is established and obeys orders. Since Zi Ningxuang still had things to deal with, Lin Fan deliberately sped up the pace of his combat skills. After the combat skills are integrated into Zi Ningxuang's body, Lin Fan simply lay down on the sofa next to him and casually opened the system mall to browse. Various combat skills and equipment drawings scrolled on the screen, and Lin Fan stopped to ponder from time to time. On the other side, Zi Ningxuang had already sat back in front of the main console, her fingertips sliding quickly across the virtual screen. Lin Fan couldn't take his eyes off that focused look, even more than the items in the system mall. Lin Fan simply half-leaned on the sofa. Occasionally look at the product introduction on the screen, and occasionally look up at the busy Zi Ningxuang. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Until 9 a.m. the next day. Lin Fan finally woke up from the sofa, and found a thin blanket covering him without him noticing. He rubbed his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The room was empty, with only a glass of milk and a thermos on the table. I reached out and touched it, and it was still warm. When he opened it, he found his favorite fresh meat buns, which were also thoughtfully served with a few side dishes. Sure, Ningxuang, that's quite thoughtful. Lin Fan held the bun in his mouth and opened the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Occupation, SSR level all-round commander. Comprehensive combat power, 46. Operation level, LV20, 1450/2000. Soul contract, 8 out of 10. Skills, Insight Scan Basic Mecha Operation plus 50%, Warframe Weapon Drive. Contracted Mecha Girls, 8 by Mingji, Strike S-1330 Suyun, Fortress S+, 1125, Luoshi, Holy Spirit S-1650, Lu Wei, Yuxioya, Kailan, Yanke, Zi Ningxuang. Heterogeneous Mecha, Holy Spirit Assault, 2980, Aquinas Fortress, 2469. Derived Intermediate Armor, 2 Luos plus Buys, 894, Kais plus Sus, 741. Waste Value, 1.4 million. The greater your ability, the more you chew, and spend. Lin Fan paused for a moment at the remaining balance of wasteland value and couldn't help but sigh. An SSS level enhanced rune costs 2 million, and an S level combat skill can easily cost millions. Just the 2 combat skills from yesterday cost him a full 1.6 million in one go. Fortunately, thanks to the continued participation of the organic women, the supply of silver snake sticks can remain stable. It's still better to get something for free. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter after taking the last bite of the bun. Lu Wei's Church Blessing. Powerful and free of charge. I don't know how many cyborgs who have activated the blasphemer form I'll encounter on this trip. I just hope that they are all things that can drop equipment for him. Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked out, but the scene outside made him stunned. In the morning light, 100 mecha girls were neatly arranged in a square formation. Each of them had a beautiful and graceful figure but sharp eyes, and it was obvious that they were the elite among the elite. The combat uniform highlights the figure's curves, making her look both beautiful and cool. At this moment, a short-haired girl trotted over and saluted. Reporting to Commander Lin. The members of the ceremonial guard have assembled. Please give your instructions. Is that all? Lin Fan exclaimed in his heart, and was once again amazed at Xi Ningxuang's work efficiency. It's only been half a day, right? His eyes swept across the entire audience, and he couldn't help but feel playful. At ease! The movements of the 100 mecha girls were in perfect unison. Stand still! Turn back! Fun, hee hee. Suddenly, Lin Fan's thoughts were drawn back to the logistics selection site at base number 9. Everyone, take off your coats! He waved his hand and looked curiously at the formation of mecha girls in front of him. The hundreds of mecha girls didn't hesitate at all. In less than 3 seconds, the uniform coats piled up into a small hill on the ground. Continue. Lin Fan raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the chest of the short-haired mecha girl in the front row, his tone calm. The moment the command was given, almost all the mecha girls raised their hands simultaneously. The soft sounds of buttons popping apart merged into one, interweaving in the sunlight, and a snow-white landscape suddenly unfolded before my eyes. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Then his eyes darkened and he pointed at the 3 unmoving mecha girls at the edge of the formation. You and you are expelled from the Ministry of Rights. Leave now. The rest of you, gather at the Academy's helipad at 1 p.m. Disband now. The machine girls responded in unison. Yes. Lin Fan didn't look at the 3 mecha girls who were frozen in place. He put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and walked straight towards the Academy. Without the constraints of the contract, he could not ensure the absolute loyalty of these mecha girls. But whether it's out of resistance or hidden agenda, the mecha girl refuses to follow even basic instructions. It's not worth him putting any extra effort into cultivating it. Meanwhile, Federal District 3. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, engine oil, and burning metal. In front of the safe zone, the fortifications modeled after Area 9 were shaking continuously under the intense firepower bombardment. Another team of newly recruited A-class mecha girls were gathered in a jeep and hurriedly sent to the front line. The childishness on their faces had not yet faded, and their eyes were filled with tension and fear. Quick! Speed up! Position number 3 needs fire support! A female pilot with a scar on her face was screaming at the top of her lungs towards the driver's seat. There was a broken part on her exoskeleton arm that was still flashing with unstable electric sparks. Sister. A newbie mecha girl tugged at the sleeve of a mecha girl in her 30s next to her. I heard that none of the 10 mecha girls who went up there yesterday have returned. Is it true? The older mecha girl bit her lower lip and tried to keep her voice calm. Don't let your imagination run wild. We will survive. She said that, but her hands were shaking. The other mecha girls around were also silent, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it was suffocating. They all heard that the city defense artillery could not withstand such a huge tide of wild beasts at all, so they sent the mecha girl team to supplement the firepower platform. Every time I go up there, it may be a farewell forever. Another short-haired girl burst into tears. Is the command center crazy? They let us go even though they knew we were going to die. Shut up, the scarred girl shouted. But her eyes were just as desperate. Follow orders. For the Federation. For the Federation. The conscripted mecha girls murmured repeatedly, but there was not much faith in their voices, only endless confusion and fear. Boom! Boom! In their ears, there was only the deafening sound of endless explosions. Chapter 151. The 3 districts that are about to fall have arrived. However, 3rd Federal District. The chaos in the command center was more suffocating than the artillery fire on the front line. The air was filled with anxiety and despair. Several metal tables and chairs were overturned and combat documents were scattered everywhere. But none of the officials and commanders present cared about these things. Their eyes were fixed on the scanning radar. On the screen, dense red energy points were like a death-threatening net, shrinking towards the safe zone. Near the safe zone, several green dots representing the frontline positions had not been lit for long before they turned dim and went out one after another. No! The communication distance can't even reach 1 kilometer. We must concentrate our forces to break out immediately. A middle-aged commander slammed the table. The teacup fell over and the tea spilled onto the battle map, creating a large stain. Staying here any longer means waiting for death. We can only break out to Area 1. We still have a chance of survival. He had just finished speaking. He was interrupted by an official wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who shouted, "Breakout? Are you crazy? Out there is a tidal wave of wild beasts stretching for over 10 kilometers. Let all the civilian mecha girls head out. We just need to wait until support arrives." "Support? You still expect support?" The middle-aged commander sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. "If we wait any longer, the wild beast tide will approach and we'll all become food." "You!" The two of them argued more and more fiercely, and almost came to blows. But the commanders and officials around either kept silent or talked in low voices, but no one could come up with a feasible plan. "Damn it! A bunch of useless people just waiting to die." The middle-aged commander's face flushed with anger, and he kicked over the chair next to him. He tore off his epaulets and threw them on the ground, then turned and walked out of the command center. "I'm not going to waste time here with you. Even if I die, I'll die on the way out." As his figure disappeared at the door, the command center fell into complete silence. The explosion outside the window was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. And on Lin Fan's side. After disbanding the team, he opened the system mall and placed an order. A full 100 sets of A-level equipment blueprints. Surjet unit, an A-class beam rifle and beam sword, done! This set of equipment can not only improve the maneuverability of the Honor Guard mecha girls, but also greatly increase their basic combat power. Lin Fan didn't even blink at the system's prompt of a wild value of -450,000. Not even as expensive as an A-rank combat skill, small change. Afterwards, he contacted Yanke and directly dispatched 20 Huangji city defense cannons. As for personnel arrangements, as the ceiling of combat power, 2 heterogeneous mechas must be brought along. Lu Wei, who has the ability to search for enemies, was also included in the list. This was the biggest purpose of his trip. Otherwise, relying solely on his insight and investigation would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After lunch, all preparations were ready. On the tarmac, 97 mecha girls from the ceremonial guard are lined up in exoskeleton form, all equipped with brand new A-level equipment, looking very impressive. Su Yun stood beside Lin Fan and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Fan, 2/3 of them are equipped with the S-class individual artillery developed by Yanke. I think this lineup is enough to easily destroy an entire federal security zone." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. "Everyone! Let's go!" After the Goshawk fighter took off, it immediately turned on the stealth coating. The flight altitude of tens of thousands of meters and the stealth coating allow it to perfectly avoid chaotic areas on the ground. In addition to gaining altitude, we encountered several waves of flying wild beasts flying at low altitude. But after the fighter jet accelerated to hypersonic speed, it easily got rid of it. 3 hours later, the outline of the 3rd Federal District gradually appeared on the radar screen. The Goshawk fighter tilted its fuselage and plunged into the thick clouds below. As the altitude continued to decrease, the pilots swarming around the portholes could only see an endless black torrent. Billions of wild beasts were surging like a rising tide. The buildings that originally belonged to Elven College had long been reduced to rubble by the beasts' crazy trampling. The energy shield of the safe zone was emitting a faint blue light. On top of the city wall, 5 city defense cannons were continuously emitting dazzling beams of light, and each bombardment could blast a gap tens of meters wide in the herd of beasts. But this amount of casualties is nothing but a drop in the bucket in the face of the endless tide of wild beasts. Countless wild beasts of various sizes stepped on the corpses of their own kind and rushed forward one after another, tearing at the energy barrier with their fangs and claws, causing dangerous ripples on its surface. This scene, even from a distance, can make people feel the suffocating feeling coming at them. A tide of wild beasts stretching for more than 10 kilometers? The number is truly astonishing. Yeah, we have the support of the Wild Halberd at the outpost. We've never seen anything like this. Look! The safety zone shield is about to collapse. The women in the concierge department were talking to each other, their voices filled with shock and worry. Are we finally here? Lu Wei was sleeping on Lin Fan's chest when she was woken up by the discussions nearby. She got up drowsily and glanced out the porthole, but sleepiness came back. "I'm so sleepy," she muttered as she stretched lazily. "As a result, I couldn't control the amplitude well in the cockpit, and my body tilted." "Pa," she pressed the still sleeping Lin Fan firmly into her soft chest. "Ugh! Ugh! Ugh!" Lin Fan was instantly awakened and started to flutter around in panic. This scene happened to be seen by Bai Mingji on the opposite side. Her eyes became fierce. She stood up and walked over, grabbing Lu Wei's ear. Lectured. "Lu Wei! You are becoming more and more disrespectful. How dare you act so recklessly towards your master? Is it because everyone is too indulgent towards you?" It hurts. Lu Wei grimaced in pain, and only then did she realize what she had done. "Sister Mingji, I really was careless." Lin Fan finally broke free. Confused. "What's going on? Why do I feel suffocated all of a sudden?" Lu Wei rubbed her red ears and blinked. "Oh, master, it's okay. I see you're a little sweaty from sleeping. Let me wipe it off for you." Lin Fan glanced at it suspiciously. Then he scratched his hair and walked to the porthole in a daze. But as soon as his gaze fell to the window, his sleepy eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly widened. He stared at the endless herd of beasts, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. "Oh my God! So many wild beasts, how much wild value must this be worth?" Suddenly remembering something important, Lin Fan turned around abruptly. "Lu Wei! Are there any people from the church nearby?" Lu Wei closed her eyes, opened them after a few seconds and nodded vigorously. She glanced towards the bulkhead and said, "Master!" "Yes. But there's only one, and it's in the safe zone." "Only one?" Lin Fan secretly said what a pity. He clapped his hands, his voice instantly becoming serious. "Attention everyone! Prepare for an airborne landing immediately. Remember, ensure your own safety first, then think about saving others." "Yes. Got it," the girls answered in unison. Chapter 152, Falling from the Sky, the clearing begins. Just as Lin Fan was deploying the airborne plan, a new situation emerged on the battlefield in District 3. Sizzle! Bang! The energy barrier covering the safe zone exploded into a sky full of light spots after flashing a few arcs of electricity. Without the protection of the barrier, the safe zone instantly turned into a living hell. Countless circling flying wild beasts pounced down like mad dogs. Their claws are comparable to energy blades and can cut through the mecha girl's exoskeleton armor in one go. The bloodiest scene appeared instantly. The mecha girls at the front line didn't even have time to dodge, and hundreds of them were torn to pieces in an instant. The mecha girls' troops stationed in the wall defense zone also suffered casualties. Countless firepower platforms were overturned, and the originally dense firepower network instantly had large gaps. Countless blood flowed down the city wall, turning it into a wall of blood. A mecha girl with half of her exoskeleton broken off fired crazily with the remaining machine gun. "Where's our commander? Why haven't the supporting mechas arrived yet? If you don't come soon, we can't hold our position." Just as she finished her words, an eagle's claw pierced her collarbone, pulled her body away and flew into the wasteland. Not far away, a woman with a communicator bleeding from her abdomen climbed up and screamed into the communicator. "Report to headquarters. The city wall has been breached. Requesting support. Please support immediately." But her voice was hoarse and there was still only the crackling sound of electricity in the communicator. Sudden. A hand grabbed her arm and slammed her into the back seat of the armored vehicle. The woman driving the car had a livid face. He stepped on the accelerator and said, "Stop yelling! No one will pay attention to you even if you yell at the top of your lungs." Half of the commanders ran away, and the rest retreated to the central area. "Bah! Go to hell! A bunch of bastards!" The communicator girl was still holding the communicator tightly, and tears finally fell as she watched the position being devoured by the wild beasts. Those sisters who didn't have time to retreat. Only 3 minutes had passed. Outside the barrier of the central area, it was crowded with mecha girls who had retreated from various positions. They were all injured, some with blood-soaked bandages on their legs, limping and supporting their teammates. Some exoskeletons are damaged and cannot even perform basic form transformations. One of the red-haired mecha girls was in the worst condition, with thick gauze wrapped around her chest and her face as white as paper. She was the only survivor of the front line. When being torn apart by a dog-like wild beast, he happened to get stuck in the gap of the opponent's canine teeth, and luckily escaped with his life. Her eyes were bloodshot as she shouted at the barrier. "Commander Lu! We've been evacuated from the front lines! Why won't you let us in?" When this was shouted, the other mecha girls also exploded. "That's right! There are wild beasts everywhere outside. Are we just going to wait here to die? With the help of the barrier, maybe I can still hold on. We can still operate weapons." Commander Lu, who was inside the barrier, poked his head out from between the buildings, his face full of impatience. "What are you yelling about, you good-for-nothings? Who told you to evacuate without permission? Once the outer barrier was breached, it didn't even last 10 fucking minutes. There are still high-ranking federal officials in the central area. The barrier will have to be expanded once you enter. Who will be responsible if we can't resist the attacks of the wild beasts?" A nearby commander came over and offered a bad idea. "Commander Lu, how about we just shrink the barrier even more? The smaller the area, the stronger it is, and it won't attract the attention of wild beasts. As for these mecha girls, just chase them away to avoid attracting the wild beasts' attention." Commander Lu nodded upon hearing this, without even a second of hesitation. But the mecha girls outside the barrier were all dumbfounded. It would be fine if we weren't allowed in, but there are still buildings and firepower platforms near the central area. If they leave here, they may not survive even a minute. As more and more girls gathered, bad news came one after another. "The eastern positions are gone. The wild beasts have broken through the second line of defense. The western firing platforms are all destroyed, and many sisters are still fighting the wild beasts in close combat under cover. I can't contact the south, so I guess it's gone." The mecha girls looked at the tightly closed barrier entrance, then at the black beast tide approaching in the distance, and the hope in their eyes gradually faded. "I'm not leaving!" A mecha girl clutched a broken beam sword, sat on the ground and cursed. "Shoot me if you dare! You guys!" She didn't finish her words. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet penetrated her exoskeleton breastplate directly, and blood spurted all over the ground. Her body stiffened, and she fell down with an expression of disbelief. Inside the barrier, the commander who had just given the idea put down his sniper rifle and said expressionlessly, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Leave here. I will launch an indiscriminate attack in 30 seconds. This sentence scared all the mecha girls. The scene was so quiet that only the sound of the wind and the roar of beasts in the distance could be heard. They finally understood. In the eyes of these commanders, they might not even be as good as an automatic close-in weapon rifle. Just when the girls were feeling completely disappointed, a black shadow smashed through the building and rushed out, with steel bars and concrete flying everywhere like paper. It turned out to be an S-level Vajra. Roar! Vajra shook his head and let out a deafening roar. But before it could launch an attack, a curse suddenly fell from the sky. "You keep yelling all day long, I'm yelling at your sixth uncle." Everyone looked up. I saw a small humanoid mecha falling from the sky, holding a strange long sword. He is as fast as lightning. Before Vajra could react, the sword pierced into the back of its neck with a swish. "Wash your inner self!" With a shout, the sword blade burst out with a dazzling light of energy. Boom! The S-level Vajra was actually blown into countless pieces. Before the mecha girls could cheer, they saw a group of hundreds of Leo beasts rushing towards them. Countless fireballs condensed from their single eye, and they were about to launch an attack. The red-haired mecha girl couldn't help but yell, "Watch out behind you! It's a group of Leo beasts! Get out of the way! Be careful! Sisters! Come and support!" For a moment, all the mecha girls who were still able to move raised their weapons. Although they didn't know who this humanoid mecha was, they still chose to rush forward resolutely. But before they could take any action, flashes of energy appeared in the sky. Next second, A large black shadow blocked the light like a dark cloud covering the sun. Boom! An 8-meter-tall firepower mecha descended from the sky with billowing smoke and dust, and its heavy metal feet stepped directly into the group of Leia beasts. Several feathered beasts were instantly crushed into meat paste, with blood and broken feathers splattered everywhere. Boom! Before everyone could react, the second mecha followed closely. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by earth-shaking tremors, the mechas that followed one after another crashed into their sight. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. All members of the ceremonial guard, listen up! Clear the area! As the sound fell, the humanoid mecha that descended from the sky slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. Chapter 153. Everyone, salute! The smoke and dust had not yet cleared when the deafening sound of machine guns tore through the sky. Bang! Boom, boom, boom! Immediately afterwards, countless dazzling sword beams drew deadly arcs in the gray fog. Several firepower mechas crashed into the herd of wild beasts, with flames spitting out of their muzzles. Every roar of the machine guns was accompanied by the shrill screams of the wild beasts. But just 1 minute. As the smoke and dust gradually settled, the herd of wild beasts that had originally flocked into the central area were completely wiped out. All that was left were corpses scattered all over the ground and hundreds of mechas standing quietly. Such a scene made all the girls exclaim. Where did this mecha team come from? And that humanoid mecha, what the hell is it? They're so fast. Even the A-ranked wild beasts can't catch up to those mechas charging with beam swords. Firepower! Firepower is the key, sisters! When this beam gun is fired, the wild beasts will be like paper. I know, this must be the secret force of the Federation. Without the threat to their lives, the group of mecha girls were discussing the matter heatedly, their eyes full of admiration. And within the central area barrier, seeing the support arrive, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The commander who fired the shot earlier swallowed hard and shouted to Lu Gu, who was standing beside him in a daze. Commander Lu! Support has arrived from Area 1! We're saved! Lu Gu remained silent, just staring at the mecha team outside, his mind working rapidly. He was familiar with all the City Defense Corps and Academy teams in the first 3 districts, but he had no impression of the team in front of him. Especially that humanoid mecha. I always feel like I have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where. Just then, the sound of high heels clacking came from behind him. Lu Man, the Minister of City Defense of District 3, ran out of the underground secret room. Her delicate makeup was already half done, and she clutched a silk scarf in her hand, wiping her sweat while panting. Finally, support has arrived! She looked at the mecha team outside the barrier and the corpses of wild beasts on the ground, and her eyes lit up. This combat power is more than 1 level stronger than ours. She was about to ask which commander was leading the team when her eyes fell on the eye-catching humanoid mecha. She hurriedly shouted to her subordinates. Quick! Open the barrier! Don't neglect our benefactor! As he said this, he kicked the person next to him impatiently. You're so slow, don't you have eyes? Hurry up! However, just as the barrier opened a gap. Bang! 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 The ground suddenly shook violently, and stones on the roadside bounced up. Several buildings that were already half destroyed by the wild beasts collapsed with a loud boom. 2 black shadows like small hills suddenly came into view. Those were 2 30-meter-tall wild ape beasts. Their eyes were red, their arms as thick as tanker trucks were pounding their chests, and they kicked their hind legs and leaped towards the central area. The huge shadow almost blocked out the sunlight in half of the central area. Oh no! It's an SS-level violent ape beast! Everyone screamed and scattered. Lu Man, who had lived a life of luxury, had never seen such a terrifying scene before. She stepped back repeatedly with trembling legs. Don't let them rush in! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Close the barrier! Quick! At this moment, the humanoid mecha had already walked to the barrier. Boom, boom, boom! He raised his hand and knocked on the bare wall, his tone lazy. Oh, what's going on? Open the door, sister! No one paid any attention, and there were only panicked shouts all around. The humanoid mecha turned its head and shouted behind it. Kalen Luoshi, These two guys are making my head hurt. As soon as the words fell, buzz! A blue light suddenly exploded. The Aquinas mecha appeared instantly, and the muzzle of the psionic sky rift heavy sniper rifle was aimed directly at the leaping violent ape beast. Ping! The energy bomb blasted through the wide-open mouth. The next second, red and white objects exploded all over the sky. The 30-meter-tall corpse crashed to the ground with a loud bang, causing a large number of female pilots to fall down. Seeing this, the other violent ape beast became even more furious. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs and jumped up again, and its huge iron fist smashed towards the cockpit of the Aquinas mecha. Swish! Another white light flashed. The avalanche mecha instantly appeared beside the ape beast, and the surging gun sword slashed out a cold light with a buzz. Crack! The ape's head was chopped off and rolled all the way as big as a room. It hit the energy barrier with a bang, and then stopped. In the central area, everyone was shocked with their mouths open, and now they were completely frozen like sculptures. The whole place was dead silent, even breathing could be heard. Boom, boom, boom! The humanoid mecha raised its hand and knocked on the barrier again, but its tone was a little more irritable. Oi, open the door! I'm talking about you. That old woman without Nana. If you don't open the door, I'll tear your head off and kick it like a ball. Lin Fan's voice clearly traveled into the central area, echoing in everyone's ears. Suddenly a mecha girl screamed. That voice is Commander Lin from District 9. Commander Lin? One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the entire central area was boiling in an instant. All the mecha girls were shocked. They couldn't believe that the legendary figure actually came to rescue them in person. Before anyone could recover, a resounding command suddenly rang out. Everyone in Area 3! Salute! The order came down. All the mecha girls, even those with their limbs wrapped in bandages, gritted their teeth and struggled to stand up, saluting in unison. The sunlight fell on their faces, their eyes were full of excitement, and some even had red eyes. They were abandoned as cannon fodder by their own superiors. It was Commander Lin from District 9 who crossed 6 major areas and broke through the numerous beast tides to come to the rescue. But at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Lin Fan, right? I've heard your name before. Lu Man stared at the direction of the humanoid mecha, her fingers unconsciously twisting the silk scarf. But the moment she saw the barrier close again, she breathed a sigh of relief. You know, the barrier in the central area is different from those tofu dregs on the periphery. Even if a wave of S-level wild beasts hits us one after another, we can hold on for dozens of hours without any problem. With this barrier, plus the powerful mecha team outside. Even if Lin Fan and his team cannot completely eliminate the tide of wild beasts, they can still buy them time and consume the barrier energy. As for their safety? Hee hee. 100 benefits, no harm. Think of this. Lu Man's expression changed immediately, and her voice softened. Oh, thank you very much, Commander Lin, for coming to support. But it's such a pity. She raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair and winked at the subordinates behind her. Just received an urgent report that the energy barrier suddenly malfunctioned. It will take at least 3 hours to fully repair it. Look at the situation now. We can't even welcome you in. You see. Chapter 154 Waste, Leave No One Behind. When Lin Fan heard the word support, he was stunned for half a second, then turned around and glanced behind him. The mecha team of the Ministry of Rights has begun fighting against the tide of wild beasts. Lu Wei and Bai Mingji were still protecting him on his left and right, looking around vigilantly. He turned around and rolled his eyes at Lu Man behind the barrier. Then he waved his hand in disdain. Support? You're ugly, but you have beautiful ideas. I'm here to rescue the beautiful mecha girl from Area 3. I have nothing to do with an ugly bitch like you hiding in the barrier. If you feel safe inside, then stay. After saying that, he walked back a few hundred meters. He casually took out 3 storage bracelets and swiped them towards the open space. 3 mini-city defense cannons flashing with dim lights slowly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, the guns unfolded, and 3 Huang Ji city defense guns, taller than mechas, slammed heavily onto the ground, causing gravel to fly everywhere. The pitch-black gun barrel glowed with a faint light, and its intimidating power made people feel scared. "That's the Wild Halberd cannon from Area 9! One mecha girl couldn't help but scream. Before Lin Fan could give any instructions, several robot girls in the crowd unfolded their exoskeletons and skillfully installed the base. The mecha girl in Zone 3 has a very high level of professionalism. In a short while, the bases of the 3 wild halberds were fixed. A mecha girl held the control stick and was about to adjust the direction of the gun barrel towards the wild beast tide. "Wait!" Lin Fan suddenly stopped her. "Don't attack that side for now. Such a powerful weapon is not used to fight against the wild beast tide. What does Commander Lin want to do?" Under everyone's confused gaze, Lin Fan winked at Lu Wei and Bai Mingji. The 3 of them smiled at each other and walked to the control panel to adjust the direction of the muzzle. Click, click! Along with the sound of mechanical rotation, the 3 huge cannons slowly changed direction, and finally aimed at the energy barrier in the center area. Seeing this scene, the federal officials inside the barrier could no longer remain calm and shouted, "Fuck! Lin Fan! Are you crazy? There are dozens of high-ranking federal officials and commanders here, how dare you! Lin Fan! There's a limit to joking!" Lu Man was so frightened that her face turned pale. "Lin Fan! How dare you! This is the last barrier of Area 3! Do you want everyone to die at the hands of wild beasts?" Lin Fan ignored her. Instead, he put his hands together like a trumpet and shouted at the confused girls. "Cover your ears, I'm going to set off fireworks!" The humming sound of energy from the muzzle could be heard clearly even through the barrier. Lu Man looked at the increasingly bright beam of light, her voice almost tearful. "Quick! Stop! Don't attack! I'll open the barrier! Right now!" As Lu Man gave the order, the subordinates at the control console began to operate in a panic. A gap just opened in the semicircular barrier. Boom! 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 3 energy beams hit it hard. After the loud noise, the barrier vibrated violently, and the light film dimmed visibly to the naked eye. Lu Man could no longer remain calm. "Lin Fan! Stop! The barrier is open! What are you still standing there for? Turn it on full power! Forget about it!" With such terrifying city defense cannons, just a few more rounds of volleys would melt them into the air along with the buildings. In less than 10 seconds, the barrier in the central area was completely opened. Everyone was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Zzz! Another energy cannon tore through the air, with a dazzling flash, and slammed straight into the center area. Not even half a second of buffer. Boom! The energy shock wave surged around the explosion point like a tide. Wherever the wind swept through, all the buildings melted away instantly, without even a single intact brick or tile left. Some people were so scared that they squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Anger overwhelmed Lu Man's reason, and she rushed forward, roaring, "Lin Fan! Do you know what you are doing? If you destroy the barrier and your mecha team can't stop the wild beast tide, we will all die." Click! The crisp sound of loading the gun interrupted Lu Man's roar. She followed the sound and saw a mecha girl pointing a gun at her. Lu Man rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and when she opened them again, she was even angrier. Rushing forward to teach a lesson. "You!" Swish! 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 Thousands of guns were pointed at her at the same time. It was not until this moment that Lu Wei, who had closed her eyes to perceive, slowly opened her eyes. When he met Lin Fan's gaze, he immediately lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. The voice was small. "Master, I seem to have accidentally killed him. I didn't expect the enemy to be so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single city defense cannon shot." She wanted to say something more to apologize. Lin Fan waved his hand, his tone without any blame. "It's okay, I'll go check it out. But those who can be killed by a single shot are probably just garbage." He paused, his eyes sweeping towards Lu Man. "There are some people who are even more annoying than those in the church." Before Lu Man could react, with a bang, Lin Fan, wearing the commander's armor, jumped down from the Huang Ji, operating console. He grabbed Lu Man's neck and threw her into the pile of girls like a chicken. No matter how fierce your eyes are, they can't kill anyone. What she did to you just now, you can do as you please. The words fell. Colorful wings of light spread out behind the commander's armor, and he flew towards the central area with a swish. What is this? The commander can actually transform himself into a mecha? The commanders who had just walked out of the central area stopped in confusion, and discussions broke out one after another. However, Lu Go in the crowd secretly had evil thoughts in mind. His contracted mecha has strong restrictive capabilities. If he can control Lin Fan during the chaos, he might be able to snatch the secret of transforming himself into a mecha. Think of this. He grabbed the mecha girl beside him and hurriedly activated the mecha transformation. Quick! Lock him down before his mecha girl reacts! But just as the mecha unfolded, a shrill alarm sounded in his cockpit. The screen was filled with light spots from floating cannons, all aimed at him. Lu Gu's hair stood on end, and even breathing became extremely difficult. You want? Boom! Before he could finish, several laser beams hit his cockpit. Lu Go didn't even let out a scream before he and the mecha melted into molten iron. Lin Fan, flying in midair, didn't even blink as he spoke coldly into the communicator. Mengji Lu Wei. Leave no one behind among those scumbags who left the central area. Got it! Bai Mingji and Lu Wei responded almost at the same time. Those high-ranking officials who had just walked out of the central area and were still thinking about how to curry favor with Lin Fan had just seen Lu Gu, who had died suddenly. The next second, they all became ghosts on the ground,